Bang! With a dull thud, chaos erupted in the bank as Yang Ling stumbled in, his vision clouding as he collapsed onto the floor. Having been bereft of funds at home, he had dropped out of high school after graduation to seek employment, eventually securing a position as a community assistant with the local patrol team. Just 2 months into this role, he found himself amidst a bank heist, and by an unfortunate twist of fate, he was patrolling nearby when he walked through the door and was struck on the head by a fire extinguisher, rendering him unconscious as he lingered on the brink of consciousness. A voice resonated in his mind. Beep, wish system binding successful. Initiating new user gift package retrieval. Beep, congratulations. User has received 3 wishes. In his dazed state, Yongling could only think one thought. I do not wish to die. Beep, wish granted. User acquires skill, injury recovery. Description: regardless of the nature of external injury sustained, the user will recover within 5 seconds. As the system's voice faded, Yongling felt a warm current surge through his body. In the next moment, he regained consciousness, touching his head and rising as if nothing had happened. Fueled by youthful vigor and indignation, Yongling snapped back to reality, disregarding his surroundings, and roared, "Which bastard hit me? He'll make you pay." Beep, wish granted. User acquires skill, mastery of throwing. Description: with the user's physical strength, the accuracy of thrown objects is assured at 100. Once again, warmth flooded his body, and with a fierce shout, Yongling seized the fire extinguisher beside him and hurled it at the nearest robber. Bang! The extinguisher struck the masked assailant squarely on the forehead, producing a dull thud before he collapsed to the ground. Unconscious in the sudden chaos, both the panicked bank employees and the robbers were momentarily stunned by the appearance of this young assistant who had sprung into action. One of the robbers, his face obscured by a stocking, quickly regained his composure and shouted. Raising his gun to shoot, Yongling was startled, but with nothing else to throw in sight, he recalled the coin in his pocket. Beep, mastery of throwing skill activated. Smack! In the blink of an eye, the coin shot straight into the robber's open mouth, causing him to freeze momentarily before clutching his throat and collapsing to the ground, writhing in agony. Boss! The remaining hefty robber cried out in despair, brandishing a machete as he charged at Yongling, having dispatched 2 assailants. Yongling was now intensely focused. He shouted in his mind, I wish to win against this robber. Beep. Wish granted. User acquires skill. Mastery of Tai Chi As warmth enveloped him once again, the hefty robber bore down on him. Utilize his strength against him. Yongling called out softly, dodging the blade and pulling the robber off balance. With a swift move, he executed a technique, striking the robber's head with both hands from behind. The hefty man staggered as if struck by a heavy blow, glancing back at Yongling before collapsing, foam spilling from his mouth. Silence engulfed the room, a deathly stillness. Had 3 robbers truly been subdued so effortlessly? The bank employees and civilians, poised to flee, stood frozen, their eyes fixed on the young assistant, creating an exceedingly awkward atmosphere. Beep, you have thwarted the robber's wish to rob the bank, earning 1 free attribute point. Beep, you have fulfilled the wish of the people present to be rescued, earning 1 wish value. Description: when your wish value reaches 10 points, a wish can be made. Yongling, equally stunned, listened to the system's voice in his mind, a whirlwind of emotions churning within. System? What system? Could this be my chance for fortune? Chapter 2, The First Pot of Gold. The wail of police sirens echoed outside the bank as heavily armed SWAT officers surged in, only to be met with a scene that left them momentarily speechless. 3 masked robbers lay sprawled on the floor, one still frothing at the mouth at tea that moment. A middle-aged man in police uniform rushed in, momentarily taken aback before inquiring, "What happened here?" Instantly, a bystander shouted, "You're late." This young man took care of the bad guys. Youth? The middle-aged man turned his suspicious gaze towards Yongling and asked, "Did you do all this?" Now fully aware, Yongling, empowered by the system, felt a surge of confidence. With a slight smile, he replied, "Just lucky. That's all." The man's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the crowd for confirmation. Upon receiving a nod, he clapped Yongling on the shoulder and said, "Well done, young man. What department are you from? And what is your name?" Standing at attention, Yang Ling replied. Reporting in, I am a new recruit. Yang Ling, his composed demeanor and assertive tone prompted the middle-aged man to nod approvingly. Yang Ling, is it? Good. I'll remember you. He then instructed the SWAT team, secure the scene and conduct a thorough sweep for any remaining threats. And copy the surveillance footage. I need to review it. It was only then that Yang Ling learned the identity of the middle-aged man, Song Bowie, a prominent leader from the S-City Bureau. After a brief period of instructions and having reviewed the footage, Song Bowie turned to Yang Ling with admiration and said, Yang, is your head still throbbing? You did remarkably well, and we owe you our gratitude. Come, let's have a chat. Feeling somewhat bashful, Yang Ling scratched his head. 2 hours later, he found himself at S-City First People's Hospital. Though the examination showed no serious issues, he was admitted as a precaution, assigned to the finest ward as a work-related injury. Reclining on the comfortable bed, he finally had the opportunity to examine his attributes. Host, Yang Ling strength. 8 average for adult males is 10. Agility, 9 average for adult males is 10. Stamina, 9 average for adult males is 10. Charm, inactive, skills. I of. Insight, innate skill, mastery of injury recovery, mastery of throwing, mastery of Tai Chi wish slots, 110. Free attribute points, 1. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Ling allocated his single attribute point to agility. After all, being quick on his feet was essential. In recognition of his bravery in confronting the robbers, Yang Ling was publicly commended by various authorities, who unanimously decided to reward him with 100,000 renminbi. For a young man just stepping into society, this marked a fortuitous beginning. Though his academic performance had been commendable, financial constraints had forced him to forego college in pursuit of work. Now, with this newfound wealth, he could contemplate retaking entrance exams or even venturing into entrepreneurship. Most importantly, he had a system at his disposal. Clad in hospital attire, he picked up a bunch of grapes from the bedside table and ambled out of the ward, quietly commanding in his mind, I have insight. Instantaneously, he noticed a nurse ahead radiating a red glow. Any being glowing red under the eye of insight harbored a desire. Seeing the nurse fidgeting anxiously, he approached her courteously and inquired, Miss Nurse, what troubles you? Chapter 3. Take a look in the mirror. The petite nurse, with her pure and charming demeanor, appeared to have just graduated from school. With a hint of urgency in her voice, she exclaimed, a vial of anesthetic for the patient has gone missing. What should I do if I can't find it? The head nurse will scold me. Anesthetic? Yang Ling glanced around and suddenly noticed something, whispering, don't move. Huh. The young nurse was startled and indeed froze in place. Yang Ling's hand brushed past her ear, and under her slightly blushing gaze, he tore a piece of tape from the back of her collar, revealing a small vial affixed to it. He raised it and asked, is this the anesthetic you were looking for? The nurse was momentarily taken aback, then joyfully exclaimed, yes. Yes, that's it. Yang Ling chuckled as he handed her the vial, saying, to have stashed the anesthetic in your collar, you truly possess a unique talent. Her cheeks flushed. She hurriedly thanked him and briskly walked towards a patient room ahead. Hey, I haven't asked your name yet, Yang Ling called out, but she had already disappeared from sight. Ding. You have fulfilled the nurse's wish value 1. Hearty laughter filled Yang Ling's heart as he contemplated wandering about, when suddenly 2 nurses approached him. One, appearing to be around 25 or 26, sneered, what? Are you her boyfriend? Yang Ling was taken aback by the question and shook his head, replying, I don't know her. Is there something you need? If you don't know her, mind your own business. Oh, it was clear that their intentions were less than friendly. Yang Ling narrowed his eyes, a smirk playing on his lips as he remarked, I was wondering why anyone would be foolish enough to stick anesthetic on their collar. So it was your handiwork. What's it to you? You just got lucky, the other nurse retorted disdainfully. Look at the kind of people staying here. Do you really think you belong? Yang Ling genuinely surveyed his surroundings. The ambience was serene, the decor unlike that of an ordinary hospital ward. Those who could stay here were undoubtedly affluent or distinguished. In other words, the higher-ups had treated him well, assigning him to a premier ward. I see, he mused. Those residing here are indeed significant figures. And that young nurse is far more attractive than either of you. making it easier for her to garner the attention of the prominent individuals. You envy her and seek to harass her, wishing to drive her away. Am I right? And I, by mere chance, have thwarted your plans. Hence your attempt to mock and warn me? The first nurse, hearing his words, scoffed. Attractive? Is she even attractive? Just a fool. Yongling chuckled, pointing to a nearby mirror. Go on, take a look at yourselves. If she is not pretty, then you must be hideous. You. The two women glared at him. And at that moment, the system's notification chimed. Ding. You have shattered the nurse's desire to bully. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have crushed their intent to ridicule you. Attribute points 1. Seeing the two women rendered speechless and having gained 2 more attribute points, Yongling laughed heartily, ignoring them as he continued to stroll forward. Watching his retreating figure, one of the women sneered, just a stroke of luck, what does it matter? Before she could finish her sentence, an object suddenly soared towards her, landing perfectly in her mouth. It was a grape. From a short distance away, Yongling raised a bunch of grapes and remarked, sometimes, without strength, luck will not be kind to you. The nurse spat out the grape, and both women, gazing at his diminishing silhouette, exchanged glances filled with fear. Chapter 4. The ex-girlfriend. As Yongling stepped into the elevator, he suddenly felt an itch on his neck. Swatting at it instinctively, he killed a mosquito on the spot. Ding. You have thwarted the mosquito's desire to feast on your blood, earning 1 attribute point. What? Is that even counted? Yongling was initially taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. If he kept swatting mosquitoes, wouldn't he accumulate attribute points endlessly? Just as this thought formed, the system chimed in his mind. Ding dong. You may only earn 2 attribute points daily from non-sentient beings. Yongling couldn't help but smile wryly. The system was indeed full of tricks. In the elevator, he casually assisted a nurse in moving a hospital bed, earning a wish value in the process. By the time he arrived outside the inpatient building, night had completely fallen. Strolling into a small park within the hospital, Yongling noticed the area was deserted and decided to open his attribute panel. He currently had 3 attribute points, which seemed pointless to leave unallocated. After a moment's hesitation, he distributed 1 point to strength and 2 points to agility. His panel now read, Host, Yongling Strength, 9 Agility, 12 Constitution, 10 Charm, not activated. Once the allocation was complete, a warm sensation surged through his limbs, bringing an indescribable comfort. Taking a deep breath, he picked up a few stones from the ground and hurled them with force. Ding. Proficiency in throwing activated. Bang. A muffled sound echoed as the stone struck a branch, about the thickness of a thumb, swaying violently. Yongling felt a mix of joy and disappointment. It was indeed remarkable that his throwing proficiency boasted a 100 accuracy rate, yet his lack of strength prevented him from breaking the branch. Humans are perpetually driven to ascend and grow stronger, and Yongling was no exception. As he contemplated whether to allocate more points to strength in the future, a male voice called out from nearby, Oh, visiting a relative and running into an acquaintance. Isn't that Yongling? Playing in the mud at this hour? Yongling furrowed his brows and turned around, momentarily taken aback. The newcomers were a man and a woman. The man appeared to be in his early 20s, dressed well, and possessed an attractive stature. The woman, around 18 or 19 years old, wore a lovely dress and had long hair, her features embodying a pure and sweet beauty. At this moment, the girl looked at Yongling with a hint of embarrassment. After a brief hesitation, she greeted him. Yongling, long time no see. Yongling sighed internally. This beautiful girl was Feng Yue, his girlfriend during high school. Unfortunately, when they reached their senior year, she had discarded him for the boyfriend of a wealthy family. Driven by money, she ultimately achieved her dream of attending Donghua University, the top institution in their province and 3rd in the nation. The young man beside Feng Yue was her affluent boyfriend, Tian, the son of the chairman of the Tian group, rumored to possess a fortune of 30 billion. Yongling gazed silently at Feng Yue, beneath his calm facade. His eyes subtly flickered. Encountering his ex-girlfriend again stirred a whirlwind of emotions within him. After a moment of silence, he merely nodded slightly as a form of acknowledgement and turned to leave. Feng Yue watched Yongling's retreating figure, a fleeting shadow of melancholy crossing her face. Beside her, Tianjuan's expression darkened. To speak with Yang Ling and be ignored was an affront to him. "Stop," Tianjuan commanded sharply, and indeed, Yang Ling halted, turning to face him with an indifferent gaze. "What? Do you need something?" Chapter 5. Do you dare to strike me? Upon uttering those words, both Tianjuan and Fang Yue were momentarily taken aback. In their recollection, Yang Ling had always possessed a somewhat timid disposition. He would shy away from confrontations, even with the more assertive individuals at school, let alone facing Tianjuan. However, at this moment, his tranquil gaze and composed tone seemed to suggest a complete transformation. Tianjuan even discerned a hint of disdain reflected in Yang Ling's eyes, which provoked a profound irritation within him. With a cold chuckle, he remarked, "It's been over half a year since we last met, and you've certainly changed. Just because you've become an assistant manager. Do you truly believe you are now a civil servant? Let me tell you, a useless person will forever remain useless. Do you believe I could utter a single word that would render you incapable of even fulfilling that role?" Noticing that Tianjuan genuinely appeared incensed, Fang Yue hastily interjected, "Yan Gu, let it go. He is already quite unfortunate. We will have no further dealings with him, so let us leave." Her words somewhat assuaged Tianjuan's irritation. Observing Yang Ling's silence, he sneered, "I thought you had a semblance of dignity just moments ago, but it seems you remain that same coward. For Yue's sake, I want to hold this against you. Step aside, for this young master intends to stroll through the garden." Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when a sharp crack resonated along the garden path. Slap! In an instant, Yang Ling struck Tianjuan, sending him sprawling to the ground. Silence enveloped the scene, a suffocating stillness. Both Fang Yue and the fallen Tianjuan, clutching his cheek, were rendered speechless. Yang Ling, with an indifferent tone, remarked, "My apologies. A mosquito was buzzing near my ear, and I couldn't help but respond. I trust one haven't injured you, young Master Tian." His demeanor remained unperturbed, and his gaze, imbued with a sense of superiority, suggested that in Yang Ling's eyes, Tianjuan was no more significant than a mere mosquito. "You dare to strike me?" Tianjuan finally regained his composure and bellowed, "Where are the bodyguards? Where have they gone? Get out here." Before he could complete his sentence, Yang Ling retaliated with another swift slap. Slap! A sharp sound echoed again as one of Tianjuan's teeth was sent flying, and he collapsed once more, half of his face swelling dramatically. Yang Ling looked down at him with a cold smirk, saying, "Summer mosquitoes are truly bothersome. Should they continue their buzzing, I shall have to silence them entirely." A blatant threat. Tianjuan was left dazed, while Fang Yue covered her mouth with her small hand, her eyes wide with disbelief. At that moment, two bodyguards clad in dark suits rushed over, one assisting their young master while the other, a towering figure, aimed a punch directly at Yang Ling. "To act?" Yang Ling scoffed, still holding two pebbles from his earlier game. A glint of ferocity flashed in his eyes as he unleashed a rapid succession of strikes. Ding! The proficiency skill for throwing activated, and his current accuracy stood at 100. Bang! Bang! Two dull thuds resounded as one pebble struck the bodyguard's forehead, shattering his sunglasses, while the other pebble hit the guard's knee. With his legs buckling beneath him, the bodyguard staggered and lunged toward Yang Ling, seizing the opportunity. Yang Ling stepped forward and delivered a powerful punch to the guard's face. Though his strength was merely 10 points, a normal range, it was sufficient. The bodyguard felt stars bursting before his eyes and collapsed to the ground, howling in agony. With an agility rating of 12, Yang Ling moved with enhanced speed. Seizing the moment, he landed a kick to the bodyguard's abdomen. After a flurry of 3 strikes, the bodyguard fell to the ground, rendered incapable of further combat. Chapter 6. Deliver this woman to me. What? Another bodyguard, crouching on the ground and supporting his young master, widened his eyes in disbelief. Before he could comprehend the situation, a shoe sole came crashing towards his face. Bang! With a dull thud, the bodyguard was kicked squarely in the head and fell unconscious on the spot. Although this series of events seemed lengthy, it transpired in a mere matter of seconds. Tianjuan was stunned, his mouth agape as if he could swallow an egg whole. These two bodyguards had been hired at a high price, and yet they were dispatched so effortlessly. Fang Yue stared blankly at Yang Ling, The contrast between his previous demeanor and the current one was staggering. The impression of the frail youth that lingered in her mind shattered, replaced by the formidable and fierce man standing before her now. As Yongling approached, Tian felt his legs weaken, paralyzed by fear, unable to muster the strength to flee. Trembling, he stammered, "You are not Yongling. You cannot be the Yongling." "How is this possible?" Yongling sneered. "People can change. I chose not to hold it against you before, but now you seem to have gained confidence." As he drew closer, he looked down upon Tian, a faint glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his gaze. What do you want?" Tian quivered in fear, his voice trembling. "I can give you money. Please, don't harm me." "Money?" Yongling retorted coldly. "I have no interest in your money." He gestured towards Fang Yue. "Deliver this woman to me, and I shall spare you. Otherwise, I will break your legs." "Ah!" Fang Yue trembled uncontrollably, unable to fathom that Yongling would make such a demand. Instinctively, she glanced at Tian, hoping her boyfriend would not treat her as a mere object to be bartered. Tian stood frozen, glancing between Yongling's mocking smile and Fang Yue's tear-filled eyes. Ultimately, fear overcame his pride, and he slowly nodded. "Ah." Fang Yue could no longer contain her tears, which cascaded down her cheeks, while Yongling burst into raucous laughter, reveling in his delight. "Ha ha ha, young Master Tian, what kind of society are we living in? I was merely jesting." "And you actually agreed? Do you think I, Yongling, would desire such a wilted flower?" His words were cruel, piercing Fang Yue's heart like a dagger, causing her chest to heave violently, as if she were gasping for air. At that moment, the bodyguard who had been kicked by Yongling suddenly sprang to life, executing a swift spin and launching a fierce kick towards Yongling. Though Yongling had undergone systematic enhancements, improving his attributes somewhat, he was still an ordinary person, and could only raise his arms in defense. The impact echoed as the kick sent him stumbling backward, crashing against a tree. This bodyguard, resilient in nature, had not completely succumbed to unconsciousness and chose to strike back at Yongling at his moment of triumph. Tian leaped up, laughing maniacally. "Yongling, my bodyguard is called Iron Leg. That kick can shatter your bones. How dare you humiliate me? You are doomed, utterly doomed. Break his legs for me. I will take the blame if anything goes wrong." The bodyguard, known as Iron Leg, shook his head, visibly dazed. Yet he nodded at Tian and advanced towards Yongling. The situation had turned, and Fang Yue, overwhelmed by the continuous shocks, remained dazed, her tear-filled eyes fixed on Yongling, unsure of what to do next. At that moment, after sustaining a heavy blow, Yongling heard a voice resonating in his mind. Ding! Healing skill activated. A warm sensation coursed through him, instantly restoring him to his former state. He opened his eyes, stood upright slowly, and his gaze was devoid of any pretense of restraint. "Tian, I hear you intend to break my legs?" Chapter 7. My name is Yongling. With the character Ling signifying sharpness. Hiss. Tian and his bodyguard simultaneously gasped in shock. How could this be? Yongling, you. Tian, rendered speechless by fear, stammered incoherently, while the bodyguard, trained and composed, quickly recovered and lunged at Yongling, delivering a swift kick aimed at his head. Clang! The mastery of Tai Chi was unleashed. Yongling evaded like a weeble, gracefully dodging the strike, and with a fluid turn, executed a sweeping kick that struck the bodyguard's supporting leg. Yet, to Yongling's surprise, the bodyguard's lower body was remarkably stable. The kick merely caused him to wobble without toppling him to the ground. Clearly, Yongling's strength fell short. However, the profound mastery of Tai Chi endowed him with the ability to adapt seamlessly to the situation. With a forceful grip, Yongling seized the bodyguard's ankle and yanked with vigor. Boom! The bodyguard could no longer maintain his balance and crashed to the ground. Seizing the moment, Yongling followed up with a decisive kick to the bodyguard's head, rendering him unconscious. 3 exchanges were all it took to subdue the bodyguard. If the prior ambush with pebbles had involved a stroke of luck, this was a testament to his genuine prowess. Tian, now pale and devoid of his earlier bravado, collapsed to the ground, staring in terror at Yongling. Meanwhile, Fang Yue trembled slightly, astonished by the unexpected might of her former boyfriend. who had once seemed so unassuming. The commotion had attracted a gathering of onlookers, their eyes wide with astonishment. This young man is formidable. A martial arts master? Oh, having such a boyfriend must bring a great sense of security. A chorus of awestruck exclamations filled the air, unfazed by the spectators. Yang Ling advanced step by step toward Tian, seemingly intent on breaking his legs. Trembling, Tian's eyes welled with tears as he shook his head repeatedly, whispering, "No. Please don't come any closer." At this juncture, Yang Ling's fury had eclipsed his rationality. Approaching Tian, he looked down upon him and slowly raised his foot. "An eye for an eye. I shall incapacitate you." With that, he aimed a forceful stomp at the man's calf. Just then, Fang Yue rushed forward, grasping his arm and imploring, her voice trembling, "Yang Ling, don't be impulsive, please." Yang Ling glanced at her, and in that moment, his reason returned. If he were to execute that kick, he could be charged with intentional harm, potentially incurring the wrath of the Tian family, whose power far surpassed his own. He regarded Fang Yue, his expression calming as he replied softly, "I understand your concerns." "That's good," she breathed a sigh of relief, but before she could fully relax, she heard Yang Ling's next words. "However, my name is Yang Ling," with the character Ling denoting sharpness. With that proclamation, he forcefully stomped down. Crack! The sound of a shattered bone echoed, followed by Tian Zhuoyin's anguished scream. Yang Ling had broken the man's leg. Hiss! The air was thick with gasps as onlookers, initially inclined to intervene, instinctively retreated a few steps. This seemingly delicate young man was, without a doubt, a ruthless individual. Ding! You have shattered Tian Zhuoyin's desire to mock you. Attribute points 1. Ding! You have thwarted the bodyguard's intentions to teach you a lesson. Attribute points 1. Ding! You have crushed Tian Zhuoyin's wish to avoid leg injury. Attribute points 1. Ding! You have fulfilled the onlooker's desire for entertainment. Wish points 1. Ding! You have thwarted the crowd's wish to mediate. Attribute points 1. Current freely distributable attribute points. 4. Current wish progress. 310. Chapter 8. Then I can only eliminate him. The persistent chime of the system notification echoed in the air as Yang Ling cast a glance at the writhing Tian Zhuoyin, who lay on the ground, groaning in agony. With a cold smirk, he remarked, "Whose leg is broken now?" The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence, punctuated only by the sounds of distress emanating from Tian Zhuoyin. As Yang Ling observed the pitiful figure of Tian Zhuoyin and the dazed expression of Fang Yue, he was about to depart when a young woman clad in a police uniform squeezed through the crowd. She appeared to be just over 20, possessing a graceful and dignified demeanor, exuding a refreshing aura of vitality, a true flower of the police force, and an exceptionally beautiful one at that. She took a few steps forward, surveying the chaos strewn across the ground, and furrowed her brows as she inquired, "Young Ling, what on earth happened here?" This woman was none other than Su Qiuxia, the captain of the second squad of the patrol team, and Yang Ling's direct superior. Renowned for her icy demeanor, she held her subordinates to strict standards and imposed even stricter expectations upon herself. Upon seeing her approach, Yang Ling was taken aback, the previously chilling atmosphere dissipating in an instant. He chuckled, "Captain Su, what brings you here?" "I'm merely resolving a dispute." "A dispute?" Su Qiuxia's brows knitted in concern. Having just arrived, she was unaware of Yang Ling's prior actions. At that moment, the wailing Tian Zhuoyin caught sight of her and, as if he had spotted a savior, yelled, "Officer Su, I am Tian Zhuoyin. This scoundrel broke my leg and attempted to murder me. You must arrest him at once." "Is that so?" Su Qiuxia turned her gaze to Yang Ling, her voice low and commanding. "What exactly transpired?" With a sigh, Yang Ling replied, "It would be difficult to clarify everything at this moment, Captain. Perhaps it would be best to prioritize getting them medical attention first." Su Qiuxia nodded slightly and addressed the onlookers, including medical personnel and security. "There are injured individuals on site. Please attend to them immediately." At her words, several individuals sprang into action, some fetching stretchers while others assisted the injured. As Tian Zhuoyin lay on the stretcher, he wailed and berated, "Su Qiuxia, our corporation pays so much in taxes every year. Don't you owe me an explanation?" At this, Su Qiuxia's gaze sharpened, and she addressed Tian Zhuoyin in a solemn tone, Young Master Tian. Paying taxes is a duty every citizen must uphold. We are law enforcement officers serving the public, not your personal enforcers. What explanation do you expect from me? I am off duty now. According to protocol, you may file a report, and my colleagues will handle it. Her words were resolute, devoid of any room for negotiation. Tianjian's expression turned venomous as he glared at Su Qiuxia, finally directing his ire towards Yang Ling, vowing, Yang Ling, I will ensure you lose everything and spend a lifetime in prison. We shall see about that. Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, summer brings an abundance of insects. A nuisance indeed. Should any more mosquitoes dare buzz in my ear, I shall be left with no choice but to eliminate them. His tone grew colder, and his gaze sharpened once more. Tianjuan, now gripped by fear and overwhelming pain from his fractured leg, succumbed to a mixture of humiliation, agony, and fear, ultimately passing out. Fang Yue, wiping her tears, glanced at Yang Ling before hastening to follow the stretcher. With her departure, the crowd lost interest in the spectacle, many casting fearful glances at Yang Ling before dispersing. Yang Ling, are you all right? Su Qiuxiao inquired. Yang Ling chuckled. Thank you for your concern, Captain. I am perfectly fine. Good to hear. Walk with me, she said. Under the luminescent moon, as they traversed the garden path of the hospital, Su Qiuxiao furrowed her brows and asked, what exactly was going on earlier? Did you break Tianjuan's leg? Chapter 9. A beautiful greeting. Yang Ling touched his nose and smiled gently, saying, it's nothing serious. Old friends must catch up. Catch up? Su Qiuxiao responded with a non-committal smile, seemingly reluctant to inquire further. She gazed at Yang Ling and remarked, after your remarkable achievement, I reviewed some of your files and learned about your connection with Tianjuan and Fang Yue. Now that you've injured one of them, do you have the means to hire a lawyer when legal proceedings commence? Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded nonchalantly, when soldiers arrive, I will meet them. When water comes, I shall dam it. I have my own methods. Seeing Yang Ling's relaxed demeanor, Su Qiuxiao sighed lightly and nodded, I will report this to Director Song. I hope he can think of a solution for you. By the way, I reviewed the bank robbery surveillance footage. Was that Tai Chi you employed? Yang Ling had already prepared an excuse and nodded, saying, I learned it from my master back home when I was a child. I never expected it would come in handy. Su Qiuxiao studied Yang Ling intently and, noticing his calm expression, eventually nodded. I suppose that makes sense. With your skills, make sure you do not stray down the wrong path and do not provoke trouble, understood? Yang Ling smiled. Rest assured, I will not instigate any trouble. Ding. You have given a positive response, fulfilling Su Qiuxiao's wish. Wish value 1. Is that so? Yang Ling thought, feeling a surge of joy. He shifted the topic. Captain, what brings you here? Su Qiuxiao shot him a disapproving glance at his playful remark. The icy beauty's expression was unexpectedly expressive, causing Yang Ling's heart to skip a beat, and he felt a slight flush on his cheeks. Su Qiuxiao, however, paid no mind to his reaction and casually mentioned, I stopped by on my way home to inform you that the lead robber is a habitual offender. You have truly accomplished something significant. A habitual offender? Yang Ling exclaimed in surprise. Could he be the one from the series of robberies a few years ago? Su Qiuxiao nodded. It seems he has run out of money and thought to venture out again. By the way, I received a notice from the city bureau. In a few days, after the leaders finish their business, they will visit your home to express their condolences. Prepare yourself after your discharge. Huh. Yang Ling was momentarily stunned and then smiled wryly. He was not keen on such ostentatious displays, yet he understood this was a long-standing honorable tradition of the state, and his objections would be futile. Glancing at the beautiful woman beside him, he felt puzzled. Such matters could simply be communicated over the phone. Why the need for an in-person visit? Then it dawned on him. Although he had indeed captured a serial robber, he was merely an auxiliary personnel. A monetary reward and some honor would suffice. Su Qiuxiao, as his superior with a formal position, stood to gain a significant promotion from this grand achievement. It became clear that this beautiful superior had come to express her gratitude, albeit indirectly, under the guise of a visit. Noticing Yang Ling's amused gaze, Su Qiuxiao felt an unusual warmth flush her cheeks. She turned her head away, attempting to conceal her embarrassment, and huffed, Consider this a favor I owe you. Since you appear to be fine, I shall take my leave. With that, she turned to leave. Ding. You have shattered Su Qiuxia's concealed gratitude. Attribute points 1. Watching her retreating figure, Yang Ling laughed heartily. Captain, how can you visit a patient empty-handed? Remember to bring some fruit next time. I love grapes. Su Qiuxiao paused momentarily, glanced back at the grinning Yang Ling. Her face slightly flushed, and then quickened her pace. Chapter 10. Transforming into a tycoon after bidding farewell to his beautiful superior. Yang Ling did not rush back to the hospital room. Following the incident with Tian, he had acquired 4 attribute points, and with Su Qiuxia contributing another point. He now possessed 5 points to allocate at his discretion. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to invest 2 points into strength, 2 into agility, and 1 into stamina. This adjustment rendered his attributes considerably more appealing. Strength, 11 agility, 13 stamina, 11 charm, unactivated at this juncture. His strength and stamina surpassed the average of an adult male by a slight margin, while his agility of 13 was comparable to that of a typical athlete. Satisfied, he smiled faintly and activated his Eye of Insight. Under the gaze of the eye, all beings with aspirations radiated a crimson light. However, Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback. The sheer volume of red lights before him was astonishing. The entire garden was awash with floating crimson glimmers. Approaching the nearest source, he discovered a colony of ants laboriously transporting a grasshopper. Do you two harbor wishes? Yang Ling chuckled heartily and casually tossed the grasshopper into the anthill. Ding. You have fulfilled the ant's wish to transport food. Wish value 1. Current progress, 610. Ding. You have satisfied the carp's desire to be fed. Wish value 1. Ding dong. You may only acquire 2 wish values daily from non-sentient beings. Your quota is now full. As expected, Yang Ling chuckled bitterly. Since animals could no longer yield wish values, he shifted his gaze beyond the garden. However, he soon identified a significant dilemma. While many possessed wishes, not all could be easily fulfilled. Some wished for recovery from illness, while others aspired to wealth. In total, most were beyond his capacity to assist. Fortunately, luck was on his side today. He had earned 2 wish values from the cleaning lady and fortuitously encountered a little girl lost in the halls. Late at night, in the garden, after he diligently rescued a security guard who had accidentally fallen into a pond during his rounds, he finally met the criteria. Ding. Your current wish progress is 1010. You may now make a wish. Yang Ling felt a surge of excitement, swiftly moving to a secluded corner. Taking a deep breath, he fervently declared in his heart, System, grant me $10 trillion at once. I wish to become a tycoon. The saying goes that greed can lead to one's downfall, and his desires were far beyond mere ambition. This was akin to swallowing an entire year's worth of provisions. Ding. Wish failed. The host's desires may only enhance a specific skill or physical function. Altering the external world is not permitted. Please rephrase your wish. What? Yang Ling, in a fit of frustration, exclaimed, You can't even grant me this amount of money? What kind of wish system are you? A mere farce. Ding. Please maintain your composure. The words maintain your composure echoed incessantly in Yang Ling's mind, resembling an incantation, leaving him speechless and in disbelief. After a moment, he lamented internally that the dreams of overnight riches or immediate invincibility were unattainable. The path forward lay in steady perseverance, taking measured steps towards his goals. Seated on a park bench, he pondered for a considerable time before deciding that his immediate aim should be to attend university, particularly a prestigious one. Education would serve as a stepping stone, invaluable for any future endeavors, and his deeply held aspirations demanded such academic credentials. After a brief hesitation, he resolutely declared, I wish to become an academic prodigy. Ding. The term academic prodigy is too vague. You may only select one subject for enhancement. Damn. He couldn't help but curse. The college entrance examination in Huaxia typically occurs at the end of June, encompassing 6 subjects, with only 15 days remaining. He lacked confidence in making 6 wishes within such a brief time frame. Chapter 11. Photographic Memory. Moreover, his indiscriminate use of the Eye of Insight to enhance his attributes poses a significant risk. To others, it appears as though he is giving without receiving. While this may be acceptable once or twice, over time it will inevitably lead to rumors. In this age of rampant information, he could either be seen as a living embodiment of altruism or, worse yet, as someone with ulterior motives. Regardless of the interpretation, he would undoubtedly attract undue attention. Should any discerning individuals notice his rapid progress in various areas and investigate, it would spell trouble. Therefore, although the eye of insight must be employed and attributes must be augmented, moderation is crucial. One must exercise restraint. The pressing dilemma now is how to secure admission to a prestigious university within a mere 15 days. After pondering on a bench for an extended period, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind, and he spoke solemnly. System, I wish for the ability of photographic memory. Ding. The host wishes to possess the ability of photographic memory. Is this confirmation? Upon hearing this, Yang Ling felt a surge of joy. The absence of further prompts indicated that this wish was indeed feasible. He hastily confirmed his desire. Ding. Wish granted. The host has acquired the skill, photographic memory. Photographic memory. Memory enhanced to 100, max level. As the system's voice resonated, a warm sensation surged from his core into his mind. He had indeed acquired this skill. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully completing the first wish, activating a special attribute, charm. Notice, as your charm value increases, aspects such as your appearance, demeanor, and disposition will correspondingly improve. Notice, charm value cannot be increased by attribute points. Each time a wish is granted, your charm value automatically increases by 1 point. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Upon opening his attribute panel, he indeed saw an additional charm attribute beneath his energy value, now standing at 1 point. Such a benefit? He approached the small pond in the park and gazed down. Under the moonlight, the lake reflected the visage of a handsome young man. Had he grown more attractive? Yang Ling chuckled heartily. While he was not particularly concerned with his looks, it was certainly a delightful bonus. What truly mattered to him was the skill of photographic memory. With this thought, he promptly rose and hurried toward the hospital room. Upon returning to his room, he swiftly skimmed through a magazine before tossing it aside. He then began to recollect its contents, and moments later, a smile graced his face. The magazine's information vividly resurfaced in his mind, flawlessly intact. Splendid. Yang Ling laughed joyfully. With this newfound ability, he could voraciously consume books, textbooks, and detailed explanations of extracurricular exercises. However, as it was quite late, he contained his excitement and soon drifted into slumber. A night passed without incident, and the following morning, Yang Ling donned a fresh outfit and left the hospital room early. He intended to register for the entrance examination and purchase some textbooks and reference materials. Just as he reached the hospital entrance, a melodious voice called his name from behind. Turning around, he was pleasantly surprised. The speaker was the lovely nurse he had assisted the previous day, now dressed in a casual long dress with her hair cascading down. She appeared even more radiant, rivaling even Feng Yue in beauty. As she approached, the nurse smiled and said, I didn't get a chance to thank you yesterday. I appreciate your help. Yang Ling nodded slightly and replied, there was something I didn't get to mention yesterday. Curious, the nurse inquired, what is it? Your name. Yang Ling responded seriously, gazing at her. Chapter 12. The Nurse's Shield. The young nurse, Zhang Yuro, stared blankly at Yang Ling for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. Just ask away. I thought it was something serious. My name is Zhang Yuro. Zhang Yuro. Yang Ling murmured, appreciating the name. Noticing the faint blush radiating from the nurse, he chuckled. You must be hungry after your shift. Come. Let me treat you to breakfast. Zhang Yuro was momentarily taken aback, instinctively rubbing her stomach as she murmured, how did you know I was hungry? However, before she could finish her thoughts, Yang Ling had already walked ahead. Moments later, they arrived at a breakfast shop where Yang Ling ordered 2 servings of soup dumplings. Zhang Yuro, genuinely famished, expressed her gratitude and began to eat delicately. Ding. You have fulfilled Zhang Yuro's desire for breakfast. Wish value 1, current progress 110. Yang Ling smiled at this and joined in the meal. Just as they were enjoying their food, a young man suddenly approached and sat down, his expression revealing surprise. Yuro? Zhang Yuro jumped, and upon seeing the young man, an uneasy look crossed her face. "Dr. Wong, what are you doing here?" The man, referred to as Dr. Wong, leaned in closer, excitement in his demeanor. "You changed hospitals without notifying me? I searched for a long time before discovering you were at the first hospital. I came specifically to find you." Zhang Yuro shifted slightly closer to Yang Ling, stammering, We are not suited for each other. Please do not harass me anymore." The young man's expression darkened as he retorted coldly, "Not suited? Have you forgotten who saved your father's life?" Tears welled up in Zhang Yuro's eyes as she trembled. "You saved my father, for which I am immensely grateful. But we have paid for your services. Please stop seeking me out." Observing her distressed expression and noticing the eyes of many onlookers, Dr. Wong sighed gently. "Don't cry. Feelings can be cultivated over time." As he spoke, he produced a thick book. "You wanted to learn traditional Chinese medicine, right? This annotated edition of Treatise on Cold Damage and Miscellaneous Diseases is my cherished possession. Consider it a gift. Are you free tomorrow? Let us have a meal together." Tomorrow." Zhang Yuro became flustered, suddenly glancing at Yang Ling with urgency. "Yang Ling, didn't we agree to watch a movie together tomorrow?" While saying this, she repeatedly blinked at him. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, realizing that this girl was using him as a shield. With a sigh inwardly, he turned to the young man with a smile. "I'm sorry, Dr. Wong, but Nurse Zhang has indeed promised to accompany me to the movies." Ding. "Zhang Yuro wishes for you to act as a shield. You have fulfilled her wish. Wish value 1. Current progress 210. Dr. Wong's expression darkened instantly at this. He looked at Yang Ling with cold indifference. "May I inquire who you are?" Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, "Just a patient of hers." "A patient?" Dr. Wong scoffed. "I was asking what you do." Society is indeed pragmatic. Before engaging with someone, one considers their occupation, income, and connections. Yang Ling responded casually, "I work as an assistant." Dr. Wong sneered, and several bystanders in the breakfast shop cast disdainful glances in his direction. Chapter 13 Apologies, but I can recite this book by heart. Dr. Wong cast a disdainful glance at Yang Ling and said with a faint smile, "How about this? You need not bother watching the movie. I shall offer you 500 yuan, enough to purchase 10 tickets." As he spoke, he casually placed several hundred yuan notes on the table, adding, "I will also cover your breakfast. If there's nothing further, you may leave." What a mockery! A blatant derision. The salary of an auxiliary staff member cannot compare to that of a doctor. This individual clearly looked down upon Yang Ling. Simultaneously, a faint sound of ridicule emerged from the onlookers nearby. Yang Ling's expression gradually darkened as he replied coolly, "As a physician, one ought to be dedicated to healing and treating others kindly. Yet here you are, fixated on money. It seems your professional ethics are quite concerning. Even as an auxiliary staff member, I do not stoop to such vulgarity." This remark was quite astute, subtly implying that the man was utterly tasteless and unworthy of the medical profession. Many onlookers were momentarily taken aback, but soon recognized that although Yang Ling's ideals might be somewhat naive, he managed to criticize without resorting to vulgar language, showcasing a certain eloquence. In contrast, this doctor appeared quite pedestrian. They all cast curious glances at Yang Ling, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Ding. You have satisfied the onlooker's desire for spectacle. Wish value 1. Current progress 310. Zhang Yuro looked at Yang Ling with a smile, evidently finding his words in line with her values. Seeing this, Dr. Wong's expression turned sour. He had not anticipated that this auxiliary staff member would respond so cleverly. What was intended as a monetary mockery, meant to display his generosity and wealth to Zhang Yuro, had backfired spectacularly. The 500 yuan on the table now seemed particularly conspicuous, leaving him in a dilemma of whether to take it or leave it. Ding. You have shattered Dr. Wong's intention to ridicule you. Attribute point 1. Yang Ling, unexpectedly benefiting from his own words, felt a surge of joy, while Dr. Wong, now somewhat flushed, retorted, "After all these years of studying medicine, you dare lecture me on professional ethics? My offering of money was merely a gesture of goodwill. You should be grateful." He continued, "Can you even comprehend this medical text?" The crowd fell silent momentarily, as his words evidently lacked the eloquence of Yang Ling S. Yang Ling casually picked up the book titled Treatise on Cold Damage and Miscellaneous Diseases, flipping through its pages nonchalantly, and said with a smirk, "Dr. Wong, your arguments are becoming incoherent. In a field so unrelated to ours, it is not just me. Even our director might struggle to comprehend it. Should we assume our director is also someone who cannot appreciate a gift?" This declaration provoked a hearty laughter from the crowd. Yang Ling, with his sharp wit, had rendered Dr. Wong speechless, and the onlookers, who initially scorned Yang Ling, now regarded him as clever, assertive, and articulate. In the corner, several female college students exchanged glances. Clearly intrigued by Yang Ling, Zhang Yuro observed Yang Ling, her face brightening with a radiant smile, recalling the previous night when his hand brushed against her neck, causing her cheeks to flush. Dr. Wang's face alternated between red and white as he angrily exclaimed, "What gives you the right to touch my book? Remove your hands." Yang Ling carelessly tossed the book onto the table and replied indifferently, "If you intend to gift this book to Yuro, it appears you are quite well versed in it. Aren't you?" At this, Dr. Wang sneered. "Naturally, someone like you wouldn't comprehend what I have to say." Yang Ling chuckled, interestingly enough. "I too have perused the treatise on cold damage and miscellaneous diseases in my youth. How about this? Let us each recite a passage from the book and compare our accuracy. If you win, I shall tear up the movie tickets and remain here quietly. You may invite whomever you please. However, should I emerge victorious, you must cease your pursuit of Yuro. What do you say?" Chapter 14. Do you dare to compete with me? Upon hearing this proclamation, everyone was momentarily stunned, their faces soon morphing into expressions of disbelief. An outsider daring to match wits with a physician in matters of professional knowledge was akin to a mere mortal brandishing a sword before a legend. Many who previously held a modicum of admiration for Yang Ling began to shake their heads, some even casting scornful glances his way. This young assistant had become arrogant, seemingly oblivious to his own limitations. Even if he had perused the texts, he could never hope to rival a doctor's expertise. Should he prevail, I would live stream myself feasting on excrement, devouring it by the mouthful. Whispers began to circulate, yet Dr. Wang chuckled, remarking, "You must be Yang Ling, right? A fool is indeed a fool. You dare to wager your medical skills? You are utterly ignorant of your own insignificance. Very well, I accept your challenge." He then turned to Zhang Yuro, assuring her, "Do not worry, I shall emerge victorious. Tomorrow's meal is assured." Zhang Yuro, on the verge of tears, grasped Yang Ling's arm, urging in a hushed tone, "What are you thinking? You're putting me in jeopardy." Yang Ling offered her a reassuring glance before addressing Dr. Wang. "In the realm of expertise, each has their own domain. You may begin." At this juncture, Zhang Yuro had no choice but to step forward, reluctantly taking the medical text as a heavy sigh escaped her lips. Dr. Wang, undeterred by her trepidation, seized the opportunity to launch into an elaborate discourse on the treatment methods for wind-cold ailments as recorded in the treatise on typhoid and miscellaneous diseases. Zhang Yuro swiftly located the corresponding page, meticulously comparing the information. A crowd of onlookers began to gather, their expressions wide-eyed with intrigue. As expected of a physician, his words closely mirror those in the medical text. They murmured in awe. "He is truly impressive. He can convey so much information succinctly. If only my son possessed such prowess." As the spectators animatedly discussed, Zhang Yuro could only manage a wry smile. Dr. Wang, sensing the momentum in his favor, frequently cast triumphant glances at Yang Ling. After thoroughly discussing several treatment methods for wind-cold, he smugly inquired, "Yuro, am I not correct?" With a resigned sigh, she nodded in agreement. The 4 methods, along with annotations from esteemed experts, are indeed accurate. The crowd enthusiastically affirmed his knowledge. Although his demeanor was somewhat pedestrian, he undeniably possessed a degree of skill. Some even whispered to Zhang Yuro, suggesting that a doctor's lucrative profession would ensure financial security should she choose to marry him. Their attention shifted entirely away from Yang Ling, no one believing he could surpass Dr. Wang. Yet, Dr. Wang was resolute in his intention to humiliate Yang Ling, sneering, "I have finished. It is now your turn, Yang Ling." All eyes converged on Yang Ling, many adorned with mocking expressions. Zhang Yuro gazed at him helplessly, her face betraying her anxiety. Observing the reactions of those around him, Yang Ling smiled enigmatically. Very well. I shall share my own insights on the treatment of wind cold, which will spare Euro the trouble of searching for them. Ding dong. The skill of photographic memory was activated. A voice resonated within his mind. And for the next 10 minutes, the onlookers were left utterly astounded. Yang Ling spoke fluently, recounting an intricate passage from the treatise on typhoid and miscellaneous diseases regarding wind cold, delivering it with remarkable accuracy, comprehensiveness, and an array of illustrative examples, all enriched with annotations from venerable experts, without omitting a single word. Chapter 15. One should not judge by appearances. Zhang Yuro's mouth fell agape in disbelief as she gazed at Yang Ling. While the onlookers behind him could hardly believe their eyes, their mouths agape, as if they could swallow an egg whole. Goodness, this young man is incredibly formidable. Wow, this is truly a hermit master. Young sir, are you also in the medical field? Are you in need of a girlfriend? Bro, didn't you say you could eat shit for 5 seconds straight during a live stream? What's your room number? I'll send you gifts. The crowd was utterly astonished, an uproar filling the air. The glimmer in the eyes of several female college students as they looked at Yang Ling spoke volumes. Dr. Wang, nearly wide-eyed in shock, recognized that Yang Ling's assertions were entirely accurate, being a medical professional himself. He stared dumbfounded at the composed young man, finally comprehending the saying, one should not judge by appearances. With a gentle smile, Yang Ling inquired, so, Dr. Wang, I wasn't mistaken, was I? Dr. Wang's face fell. As a professional, it was humiliating to realize he was outperformed by an amateur. How could he possibly face anyone here? Many onlookers cast sympathetic glances his way. A blow too hard to bear. He rose to glance at Zhang Yuro, who was animatedly chatting with Yang Ling, a fleeting glimmer of resentment flashing in his eyes. Ding. You have fulfilled Zhang Yuro's wish for your victory. Wish value 1. Ding. You have satisfied the onlooker's desire for entertainment. Wish value 1. Current progress. 510. Ding. You have shattered Dr. Wang's wish for a date. Attribute point 1. As the system notifications chimed in his mind, Yang Ling felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. A single breakfast had garnered him 3 wish values and an attribute point. What a delightful experience. After Dr. Wang departed, Yang Ling noticed the crowd's attention had shifted entirely to him, with several individuals eager to engage him in conversation. Having nearly finished his breakfast, he decided to leave the CAF, accompanied by Zhang Yuro, who flitted about like an excited bird, seemingly forgetting about returning home for a nap. Yang Ling, you are amazing. Could you teach me traditional Chinese medicine? I've always wanted to obtain a license. She chirped. Yang Ling smiled faintly. Teaching you is certainly possible. However, regarding tuition, upon seeing Yang Ling's teasing smile, Zhang Yuro seemed to grasp his implication, her cheeks flushing instantly. So you're not as serious as I thought, she murmured softly. A hint of playful pouting in her demeanor, her head lowered as if truly contemplating something. Yang Ling, intending to tease her further, leaned in a bit closer and whispered playfully, what are you thinking? You wouldn't happen to like me, would you? Zhang Yuro jumped back in surprise, her face turning crimson as she huffed. I don't like younger boys. Goodbye. With that, she stormed off in a huff. Yang Ling watched her retreating figure, chuckling as he shook his head. He had matters to attend to and felt a twinge of reluctance to dismiss this delicate girl outright. So he provoked her to vent her frustration, thus providing himself a means to escape. Just as he intended to turn away, Zhang Yuro dashed back, phone in hand. Give me your WeChat, she demanded, a hint of urgency in her voice. Yang Ling smiled warmly, retrieving his phone from his pocket and opening WeChat. His device was one of the oldest models, long overdue for an upgrade, but such was the reality of his past struggles. Chapter 16. Go ahead and purchase it for me to see, she remarked. However, Zhang Yuro appeared utterly unconcerned by this, effortlessly adding him as a friend. Stealing a glance at Yang Ling, she whispered, next time, I'll treat you to a meal. Goodbye. With that, she turned and swiftly departed. Yang Ling observed her retreating figure, then glanced at his phone, a faint smile gracing his lips. He allocated the attribute points he had just acquired to agility, and he could distinctly feel his speed increase. In the ensuing hours, he visited the bank to withdraw the full amount of his 10,000 yuan check. retaining some cash while depositing the rest into his account, linking it to WeChat and Alipay. 10,000 ISNT, an insignificant sum, and thus he considered himself to possess a modest amount of money. Standing at the bank's entrance, he hesitated for a moment before opting not to purchase reference books directly. Instead, he made his way toward a shopping center. Earlier that morning, he had discovered that his photographic memory was remarkably adept, allowing him to absorb information without the need for meticulous reading. Even skimming through lines, he could vividly retain the text in his mind. It felt as though he were an enhanced scanner, capturing everything at a glance. Consequently, there was no need for him to spend money on various textbooks or exercises. He could simply peruse the offerings at the Xinhua bookstore. With this newfound wealth, he intended to acquire a new phone, not for the sake of ostentation, but because his current device was exceedingly sluggish. This shopping center was one of the more upscale establishments in S-City, bustling with a considerable number of patrons even at this early hour. As he approached the mobile phone counter, he was momentarily taken aback to recognize a few individuals conversing ahead, his former high school classmates. A heavily made-up girl derided a plainly dressed young man, Jiang Hua. "Are you really buying such a phone for your girlfriend? Can this 2,000 yuan phone even function?" Another girl of ordinary appearance immediately turned pale, while the young man named Jiang Hua retorted, "Chenping, what I choose for my girlfriend is none of your business. Just because your boyfriend has a bit of money doesn't make him superior, does it?" Beside Chenping stood a rather portly fellow, clearly her boyfriend. With a smug smile, Chenping wrapped her arm around his and boasted, "I never said that, but if I pulled a lipstick from my bag, I bet you couldn't afford it." She chuckled, seemingly amused by her own words. Being young and unable to endure such scorn, Jiang Hua promptly addressed the sales clerk. "Please bring me an iPhone 10, I'd like to give it a try." The clerk cast him a puzzled glance, but refrained from further comment. The iPhone 10 was one of the most expensive mainstream smartphones on the market, and as Jiang Hua examined the box marked with the price of 8,000, he fell silent. 8,000 was indeed a substantial amount for a young man just beginning his career. Observing this, Chenping sneered, "Go ahead and buy it. If you can afford this model, why would you even glance at that 2,000 yuan piece of junk? Show me if you can." The portly boyfriend also looked down his nose at Jiang Hua, though he lingered a moment longer when he noticed Jiang Hua's girlfriend. Jiang Hua, fueled by youthful bravado, had momentarily lost control, realizing only then that he could not afford such an extravagant purchase. Chapter 17. I purchased it. Yet as I beheld the eager gaze of my girlfriend beside me and the disdainful look from Chenping, a sense of unwillingness enveloped me. I truly felt discontented. To exit in such a dejected manner would not only invite scorn from my girlfriend, but would also render me contemptible in my own eyes. The commotion had already attracted considerable attention, with onlookers regarding Jiang Hua with a mix of disdain and pity. Whispers circulated among the crowd, mocking this hapless young man who had clearly lost his composure. As I absorbed these derisive murmurs, my fists clenched tightly, and I felt my eyes welling with tears. Yet, in the midst of my despair, a calm voice emerged from behind me. "I have purchased this phone for you." Although the voice was soft, it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. The crowd fell silent, and as I turned, a surge of joy filled me. "Young Ling, our bond had been strong during high school. We were inseparable friends. However, after graduation, life had led us down different paths, resulting in diminished contact." Yang Ling smiled and nodded. "I owed you 10,000 yuan. Consider this repayment." 10,000, you owed me? I was taken aback. Yet upon noticing Yang Ling's subtle gesture, I refrained from further inquiry. He approached the counter, smiling gently. "Please prepare the invoice. We shall purchase this phone." The sales clerk, observing Yang Ling's serene demeanor, had encountered a myriad of customers over her years in retail. Though he appeared unassuming, there was an undeniable aura about him, one she could not quite define. Regardless, she was certain that he could afford an iPhone 10. Instantly, she donned a bright smile and politely stated, "Sir, please hold on. I will prepare the invoice for you." Yang Ling nodded appreciatively, but at that moment, a derisive snort interrupted. "Yang Ling, when did you, a pauper, acquire the means to buy an iPhone 10? Surely, it must be funds saved from months of deprivation." buying a phone and living on instant noodles for half a year. Oh, you must be jesting. Regarding such a materialistic woman, Yang Ling had no desire to engage in conversation. Instead, he smiled at the sales clerk and added, by the way, I also intend to purchase a phone for myself. Let it be 2 units. 2 units? The sales clerk's eyes widened in disbelief. Sir, are you certain you wish to purchase 2 iPhone XS? The astonishment was palpable, not just from her, but from the surrounding spectators, who began to murmur among themselves. This young man hardly appeared affluent. Goodness, 2 iPhone XS, 16,000 yuan. I suspect he is merely boasting. Yang Ling, undeterred by the whispers, turned to the sales clerk with a smile. What? Do you doubt my ability to pay? The sales clerk, realizing her slip, quickly apologized. My apologies. 2 iPhone XS. I will prepare the invoice immediately. Meanwhile, Chenping seethed with frustration, nearly beside herself. Such individuals are often acutely sensitive. She discerned the 6 words encapsulated in Yang Ling's indifference towards her. I hold you in contempt. To be sneered at by someone she had long regarded with disdain was intolerable. Yet, in the public eye, she could not afford to lose her composure. Suppressing her anger, she coldly remarked, I shall see if you can afford it. Jiang Hua, on the other hand, felt a knot of anxiety in his stomach. He understood Yang Ling's family background all too well. To put it bluntly, they were genuinely impoverished, perhaps even more so than himself. It was evident that Yang Ling was stepping in to defend him, fearful of the humiliation he might face before his girlfriend. Such camaraderie is rare, truly rare. Chapter 18. Could he be an invisible rich second generation? He felt a mix of emotions, gratitude intertwined with apprehension, as he gazed at Yang Ling. Soon, the sales clerk prepared the bill and sweetly inquired, Sir, how would you like to pay? Yang Ling paused momentarily, then realized that in such a shopping mall, payments were typically made at the cash register. However, this sales associate seemed perceptive. Her question indicated she was likely fetching a mobile payment device. With a smile, Yang Ling replied, Let us use Alipay. Very well, please hold on a moment. After relaying instructions to another young lady beside her, she swiftly made her way to the cash register. In just a short while, the young sales clerk returned with the cashier in tow. Yang Ling calmly completed the transaction under the watchful eyes of the crowd and casually inquired about the various features of the iPhone X. Observing this, the onlookers began to murmur amongst themselves, and the disdainful glances directed at Yang Ling had transformed into expressions of intrigue. Reality is stark. Affluent men are often revered, while those lacking wealth find themselves marginalized. Jiang Hua, brimming with excitement, accepted the phone from Yang Ling, momentarily at a loss for words. After handing the device to his girlfriend, he simply looked at Yang Ling, overwhelmed with gratitude for this high school classmate and close friend. On the other side, Chenping wore an expression akin to having swallowed a fly, perplexed by Yang Ling's sudden ability to afford the iPhone X, 2 of them, no less, after being spurned by Feng Yue. Had she misjudged him? Was he, in fact, a concealed heir of wealth? Materialistic women see only currency. She inhaled deeply, attempting to compose herself before donning what she believed to be an endearing smile. In a soft tone, she ventured, Yang Ling, I misunderstood you before. There's a class reunion in a month. Shall we go together? No response. Yang Ling appeared oblivious to her words, remaining utterly unresponsive. Witnessing her abrupt shift in demeanor, bystanders began to murmur, labeling her actions as disingenuous. Jiang Hua mocked her. Chenping, didn't you previously assert that we weren't worthy of attending the reunion? What has prompted this sudden invitation? Do you wish for Yang Ling to buy you a phone as well? You. Chenping's countenance darkened as her intentions were exposed before everyone. Meanwhile, the voice of the system resonated in Yang Ling's mind. Ding. You have fulfilled Jiang Hua's desire to purchase an iPhone X. Wish value 1. Ding. You have satisfied Jiang Hua's girlfriend's wish. Wish value 1. Ding. You have gratified the onlooker's curiosity. Wish value 1. Ding. You have thwarted Chenping's mockery of Jiang Hua. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have crushed Chenping's desire to see you humiliated. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have thwarted Chenping's boyfriend's wish. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have nullified Chenping's attempt to get close. Attribute points 1. After a series of notifications, Yang Ling gained 4 attribute points and 3 wish values. His wish value now stood at 710. Just 3 more points would enable him to make another wish. It is worth noting that the citizens of Huaxia genuinely relish the spectacle. No matter where they go, this crowd contributes to wish values and attribute points. Elated internally, Yang Ling maintained an outwardly nonchalant demeanor and said to Zhang Hua, "It's been a while. Let us take a stroll." With that, he took the lead, walking ahead. Chapter 19. The plan to make money. Zhang Hua now felt both gratitude and admiration for Yang Ling, promptly urging his girlfriend to follow him. Throughout the encounter, Yang Ling never cast a glance at Chen Ping, rendering her completely invisible, as if she were merely a wisp of air. Chen Ping's face turned pale with anger. She glanced at Yang Ling's composed demeanor and then at the stout figure beside her, feeling a mix of anger and regret. Tears welled in her eyes. Unfazed by the materialistic woman's thoughts, Yang Ling concocted an excuse to dismiss Zhang Hua's girlfriend, who was engrossed in her phone. As they walked, he inquired, "How have you been lately?" Zhang Hua let out a bitter smile, replying, "Don't mention it, Yang Ge. What can a person like me, with no education or skills, do?" The terms of address had already shifted. Looking at Yang Ling, he added with a rueful grin, "Thanks for today. I assure you I'll repay the 8,000. Yang Ling chuckled, shaking his head. "There's no rush for the money. We can discuss it when you're ready." He then shifted the topic. "So, what are your plans moving forward?" to Zhang. With a grimace, Zhang Hua said, "I'll just take it one step at a time." Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he curiously asked, "Yang Ge, you seem to be doing quite well. Would it be all right if I followed your lead? Wherever you direct me, I shall go." Yang Ling looked at the young man beside him. His decision to assist Zhang Hua today stemmed from both camaraderie and personal motives. After a moment of contemplation, he replied earnestly, "I'm planning to devise a way to earn money, but it might turn out to be futile and a waste of time. You must be certain about following me." Seeing Yang Ling's seriousness, Zhang Hua's expression shifted as he nodded vigorously. "If funds are insufficient, I'll find a way to ask my family. Just tell me, how do you plan to proceed?" Ding. Your wish for Zhang Hua to join you in entrepreneurship has been granted. Wish value 1. Current progress, 810. Yang Ling beamed upon hearing this. The system's notification indicated that Zhang Hua was indeed intent on following him. Although his friend struggled academically, it didn't imply he was devoid of intelligence. Rather, he possessed a certain cleverness and capability. To earn money, Yang Ling needed assistance, and Zhang Hua was indeed an ideal candidate. With a smile, Yang Ling patted his shoulder. "Here's the deal. I'll provide you with 2,000 yuan in working capital. Help me scout for a suitable storefront. Once you find one, I'll negotiate the transfer price." Zhang Hua was taken aback. "Yang Ge, what kind of store are you planning to open? Do you have any specific requirements regarding location or size?" Yang Ling felt even more satisfied by Zhang Hua's inquiries. Such questions indicated he was no fool. As he transferred the 2,000 yuan via WeChat, he replied, "I already have a concept for the store. Don't worry about the money. Just focus on finding a place. Ideally, a space of 50 to 100 square meters would be best, and a good location is preferable. Though it's not a deal breaker if that proves challenging." Zhang Hua nodded. "Rest assured, I'll have it sorted within 3 days." "Great," Yang Ling said, giving his shoulder another pat. "As for salary and benefits, we'll discuss that once you secure the storefront. I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be on my way." Zhang Hua nodded, watching Yang Ling's retreating figure, still somewhat dazed. Yang Ling remained the same person he had always known, yet he exuded an aura of composure that hinted at a newfound authority, inspiring both admiration and a subtle sense of apprehension within Zhang Hua. Chapter 20. Unlimited wish opportunities. As Yang Ling emerged from the examination office, he felt quite pleased. His registration had gone smoothly, and he had even assisted a young lady, earning himself a bit of wish value, a delightful surprise indeed. While making his way to the Xinhua bookstore, he began to ponder. Having broken Tian Zhuyan's leg the previous night, it was only a matter of time before this individual sought revenge. This time, it would surely not be as simple as a few bodyguards. He urgently needed to enhance his strength. Currently, he had 5 free attribute points. After some hesitation, he decided to allocate 2 points to strength and 3 to agility. Thus, his attribute panel transformed into strength, 13 agility, 17 stamina, 11 charm, 1 wish value, 9-10 with a strength of 13. He had surpassed the average adult male, nearing the capability of a fitness trainer. His power was indeed considerable. As for his agility, at 17, it was nothing short of astounding. To put it plainly, his current speed rivaled that of the world's finest sprinters. Moreover, his nimbleness and swift reflexes had significantly enhanced his evasion capabilities. Even 4 or 5 ordinary individuals wielding knives, guns, or clubs would struggle to land a hit on him for a good 10 minutes. Of course, he was not yet at the level of dodging bullets. Regarding stamina, thanks to his proficiency in injury recovery skills, he could afford to neglect it for the time being. Although stamina was undeniably crucial, it pertained to his endurance, even playing a vital role in intimate encounters with women. Feeling a warm current coursing through his body, Yang Ling let out a sigh of relief. Only through the enhancement of his abilities could he attain a sense of security. As he continued walking, a guard dog suddenly began barking furiously beside him. Frowning, Yang Ling swiftly tossed a coin. Ding! Proficiency in throwing skills activated. Animals possess instincts. They do not provoke those stronger than themselves. The guard dog was struck on the forehead and, though it attempted to leap at him, it was clearly startled by Yang Ling's indifferent gaze, retreating with whimpers. Ding! You have thwarted the guard dog's attempt to intimidate you. Attribute point 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yang Ling recalled that he could earn 2 attribute points and 2 wish values daily from non-sentient beings, essentially free rewards. Without further delay, he opened the Eye of Insight. Moments later, not far from the Xinhua bookstore, he casually fed a few koi fish, prompting another system notification. Ding! Your current wish capacity is full. You may proceed to make a wish. Ding! The host has exhibited good behavior over the past 2 days. An additional reward of 1 unlimited wish opportunity has been granted. What? Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, reflecting on his actions over the last 2 days. He realized that he had either assaulted someone or broken someone's leg, or perhaps delivered a resounding slap to a show-off, and even kicked a dog. Was this really considered good behavior? Was this a wish system or a system for promoting villainy? This reward ignited a desire within Yang Ling to fully unleash his potential. After a brief moment of contemplation, he excitedly inquired, System, you mentioned an unlimited wish. Then grant me $100 billion. Ding! Money cannot be conjured out of thin air. The system can gather $100 billion from various parts of the world into your account. Should you select this wish, many individuals will face ruin, and you may be charged with the crime of possessing immense wealth from unknown sources. Please consider this carefully. Yang Ling opened his mouth, realizing the system had a point. This situation was indeed a bit tricky. Chapter 21. A Wish Fulfilled. Gaining a beautiful CEO wife, however, the desire to become wealthy instantly overcame rationality, prompting him to ask eagerly, is it possible to transfer funds from countries like Eagle Sauce Nation or the Island Nation? As long as it's not money from our own Huaxia, it should be fine, right? Yang Ling was indeed a man of questionable morals. In his pursuit of wealth, he disregarded the fates of international friends. Ding! The system will allocate funds according to the population distribution of various countries. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling was rendered speechless. Huaxia has a large population. If funds were allocated proportionately, countless people domestically would suffer misfortune, and with so much money suddenly in his account, he would undoubtedly be seized for research as a guinea pig. Alas, this system truly is a pitfall. With a heavy sigh, Yang Ling no longer held any expectations for this troublesome system and casually remarked, if you want to give me money, at least grant me a super rich, beautiful wife. Ding! Wish successful. The system will soon locate a suitable candidate. What? Yang Ling was nearly startled into a leap upon hearing this. He had merely spoken offhandedly, never anticipating that his wish would actually come true. This was an unlimited wish opportunity after all. If not trillions, then perhaps a superhuman ability would suffice. At the very least, a special power would be welcome. He hastily attempted to retract his wish, only to receive the system's cold response. Unlimited wish opportunities cannot be revoked. Yang Ling could only smile bitterly at this. Yet, upon further reflection, considering the system's notorious nature, he realized that any superhuman ability or special power would undoubtedly not be granted in abundance. While Yang Ling was lamenting, the system's voice chimed in again. Ding. Match successful. Your wife possesses a fortune of 4 billion and is a 23-year-old stunning female CEO. The system will arrange matters in the most reasonable manner. Ding. You have gained 1 point of charm. Yang Ling gasped. 4 billion. Wasn't he that wealthier than the Tian family? And a beautiful female CEO at that. He was quite eager. System, where is she? What is her name? I want to meet her. Ding. Please do not be anxious, host. You will meet her soon. This system's chosen match will undoubtedly not disappoint you. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling felt a pang of trepidation. This system was notoriously unpredictable, and who knew what kind of wife it would find for him. Nevertheless, the decision was made, and he composed himself. A beautiful CEO? Let her come. He feared no one. Adjusting his mindset, he intended to proceed to the bookstore as planned when suddenly his phone rang. Pulling out the newly purchased device, he discovered it was a call from his father. The old man had lived a frugal life, hesitating even to make a phone call lest it waste money. He would never call unless there was something urgent. Indeed, the old man insisted that Yang Ling must return home for dinner that evening, claiming he had important news to announce, shrouded in mystery. After agreeing, Yang Ling hung up and headed to the Xinhua bookstore. The saying goes, in the mountains of books, diligence is the path. In the sea of knowledge, hardship is the vessel. This is the motto of countless students, yet it clearly did not apply to Yang Ling. Before a shelf piled high with supplementary materials for the college entrance examination, Yang Ling rapidly flipped through one book after another. Each book remained in his hands for no longer than 10 seconds, as he absorbed all the content in vivid imagery, storing it flawlessly in his mind before swiftly moving on to the next. To most observers, he appeared to be searching for books, but only he knew that this was not a quest for literature, nor was it reading. It was a voracious consumption of knowledge. However, as time passed, he began to furrow his brow slightly. Chapter 22. Mastery of Ability Deduction. He had underestimated the complexity of learning. It was not merely rote memorization, but rather a process requiring deep comprehension and the ability to integrate knowledge. Take mathematics, for instance. One may memorize formulas with ease, yet true mastery necessitates the ability to apply concepts in varied contexts. Similarly, in learning English, while one may recall vocabulary, the flexible application of grammar is essential. Mere memorization proves insufficient. Suddenly, Yang Ling recalled something and hastily inquired. System, you mentioned that the unlimited wish opportunity is an additional reward. Does that mean I still have a wish left unused? Ding. The host possesses one ordinary wish opportunity. You may utilize it now, or save it for later. The wish value will be recalculated in the meantime. Marvelous. Yang Ling felt a surge of joy and tentatively asked, I wish to possess superpowers. Is that possible? Ding. An ordinary wish cannot grant the host abilities that transcend common understanding. As expected, Yang Ling chuckled wryly, recognizing that the so-called superpowers he had in mind, such as controlling lightning or flying, were indeed overt abilities. His remarkable photographic memory, though impressive, was an inconspicuous talent, categorized as an inward ability, thus unrestricted. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ling earnestly declared, I wish for formidable deductive reasoning abilities. Ding. Wish successful. The host acquires the skill, mastery of deduction. You can trace back the essence of matters from a mere thread of clues and unveil the singular truth. Note, this ability will consume mental energy. The more complex the deduction, the greater the energy expenditure and the longer the time required. Ding. You have gained 1 point of charisma. As the system's voice resonated, a refreshing sensation surged into Yang Ling's mind. Thoughts that once eluded him suddenly crystallized with clarity. Akin to a revelation, he discovered that, provided he was willing, even the most challenging mathematical problems could be resolved swiftly, and his command of English surpassed even that of his teachers. This newfound ability filled him with elation. With such power, coupled with his photographic memory, a career as a scientist seemed within his grasp. Given sufficient time, He could devise advanced technologies even using an abacus. In the ensuing days, he immersed himself in books. Whenever he encountered a challenge, a moment's reflection would yield solutions, making the process effortless. His confidence soared, and he believed he could master all high school subjects within 3 days. Achieving excellence in the entrance examinations was within reach. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was 4 in the afternoon. After hours of intense study, he felt a bit lightheaded. Evidently, the mental exertion had taken its toll. Since his father had mentioned needing him, he departed the bookstore and ambled homeward. The vicinity of Yang Ling's residence had once been a dormitory for a state-owned enterprise, but after its privatization, it had transformed into a quaint community, albeit one that was somewhat aged. Upon returning home around 6 o'clock, he had collected 2 wish points along the way, making his 2-hour journey worthwhile. As he opened the door, his mother greeted him with concern. "Xiaoling, is your head all right?" Yang Ling smiled and nodded, assuring her, "I underwent a thorough examination at the hospital. Everything is fine." "That's a relief." His mother seemed poised to say more when a sharp voice interjected. "The protagonist has finally arrived. Can we commence dinner now?" Chapter 23. The boldness to challenge my finances in the living room, aside from his parents awaiting his return, were also his 3rd aunt and 6th aunt, along with a pair of siblings, the children of his 3rd aunt. The sister possessed an above-average appearance, while the brother was quite the handsome lad. In the presence of his elders, Yang Ling had always been a well-behaved child, greeting everyone and exchanging pleasantries with his cousins. The meal was already prepared, indicating that everyone had been waiting for him. Observing the troubled expressions on his parents' faces and his 3rd aunt's eager gaze upon him, Yang Ling sensed that something was amiss. However, he noticed that his younger sister, Yang Shui, was absent and wondered where this wild child had wandered off to. As expected, after only a few bites of food, his 3rd aunt spoke up. "Xiaoling, I heard from your father that your workplace awarded you 100,000 yuan. Is that correct?" Yang Ling nodded honestly. "Yes. Is there something you need, 3rd aunt?" Upon hearing this, his 3rd aunt joyfully exclaimed, "You know that the college entrance examination is just around the corner. Given Xiao Cheng's grades, getting into a university should be a breeze. Your father and I have already agreed that this 100,000 yuan will be used for Xiao Cheng's tuition fees, and he will repay you once he starts earning." Stunned by her words, Yang Ling turned to his father, who wore a bitter smile, and he began to grasp the situation. His father was an honest man, while his 3rd aunt was a formidable woman with a sharp tongue. It was evident that their back and forth had pressured his father. His mother, being kind-hearted and a quintessential housewife, generally did not oppose his father's decisions. Furrowing his brow, Yang Ling glanced at his arrogant cousin and then at his 3rd aunt, who feigned enthusiasm but harbored contempt in her eyes. With a smile, he replied, "I apologize, but I have my own plans for this money. You should seek assistance elsewhere." "What?" His 3rd aunt was immediately unsettled, her anger flaring. "Aren't you just a security guard? What do you need money for? Resources should be utilized wisely. Xiao Cheng is about to enter university. He will need funds for tuition, living expenses, and even for dating. We're merely borrowing this money. It will be repaid." The cousin, who had remained silent until now, arrogantly interjected, "Don't worry, brother. Once I step into society and start my own business, I assure you, I won't forget you. At that point, you won't need to work as a security guard anymore. You can join me, and I'll pay you 5,000 a month." Yang Ling observed the mother-son duo's conspicuous mockery of him and felt a cold smile emerge within. However, he maintained a composed exterior and said, "3rd aunt, I recall that you borrowed 20,000 from my father last year, and you haven't returned a single penny since. How is it that you come to ask for money again now?" The cousin was momentarily taken aback, as young people often prioritize their pride, and he fell silent. Yet, his 3rd aunt retorted, "What are you saying? Your father and I are siblings. This is merely mutual assistance. What has happened to you? You used to be quite obedient. But now, after just a few days of work, you've changed so much. How can you speak to your elders in such a manner?" Taking a sip of the cola on the table, Yang Ling replied coolly, "I speak as you do. 3rd aunt, your husband has been running a small business for years. Surely he can afford to pay for his own son's tuition, can't he? In fact, I intended to visit your home to reclaim the money you borrowed over the years. It must amount to around 40 or 50,000 by now. Since you're here today, let us clarify when you plan to repay this debt. At this declaration, everyone present was rendered speechless. Today, Yang Ling appeared as an entirely different individual. The meekness he once exhibited had vanished, replaced by a determination not only to deny the loan but also to demand repayment. The stark contrast was truly astonishing. Chapter 24. The kind are often bullied. Yang Ling's parents stared wide-eyed at their son, while his aunt could only remain speechless. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the room, creating an atmosphere thick with tension. Yang Ling took another sip of his cola, leisurely observing his aunt. This relative had always imposed her will upon them, causing considerable distress to their household. With his parents remaining silent and his younger sister too young to intervene, he resolved to shoulder the family's burdens today. His aunt was enraged. This insolent boy dared to retort and demanded repayment. How could she bear such insolence? She abruptly rose from her seat and confronted Yang Ling's father, Yang Jianjun, exclaiming, "We had an agreement. Why are you changing your mind now? When did it become acceptable for a child to dictate family matters? Are you still a man?" Upon hearing this, Yang Jianjun took a swig of his drink, intending to respond, but was restrained by Yang Ling's firm hand on his shoulder. The gentle yet unyielding pressure of his son's hand momentarily stunned him. Observing his son's calm demeanor, he felt a mix of confusion and clarity. His boy had grown up. The little hand that once grasped his had transformed into one of strength and composure. After a lifetime of toil, he had successfully raised his son into a capable young man. This realization brought both bitterness and solace, causing his eyes to mist over. Remaining silent, he lowered his head and took another sip of his drink, which, upon tasting, was devoid of its previous bitterness. At that moment, Yang Ling interjected, "If my father isn't a man, how could he have me and my sister? Typically, it's the men who handle financial matters. Yet why did my aunt bring my siblings along? By that logic, my uncle doesn't seem very manly either." With a sharp retort, Yang Ling displayed his unyielding nature. He had once dared to confront a notorious criminal, and he would not be bullied now. His words were incisive, causing his aunt's expression to darken, while his cousin, Lin Dong, sprang to his feet in anger, demanding, "You dare say my father isn't a man? Repeat that if you dare." Bang! With a resounding crash, Yang Ling smashed his hand down, breaking a corner of the dining table, sending dishes scattering across the floor. Rising abruptly, he coldly declared, "What? Only you are allowed to insult others, and I'm not permitted to respond." He advanced toward Lin Dong, standing before him and enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. "Listen well, I said your father is not a man. What will you do about it?" A formidable aura radiated from him, instilling a sense of dread in those around. Lin Dong felt fear creep in, finally understanding what it meant to face true menace. He recalled that this cousin, nearly his age, had single-handedly subdued 3 armed robbers. Overwhelmed by terror, Lin Dong trembled violently, and upon encountering Yang Ling's menacing gaze, he collapsed to the ground. Yang Ling looked down at his cousin, then turned to his aunt, noticing the fear etched on their faces, confirming that he had achieved the desired impact. With a cold snort, he asserted, "Out of respect for family ties, I want to hold this against you. But should you dare to speak disrespectfully to my parents again, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As the saying goes, the kind are often bullied, and the gentle are often ridden." In the past, their family had been too accommodating, but now the tables had turned completely. Chapter 25. Give up this notion. Yang Ling's commanding presence left everyone in the room momentarily speechless. His cousin, Lin Xiaoya, found remnants of food clinging to her dress. In the past, she would have scolded him sharply, but now she merely gazed at Yang Ling in fear, unable to utter a word. Yang Ling regarded his bewildered aunt with a cold stare and declared firmly, "I will not lend you any money. Abandon this hope." His words were resolute, leaving his aunt in a state of shock, fear, and unwillingness. She had always relied on her fierce demeanor and her husband's business connections to dominate family gatherings. But today, this nephew was far more intimidating and seemed unperturbed by the prospect of severing ties. His declaration was unequivocal. At that moment, Yang Ling's mind resonated with the system's voice. Ding! You have shattered your aunt's wish to borrow money. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have thwarted your aunt and cousin's desire to ridicule you. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have fulfilled your parents' wish not to lend money. Wish value 1. Ding. System notification. Among all virtues, filial piety is paramount. You have fulfilled your parents' wish for the first time, which aligns perfectly with this system's values. You have received a hidden reward, a random max-level skill. As he processed this, the system's voice chimed again. Ding. You have acquired the max-level skill, Culinary Mastery. Culinary Mastery? Does it imply I should become a chef? He paused momentarily, then a charming smile graced his lips. Having numerous skills is undoubtedly advantageous. Disregarding the system's chatter, he turned to his mother and gently said, Mom, don't you have that little notebook where you keep track of expenses? Bring it out for Aunt to see. Today, we shall properly account for how much is owed and when it is intended to be repaid. At this moment, his aunt finally regained her composure and shrieked, Yang Ling, don't go too far. You know my husband's connections. Do you believe I won't have someone teach you a lesson? Oh, you dare to threaten me. Yang Ling's expression darkened as he approached his aunt step by step. In her fearful gaze, he coldly remarked, no matter who it is, I detest threats above all. Now, repeat that for me. His aunt felt as though she was being scrutinized by a ferocious beast. She sensed that uttering even a single word would provoke this beast to tear her apart without hesitation. Trembling, she looked at Yang Ling, instinctively stammering, What do you intend to do? Everyone was paralyzed by Yang Ling's formidable aura, staring at the young man, hardly daring to breathe. Just then, the doorbell rang, startling everyone. Yang Ling's mother instinctively moved to open the door, revealing a group of individuals that left her, a humble housewife, in shock. 7 or 8 individuals clad in suits entered, led by a kind-faced middle-aged man frequently seen on television. He was none other than the highest authority in City S. Following him were Bureau Chief Song Baoi and his direct superior, the beautiful officer Su Qiuxia. Though he did not recognize the others, their demeanor suggested their esteemed positions. Suddenly, Yang Ling recalled that Officer Su Qiuxia had greeted him previously, mentioning that the leaders would visit him and his family soon. He anticipated their arrival would be so swift. Chapter 26. Let him show you a thing or two. The kind-hearted middle-aged man leading the group was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yang Ling, but soon broke into a warm smile and said, You must be Xiaoyang. I have heard of your remarkable deeds. You have indeed rendered great assistance to your superiors. Excellent work, ridding society of its troubles, so promising at such a young age. As he extended his hand, Yang Ling promptly stepped forward to shake it, replying, Thank you for your kind words, leader. It is merely my duty. As the leaders entered the room and took their seats, the disorder around them became evident. With food scattered across the floor, the high-ranking official chuckled heartily. Xiaoyang, who could be so careless? Feeling a bit sheepish, Yang Ling scratched his head, while Song Baoi behind him kept signaling discreetly. Realizing the hint, he quickly responded, Please wait a moment, leaders. I shall tidy up right away. He swiftly cleaned the area, and the amiable middle-aged man settled onto the sofa, engaging warmly in conversation with Yang Ling and his parents. The third aunt was astonished, as were his cousins and a distant relative who had come to make up the numbers. The highest-ranking officials of S City had come to visit Yang Jianjun's home and even brought a camera. Could that young lady be a reporter? More astonishingly, the demeanor between Yang Ling, Song Baoi, and Su Qiuxia suggested an intimacy akin to that of old friends. Both gentlemen were prominent figures in S City. Could it be that Yang Ling was their acquaintance? This revelation left the third aunt and others in disbelief, yet the reality before their eyes compelled them to accept it. Now, they found themselves in a predicament, unable to sit or stand, especially with 2 leaders engaged in conversation at the entrance, leaving them too timid to leave. The third aunt finally recognized how naive her earlier comments had been, almost laughable in their simplicity. Her husband, who ran a small business and had made numerous acquaintances, paled in comparison to the individuals present in the room. She recalled a saying she had heard, a cold crow is less than a phoenix, and an ordinary horse is inferior to a qilin. Now, she truly understood its meaning. Yang Ling observed the expressions of those around him, secretly amused. However, when he caught sight of Lindong's gaze, he was momentarily taken aback. Lindong's eyes sparkled as he stared intently at the camera girl, utterly captivated. Following his line of sight, Yang Ling was also slightly surprised. The young camerawoman was indeed quite beautiful, rivaling Su Qiuxia in youthfulness and allure, explaining Lindong's intense interest. At that moment, a voice filled with playful reproach reached his ears. "Yang Ling, the leaders are here. What are you staring at?" It was Su Qiuxia speaking. Instinctively, he recoiled, hastily averting his gaze. Su Qiuxia, noticing this, let out a soft huff, casting him a sidelong glance, only to blush slightly as she seemed to realize something. Just then, Yang Ling's mother, who was receiving friendly inquiries from the leaders, suddenly interjected, "Have you gentlemen had your meals yet? Why not join us for a simple dinner?" The kind-hearted middle-aged man turned his gaze towards Yang Ling, who was conversing with Su Qiuxia, his eyes revealing a look of satisfaction. This young man had left a splendid impression on him. He was poised and articulate, not to mention capable. Remarkably, he turned to Song Baoi beside him and suggested, "Old Song, shall we have a meal before we depart?" Song Baoi chuckled, "Certainly. Yang's mother, with so many of us here, we would be grateful for your hospitality." Upon hearing this, Yang Ling's mother sighed and was about to head to the kitchen, but the third aunt's eyes suddenly lit up. She quickly exclaimed, "Leaders, you may not be aware, but Xiao Yang is an exceptional cook. Let him impress you with his culinary skills today." Chapter 27. I have never tasted such delicious tofu. Oh, I didn't realize you possessed such skills, Xiao Yang, remarked the affable middle-aged leader with curiosity. It seems we are in for a treat today. Even Su Qiuxia cast a glance in his direction, her eyes reflecting a hint of intrigue. However, Yang Ling furrowed his brow slightly upon witnessing this. He was no culinary expert, and it was evident that this woman was intent on embarrassing him before their superior. After all, they were relatives, and such behavior was undeniably malicious. The conversation had escalated to a point that felt akin to pressuring someone into an uncomfortable situation. Yet, unlike his former self who might have been at a loss, the current Yang Ling stood up with a gentle smile and declared, "Please wait a moment. I shall prepare a meal for you all." Upon hearing this, Yang Ling's parents exchanged glances. Others might be unaware of their son's true nature, but they certainly were not. Yang Ling had scarcely set foot in the kitchen throughout his life. How could he possibly produce a delectable dish? Yang Ling's mother contemplated stepping in to assist, but the leader chuckled warmly, saying, "Let the younger generation handle the cooking. Little Su, since Xiao Yang has been such a great help to you, why not lend him a hand today?" Surprised, Su Qiuxia paused momentarily. Having been commended by her superiors for capturing a robber, she was on the verge of a promotion and had been eager to express her gratitude to this subordinate. Moreover, she was curious to see how this master of Tai Chi fared in the kitchen. She rose to her feet, affirming her willingness to assist as she headed toward the kitchen. As Yang Ling prepared to take on the culinary challenge, a sly smile crept across his third aunt's face, her scheme having succeeded. In the kitchen, Yang Ling regarded the array of ingredients before him, a smirk forming as he grasped the knife resting on the cutting board and began his work. Ding! The skill of culinary mastery was activated, accompanied by the system's chime. He commenced slicing a piece of winter melon with blinding speed, his movements so swift that they were almost imperceptible to the naked eye. Su Qiuxia gaped in disbelief at the sight. Yang Ling's knife-handling technique was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only was his speed astonishing, but each slice of winter melon was uniformly cut, reminiscent of machine precision, which left her awestruck. What further captivated her was the peculiar rhythm produced by the knife striking the cutting board, a sound that seemed to invoke a sense of enchantment. The highest essence of a chef lies in the artistry of each step, transforming the preparation of ingredients and the act of cooking into a captivating spectacle. Su Qiuxia stood entranced, realizing she could offer no assistance, not even a word, for fear that her voice might shatter the exquisite cadence and ruin this masterpiece. Moments later, as the sounds of stir-frying resonated, the kitchen filled with an alluring aroma that stirred appetites and tantalized senses. The occupants of the room engaged in idle chatter, yet their thoughts were elsewhere, each one surreptitiously swallowing their saliva. Half an hour later, Gazing at the table laden with fragrant dishes, the leader discreetly swallowed. Then chuckled, "Xiaoyang, you are truly remarkable. Not only did you bravely confront a robber, but you also possess such culinary talent. Allow me to sample your creation." With that, he picked up a piece of tofu skin, and the moment it touched his palate, he was momentarily taken aback. His eyes squinted in delight as he savored the taste. After relishing the flavor, he noticed the attentive stares of those around him, and, looking at Yang Ling with sincerity, declared, "In my lifetime, I have never tasted such delicious tofu." Gasp. The others collectively inhaled sharply. To elicit such praise from a leader of his stature was a testament to the exquisite nature of the dishes laid before them. Truly a culinary masterpiece beyond compare. Chapter 28. To tread to the end. Seeing this, Song Baoi could no longer restrain himself and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Old leader, is it really that delicious? I must give it a try." With that, he quickly grabbed a piece of braised pork and popped it into his mouth. His expression was even more exaggerated than that of the senior leader, yet he offered no commentary, instead devouring the dish with fervor as if he might swallow his own tongue. The others, witnessing this, did not wait for an invitation and swiftly followed suit, shoveling food into their mouths amidst a chorus of astonished exclamations. They disregarded their statuses, eating with the ferocity of a whirlwind. Su Qiuxiao, chewing on a slice of winter melon, squinted her eyes into mere slits. With her formidable background and extensive experience with exotic delicacies, she found these simple home-cooked dishes to be a world apart. Her satisfaction with her subordinate, Yang Ling, grew exponentially. Yang Ling's parents breathed a sigh of relief, smiling at their son, proud that he had finally matured and achieved success. Ding! You have fulfilled the collective desire for delicious food, granting you one wish value. Current progress, for 10. At that moment, Sangu's face was one of disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't Yang Ling known for never stepping foot in the kitchen? She took a piece of winter melon and placed it in her mouth, experiencing shock followed by enjoyment, only to be left with a rather unpleasant expression. Yang Ling, observing this, smirked and remarked, "What's the matter, Sangu? Is it not to your liking? I know you wanted to embarrass me, but I'm afraid I must disappoint you." He spoke these words before everyone present. While family matters should remain private, this woman dared to humiliate him in front of so many leaders, so Yang Ling felt compelled to retaliate. It was either cordiality or an all-out confrontation, and if the latter ensued, he would not hold back. Upon hearing his words, the crowd turned to look at him in surprise. All present were astute individuals, and it didn't take long for them to grasp the situation. They continued to savor their delicious meal while casting amused glances at the woman. The senior leader, too, quickly deduced the unfolding drama. With a chuckle, he inquired, Yang, is this woman your relative? What is going on? Please, enlighten me." Yang Ling replied with a smile. "It's nothing significant, really. This aunt of mine owes my family several thousand yuan and has come to borrow again, resulting in a minor conflict." "Oh." The senior leader frowned at Sangu. "You, madam, ought to consider the bonds of family. Since Yang is unwilling to lend, why put him in a difficult position? Furthermore, we, as Chinese, believe in repaying debts. Yang's family is facing hardships. Unless there are extenuating circumstances, you should return the money." The leaders spoke with a certain finesse. Though their words were subtle, they were unmistakably an endorsement of Yang Ling. Sangu's face twisted in discomfort, feeling as if she had swallowed a fly. In front of this gathering, her husband's connections were utterly insignificant. Thus, she refrained from retorting, merely lowering her head and nodding. At that moment, Su Qiuxiao interjected, "Leaders, nowadays, the youth primarily utilize mobile payment. A simple scan can settle that debt." Though she appeared as an unyielding ice queen within the police force, she was fiercely protective of her subordinates, unwilling to let them suffer. Her statement was clear. She intended for Sangu to repay the money on the spot. Sangu was taken aback, as were Lin Dong and Lin Xiaoya. The leaders rallied around Yang Ling, and in the brief span of 2 months, he had established an impressive network of connections. Everyone at the table turned their gaze towards Sangu, with a faint smirk playing at the corners of Song Baoi's mouth. At this juncture, Sangu realized that refusing to repay the money was no longer an option. If she dared to utter a single negative word today, Her husband's business prospects would be in jeopardy come tomorrow. Chapter 29. The persuasion of two leaders with a determined demeanor. She retrieved her phone. While Yang Ling calmly produced his iPhone 10, smiling gently, "Aunt, WeChat or Alipay?" Aunt sighed with a wry smile, recalling the saying. 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not scorn the youth in poverty. Over the years, she had looked down upon her brother Yang Jianjun and his son Yang Ling. Yet now it was this very nephew who had the audacity to demand repayment. From this moment onward, she would have to tread carefully in front of her nephews. Before long, 50,000 yuan was transferred into Yang Ling's account, and he smiled contentedly. Ding! You have fulfilled your parents' wish for your aunt to repay her debt. Wish value 1, current progress 510. Ding! You have shattered your aunt's desire to borrow money without repayment. Attribute points 1. This was merely a minor episode. The senior leader, while savoring his meal, remarked with a chuckle, Young Yang, with your culinary skills, you ought to open a restaurant. You could impoverish your patrons. Song Baoi chimed in with a hearty laugh. If he really opens a restaurant, I, old Song, will dine there every day. The room erupted in laughter, and Su Qiuxia teased, Director Song. Aren't you afraid your wife will make you kneel on a washboard? At her words, the laughter intensified, and the atmosphere grew lively. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ling addressed the leaders, esteemed leaders. There is something I've been hoping to discuss these past few days. The senior leader chuckled, Yang. You are a little hero. Whatever difficulties you face, feel free to voice them. We shall assist you in any way we can. Yang Ling forced a smile. I have registered for the college entrance examination and plan to pursue a university education. I would like to resign from my position in the team. The room fell silent for a moment before the senior leader responded with enthusiasm. This is splendid news. It's commendable that a young person aspires for advancement. With your abilities, once you enter university, you could even consider becoming a civil servant and serve the people. Song Baoi added, Yang, education is of utmost importance. Have you considered applying to the police academy? Yang Ling was taken aback. He had anticipated discontent from the leaders regarding his resignation, yet here they were, eager to support him even before he had begun university. His parents were overjoyed, proud that their son was so well regarded by the leaders, and thrilled that he had finally decided to pursue higher education. This was the most pleasant surprise of all. Yang Jianjun silently resolved to take on another job to ensure his son could attend university. Ding! You have fulfilled your parents' wish for you to participate in the college entrance examination. Wish value 1. Meanwhile, Aunt and her son stared wide-eyed. Lin Dong scoffed disdainfully. Though he said nothing, his meaning was clear. You think you can get into university? You wouldn't even pass a vocational exam. Each person had their own thoughts. While Su Qiuxiao wore a somewhat complex expression. On one hand, she wished for Yang Ling to have a brighter future. Yet the prospect of his resignation left her feeling somewhat disheartened. Suddenly, a gasp was heard nearby as a beautiful female reporter stumbled and fell, seemingly twisting her ankle. Lin Dong, who had been preoccupied with her, was the first to rush over and assist her. The girl appeared startled and, once helped up by Lin Dong, expressed her gratitude in rapid English, leaving Yang Ling and the others momentarily taken aback. Seeing she was unharmed, Song Baoi chuckled. This is Li Xiao from our publicity department. She grew up in the United States and just returned to work here. Her native language is still a bit shaky. No wonder she spoke English. Yang Ling nodded, while Lin Dong seemed eager to impress the leaders and began conversing with Li Xiao in English. Chapter 30. The proficiency of English. Lin Dong, despite his commendable academic performance, found himself somewhat lacking when it came to conversing in English with Li Xiao, who had been raised in the United States. With her innocent, wide eyes, it was evident that she did not comprehend Lin Dong's words. Observing this, Yang Ling offered a gentle smile and approached to engage Li Xiao in English. His inquiries were simple, asking whether she was injured or if her foot hurt, all while courteously guiding her to sit on the sofa. It was a rare opportunity for Li Xiao to interact with a peer who could converse fluently in English, and she felt a surge of excitement. Yang Ling's charming demeanor and magnetic charisma drew her in. His witty banter elicited peals of laughter from her. The leaders present initially gazed at Yang Ling with surprise. but soon their expressions softened into satisfied smiles. The senior leader remarked to Song Baoi, "Young Yang is quite impressive for his age. His command of English makes me consider him for a secretary role." Song Baoi chuckled, "Oh, leader, there's no need to compete with me. Young Yang will be placed at the municipal bureau." The senior leader burst into laughter, increasingly favoring Yang Ling. Meanwhile, Su Qiuxiao observed Yang Ling, taken aback by how much more exceptional he was than she had anticipated. Yet, the thought of this scoundrel charming and overseas beauty left her feeling uneasy. On the other side, Lin Dong stared in disbelief at Yang Ling. He had always been confident in his English abilities, but to see his once derided cousin excel to such an extent was astonishing. The fluency of his speech, the intricacy of his grammar, and his ability to jest in English could easily mislead one into thinking he was a foreigner of Chinese descent, defeated in an area where he prided himself. Lin Dong felt a mixture of anger and frustration, yet he was powerless to change the situation. Yang Ling's parents were beaming with joy, their faces alight with pride at their son's accomplishments. As for his aunts, their mouths hung agape in astonishment. Today, Yang Ling had truly impressed them, leaving an indelible mark on their memories. Ding, you have fulfilled Li Siyao's desire to communicate with a peer, wish value 1. Ding, you have shattered Lin Dong's wish to show off in front of the beauty, ability value 1. With a smirk, Yang Ling exchanged a few more casual remarks before returning to his original seat. As the hour grew late, the leaders engaged Yang Ling in conversation for a while longer, offering words of encouragement before taking their leave. Just before departing, under Su Qiuxiao's disapproving gaze, Yang Ling and Li Xiao exchanged WeChat contacts as they escorted the leaders downstairs. Lin Dong's relatives followed suit, leaving in a rather deflated manner. This outing had cost his aunt dearly. She had neither secured the loan nor avoided a loss of 50,000. Upon returning home, Yang Ling awaited his parents to finish tidying up before transferring the 50,000 to his father. After a brief chat, he finally broached the main topic. "Dad, weren't you going to announce something today?" Yang Jianjun smacked his forehead in realization. I almost forgot." He retrieved a yellowed letter from the drawer and handed it to Yang Ling. "Take a look for yourself." Upon examining the letter, Yang Ling couldn't help but smile wryly. The letter, penned in his grandfather's handwriting, detailed an agreement made long ago with a close friend regarding a betrothal. Unfortunately, the firstborn had been a boy, leading to the arrangement being postponed until their grandsons could fulfill it. Yang Jianjun sighed softly. "Though your grandfather has passed for many years, this uncle has not forgotten the promise. The letter arrived today, and in a few days, he will bring his granddaughter to meet you. I've also sent them your photo and phone number, so prepare yourself." Yang Ling understood all too well that this must be the beautiful CEO with a fortune of 4 billion that the system had sent him. He couldn't help but think how clitch this situation felt, yet he had no choice but to accept the unfolding events. Chapter 31. The Avenger approaches. After conversing for a while longer, Yang Ling assisted with numerous household chores and then resolved to return to the hospital for a night's rest. It was not that he preferred not to stay at home, but rather a concern that Tian might come seeking revenge, which could alarm his parents. He viewed this as a ticking time bomb, fully aware that it would eventually detonate. Presently, his parents had complete faith in him, never once inquiring about the matter of the 100,000 yuan before he left the house, and Yang Ling chose not to divulge his forthcoming plans. Beneath the night sky, as he walked along the sidewalk, he began to assess his recent gains. His wish value now stood at 5 points, marking a significant advancement towards his next wish. Additionally, he had acquired 3 attribute points, and without much hesitation, he allocated 1 to strength and 2 to agility. Currently, his attributes were as follows: strength, 14, agility, 19, stamina, 11, charm, 3, wish value, 510. Skills: proficient in Tai Chi, proficient in throwing, proficient in injury recovery, proficient in culinary arts, photographic memory, proficient in simulation. Having obtained the system merely 2 or 3 days prior, Yang Ling felt quite satisfied with his accomplishments. While lost in thought as he walked, 3 black sedans suddenly sped towards him, halting at his side. From the vehicles emerged a dozen men of various appearances, among them a middle-aged man with a bald head, who coldly grunted, "You are Yang Ling." This bald man bore a tattoo of a black snake coiling around his arm, his fierce countenance indicating a life steeped in the underworld. Yang Ling seemed to recognize this individual, known in the area as the notorious thug Black Snake, feared by many. At this late hour, with the streets nearly deserted and the location rather secluded, it was evident that these individuals were not here for a friendly visit. Remaining composed, Yang Ling replied, "Yes, I am Yang Ling. What do you want from me?" Upon hearing this, Black Snake and his gang momentarily hesitated. Black Snake mocked, "Unfazed in the face of danger? You certainly possess some courage. I won't hesitate to inform you that we, on behalf of our benefactor, have come to cripple you." "Benefactor?" Yang Ling replied calmly. "Did Tian send you?" Black Snake sneered. "You know well what you've done." He then instructed one of his lackeys, "Record this. When we're done, we'll collect our payment from young Master Tian." Immediately, a subordinate produced a camera, displaying an unexpectedly professional demeanor, suggesting that they had engaged in such activities before. Seeing Yang Ling's unflappable demeanor, as if he regarded them with complete indifference, Black Snake's voice turned icy. "You have a face that deserves a beating. No wonder Tian wants to ruin you. He asked me to convey a message. If you agree to 3 tasks, my brothers will spare your life. However, I wish to add one more." Yang Ling replied, "Oh, such a generous offer. What are the 3 tasks? Pray, enlighten me." The more Black Snake observed Yang Ling, the more he loathed him. Most individuals would have quaked in fear upon encountering such thugs, yet this young man remained steadfast, betraying no sign of fear. He yearned to eliminate Yang Ling on the spot. However, as they were being compensated, it was imperative to execute the task flawlessly. With a sinister grin, he proclaimed, "The first task, slap yourself, and you must knock out 10 of your teeth before you can stop. The second task, find a stick and break your own leg. The third task, kneel and call me grandfather, proclaiming, 'Young Master Tian, I was wrong. From now on, I shall be your loyal dog. Complete these 3 tasks, and I shall break your other leg, granting you a chance to live.'" Chapter 32. Is this still a human? As Yang Ling merely gazed at him with indifference, the Black Snake seethed with rage. "Given your poor attitude, I shall impose an additional punishment. Remove your clothes and run naked, entertain us, and perhaps you may retain your miserable life. Dare to utter a single defiance, and I shall shatter every bone in your body, leaving you in a state worse than death." In response, Yang Ling coldly scoffed, "Oh, really? Then come and attempt it. Let us see whose bones are sturdier." "You insolent wretch!" The Black Snake, consumed by fury, bellowed, "Seize him." No sooner had the command left his lips than a powerful gust of wind rushed past Yang Ling, followed by a sharp pain in his forehead. He looked down to find a coin rolling at his feet. In the next instant, a shadow lunged at him, and Yang Ling's fist struck the Black Snake's face with a resounding thud. With a dull thump, the Black Snake let out a muffled scream, only to spew blood and crumple to the ground. Instant annihilation. Yang Ling chuckled coldly, deftly evading the steel pipes swung by the thugs, and hurled another coin. With a chime, the throwing mastery skill activated. At the sound of the system's announcement, one thug collapsed, unable to rise again, shrieking in agony. However, Yang Ling soon found himself encircled. These individuals had indeed carved their names in infamy, their strikes aimed with lethal precision. Faced with such a multitude of armed assailants, even a champion of martial arts might struggle. But who was Yang Ling? With a chime, the mastery of Tai Chi activated. A surge of energy enveloped Yang Ling as his palms moved with grace, alternating between pushing and striking, executing a flawless sequence of Tai Chi. Coupled with his astonishing agility of 19 points, the steel pipes and knives could scarcely touch him. His strength, exceeding that of an average adult male at 14 points, rendered his punches akin to blows from a hammer, shattering bones upon impact. The Black Snake, still semi-conscious on the ground, was terror-stricken by the scene before him. One person was dispatching over a dozen thugs, each with a single blow. His own subordinates could not even graze their opponent. Was this man a reincarnation of Wang Feiheng or a man? Or perhaps a divine soldier? Was such prowess even conceivable for a mere mortal? He felt faint. Yet upon locking eyes with Yang Ling's icy glare, every hair on his body stood on end, and he lost even the courage to faint. In less than 10 minutes, everyone in the arena, save for Yang Ling, lay incapacitated. Gasping for breath, Yang Ling placed his foot upon the black snake's face and intoned coldly, "What now? Weren't you the one threatening to break every bone in my body?" With a forceful stomp, the black snake yelped in agony, "Yang Gu, Yang Yi. We were blind to your greatness and have offended you. Please, spare me." "Spare you?" Yang Ling retorted with a sneer, "Just moments ago. You wielded steel pipes and knives. Did you ever consider sparing me?" His voice grew more menacing as he stomped down, shattering the black snake's arm with a sickening crunch. A gut-wrenching scream erupted from the black snake. "Please spare me, Yang Yi. I will pay you. I beg you, let me go." At that moment, a small thug scrambled to his feet, terror-stricken, and bolted away. "Fleeing, are we?" Yang Ling kicked a steel pipe, and with a chime, the throwing mastery activated. The pipe, as if guided by fate, hurtled toward the fleeing thug, striking him brutally on the leg. With a thud, he collapsed to the ground, clutching his mangled leg, which bent at a grotesque angle, undoubtedly broken. Chapter 33. Mastering the game. Retracting his gaze, Yang Ling looked down at the black snake and sneered. "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Listen closely, I am granting you an opportunity. Strip off your clothes and run naked." The small-time thugs were left dumbfounded. Yet upon observing Yang Ling's expression, they realized he was not jesting. The black snake understood that if he displeased this individual, he would undoubtedly lose an arm. Thus, he gritted his teeth through the pain and began to undress. What followed was truly a spectacle. The thug stood before Yang Ling, completely unclothed. Without hesitation, Yang Ling utilized the camera they had brought to capture this moment and transferred it to his phone. Once he had completed this act, Yang Ling coldly remarked, "From now on, keep your wits about you. If I see you again, it will be far more than just an arm you lose. Now get lost." The thugs, feeling as though they had been granted a reprieve, hastily picked up their clothes, not daring to start their vehicle in Yang Ling's presence, and limped away in haste. Observing their retreating figures, Yang Ling's expression was eerily calm. "Ding, you have shattered the thug's desire to teach you a lesson. Attribute point 1. You have thwarted Tian Juyan's desire for revenge. Attribute point 1. Yang Ling directly allocated 1 point to strength and 1 point to agility, just as he intended to depart. The system's voice echoed once more. "Ding, you have reached an attribute level of 20 points. Would you like to draw a random reward now?" Yang Ling's heart leaped with joy at this announcement, and he inquired, "System, what does this reward entail?" "Ding. Whenever a specific attribute of the host reaches an integer such as 20, 30, or 40, a random reward will be granted. The reward could be a skill, 1 wish point, or 1 attribute point. It all depends on your luck." Nodding, Yang Ling replied, "Then let me draw it." "Ding, extracting reward for the host. Please hold on. Please let it be a skill." Yang Ling fervently wished, as if his sincerity had moved the heavens. The system's melodious voice resonated. "Ding. You have acquired the skill, Mastery of the Game." "What? Mastery of the Game? Are you suggesting I play League of Legends or Honor of Kings?" Yang Ling's mouth agape. He realized he had indeed drawn a skill, albeit one that seemed rather inconsequential. It was certainly preferable to receiving a mere wish point. After reassuring himself, he managed a slight smile, though his expression soon darkened again. Tian Juyan. A cold smile crept across Yang Ling's lips as he strode in the opposite direction of the hospital. Shallow Water Bay Villa District. This area served as a haven for the affluent of S City, inhabited by powerful and wealthy figures. Naturally, such a locale boasted comprehensive security measures, with cameras everywhere, night patrols, and a plethora of infrared sensors. A gust of wind swept by, and the on-duty security guard seemed to sense something amiss. Scanning his surroundings and finding nothing unusual, he returned to his slumber. In front of an opulent villa, Yang Ling stood at the entrance. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly launched a powerful kick. Bang! With a resounding crash, the door shook violently, and after a few more kicks, the luxurious entrance collapsed with a thunderous crash. The Tian family, deep in slumber, was jolted awake. The bodyguard, who had been resting in the living room, reacted swiftly, rushing forward, but was met with a barrage of flying coins and Yang Ling's iron fists. Chapter 34. Revenge doesn't wait for nightfall in a swift flurry of punches and kicks. 2 bodyguards were caught completely off guard and rendered unconscious on the floor. Tian Mingji and his wife rushed out to investigate the commotion only to be astonished by the sight of the young man in the living room. Tian Mingji was well aware of the incident involving Tian Juiyan. He had been the one to enlist the Black Snake Gang for revenge. So he could hardly fail to recognize Yang Ling. Yang Ling stood proudly in the parlor, his gaze locked with Tian Mingji's. A faint glimmer of murderous intent flickering in his eyes. Tian Mingji's heart sank, realizing that calamity was imminent. "Mr. Tian," Yang Ling remarked coldly. Raising the camera in his hand, "The deed is done. Shall we not converse?" Having navigated the tumultuous seas of business for decades, Tian Mingji managed to maintain a semblance of calm in this dire situation. He whispered to his wife, "Take our son out through the back door." However, before he could finish his sentence, a glinting coin whizzed past their ears, shattering a beautiful crystal chandelier behind them. With a sardonic smile, Yang Ling added, "Auntie, I came all this way, and you wish to leave so soon? It hardly seems courteous, does it?" Tian Mingji's wife, a mere socialite, was utterly unprepared for such a menacing exchange, her legs buckling beneath her as she nearly collapsed. At that moment, the security personnel from the villa community arrived. The captain surveyed the scene, exclaiming, "Mr. Tian, what is happening here?" A flicker of hope ignited within Tian Mingji, but when he noticed Yang Ling fiddling with the camera, he realized there was likely incriminating evidence against him in the hands of this young man. Words that had formed on his lips were swallowed back down. With a quivering voice, he said, "Captain Liu, it's just a fringe child playing around. It's nothing, really. You may go." Captain Liu is no fool. He understood that if it appeared to be harmless, it likely wasn't. However, every resident harbored secrets, and since Mr. Tian had spoken, he was disinclined to pry further. After a brief glance at Yang Ling, he nodded, saying, "If all is well, then please continue your discussion." With that, he led his team away, propping the gate open as they departed. Witnessing this, Yang Ling remarked with a faint smile, "Mr. Tian, you are quite perceptive. But where is Tian Juiyan? Aren't you going to bring that unfortunate boy to reminisce?" This statement was a blatant declaration of hostilities, causing Tian Mingji's heart to plummet. He comprehended that the current circumstances were exceedingly unfavorable to him. The boy's swift dispatch of the bodyguards revealed remarkable skill, and the camera he had given to the Black Snake Gang was a damning piece of evidence. In essence, this was tantamount to hiring a hitman, a reprehensible crime that could spell disaster should it be leaked to the media, resulting in astronomical losses for their conglomerate, and potentially even landing him in prison. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he sighed deeply. "Go fetch Yan Er. I trust that this young man is reasonable and will not make things difficult for us." Yang Ling burst into laughter. "It seems you have come to an understanding, Mr. Tian. However, allow me to correct you on one point. I am not a reasonable person. I, Yang Ling, believe that revenge should not be delayed." Upon hearing this, Tian Mingji remained composed, but his wife succumbed to weakness, collapsing onto the floor. Moments later, Yang Ling boldly took a seat on the sofa, while the Tian family sat across from him. Tian Juiyan trembled, staring at Yang Ling in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that a mere nobody could corner him to such an extent, even with his father, the chairman, present to intervene. Fear gripped him. He worried that in a fit of rage, Yang Ling might leave him crippled, especially since he held the evidence against him. Even if he were attacked, his father would likely choose to endure the humiliation for the sake of the company. Chapter 35. The Relentless Slayer's Silence, an Enigmatic Silence. Tian Mingji gazed at Yang Ling, seated opposite him, his brow furrowing deeper with each passing moment. He understood well that in the realm of negotiations, the first to voice their demands inevitably relinquishes the upper hand. He had anticipated that the youth, basking in a position of advantage, would succumb to the urge to speak first. However, he was taken aback by the young man's remarkable composure, devoid of the impulsiveness typical of his age. With a silent sigh of resignation, Tian Mingji broke the silence, saying, "Speak. What is it that you desire?" Ding. You have shattered Tian Mingji's aspiration to gain the upper hand in negotiations. Attribute points 1. Yang Ling smirked inwardly, yet maintained an outwardly serene demeanor as he replied, "Young Master Tian, I have heard from Heist that you wish for me to undertake 3 tasks. If I satisfy him, he will only break one of my legs. Is that true? Tian Juyen felt a jolt of anxiety surge within him, a profound sense of unease taking hold. Yang Ling continued calmly, I am a fair man. The 3 tasks you impose upon me will be returned to you in their entirety. You need not comply, and I shall not shatter all your bones. However, tomorrow's front pages will headline a conflict between a wealthy heir and his rival, with the chairman's father hiring a hitman. Do you comprehend my meaning? The 3 tasks that Tian Juyen had assigned to Yang Ling were dreadfully alarming. If he were in Yang Ling's position, he would be rendered speechless, casting frantic glances toward his father for assistance. Tian Mingji felt a twinge of disappointment as he observed his son, who seemed utterly inept compared to the poised young man before him. After a moment's hesitation, he said, Young brother, let us speak plainly. I am willing to pay to avert disaster. Name your price. Yang Ling retorted with a cold laugh, Am I conversing with you? My inquiry pertains to Tian Juyen. Tian Mingji exclaimed in anger, Yang Ling, do not push your luck. The Tian family is not to be trifled with. Very well, Yang Ling replied with a chilling smile. If you prefer not to negotiate, then farewell. With that, he made to rise and depart, prompting Tian Mingji's heart to race as he realized the gravity of the situation. He quickly interjected, Wait, I am aware of the 3 tasks. I shall offer 200,000 for each. How does that sound? Yang Ling, upon hearing this, smiled lightly. 600,000 is but a trifle for your Tian family. Do you take me for a fool? Upon hearing this, Tian Mingji felt a surge of relief. Monetary compensation could be negotiated further, and there was room for discussion. He replied earnestly, How much do you truly desire? Name your figure. Observing the self-satisfied businessman before him, Yang Ling chuckled. Chairman Tian, it appears you have misinterpreted my intent. I am indeed interested in discussing finances, but not in relation to those 3 tasks. Witnessing the bewildered expression on Tian Mingji's face, Yang Ling calmly stated, I once read a phrase, the slayer is invariably slain. One must bear the consequences of their actions. Your son requires discipline. Should he not experience the repercussions, he may fail to learn his lesson. Gasp. The moment these words left his lips, the 3 members of the Tian family collectively inhaled sharply. Yang Ling's implication was unmistakable. He intended to return the 3 tasks without alteration. The mere thought of those 3 tasks rendered Tian Juyen utterly limp against the sofa, trembling uncontrollably. Ding! You have shattered Tian Mingji's desire to extinguish disaster with wealth. Attribute points 1. Tian Mingji clenched his fists, and upon meeting Yang Ling's indifferent gaze, he found himself hesitant to maintain eye contact. In the young man's eyes, he perceived disdain, as if this wealthy individual were no more significant than an ant in his sight. What manner of person possesses such a scornful gaze? Chapter 36. I cannot be more ruthless than you at this moment. The astute businessman found himself somewhat intimidated. A merchant, regardless of his wealth, remains a merchant. He is adept at negotiations, yet faced with such perilous circumstances, he appeared utterly bewildered. Yang Ling, observing their family frozen in place, let out a cold laugh and remarked, What? Is there still hesitation? I will count down 3 seconds. If you do not make a decision, prepare to make headlines. 3, 2, 1. Wait. Tian Mingji, as if resolute, suddenly delivered a resounding slap to his son, sending his teeth flying. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon settled back into the sofa, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. The sound of slaps echoed through the room as Tian Mingji, disregarding the cries of his wife and the anguished wails of his son, seemed to vent his frustrations with each strike. After a brief interval, Tian Jiayan's cheeks had swollen significantly, and only when his cries became muffled did Tian Mingji finally cease. Yang Ling glanced at the scattered teeth and the bruised visage of Tian Jiayan, nodding approvingly, Mr. Tian, you truly have a ruthless side for the sake of your corporation. With that, he approached the still unconscious bodyguard, picked up a retractable baton, and tossed it before Tian Mingji, declaring, Let us commence the second matter. Please, no? The affluent lady, Zhang Chuanxia, suddenly clung desperately to her husband's leg, pleading, Do not. Our son cannot endure this, please. Tian Mingji forcefully pushed her away, glaring at Yang Ling. I cannot be more ruthless than you. Saying this, he seized the baton and swung it fiercely towards his son's legs. Ah! Zhang Chuanxia screamed, witnessing the baton about to strike Tian Jian's leg when, suddenly, a glint of metal flashed before her eyes. A coin struck precisely against Tian Mingji's hand, causing him to wince in pain and drop the baton. Yang Ling, casually toying with another coin, smiled lightly. I was merely jesting. Mr. Tian, why take it to heart? After all, I have some acquaintance with young Master Tian. There is no need to break his leg. I cannot bear such a title as grandfather. Compensate me with a modest sum for emotional distress, and we shall consider this matter resolved. Gazing at the bloody Tian Zhaoen, Yang Ling continued, however, I hope he will act wisely. Should he dare to retaliate, it will not merely be a matter of a broken leg. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room exhaled in relief. Zhang Chuanxia collapsed entirely, sobbing as she cradled her son, who was now in a dazed state. Ding! You have fulfilled the wishes of Tian Mingji and Zhang Chuanxia, who do not want their son to suffer a broken leg. Wish value 1, current progress, 610. Tian Mingji plopped down onto the sofa, a bitter smile etched on his face. Brother, why didn't you mention you were joking sooner? You wait until my son's teeth are all gone to say it's a joke. What a farce. Human nature often leans towards self-deprecation. He could not comprehend why Yang Ling chose to intervene at the last moment, yet he felt an inexplicable urge to thank the very instigator for saving his son's legs. After exhaling deeply, Tian Mingji forced himself to regain composure. Yang Ling, how much do you want? I will transfer the funds. Yang Ling raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening as he replied, Mr. Tian, if the transfer exceeds 1 million, the bank will notify the authorities. Are you attempting to have the Economic Crime Unit investigate me? At this juncture, you still think to scheme against me? I must say, I underestimated you. Chapter 37. Acquiring a fortune. Tian Mingji was taken aback by the revelation. He never anticipated that his minor schemes would be discerned. How could someone of Yang Ling's age possess such acumen? Unfortunately for him, Yang Ling had mastered the art of skill deduction, and in this situation, he had activated that skill. Every utterance from Tian Mingji would be meticulously analyzed, allowing Yang Ling to uncover the ulterior motives behind his words. Ding! You have thwarted Tian Mingji's attempt to manipulate you. Attribute point 1. Yang Ling's adept control of the situation and his foresight rendered Tian Mingji hesitant to engage in any further cunning. With a deep sigh, he confessed, Let me be frank. Young brother, the cash available at home amounts to 3 million, and it is all yours as compensation for your mental distress. However, I hope you will relinquish the camera in your possession. Shall we consider this matter settled? Yang Ling smiled subtly and replied, Mr. Tian, you are quite straightforward. I mentioned in excess of 1 million in cash, but surely 90,000 is not an issue? Tian Mingji cracked a wry smile and nodded, very well. 3 million in cash, plus 90,000 in transfer. I shall arrange it immediately. He gestured to Zhang Chuanxia beside him, instructing, Go fetch all the money we have at home. Zhang Chuanxia nodded, casting a meaningful glance at Yang Ling before briskly ascending the stairs. Meanwhile, Tian Mingji requested Yang Ling's bank account details and promptly transferred 99,000 without hesitation. Yang Ling was somewhat surprised by his decisiveness, pondering whether he had perhaps asked for too little. Yet, after creating a considerable uproar at the Tian household, venting his frustrations and securing the funds he sought, it seemed prudent to call it a day. After a brief interval, he received 2 leather suitcases, opened them to inspect their contents, and nodded in satisfaction. He then tossed the camera into Tian Mingji's arms, smiling slightly as he said, Mr. Tian, having suffered such a significant loss, you wouldn't let it go so easily. Would you? Tian Mingji was about to respond when Yang Ling waved his hand, interjecting, No need for pretenses. However, I advise you not to oppose me. You will not fare well. Tian Mingji shook his head and suddenly remarked with sincerity, If only you were my son. Yang Ling paused, taken aback by the comment. After a brief glance, he chose not to respond and turned to disappear into the darkness. Upon returning to his room, Tian Mingji hastily opened the camera, only to find nothing incriminating within, merely images of the Black Serpent Gang. He berated himself for his folly. How could a notorious figure like the Black Serpent leave behind any evidence? Approaching the window, he gazed at the direction where Yang Ling had vanished, filled with both resentment and fear. After a moment, a flicker of realization illuminated his eyes. Ding! You have fulfilled Tian Mingji's desire for the camera. Wish value 1. Current progress 710. Upon returning to the hospital, Yang Ling was in high spirits. He concealed the 2 suitcases containing 3 million beneath his hospital bed and reclined on the mattress. This venture had not only yielded 390,000 in cash, but also granted him 2 wish points and 2 attribute points. After a moment's contemplation, he decided to invest the attribute points in stamina. His current attributes stood as follows: Strength, 14 Agility, 20 Stamina, 13 Charm, 3 Wish Value, 710. Although he had successfully dealt with the ambush by the Black Serpent Gang, Yang Ling could distinctly feel the toll it had taken on him. While his agility and strength were commendable, fully realizing the potential of these attributes required a solid foundation of stamina. Chapter 38. Renting a house, as the saying goes. A fierce tiger cannot contend with a pack of wolves. Should one lack sufficient strength while facing numerous adversaries, the situation may indeed become precarious. Yang Ling, now possessing the skill of adept deduction, is capable of drawing inferences from various situations. He has irrevocably offended the Tian family, despite Tian Mingji's current demeanor of compliance. His previous actions, seeking out a group of ruffians to avenge his son, clearly indicate that he is a man who harbors grudges. It is plausible that retribution may come at any time, and next time, the retaliation will undoubtedly be more severe than mere thugs. Although Yang Ling is unafraid, he cannot afford to be entirely unprepared. Therefore, he plans to enhance his physical strength to thwart any tactics involving overwhelming numbers. A warm current surged throughout his body, and he distinctly felt his breath lengthen. With a slight smile, he closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. On the following morning, he departed the hospital early. Carrying a money box, he deposited the 3 million in cash in several different banks, and by the time he completed this task, it was already afternoon. Gazing at nearly 4 million in his account, Yang Ling felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. He considered himself quite affluent. After meandering through the park and collecting today's 2 points of wish value and ability points from various small creatures, his wish quota increased to 910, while his physical strength rose to 15 points, truly effortless. After a moment's hesitation, he felt a sudden impulse and decided against visiting the Xinhua bookstore for further reading. Instead, he headed towards a nearby real estate agency. Previously, for the sake of convenience in commuting, he had resided in the police dormitory, but now that he had acquired wealth, it was time to contemplate a change in living environment. Of course, he did not intend to purchase a house immediately. Although 4 million could secure a decent property in S City, doing so would deplete his savings. The money had just arrived, still warm from his efforts. Additionally, explaining this to his parents would be cumbersome. Thus, he resolved to rent a house first and, once he secured a stable income, consider buying a property. Shortly thereafter, at the real estate agency, Yang Ling approached the counter and politely inquired, "Excuse me, miss, I am looking to rent a house. Do you have any recommendations?" This agency was rather upscale, and there were few customers. The receptionist, momentarily distracted by her phone, glanced at him. Noticing that Yang Ling, though handsome, was dressed modestly, she quickly deduced he was not a wealthy individual. Habitually, she peered towards the entrance, noting the absence of a car, and with a dismissive huff, tossed a brochure of rental listings towards him, saying, "Here, take a look yourself." Yang Ling was not offended. Instead, he smiled slightly and began perusing the information. With his photographic memory, he gleaned insights swiftly. A 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment in Tiansheng Garden, measuring 101 square meters and exquisitely renovated, was available for rent at 500 yuan per month, contingent upon a 6-month advance payment. Tiansheng Garden was a newly launched community in a prime location, notably close to Donghua University, the very institution he intended to apply to with great confidence. This apartment seemed perfect for his needs. Just as he was about to proceed with renting the apartment, the thunderous roar of a sports car engine suddenly reverberated from outside the hall. A sleek Mercedes sports car came to a halt at the agency's entrance, and a fashionable young couple alighted, seemingly there to view properties. The receptionist, now abandoning her phone, rushed to greet them with the kind of enthusiasm that starkly contrasted with her earlier indifference toward Yongling. Chapter 39. I offer 500,000 under the guidance of the waitress. Two individuals entered with an air of arrogance, drawing the attention of other patrons in the hall. Approaching closer, the young man wearing sunglasses glanced at Yongling, unceremoniously pushing him aside, and then flamboyantly declared, "Are there any houses near Donghua University? Select the best one for me. I intend to reside there." Upon hearing this, the waitress snatched the property brochure from Yongling's hands, perused it briefly, and replied, "There's only one house available for rent near Donghua University, and it seems you've arrived just in time." "Oh," the man in sunglasses exclaimed joyfully. "Then I'll take it. Money is no object. Find someone to accompany me to view the property." Yongling frowned at this, interjecting, "Excuse me, but I was the first to express interest in this property." At this, several individuals momentarily paused in surprise. The fashionably dressed young woman cast a disdainful glance at Yongling, while the man in sunglasses scoffed, "With your background, why would you want to rent a school district property? You should just settle for living in a slum. What an embarrassment." The waitress chimed in, "Although you arrived first, this property is quite costly, and it may not be suitable for you. Please wait a moment. I'll help you find a more appropriate option." Unfazed by the waitress's remarks, Yongling turned to the man in sunglasses and calmly asked, "What did you just say? I didn't quite catch that." The man in sunglasses, taken aback, responded, "I said you are an embarrassment. What do you intend to do about it?" "Do about it?" Yongling laughed heartily. "Even Tian Mingji wouldn't dare speak to me in such a manner. You certainly possess some audacity." Gasp. At these words, everyone was momentarily stunned. Tian Mingji was a well-known tycoon in S City. The man in sunglasses was startled. Although he was wealthy, he paled in comparison to Tian Mingji. His confidence wavered as he began to question Yongling's background. With a cold smirk, Yongling addressed the waitress. "The rent is 500, correct? I offer 100,000. I'll take the property." The waitress gaped in disbelief, staring at Yongling. While others might not know, she was acutely aware that this agency was owned by the Tian family. If Yongling truly had connections to Tian Mingji, a single word from him could lead to her immediate dismissal. She glanced between Yongling and the man in sunglasses, momentarily paralyzed with uncertainty. The man in sunglasses glared at Yongling, realizing this individual was determined to make a fool of him, especially with his new companion by his side. He was now in a precarious position. Angrily, he retorted, "Stop pretending. I'll offer 20,000. Yongling's expression darkened as he raised 5 fingers, declaring, "I offer 500,000. "What?" Everyone gasped in astonishment once more. 500,000. This was no longer a rental. It was the pace of a property purchase. The man in sunglasses turned pale. He was merely an ordinary second-generation rich kid, far from being a genuine aristocrat like Tian Zhaoyan. Upon hearing Yongling's astronomical offer, he instantly deflated. Seeing this, Yongling sneered, "Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Here's the deal. You apologize to me and take your companion and leave. And I shall pretend this never happened. Otherwise, that 500,000 will only serve as your medical expenses." Chapter 40. Now that you are here, why leave? Threat. A blatant threat. The man in sunglasses turned crimson with rage, while the woman beside him cast a fearful glance at Yongling suddenly. He seemed to have an epiphany and burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You two merely exchanging words claim there's 500,000? Show it to me." The more he pondered, the more he found it reasonable, proclaiming loudly, "If you can truly produce 500,000, not only will I apologize, but I would even kneel and call you sir." The crowd began to grasp the situation, with even the female attendant snapping back to reality, directing skeptical looks towards Yongling. The attendant spoke up, "Sir, this is an intermediary center, not a boasting tea house. Please refrain from disrupting our operations." Yongling glanced at her and coolly retorted to the man in sunglasses, "Kneel and call me grandpa. This was your own suggestion." With that, he pulled out his phone. As he held the iPhone 10 aloft, a collective gasp echoed in the room. This phone was quite costly. Perhaps this young man truly possessed 500,000. Sure enough, Yongling promptly displayed his bank account balance, 397 million. Gasp. The room fell into a stunned silence, the air thick with disbelief. The attendant's face flushed crimson, then drained of color. The man in sunglasses stood dumbfounded, his complexion shifting to a shade resembling liver as he recalled his previous bravado. He wished he could vanish into the ground. Meanwhile, the woman beside him, after the initial shock, looked at Yang Ling with a newfound intrigue. Her gaze shifting as if she might approach him were it not for the overwhelming aura he exuded. Ding. You have fulfilled the onlooker's desire for entertainment. Wish value 1. Current progress 1010. You may now make a wish. Ding. You have vanquished the sunglasses man. The attendant wishes to mock you. Attribute points 1. Yang Ling tucked his phone away, looking at the man in sunglasses, who resembled a liver in hue, and calmly stated, Kneel and call me Grandpa. That was your own proclamation. Shall we begin? The man's complexion fluctuated between green and white, caught in a dilemma as he stood before the crowd, unable to move forward or retreat. At that moment, a group entered through the door, led by a strikingly beautiful woman accompanied by several bodyguards. The female attendant rushed to greet her. Hello, Ms. Zhang. The elegant woman nodded. Please list my villa in Qianshui Bay for sale suddenly. She caught sight of Yang Ling nearby and gasped, Yang Ling, what are you doing here? With a serene smile, Yang Ling replied, Ms. Zhang, since you are open for business, how could I not visit? This woman was none other than Zhang Chuanxia, who had been nearly paralyzed with fear by Yang Ling the previous night. Upon realizing this, Zhang Chuanxia turned on her heels, intent on leaving with her bodyguards. Yet, Yang Ling's calm voice stopped her. Now that you are here, why rush to depart? Startled, Zhang Chuanxia hesitated, her voice trembling as she asked, Did you have something to discuss? Her reaction left the onlookers astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Zhang Chuanxia was the wife of Tian Mingji, vice chairwoman of the Tian Group, a familiar face on television, who in S City did not recognize her. Yet here stood this distinguished woman, acknowledging Yang Ling, appearing quite familiar with him, and seemingly fearful as well. As this realization dawned on them, the crowd instinctively turned their gazes toward Yang Ling, pondering the true identity of this seemingly ordinary young man. Chapter 41. Who is the chairman? After the initial shock, the man in sunglasses and the female attendant wore expressions as unpleasant as someone who had bitten into an apple only to find half a worm inside. The man in sunglasses even trembled slightly, realizing how minuscule his father's wealth was compared to that of the Tian family group. Yang Ling observed everyone's expressions with a tranquil demeanor and remarked, Mr. Zhang, I hear your family owns this establishment. Do you not uphold the principles of fairness in business? Are you unaware of the notion of first come, first served? As he spoke, he cast a half-smiling glance at the female attendant, his implications clear. At that moment, Zhang Chuanxia's heart raced. Although she knew Yang Ling would not harm her, she was still filled with trepidation. Taking a deep breath to steady her emotions, she turned to the female attendant and decisively declared, You are dismissed. The attendant's face drained of color, and her eyes brimmed with tears, as though she were clinging to a final lifeline. Suddenly, she grasped Yang Ling's sleeve tightly and pleaded, Young Master Yang, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have looked down on you. Jobs are hard to come by. Please, let this go. Can I treat you to dinner tonight as an apology? Yang Ling frowned, noticing the attendant's desperation and the implications of her offer. It was evident that this job held immense significance for her. With a gentle sigh, he replied, I do not wish to impart any grand philosophies. As for your dinner invitation, I must decline. You are not my employee, and the decision to dismiss you is not mine to make. He then turned to Zhang Chuanxia and inquired, Does your large corporation not have any regulations? Is it not a bit hasty to dismiss someone so readily? Zhang Chuanxia, a strong and capable woman, quickly grasped the situation. She realized that it was her employee who had provoked Yang Ling, who had now retaliated. However, understanding did little to alleviate her fear in her eyes. Yang Ling had become a formidable presence, one that even her husband feared. Afraid that this young man might turn his wrath upon her, she nodded eagerly. You are right. Yang, I will handle this matter appropriately. The crowd gasped in astonishment, some believing that Yang Ling was indeed the chairman. The female attendant let out a sigh of relief, her gaze filled with gratitude towards Yang Ling Ding. You have fulfilled the female attendant's wish to avoid dismissal. Wish value 1, current progress, 1110. Having resolved one issue, it was now time to address another. Yang Ling regarded the man in sunglasses with a calm demeanor, saying nothing. Instantly, all eyes turned to the previously arrogant young heir, whose jaw clenched tightly and whose expression darkened. He glanced at Zhang Chuanxia, then at his bewildered girlfriend, before meeting Yang Ling's smirking gaze. Realizing that unless he knelt and called him grandfather, he would not escape this predicament. Putting aside his pride, the man in sunglasses prepared to kneel. But before he could complete the motion, a strong hand lifted him up. Yang Ling hoisted him as one might a chick, removing his sunglasses and tossing them aside. He then stated coolly, "A man should not kneel. Will you be able to hold your head high afterward?" With that, he discarded him carelessly, sneering, "Take your woman and leave. Do not let me see you again." The man in sunglasses, mumbling apologies, scrambled away in haste. Chapter 42. Have I truly grown old? Ding. You have fulfilled the wish of the man in sunglasses to avoid kneeling. Wish value 1. Current progress, 1210. Zhang Chuanxiao observed the calm-faced youth before her, a flicker of curiosity igniting within her. Whether it was his defense of the waitress or his seemingly effortless lifting of the man in sunglasses, actions that ultimately spared him from kneeling, she found herself reevaluating Yang Ling. Recalling the previous night when he had intervened just in time to prevent her husband from breaking their son's leg, she glimpsed another facet of Yang Ling. This young man did not seek to annihilate. Rather, he exhibited mercy, which rendered him less fearsome in her eyes. With this realization, her apprehension waned, replaced by a desire to understand this intriguing youth. Meanwhile, Yang Ling, disinterested in the thoughts of the affluent lady, addressed the still-dazed waitress with a casual tone. "Why are you standing there in a daze? Complete the formalities. I wish to view the property." "Ah, certainly. Right away." The waitress jolted into action, clearly daunted by the earlier mention of 50,000. She promptly finalized the necessary paperwork. "Please hold on, sir. A real estate agent will be with you shortly." Before Yang Ling could respond, Zhang Chuanxiao interjected, "Shall I drive you there?" "Huh." Yang Ling paused, slightly taken aback, furrowing his brow as he regarded her. Just moments ago, she had seemed terrified, yet now she offered to accompany him to view the property? Women are as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Even with his adeptness in deduction, he could not fathom her intentions. Nevertheless, he had his own plans. Accepting the key from the waitress, he replied with a faint smile, "I have legs. There is no need for you to trouble yourself, Ms. Zhang." With that, he dismissed her without a second glance and sauntered out of the lobby. Yang Ling's charisma, enhanced by his 3 points of charm, inadvertently elicited a flutter of affection from the women present, including both Zhang Chuanxia and the waitress, as well as others in the vicinity. Zhang Chuanxia stood there, gazing at Yang Ling's retreating figure, her heart racing, accompanied by an unsettling sensation. Initially, she had been startled by her own proposal to drive him, but to her surprise, Yang Ling had declined and hadn't even spared her a glance. This stirred a peculiar emotion within her. Have I truly grown old? Upon exiting the lobby, Yang Ling glanced back at the real estate agency, a subtle smile gracing his lips. He was aware that this establishment belonged to the Tian group. He had deliberately chosen to rent here. His intentions were clear, to let Tian Mingji know where he resided, thereby preventing any future vendetta from reaching his home. His family remained his Achilles heel, and once he had truly amassed wealth, he planned to purchase a luxurious villa with comprehensive security, ensuring his peace of mind. As he walked along the street, Yang Ling spoke inwardly to the system, "I wish to acquire the ability for rapid movement." Ding. Wish granted. The host has acquired the skill, Lingbo Weibu. Lingbo Weibu. Upon activation, movement speed increases by 300 and evasion probability increases by 100. Note: the duration of this skill depends on the host's stamina. The skill ceases upon exhaustion. Yang Ling felt a surge of joy. He had long yearned for such an ability, one that would enable him to protect himself and escape danger. In the event of an emergency, he could swiftly respond. Most thrilling was the prospect of a doubled evasion rate. As he aspired to stand out, he was bound to offend some. Should anyone attempt to use a firearm against him, the ability to dodge bullets would be invaluable. After inquiring further about the system, he learned that this evasion rate was predicated on his agility. Chapter 43. The Runaway Beauty. After a meticulous calculation, Yang Ling deduced that with only 20 points in agility, he was still insufficiently equipped to execute the Lingbo Weibo technique to evade bullets at close range. At least 40 points in agility were required, and should he encounter several submachine guns, he would need upwards of 60 points. Moreover, in addition to agility, formidable reflexes and keen eyesight were essential. To truly ensure his own safety, there remained a long journey ahead. Staggering into Tian Sheng Garden, he flashed his key at the security guard, who allowed him entry. Setting aside the quality of the residence, the standard of the property management appeared commendable. Upon locating his rented apartment, Yang Ling opened the door and was pleased to find the decor quite satisfactory. The living room, kitchen, and bathroom were all present, along with a master bedroom and a guest room. Nodding in satisfaction, he pushed open the door to the master bedroom, only to be taken aback by the sight before him. On the large bed lay a pale, delicate figure. His initial reaction was one of alarm. Had he stumbled upon a murder scene? However, the soft sound of snoring soon alleviated his anxiety, though it was quickly replaced by a furrowed brow. How could there be a woman sleeping in his room? Doubting his own judgment, he stepped outside to verify the door number, confirming it was indeed correct. After a moment's hesitation, he resolved to wake the woman and inquire about the situation. With a sharp clap, he roused the sleeping Chu Xin, who bolted upright like a startled rabbit upon feeling a hand upon her. She was met with the sight of a handsome stranger, prompting her instinctively to cover herself with the blanket and prepare to scream. Unfortunately, Yang Ling was quicker, leaping forward to cover her mouth, leaving her only able to produce muffled sounds. Fear gripped Chu Xin, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Was her 20-year-long purity about to be forcibly taken from her? Yang Ling, observing the tear-streaked girl, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. She must have mistaken him for an assailant. Listen, I'm the new tenant. I'll let you go, but please don't scream, all right? He said, irritation lacing his tone. Hearing this, Chu Xin let out a heavy sigh of relief and nodded fervently. Yang Ling released his hold and glanced at the girl who had ensconced herself in the blanket. With a chuckle, he remarked, I've already seen enough. You needn't hide yourself so tightly. What did you just say? Chu Xin, realizing he had made a jest about her modesty, momentarily set aside her fear and revealed her little fangs, retorting indignantly, do you not realize how rude that is? Do you believe I want to report you for harassment? Yang Ling laughed heartily. If you report me for harassment, I shall counter with a complaint of trespassing. Now, tell me, why are you here? With her ploy of accusing him failing, Chu Xin donned a pitiful expression and began to explain, I ran away from home without a place to go. Curiously enough, the girl was indeed strikingly beautiful, and with her sorrowful demeanor, it was hard for anyone to find it in their heart to send her away. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a smirk, he teased, running away from home? My dear lady, is that not a rather cliché excuse? It's true, she insisted, and proceeded to recount the tale of her departure from home. Essentially, her parents intended to immigrate to the land of maple leaves, a plan she vehemently opposed. After leaving a note, she secretly returned, only to find that the house, originally belonging to her family, had been sold at a low price to an agency due to their immigration plans. Now, back in her homeland, she had brought little money and soon exhausted her funds. Chapter 44. The beautiful roommate. Due to a lack of accommodation, this place was conveniently vacant, and she fortuitously possessed the key, allowing her to secretly take up residence. Remarkably, the security recognized her and allowed her passage without hesitation. However, she had only returned for about a week, so the agent had yet to uncover anything amiss. Yang Ling furrowed his brow slightly. His adeptness in deduction revealed no flaws in her narrative. A glance at the casually placed identity card and passport on the bedside led him to believe her words to a considerable extent. Yet, what was this situation? Even if this young woman was both pitiable and lovely, what right did she have to occupy his rented space? Chu Xin seemed to sense Yang Ling's thoughts and, with a hint of grievance, remarked, I'm not staying here for free. Once I earn some money, I will definitely pay you the rent. Earning money? Yang Ling inquired with curiosity. How do you plan to make a living while sleeping in the house all day? To his surprise, Xin proudly pointed to the computer and exclaimed, I'm a streamer. I'm a League of Legends expert. Would you like me to help you rank up? Really? Ling chuckled. He was already a man skilled in gaming. Did he need her assistance? However, seeing how vulnerable she appeared, it would indeed be rather unkind to evict her. Nevertheless, he was reluctant to share his living space, as he harbored his own secrets. Just as he was engulfed in his dilemma, a sudden voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Energy crystal detected. What is that? Ling was momentarily taken aback. Ding! Energy is required for system upgrades, and energy crystals can provide the necessary energy. For each unit of energy crystals submitted by the host, a random max-level skill will be granted. Such a remarkable offer. Ling felt a surge of excitement and quickly asked, So where can I find these energy crystals? Right around Xin's neck, came the reply. Following the sound, Ling noticed a jade pendant hanging from the girl's neck. It was undoubtedly the energy crystal he sought. Tempted by the allure of acquiring a skill, Ling chuckled. If you wish for me to accommodate you, it's not entirely out of the question, but seeing Ling gaze intently at her chest, Xin quickly shielded herself with her hands, trembling as she protested, Don't even think about it. Ling laughed heartily. What are you thinking? I merely desire the jade pendant around your neck. The pendant? Xin exhaled in relief. Glancing at the jade pendant hanging from her chest, she asked curiously, I bought this for just a few hundred. It's not valuable. What do you want it for? With a calm smile, Ling replied, That's none of your concern. Either you leave the pendant with me, or you can leave. Your choice. Only a fool wouldn't give it up. Xin giggled, removing the pendant and handing it to Ling. Here, you can go now. I want to sleep. Contentedly accepting the pendant, Ling submitted it to the system. Ding! The host has submitted an energy crystal, receiving a random skill. Please wait. Ding! The host has acquired the skill, Mastery of Musical Instruments. Mastery of Musical Instruments. You can play any instrument at will. Shall I delve into music? Although he had drawn a skill that enhanced combat abilities, Mastery of Musical Instruments was still quite admirable. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never burdensome, and one never knows when it might come in handy. Returning to reality, Ling intended to request that Xin vacate the master bedroom, only to find that she had already fallen sound asleep, clearly exhausted. With a slight smile, he dismissed the trivialities. A guest room was still a guest room. After all, the size was inconsequential. Ding! You have fulfilled Xin's wish. Wish value 1, current progress 310. Chapter 45. I am willing to be your girlfriend. This girl, carefree and unreserved, displaying such a deep slumber in the presence of a man she had just met, certainly did not strike one as cunning. With a faint smile, Ling glanced at the time. It was nearly 5 in the afternoon. After a moment's hesitation, he ventured outside. He was on an errand to purchase some necessities. Now that he had financial stability, he no longer had to live in frugality. Having relocated to a new place, he intended to replace everything that could be replaced. Ling first visited the electronics market, where he acquired a computer worth 10,000 yuan, its specifications quite commendable, and arranged for it to be delivered to his home later. Subsequently, he proceeded to the supermarket to procure essential household items, rice, and various ingredients. It was not that he fancied himself a chef. Rather, he found that once one mastered the culinary arts, unless circumstances forbade it, one would prefer to savor the delicious dishes they had prepared themselves. After completing his errands, he returned home as night fell, and the computer had already arrived. Nodding at the delivery personnel, he opened the door and carried in his bags. However, before he could catch his breath, a piercing female scream rang out. Ah? This Yasuo is absolutely dreadful. It was evident that the beautiful streamer had commenced her live broadcast. Ling chuckled wryly before beginning to prepare dinner. Inside the room, Xin was engaged with her audience, having been streaming for about a week. With her striking appearance, exceptional skills, and vivacious personality, she had garnered a considerable following. Currently, her stream attracted around 100,000 viewers, and she had signed a newcomer contract with the platform. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the room. Xin, resembling a curious kitten, wrinkled her adorable little nose and giggled. It smells amazing. Someone must have finished cooking. Everyone, I'm off to eat. I'll be back at 9 for the live stream, where I'll duo with Han. Hee hee. Ignoring the myriad greetings in the chat, she ended her broadcast and, upon opening the door, beheld a table set with 3 dishes and a soup, nearly floating with joy. Hee hee, it seems I won't have to eat instant noodles tonight. Yang Ling cast her an exasperated glance, yet found himself rather taken aback. If previously she had given off a somewhat natural and chaotic impression, now, dressed in a long skirt with light makeup, Chu Xin appeared to be an undeniable beauty. Seemingly reading Yang Ling's thoughts, Chu Xin grinned and said, "So, what do you think? Isn't your sister beautiful? It's a stroke of fortune to share a residence with someone as stunning as me." Yang Ling responded with a subtle smile, while Chu Xin unceremoniously served herself a bowl of rice and began to eat. Prior to the meal, the enticing aroma had already made her stomach grumble, and with that first bite, she felt as though she were floating on air. "Is this dish made by you? My goodness, it is absolutely delectable. Young man, if you cook for me every day, I would gladly be your girlfriend." Ding. You have fulfilled Chu Xin's wish to eat. Wish points 1, current progress, 410. Yang Ling rolled his eyes and served himself a bowl of rice, remarking with mock irritation, "Don't be so cheesy. Just call me Yang Ling from now on." Yang Ling Chu Xin mumbled indistinctly, her mouth full of braised pork, her small eyes sparkling with satisfaction and delight. A moment later, having devoured 3 bowls of rice, the beautiful streamer lounged on the sofa, gazing at Yang Ling as he tidied up, and exclaimed in admiration, "Yang Xiaodi, who would have thought you not only look handsome, but your culinary skills are exceptional? Fear not, I want to take advantage of you. Within 3 days, I'll help you reach diamond rank, ensuring you have something to boast about in the future. How does that sound?" Chapter 46. A fortuitous encounter with professional players. The game League of Legends has captivated audiences worldwide. Attaining a high rank not only serves as a badge of honor, but also opens avenues for income through professional play or streaming. The prospect of duo queuing with a charming female partner certainly has its perks. Yang Ling smiled gently and inquired, "Is your skill truly that exceptional?" With a proud pat on her petite chest, Chu Xin declared, "I am a master tier player at the pinnacle of the rift, renowned as the #1 female ADC." Intrigued, Yang Ling asked, "At the pinnacle of the rift? Does that mean you'll often encounter professional players?" "Absolutely." Chu Xin laughed. "Hurry and set up your computer. I've already informed my viewers that we're going to duo queue tonight." Yang Ling smiled faintly. He possessed considerable gaming prowess, and if he could not convert this skill into a tangible benefit, it would indeed be a wasted talent. An idea began to form in his mind, and he nodded. "Very well, I have an account at the pinnacle of the rift as well. I shall join you for a few matches." What followed was the installation of the computer and the game, and by the time he completed these tasks, it was precisely 9 o'clock. Ding. Your wish to duo queue with Chu Xin has been fulfilled. Wish points 1. Current progress, 510. In his room, after connecting with Chu Xin via microphone and making a few adjustments, he opened the streaming platform and located her channel. Surprisingly, while her popularity was modest, the barrage of comments was quite lively. During their microphone test, Chu Xin had already begun streaming, and now the screen was filled with various comments about him. "Inin, this guy's voice is delightful. Does he have a room number? His voice is pleasant, but he is undoubtedly a novice. Oh no, our Inin might get stolen away. I hope we encounter a professional player and utterly crush this pretty boy." The comments varied widely, yet the majority seemed to be drawn by Chu Xin's charm, harboring evident hostility towards him. Had they known he was sharing a roof with the beautiful streamer, one could only imagine the reaction in the chat. They smoothly entered the champion selection screen, when suddenly someone in the chat revealed that the opposing bot lane comprised professional players. Chu Xin gasped in shock, and upon checking, let out a wail. It's over. The opposing bot lane features the duo of Wanlang and Agu on their Smuff accounts, and I've brought a novice along. This game is doomed. The chat's reaction was equally entertaining, filled with comments like GG and instant surrender. Many viewers eagerly anticipated the spectacle of Yang Ling being mercilessly defeated. At that moment, a voice echoed in Yang Ling's mind. Ding. Game mastery skill activated. A smile crept across his lips. Encountering professional players in the first match was an unexpected delight. The game commenced swiftly in the opposing bot lane. Consisting of two professional players, seemingly dismissed the skill level of their opponents, selecting a casual combination of Pantheon and Jarvan 4. Yet, even in a relaxed state, Masters excelled. Their casual play was far beyond the capabilities of players at this rank. Chu Xiyin selected her most adept champion, Caitlyn, while Yongling opted for the champion Cho'Gath as support. This choice elicited laughter from the live audience. Cho'Gath support? If he misses a few QS, he'll run out of mana, and his ability to protect the ADC is rather mediocre. How will they avoid being thoroughly outclassed? As anticipated, the bot lane fared well at level 1. But once Jarvan 4 reached level 2 and acquired his EQ combo, the situation began to deteriorate. Chapter 47. Counterattack. Is it luck or skill? Those familiar with League of Legends know well the deadly combination. Pantheon's shield stunning, followed by Jarvan 4's EQ combo, elevating the target, leaving no chance to escape, especially with Ignite ensuring a swift demise. This fierce duo advanced aggressively, seeking to force Yongling and his companion out of the experience zone. At that moment, the familiar voice of the system echoed in Yongling's mind. Ding. Mastery of deduction activated. His gaze sharpened as he utilized this formidable skill to calculate the movements of the opposing duo and the trajectory of Chu Xiyin's movements. However, to onlookers, the scene appeared quite different. What was this monstrous creature up to? Was he employing a feigned disconnection tactic? Failing to land AQ, at the very least, he could pressure the enemy into repositioning for the ADC to secure some last hits. A mere novice, he was deemed a disgrace in the realm of supporting players, barely worthy of the gold tier. The barrage of comments mercilessly criticized Yongling, while Chu Xiyin maintained her composure, interacting with the audience. Though internally she was smirking with disbelief. She had initially intended to express her gratitude to Yongling for assisting her, hoping to showcase her own skills by winning alongside a novice. Yet, to her dismay, just minutes into the game, they found themselves pinned under the turret, diminishing the quality of the live stream, and it seemed she would inevitably lose followers that night. After a brief stalemate, the cannon minion was on the verge of defeat. And Chu Xiyin, confident in her long-range capabilities, aimed to secure the last hit. The enemy's aggression had waned from the initial onslaught. But just as she lifted her gun, Pantheon executed a swift flash into a W followed by Ignite. This was clearly a trap laid by the enemy. Realizing the peril, Chu Xiyin thought, I'm within the range of Jarvan's EQ. Yet, she was unprepared for the speed of the monstrous creature. In the instant Pantheon flashed and cast his W, he was nearly matched by a simultaneous flash and W from Yongling, silencing Pantheon before he could unleash any damage aside from the stun and Ignite. Yongling's Q was unleashed in tandem, as Jarvan was flung into the air, only to be met by the monstrous creature's Q, which struck him down. Without his EQ combo or ultimate at his disposal, Jarvan was rendered weaker than a super minion, while Yongling retaliated with Ignite against Pantheon. In a flash of brilliance, the tide of battle turned. Chu Xiyin finally grasped the situation, creating distance with her E and unleashing a barrage of fire upon Pantheon. With no flash left, he was trapped. And after landing a Q that only tickled the monstrous creature, he fell in defeat. Jarvan, seeing the dire situation, had already retreated. A counterattack. The monstrous creature executed an astonishing series of maneuvers, eliminating a professional player. Chu Xiyin let out an excited scream, and after a moment of stunned silence in the comments, a chorus of 6,666 erupted. Yet, many still believed the monstrous creature had merely stumbled upon good fortune, doubting such swift reactions and precise execution. Within the PT training facility, two young individuals exchanged looks of shock, their astonishment mirrored in each other's eyes. Their coach, present at the scene, approached curiously. Did this monstrous creature truly get lucky? One eye furrowed his brow. It's possible. Let us see how he performs in the next wave. As time progressed, the detractors in the comments were silenced. Yongling began to advise Chu Xiyin on positioning. Be cautious when you go for this minion. Jarvan will come in with his EQ. Indeed. As the bullets from the ADC flew forth, Jarvan's EQ combo followed closely behind. Yet, Chu Xin had anticipated this, having already ED away at the moment her flag was planted. However, facing a professional player, Jarvan's follow-up was relentless, incorporating a flash to secure the EQ combo that lifted the ADC into the air. Chapter 48. In just 3 minutes, provide me with his complete information. Regrettably, thereafter, there was nothing more to follow. Pantheon, eager to catch up, was swiftly ensnared by the formidable creature's double QW combo, and after a few strikes, he was left utterly devastated. The level 6 creature dealt considerable damage, and Pantheon, not at full health, was instantly eliminated. The execution of this maneuver was fluid and seamless, as if every move had been meticulously calculated, leaving spectators in disbelief. Yongling's mastery of the game endowed him with extraordinary skills. He was acutely aware of the experience and attack power statistics following the demise of each minion. His understanding of hero damage was profound. Additionally, his strategic foresight allowed him to anticipate his opponent's next move. With Prince's EQ and Flash fully employed, he fell short of a few minions to reach level 6 and unleash his ultimate ability, only to subsequently be overwhelmed and left sprawled on the ground, counting the stars. The audience was taken aback, as were Chu Xin, the PT duo in the bot lane, and their coach. What a terrifying display of computational ability and reflexes. Chu Xin exclaimed, "Ling, you are astonishingly powerful." Powerful, indeed, remarkably so. The chat was flooded with accolades, as this remarkable performance undoubtedly drew out countless lurking spectators in a small live stream of 100,000 viewers, filling the screen with comments. What extraordinary maneuvers! Who is it that called Ling a disgrace to the support role? Where are the naysayers now? The chat was utterly astounded by this display. Victory elicited praise while defeat invited criticism, yet the impressive play sparked genuine admiration. Within the PT club space, the bespectacled coach addressed the team leader beside him. "Do you have any insights into this individual?" The team leader promptly shook his head, and the club's owner, who had appeared behind them unannounced, interjected, "Agu. Do you believe this person is merely lucky or possesses genuine skill?" Agu, a well-regarded support player in the national server rankings, offered a wry smile. "Boss, this isn't the first instance. If we attribute it to luck, would you truly believe it?" The owner paused, then turned decisively to the team leader. "In 3 minutes, I want a comprehensive dossier on this player." After showcasing such an extraordinary performance, Yongling's teammates within the game raised their thumbs in approval, with the jungler even inquiring if he wished to farm some jungle resources. It was indeed a noteworthy accomplishment for a support player to earn the admiration of teammates at the diamond rank. Yongling remained unfazed, having anticipated such a scenario, while Chu Xin, observing the steadily rising viewer count in the livestream, smiled broadly. "Ling, you are truly a genius. I've decided, from now on, I will assist you in climbing the ranks daily, and together we shall ascend to the pinnacle of the national server." Ding! You have fulfilled Chu Xin's wish, granting you 1 wish value. Current progress, 610. Chu Xin boasted unabashedly, prompting a flurry of question marks in the chat, while Yongling chuckled and replied, "Since when did you become my sister? Can you refrain from inflating your own status?" His voice was warm and pleasant, with a playful tone that captivated many in the livestream audience. Ling, are you streaming? I want to shower you with rockets." "Ling, do you have a girlfriend?" "No." "That's fine, you do now." The chat was exuberantly enthusiastic, and even previous detractors wisely shifted their tone, now singing praises. In Chu Xin's livestream, gifts flew through the air, and a new fan, under the username Ling, sent 2 rockets directly, clearly demonstrating unwavering loyalty to Yongling. Chapter 49. An invitation from the professional club. The game unfolded without any unexpected twists. The bottom lane was decisively penetrated by the Prince Pantheon. Yongling skillfully maneuvered his large insect character to the top lane, generating momentum with 2 waves, and upon acquiring the Rift Herald, the game concluded instantly. By the time the match ended, Chu Xin's live stream had garnered an impressive viewership of 200,000, doubling in mere moments. Ding! You have fulfilled Chu Xin's wish for increased viewership, granting you 1 wish points. Current progress, 710. Chu Xin beamed with joy, insisting that Yang Ling continue to duo queue with her. The chat was filled with enthusiastic comments urging Yang Ling not to leave, with one affluent viewer even offering a rocket for each game played. Yang Ling, having devised a plan and with nothing pressing on his mind, decided to continue playing. Ding. You have satisfied Chu Xin's wish. Current progress, 810. Sometimes, wish points are surprisingly easy to accumulate. In the following matches, Yang Ling employed champions such as LeBlanc, Gangplank, and Yasuo, transitioning from support to mid lane. With two formidable skills at his disposal, even diamond-tier players, let alone professional ones, could do little more than succumb to his prowess. Across 3 matches, he amassed over 70 kills, executing numerous extraordinary maneuvers and impressive predictions that left the opponents reeling. The chat was inundated with 666 comments, a testament to the excitement. In just over an hour, Chu Xin received 8 rockets, 5 of which were sent by a devoted fan of Yang Ling. The atmosphere in the stream was electric, with viewers clamoring for Yang Ling to reveal himself and to broadcast live, their demands ringing out incessantly. Ultimately, succumbing to the audience's fervor, Yang Ling promised that after the college entrance examination, he would co-stream with Chu Xin, albeit not on a daily basis and without a fixed schedule. Chu Xin was overjoyed. Thanks to Yang Ling, her viewership surged at an exponential rate, earning her at least 50,000 in gift revenue that evening. Yang Ling also successfully garnered a few more wish points, bringing his progress to 910, and he anticipated making another wish soon. After several matches, perhaps due to excessive skill usage, Yang Ling felt a slight dizziness. He informed Chu Xin and, adhering to a responsible routine, decided to take a shower and retire for the night. He fell into a particularly deep slumber the following morning. Although still enveloped in dreams, Yang Ling keenly detected footsteps in his room. He abruptly opened his eyes, and upon recognizing Chu Xin, he exhaled a sigh of relief. With a hint of irritation, he queried, "Are you not aware that entering someone else's room unannounced is quite impolite?" Chu Xin, with an envious expression, replied, "Don't even mention it, Ling. Your luck has arrived. The managers from PT and CMG clubs contacted me early this morning. After witnessing your performance yesterday, they wish for you to come in for a trial." Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, but a smile gradually crept across his face. His decision to accompany Chu Xin for the live stream was not a mere whim. It was a calculated move. He had no desire to pursue a professional career, but he aspired to master the game for financial gain. With a gentle smile, he responded, "Please inform the 2 managers that with the college entrance examination approaching, I prefer not to be distracted. Let us discuss this once my exams are concluded, shall we?" Through their conversation, Chu Xin had learned of Yang Ling's status as a student. Nodding in understanding, she suddenly mentioned, "By the way, your little fan sent you 6 rockets yesterday. Once the funds arrive, I will transfer them to you." Yang Ling regarded the young lady with quiet approval. A gentleman appreciates wealth acquired through honorable means. Her proactive mention of the matter indicated she was not one to take advantage of others. With a calm demeanor, Yang Ling replied, "I have heard that gift revenue is settled biannually. Since you have just begun your streaming journey, let us defer this matter for now." Chapter 50, Mastering the Art of Driving. Even aircraft carriers can be navigated. Having expressed his thoughts, he curiously inquired, "Do you still have any money on you?" "Ah." Chu Xin's delicate face flushed crimson as she lowered her head, gently shaking it in denial. Yang Ling, upon witnessing this, offered a faint smile and transferred 10,000 yuan to the beautiful streamer via WeChat, saying, "I'm borrowing this from you. Remember to repay me." Chu Xin's mouth opened slightly as she stared blankly at Yang Ling, a glimmer of tears forming in the corners of her eyes. For a moment, she stood there, at a loss for words. Yang Ling chuckled, "What's the matter? Are you admiring my attire?" "Ah." Chu Xin snapped back to reality. Her cheeks flushed as she retorted, "Who wants to look at you? I'm going to sleep." With that, she quickly turned and exited the room. Before stepping into her own chamber, she rubbed her eyes and glanced back at Yang Ling's room. After a brief pause, as if coming to a realization, a radiant smile spread across her face. After breakfast, Yang Ling headed straight to the small park, where he earned 2 attribute points and some wish value. He allocated both points to his stamina, resulting in the following attributes: strength, 15 agility, 20 stamina, 15 charm, 3 skills, mastery of injury recovery, proficiency in Tai Chi, expert throwing, mastery of deduction, instrument proficiency, gaming expertise, culinary mastery, photographic memory, and the subtle steps of the lingbo. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. Ding. The current wish progress of the host is 1110. You may make a wish. Yang Ling faced two choices. First, to acquire yet another skill to enhance his combat capabilities. Second, to select a practical skill that would enrich his abilities. After much contemplation, he made up his mind, declaring solemnly, I wish to possess exceptional driving skills. In modern society, a driver's license is essential, with many individuals not only able to drive cars, but also yachts and even airplanes. Yang Ling came from a humble background. Previously, he struggled even to obtain a driver's license, let alone purchase a vehicle. Ding. Wish successful. The host has acquired the skill, Mastery of Driving. Mastery of Driving. You are capable of proficiently operating all modes of transportation that have existed on Earth throughout history. Ding. You have gained 1 point of charm. A refreshing sensation surged through his body as he horrifyingly realized that he could not only drive cars, but also operate airplanes, ships, aircraft carriers, and even artificial space stations, all with unparalleled driving expertise. This is incredibly powerful. He found it hard to believe himself, just as he reveled in his excitement. The system's notification rang out once more. Ding. Excessive use of mental power detected previously, resulting in a state of fatigue. The mental power attribute has now been activated. Please check the details yourself. What? A new attribute has been activated? Yang Ling hurriedly examined his panel and indeed found an additional mental power attribute beneath his stamina, slightly exceeding the norm, now standing at 12 points. Upon reviewing the description, he felt a sudden clarity. No wonder he felt dizzy after playing a few rounds of games yesterday. It turned out that his proficiency in gaming and deduction had significantly drained his mental power. It was akin to the blue bar in a game. Without blue, how could one cast skills? With the activation of the mental power attribute, various skills requiring cognitive effort would consume mental power. 12 points of mental power could sustain a skill for 4 hours, translating to 1 point equating to 20 minutes. If 2 skills were activated simultaneously, the consumption of mental power would double, allowing only 10 minutes per point. Without mental power, any skill relying on intellect would become unusable. Thus, this attribute proved to be exceptionally crucial. Chapter 51. The female CEO wishes to meet me. Yang Ling furrowed his brow, contemplating how to allocate his attribute points. He was no longer the same person he once was. Previously, he had been a destitute individual, consumed with thoughts of financial gain even after acquiring the system. However, his perspective had shifted. While wealth remained significant, it was no longer the paramount concern. He had learned from the system that by submitting 10 energy units, he could trigger an upgrade, which would yield tremendous benefits. The system had explicitly stated that the domain domination feature would be unlocked, and once he mastered a particular domain, his cultivation level would ascend accordingly. This was not merely about physical attributes like strength and agility. It pertained to his very realm of existence. With such a realm, he would wield mana, and should he conquer numerous domains, he might even ascend to immortality. As the sun and moon decay, I remain eternal. As heaven and earth perish, I endure. This was the ultimate goal he fervently pursued. In comparison to achieving immortality, what was wealth? He sought riches solely to acquire energy crystals, which he would submit to the system, striving to accumulate the requisite 10 energy units for an upgrade. The broadening of his horizons inevitably accompanied a transformation of his mindset. The former Yang Ling had long vanished. Thus, figures like Tian Mingji and Zhang Chunxiao appeared to him as mere ants. This was a mindset of strength. After much deliberation, he resolved to develop himself holistically, aspiring to become a multifaceted entity. With this realization, a smile graced his lips as he made his way to the bookstore. The journey ahead remained long, requiring each step to be taken with purpose. The immediate priority was to gain admission to Donghua University. ideally as the top scorer in the college entrance examination, thus asserting dominance in another realm. After spending the morning engrossed in books at the bookstore, he intended to step out for a meal when suddenly, his phone rang. It was his father. Huh. Which female CEO wishes to meet me? On the other end, Yang Jianjun's excited voice echoed. I never imagined that many years ago, your grandfather arranged a betrothal with the Liu family. You must present yourself impeccably. Be punctual for our meeting at 2 this afternoon. After ending the call, a bittersweet smile crept across Yang Ling's face. What had once been a jest had now become a reality. The Liu family was indeed a colossal dynasty. The patriarch had been a prominent leader in Yanjing, and although he had retired to Jiangnan for his twilight years, his influence was such that a stamp of his foot could send tremors throughout the region. He had 3 sons, the eldest in politics, currently a leading figure in his province, the second in the military, now a promising young general in the Jiangnan military region, and the youngest, a businessman who tragically passed away but left behind a capable daughter. Liu Muhan, the chairwoman and general manager of Muhua Group, possessed assets and stocks amounting to 40 billion, yet the true extent of her family's influence was staggering. In contrast to this female CEO, Tian Mingji appeared woefully inadequate. The system had orchestrated for this distinguished lady to become his wife. Not to mention, the suitors eager to marry her, wealthy scions and powerful figures, could form a line from S-City to Yanjing, had he not just stepped into the limelight. Moreover, it was rumored that Liu Muhan was exceptionally beautiful yet entirely disinterested in men. How would he fare with such a wife, destined to lead a life of solitude? However, the advantages were evident. He could leverage the Liu family's extensive network to seek energy crystals and gain assistance in penetrating various industries. Lost in thought, Yang Ling gazed skyward. After a prolonged silence, a faint smile appeared on his lips. At precisely 2 o'clock, he arrived at the upscale CAF where they were to meet, a premier establishment in S-City frequented by notable figures. Chapter 52. You're late. Let's get a divorce. The young waitress looked somewhat astonished at the ordinary-looking youth before her. Although a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes, she politely inquired, Do you have a reservation, sir? With a faint smile, Yang Ling replied, There should be a reservation under someone's name. May I ask where I can find Liu Muhan? Lu Dong. The waitress was taken aback, then hurriedly exclaimed, You are Mr. Yang whom Lu Dong has been waiting for? Ah, I will take you right over. Upon realizing Yang Ling's connection to Liu Muhan, her demeanor transformed into one of warmth. A moment later, she led Yang Ling to a secluded corner of the CAF, where a round table awaited with 5 individuals already gathered. An elderly man, casually dressed yet exuding an air of authority, occupied the main seat, smiling as he regarded Yang Ling. On either side of him sat a man and a woman. The man, likely in his late 20s, donned a suit and possessed an attractive visage, though his gaze towards Yang Ling was filled with indifference and a barely perceptible hostility. The woman, clad in a dark casual outfit, had her long hair cascading freely and was undeniably stunning. She was none other than Liu Muhan. Yang Ling, having encountered numerous beautiful women in his life, found even his former girlfriend, the nurse, and the stunning anchor to pale in comparison to this exquisite beauty. Only Su Qiuxia, the alluring police officer, could rival her allure. Yet, the way this enchanting woman regarded him was far from amicable. Meanwhile, a pretty girl beside Liu Muhan regarded Yang Ling with overt disdain, as if to say, A pauper like you is worthy of Liu Muhan? The perceptive waitress discreetly retreated, and it was not the elder Liu who spoke first, but Liu Muhan herself. She huffed, You're late. I detest tardiness. Let's finalize the divorce paperwork shortly. The first words exchanged upon their meeting were a proposition for divorce, a rather formidable opening gambit. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the clock hanging in the hall, which indicated 2:03, he realized he was indeed 3 minutes late. He smiled gently, Lu Dong. We are not even married yet. What divorce paperwork are we discussing? If you do not wish to see me, you may simply leave. His words elicited a collective gasp from those present. How audacious to speak thus in front of elder Liu. Was he utterly ignorant or simply foolish? The young man scoffed, while Liu Muhan's beautiful companion chuckled derisively, having witnessed countless attempts at seeking attention. Lu Muhan shot a glance at Yang Ling and declared, "Very well. I shall take my leave." As she began to rise, Elder Lu furrowed his brow and commanded, "Sit down." Hearing this, she bit her lip, casting a resentful look at Yang Ling. After a moment's hesitation, she ultimately complied and returned to her seat. Elder Lu chuckled, "Young Yang, my granddaughter has a bit of a temper. I apologize for her behavior. By the way, should we introduce ourselves?" Yang Ling responded with a smile, "You are too kind." "Elder Lu, I am well aware of your esteemed names. How could I not recognize you? Your lifelong contributions to our country are greatly admired by all." He then turned his gaze to Lu Muhan. Lu Dong frequently appears on television. She is a nationally renowned young entrepreneur and the most beautiful woman in Jiangnan province. Who wouldn't know her? In response, Lu Muhan merely regarded Yang Ling with a cold stare, remaining silent. Chapter 53. The marriage certificate is ready. Yang Ling, unfazed, turned his attention to the young man standing beside the venerable Mr. Lu and inquired, "I presume this esteemed individual is none other than Wang Chao, the vice chairman of the illustrious Muhua Group?" Wang Chao nodded slightly, his disdain and hostility becoming increasingly palpable. His grandfather and father had been trusted confidants of Mr. Lu, and he had ascended to the esteemed position of vice chairman in this generation. Moreover, he was one of the many suitors vying for Lu Muchan's affection, and given his familial connections, rumors suggested his prospects were quite favorable. Noticing the contempt in Wang Chao's gaze, Yang Ling merely scoffed. It mattered not whether he was a chairman or a director. It was best not to provoke him, for should he dare to do so, he would ensure their ruin. He then shifted his gaze to the girl beside Lu Muchan. She was undeniably beautiful, a goddess in her own right. Yet she appeared somewhat diminished in comparison to Lu Muchan. With a gentle smile, he remarked, "If I am not mistaken, you must be Lin Xiaoshuang, the daughter of the chairman of Yushuan Group?" Lin Xiaoshuang emitted a disdainful huff. Although an outsider, she had grown up alongside Lu Muchan and was quite familiar with the Lu family. She spoke bluntly, "Yang Ling, is it? We have thoroughly investigated your background. I do not wish to utter unkind words in front of Mr. Lu, but in terms of status, family background, and financial means, you and Muchan are utterly incompatible. I advise you to abandon this futile hope." Yang Ling replied with a serene smile, "I have heard of you, but that does not imply I know you. Setting aside whether you possess the right to advise me, do you truly believe I would heed your words?" "You." Lin Xiaoshuang was momentarily silenced, her eyes narrowing as she glared at Yang Ling, seemingly concocting a retort. Lu Muchan furrowed her brow, fully aware of her friend's temperament. Once provoked, Lin Xiaoshuang could become quite the spectacle. She discreetly squeezed Lin Xiaoshuang's hand under the table, signaling her to remain calm. Seeing this, Lin Xiaoshuang huffed and turned her head away, refusing to look at Yang Ling. The atmosphere was palpably awkward upon their initial meeting, yet Mr. Lu observed with subtle approval. He had encountered numerous young men interested in Lu Muchan, but regardless of their family's prominence, they had always approached him with utmost respect, lowering themselves in his presence. Even Lin Xiaoshuang, a close friend of his granddaughter, was eager to curry favor. Today, Mr. Lu had permitted Lin Xiaoshuang's presence to gauge Yang Ling's demeanor and character. It became evident that Yang Ling held himself with neither subservience nor arrogance. When mocked, he promptly retaliated, unwilling to take any insult lying down. Additionally, Mr. Lu sensed an intriguing quality about the young man, as if he were entirely unfazed by their esteemed statuses, harboring within his eyes a hint of disdain and an air of pride. How curious it was that a child from an ordinary family could possess such poise. It left Mr. Lu both astonished and intrigued. Where, he wondered, did this confidence stem from? With a chuckle, Mr. Lu interjected, "Enough of this banter. Yang Ling, you are undoubtedly aware of your engagement to Muchan. However, you mistakenly asserted something earlier. I, in my own volition, have already taken the liberty of arranging your marriage certificate." As he spoke, he nodded towards Wang Chao, who, with a grim expression, retrieved a small red booklet from his briefcase and silently handed it to Yang Ling. Upon inspection, Yang Ling discovered it was indeed the marriage certificate, dated today, complete with a flawlessly edited photograph of himself and Lu Muchan. Chapter 54. The first task of the system, this also indirectly showcases the strength of the Lu family. In a word, the marriage certificate can be issued promptly. Yang Ling sighed with a bitter smile. Old Master Lu, aren't you a bit too eager? Old Master Lu chuckled heartily. My bond with your grandfather is one of life and death. We had long agreed upon this. I am merely concerned that my granddaughter might not be willing. Lu Muhan's expression darkened. As a young lady who had never even been in a relationship, being forced into marriage was infuriating. She glared at Yang Ling, the culprit of her predicament, wishing fervently to divorce him and banish this detestable man abroad, never to return. Yang Ling, sensing the predatory gaze of the female CEO, rubbed his nose, feeling somewhat apprehensive. On the surface, he was a victim of an arranged marriage, but the truth was that he had orchestrated this predicament. At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection of negative sentiment towards you from the system-related character Lu Muhan. The first system task is now issued. Within 30 days, if you can alter her attitude and earn her positive regard, you will be rewarded with an unlimited wish opportunity. Failing the task will randomly deduct 3 of your skills. Current intimacy level with Lu Muhan, -70. Task objective, achieve intimacy level above 50. Yang Ling was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the system would issue a task, and it involved the concept of a system-related character. It seemed that due to the previous unlimited wish, the system had identified Lu Muhan as a suitable candidate, thus designating her as a related character. What was with this -70 intimacy level? That was essentially animosity, wasn't it? System, what about my charm value? Why isn't it working? Ding. Detection indicates that Lu Muhan's charm value exceeds yours. Your charm value cannot affect her. Yang Ling realized that this young lady was exceedingly beautiful, capable, and affluent. Her charm value was undoubtedly high. Moreover, whether it was old Master Lu or the other two, one possessed significant leadership charisma, while the other two were certainly not lacking in charm either. It was no wonder they did not harbor a natural fondness for him like ordinary people might. For the first time, he felt that the charm attribute might not be so bad after all. Seeing Yang Ling in a daze, old Master Lu assumed he was struggling to accept such an arranged marriage and chuckled. Yang, you need not fret. After marrying Muhan, you will work at Muhua Group. Regarding your parents and sister, I will make proper arrangements. You can rest assured about that. Additionally, your wedding photos, ceremony, and marital home will be taken care of. But you both must also put in some effort. Yang Ling could only smile wryly, while Lu Muhan's expression grew increasingly dark. Had it not been for her grandfather, the one person she respected most, she would have stormed off long ago. Lin Xiaoshuang laughed coldly. While Wang Chao looked at Yang Ling with a venomous glare, it was evident that this vice president harbored deep resentment towards Yang Ling. Old Master Lu appeared oblivious to the tension, either intentionally ignoring it or hoping Yang Ling would resolve it himself. He became increasingly animated, even discussing the future surname of their children and their education, causing Yang Ling to feel a creeping dread, wishing he could leave immediately. After a while, old Master Lu chuckled. I'll just step away for a moment. You young folks can converse among yourselves. With that, he stood up, not inviting anyone to accompany him, and cheerfully walked away. As soon as he left, the atmosphere became palpably awkward. Chapter 55. I am not someone you can afford to offend. Wang Chao appeared to have endured for quite some time before he coldly remarked, Yang Ling, I have thoroughly investigated your background. Poor grades, a humble family, and no discernible talents of your own. I heard you were involved in a scuffle with a group of delinquents a few days ago. A person of such character is unworthy of being Muhan's husband. You wouldn't even be fit to clean the restrooms in our company. I do not wish to waste further words with you. 1 million. Inform your grandfather that you wish to initiate a divorce. These words struck a nerve, and Lu Muhan frowned slightly, wishing to interject, yet ultimately refrained. Yang Ling merely gazed at Wang Chao with calm composure and replied, What if I refuse? Is the sum insufficient? Lin Xiaoshuang interjected with a mocking tone. How much do you desire? Name your price. Noticing Yang Ling's indifference, her irritation grew, and she retorted, Yang Ling, I won't delve into your family background. According to our investigation, your high school performance was mediocre at best, and your character is weak. You lack even the basic qualities of a man. It would be an exaggeration to say that a toad aspires to eat swan meat. Sister Muhan is a celestial phoenix. While you are merely an ant on the ground, one must possess self-awareness. Do you truly lack any sense of your own standing? Yongling's expression turned icy as he scoffed. Isn't it rather premature to draw conclusions about who is the ant and who is the phoenix? Were it not for the old man's favor, you two would likely be carried out on stretchers. You. Lin Xiaoshuang's face turned a shade of deep crimson. As Wang Chao coldly retorted, Yongling, if we are the rabble, then what do you consider yourself? What am I? Yongling replied nonchalantly. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. I shall issue one final warning. Should you continue to buzz in my ear, you shall bear the consequences. As he spoke, a subtle yet undeniable aura emanated from him, startling the two, rendering them momentarily speechless. The disdainful glint in the youth's eyes resembled that of a celestial dragon observing mere ants scuttling below. Even Lu Muhan felt a tinge of trepidation. Having grown up alongside her grandfather and encountered numerous prominent figures, she recognized a semblance of familiarity in that gaze, albeit with a distinct difference. Yet, flames of defiance flickered within her. She was unwilling to yield. Suddenly, she rose and declared, "Enough. What significance do your words hold? What can you prove? I am not dismissing you for your lack of wealth or ability, but rather for your failure to embody the qualities of a man. How can you promise me happiness when you cannot even protect your own girlfriend?" Her words struck deep, piercing Yongling's heart. He fell silent. For while he had indeed beaten Tian, he had ultimately lost his girlfriend. This was a failure he could not deny. Yet he had resolved that one day, he would reclaim the dignity he had lost. However, at this moment, he could prove nothing. Noticing his silence and the bitter smile that crept upon his lips, Lu Muhan realized her words had been too harsh. Her expression softened as she sighed. Perhaps we should divorce. We truly are not suited for one another. Yongling exhaled a breath of frustration, gazing at the frosty yet ethereal beauty before him, and replied with a faint smile. If you possess the capability to arrange a marriage certificate, I presume acquiring a divorce certificate should not pose much difficulty either? Ultimately, the decision to divorce rests upon your word, Director Lu. However, I hope you do not come to regret it in the future. Lu Muhan responded calmly. I have never regretted my actions. Just as she was about to continue, Wang Chao's phone rang abruptly. He quickly rose, stating, I must check on the old man, and hurried toward the restroom. The interruption allowed both parties to regain their composure, and for a moment, silence enveloped the room, creating an awkward atmosphere. Yongling seethed internally, yet maintained an outward calm as he sipped his coffee, remaining silent. Moments later, Lu Laozi and Wang Chao returned. The elder chuckling, Shaoling, I hear you single-handedly dealt with 3 robbers. I watched that video. Truly, a hero emerges from youth. Yongling smiled modestly. It was merely good fortune. Elder, you flatter me. Upon hearing this, Lu Laozi's delight intensified, revealing his satisfaction with his granddaughter's fiancé. Chapter 56. Kidnapping. Unexpected events at that moment, Wang Chao's phone suddenly rang, and upon answering, his expression shifted dramatically. This is bad. Madam has been kidnapped. What? The revelation startled everyone present. As Madam referred to Lu Muchan's mother, Xiaofian, Lu Muchan's countenance darkened as she immediately reached for her phone to call her mother. But Wang Chao trembled as he spoke. Chairman, the kidnappers used Madam's phone to call. At this, Lu Muchan's face drained of color. Though she was a formidable businesswoman and a capable CEO, she was still just in her early 20s, and the gravity of the situation left her momentarily paralyzed. Then, the elder spoke in a grave tone, Hand me the phone. Moments later, Lu's grandfather furiously hurled the device to the ground, gritting his teeth. Is there still someone in this society audacious enough to commit such acts? Wang Chao, you must call the police immediately and bring these criminals to justice. Wang Chao, however, managed a bitter smile. Elder, the kidnappers explicitly stated not to alert the authorities, or they would kill her. Should we? At this point, Lu Muchan, her complexion ashen, urgently interjected, Grandfather, if they demand money, let us give it to them. We cannot gamble with my mother's safety. After a moment of silence, Lu's grandfather appeared to age decades in an instant. He waved his hand dismissively. The kidnappers have instructed us to meet at the CF. We must not stray elsewhere. Muchan, you make the call to gather the funds. They are asking for 100 million. Have the money brought here. Wang Chao, ensure that the CAF is secured. We must not create a commotion. Both nodded hastily, and Lu's grandfather, with a wry smile, settled into a chair. Casting glances at Yang Ling and the visibly shaken Lin Xiaoshuang, I apologize for the distress. The kidnappers are concerned that you might leave and report to the police. Hence they require your presence here. Startled, Lin Xiaoshuang nodded fervently, while Yang Ling remained composed, though a flicker of intensity shone in his eyes. It was truly remarkable how influential the Lu family was. Within merely 2 hours, a Mercedes-Benz van laden with cash arrived outside the CAF. Just then, the kidnappers called again, instructing everyone to maintain a distance of 30 meters from the vehicle. The Lu family complied, albeit reluctantly. Shortly after, a nondescript van approached, and from it emerged a man clad in black, his face concealed by a mask resembling Zhu Beiji's. He swiftly approached the business vehicle and started the engine. It did not depart immediately. Lu's grandfather received a call from the kidnappers, who had altered their demands. Not only did they still require 100 million in cash, but they also insisted on 100,000 shares of Mu Hua Group stock. Furthermore, they stipulated a condition. They must follow the money-laden van to the signing location. Failure to keep pace would mean losing the cash and the life of Madam. Additionally, they were forbidden from using their luxury vehicles and were to drive that van instead. This was clearly a calculated affront to the Lu family. Lu's grandfather seethed with anger. Given his stature, how could these kidnappers be so brazen? Under normal circumstances, a mere call from him would ensure the capture of such criminals. Yet now the Lu family's vulnerabilities had been exploited. With no alternative, he was compelled to yield. Casting a glance at the young individuals behind him, he shook his head slightly. Once, during his service as a company commander on the battlefield, he had been an adept driver. It was unlikely that any among these youngsters could rival his skills. Yet at his age, sighing deeply, Lu Baichuan declared, Muchan, Wang Chao, you shall accompany me in the vehicle. Xiaoling, Xiaoshuang, there is no further danger here. You both should return home at once. Chapter 57. The speeding van. Lu Muhan's eyes reddened as she anxiously exclaimed, Grandpa, you have an old injury. Let me drive instead. The old man shook his head, insisting, a young girl like you cannot handle this. I will do it. But Lu Muhan wished to argue further, yet the old man interrupted. No more discussion. Get in the car. He turned to lead the way, and Lu Muhan, unable to defy him, followed with a bitter smile. Behind them, Yang Ling remarked nonchalantly, Mr. Wang, you can't drive? Wang Chao cast a glance at him and replied, my skills are inferior even to Muhan's. I wouldn't want to delay matters. Is that so? Yang Ling smiled enigmatically, then glanced at Lin Xiaoshuang, whose pallor was evident. You should head home. With that, he hurriedly climbed into the driver's seat before the old man could take his place, calmly declaring, I will drive. You? The others were momentarily taken aback. And Wang Chao scoffed, from my investigation, you don't even have a license. Can you truly steer the wheel? You'll likely crash before going far. Upon hearing this, Lu Muhan's brows furrowed in anger as she chastised, Yang Ling, stop fooling around and get out. Old Lu sighed. Xiaoling, I appreciate your intentions, but this is no trivial matter. You should leave. It's not your concern. Yang Ling smiled lightly. I haven't resigned from the police force yet. Since I've encountered this situation, how can I be uninvolved? The others paused, recalling that this young man had single-handedly apprehended a series of robbers. His calm demeanor and the faint smile upon his lips exuded a confidence that was reassuring. After a moment of silence, the old man nodded. Very well, I trust you. Get in. He promptly took the passenger seat. Seeing this, Lu Muhan refrained from further protest and entered the van as well. Yang Ling, noticing Wang Chao's hesitation to board, asked in surprise, Mr. Wang, aren't you coming? Wang Chao replied earnestly. The old man often says not to put all your eggs in one basket. I'll follow in my own car at a distance. The old man nodded in agreement. Don't stay too close. Xiaoling, we should not delay. Let us depart. Yang Ling smirked, and in his mind, he He heard the system's notification chime. Ding. Driving proficiency activated. With one hand on the steering wheel and the other swiftly shifting gears, the clutch roared dramatically as he executed a seamless series of maneuvers, propelling the van forward as if it were a racing car. In merely 10 seconds, the van reached its highest gear. Gasp. The old man inhaled sharply, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had witnessed many skilled drivers, but none could accelerate such a dilapidated van to full speed in just 10 seconds. Although Lu Muhan was not particularly knowledgeable about driving, she held a license herself, and the flawless execution left her equally astonished. The van sped through the bustling streets at 100 miles per hour, weaving expertly as if a world-class athlete were dashing across a verdant field, leaving onlookers in awe. Many pedestrians nearly had their eyes pop out in astonishment. Is that a van? My goodness, why does it seem like that old van is flying? Honey, could it be that your favorite Schumacher is inside that vehicle? The crowd gasped in amazement, and even the traffic police were left speechless. In this area and at this time, there were numerous traffic violations, but witnessing a vehicle exceed the speed limit by 50% was a first. And to think it was a clattering van. Chapter 58. Unfazed by the collapse of Mount Tai inside the vehicle, Lu Muhan's delicate lips formed an O shape, her face a portrait of disbelief. I must ensure that the individual investigating Yang Ling's background is dismissed upon our return. No driving license? With such skill, he could easily obtain not only a car license, but also a formula racing license. The elderly gentleman's eyes widened as he fixated on Yang Ling's maneuvers, seemingly oblivious to the fact that his daughter-in-law had been kidnapped. As the saying goes, amateurs watch for excitement while experts discern the subtleties. Yang Ling's series of actions transcended mere fluidity. They were nothing short of miraculous. The vehicle glided with an artistry akin to that of a master painter, weaving through space with lightning speed and precision. In all his years, he had never witnessed anyone drive with such prowess. Ding. You have fulfilled the old man's desire to appreciate the art of driving. Wish value 1, current progress 410. Despite earning another wish value, Yang Ling wore a wry smile. Noticing this, the elderly man inquired, Xiao Ling, what troubles you? With a sigh, Yang Ling replied, the brakes on this wretched vehicle are malfunctioning. What? Both the elderly man and Lu Muhan gasped in horror. At their current speed of 110 km/h, a failure in the braking system meant that the vehicle could not decelerate, and the implications were ominous. Lu Muhan's complexion turned pale, having weathered many storms. The old man furrowed his brow and asked, could it be that the kidnappers tampered with the vehicle? Yang Ling nodded in silence. Each of the 3 occupants possessed exceptional intelligence and swiftly grasped the dire situation. The robbers aimed to orchestrate a car accident, intending to eliminate them. Lu Muhan took a deep breath, forcing herself to regain composure, and asked in a steady voice, Yang Ling, do you have a way to bring the car to a halt? Bring it to a halt? Yang Ling replied with a faint smile. Wouldn't that render our efforts futile? Brace yourselves. With that, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, and the van's engine roared violently, surging forward at an even greater speed. With the brakes failing, the modest van tore through the streets like a valiant warrior charging toward its fate. Lu Muhan dared not look, gently closing her eyes and entrusting her life to the young driver. Meanwhile, the elderly gentleman was astounded. In the face of such a precarious situation, the youth beside him maintained a serene smile, his eyes radiating a quiet confidence. At that moment, he finally understood the meaning of remaining unfazed in the face of catastrophe. What kind of extraordinary being was this child? After 5 minutes of reckless driving, the van exited the city center, and the traffic thinned considerably. Yang Ling spotted a Mercedes-Benz van not far ahead. However, he did not see Wang Chao's vehicle in the rearview mirror. A frown creased his brow as a thought occurred to him, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Sensing the vehicle's newfound stability, Lu Muhan instinctively opened her eyes. Upon seeing their surroundings, she exhaled in relief. The elderly gentleman also released a breath of tension. Xiao Ling, the vehicle ahead has slowed down. Shift gears and find a way to decelerate. Yang Ling responded with a bitter smile. The transmission is also broken. The gear shifts are merely ornamental now. The elderly man could only manage a wry laugh. With the transmission out of order, stopping the vehicle seemed an insurmountable challenge. Lu Muhan fixed her gaze on Yang Ling, asking, "Do you have a way to slow down? If you can successfully deliver us to the rendezvous point, I promise to accompany you on a date afterward." "A date?" Yang Ling glanced back at her with a smile. "Director Lu, aren't you planning to get a divorce? Perhaps we should refrain from such an arrangement. I wouldn't want to put you, as a female executive, in a compromising position." Chapter 59, The Master of the Wheel. "Oh." Lu Muhan's face turned pale, then flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Previously, she had looked down upon Yang Ling. Thus, such words seemed rather inappropriate now. Yet, she was acutely aware that had it been herself or her grandfather at the wheel, disaster would have already struck. Throughout this journey, she had witnessed Yang Ling's extraordinary skills. He was the sole person she could rely upon at this moment. Lu Muhan was no fool. On the contrary, she was astute. Had it been anyone else, she might have offered a handsome reward. However, the demeanor Yang Ling had displayed previously, coupled with his current prowess, suggested that mere money might not sway him. What she felt most confident about was not her status as a female CEO, but rather her beauty. Thus, she found herself uttering the words of consent to a date. In her mind, no man could possibly refuse her proposition. To her surprise, Yang Ling promptly declined, even subtly mocking her. Countless men had vied for her attention. Yet this young man dared to reject her. This infuriated her, but she could not express her anger. An unfamiliar emotion began to stir within her. Yang Ling, oblivious to the thoughts of the female CEO, had a glimmer of determination in his eyes as he suddenly yanked the steering wheel. The van began to spin rapidly in place, as he aimed to reduce speed through sheer friction with the ground. Astonishingly, he succeeded. Bystanders gasped in awe. A master of the wheel indeed. Many individuals hastily pulled out their phones to capture this miraculous scene for the online world. After a dizzying whirl, the vehicle's speed diminished to 60 miles per hour, and it smoothly trailed behind the Mercedes-Benz business car. Lu's grandfather was already numbed by the shock. Yang Ling's celestial driving skills were unheard of. With such a display, he could easily clinch victory in any rally race. The key was that this young man also possessed strength, stability, and confidence. He had firmly resolved to ensure that Yang Ling remained close to his granddaughter. Such a potential son-in-law was infinitely superior to those affluent young masters. 15 minutes later, at a secluded mountain road summit, the business car came to a halt. Ahead, a solitary villa towered in isolation. Yang Ling astutely noticed a colossal object concealed beneath a tarpaulin on the vacant land behind the villa, though its true nature remained elusive. The business car had ceased moving, but the van, lacking brakes, found it nearly impossible to stop safely. Of course, what seemed unachievable to others posed no challenge for Yang Ling. He directed the van into a nearby construction site, and a miraculous event unfolded. After a swift spin, two steel rebars extending from the concrete wall accurately wedged between the wheels. Under immense force, the wheels deformed and were firmly anchored in place, halting the van instantaneously. Incredible! With a resounding thud, Yang Ling kicked the door open and stepped out first, while Lu's grandfather and Lu Muhan shook their heads, slightly dazed, as they followed suit. The elderly gentleman, still robust, felt only a slight dizziness. "Ding! You have fulfilled Lu Muhan and her grandfather's wish for a safe exit from the vehicle. Wish value 1. Current progress, 510. Ding! You have thwarted the robber's wish to eliminate you through a vehicular accident. Attribute points 1. At that moment, a robber leaped from the business car, giving Yang Ling a thumbs up before beckoning them to enter the villa. Chapter 60. Yang Ling, never delay revenge upon witnessing this. Old Master Lu, supported by Lu Muhan, slowly made his way towards the villa. As they passed by Yang Ling, he remarked, "Xiaoling, you performed admirably. Now, this matter concerns Muhan and me. You may wait outside." Yang Ling fell silent. Indeed, this was not his affair. He had already saved the lives of this grandfather and granddaughter. And even if he turned back now, he would bear no psychological burden. Moreover, the words Lu Muhan had spoken earlier would have angered anyone. He glanced at the still pale face of old Master Lu, and then at the clearly anxious Lu Muhan. Though she said nothing, the glimmer of desire in her eyes was unmistakable. Even she, in such circumstances, must feel fear and yearn for a dependable man. With a deep sigh, Yang Ling suddenly smiled faintly, saying, "These robbers nearly took my life. I, Yang Ling, never delay my revenge." With that, he boldly stepped forward. Old Master Lu revealed a hint of a gratified smile, while Lu Muhan stood there, entranced by the silhouette of the man before her. Despite having uttered harsh words that wounded his heart, this man still stood protectively in front of her during a crisis. For a moment, she was enveloped by guilt. Yet a sense of safety flooded her heart. Ding! You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's and Old Master Lu's wish for your companionship. Wish value 1, current progress, 610. Bang! With a resounding thud, Yang Ling kicked forcefully. The impact sent the villa's door flying open. As he leaped inside, the sight before him startled him. In the expansive hall of the villa sat a woman of exquisite beauty, her mouth covered with cloth, and her body bound with strange wires, one end of which was connected to a piano. Surrounding her were 4 or 5 men clad in black, masked, their guns all aimed at Yang Ling Mom. Lu Muhan gasped upon seeing her mother in such a state and attempted to rush forward, only to be pulled back by Yang Ling. The woman shook her head vigorously, signaling her daughter not to approach. Old Master Lu slowly entered, glanced at his daughter-in-law, and then spoke in a deep voice. Who signed the contract? Step forward. Clap, clap, clap. Applause echoed from the second floor as a young man wearing a monkey mask descended. He chuckled, as expected of Old Master Lu, truly composed. However, before we finalize the contract, I have another condition. The man, his voice raspy due to a voice changer, pointed at Lu Muhan and said, "Director Lu, I have admired you for a long time. If you are willing to stay and keep me company for one night, I guarantee that your family will leave here unscathed." What do you say? An absurd notion. Old Master Lu barked angrily. If you dare lay a finger on my granddaughter, I assure you, you will not escape S-City. Ha ha. The man laughed heartily. Old Master, we are all but worthless lives, unlike you. If you provoke me, we may as well die together. You, Old Master Lu, overwhelmed with fury, nearly faltered. The man sneered. So, Director Lu, have you made your decision? If you refuse, not only will you perish, but your mother will also be electrocuted to death. I am certain you wouldn't wish to witness such a scenario unfold, would you? Lu Muhan's face turned ashen, her silver teeth nearly biting through in anguish. Yet, glancing at Old Master Lu and Yang Ling, then at her weeping mother, she began to speak. Hold on. A calm voice interrupted before she could finish. Chapter 61. The Art of Deception. It was Yang Ling who spoke, stepping forward to shield Lu Muhan behind him. He calmly remarked, "Are you suggesting that if Director Lu refuses, you will abandon the money and tear up the ticket on the spot? You admire Director Lu, yet your companions are enamored with wealth." His words were laced with ulterior motives. Upon hearing this, the other bandits in the room turned their gazes towards the man in the monkey mask, one of them exclaiming, "Boss, the stocks are crucial." The masked figure surveyed his comrades, fell silent for a moment, and then coldly addressed Yang Ling. "Very well, indeed. Once the contract is signed, I shall deal with you at my leisure." With a gesture, he commanded, "Bring it forth." Ding. You have thwarted the bandit leader's intention to coerce Lu Muhan, earning 1 attribute point. A smirk curled at the corner of Yang Ling's mouth. The situation was dire, compelling him to allocate his attribute points to strength, now elevating it to 16. Moments later, at a square table, Lu Muhan gazed at the contract in her hand, her grip trembling slightly. 100,000 shares amounted to nearly 300 million. While the money was significant, her true fear stemmed from the man in the monkey mask seated across from her. His eyes, filled with insatiable greed, instilled a deep dread that signing her name would lead to him murdering the others and inflicting torment upon her. What's the matter? Director Lu? If you don't sign, how will you save your mother? Lu Muhan endeavored to steady her nerves, glancing at her grandfather, seemingly seeking solace. With a sigh, the elder nodded ever so slightly. Seeing this, Lu Muhan inhaled deeply, preparing to inscribe her name. All eyes were fixed upon the tip of her pen, the masked man's gaze radiating unbridled avarice. Yet, at that moment, a large hand reached out and clasped her delicate fingers. Everyone paused in astonishment as Yang Ling seized the contract, suddenly tearing it forcefully at the seam. To their shock, nestled within the contract was a thin, gossamer-like sheet of paper, An equity transfer document. Lu Muhan gasped upon recognizing it as a transfer of all shares. Yang Ling regarded the masked man with a serene smile, saying, "This must be a synthetic paper created using cash photocopy techniques. To quietly swallow Mu Hua Group is quite the ambition. Isn't it, Mr. Wang?" Gasp. The room collectively inhaled sharply. The masked man staggered back 3 steps, disbelief etched across his face as he stared at Yang Ling. "Ding. You have shattered the bandit leader's scheme to deceive Lu Muhan, earning 1 attribute point." Yang Ling continued coolly, "Your reluctance to board earlier raised my suspicions. You must have vanished from our sight to take a back route to the helicopter, correct?" The man retorted angrily, "Nonsense. I could shoot you dead." Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, "Would you refrain from firing if I remained silent? You tampered with the van we were given, intending for us to meet our end in a traffic accident. If you were to kill the lady, the entire Mu Hua Group would be left leaderless, thus allowing you to manipulate it at will. This contract is merely your contingency plan, isn't it? The moment we arrived, you had already resolved to eliminate us, haven't you?" The man in the monkey mask, now composed, coldly retorted, "How can you be so certain that I am Wang Chao?" Chapter 62. Have you finished your nonsense? Yang Ling smiled faintly and remarked, "Mr. Wang, you have changed your clothes, trousers, and shoes, even donned a mask, yet unfortunately, you did not change your socks. Regrettably, I possess no exceptional skills, but I am incapable of forgetting anything I have seen, even for a fleeting moment." Upon hearing this, the group was momentarily taken aback and looked down to discover that the masked man was indeed wearing checkered socks, a limited edition from a luxury brand. Likely the only pair in the small city of S. At this revelation, the man abruptly removed his mask, revealing his true identity, none other than Wang Chao. "Ding. You have shattered Wang Chao's aspiration to masquerade as a bandit leader. Attribute points 1. Having gained 2 more attribute points, Yang Ling allocated them once again to strength, elevating his current power to a formidable 18 points. With his disguise torn away, Wang Chao, in a frenzied rage, shouted at Lu Muhan, Why have you never glanced my way? What have I done wrong that you chose to marry this Yang Ling? Tell me, why can you not accept me?" In that moment, Lu Muhan regained her composure and retorted coldly, "You concealed from me your embezzlement of company assets while simultaneously keeping 7 mistresses. Did you truly believe I was unaware? You know?" Wang Chao laughed maniacally, "And what of it? Is it wrong for a successful man to have multiple wives?" "Successful?" Lu Muhan scoffed, seemingly resigned to her fate. "You consider yourself successful? In my eyes, your capabilities barely qualify you to be a supervisor. Do you not understand how you attained this position?" Wang Chao was mercilessly struck by her words, his expression contorting with rage as he sneered, "Very well, in a moment. I shall demonstrate to you what true ability entails." He then turned his furious gaze towards old Master Lu, bellowing, "You old fool. Our family has sacrificed so much for you. My father even took a bullet for you. What have you given me? You know I love Mohan. So why did you allow her to marry another?" Old Master Lu snorted disdainfully, "I have long recognized your unscrupulous nature. If not for your father's reputation, do you genuinely believe you would have risen to the position of vice president at Muhua Group? Unscrupulous?" Wang Chao cackled maniacally. "Indeed, you see correctly. I am unscrupulous. But after today, whether it be Muhan or Muhua Group, they shall all belong to me." His expression turned icy as he directed his gaze at Yang Ling, declaring, "It is you. Your very presence has forced me into a corner. You are the cause of all this. You think you can lay claim to Muhan? What are you? But a mere insect. I will ensure your demise. I will see your entire family perish. I hear you have a sister? A former girlfriend? I shall take their lives in bed, making you taste the bitterness of losing your beloved." Yang Ling regarded him coldly and retorted with a smirk, "Have you finished your nonsense?" At this, the others in the room paused momentarily, but Yang Ling had already sprung into action. Ding! The skill of throwing mastery has been activated. With a swift motion, he launched 4 coins towards the 4 armed robbers. And with the enhancement of his 18 points of strength, the lethality of the coins was no trifling matter. Simultaneously, he propelled himself forward. Ding! The skill of the wave step has been activated. Under the influence of this skill, Yang Ling's speed transcended the limits of human capability. Chapter 63. Instant kill. At almost the same moment, 4 coins struck their respective targets alongside Yongling. The robber, armed with a gun, was hit by a coin, causing his grip to falter and the pistol to clatter to the ground. Simultaneously, Yongling's fist landed forcefully on Wang Chao's face. A resounding thud echoed as Wang Chao collapsed, his face a grotesque mask of blood and flesh. He fell unconscious without even letting out a scream. Had Yongling harbored the intent to kill, Wang Chao would have already been a lifeless corpse. After dispatching Wang Chao, Yongling did not linger. He swiftly moved, incapacitating all the kidnappers before they could react. Instant kill. Within mere breaths, the previously arrogant kidnappers lay sprawled on the floor, defeated. Silence enveloped the scene, an eerie stillness akin to death. Old Master Lu and his companions stared in disbelief at Yongling, who, with an expression of cold indifference and a glimmer of frost in his eyes, appeared to them as a celestial being. Lu Muhan covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face, perhaps from fear, shock, or the sudden wave of safety she felt. Ding. You have fulfilled the wishes of Old Master Lu and Lu Muhan. Wish value 1, current progress, 710. Ding. You have shattered the desires of the kidnappers. Attribute points 1. Yongling paid no heed to them. Instead, he placed a foot on Wang Chao's thigh, eliciting a painful awakening. Mr. Wang, what were you about to say? Please repeat it for me, he taunted. Wang Chao howled in agony, noticing his subordinates sprawled on the ground, oblivious to their fate. How could this happen? Why has it come to this? You beast, Yongling, I will kill. Wang Chao's words were cut short as Yongling stomped down, breaking one of his calves. I am a fair man. You insulted my sister and my ex-girlfriend, so I shall break both of your legs, he declared coldly, bringing his foot down again to fracture Wang Chao's other leg. Wang Chao's agonized screams reverberated throughout the villa. Lu Muhan, feeling a pang of compassion, spoke up, Yongling, let it go. Let's leave it to the police. Yongling cast her a fleeting glance and retorted with a cold smile, Director Lu, this man intended to torture you. Mercy towards enemies is cruelty towards oneself. Do you not understand this principle? His words carried a reprimanding tone, authoritative yet not raised in volume. Lu Muhan's heart raced. Which man dared to speak to her in such a manner? Yet, when their eyes met, she found herself unable to maintain the gaze. Though she felt an unusual sensation within, she lowered her head and ceased speaking. Ding. You have quashed Lu Muhan's wish for clemency. Attribute points 1. Yongling took pleasure in admonishing the high-ranking female executive, relishing the moment. For not everyone could reprimand a female CEO. He then turned his attention back to Wang Chao, demanding, speak. How do we unlock the mechanism tied to the lady? Realizing his impending doom, Wang Chao continued to curse, which provoked Yongling's fury. He was about to break one of Wang Chao's arms when, suddenly, the sound of police sirens pierced the air outside the villa. Frowning slightly, he withdrew his foot and gazed towards the entrance. Su Qiuxia entered with a cadre of officers, her eyes widening in shock at the scene before her. The masked kidnappers lay in disarray, while in the center of the hall, Xia Fian was bound tightly with wires. On the other side, Old Master Lu and Chairman Lu looked at her, and there was Yongling as well. Instinctively, Su Qiuxiao inquired, Yongling, what is going on? Chapter 64. A sudden turn of events. Countdown to explosion. Yongling smiled slightly. It seems someone has been kidnapped. I will assist you in resolving this matter. But how shall you thank me? Su Qiuxia felt a surge of alarm. She had not anticipated that her pursuit of the suspicious Van would lead her to the kidnappers, who had taken none other than Lady Xia Fian of the Lu family. These kidnappers were armed, and no matter how formidable Yongling was, it was impossible for him to tackle them alone. She surmised that it must be the work of the Old Master Lu's subordinates. The guards assigned to the Old Master were elusive and exceptionally skilled. Furrowing her brow, she admonished, Yongling, do not act recklessly, step behind me. Following that, she offered a slight bow. Old leader, my apologies for young Yong's lack of decorum. She continued, this matter is fundamentally ours. It is unnecessary for you to intervene personally. We shall handle it from here. Old Master Lu chuckled wryly at her words. Ah, little Su, you have miscalculated. It was indeed young Yang who dealt with these kidnappers. He added, I have some personal matters to attend to today. So I granted them a little leave at this revelation. Everyone was taken aback, and upon seeing Lu Muhan nod slightly, Su Qiuxia's mouth fell open, her eyes widening as she gazed at Yang Ling previously. Yang Ling had apprehended a serial robber, earning her great merit. Now, he had thwarted the kidnappers of the Lu family. This was indeed a significant achievement. The crux of the matter was that, since Yang Ling had not yet resigned, this credit would inevitably fall upon her shoulders. She looked at Yang Ling, somewhat flustered, and after a moment's pause, her cheeks flushed as she said, You did splendidly. I shall treat you to a meal next time. It was the first time Su Qiuxia had displayed such an expression. Yang Ling had often endured her reprimands. With a mischievous grin, he leaned closer and whispered in her ear, Just a meal? Does that not count as a date? Before he could finish, he felt a sharp pain on his foot. She had stepped on it. Su Qiuxia shot him a glare, signaling him to cease his teasing. However, within that gaze, there was no anger, but rather a hint of playful reproach, mingled with a touch of shyness. Ding. You have shattered Su Qiuxia's desire to invite you to dinner. Attribute point 1. Yang Ling chuckled inwardly, having teased his beautiful superior and gained an attribute point. It was indeed a delightful moment. Yet, he recognized that this was not the time for jesting and spoke earnestly, Leader. The lady is rigged with an electromagnetic bomb that could detonate at any moment. Su Qiuxiao realized this as well and nodded, commanding, Everyone, apprehend the kidnappers and leave this place immediately. Additionally, summon the bomb disposal team at once. Upon hearing her orders, the group sprang into action. Su Qiuxiao turned to Old Master Lu. Old Leader, Lu Dong, you should also vacate this area. Old Master Lu glanced at his daughter-in-law and nodded. Lu Muhan, however, looked at Su Qiuxiao and then at Yang Ling, huffing, I will stay here with my mother. The others were taken aback. Why was Lu Muhan suddenly exhibiting such a spoiled demeanor? At that moment, an electronic voice pierced the air, announcing that the bomb on the lady had begun its countdown. 10 minutes. 10 minutes was insufficient time for bomb disposal experts to arrive on the scene. In other words, the lady was effectively in a situation from which escape seemed impossible. Within the hall, the booming laughter of Wang Chao echoed. Yang Ling, I concede your prowess. Today, I am bested by you. However, this bomb is my meticulous design, and I dare say there are few, if any, who could deactivate it aside from me. Despite his disheveled appearance, he now radiated an air of unrestrained arrogance. Chapter 65. Let me handle this. He suddenly turned to Lu Muhan and said, Muhan, do you remember? You once told me that your favorite piece was Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. Do you see that piano? It is the final gift I have for you. I know you have practiced since childhood, and only by flawlessly playing the Moonlight Sonata will the bomb cease. One wrong note, and both you and your mother, Xiaofian, will perish. Gasps filled the room as everyone turned to the piano, where indeed a series of wires extended ominously from it. The bomb could only be defused by the sound of the music. In that moment, all eyes were on Lu Muhan. If she played correctly, her mother would be saved. If she erred, they would both meet their demise. It was a choice between life and death. Of course, she could choose to walk away, the safest option. But the burden of guilt would likely haunt her for the rest of her days. Xiaofian shook her head vigorously, wishing for her daughter to flee at once. Lu Muhan trembled, glancing at her mother and then at her grandfather. After a moment of silence, she slowly began to walk toward the piano. Ha ha ha, Lu Muhan, you are doomed. You brought this upon yourself by ignoring me and marrying someone else. May you and your mother perish here together. The hall echoed with Wang Chao's maniacal laughter. Su Qiuxia snapped back to reality. At this critical juncture, she realized she could not decide for the Lu family. Seeing Lu Muhan's resolute determination, she waved her hand, instructing everyone to exit the villa. The police escorted the robbers silently toward the door. Old Master Lu shook his head slightly, indicating he would not leave. Su Qiuxia could only smile wryly at this. With a soft sigh, Old Master Lu said, Shaoling, thank you for today. You and Captain Su should leave. Should anything happen to us, you are entitled to inherit half of the Muhua group. Yang Ling, already married to Lu Muhan, had indeed earned this right. However, he merely smiled without responding. his gaze fixed on Lu Muhan at the piano. The stunning woman rested her trembling hands on the keys, her complexion pale and her eyes misty. At this moment of life and death, anyone would feel fear. Lu Muhan took a deep breath, striving to calm herself. She had played the Moonlight Sonata countless times and should have been proficient by now. Yet, her hands shook uncontrollably, and her heart was anything but tranquil. Regrettably, time was not on her side. "Mother, I have lost my father. I cannot bear to lose you as well. If we must die, let us die together." Gently, she placed her slender fingers on the piano keys and slowly closed her eyes. Tears streamed down her cheeks in silence. Yet, just as she was about to play the first note, a warm hand suddenly gripped her shoulder, as if to pull her back from the abyss. Lu Muhan turned to see a gentle, smiling face. Yang Ling. Who else could have halted her but him? Yang Ling smiled softly and said, "Let me do this." Those three simple words struck deep within Lu Muhan's heart. Through her tear-filled eyes, she gazed at the man before her, feeling not only warmth but also an irresistible sense of confidence and strength emanating from his hand. At that moment, her tears could no longer be contained. They flowed freely. While Yang Ling gently lifted her, guiding her into Su Qiuxia's embrace. "Captain Su, take everyone away. This place is now in my hands." Chapter 66. Mastery of Instruments. The enchanting Moonlight Sonata, however, Su Qiuxia wished to express something. Yet Yang Ling shook his head and said, "There is no time." "Do you not trust me?" These few words sent a jolt through Su Qiuxia's entire being. Indeed, the youth before her had bestowed upon her countless surprises and unforeseen revelations. He was a boy who consistently found a way to survive, even in dire straits. A man imbued with an enigmatic confidence. He was her most trusted subordinate. At that moment, she nodded vigorously and said, "Be careful." With a wave of her hand, she commanded, "Take Old Master Lu and evacuate the villa." Without allowing Old Master Lu to voice any objections, two police officers lifted him and began to escort him outside. As they departed, the old gentleman cast a profound gaze at Yang Ling and urged, "Child, stay alive." Wang Cha shouted in fury, "Yang Ling, are you seeking death? Are you insane?" Meanwhile, Lu Muhuan was already on the verge of tears, her eyes fixed on Yang Ling, as if she had a multitude of words to convey, yet ultimately remained silent. In an instant, the grand hall was left with only Yang Ling and Xia Fian. Yang Ling looked at the tear-streaked face of the noblewoman and smiled gently, saying, "Madam, do not worry. Everything will be all right." Xia Fian gazed at the calm youth before her in a daze, having been away on a business trip. She was unaware of the relationship between Yang Ling and Lu Muhuan. At this moment, she instinctively nodded. She understood that her fate was now intertwined with that of this young man. After taking a deep breath, Yang Ling's lips curled upward as his fingers slowly pressed down on the keys. Ding! Mastery of Instruments activated. Indeed, his courage to replace Lu Muhuan's greatest reliance stemmed from this very skill. Furthermore, he had perused a multitude of books at Xinhua bookstore and had long since memorized the piano score of Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata. As his fingertips descended, a gentle and soothing piano melody began to resonate. The Moonlight Sonata was composed by Beethoven after he endured emotional turmoil. Its beautiful and delicate tones transported listeners to a small boat, gently swaying upon a lake illuminated by shimmering moonlight. Yang Ling's mastery of instruments endowed him with the finest piano-playing techniques in the world. It would not be an exaggeration to claim that even Beethoven himself might not play as beautifully as he did. The exquisite melody rippled like the surface of a lake, causing everyone outside the villa, who had been waiting in silence, to rise simultaneously. Wang Chao's contorted visage revealed an expression of disbelief. How could this be possible? Why could he play the piano, and so exceptionally at that? Just as the thought crossed his mind, a cloth was shoved into his mouth. Su Qiuxia narrowed her eyes. The enchanting melody brought an instant tranquility to her heart. She closed her eyes, quietly absorbing the masterpiece of art. Not only she, but others seemed to be similarly affected. Each person's demeanor calming as they closed their eyes to listen. Old Master Lu let out a slight sigh of relief, glancing at his granddaughter, only to be momentarily taken aback. He beheld Lu Muhuan with her eyes tightly shut, tears gently streaming down her cheeks, as she softly mouthed the notes. as if she were performing the Moonlight Sonata alongside Yongling. Old Master Lu gazed skyward, a faint smile gracing his lips. Those outside were immersed in the music, while Xia Fian, who was in close proximity watching Yongling play, felt the same enchantment. She watched him intently, her heart rising and falling with the movement of his nimble fingers. The emotions that had been sealed away for years began to ripple gently, like moonlight across the lake. In this moment of life and death, time seemed to elongate, as if an instant had transformed into an endless night. When the music finally ceased, they remained lost in the exquisite beauty of the melody. Chapter 67. Is this flirting? By the time Su Qiuxiao realized what was happening and rushed into the villa, Yongling had already disarmed the bomb and was gently assisting Xia Fian out. Mom. Lu Muhan disregarded everything else and dashed forward, embracing the pale-faced Xia Fian. Unable to hold back her emotions, the mother and daughter wept in each other's arms. Ding. You have fulfilled Xia Fian's wish to be saved. Wish value 1. Ding. You have fulfilled the collective wish of Lu Muhan and others for you and Xia Fian's safe escape. Wish value 1. Ding. You have fulfilled. A series of system notifications resonated, and Yongling accumulated 5 wish values in one breath, along with an additional attribute point, confirming that this endeavor was indeed worthwhile. Su Qiuxiao exhaled a sigh of relief, looking at Yongling earnestly as she said, "You are the most exceptional man I have ever encountered." "Oh," Yongling replied with a smile. "Captain, if this gets out, I fear I may be besieged by your admirers. Are you afraid of being attacked?" Upon hearing this, Yongling was momentarily taken aback, and Su Qiuxiao herself was stunned, her cheeks flushing crimson. How did this sound like flirtation? Noticing Yongling's slight blush, the female officer gazed at him and suddenly burst into laughter, her mirth akin to a blooming lily, truly radiant and captivating. Yongling, however, found himself momentarily mesmerized. Cough, cough. Old Master Lu cleared his throat gently, pulling Yongling beside him and saying, "Captain Su, we must also thank your police department for this. Have Xiaosong give me a call. I will inform him of the specifics." Su Qiuxiao was momentarily taken aback. It seemed Old Master Lu was suggesting they leave. She glanced curiously at him, then at Yongling and Lu Muhan not far away, seemingly grasping the situation, her brows knitting slightly. Yet, since the old man had spoken, she could only nod. "All right, I will report this in person when I return. Yongling, come, let us return to the police station." "Okay," Yongling began. But before he could finish, Old Master Lu chuckled. "Little Ling is our great benefactor. I must express my gratitude to him properly, so I shall not accompany you back." As he spoke, the old man's eyes flickered noticeably. Having lived a life of integrity, he was now insisting on keeping Yongling close for his granddaughter's lifelong happiness. One could only imagine how his old comrades would react upon learning of this. Su Qiuxiao, upon hearing this, felt it inappropriate to say more. She looked at Yongling with a deeper meaning. "Call me later. I have something to ask you." "Ah, all right." Yongling forced a smile and agreed. Ding. You have fulfilled Su Qiuxiao's wish. Wish value 1. Current progress 1310. Sometimes, a nod is all it takes to bring joy to a girl. A vivid example indeed. The female officer led a group of robbers into the police car, while Wang Chao, with his legs broken by Yongling's actions, was carried out on a stretcher. As they passed, he glared at Yongling with venomous eyes, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Don't celebrate too soon. As long as I live, I will kill you one day. I will annihilate your entire family." Yongling looked at him coldly. "Many have sought to deal with me. I see nothing particularly special about you. However, I believe we shall not meet again." Wang Chao harbored deep-seated hatred. Casting one last glance at Lu Muhan and then at Yongling, his eyes filled with malevolence. "You have thwarted our plans, even from inside. There will be those outside who will come for you." Chapter 68. Acquired a helicopter striking a snake without killing it may lead to one's own peril. A chilling glint intensified in Yongling's eyes. "If they sought to annihilate my family, then I shall preemptively eliminate you." With a chime, the mastery of deduction activated. As the individual was about to be loaded into the police vehicle, a coin was suddenly launched with remarkable stealth. The coin ricocheted off the ground and fortuitously struck a police officer's calf, causing him to stumble and the stretcher to topple. The incapacitated Wang Chao fell backward onto the ground, landing perilously against a protruding stone. A sickening sound echoed as the stone pierced Wang Chao's throat, blood gushing forth in torrents. Clutching his throat with desperate hands, he turned his head with great difficulty to behold the cold, indifferent face of Yongling, and then glanced at the coin that had rolled far away. The fiery hatred in his eyes quickly dimmed as he exhaled his final breath. Chaos ensued at the scene. Yet a faint, cold smile graced Yongling's lips. The police vehicle, carrying Wang Chao and the kidnappers, roared away, and Yongling averted his gaze, fully aware that Wang Chao was dead. This was his first act of killing, yet his heart remained unperturbed. A killer inevitably must kill. Moreover, as he grew stronger, his mindset had undergone a profound transformation. To him, a person like Wang Chao was merely an insignificant ant. However, the dying man's words about others seeking vengeance indicated the presence of accomplices, necessitating caution on Yongling's part. Moments later, 2 luxury vehicles arrived from the Liu family, and the elder chuckled heartily. "Xiaoling, let us return home." Yongling smiled in response and approached the enormous machine wrapped in oilcloth. With a forceful tug, he unveiled its true form. Indeed, it was a helicopter. He remarked with a faint smile. Team Su left in a hurry. This could be considered as contraband. I shall take it to the police station. Old Master Liu paused momentarily, then replied with a smile. No need for that. This helicopter belongs to the company. Since you can pilot it, consider it a gift. Excuse me? Yongling was taken aback, then expressed his surprise. Old Master, this is a Bell 505 new model, worth over 10 million. Old Master Liu laughed heartily. You are Muhan's husband, my granddaughter's spouse. What is a mere helicopter to you? It would please me greatly if you accepted. Yongling chuckled. If that is the case, I humbly thank you, Old Master. Ding. You have accepted the helicopter, fulfilling Old Master Liu's wish. Wish value 1, current progress, 1410. Yongling was momentarily stunned by the system's notification. He had acquired a helicopter and received wish value as well. What a remarkable turn of events. Old Master Liu, in high spirits, patted Yongling on the shoulder. From now on, just like Muhan, call me Grandpa. He had completely embraced Yongling as family. Yongling, recognizing the sentiment, nodded. Of course, Grandpa. Ding. You have fulfilled Old Master Liu's wish. Current progress, 1510. Old Master Liu's laughter grew even more joyous, and he called out, Fei Yan, Muhan, come over and thank Xiaoling. The two had improved significantly, and Xiao Fei Yan gazed at Yongling, her cheeks flushing for reasons unbeknownst to her. However, being considerably older, she softly said, Xiaoling, thank you. Yongling smiled and nodded. You are too kind, madam. He then turned his attention to Liu Muhan. Although this esteemed CEO had ceased her tears, her face resembled that of a blushing cat. Her heart eager to express something, yet she was too bashful to find the right words. Chapter 69, Apologies and Gratitude Once. She had held a certain disdain for Yongling, yet without this man, she and her mother, as well as her grandfather, might have faced dire consequences. Yongling seemed to perceive the turmoil within her heart. He suddenly stepped closer and whispered with a light chuckle near Liu Muhan's ear, If you cannot voice it now, you may express it when you return home tonight. Ah. Liu Muhan caught the implication in his words, and her face flushed crimson. She stomped her foot and huffed. You wish. I would never. However, before she could finish, she noticed Yongling smiling mildly, realizing he was assisting her in alleviating her embarrassment. This little man. Although Liu Muhan still feigned anger, her lips betrayed her with a subtle smile. As she passed by Yongling, she softly uttered, I am sorry. And thank you. In that moment, she regained her composure as the CEO, turning to the arriving staff to command, return the vehicle for transporting the money. We are heading back to the company. With that, she confidently entered the Rolls-Royce. Ding. Liu Muhan's affection for you has increased by 100. The current affection level has shifted from -70 to 30. A moment later, seeing that both his daughter-in-law and granddaughter had entered the car, Old Master Liu patted Yongling on the shoulder and said, This helicopter has flight permission. I will assist you in signing up for a pilot's license. Shortly, I will send someone over with all the necessary documentation for the helicopter. Rest assured to fly it. He added, additionally, be home by 7 tonight for dinner. We owe you our gratitude. Upon Yang Ling's nod, he chuckled contentedly, waved his hand, and departed. As the luxurious vehicles gradually vanished from sight, Yang Ling smiled faintly and boarded the helicopter. Ding! Proficiency in piloting activated. The helicopter ascended gently, heading directly towards Tian Garden. During his inaugural flight, Yang Ling refrained from any flamboyant maneuvers, maintaining a steady course. At this moment, his thoughts were already elsewhere. System. I wish to request the ability to foresee danger in advance. Ding. Every entity possesses its own destiny. The host cannot glimpse the future. The system can only bestow upon you heightened perceptive abilities. Yang Ling chuckled bitterly to himself. Indeed, predicting the future was beyond his grasp. Yet heightened perception was a commendable alternative. He nodded, conceding, very well, let it be so. Ding. Wish granted. The host has acquired the skill, spatial awareness. Spatial awareness, a passive skill that enables the host to predict dangers within a 1-kilometer radius 3 seconds in advance. Ding. The host has gained 1 point of charm. Not too shabby. Yang Ling smiled faintly and subsequently allocated the 4 acquired attribute points to his mental strength. His status panel transformed once more. Strength, 18 agility, 20 stamina, 15 mental strength, 16 charm, 5 wish points. 510. Having completed these adjustments, his phone rang, revealing a call from Chu Xiyin. Yang Ling, where are you? Yang Ling paused momentarily, then replied with a grin, I am in the sky. In the sky? Laughter bubbled from the other end. Have you ascended in a spiral? All right, I won't jest any longer. The live broadcast last night was a resounding success. I have something to discuss with you. Meet me at the Starbucks in Wanya Plaza. Could it be that he truly had spiraled into the sky? Yang Ling rubbed his nose and inquired, is there anything that cannot be discussed over the phone? Before he could finish, Chu Xiyin had already hung up. He chuckled wryly. Glancing at the time, it was still early. Very well, I shall go, he decided, then turned the helicopter towards Wanya Plaza. Chapter 70. A pathetic loser. It is quite a coincidence that the Wanya Square happens to be an asset of the Liu family. Nearby, there exists an open-air football field, which, at this hour, is devoid of players. Yang Ling deftly lands the helicopter upon the field. Upon seeing the helicopter from their own company, the field's management staff refrains from asking any questions. In no time, Yang Ling arrives at the main entrance of Wanya Square, where he indeed spots Chu Xiyin. However, she appears to be embroiled in a heated argument. A young man, clad in a suit and sporting glasses, gazes at Chu Xiyin with a mocking smile, stating, Xiyin, the contract is explicitly written in black and white. You signed a 5-year agreement with the company. How can you simply retract your words? Chu Xiyin retorts with a haughty sniff, that was signed by my parents, not by me. If you wish to pursue this matter, go seek them out. Beside the young man, a fashionable woman adorned with sunglasses scoffs. Seek them? They have gone to Maple Leaf Country. Where shall we find them? Do you not aspire to be a star? After signing with the company, shouldn't you have everything you desire? The young master is quite taken with you. What is there to refuse? Chu Xiyin casts a disdainful glance at the sultry woman, replying, I do wish to become a star, but not the kind that spends nights drinking and sleeping with others. Do not presume I am oblivious to your intentions. I refuse to sacrifice myself for the hollow fame of a third-rate or even fourth-rate star. I am above that. You. The sultry woman seethes with rage, while the young man responds with a sardonic tone. So, you are unwilling? The penalty for breach of contract is 5 million. If you cannot pay, do not blame us for using force. As his words hang in the air, 2 burly men leap forth from a van parked behind them. It is afternoon, and the square is nearly deserted, prompting the few onlookers to distance themselves. Chu Xiyin's complexion pales as she subtly retreats, while the young man coldly declares, the young master wishes to see her. Seize her and bring her to the car. The 2 hulking figures charge towards Chu Xiyin. But just then, 2 pebbles fly through the air, striking their hands with precision. A seemingly ordinary young man approaches from a distance. Spotting him, Chu Xiyin exclaims with joy, Yang Ling. Ding. You have fulfilled Chu Xiyin's wish for rescue. Wish value 1, Current progress, 610. Yang Ling nods slightly, advancing closer and calmly addressing the group before him. In broad daylight, you are rather brazen, are you not? The young man and sultry woman size Yang Ling up with disdain, the latter sneering. So, you're just a pathetic loser. Mind your own business and scram. Yang Ling remains unfazed, responding serenely. If I am not mistaken, you must be Gu Pailan, the third-rate actress from Qingxin Entertainment, and this appears to be your manager. Qin Hongba? Apologies, but Xin has made an appointment with me. You may leave now. Qin Hongba scoffs derisively. You pauper, you lack even a car. Yet you dare pursue a girl? Chu Xin is a contracted artist of our company. You have no business here. Leave promptly if you know what is good for you. Yang Ling retorts with a smirk. Your company's artist? As far as I know, a contract without a personal signature holds no validity. I just heard Xin mention that her contract was signed by her parents. How then does she belong to your company? You. Both are infuriated by his assertion. Yet Yang Ling's reasoning is sound and irrefutable. Standing behind Yang Ling, Chu Xin feels a surge of safety. Ding. You have shattered the fallacies of Gu Pailan and Qin Hongba. Attribute points 1. Chapter 71. I would rather ride a bicycle than sit in a Mercedes. Seeing the others rendered speechless, Yang Ling let out a cold laugh and turned to Chu Xin, saying, Let us go, I'll take you home. Chu Xin nodded vigorously, grasping Yang Ling's sleeve and obediently following behind him. Going? Qin Hongba said coldly. You are Yang Ling, right? Can you handle this? Chu Xin is specifically chosen by my young master. Are you courting death? Yang Ling paid no mind to these individuals, pulling Chu Xin directly towards the football field. Gu Pailan, filled with rage, exclaimed, Just a pathetic loser. What are you trying to act tough for? Why are you all still standing there? Attack. As two burly men were about to make a move, Qin Hongba stopped them, saying in a frigid tone, There are too many eyes here. Hold off for now. This pathetic loser dares to put on airs without a car. There's plenty of space around to act. Just follow them. The two spoke with such audacity that their voices carried, as if they were entirely certain of their dominance. They continued to refer to Yang Ling as a pathetic loser, which Yang Ling dismissed like bothersome flies. But Chu Xin could not contain herself. She admonished, Clean up your mouths. A Ling may be poor, but every penny he earns is through honest work. You, engaged in illegal dealings, and you, a disgraceful performer. Dare to put on a faade of respectability? No amount of money you earn is clean. This girl was surprisingly fierce. Gu Pailan scoffed. Haven't you heard the saying, laugh at the poor, not at the courtesans? Poverty is poverty. What high ground are you trying to claim here? This poor loser probably couldn't scrape together enough to buy me a lipstick, and yet he dares to mock me? If he had a car, you two would have left long ago without needing to discuss nobility with me. How naive. The harsh realities of society struck Chu Xin, her face flushed with anger. I would rather ride A Ling's bicycle than sit in that person's Mercedes. Stubborn as a mule, Qin Hongba sneered. Do you really think your live streaming career has any future? Are you unaware of the influence my young master wields in the esports and streaming realms? With just one word from him, your stream could be shut down in an instant. I advise you to obediently follow my young master. Otherwise, if you decide to follow this poor fool, don't regret it later. Chu Xin gritted her teeth, knowing that this threat might hold truth. The potential closure of her live stream could happen, possibly dragging Yang Ling down with her. If that person decided to take action, it was likely that few enterprises in S City would dare to employ Yang Ling. For the first time, her heart wavered. Yang Ling maintained a calm demeanor, stating lightly, You all keep mentioning this young master. I wonder who this esteemed figure is? Gu Pailan, with a hint of pride, responded, My young master is the young director of Feyong Group, Gao Xiaohua. Gao Xiaohua? Yang Ling realized this individual was from the neighboring H City, part of the same elite circle as Tian Juyen and his affluent peers, wielding far greater influence. Given that his primary business was in entertainment, he was indeed a prominent figure in that realm. However, in Yang Ling's eyes, such a person was merely an ant, albeit a somewhat robust one. He cast a sidelong glance at the two, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips, and continued walking forward with an air of tranquility. Beside him, Chu Xin fell into silence, watching Yang Ling with a heart full of turmoil. This young man might jeopardize his future for her, and the thought troubled her deeply. The football field was not far from Wanya Plaza, and at this moment, it was devoid of people. When Yang Ling arrived, Qin Hongba sneered. This place has only one exit. What is the matter? Have you come to your senses? Not running away anymore. Chapter 72. This is my helicopter. Yang Ling cast a cold glance at the two individuals before him and remarked nonchalantly, Run? Do you truly believe you are worthy of making me flee? To me, you are nothing more than two mere dogs. Dogs bark at people. But can a person bark back at a dog? What did you say? The two men erupted in fury, with Qin Hongba declaring, Seize him. Give this brat a good beating. At his command, the two burly men charged forward. Ding! The mastery of Tai Chi was unleashed. Yang Ling let out a cold laugh. And in a mere moment, the two men lay motionless on the ground. Dumbfounded, Qin Hongba and Gu Pailan's eyes nearly bulged out of their heads. These two were bodyguards assigned to the young master, yet they had been dispatched in an instant. Chu Xin's mouth formed an OA as she stared at Yang Ling, equally astonished. Yang Ling casually clapped his hands, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, and took Chu Xin's hand, leading her towards a nearby helicopter. Only then did they notice a private helicopter parked in the expansive arena. Standing before the helicopter, Chu Xin, feeling anxious, stammered, Xiaoling, this belongs to someone else, we. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Ling nonchalantly retrieved a sensor key from his pocket and pressed it. With a beep, the helicopter's door opened instantly. Chu Xin's eyes widened, and nearby, Qin Hongba and Gu Pailan were so astonished that their jaws nearly dislocated. Chu Xin stuttered. Xiaoling, is this helicopter yours? With a gentle smile, Yang Ling replied, Indeed, it was given to me by someone else. Come, I shall escort you home. Chu Xin was left in a state of shock. Someone gifted you a helicopter? Surely you jest. Yang Ling chuckled and shook his head, saying, Do I appear to be joking? The events unfolding were beyond the comprehension of the beautiful anchor. How could the seemingly impoverished Yang Ling possibly possess a helicopter? Meanwhile, Qin Hongba and Gu Pailan wore expressions of disbelief. Their young master was indeed a remarkable figure, but he usually flaunted luxury cars and beautiful women. Yet this fellow had arrived in a helicopter for a date. How absurd. The mere notion of someone possessing a private aircraft implied a person of considerable status. Someone not to be trifled with, causing them to tremble slightly. Suddenly, Qin Hongba seemed to have an epiphany and burst into laughter. This helicopter belongs to the Mu Hua group, doesn't he it? You must be a helicopter pilot, pretending to be something you're not. At this remark, everyone paused. And Gu Pailan quickly caught on, mocking, Oh, so you're just a pilot. One might think you were some young master. And it was given to you? Have you no shame? Only a fool like Lu Muhan would gift a helicopter to you. Yang Ling's expression darkened. He had chosen not to stoop to their level. Yet these two were relentless. Just as he was about to teach this pair a lesson, Chu Xin tugged at his sleeve, offering a wry smile. Xiaoling, I know you mean well, but this is my own affair, and I don't wish to drag you into losing your job. I'll go back with them. I don't believe they can do anything to me. Upon hearing her words, Yang Ling frowned slightly, just as two Mercedes-Benz cars approached the entrance of the arena. Chapter 73. Greetings to Mr. Yang. A sleek black Mercedes sped towards the helicopter, coming to a halt as four impeccably suited gentlemen emerged. Upon recognizing the visitors, Qin Hongba's expression turned icy as he remarked, It's Yen Xing from the security department of Muhua Group. What brings this high-ranking official here in person? Gu Pailan scoffed. I suspect this young man is merely trying to show off by commandeering the group's helicopter. It seems we are in for quite the spectacle. Yen Xing approached Yang Ling with an austere demeanor, clearly anticipating a scene of reprimand. However, what transpired next nearly caused them to choke on their disbelief. Yen Xing respectfully bowed and greeted, Good day, Mr. Yang. In unison, the men behind him echoed, Good day, Mr. Yang. A profound silence fell, a stillness akin to the grave. Qin Hongba and Gu Pailan were left in a state of incredulity. Yen Xing, the head of the security department, a genuine executive of Muhua Group, was exhibiting utmost reverence before Yang Ling. Gu Pailan instinctively recoiled, her voice trembling as she exclaimed, How is this possible? This wretched upstart cannot possibly be the head of Muhua Group. There must be some mistake. Wretched upstart? Yin Xing's countenance darkened instantly. He swiftly delivered a resounding slap to the actress, sending her sprawling to the ground, dazed. With a cold glare, he admonished, "Gopailan, who do you think you are? Merely a mistress of Gao Xiaohua. Do you dare to insult Mr. Yang? Believe me, I can have your mouth torn to shreds." The force of the slap not only stunned her, but also brought her to her senses. She glanced at the menacing Yin Xing and then at the composed Yang Ling. Suddenly, a shiver coursed through her, and she fell to her knees, sobbing, "Mr. Yang, I was wrong. I truly did not realize you were a high-ranking member of Muhua Group. If I had known, I wouldn't have dared to offend you, even with 10 times the courage. I have been blind to your greatness. Please, spare me this once." This woman understood all too well that Muhua Group was far more formidable than it appeared. With depths that chilled the spine, not even Gao Xiaohua would dare to offend anyone associated with Muhua Group. With a mere flick of their fingers, they could orchestrate a scandal that would obliterate her career. Fear gripped her, genuine fear. Yang Ling cast a cold glance in her direction before turning to Qin Hongba, his expression placid and silent. Yin Xing, having attained his position through both capability and discernment, recognized Yang Ling's significance. He was the benefactor who had saved the elder, the matriarch, and the chairman, and was also the chairman's husband. Despite Yang Ling's silence, Yin Xing, as a subordinate, could not remain idle. He directed another slap at Qin Hongba, bellowing, "What are you implying? Do you intend to provoke Muhua Group? Who gave you the audacity to speak to Mr. Yang in such a manner?" Qin Hongba collapsed onto the ground, staring blankly at Yang Ling, fully aware that he had dug his own grave. From the moment Yin Xing addressed Yang Ling as Mr. Yang, Chu Xin had been rendered speechless, her mind in a state of disarray. Finally, she regained her composure. Glancing at the two individuals on the ground, once esteemed figures in her eyes, now subservient and afraid to breathe. Beyond her astonishment at Yang Ling's true identity, she felt a surge of exhilaration. Chapter 74. You have fulfilled Yin Xing's desire to cling to the powerful. She turned her gaze towards Yang Ling, who appeared indifferent, as if this matter was merely a triviality to him. How handsome he is. A sudden thought flickered in Chu Xin's mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Yet her small hand grasping Yang Ling's sleeve tightened further. Ding. You have fulfilled Chu Xin's wish of not wanting to return to the entertainment company. Wish value 1. Current progress, 710. Ding. You have shattered Qin Hongba and Gu Pailan's mockery of you. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have thwarted Qin Hongba and Gu Pailan's desire to take away Chu Xin. Attribute points 1. Yang Ling's lips curled into a slight smile as he addressed Yin Xing. Director Yin, they are merely two scoundrels. Striking them would only soil my hands. Is there something you wish to discuss with me? Upon hearing this, Yin Xing accepted the document bag handed over by a subordinate, stating, "Mr. Yang, these are some documents regarding the helicopter sent by the old master for your perusal. Would you care to take a look?" Yang Ling replied with a gentle smile, "There is no need for that. However, I must remind you of one thing." "Huh, please." "Mr. Yang, go ahead." Yang Ling smiled slightly and said, "I am not an employee of your company yet, so there's no need to call me Mr. Yang. Additionally, whether or not I join your company is something I need to consider." At this, everyone present was taken aback. Both Chu Xin and Gu Pailan widened their eyes in disbelief. What status did the executives of Muhua Group hold? People of genuine talent and skill would do anything to gain entry, yet this gentleman seemed to be pondering his decision. How impressive. Yin Xing chuckled and replied, "What you say is true. Given your relationship with the old master and the young lady, it matters little whether you come to work or not." His address shifted smoothly from Mr. Yang to young master. Chu Xin was left in a daze, while Gopailan was on the verge of madness. When one comes to work, they are referred to as Mr. Yang, but by not coming, they are elevated to the status of young master. What on earth is this individual? Yang Ling cast a puzzled glance at Yin Xing, who referred to Lu Muhan as young lady rather than chairman, and seemed aware of his connection with the Lu family. It was evident that he was a trusted confidant, and his eagerness to please was unmistakable. He accepted the document bag, shaking his head with a smile. "Call me as you wish." As he spoke, he patted Yin Xing on the shoulder and added with a slight smile, "If there's nothing further, I shall take my leave." You all may return to your duties." Despite the seemingly casual gesture, Yanxing felt a surge of exhilaration. This indicated that Yang Ling understood his intent to align himself closely with him. If he could truly form this connection, it might lead him to greater heights, perhaps even the position of general manager at a subsidiary. His respect deepened as he quickly said, "Young master, the old master has invited you to dinner this evening. It is a family gathering, and your parents are also on the guest list. Please do not forget." "All right, I will attend." Ding. You have fulfilled Yanxing's desire to cling to the powerful. Wish value 1, current progress, 810. Is this really possible? Yang Ling smirked as he glanced at the astonished Gu Pailan and the others before taking hold of the still-dazed Chu Xian and ascending slowly into the sky aboard the helicopter. On the ground, Yanxing was thrilled, nearly bursting into laughter, but he restrained himself for the sake of decorum. Chapter 75, The Art of Strength. Doubling power, he then cast his gaze upon the two individuals on the ground, as well as the two burly men rendered unconscious by Yang Ling, and with a sinister smile proclaimed, "What do you two think you are? How dare you offend my young master? Have you not learned your lesson? Today, I shall demonstrate the might of Yanxing. Lift these scoundrels onto the vehicle." It was evident that what lay ahead for Gu Pailan and the others would be nothing short of grim. Seated in the helicopter, the once carefree Chu Xian now resembled a bashful bride. Yang Ling found amusement in observing her and remarked, "Did you not seek me out for a matter?" Chu Xian replied softly, "I had no idea you were such an extraordinary person. Now, I fear these matters may not even pique your interest." Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback. "How was I to know if you did not mention it?" Curiosity danced in her eyes as she continued. "The leader of the PT club contacted me this morning, expressing a desire to meet with you. However, given your status, I suppose you would not engage in professional play?" Yang Ling responded with a light-hearted smile, "My status? I am on the verge of unemployment. What status could I possibly possess? Reply to him and arrange a meeting." "It would be advantageous," she suggested. A smile graced Chu Xian's face as she nodded vigorously, but then, with a sudden seriousness, she inquired, "Xiao Ling, you are so remarkable. Do you truly have no girlfriend?" Yang Ling, with a hint of skepticism, asked, "Why? Are you interested in me?" "Uft, there are plenty who pursue me," Chu Xian retorted. Her cheeks flushed. "However, should you wish to court me, I might consider it, albeit reluctantly." Yang Ling laughed heartily. "Very well, then I shall contemplate it as well." As they conversed, the helicopter had already arrived at the rooftop of Tian Garden, a prestigious residential community that boasted a designated helipad and an elevator. After alighting from the helicopter, Chu Xian turned back, her face still flushed, and took a few steps forward, gently brushing her lips against Yang Ling's cheek. With her head bowed, she murmured, "Thank you for today," and swiftly retreated towards the elevator. Yang Ling stood momentarily dazed, touching his cheek, then chuckled softly and shook his head. Once back inside the helicopter, he proceeded to allocate his attributes. With 3 available points, he decisively added 2 to strength and 1 to stamina. Consequently, his strength and agility reached 20 points, while stamina and spirit stood at 16. His attributes progressing towards a balanced state. With 20 points of strength, his physical power was now double that of an average adult male. He estimated his strength to be comparable to that of an ordinary weightlifter, though perhaps still a notch below the elite bodybuilders of the world. Ding. A property of the host has reached 20 points. A random reward is being drawn. Ding. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the skill, the Art of Strength. The Art of Strength. Upon activation, strength is instantaneously increased by 100 for a duration of 10 seconds, with a cooldown period of 24 hours. Yang Ling chuckled. Pleased with this skill, within 10 seconds, his strength would double, enabling him to potentially deliver a blow powerful enough to fell a hefty bull. Satisfied, he nodded and opened the document bag sent by Yanxing, which contained not only some helicopter credentials, but also a business card. Since Yanxing was so eager to align himself, accepting him as a subordinate could be a viable option. As night fully enveloped the sky, the prospect of flying a helicopter became increasingly perilous and conspicuous. With still some time left, he exited the elevator, opting not to take a taxi, and instead meandered leisurely toward the Chu family's villa. Chapter 76. As for your son, he is quite the protagonist. The Longwang Mountain Villa area boasts breathtaking scenery. Nestled against mountains and beside water, truly a treasure trove of feng shui. As the most upscale villa district in S City, it comprises only 18 villas. Where wealth alone may not guarantee ownership, the fortunate residents are indeed the elite of society. The Liu family is indisputably a prominent clan in S City, and even throughout the entire Jiangnan region. Villas number 1 and 2 belong to the Liu family. Villa number 1 houses the esteemed elder Liu, while villa number 2 is the residence of Liu Muhan and her daughter. Liu Muhan's villa is adorned with elegant and understated decor, reflecting her refined demeanor. At this moment, the spacious living room is filled with numerous guests. Relatives from the Liu family within S City, as well as close associates, have gathered, ostensibly to treat young Ling to a meal, though it is, in essence, a family banquet. The attendees are clad in luxurious attire, engaging in lively conversations while toasting one another, creating an atmosphere of camaraderie. However, two individuals stand out as distinctly out of place: Yang Jianjun and Wang Yueju. Having been escorted by the elder Liu's butler, are Yang Ling's parents and, thus, naturally entitled to partake in such a gathering. Nonetheless, as ordinary citizens, they have never encountered such grandeur. Initially, their discomfort was somewhat alleviated by a few cordial words from elder Liu, but upon his sudden departure, they found themselves at a loss, unsure whether to sit or stand, even hesitant to partake of the fruit laid out before them. Despite the elite being aware of their identity as Yang Ling's parents, no one approached them, their gazes betraying an innate sense of superiority and disdain. Wang Yueju gently tugged at Yang Jianjun's sleeve, asking, "Dear, why hasn't Xiaoling arrived yet? Should we consider leaving?" Yang Jianjun shot her a look, replying, "What do you understand? Xiao Ling is the star of the evening. He must make his entrance last. Let us remain composed and not embarrass him." "Ah, all right." Wang Yueju sighed softly, nodding in acquiescence, choosing to remain silent thereafter. At that moment, a group of affluent ladies nearby seemed to have overheard their exchange and erupted into laughter. One lady, donned in a striking red gown, approached them with a teasing smile. "You must be the parents of that Yang Ling, am I correct? In such a setting, donning workman's attire seems rather inappropriate, don't you think?" Another lady chortled, "Oh, Sister Yuerong, don't be so harsh. Their annual income wouldn't suffice to purchase a decent outfit. You're putting them in a difficult position." At this remark, the group of ladies burst into a chorus of laughter, drawing the attention of many around them. Yang Ling's parents felt their faces flush with embarrassment, yet as humble folk, they dared not retort in such an environment. The lady in red, Zhuang Yuerong, feigned an apology, covering her mouth. "Oh dear, I forgot you belong to the lower income demographic. How about this? I shall give each of you 50,000. Why not buy yourselves something respectable to wear?" Another round of laughter ensued among the ladies, their contempt nearly spilling over. One of them scoffed, and a protagonist at that. "What qualifications does your son possess to be considered a leading man?" Instantly, someone chimed in. "Exactly. I've heard that this young Ling can merely fight a bit. He has no wealth, poor grades, and I can't fathom what the elder is thinking. Hosting a banquet for such a person." Chapter 77. Humiliation of Parents Indeed. Who does not know that Sister Yurong's son, Jiahua, is the sole protagonist wherever he goes? You two are truly shameless. Even Muhan looks at Jiahua with admiration. Do you think your son, a mere frog, can aspire to eat the flesh of a swan? Have you even looked in the mirror? Zhuang Yurong shook the goblet in her hand and scoffed. "Did you hear that? This place is not meant for people like you." She added, "Who among you has money? Give them 50,000 each and send them away. I will speak to the old master." Immediately, a wealthy lady tossed a bank card onto the floor, saying, "Here, there's 150,000 in there. Consider it for your clothing. Now leave. You are embarrassing yourselves here." Filled with rage, Yang Jianjun felt a surge of blood rush to his head. This was humiliation. A brazen insult delivered through money. He clenched his fists, nearly grinding his teeth to dust, yet he understood he could not leave. If he did, Yang Ling's temper would undoubtedly incite a scandal with the Liu family. This was the Liu family, after all. It was no trivial matter. Wang Yueju's face turned pale. tears welling in her eyes. The commotion naturally drew the attention of those nearby. Many gathered around, and upon learning the situation, few expressed sympathy for Yang Jianjun and his wife. Instead, disdain was evident in their expressions. This was a gathering of the upper class, and in their eyes, these two ordinary individuals had no right to be present. Yin Xing was also there, but he attended in the capacity of a staff member. As one of the few who knew Yang Ling's true identity and strength, he refrained from approaching. It would have been futile anyway. Instead, he had long since recorded everything on video, sending clips to Yang Ling piece by piece. In the midst of the scene, seeing that Yang Jianjun and his wife remained motionless, Zhuang Yurong sneered, "What's wrong? Is it too little?" She loudly proclaimed, "Does anyone else have money? Give it to them, and I will settle the account later." Zhuang Yurong was the eldest daughter of the old Master Lu's family, thus relatively close to the Lu family. It was worth noting that Lu Muhan and her son, Jiahua, were cousins. Furthermore, Zhuang Yurong's husband ran a real estate company, with a fortune amounting to billions. Her words carried considerable weight. Upon hearing this, someone immediately tossed a bank card onto the floor, sneering, "There's 30,000 in there. Take it and spend it." With one leading the way, others followed suit. Throwing down bank cards, their words and actions dripping with scorn for Yang Jianjun and his wife. Zhuang Yurong coldly observed the spectacle and remarked, "Is this sufficient? One must have self-awareness. Your Yang Ling is nothing but a toad, and such a lowly creature should remain in the sewers forever. The noble swan is beyond your reach. Even being in the same space is a desecration to the swan. Do you understand?" Her voice grew increasingly harsh. "Take the money and leave." Yang Jianjun suddenly sprang to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, and bellowed, "My son Xiao Ling is not a toad." Before he could finish his sentence, a loud bang echoed from the entrance. Boom! The villa's door flew inward, crashing down upon a scattering of tables and chairs, leaving everyone stunned as they turned towards the entrance. There stood a boy dressed simply, with an icy gaze, Yang Ling. Gasps filled the air. The villa's door, weighing hundreds of pounds, had been kicked in with such force. What kind of strength was required for that? Chapter 78. Who threw the bank card? The hall was enveloped in a profound silence as Yang Ling's icy gaze swept across the crowd. Upon witnessing the tear-streaked faces of his parents and the pile of bank cards strewn on the floor, his fury reached a boiling point. He strode forward, and from the moment he entered, an aura of chilling menace permeated the space, instilling primal fear in everyone present. Not a single soul dared to intervene, let alone meet his gaze. Approaching his parents, Yang Ling cast a cold glance at Zhuang Yuetong before abruptly extending his hand to press Yang Jianjun back into his seat. "Father, remain seated. I shall handle this matter." Yang Jianjun's eyes glistened with unshed tears, relief flooding through him at his son's timely arrival. The boy had grown. He could entrust everything to him. Nodding, Yang Jianjun slowly settled back down. "Ding. You have fulfilled your parents' wish. Wish value 1. Current progress, 810. With a faint smile directed at his parents, Yang Ling's expression darkened once more. His cold gaze scanned the assembly, and he intoned slowly, "Who threw the bank card? Step forward." Silence reigned. Under the oppressive weight of Yang Ling's presence, none of these so-called elite dared to utter a word. Zhuang Yuetong glanced around, astonished by the impact of Yang Ling's entrance, which had seemingly cowed the entire assembly. As the instigator of this incident, she knew she could not show weakness. Taking a deep breath, she sneered, "So, you are Yang Ling? I was the one who incited them to throw it. What of it?" With a resounding crash, Yang Ling struck the wine glass from her hand, shattering it against her face. A heart-wrenching scream erupted as red wine and blood spilled across the floor, and she crumpled to the ground, wailing in agony. "Yang Ling, how dare you? I will." Before she could finish, Yang Ling stomped down on her arm, the sickening sound of bones fracturing echoing in the air. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, she let out a final cry before losing consciousness. "Ding. You have shattered Zhuang Yuetong's wish to mock your parents." Attribute points 1. A collective gasp echoed through the room. No one anticipated the youth's ferocity. A mere disagreement had prompted such a violent response. Some felt a surge of righteous indignation. Yet the memory of Yang Ling's ability to kick down the door of a villa quelled their anger. In the face of such overwhelming power, they were rendered speechless. Yang Ling surveyed the crowd, his voice devoid of warmth. Is there anyone else? Step forward. Once again, silence reigned. Under the weight of his terrifying aura, many felt their legs tremble in fear. At that moment, the first man who had thrown a bank card could no longer withstand the pressure and turned to flee. Running away? Yang Ling sneered, hurling a wine bottle that struck the man squarely on the back of his head. He collapsed to the ground with a piercing scream, blood pooling around him. Ding! You have thwarted this person's desire to escape. Attribute value 1. Yang Ling's voice grew increasingly frigid as several security guards attempted to intervene, only to be restrained by Yen Xing, who shook his head in a silent plea for caution. With the room steeped in silence, Yang Ling mocked. Didn't you all just call me a toad? Why is it that now, not a single one of you swans dares to utter a sound? Let me be clear. Whoever threw the bank card, whoever mocked my parents, step forward and kneel to apologize. Otherwise, no one shall leave this place. Chapter 79. Who else? The words were laden with menace, causing the crowd to tremble with fear. Yang Ling's actions were excessively domineering, bordering on unreasonable, yet they dared not voice their indignation. Wang Yueju whispered, Xiaoling, let it go. We have nothing to gain. Yang Ling shook his head slightly at his mother, asserting, Mom, we do not seek trouble, but we are not afraid of it either. How those people treated you earlier, I intend for them to repay it tenfold. Wang Yueju, being a woman of modest disposition, merely nodded in acknowledgement and fell silent. Yang Ling withdrew his gaze, coldly declaring, Since you are oblivious to your own actions, do not blame me. In a sudden movement, he struck a wealthy lady across the face. She, who had been mocking moments before, let out a shriek and collapsed to the ground, her teeth flying out, half her face swelling dramatically, and she fainted without uttering a word. It appeared she would be disfigured. Yang Ling scoffed, I'm no paragon of virtue. Do not fault me for being ruthless. Anyone who dares to tread upon my family's dignity, regardless of gender, shall face the consequences. Who else has thrown their bank cards? Step forward. His voice was piercingly sharp, causing several timid souls to collapse in fear, one even losing control of their bladder. Before such a formidable Yang Ling, all present felt their hearts quail. When no one dared to step forward, Yang Ling's icy gaze landed on a wealthy lady nearby. Upon meeting his gaze, her face drained of color, recalling the grim fate of Zhuang Yuan and another. She trembled uncontrollably. With a mocking smile, Yang Ling approached, asking, Will you kneel and apologize? Or shall I arrange for your cosmetic surgery? I will kneel. I will kneel. The woman, her legs giving way, genuinely knelt before Yang Ling. Not to me, but to my parents. The lady, overwhelmed by humiliation and fear, fainted on the spot. Humph. Yang Ling snorted, scanning the crowd as those he looked upon quaked in terror. His gaze finally settled on a middle-aged, corpulent man, who turned pale at once. Yang Ling, already ablaze with fury, wasted no words and effortlessly lifted the man's hefty frame, tossing him before his parents. Kneel and apologize. To his surprise, the fat man, paralyzed by fear and too heavy, could not rise. Yang Ling, incensed, delivered a swift kick to the man's head, causing him to scream and lose consciousness. The arena fell into a profound silence. For the first time, they felt utterly helpless. In the face of absolute power, what did wealth matter? They were mere lambs to the slaughter. Yang Ling could easily kick down the door of the Liu family's villa. How could their own door withstand such monstrous strength? This youth held a deep grudge. In other words, if this matter was not resolved today, they could forget about peace in the future. Each person present was astute. Given the magnitude of the incident, Old Master Liu must have been informed, yet he had not intervened. The implications were clear to all. He was waiting for Yang Ling to vent his anger before making his appearance, effectively choosing Yang Ling over his own relatives. Realizing this, the crowd cast fierce glances at the unconscious Zhuang Yuan. Had it not been for these women offending Yang Ling's parents over the weak scion of the Jia family, the situation would never have escalated to this extent. Chapter 80. The transformation brought by strength. A man dressed in a suit and wearing glasses was the first to step forward. He slightly bowed to Yang Ling and said, Young Master Yang, I sincerely apologize. This matter was indeed our fault. Noticing Yang Ling's impassive expression, he forced a bitter smile and then bowed to Yang Ling's parents, saying, "Brother Yang, Sister Yang, I am truly sorry. Allow me, your younger brother Fang Yu, to offer my sincerest apologies. I will certainly host a banquet to make amends on another day." At this point, Yang Ling's parents had largely calmed down. Though they were honest people who felt utterly at a loss in such a situation, they merely looked at Yang Ling, awaiting their son's decision. Humph. Yang Ling let out a sound of disdain through his nose. Though he did not speak, his acknowledgement of the man's apology was implicit. He understood the principle of moderation. With his thunderous wrath, he had quelled the arrogance of this group, motivated by two primary reasons. First, to vindicate his parents, and second, to send a clear message that he, Yang Ling, was certainly not a pushover. It was evident that he had achieved his goal, as someone had taken the lead in apologizing. One by one, the relatives and friends of the Liu family began to approach his parents, offering their apologies. Their expressions a stark contrast to their previous disdain. There were all sorts of people, those apologizing, those seeking to curry favor, and those attempting to ingratiate themselves. The two elders, who had been scorned and mocked, suddenly became the center of attention. Surrounded by sycophants, Yang Jianjun's face was aglow, and his mood had undergone a complete transformation. He felt an immense pride in having such a remarkable son. Yang Ling once again experienced the benefits of possessing strength. It was only through power that one could instill fear and, consequently, command respect. Had Yang Ling lacked strength, it would have been he who lay beneath others' feet today, forever unable to lift his head within the Liu family. Ding. You have fulfilled your parents' desire for dignity. Wish value 1, current progress 910. Ding. You have shattered the collective desire to trample upon you. Attribute point 1. Yang Ling's lips curled into a smile as he returned to his calm and composed demeanor. As the invisible pressure he exerted dissipated, the crowd finally breathed a sigh of relief. Yanxing was undoubtedly the happiest among them. He turned to the security personnel beside him and said with a grin, "I told you long ago, when following the boss, one must choose wisely. My judgment is impeccable. Wouldn't you agree? With young Master Yang's formidable presence, we need not fear a lack of opportunities for distinction. Go, carry those unconscious scoundrels away to the hospital." His expression remained one of unwavering loyalty. The security guards exchanged glances, as if envisioning the days ahead when they would bask in Yang Ling's borrowed authority. Smiling broadly, they approached to lift the individuals while calling out, eager to ensure Yang Ling noticed their efforts. Yang Ling observed everything with keen eyes. He walked over to Yanxing and patted him on the shoulder, saying, "You've done well. It was hard work." Yang Ling's charisma encompassed leadership appeal, which may not have swayed a goddess like Lu Muhan, but held a different significance for Yanxing. Yanxing shivered with excitement, replying, "Young Master Yang, you flatter me. It is simply what I ought to do." Yang Ling smiled faintly, just as he intended to say some words to win hearts. His gaze shifted toward the entrance of the villa. There, a group approached, led by the elder Lu, followed closely by Lu Muhan, resplendent in her pure white gown. Chapter 81. Could he possibly be the illegitimate son of the old man? Behind Lu Muhan stood a group of young individuals, both male and female, all clad in formal attire. Several young women were exceptionally beautiful, easily standing out in any crowd. Yet, in the presence of Lu Muhan, they appeared somewhat overshadowed. Almost all eyes in the room converged upon Lu Muhan, leaving Yang Ling momentarily stunned. Everyone shared a singular thought. A celestial being has descended. The arrival of the old master Lu instantly hushed the atmosphere. A few noble women, who had previously been retreating, rushed towards him as if he were their savior. One of them exclaimed sharply, "Old master, Yang Ling has struck someone in public. You must take a stand for us." "Take a stand?" Old Master Lu scoffed. "Without Shaoling, I would have already perished. From this moment forth, Shaoling is a member of the Lu family. He is of direct lineage. Why should I take a stand for you?" At these words, the noble women were left speechless, as was the entire assembly. They were aware of the old man's favoritism towards Yang Ling, yet given the gravity of the situation, they expected at least a reprimand directed at him. Surely, a few scoldings would be forthcoming? What they did not anticipate was the old man's declaration of kinship, boldly stating that Yang Ling belonged to the Lu family and was of direct lineage. This was tantamount to equating him with Lu Muhan. Upon hearing such pronouncement, everyone's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. While they were oblivious to the precise relationship between Yang Ling and Lu Muhan, they understood that the old man was deeply loyal to those he favored. His statement was indeed both unexpected and yet entirely reasonable. The gazes directed at Yang Ling underwent a transformation. If fear had characterized their earlier demeanor, now there was a hint of sycophancy. Yet, at that moment, Yang Ling merely smiled gently and remarked, "Old master, you flatter me. I am still of the Yang family. And as our families grow closer, I hope you and the esteemed elders will look after me." The room fell into stunned silence. His words were subtly phrased, yet the implication was unmistakable. I, Yang Ling, am of the Yang family, not a member of the Lu family, while others would vie fervently to join the Lu family. Even relishing a distant connection, Yang Ling had gracefully declined the opportunity to enter the core circle of the Lu family. His expression remained serene, as though he had no inner conflict regarding his decision. What remarkable confidence this youth possesses. While the crowd was in shock, old Master Lu gazed into Yang Ling's clear eyes and broke into a smile. Everyone harbors personal interests. His two sons were involved in politics and the military, while his third son's granddaughter managed the Muhua group. The extent of Yang Ling's capabilities was beyond even the old man's comprehension. Should the day come when he departed from this world, if Lu Muhan could not keep Yang Ling in check, there was a genuine possibility that the Muhua group might separate from the Lu family. However, at this moment, the clarity in the young man's eyes, coupled with his public declaration of intent, indicated that he had no ambition to usurp the Muhua group's enterprises. This only heightened the old man's regard for him. If he could forge a bond with this young man, the old master was confident that even in death, the Lu family would remain steadfast. He laughed heartily. "Shaoling, you are right. I was too hasty. We shall discuss this matter later." He stepped forward and grasped Yang Ling's arm, saying, "Come, I have hidden away some fine wine. Let us share a few cups tonight." The onlookers were left agape at this display. Yang Ling's refusal to join the core circle of the Lu family had not incited the old man's ire. Instead, it had elicited even greater warmth from him. Had Yang Ling's parents not been present, they might have suspected him to be the old man's illegitimate son. Chapter 82. Yet again, this Yang Ling ding. You have fulfilled the wishes of old Master Lu. Wish value 1, current progress. 1010, you may now make a wish. Yang Ling smiled faintly, fully aware of what the wish entailed. Behind them, Lin Xiaoshuang remarked in astonishment, "I never would have guessed that this fellow Iason T1 to curry favor." She was one of the few who knew of the relationship between Lu Muhan and Yang Ling, though she had previously looked down upon him. Her attitude had shifted slightly after recent events. Lu Muhan gazed at Yang Ling's retreating figure, a faint smile gracing her lips. Ding. Lu Muhan perceives the host as someone with strong opinions, not seeking wealth or status. Your favorability increases by 5, currently at 35 points. Yang Ling turned back in surprise, only to meet her gaze. A blush flickered across Lu Muhan's beautiful visage as she shyly averted her eyes. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled and shook his head. The arrival of old Master Lu and others brought the evening's festivities into alignment. Yet it was evident that the spotlight was on Yang Ling. The prominent figures of society gradually gravitated toward him, many extending olive branches in hopes of fostering connections. However, in the presence of the old master, they were cautious not to be too overt, ultimately causing old Master Lu to dismiss them due to their clamor. Subsequently, their attention shifted toward Yang Ling's parents, unaware of the marital bond between Yang Ling and Lu Muhan, and they even attempted to promote their daughters to him. To be fair, the young ladies being promoted were indeed graceful and charming. Present at the soiree, Yang Jianjun and his wife were naturally all smiles. Yet Yang Ling had informed them to keep the marriage confidential. Thus, they merely nodded along without divulging any substantial details. At the gathering, aside from Yang Ling, another focal point was Lu Muhan. Her stunning appearance captivated the attention of both young men and middle-aged gentlemen alike. Beside her, in addition to her friend Lin Xiaoshuang, several handsome young men surrounded her. One tall and striking gentleman, approximately 25 or 26 years old, smiled slightly and said, "Muhan, may I have the pleasure of dancing with you later?" Lu Muhan remained unresponsive, ignoring his request. The others were momentarily taken aback, following her gaze to see Yangling's figure. Once again, it was this Yangling. Instantly, the expressions of several young aristocrats darkened, and the handsome man who had invited Lu Muhan appeared particularly sullen. This man was none other than Zhang Jiahua, frequently touted as the leading man in the eyes of the affluent ladies. Previously, many had speculated that he was the most likely candidate to win Lu Muhan's heart. Yet, at this moment, the near-perfect gentleman was decidedly displeased. His mother had been reprimanded by Yangling, although the injury was merely a fractured arm that would heal with rest. It felt like a resounding slap to his face. Previously, wherever he went, he was the center of attention. Now, however, that honor clearly belonged to Yangling. What troubled him further was Lu Muhan's unwavering focus on Yangling, to the extent that she hadn't even heard his words. "Muhan, dear," Lin Xiaoshuang said somewhat irritably. "Jiahua is speaking to you." "Huh?" Lu Muhan exclaimed softly, snapping back to reality, and noticing the curious gazes directed at her. She felt a faint flush of embarrassment and asked, "Jiahua, do you need something?" This reaction only served to further irk the group. Chapter 83. This is not a key, but the purity of my granddaughter yet. Even in her displeasure, the goddess could not forsake decorum. Zhang Jiahua once again courteously extended an invitation. "Muhan, might I request the honor of a dance with you?" Lu Muhan momentarily hesitated, instinctively blurting out, "I already have a," as the words hung in the air. She seemed to realize her faux pas, chuckling softly as she shook her head and replied nonchalantly, "I apologize, but I do not wish to dance today." Zhang Jiahua furrowed his brow in concern. Although Lu Muhan had consistently declined his previous invitations with her usual calm demeanor, he understood that this was simply her nature. The fleeting hint of regret in her eyes indicated that she at least considered his feelings. However, today, this frosty goddess appeared unusually aloof. There was no trace of regret, and she seemed unwilling to engage in conversation with him at all. He turned sharply, glaring at Yangling, his eyes nearly ablaze with fury. "Ding! You have shattered Zhang Jiahua's desire to invite Lu Muhan to dance. Attribute points 1. Indeed, it was a case of misfortune striking unexpectedly. Why had his own situation led to the destruction of another's wish? Yangling caught a glimpse of several wealthy heirs glaring at him from a distance, a trace of chilling intent flickering in his gaze. "System, I wish to acquire mastery in singing, dancing, acting, and all other talents." "Ding. Please, host. Do not be overly ambitious. You may only select a single skill for enhancement." Yangling sighed inwardly, realizing that exploiting the system was not as easy as he had hoped. One must take life one bite at a time. After a moment's contemplation, he firmly stated, "Then let it be dancing." "Ding. Wish granted. The host has acquired the skill, Mastery of Dance. Note, you have now mastered all forms of dance invented by humanity. Ding. Your charm has increased by 1. With a gentle smile, he decided to allocate the 3 attribute points he had earned, resulting in his strength and agility both reaching 20. Stamina rising to 19, and mental strength remaining at 16. His charm level increased to 6. Nearby, old Master Lu observed with a faint smile, "Ah Ling, what are you thinking about, smiling so broadly?" Yangling chuckled, "I was just reminiscing about some joyful matters." Old Master Lu assumed he was thinking of his granddaughter and said with a hint of pride, "Why be shy? A graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal companion. However, your relationship must remain discreet for now. Muhan holds a prominent position, and any personal actions of hers could affect the stock prices of the corporation. She has only recently taken the reins, so it would be wise to wait until everything stabilizes before planning a wedding." In all honesty, Yangling was not inclined towards an early marriage. He smiled lightly and replied, "Then how shall we interact?" Old Master Lu chuckled, "This matter has been discussed with Fian. Although it cannot be made public yet, you two are already legally wed. From now on, you shall reside in this villa with Muhan, and in addition, you will serve as the vice president of the corporation with an initial annual salary of 1 million. What do you think?" As he spoke, he pressed the key into Yangling's hand. In a situation where a solitary man and woman shared the same space, this was not merely a key. It was as if he were directly placing his granddaughter's purity into Yang Ling's hands. Yang Ling stood there, momentarily stunned, before offering a wry smile. Old master, you know that Director Liu wishes to divorce me. She would likely be unwilling to share a residence. Furthermore, I am about to take the college entrance examination, and I fear I may not be able to fulfill the responsibilities of vice president. Old Master Liu chuckled. Indeed, she is opposed to it. But the key has been given to you. Whether or not you choose to reside there is entirely up to you. As for attending university, it will not hinder your role within the corporation. Chapter 84. The stage for showcasing talent. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling hesitated for a moment before smiling and nodding, saying, Since you have said so, let us proceed as you wish. Ding. You have fulfilled the wish of Old Master Liu. Wish value 1, current progress 110. Although the wish had been granted, Old Master Liu noticed Yang Ling's persistent indifference and mistakenly assumed that he was displeased due to the lack of public acknowledgement of their marriage. A trace of helplessness and apology crossed the old man's face, a sentiment that Yang Ling perceptively detected. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. Seemingly nonchalantly, Yang Ling took out a jade pendant from his pocket, casually playing with it as he smiled lightly. I am quite fond of this jade pendant, though I am unsure of its material. Old master, with your influence, could you assist me in acquiring a few more? I wish to present one to my parents and sister as well. Curious, Old Master Liu took the pendant, though he lacked expertise in antiques. He could discern that this jade was distinctly different from the common varieties, making it likely a challenge to source more. Yet, he felt that the Liu family owed Yang Ling a debt of gratitude, and the discomfort of such a debt was not to be underestimated. The old man, undeterred by other concerns, laughed heartily. Very well, I shall make this happen for you. Ding. You have fulfilled Old Master Liu's wish of not being indebted. Wish value 1. Current progress 210. Yang Ling, somewhat bashful, rubbed his nose. He had calculated a minor gain, yet the old man unexpectedly contributed a wish value. Truly, he was a man who had devoted his life to the nation, exemplifying noble character that commanded sincere respect. Impatient by nature, Old Master Liu promptly beckoned a bodyguard not far away, saying, Xiao Wang, please take this jade pendant to the procurement manager and have him source several more based on the material. The more, the better. The bodyguard nodded and swiftly departed the villa. With his objective achieved, Yang Ling finally revealed a smile. This jade pendant contained the energy required by the system, and acquiring 10 units of energy to upgrade the system was his foremost goal at this stage. After conversing with Old Master Liu for a while longer, his parents, unable to endure the gathering crowd, excused themselves and returned home. Yen Xing, seizing the opportunity to showcase his own abilities, volunteered to escort the elderly couple home. Barely had they left when the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed. Accompanied by the gentle strains of music, the ball had commenced. In keeping with tradition, the event was hosted by Han Yakin, the head of the Human Resources Department of Mu Hua Group, affectionately known as the Mu Hua Flower. Today, she donned a stunning purple evening gown, and at 37 years of age, her well-maintained appearance made her look as radiant as a 25 or 26-year-old. As she gracefully ascended the stage, a wave of admiration swept through the audience, with many men unable to conceal their fervent gazes. Her delicate beauty and poised demeanor exuded an alluring maturity that captivated the hearts of many. Addressing the audience amidst their collective attention, she spoke softly, as everyone knows. This ball has always served as a platform for our youth to showcase their talents. We must not only possess skills, but also artistry. Today, Old Master Liu has graciously invited the esteemed musician, Mr. Huang Qiao, to offer his insights on the talents of our young performers. Let us all put forth our best efforts. Chapter 85. You are even inferior to dogs. As her words fell, the spotlight shifted to an elderly gentleman on the second floor, none other than the renowned musician, Mr. Huang Qiao from Huaxia. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. Who would have thought that the old master had invited such a formidable figure? In truth, gatherings of this nature serve not only to strengthen familial bonds and discuss matters of business, but, more significantly, to showcase the grand ball. The upper echelons of society place great importance not only on social standing, but also on refinement and artistic talent. Every young participant's performance at the ball would be recorded and disseminated. The more exceptional their talents, the greater their popularity within their circle. This would undoubtedly enhance their prospects for future unions or collaborations, hence the high regard in which everyone holds this event. With the esteemed musician's presence, a mere compliment from him would elevate one's reputation immensely. Amidst the attentive audience, Mr. Huang chuckled, "Old Lu and I are, after all, old friends. There's no need for everyone to feel anxious. Simply present your finest selves." Below, Old Lu laughed heartily. "Old Huang, how can they not be nervous in front of such a great musician as yourself? All right, time is of the essence. Let us commence." With a nod towards Yang Ling, the elder ascended to the second floor, and all eyes converged on Zhang Jiahua. In terms of talent, among the many young individuals present, he was second only to Lu Muhan. Traditionally, he would open the event, while Lu Muhan would close it. With the gaze of the crowd upon him, Zhang Jiahua seemed to transform back into the leading man, flashing a charming smile before casting a provocative glance at Yang Ling in the distance, and gracefully approached the stage. Immediately, someone brought him his violin, which he accepted with elegance, preparing to tune it. Below, Lin Xiaoshuang giggled, "Jiahua Gu is truly impressive. Even tuning sounds so stylish." The wealthy heirs beside her laughed in agreement, one of them glancing at Yang Ling and deliberately exclaiming, "Of course. We have been educated in elite circles since childhood. Especially Jiahua, whose musical talent is extraordinary. How could some wild boy from the slums compare?" Another chimed in, "You are mistaken. Although the wild boy lacks refinement, he can certainly hold his own. He's a fierce dog, after all. A fierce dog does not lose wealth. I, too, would like to keep a fierce dog for amusement." Though not naming names, these remarks were clearly aimed at Yang Ling and were particularly venomous. Lin Xiaoshuang, perhaps oblivious to the insinuations, laughed, "If you want to keep one, go ahead. I certainly want to raise a big dog." Upon hearing this, Lu Muhan's brows furrowed slightly, and with a cold glance at the group, she retorted, "The Lu family does not keep dogs, but in my view, some individuals are inferior to dogs in every aspect beyond mere indulgence." Having stated this, she turned and walked away, leaving the others momentarily stunned. Lu Muhan was clearly insulting them, and her words were harsh. It was evident that she was standing up for Yang Ling. The expressions of the group darkened instantly, their suppressed anger directed towards Yang Ling, who, upon turning to face them, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 86. What are you kneeling for? Kidney deficiency. Aside from Yang Ling's indifferent gaze, 3 beams of icy light shot forth. Following 3 dull thuds, coins struck their knees, causing the trio to buckle and fall to the ground. The audience's attention swiftly shifted, their eyes widening in astonishment. What could possibly prompt these 3 young gentlemen to kneel suddenly? With a cold chuckle, Yang Ling rose and stood before them, tauntingly inquiring, "Could it be that you 3 are suffering from kidney deficiency? Shall I call an ambulance for you?" The faces of the 3 turned a deep shade of crimson, for in front of the crowd, Yang Ling had resorted to underhanded tactics to force them to kneel. To add insult to injury, he mocked their vitality. If word of this got out, how could they ever show their faces again? All 3 attempted to rise simultaneously, but halfway up, their knees buckled once more, forcing them back to the ground. Yang Ling's mastery of throwing and deduction allowed him to calculate precisely how to incapacitate them. Thud. This time, they were firmly kneeling before Yang Ling. The audience gaped in shock, with some genuinely believing it was due to kidney weakness that they were unable to stand after drinking. These 3 spendthrifts, indulging in a life of excess, were they already past their prime? "Darling, you're over 40 and still so impressive, truly remarkable." Whispers filled the air, their words strikingly candid. On stage, Zhang Jiahua commanded, "What is wrong with you 3? Get up at once." The trio's faces flushed with embarrassment, yet their legs remained unsteady, rendering them unable to rise. Yang Ling, regarding them with nonchalance, remarked, "Only dogs kneel to men. There's no need for men to kneel before dogs. If you wish to stand, return after you've strengthened your kidneys." His words were indeed venomous. effectively branding the trio with the stigma of kidney deficiency. Soon, staff members approached to assist them in standing. Though their legs regained strength, their dignity had vanished. Casting Yang Ling a hateful glance, they hastily exited the villa. Ding. You have fulfilled the audience's desire for drama. Wish value 1. Current progress. 310. Ding. You have shattered the trio's mockery. Attribute point 1. Several astute observers began to piece together the events, realizing that the three had offended Yang Ling and were subsequently punished. The ability to make someone kneel without them knowing was truly formidable, instilling a greater sense of caution in their gazes towards Yang Ling. Yang Ling chose not to acknowledge the pale-faced Lin Xiaoshuang, but instead cast a curious glance at Lu Muhan. The trio's presence hinted at some background, and the fact that this female executive had spoken out against them on his behalf warmed him to her considerably. Following this brief interlude, the crowd's attention returned to Zhang Jiahua. After all, the previous trio were merely inept science, while he was a man of remarkable talent. At that moment, Zhang Jiahua had completed a sound check and, taking a deep breath, turned to Yang Ling and asked, "I've heard you are proficient in musical instruments. I wonder, can you play the violin?" The audience fell silent, while Yang Ling regarded him with surprise before breaking into a smile. "What? Do you wish for us to perform together?" Zhang Jiahua replied confidently. "No need for a duet. I merely wish to wager with you. Let us compete to see who plays the violin better. If I win, I shall have the honor of inviting Muhan to dance. If you win, the invitation shall be yours. Of course, if you falter, consider my words unspoken." Chapter 87. The Shattering Strategy. The reverse general. Upon hearing these words, everyone was momentarily stunned. The young man, brimming with competitiveness, was willing to engage in a contest. Yet the stakes involved the privilege of dancing with Lu Muhan. As Lu Muhan heard this, her delicate brows furrowed slightly, a displeased expression gracing her visage. Few in attendance were foolish. Upon reflection, they could discern Zhang Jiahua's intentions. Firstly, in past family gatherings, he had extended invitations to Lu Muhan for a dance, all of which had been declined. Now, however, he openly proposed this wager before everyone. Should Yang Ling accept and triumph, Lu Muhan, under such pressure, would undoubtedly feel compelled to acquiesce publicly. Secondly, this was an act of retribution against Yang Ling, a means to regain face. Given the previous events, their family's rapport with Yang Ling was irreparably strained. Should Yang Ling refuse to participate, it would be tantamount to a cowardly retreat, lacking grace. In high society, an individual's courage and demeanor were of utmost importance. Victory and defeat were mere facets of competition. Losing was acceptable, but faltering was a grave faux pas, leading to scorn. The third and most crucial point was that Zhang Jiahua could not afford to lose. Everyone was aware of Yang Ling's prowess at the piano, yet, at such a young age, mastering even one instrument was commendable, let alone two, an achievement reserved for prodigies. Moreover, in many respects, the violin was considered more challenging than the piano, rendering it improbable for Yang Ling to outshine Zhang Jiahua in this domain. This proposition effectively sealed all of Yang Ling's avenues of retreat. The gazes of the crowd shifted towards Zhang Jiahua, their eyes glimmering with newfound respect. Such cunning at a young age marked him as a standout of his generation. As the attention of all fell upon him, Yang Ling offered a faint smile and addressed Zhang Jiahua. "Since you are so confident, I shall not dampen your spirits. Lu Dong, being of esteemed lineage, I, a mere commoner, would not dare to dream of dancing with her. Let us alter the wager. Should I emerge victorious, how about you perform a striptease instead?" Gasp. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, astonished at Yang Ling's audacity. Yet, upon further contemplation, they were struck with a sense of dread as they grasped the young man's true intentions. With a single statement, he humbly indicated that he would not coerce Lu Muhan into anything, contrasting sharply with Zhang Jiahua's apparent lack of gallantry. Furthermore, by suggesting that Zhang Jiahua perform a striptease, should he win, it would not only be a blow to Zhang's dignity but also render him utterly humiliated, regardless of whether the performance occurred. Finally, Yang Ling had maneuvered Zhang Jiahua into a corner. Should he decline, it would suggest a lack of confidence. Crucially, he could not propose an alternative wager involving Yang Ling performing a striptease. for that would imply that Lu Muhan held lesser significance in his eyes than the prospect of Yang Ling's performance. A general indeed possesses remarkable military strategy. Some in the audience deciphered the intricacies of this exchange, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. What a brilliant mind! What a clever scheme! What profound depth of character! Fearsome. Indeed, who was this Yang Ling? On the second floor, the elder observed Yang Ling with a smile that nearly creased his brows. With such adaptability and cunning, this grandson-in-law was truly a latent dragon. The more he observed Yang Ling, the more pleased he became. Beside him, old Huang, a man of keen insight, marveled. Where did you find such a remarkable individual? Today, I have truly broadened my horizons. On stage, Zhang Jiahua's countenance darkened as he regarded Yang Ling's enigmatic smile, feeling increasingly agitated. Nevertheless, he had unwavering confidence in his violin skills, and with no retreat left, he gritted his teeth and declared, "Very well. It is settled." With that, he turned to the second floor and called out loudly, "Old Huang, I implore you to act as our judge." Old Huang nodded slightly, signifying his agreement. Chapter 88 Sister Muhan. It seems that Yang Ling is destined to lose. Ding. You have shattered Zhang Jiahua's wish to achieve 3 goals with 1 stone. Attribute point 1. Ding. Lu Muhan believes you possess more gentlemanly demeanor than Zhang Jiahua. Affinity 5. Current affinity 40. Hearing this, Yang Ling smiled faintly. Suddenly sensing something, he turned to find Lin Xiaoshuang glaring at him with evident anger. It seemed he comprehended something, a faint glimmer flickering in his eyes. Zhang Jiahua, however, maintained a strong mental fortitude. After being retorted, he was hardly affected. Taking a deep breath, he began to draw the bow across the strings of his violin. He performed a Polish waltz, a piece renowned worldwide, showcasing a unique artistic spark and charm. The composition was somewhat challenging, yet having practiced the violin for over a decade, he played it with remarkable fluidity. Many in the audience closed their eyes, quietly absorbing the music. On the second floor, the elder inquired softly, "Old Huang, what do you think?" Old Huang, with a smile upon his face, nodded slightly and replied, "The execution and emotional control in the performance are commendable. He has essentially reached the level of a professional violinist." Oh, the elder paused slightly, glancing at Zhang Jiahua before shifting his gaze toward Yang Ling, a trace of concern evident in his eyes. Lin Xiaoshuang, observing Zhang Jiahua on stage with closed eyes and a blissful expression, exclaimed, "Sister Muhan, look how exceptional Jiahua is." Lu Muhan remained composed, yet a hint of worry crept into her gaze. As the performance concluded, the audience erupted into enthusiastic applause. Zhang Jiahua exhaled, seemingly satisfied with his performance. With a confident smile, he looked up to the second floor and eagerly asked, "Old Huang, what do you think of my piece?" Old Huang appeared slightly displeased by his impatience, but maintained a professional smile as he responded, "Your technical skills are quite good, and your control over the dynamics is commendable. However, your emotional expression still needs refinement. At your age, achieving this level of proficiency is already remarkable. If I were to assign a score, I would give you a 75. 75. The crowd gasped in surprise. Old Huang was known for his strict standards. He seldom awarded scores above 70 to young performers and could easily enumerate numerous flaws. Yet, he had granted Zhang Jiahua a score of 75, which was indeed exceptional. Whispers of admiration circulated among the audience, and Lin Xiaoshuang couldn't contain her delight, laughing heartily. Zhang Jiahua, feeling triumphant, turned to Yang Ling and declared, "Now it's your turn." Swish. All eyes converged on Yang Ling. This young man, possessing both cunning and talent, was already remarkable for his skills in both combat and piano. However, to defeat Zhang Jiahua in violin was nearly impossible. Little Yang, since you can't play the violin, why not acknowledge it? Time is precious. Admit your mistake and befriend Jiahua. Yes. Jiahua and Muhan have been playmates since childhood. Dancing with him is no big deal. Don't be so petty. Little Yang, one must have self-awareness. Sometimes, taking a step back opens up broader horizons. Don't be so stubborn. On the surface, these words seemed to be advice, yet each speaker harbored ulterior motives, mocking Yang Ling for his overconfidence. even hoping he would concede and tarnish his reputation henceforth. Lin Xiaoshuang giggled, Sister Muhan, young Ling is bound to lose. When you dance with Jiahua later, remember to have him treat us to a meal. Chapter 89. The ears are about to conceive upon hearing this. Lu Muhan let out a soft huff, her eyes betraying even more concern. As all eyes converged upon him, Yang Ling offered a faint smile, rising to his feet and slowly making his way towards the stage. On the platform, Zhang Jiahua sneered, You truly have the audacity to come up here. Yang Ling took the violin from his hands and replied coolly, Some individuals are tragically self-assured. However, to me, your so-called confidence is utterly fragile. As they brushed past one another, Zhang Jiahua coldly whispered in his ear, This round is merely the beginning. I will gradually settle the score with you. With a disdainful snort, he descended the stage. In Yang Ling's perspective, Zhang Jiahua was no different from those he had encountered before, merely a troop of buffoons. He calmly seated himself, surveying the crowd below. And without waiting for Elder Huang to signal the start, he casually tested the feel of the instrument before gently caressing the strings, his right hand beginning to glide. Ding! The skill of musical mastery was activated. As the system's announcement echoed, a cascade of enchanting notes erupted from his fingertips. Hiss! The moment the violin resonated, Elder Huang inhaled sharply. Was this the Qinggong dance? Yet he played with such profound spirit. Not only Elder Huang, a maestro in music, but even the onlookers, who were oblivious to the nuances of the violin, widened their eyes in astonishment. He can truly play the violin. Wow, this is exquisite. Initially taken aback, as the notes continued to flow, expressions of shock on their faces gradually faded, replaced by rapture. The notes from Yang Ling's fingers danced with an ethereal clarity akin to rain in a secluded valley, at times ablaze with fervor like the sun, and at others, evoking the tranquil solitude of a moonlit boat ride, drawing them into a series of enchanting realms with each shift in melody. Regardless of gender, everyone tightly closed their eyes, as if ensnared in a dreamlike reverie, unable to extricate themselves. The entire scene enveloped in infinite tranquility. Only the exquisite voice of the violin rippled through the air. Almost everyone succumbed to the spell, save for one, Zhang Jiahua, his face contorted in disgust, akin to one who had just ingested a fly, under such a melody. It was evident he had lost, and lost utterly. Just as the elegant strains of the violin were poised to reach their zenith, they abruptly ceased. Akin to a delightful dream being shattered, jolting everyone back to reality. They stared wide-eyed at Yang Ling, their expressions akin to that of a scorned lover, filled with unfulfilled longing. Yang Ling offered a helpless smile and remarked, Apologies, I seem to have forgotten the sheet music. Perhaps I shall perform for you again another time. Hiss! A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, their faces twisted in a mix of yearning and reproach as they gazed at Yang Ling. Had it not been for the esteemed status of those present, they might have transformed into vengeful spirits on the spot. Nonetheless, even with only a partial performance, the impact was profound. Once they regained their composure, the venue erupted in astonishment. Good heavens, how could such a magnificent piece of music exist in this world? My ears. They are about to conceive. Oh, I still wish to hear more. I implore you to play until the climax once more. Shall we arrange a meeting for Yang Ling with our daughter? Husband, are you out of your mind? Our daughter is only 10 years old. Observing the expressions of those below, Yang Ling couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. With his remarkable memory, how could he possibly forget the sheet music? It was all deliberate. Had they not just mocked him mercilessly? He would not grant them the satisfaction. What could they do about it? Chapter 90. I am not qualified to rate Yang Ling Ding. You have shattered the collective desire for a melodious performance, attribute point 1. At this moment, Yang Ling chuckled inwardly, while on the other side, Elder Huang had finally regained his composure. With tears streaming down his face, he gazed at Yang Ling below and exclaimed, What a genius! This is a true prodigy. After so many years, our music scene in Huaxiao has finally produced such a talent. Elder Lu, allow me to take him away. I guarantee that within 3 years, I can make him renowned worldwide. Elder Lu, adorned with a beaming smile, chuckled heartily. It seems you are merely wishing to marry off your granddaughter to him. You mischievous old man. As if struck by an unspoken concern, Elder Huang's face flushed. And he replied with a chuckle, "Look at what you're saying. My granddaughter is still underage. However, if this lad harbors such intentions, securing the marriage contract in advance wouldn't be a bad idea." Hearing this, Elder Lu felt a surge of delight at being proactive, yet he retorted with mock annoyance. "Are you the only one with a granddaughter? Enough of this nonsense. Let us proceed with the rating." At this moment, the gaze of the crowd converged upon him. Taking a deep breath, Elder Huang solemnly declared, "Truth be told, I am not qualified to rate young Yang, as I lack such proficiency in performance. However, if compelled to assign a score out of 100, I would give him 120. Yet, since he forgot the score sheet, I shall deduct 20 points, resulting in a score of 100. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in astonishment. This music maestro claimed that his own skills did not surpass those of Yang Ling. While it was evident that he exaggerated, it nonetheless underscored Yang Ling's remarkable aptitude. In truth, there was no need for a rating. Everyone understood that Yang Ling's violin skills eclipsed those of Zhang Jiahua. Little did they know, Elder Huang was not fabricating. He genuinely acknowledged that he was not on Yang Ling's level. The crowd began to shower Yang Ling with praises, and many young women gazed at the youth on stage with sparkling eyes, sending subtle glances his way. Lu Muhan felt a wave of relief wash over her, a faint smile gracing her lips as she looked at Yang Ling, her eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion. Beside her, Lin Xiaoshuang wore an expression of disbelief. This impoverished boy is so formidable, even surpassing Brother Jiahua. This shouldn't be. How could things have changed so drastically? If this continues, won't Muhan's sister fall for him? No, I cannot allow this scoundrel's schemes to succeed. At that moment, Yang Ling heard the system's notification. Ding. You have fulfilled Elder Lu's wish for Lu Muhan's success. Affection 5. Current affection 45. Ding. You have shattered the wishes of Zhang Jiahua and Lin Xiaoshuang. Attribute points 2. Yang Ling smirked as he turned to Zhang Jiahua and said, "Well then, young Master Zhang, why don't you take the stage and perform for everyone?" In an instant, all eyes were fixed upon Zhang Jiahua, whose face turned a deep shade of gray. He had proposed the wager himself, and after Yang Ling modified the stakes, he had acquiesced. Now, under the scrutiny of the crowd, he found himself in an untenable situation, whether to ascend the stage or not. Noticing his hesitation, Yang Ling sneered, "Can't bear to lose? To us, ordinary folk, accepting a bet and facing the consequences is a fundamental principle. It appears you so-called gentlemen of high society do not grasp this. It seems that certain supposed upper-class individuals and social elites are outdone by us commoners." Yang Ling's words bore the weight of scorn, as the audience, comprised of self-proclaimed social elites, glared at Zhang Jiahua, who had tarnished the reputation of their circle. Chapter 91. A Duet of Spouses. Resonance of the Guqin, and Xiao Zhang Jiahua's face flushed a deep crimson, his entire body trembling with indignation. Before Lu Muhan and the crowd, he found himself utterly humiliated, his previously cultivated image crumbling to dust. He glared at Yang Ling, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "This time, you truly have the upper hand. I wonder how long you can maintain this arrogance." With that outburst, Zhang Jiahua abandoned his violin and hurriedly exited the villa, his demeanor reflecting his utter disgrace. The onlookers shook their heads in disbelief. Had he simply lowered his pride, offered a few compliments, and laughed it off, the situation could have easily been resolved. Did he truly believe he would be made to perform a striptease? It was astounding how narrow-minded he was. Indeed, like mother, like son, he had brought shame upon himself in front of the entire circle. Zhang Jiahua's standing plummeted in the eyes of the crowd, a dramatic fall from grace. The ball continued, with young talents stepping onto the stage to showcase their skills. Yet, after Yang Ling's electrifying performance, the audience found the subsequent displays rather lackluster. Even Lin Xiaoshuang's ballet failed to ignite their enthusiasm, and old Huang appeared equally disinterested, offering only a few measured remarks. It was not until Lu Muhan took the stage that the atmosphere shifted. Adorned in a stunning evening gown, she sat gracefully before the piano, her expression serene and tranquil, illuminated by a single beam of light that rendered her figure strikingly clear. She resembled a goddess beneath the moonlight, ethereal and untainted, evoking no thoughts of impropriety. Suddenly, the elderly gentleman upstairs chuckled. Xiaoling, Muhan mentioned she wishes to perform a duet of The Wizard of Oz. Do you play the flute or the xiao? Yang Ling paused momentarily, smiling wryly as he replied, I can play, but I have never performed with anyone before. There's always a first time for everything, isn't there? The old man laughed heartily. Come, let us relish in your duet. Would you not agree? The audience, still lingering on the earlier waltz, seized the opportunity to encourage Yang Ling to perform once more. They erupted into cheers, making it clear he could not decline. Taking the xiao that Han Yakin offered, Yang Ling shook his head with a rueful smile before slowly making his way to the stage. Lu Muhan turned her head away, yet as he approached, it was evident that her neck bore a hint of crimson. Why, he wondered, did she not refuse if she felt so shy? As he cast his gaze upon the sheet music resting on the piano, the hall fell silent. Lu Muhan exhaled softly, stealing a glance at Yang Ling before her delicate fingers began to dance over the keys. The piece, The Wizard of Oz, was ethereal in nature, with the piano serving merely as an accompaniment. The soul of the melody lay within the haunting notes of the xiao. Yang Ling, adept in all musical instruments, lowered his head and began to play, the sound of the xiao echoing like a fairy's whisper in a secluded valley, melodic and enchanting, drawing the listeners into its embrace. As if touched by the xiao's notes, Lu Muhan's heart found tranquility. The piano's sound resembled the gentle trickling of a spring, further enhancing the serene atmosphere. Together, they conjured a transcendent realm, captivating the audience with expressions of rapture, as if they were enveloped in the sweet fragrance of blossoms and the melodious songs of birds. When the final note faded, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Yang Ling smiled lightly and turned to find Lu Muhan gazing back at him, her eyes shimmering with warmth and a touch of shyness, a breathtaking sight that left one breathless. Chapter 92. Task completed. Unlimited wishes. Yang Ling felt an involuntary flush creep across his face, while Lu Muhan seemed to grasp the situation, her delicate features turning crimson. Flustered, she averted her gaze, focusing instead on the sheet music, lost in her thoughts. Ding. You have fulfilled the collective desire to hear celestial music. Wish points 1. Ding. You have satisfied the wish of Elder Lu. Wish points 1. Current progress 610. Ding. You have flawlessly performed the pan-flute segment from The Wizard of Oz. Lu Muhan's affection for you increased by 5. Current affection level 50. Affection automatically converts to intimacy. Ding. You have completed the system task and earned 1 opportunity for unlimited wishes. Notice, you may continue to increase the intimacy of system-related characters. Upon reaching a full value of 100, you will receive a treasure chest. Such a benefit? Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback. But considering the object of his affections was Lu Muhan, a sense of resignation washed over him. It must be said, raising the affection level of this female CO was indeed challenging. It was one thing for his charm to have no effect on her, but after all that had transpired, he thought it rather disheartening that a duet of The Wizard of Oz only garnered a mere 5 points. Had it been another girl, she would likely have been utterly entranced, perhaps even offering herself in devotion. He knew the treasure chest would undoubtedly contain something valuable, but it seemed he would have to wait an eternity to touch it. Reflecting on affection, he inexplicably thought of the little fan who had gifted him a rocket. How wonderful it would be if she were also a system-related character. However, what Yang Ling most desired at that moment was to find a secluded spot to utilize his opportunity for unlimited wishes. While he pondered these matters, he appeared to others as the epitome of a gentleman, patiently awaiting Lu Muhan to descend from the stage together. On the second floor, 2 elderly gentlemen increasingly found Yang Ling to their liking. The elder was all smiles, while Huang Lao bore a grudge against his own son. How could that rascal not have married sooner, allowing his granddaughter to be born earlier? It was infuriating that this old coot had gotten ahead of him. Meanwhile, the crowd below engaged in lively discussions, thoroughly acknowledging Yang Ling's talent and demeanor. They naturally regarded him as one of their own, an elite of high society. Should anyone dare to label Yang Ling as a mere pauper or scoundrel, they would swiftly retaliate with sharp retorts. This was the nature of social circles, without a doubt. After this evening, Yang Ling had firmly established himself among them. On stage, Lu Muhan's cheeks were still flushed as she took a moment to compose herself. According to the etiquette of their circle, Yang Ling, being the gentleman, was to take her hand, bow to the audience, and descend together. Yet, when she turned to look, he appeared lost in thought, showing no inclination to assist her. Startled, Lu Muhan assumed Yang Ling simply did not understand. Blushing, she rose, giving a subtly suggestive cough. When Yang Ling finally snapped back to reality, she offered a gentle smile, but before she could revel in the moment, he abruptly stated, "Director Lu, I've eaten and played enough. I think it's time for me to head home. You should get some rest too." With that, he nonchalantly walked off the stage. Waving to the elder and Huang Lao, "Elder Lu, Mr. Huang, I'm off to sleep now. See you later." He then exited the villa without a backward glance. Silence enveloped the room, not a sound to be heard. He left just like that? What had happened to his earlier gentlemanly demeanor? Heading home to sleep? It was barely 10 p.m., and he had no wife. Was he truly going to retire so early for his health? Even Cinderella transformed at midnight, after all. Chapter 93. The electric spark at your fingertips. Mastery of thunder. The old gentleman laughed heartily. "Old Huang, there aren't many young people these days who are so healthy. Shall we retire for the night?" Old Huang smiled and nodded. This young man is quite impressive. Early to bed and early to rise is the way to good health. Tomorrow, let us invite him for our morning exercise. As they watched the two elders depart, the crowd fell into a contemplative silence, soon realizing the profound truth. The older generation cherishes a healthy lifestyle, and Yang Ling subtly aligned himself with their preferences. Truly remarkable. It's a wonder we hadn't considered this sooner. At that moment, Lu Muhan felt a pang of frustration. How could he abandon her and concoct such a flimsy excuse? Going home? His wife was right there, and his grandfather had secretly given him the keys to the villa. Was this not his home? Could it be that he had a woman outside? Instinctively wary, Lu Muhan caught herself in these strange thoughts, shaking her head with a wry smile. Ding! You have shattered Lu Muhan's desire to descend from the stage with you. Attribute point 1. Having already left the villa area, Yang Ling paused briefly, realizing his misstep. He cast a fleeting apologetic glance back, but quickened his pace nonetheless. A moment later, he arrived at the small park where he often amassed attribute points. The moon hung high in the sky, and the park was devoid of any visitors. Standing by the small lake, he spoke earnestly. "System, I wish to utilize my opportunity for an unrestricted wish. Grant me the ability to control thunder and lightning." This desire had been meticulously contemplated. Mastery of thunder was the embodiment of both offense and defense. In an offensive capacity, he could unleash bolts of lightning or empower the coins he threw. For defense, he could create an electric net around himself, influencing the surrounding magnetic field. Coupled with his spatial awareness, he might even withstand a sniper's bullet. There was no denying that many sought to do him harm. He had to be prepared for the worst. Upon voicing his wish, the system, unlike before, fell into silence. Infinite Heavenly Sovereign, Amitba, may the Supreme Lord grant me success in my wish. Success, success. Yang Ling felt his heart racing, slipping into a mantra of fervent hopes. It felt as if a fleeting moment turned into an eternity, and finally, the system's voice resonated. Ding. Wish granted. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Mastery of Thunder. Mastery of Thunder. The ability to manipulate all forms of thunder and lightning at will. Ding. Mastery of Thunder is an external type ability and must be upgraded by the host. Current skill level, LV1. Current manipulable thunder energy, 1 unit. Ding. Your charisma has increased by 1. Splendid. Delightful. Yang Ling burst into laughter. As the system's words faded, he felt an enigmatic force coursing through his body, followed by a moment of clarity in his mind. With a flick of his fingertip, the thunder elements around him coalesced into a slender bolt of lightning. With a mere thought, the electric arc detonated against a nearby stone, leaving a small crater in its wake. Superpower. This is what superpower feels like. Yang Ling laughed heartily, sensing a profound elevation in his very being, a refreshing exhilaration coursing through him. However, when he attempted to conjure a more potent bolt of lightning, he found it impossible. It seemed that a single unit of thunder power was quite limited. Chapter 94. Yang Ling's rise suppressing his excitement. Yang Ling hastily inquired, "System, how do I upgrade this skill?" Ding. The system responded, "Upgrading this type of skill requires a wish value ranging from 10 to 50. Upon upgrading, the skill's power increases tenfold. Level 1 is the minimum, while level 5 is the maximum. Each use will consume a certain amount of physical and mental energy, so please exercise caution." Taken aback by the response, Yang Ling could not help but chuckle wryly. The system, indeed, had its pitfalls, although it bestowed upon him this ability. The restrictions were rather excessive. Nevertheless, he resolved to utilize it in increments, holding on to the hope that one day he would truly master the thunder and command the winds and rains. With 7 free attribute points at his disposal, he promptly allocated 4 points to physical strength and 3 to mental energy. Ding. Detected that the host's physical strength has reached 20 points. Extracting rewards, please hold on. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, strength 5. Yang Ling smiled faintly, accepting this reality. Although he had previously drawn skills from the rewards, a stroke of luck, he recognized that such fortune could not be relied upon indefinitely. Gaining 5 points in strength was, after all, a commendable outcome. After a round of enhancements, his attributes had once again risen. Strength, 25 agility, 20 stamina, 20 mental energy, 19 charm. 7. His current attribute panel now exuded an almost superhuman quality, prompting him to laugh heartily, his spirits soaring as he ambled towards his rented accommodation. Upon returning home, he found the beautiful streamer engrossed in her live broadcast. Choosing not to disturb her, he refreshed himself and lay down to sleep. Perhaps due to the considerable expenditure of mental energy the previous day, he fell into an exceptionally deep slumber, only to be roused near noon. Indeed, it was Chu Xian who had awakened him. As Yang Ling opened his eyes, he found Chu Xian clad in a loose sleepwear, perched upon him, her long, fair legs prominently displayed, her face aglow with excitement. His initial reaction was one of panic, fearing he had lost his virginity. However, upon discerning the situation, he exhaled in relief and retorted, "Is it too much to ask for a little decorum when waking someone? What if I lose control and something goes awry? Can you take responsibility?" Taken aback by his words, Chu Xian giggled. "If you can't control yourself, I'll support you. Enough of that. Quickly, look at this video, isn't that you?" she exclaimed, handing him her phone. Curious, Yang Ling glanced at the screen to see a young boy playing the violin. It was none other than himself from the previous night. Stunned, he nodded, "Yes, that's me. What about it?" Upon receiving his confirmation, Chu Xian exclaimed joyfully, "You've become famous. Your video is going viral across the internet." Huh? Yang Ling gasped, opening the comments to behold a flurry of praise. Celestial voice. Who is this young man? Why is his face so blurry? I want to find that cameraman. Blurry or not, I want to be his girlfriend. This is true artistry. Those pretty boys pale in comparison. Why didn't he finish the performance? Is he trying to drive me mad? Yang Ling glanced at the view count on the platform, which had astonishingly soared to 3 million. Chu Xian excitedly declared, "Your video is not only trending on major video platforms like P-Station, but it has also made waves on social media like WeChat. Check Baidu. It has topped the trending search list." Yang Ling was left speechless, momentarily at a loss for words. It was just a violin performance. It shouldn't be this overwhelming. Chapter 95, Trending First. The whole internet is searching for him in the following moments. Yang Ling indeed perused various media websites, discovering that the majority of headlines proclaimed the mysterious youth performing the ethereal Shakon. And who is he that enchants your ears? Where is he? Captivating titles designed to seize attention. The comments beneath these articles, while some praised Yang Ling's violin mastery, were predominantly filled with criticism. They lamented why the recording was incomplete and why the video quality was so poor. This reaction is quite understandable. Imagine being enveloped in exquisite music, only for the experience to be abruptly halted. It's akin to being stabbed with a knife. Rumors concerning the mysterious youth were swirling wildly across the internet. Netizens were searching. Members of the Music Association were seeking, and even private investigators were on the hunt. Pushing aside the exuberant Chu Xian, who was riding high on excitement, Yang Ling fell into a contemplative silence, as if an idea had sparked within him, a faint smile gracing the corners of his lips. On the balcony, he dialed Yin Xing's number and inquired in a somber tone, "You're aware of the situation, aren't you? Speak up, what is happening?" Yin Xing's voice came through with a weary chuckle. "Mr. Yang, the clear version of the ball recording remains with our security department. The footage circulating online seems to have been secretly captured by last night's guests." He continued, "Given the implications for you, the old master has issued a gag order. Your identity should remain confidential for the time being." Yang Ling scoffed. "How are you managing affairs? Do you comprehend the extent of the inconvenience this is causing me? Such private soirees are considered a form of commercial secrecy and have historically prohibited guests from filming." Yin Xing deserved the reprimand. Yang Ling proposed, "Let us do this. Bring along your colleagues from the IT department. I have matters to discuss with you." Yin Xing instinctively recoiled, aware he might face a reprimand in person, yet with Yang Ling now serving as the vice president of the group, he dared not refuse. He tentatively suggested, "Mr. Yang, perhaps you should confer with Chairman Liu, or we could convene a meeting to address this." After a moment's hesitation, Yang Ling replied, "Chairman Liu is preoccupied. We can resolve this ourselves. Come here immediately." "Understood." Half an hour later, in Yang Ling's rented apartment at Tianxin Garden. In the living room, Yang Ling was seated on the sofa, with Yin Xing and two others standing before him, Zhang Lu from the security department and Wang Wenba, the head of the IT department. As for Chu Xiyin, she had long been sent back to her room to rest. The three men, observing Yang Ling's composed demeanor, swallowed hard, bracing themselves for the impending reprimand. Yang Ling glanced at them and abruptly asked, "Minister Wang, tell me, which prominent websites are under our group's umbrella?" Wang Wenba appeared momentarily taken aback, before replying earnestly, "Mr. Yang, our group has only recently ventured into the online domain, acquiring several small to medium-sized media websites. The only one with any notable recognition is the TCPL network platform." "Ah," Yang Ling acknowledged, recognizing TCPL as a comprehensive site that amalgamates video, news, and social networking services, a site that can barely be deemed second tier in the domestic landscape. Nodding, he curiously inquired, "In this age of abundant information and video content, do you think we could leverage this surge in popularity to reap considerable profits?" At this, the others were momentarily stunned, before swiftly grasping the implications. In today's digital realm, traffic equates to users, and users translate to monetary gain. As long as a website boasts substantial traffic, investors and advertisers would be clamoring to shower it with financial support. Chapter 96. Yang Ling's money-making scheme. Yang Ling's words left the three men utterly astounded, filled with admiration. The CEO, indeed, possesses an uncanny ability to identify business opportunities at will. Although it was merely a fleeting thought from Yang Ling, Wang Bowen, the head of the technical department, immediately grasped the concept. After some contemplation, he proposed, "Mr. Yang, we could assert that we have been in contact with you, and that you will grace our website on a certain day to perform live. This would undoubtedly result in an exponential increase in website traffic, and we could negotiate with advertisers, conservatively estimating that the advertising revenue alone could reach 2 million. Yang Ling gestured for them to take a seat and chuckled. "While your idea is commendable, it is merely a one-time transaction. Here's what we shall do. Later, your department will upload a video of my duet with Director Liu, ensuring it is captured from an appropriate angle. However, before you do so, there are several stipulations to consider. First, both Director Liu and I must be filmed from behind. Second, Director Liu's figure must remain indistinct to prevent recognition, while I may be slightly clearer, but my face must not be visible. Third, the surrounding scene and the guests below must be handled discreetly to avoid any suspicion. Once these measures are completed, we shall not claim to have located me. Instead, we will present this as a video provided by an anonymous user who will gradually unveil the latest video updates on the website. If they still fail to comprehend at this juncture, they might as well abandon their roles." The three men stood speechless. It was akin to watching a captivating film, gradually drawing in the audience, igniting their curiosity and compelling them to crave more. Undoubtedly, Under such a strategy, the website's traffic would surge dramatically and persistently. Yanxing abruptly realized the brilliance of the plan and immediately began to flatter. Ingenious, truly ingenious. Mr. Yang, your strategy is unprecedented. I, Yan, am utterly in awe. Wang Bowen furrowed his brow. How could Yanxing steal his thunder with praise? This was intolerable. He promptly extolled Yanxing's high level of cultural literacy, nearly elevating Yang Ling to unparalleled heights of greatness. Yanxing and Zhang Lu gazed at him with wide eyes, realizing they had previously overlooked this talent. Sensing Wang Bowen's eagerness to continue, Yang Ling quickly interjected, "All right, I understand your sentiments, but let us return to the matter at hand." Upon hearing this, Wang Bowen chuckled, finally settling down. Ding. You have thwarted Wang Bowen's desire to continue flattering. Attribute point 1. Yang Ling rolled his eyes and continued, regarding the website's revenue from this venture. What are your thoughts? A thrill coursed through the three men. Wang Bowen instantly replied, Mr. Yang, whatever distribution you propose is acceptable. Yang Ling frowned and feigned anger. Nonsense. How can it be solely my decision? Does the group not have a financial protocol in place? You all are the backbone of the group and must set a proper example. Refrain from making such irresponsible statements in the future. The three men were taken aback, quickly realizing the irony. Wasn't this initiative proposed by him? How had their response become deemed irresponsible? Nonetheless, they were astute individuals. Yanxing recognized his opportunity and promptly stated, Mr. Yang, regarding this matter, the group has regulations. If any employee wishes to utilize the group's resources for a personal project, it can proceed upon approval. The group does not bear the losses, but if the project proves profitable, a 20% share of the earnings must be submitted. Chapter 97, A Windfall of 2.8 million. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling nodded in satisfaction and said, Very well, let the technical department proceed with the necessary processes. There's no need to present it to Director Liu. I will approve it directly. The technical department would be responsible for the specific implementation, with the safety department providing assistance. As for the profits, 30 would be remitted to the company's finance department, while 10 would be distributed between your two departments as a bonus for the employees. The three exchanged glances. It was evident that this project promised substantial profits. This young master truly dared to act, bypassing the group's general office and approving it independently. Furthermore, by contributing 30 to the finance department, he would earn a commendable reputation, a truly impressive maneuver. Naturally, the prospect of sharing in the profits was enticing. Only a fool would refuse such an opportunity. The trio immediately responded, Rest assured, President Yang, we will prepare promptly. Ding. You have fulfilled the trio's desire for extra income. Wish value 1, current progress, 710. Yang Ling waved his hand and said, Off you go, and make haste in presenting me with a proposal. Once they left, Yang Ling smiled faintly and departed from the rented apartment. Calculating the time, there was just 1 week remaining until the college entrance examination. Although he felt confident, he still needed to prepare diligently to secure a better score. As he walked towards the Xinhua bookstore, his phone rang. It was Zhang Hua calling. Brother Yang, we've found a location for the store. However, the owner is currently out of town and will likely take about half a month to return. If Zhang Hua hadn't called, Yang Ling might have nearly forgotten about this matter. He chuckled and said, You handle the negotiations with them. I trust your judgment. If funds are insufficient, just give me a call. Understood, Zhang Hua replied, then suddenly lowered his voice, speaking conspiratorially. Brother Yang, I've come across some news. It seems Fang Yue is about to be dumped by Tian Juiyan. Someone saw her returning home alone last night, and she was discreetly wiping away tears. Is that so? Yang Ling furrowed his brow. After a moment of silence, he sighed softly. It's no longer my concern. You focus on your matters. I'll hang up now. Meanwhile, with the duet of Yang Ling and Lu Muhuan uploaded online, a tremendous stir swept across the internet. The piece Into the Woods had achieved widespread fame, and netizens were finally able to listen to the complete version of Yang Ling's performance. The enchanting melody and his elegant silhouette captivated listeners, intensifying their desire to behold the young virtuoso's true visage. In no time, traffic on TC Network surged dramatically, escalating from a mere tens of thousands to millions per day. In a brief span of 3 days, the site welcomed an astonishing 700,000 new registered users. The website experienced an overnight explosion in popularity. Various advertising and sponsorship contracts flooded in like confetti, and within 3 days, the website's revenue soared to an astounding 4 million, surpassing the total income of the previous year. On the 4th day, a renowned music website sought to acquire the video rights for a staggering 3 million. The group's general office consented, but when the proposal reached Yang Ling, he promptly rejected it. Retaining the video would ensure continuous traffic growth for the site. Selling it would merely yield a one-time profit, which was unwise. Furthermore, he harbored an even grander scheme for financial gain. As the identity of the mysterious youth continued to gain traction, the website's traffic surged even higher. Each day, when Yang Ling received the summary report, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, though internally, he was elated. In just 5 days, his account had swelled by an impressive 2.8 million. Chapter 98. Unexpectedly, she remains innocent on the 5th day. An anonymous netizen revealed a piece of news. The individual playing the piano in the video was none other than Lu Muhan, the chairman of the Muhua Group. The youth has a close relationship with the Lu family and is currently an executive at the Muhua Group, preparing to take the college entrance examination. This musical prodigy is, astonishingly, still a student, and at such a young age, he has already ascended to a management position in a large corporation. Upon the emergence of this news, the entire internet was once again in a frenzy. Netizens expressed an even greater eagerness to see this genius in person, with many clamoring for the youth to hold a concert so that they might indulge in his musical talents. On TC Online, the comments section was flooded with well wishes for the youth's success in the examination. That evening, the monetary rewards from the video, including flowers and other gifts, were tallied up to 1.2 million. According to the distribution, Yang Ling earned an additional 600,000. With public opinion escalating to such a degree, the Muhua Group was compelled to issue a formal response. The spokesperson stated that Yang Ling had received everyone's blessings, but due to his preparations for the examination, he would not be appearing in public for the time being. This statement finally brought a semblance of calm to the uproar. The following morning, Yang Ling checked his account and found the balance had soared to 7.5 million. This truly constituted a considerable sum. Since the energy stones had already been entrusted to the elder for procurement, he decided to indulge a bit in this newfound wealth and experience the life of affluence. Today was the day of the college entrance examination. After freshening up, Yang Ling, with admission ticket in hand, ambled towards the examination venue. Unexpectedly, on his way to the examination hall, he encountered familiar faces. A short distance away, 2 young women sat in a taxi, their expressions fraught with terror and urgency. The taxi was surrounded by a group of men in suits and sunglasses. The driver seemed at a loss as to where to go, while bystanders gestured towards the suited men but dared not intervene. The examination was paramount. Had the occupants been anyone else, he might have overlooked the situation. But inside the taxi were Fang Yue and her sister Fang Yumeng. Leading the group of dark-clad men was Tian, leaning on a cane. Upon witnessing this, Yang Ling furrowed his brow and approached discreetly. At this moment, Fang Yue had already exited the vehicle, and Tian glared at her coldly, saying, "Fang Yue, you think you can just end things like that? Who do you think you are? And what do you take me for, Tian?" Tears glistened in Fang Yue's eyes as she pleaded anxiously, "Yengu, could you please step aside? Xiaoming will be late for the examination. Let us discuss our matters later. Shall we?" Tian retorted angrily, "Discuss later? Do you expect me to wait for you? If it weren't for you, how could I have been beaten by Yang Ling like this? My family has suffered such losses. I spent so much to get you into Donghua University. And you still dare to keep in touch with Yang Ling? Do you take me for an ATM? I did not. It was merely a coincidence." Fang Yue cried, tears streaming down her face. When Tian pursued her, he had been gentle and considerate, handsome and radiant, but now, the facade had been torn away to reveal this brutal reality. Tian sneered, "I finally understand, after a year of dating. You've been denying me intimacy all along because you were still pining for that little lover, weren't you? No, it's not like that. As she wiped her tears incessantly, Feng Yue shook her head. I just wanted to preserve the most beautiful moments for our wedding night. Young Master Tian, please. I beg you to step aside. If my sister misses her examination, it would be disastrous. Not far away, Yang Ling cast a surprised glance at Feng Yue, astonished to discover that she remained untouched. Chapter 99. Either leave a leg or get lost. Despite Feng Yue's desperate pleas, Tian Juiyan's expression twisted in fury as he declared, 5 million. If you return this money to me, I will let you pass. Otherwise, not only will your sister be unable to take the college entrance examination, but I will also ensure that both of you wretches accompany me today. Inside the car, Feng Yue trembled, while Feng Yue wept profusely. Her voice choked with emotion as she begged, Young Master Tian, I promise I will repay you. Please, let my sister sit for the exam. I will repay you. Please do not harm her. Repay? Tian Juiyan retorted furiously, what can you possibly repay? With that, he raised his hand to strike. But his palm froze mid-air as a formidable grip, like a vice, seized it. Yang Ling. The others turned in horror, gasping collectively. Instinctively, Tian Juiyan staggered back, fear evident in his eyes as he regarded Yang Ling, unable to utter a word. His bodyguards, having witnessed Yang Ling's prowess before, recoiled in sheer terror. In an instant, the once arrogant group resembled frightened mice in the presence of a cat. Yang Ling cast a casual glance at the tearful woman beside him before fixing his gaze on Tian Juiyan, a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Young Master Tian. What a coincidence. Tian Juiyan trembled slightly, but with so many witnesses present, he steeled himself and stammered, Why Yang Ling? I manage my own affairs. What concern is it of yours? What concern is it? Yang Ling replied coolly. Who you choose to manage is of no interest to me, but have you forgotten something? I warned you that if you dared to buzz in my ear, I would silence you completely. It appears you have taken my words lightly. Panic washed over Tian Juiyan as his injured leg throbbed painfully, prompting him to instinctively retreat a few steps. I didn't know you would pass through here. Yang Ling, you have already taken so much money from my family. Do not go too far. Yang Ling scoffed. I care not for what you know. I present you with two options. Either leave immediately or depart with just one leg. Since Yang Ling's arrival, the onlookers had been rendered speechless. A seemingly ordinary youth had managed to intimidate a wealthy heir and a cadre of burly men, truly astonishing. Yang Ling's direct command for Tian Juiyan to leave was nothing short of formidable. All eyes turned to Tian Juiyan, whose face was etched with sheer terror. In his desperation to escape, he abandoned all pretense and attempted to flee into his car. Yet, Yang Ling's cold voice interrupted him. Did I permit you to leave by vehicle? The words, though softly spoken, struck Tian Juiyan's chest like a hammer, instilling such fear that he found himself paralyzed. He dared not look at Yang Ling, instead directing his fury at Feng Yue, exclaiming, Wretch, do not think that just because someone is protecting you, I cannot deal with you. When school starts, I will take my time with you. With that, he limped away, supported by his crutch and a group of flustered bodyguards. Ding! You have shattered Tian Juiyan's intention to detain the Feng sisters. Wish value 1, current progress 210. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, while Feng Yue exhaled deeply in relief. In the car, Feng Yue gazed at Yang Ling with a hint of admiration in her eyes. Speaking of wish value, Yang Ling had been preoccupied with studying this past week, merely aiming to earn a modest 2 points of wish value and attribute points daily from animals. Despite this, he had already filled the wish slot twice. Chapter 100. I am not a withered flower. On one occasion, he directly upgraded his mastery over lightning, increasing the controllable units of electricity to 10. He chose not to hastily use another opportunity for wishes, opting instead to save it for unforeseen circumstances. Additionally, his available attribute points had reached 15, which he also refrained from utilizing, intending to assess the difficulty of the upcoming college entrance examination before deciding whether to enhance his mental acuity. His objective was unmistakable. He aimed to become the top scorer in the examination. Casting a glance at Feng Yue, who was bowed over and weeping softly beside him, he sighed inwardly, retrieving a pack of tissues from his pocket and handing it to her with a calm demeanor. Get in the car, he stated as he walked towards Tian Juiyan's business vehicle. Watching the young man's silhouette ahead, Fang Yue felt an even greater wave of sorrow wash over her. She remained frozen in place, her tears flowing uncontrollably. It wasn't until her sister, Fang Yumeng, alighted from a taxi and gently tugged at her sleeve that she mustered the courage to follow suit. Naturally, Yongling took the front passenger seat. Aware that he did not possess a driver's license, Fang Yue wiped her tears and settled into the driver's seat, while her sister, Fang Yumeng, occupied the back row. As the business vehicle slowly made its way towards the examination venue, an unusual silence enveloped the interior, interrupted only by the occasional sound of Fang Yue's quiet sobs. After an indeterminate period, she finally spoke softly. "Iling, thank you for today." Yongling responded with a brief hum, acknowledging her words. At this, Fang Yue's tears started anew, and with a choked voice, she confessed, "I'm sorry for what I did, and yet you still helped me. I regret it so much. You must despise me, right? But I truly had no choice. I didn't want it to be this way." Her emotions began to spiral out of control, her hands trembling on the steering wheel. Yongling calmly reached out, steadying the wheel with his hand and bringing a sense of calm to the vehicle before he spoke in a detached tone. "I once told you not to regret breaking up with me. What purpose does it serve to discuss this now?" Fang Yue's tears cascaded down her cheeks, the weight of sorrow and regret constricting her chest. She bit her lower lip fiercely, striving to suppress her cries, yet her emotions proved uncontrollable. Suddenly, her small hand grasped Yongling's hand on the steering wheel as she sobbed. "I have regretted it since the very first day after our breakup. I think of you every night, but I must attend university. There was no other way." From the back seat, Fang Yumeng chimed in softly, "Shaoling Ge. What my sister says is true. I often see her crying alone in her room." At these words, Yongling's heart quivered. He gazed at the girl beside him, her face streaked with tears, and memories of their past together flooded his mind. Fang Yue, too, looked at him, her tear-filled eyes brimming with hope. After a prolonged silence, Yongling sighed gently. "I have stated before that I do not wish to engage with a withered flower." Fang Yue, suddenly animated, retorted, "I am not. I am still a virgin. If you don't believe me, you can." Before she could finish, Yongling's piercing gaze silenced her. After a moment of contemplation, he shook his head slightly. "Yet, you ultimately abandoned me." Upon hearing this, Fang Yue's heart shuddered violently, her tears streaming forth like a torrential downpour, while Fang Yumeng wore a bittersweet smile in the back seat. Observing the heartache of the girl beside him, Yongling felt a pang of tenderness within him. With a deep sigh, he suddenly adopted a different expression, a faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "In the past, you were so exceptional. I always wanted to strive to catch up to you." Chapter 101. Sleeping during the college entrance examination. As Fang Yue stared at him in a daze, Yongling continued, "Now that we have switched places, I wonder if you will be able to keep pace with me in the future?" Fang Yue hesitated, wanting to say something, but Yongling smiled and interjected, "We have arrived. Please park the car." Have we reached already?" The thoughts of a woman are indeed capricious. Just moments ago, Fang Yue was eager to escort her sister to the examination hall, yet now she felt a twinge of disappointment. Ding. You have shattered Fang Yue's desire to spend more time with you. Attribute point 1. As she gazed at the gradually receding silhouette of the young man, Fang Yue seemed to grasp the essence of Yongling's words. "Catch up to you?" She rubbed her slightly swollen eyes, a faint smile gracing her face. Ding. You have fulfilled Fang Yue's wish to arrive at the examination hall on time. Wish value 1. Ding. You have satisfied Fang Yue's desire to pursue you once more. Wish value 1. Current progress, for 10. Upon hearing a series of system notifications, Yongling smiled slightly. His spirits lifted considerably. The first subject of the college entrance examination was Chinese literature. The moment he received the exam paper, a glimmer of light sparkled in his eyes. Ding. Photographic memory skill activated. Ding. Mastery of deduction skill activated. With both skills simultaneously engaged, he swiftly scanned the exam paper before commencing his answers. Feeling his mental energy begin to deplete, under the influence of his formidable skills, Yongling navigated through the exam with remarkable ease. Even the daunting essay section posed no challenge as he wrote with confidence. The duration of each exam segment was 2.5 hours. Yet Yang Ling completed his work in merely 1 hour, expending 12 points of mental energy. Since the regulations permitted submission only half an hour early, he idly tossed his pen onto the desk, leaning back in his chair to rest his eyes, striving to restore his mental vigor as quickly as possible. This action caused the examinees and several proctors to widen their eyes in astonishment. In such a crucial setting as the college entrance examination, this individual dares to sleep? Surely not. Has he abandoned all hope? However, despite their surprise, given the gravity of the situation, no one uttered a word. 2 hours later, Yang Ling stood up, promptly submitting his exam paper, preparing to depart the examination hall amidst the incredulous gazes of those present. A middle-aged proctor could not help but inquire, "Student, are you certain you wish to submit your paper? Would you not like to check it?" Yang Ling looked at him in surprise and replied, "Is there a problem?" "A problem? Do you realize you've been asleep for an hour?" The proctor silently scorned Yang Ling but waved him off. "Very well, you may go." Yang Ling cast a curious glance at him before sauntering out of the examination hall. At that moment, a crowd had gathered at the entrance, comprising security personnel, parents, and numerous reporters. They were all taken aback upon seeing a candidate emerge. Fang Yue gasped, quickly approaching him. "Ah Ling, why are you out so soon?" As Yang Ling prepared to respond, he suddenly heard someone calling his name. Turning towards the voice, he was momentarily taken aback. "Oh, what is she doing here?" The newcomer was Han Yakin, the human resources manager of Muhua Group, renowned as the flower of Muhua. Han Yakin briskly approached, offering a slight bow as she greeted him. "Mr. Yang, Director Liu is aware that you are taking the college entrance examination these days and has sent me to check on you. Why have you finished so quickly?" Chapter 102. The Series of Pretentious Acts. Yang Zong? Fang Yue was somewhat bewildered. This beautiful sister actually addressed Yang Ling as Yang Zong? Has he embarked on his entrepreneurial journey and hired such an exquisite secretary? She cast a somewhat envious glance at Han Yakin, inadvertently furrowing her delicate brows. Yang Ling smiled gently. "I finished the exam and came out. By the way, was it really Director Liu who summoned you? Not the old gentleman?" Han Yakin paused slightly, then chuckled softly. It seems nothing escapes Yang Zong's keen perception. "You know well, the company affairs are manifold, and Director Liu has been quite occupied lately." Yang Ling replied with a slight smile. "No worries, she can attend to her matters. You should head back. I need to get some sleep." As he spoke, he intended to leave, only to find himself unable to do so. He was surrounded by journalists, each staring at him with wide eyes. A female reporter was the first to pose a question. "Excuse me, are you one of today's examinees? Why are you out so early?" Yang Ling frowned. "I finished the exam and came out. Is there a problem?" The crowd exchanged glances, realizing his statement seemed quite reasonable. Another reporter inquired. "It is said that this year's exam papers are more challenging than in previous years. Did you find today's Chinese exam difficult?" Yang Ling responded with surprise. "Difficult? I found it quite easy, actually." Everyone was momentarily taken aback, and a reporter reminded him, "This is a live broadcast." "I know it's live, but it didn't seem overly challenging." The crowd widened their eyes in astonishment. Could it be that this lad is merely a pretentious show-off? Another reporter asked, "If you found the paper easy, how long did it take you to complete the questions?" Yang Ling candidly replied, "About an hour, I suppose." An hour? Not only the journalists and parents present, but also viewers watching the live broadcast at home widened their eyes in disbelief. Completing it in an hour, this boy was either a genius or utterly foolish. The reporter continued, "What did you do with the remaining hour?" Yang Ling, somewhat displeased, answered, "I was sleeping. Is that a problem?" "Sleeping?" Everyone was left speechless. "You slept for an hour at the examination venue?" Those who heard this could only think one thing. This lad is undoubtedly a slacker, particularly one who relishes in showing off. A young male reporter, upon seeing his name on the admission ticket, smirked slightly. "Hello, Yang Ling. I am Luo Shan from Huamao.net. May I ask you a question? Do you think you will continue to sleep during the upcoming exams?" Yang Ling observed his expression but merely replied coolly, "Exams are mentally taxing. If I can finish early, I'll likely continue sleeping." At this, the room erupted in laughter. "Of course, if you fabricate stories, you'll finish quickly. So, you slept during the college entrance exam and then emerged boasting that it was not difficult at all. What is this? Just a pretentious show-off. It was expected that after this news aired, various memes and parodies would feature him prominently. At this moment, even Feng Yue and Han Yakin, standing beside Yang Ling, could hardly contain their amusement, bursting into laughter. Seeing Yang Ling roll his eyes at them, Han Yakin stifled her chuckles and said, "Oh dear, how unbecoming. My apologies. We must take our leave now. Everyone, please make way." Han Yakin parted the crowd, leading Yang Ling away swiftly. They had not ventured far when the sound of uproarious laughter erupted behind them once more. Chapter 103. A half-hour extra sleep after driving Yang Ling home. Han Yakin headed straight back to the company. The beautiful anchor at home was still asleep. Yang Ling casually grabbed a bite to eat before lying down for a midday nap. Upon awakening, he felt rejuvenated, his mental energy fully restored from the morning's exertions. As he sauntered into the examination room, he immediately attracted the attention of everyone present. Look, the serial pretender has arrived. Many chuckled upon seeing him. Were it not for Yang Ling's charisma rating of 7, making him the most attractive individual in the examination hall, the laughter would have been overwhelming. Yang Ling remained unfazed, thinking to himself that this group of nobodies could laugh all they wanted. Come the day the results were announced, they would see who would be laughing then. In the afternoon's mathematics examination, devoid of any essays, Yang Ling completed the test in merely 30 minutes. With a nonchalant toss of his pen, he leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Both the fellow candidates and the invigilators could hardly suppress their amusement, feeling a mix of disdain and hilarity. Once again, as he exited the examination room half an hour early, reporters swarmed him. "Yang Ling, did you sleep for an hour again?" He replied with a light smile. "This time, I had a good hour and a half, I believe." Laughter erupted from the reporters and parents alike, with some viewers at home laughing so hard they nearly fell off their chairs. This serial pretender had become a source of joy. That evening, videos of the event flooded various platforms. Notably, on Huamao Network, Luo Shan pinned a humorous article filled with veiled jabs, branding Yang Ling as the quintessential antagonist among students, inciting a wave of laughter online. Later that night, friends on P Station created a comedic video featuring Yang Ling, filled with wit and humor, while the comments section overflowed with clever remarks. Truly a spectacle that could make one laugh uncontrollably. In her room, Chu Xin was in fits of laughter. "Oh dear. Shaoling, do you wish to make your sister die of laughter? Sleeping during the exam. Ha ha ha. Perhaps I should gift you my pillow for a more comfortable sleep. Giggle giggle." Yang Ling shot her a disdainful glance and retorted, "You drool when you sleep. You can keep that pillow for yourself." "Oh no, Shaoling is upset." Chu Xin teased, "How about this? If you score over 400 points, I'll grant you one wish as a consolation prize. What do you say?" "Oh," Yang Ling replied, both amused and exasperated. "Any wish I desire?" At his words, Chu Xin paused, seemingly lost in thought, her cheeks flushing. However, she quickly regained her composure, puffing out her chest. "Well then, I'm not afraid of that." Yang Ling burst into laughter before his gaze fell upon her chest, teasingly saying, "Enough of that. Even if you puff up, it won't change much. Hurry and go live stream. I need my sleep." Pouting, Chu Xin huffed, "I wish it would gain a bit more flesh, no matter how much milk I drink. It doesn't help." Muttering to herself, she exited the room, while Yang Ling shook his head in amusement and began allocating his attribute points. 15 attribute points were no small amount. Following his earlier four-dimensional square concept, he allocated 5 points each to agility, stamina, and mental strength. His current stats were as follows: strength, 25 agility, 25 stamina, 25 mental strength, 24 charm, 7 gazing at his attributes. He felt quite satisfied. Chapter 104. The power of 100 units of Thunderding. It has been detected that one of your attribute values has reached an integer, and a reward is being drawn. Ding. You have received a reward, wish value 6. Your wish slot is now full, allowing you to make a wish. Although no skill was drawn, Yang Ling nodded in satisfaction. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a low voice. "Use both of my wish opportunities to upgrade Thunder Control." Ding. Upgrade successful. Your Thunder Control skill has been enhanced to LV3, allowing you to command 100 units of thunder power. Splendid, Yang Ling exclaimed softly, stepping onto the balcony of his room. Gazing at the vast expanse of the starry sky, he delicately pointed with his fingertip. Crackle. The sound of arcs of electricity filled the air as a bolt of lightning, as thick as an infant's forearm, shot forth from his fingertip, piercing the heavens. After employing his mastery of deduction, he realized that this bolt of lightning could easily shatter a large boulder or split a tree in two. This was indeed a true superpower. He returned to his room, took a deep breath, and began to channel his thunder control skill. Around him, a large web composed of electric arcs gradually formed, causing all metallic objects within the room to tremble violently. He could now deploy an electric net and alter the surrounding magnetic field. However, it was evident that this was not the appropriate place for such displays. He retracted the skill, suppressing his excitement before retiring for the night. The subsequent examinations unfolded without incident. Yang Ling completed his test in half an hour, slept for another hour and a half, and then left the examination hall early. The reporters had grown accustomed to his behavior by now. Thus, the fervent college entrance examinations finally concluded, and Yang Ling was left with a sense of complete liberation. At the City Patrol team, in the captain's office, Su Qiuxiao looked at Yang Ling with a bemused expression. Your exam results are not yet out. Whether you can attend university remains uncertain. Why the rush to resign? Yang Ling smiled wryly. My sick leave has been exhausted, and I have matters to attend to. I think it's best I resign. Su Qiuxiao snorted lightly. True, you've done such a great service for the Liu family. They've invited you to be their vice president. Naturally, you wouldn't be interested in our team's work. You knew about that? Yang Ling sighed. To be honest, I never intended to work there. With a huff, Su Qiuxiao swiftly approved Yang Ling's resignation request. Glancing at the young man before her, she suddenly felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. Yang Ling, slightly taken aback, asked, Captain, is there something else? I am no longer your captain. You may now call me sister. She continued, by the way, having helped me so much, I promise to treat you to a meal. Are you free next weekend? Yang Ling, not overthinking the situation, nodded with a smile. Sure, then see you next weekend, Qiuxia sister. With that, he bid her farewell and left with a cheerful demeanor. Sister Qiuxia. Su Qiuxia felt her face warm, watching Yang Ling's retreating figure, a smile gracing her lips. Ding. You have fulfilled Su Qiuxia's wish for you to dine with her. Wish value 1. Ding. You have satisfied Su Qiuxia's desire for you to address her as sister. Wish value 1. Current progress, 210. Yang Ling chuckled softly, intending to head to the small park to earn his daily allowance, when suddenly his phone rang. Little sister? It was his sister, Yang Shui, calling. Chapter 105. What is your brother worth? Ever since she entered high school, for reasons unbeknownst to him, this girl had been avoiding him, never initiating a call. When the call connected, it was not the familiar, melodious voice of Yang Shui, but rather that of a man. Yang Ling, right? Your sister Yang Shui and her classmates have been caught stealing from our store. You need to bring money to redeem her. What? Yang Ling exclaimed in shock, his voice low and serious. Where's my sister? Let her speak to me. Moments later, the sound of a girl weeping came through the line. Brother, I didn't steal. They are framing me. You must come save me, please. Before she could finish, the phone was snatched away. The man spoke in a grave tone. Your sister was caught stealing a set of Estee Lauder cosmetics worth 10,000 yuan. According to our store's policy, the penalty for theft is tenfold. Come to the entrance of Fenghua building with 100,000 yuan. Yang Ling scoffed. My sister would never steal. I do not know what your intentions are. I can bring the money if my sister is indeed guilty. But let me make myself clear. If I find out you are wrongfully accusing her, you will bear the consequences. With that, he hung up and dialed another number. Yin Xing, Fenghua building is indeed our property, correct? Yes, President Yang. Are you planning to conduct an inspection? I will notify the staff there to prepare. No need for that. Yang Ling replied with a cold smile. You now need to inform the headquarters monitoring room to retrieve the surveillance footage from the Estee Lauder counter in the building. Pay attention to see if there has been any tampering. Then, bring a team to the entrance of the building. Sensing Yang Ling's ominous tone, Yin Xing quickly responded, Understood. President Yang, I am currently on the outskirts of the city and we'll head over right away." After ending the call, Yang Ling made his way to the nearest bank. At the entrance of Fenghua Building, a large crowd had gathered. Two girls, around 16 or 17 years old, were encircled by onlookers. One girl with long hair was sobbing, hiding behind her ponytailed friend. The ponytailed girl was exceptionally cute. Though still in her youth, her beauty was evident, promising to blossom into a stunning young woman. This girl was none other than Yang Ling's sister, Yang Shui. Her eyes were slightly red as she shielded her classmate, glaring fiercely at a boy of her age nearby. "What do you want, Sun Hong?" she demanded angrily. Sun Hong chuckled. "Shui, you know I like you. Why won't you just accept me? Now that you've been caught stealing, only I can save you." Seeing the fire in Yang Shui's eyes, Sun Hong continued. "You don't need to look at me like that. Which girl isn't a little vain? Just agree to be with me, and I will buy you whatever you desire." Yang Shui retorted, "Dream on. My brother is coming to rescue me. Just wait and see." "Your brother? You really think he can do anything?" Sun Hong laughed heartily. "That broke man of yours, he can't even muster 1,000 yuan, let alone 100,000. My brother is the deputy general manager of the building. With a single word from him, this matter can be settled. Compared to my brother, your brother is nothing." Yang Shui fell silent, knowing that although she had called her brother, it might not help. Yet, in moments of peril, her instincts led her to think of him. Chapter 106. Money is a weapon. Seeing that Yang Shui had fallen silent, the yellow-haired thug beside Sun Hong sneered. "You two little girls dare to steal on Snake Ji's turf? You must be seeking death. Let me make myself clear. Either you agree to be my little brother's girlfriend, or you hand over 100,000 yuan. Otherwise, I will take you to meet Snake Go. You should be well aware of the consequences." The two young girls turned pale at his words, with the one hiding behind Yang Shui weeping even more profusely. Just then, a cold laugh echoed from a distance. "Oh, what consequences could there possibly be? I'd like to know." A seemingly ordinary youth, holding a leather bag, gradually parted the crowd and emerged. It was none other than Yang Ling. "Brother." Yang Shui's face lit up with joy, while the girl behind her exclaimed, "Xiao Ling Go." She then leapt into Yang Ling's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. "Yang Ling." Sun Hong scoffed. "You impoverished fool actually had the nerve to show up?" Yang Ling gently patted the shoulder of the girl in his arms to comfort her, then shielded both girls behind him, speaking with indifference. "I thought it was someone important. But it turns out to be you, this little beggar. What's the matter? Unable to win my little sister's affection, so you resort to such despicable tactics?" Taken aback by his words, Sun Hong retorted coldly. "Oh, look who has learned to act tough after a few months. Did you bring the 100,000 or not? If you don't have the money, don't expect to leave here on your feet today." "Brother." The younger sister behind him softly murmured in anxiety. Yang Ling squeezed her small hand, signaling her not to be afraid. He then opened his backpack, revealing it brimming with stacks of cash. Each bundle amounted to 10,000, and there were dozens of them, definitely more than 100,000. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was this so-called impoverished fool actually wealthy? A few female attendants looked at Yang Ling with newfound admiration, their initial disdain replaced by the glimmer of seeing a golden prospect. "Ding! You have shattered Sun Hong's expectation of mocking your financial status, attribute points 1. As the onlookers marveled, Yang Ling casually tossed a stack of renminbi at his feet, saying nonchalantly, "I have plenty of money. If you want it, come and take it." Gasp. This act was a blatant provocation, a naked challenge. Sun Hong, enraged, shouted, "Yang Ling, what the hell do you mean? Do you want to die?" "What do you mean?" Yang Ling replied with a cold smirk. "Didn't you want money? I'm inviting you to take it. Are you not satisfied?" He then threw down several more stacks. "Is 50,000 enough?" "Not enough." Finally, he hurled a stack directly at Sun Hong's face, saying icily, "Here's another 10,000. Is that enough?" Slap. The crowd was left dumbfounded by Yang Ling's audacity. Sun Hong's face bore the imprint of cash, and he could no longer contain his fury, roaring, "You bastard, die!" He charged forward, but the next moment, a crisp sound echoed. Slap. With a single strike, Yang Ling sent Sun Hong crashing to the ground. This hulking sportsman had been knocked down with one blow. "Dare to touch my sister?" Yang Ling stepped on his face, his voice icy. "Didn't you want money? There's so much right in front of you. Why don't you pick it up?" Chapter 107. Brother Black Snake saves me. Everyone was utterly astonished by Yang Ling's actions. What is rage? This is rage. This handsome young man, without a moment's hesitation, struck someone and trampled them underfoot. The venue fell into a profound silence, broken only by Sun Hong's desperate cries for help. Brother Mao, save me. He struggled in vain to free himself from Yang Ling's foot, only to intensify his own suffering. The thug known as Brother Mao suddenly regained his senses and shrieked, "Where the hell are you from? Don't you know that Sun Hong is with Brother Snake? What nonsense is this?" Yang Ling, unfazed, pulled a stack of cash from his backpack and tossed it with a flick of his wrist. Ding! Proficiency in throwing activated. With Yang Ling's current strength, that stack of cash struck Brother Mao's face with the force of a brick. Bang! The dull thud echoed as Brother Mao was knocked down, blood gushing from his nose, and he collapsed to the ground, stars dancing before his eyes. Silence reigned, an eerie, deathly silence. The onlookers were stunned. This arrogant thug had been felled by money. Ding! You have fulfilled Wang Mao's wish to be struck by money. Wish value 1. Current progress, 310. There is a saying online about being killed by money, yet at this moment, no one desired such a fate. A flurry of 100 yuan bills lay scattered across the ground, but none dared to pick them up. All gazes were fixed in fear upon Yang Ling, not daring to breathe. Yang Ling let out a cold chuckle, loosening his foot as he glared down at Sun Hong. Speak, did you wrongfully accuse my sister? Sun Hong, panting heavily, gritted his teeth and replied, Yang Ling, your sister was caught red-handed. A little money could have sufficed. Now that you dare treat me this way, I will see you imprisoned. I will ensure both you and your sister rot behind bars. If you have the guts, keep trampling when my brother and Brother Snake arrive. It will be your end. Is that so? Yang Ling scoffed. You will soon discover whose end it truly is, as if summoned by his words. For black sedans sped into view, halting as a group of burly men disembarked, exuding a menacing aura. At the forefront was a bald man, his arm encased in a cast, yet his expression was one of fierce determination. Brother Snake, you've arrived. The yellow-haired thug, who had been knocked senseless by the money, scrambled to his feet and rushed to the bald man's side, wailing, Brother Snake, someone is disrespecting you. They hit me and are trampling Sun Hong. The bald man's face darkened, his voice booming with fury. Which fool dares to strike my man? As he appeared, the crowd recoiled instinctively, fearing for the young man's fate. Yang Shui and Chun Yi trembled with trepidation. The bald man's group approached with intimidating force, pushing through the crowd as he bellowed. Who dares to trample my brother? His voice trailed off upon seeing the indifferent countenance of the young man before him, as if his throat had been constricted. The yellow-haired thug laughed heartily. Yang Ling, Brother Snake has come. You're as good as dead. Sun Hong cried out in despair, Brother Snake, save me. I am going to be trampled to death by this scoundrel. All eyes converged on Black Snake, who took a deep breath and began to stride towards Yang Ling. Chapter 108. Brother Yang, I bow an apology upon witnessing the actions of the Black Snake. The hearts of the onlookers leaped into their throats. Yang Shui and Chun Yi turned pale, gripping Yang Ling's sleeve tightly. Yet, at that moment, Black Snake unexpectedly buckled at the knees and knelt down with a thud. A hush fell over the crowd. Everyone was left speechless, their jaws nearly dislocating in astonishment. Black Snake, with a bitter smile, said, Brother Yang, I was unaware of your presence. Allow me to bow an apology. He genuinely prepared to lower his head in homage. Yang Ling, with a calm demeanor, replied, There is no need for that. Brother Black Snake, please rise. Upon hearing this, Black Snake exhaled in relief, slowly getting back on his feet, standing like a well-behaved student, not daring to exhale a breath. The onlookers were dumbfounded, casting incredulous glances at Yang Ling, while the yellow-haired fellow trembled uncontrollably, rendered speechless. As for Sun Hong, who lay at Yang Ling's feet, he was too frightened to struggle. If even the formidable Black Snake was compelled to kneel before Yang Ling, what hope did he have? Though unaware of Yang Ling's true stature, it was evident that to crush him would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Black Snake, trembling with fear, recalled Yang Ling's earlier actions, prompting a shiver down his spine. He forced a smile and said, Brother Yang, my subordinates have acted thoughtlessly, causing you great distress. I sincerely apologize. I will provide you with an explanation upon my return. Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, Is that so? I wouldn't presume to demand an explanation from you. Brother Black Snake. The moment Black Snake heard this, his heart sank, realizing that Yang Ling was indeed incensed. Should Yang Ling choose to act, it would not merely entail a beating. The prospect of being paraded around in broad daylight would surely lead to his disgrace in this territory, if not a one-way ticket to a lunatic asylum. With this thought in mind, he gritted his teeth and menacingly approached the yellow-haired fellow, delivering a resounding slap. Where the hell did you get the audacity to offend Brother Yang? He bellowed. I will make you pay for your insolence. He unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving the yellow-haired man bloodied. Even his pain throbbed in his own hand. Yet, Yang Ling remained impassive, resolutely enduring the scene. After a few more slaps, Yang Ling finally spoke. Black Snake, I hear this young man claims you have an interest in my sister? What? Black Snake was utterly taken aback, spinning to glare at the yellow-haired fellow. You dare slander me. I will not let you off lightly. He then delivered a fierce kick to the yellow-haired man's abdomen, who cried out in agony and promptly lost consciousness. In a fit of rage, Black Snake spat on the unconscious man, then fell to his knees before Yang Ling, exclaiming, Brother Yang, your sister is of noble lineage. I wouldn't dare lay a finger on her, even with 10 lives. That scoundrel has wronged me, and I shall pursue legal action for defamation. You must believe me. The crowd was left in shock. A leader resorting to legal means to defend his honor out of fear of a youth sire. Such a tale would surely invite ridicule. Yang Ling, bemused, gazed at the kneeling Black Snake and waved his hand dismissively. Enough. I never intended to impose any punishment upon you. What sort of image does it present for a leader to kneel before me? Go, pick up the money on the ground. Upon hearing this, Black Snake felt as if a great weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He scrambled to his feet, shouting at his subordinates, Gather up the money. If even a single bill is missing, I will have your skins. With their leader in such a state of fear, the subordinates dared not utter a word of dissent, rushing to collect the scattered bills with alacrity. Chapter 109 Little Ling, what brings you here? Ding. You have shattered Huang Mao's desire for He Shi Gu to teach you a lesson. Attribute point 1. Ding. You have fulfilled He Shi's wish to downplay a significant matter. Wish value 1. Moments later, He Shi, cradling a pile of cash, smiled obsequiously and said, Brother Yang, 70,000 yuan, not a penny less. Yang Ling accepted the money and suddenly tossed 2 stacks into He Shi's embrace, coolly stating, Brothers, you've worked hard. Take this and enjoy a drink. Ah. He Shi was taken aback, his eyes glistening with emotion. 2,000 yuan wasn't a substantial sum. Truth be told, He Shi would normally not regard it with much importance. However, what mattered was the camaraderie behind it. A person as formidable as Brother Yang, who set aside past grievances and generously offered money for his brothers to drink, was an immense gesture of loyalty. He trembled as he clutched the cash, suddenly choking up and exclaiming, Brother Yang has given us money for drinks. Brothers, do not forget to thank him. The younger brothers immediately chorused, Thank you, Brother Yang. The bystanders felt a shiver run down their spines. This young man had effortlessly subdued a notorious local figure, a scene worthy of a film. Not only them, but even Yang Ling himself was wide-eyed. Was it merely 2,000 yuan? Did it warrant such a spectacle? Ding. You have satisfied He Shi's desire to befriend you. Wish value 1, current progress 410. Yang Ling rubbed his nose and waved his hand. All right, no need for thanks. By the way, can someone move this scoundrel out of my sight? I'll do it. Step aside, let me handle it. Before He Shi could intervene, the younger brothers surged forward and unceremoniously carried Sun Hong away like a dead pig. Just then, 2 police cars sped onto the scene, startling the group of young men. With such a commotion, it was inevitable that the police would come to investigate. 3 officers exited the vehicles, accompanied by a bespectacled young man in a suit. Upon seeing him, Sun Hong wailed, Brother, save me. The bespectacled man hurriedly helped him up, while the leading officer surveyed Sun Hong and the unconscious Huang Mao, fixing his gaze on He Shi. What happened here? Was it you? He Shi quickly replied, Captain D. My brother just tripped. He's fine. I'll take him to the hospital shortly. These ruffians were well known to the authorities, Captain D snorted coldly. Don't let me catch you committing crimes, or I'll arrest every last one of you. He turned to his colleague, Xiao Wang. Call for an ambulance. As he scanned the crowd, his eyes landed on Yang Ling, and he momentarily paused before breaking into a smile. Little Yang, what brings you here? I was just about to write a report to transfer you to our team, and here you are, having resigned. This man was none other than Dion Long, another leader from the patrol division. Yang Ling chuckled. Good thing I resigned. Otherwise, if you transferred me, wouldn't tea captains who have us for dinner? Haha. Dion Long laughed heartily. That police flower is indeed very protective. He suddenly looked at Yang Ling with a teasing glint, laughing again. You've made quite a name for yourself. Haven't you? I hope you didn't score a big fat 0. Old Song has been bragging about your grades, making us think you're a prodigy. However, after watching your interview video, his beard was so ruffled, he said he'd assign you to guard the gate. Haha. Chapter 1:10 You claimed there is no surveillance. So there is none? Yang Ling remarked while rubbing his nose, offering a wry smile. Why does everyone assume I jest? It truly isn't difficult. Upon hearing this, Dion Long's laughter grew more exuberant, and the female officer beside him giggled uncontrollably. Oh dear, Xiao Ling. Your sister Qiu Xiao watched the footage and is furious enough to want to strangle you. Sister truly admires you, ha ha ha. The bystanders watched in astonishment. They might not know who the old Song and Qiu Xiao mentioned by the police were, but the Black Snake certainly did. He stared at Yang Ling, secretly relieved for his wisdom. Had he been more obstinate earlier, he would likely not have ended up in a psychiatric ward, but rather behind bars. Sun Hong was equally taken aback. The Yang Ling he had previously looked down upon now appeared to navigate both the underworld and the law with ease. He cursed himself for being blind to the situation, daring to lay a hand on his sister. Anxiously, he glanced at his elder brother, while the man beside him cast cold sneers at Yang Ling. Recalling the matter at hand, Dion Long suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. Manager Sun, you mentioned someone stole your belongings. Who was it? Manager Sun, Sun Hong's elder brother, adjusted his glasses and pointed to Yang Shui and Chen Yi. Captain D, it is these two young ladies. Oh, Dion Long frowned, while Yang Shui shouted. You were framing us. You stuffed a cosmetics box into my bag when I wasn't paying attention. Dion Long regarded the two lovely girls, noticing they were hiding behind Yang Ling, and asked in surprise, Xiao Ling, do you know them? Yang Ling replied calmly, one is my sister, and the other is her classmate. I see. Dion Long nodded and turned to Manager Sun. Where is the building surveillance footage? Take us to see it. Manager Sun sighed apologetically. I am truly sorry. The surveillance has been malfunctioning these past few days and is under repair. However, these two girls were caught red-handed by our staff, and indeed, a box of cosmetics valued at 10,000 yuan was found in their bags. Search? Dion Long scoffed. Why didn't you report it to the authorities immediately? What right do you have to conduct a search? This left Manager Sun momentarily speechless, and he chuckled wryly. We did not wish to escalate the matter. We intended to retrieve the items quietly. His words positioned him on the moral high ground, prompting Dion Long to snort softly, choosing not to respond further. According to criminal law, stealing items worth over 1,000 yuan could result in imprisonment. Even minors could expect a few days in detention. He looked at Yang Shui and her companion, hesitating before stating, you both maintain conflicting accounts, and there is no surveillance to corroborate your stories. Hear us the plan. All relevant parties will accompany us to the station to provide statements, and we will determine the facts thereafter. Xiao Ling, since she is your sister, you should also come with us to prevent the two young ladies from feeling frightened. Yang Ling smiled faintly. Captain D, Manager Sun claims there is no surveillance. But who can ascertain the truth of that? Manager Sun retorted with a sneer. What? Does this young man imply that I am deceiving you? If you doubt me, feel free to check for yourself. We shall let the facts speak. Is that so? Yang Ling replied calmly. I never accused you of lying, so why the agitation? Manager Sun, it is understandable, though, falsely accusing minors of theft and fabricating evidence is a serious offense. Wouldn't you agree? Chapter 111. Don't rush. Your time will come soon. Upon hearing this, Manager Sun's expression changed abruptly. He exclaimed, who are you accusing of dishonesty? One may indulge in a meal, but one must not speak carelessly. This concerns my reputation. Do you believe I will not report you for defamation at this very moment? Yang Ling replied calmly. Did I name anyone specifically? Or are you guilty as charged? Why the agitation? At this, the onlookers turned their gazes toward Manager Sun, whose complexion darkened as he coldly retorted, If you suspect me, you may go to the surveillance room and see for yourself. There is no need to slander me here. Yang Ling scoffed. The surveillance room is your domain. Wouldn't it be a futile endeavor for me to visit? He then turned to Dion Long and said, Captain D. A friend of mine works at Muhua Group. He has already gone to the headquarters monitoring center to retrieve the footage. He should be on his way here now. Dion Long, taken aback, asked, Xiao Ling, do you intend to view the surveillance before proceeding? Yang Ling nodded slightly. Meanwhile, Manager Sun sneered, Yang Ling. Retrieving group surveillance requires authorization from General Manager Yin of the Security Department, along with signatures from the General Affairs Office. Your friend is not General Manager Yin, nor is he a leader from the General Affairs Office, is he? Noticing Yang Ling's unperturbed demeanor, he continued with a mocking tone. What is the point of your boasting here and wasting everyone's time? Your sister committed theft. She was caught in the act. What is there to deny? Relying on connections to act this way reveals your poor character. Yang Ling looked at him with distaste and said, What? Do you wish to visit the police station? Don't rush. Your time will come. Dion Long remained silent for a moment, observing Manager Sun's expression. Based on years of experience, he was almost certain that something was amiss. He then spoke in a serious tone, since new evidence may be forthcoming. Let us wait here to avoid your friend making a fruitless trip. Upon hearing this, Manager Sun's countenance darkened. However, he firmly believed that Yang Ling could not obtain the headquarters surveillance footage. He sneered, Very well, let us wait. However, Yang Ling, I must remind you that this incident has already tarnished our group's reputation. Regardless of the outcome, I will have the group's lawyers file a lawsuit against you. Prepare yourself for a court summons. Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, Fine, you are not the first to threaten me with a lawsuit. It appears the court officials will be quite busy in the near future. After saying this, he dismissed Manager Sun and turned his attention to his sister. With a gentle smile, he inquired, Aren't you both supposed to be attending a tutoring class in preparation for your final exams? What brings you to the mall? Yang Shui blushed and stammered, It was Xiaoyi who wanted to see the bags, so I came along. Chen Yi, slightly taken aback, muttered, What do you mean? Wasn't it you who wanted to come? We have no money. We can only glance and long for them. Yang Ling chuckled and shook his head. Little sister, living at Xiaoyi's, are you studying diligently? Yang Shui's face reddened further as she replied softly, I am studying hard. She sighed, Oh, you are so nagging, just like Mom. Seeing her expression, Yang Ling did not need to ask. She had undoubtedly not been studying well. He gently patted her head and said, Having spent so much on tutoring, if you fail, Mom will surely have a word with you. In a few days, move in with me, and I will help you with your studies. Chapter 112 Mr. Yang. Here is the video you requested. Upon hearing this, Yang Shui blushed and huffed. With your untidy appearance, who would want to live with you? Moreover, you were caught sleeping during the exam, and that became a meme video, yet you still offer to tutor me. I would be more suited to tutor you. Wouldn't I, Xiaoyi? At this question, they noticed Chen Yi's face turning crimson, fidgeting as if she had something to say but lacked the courage. The two siblings exchanged glances, and Yang Shui curiously inquired, What's the matter? Do you need to use the restroom? You're the one who needs to. Chen Yi retorted lightly, then lowered her head, her cheeks aflame as she stammered, I want Brother Shaoling to help me with my studies. What? Yang Shui's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that this girl has feelings for her brother? Just as she was processing this shocking revelation, a Mercedes-Benz sped into view. Yanxing leapt from the car, parting the crowd, and before he could greet Yang Ling, Manager Sun approached him, cheerfully saying, Mr. Yin, you've arrived just in time. Someone has been caught stealing in our mall, and I was about to report this incident to you. Yanxing shot him a cold glance and remarked, Sun Fu, you have some nerve. You usually seem so honest. How could you engage in such behavior? After delivering this remark, Yanxing swiftly walked up to Yang Ling, bowing respectfully as he said, Mr. Yang, I have brought the surveillance footage for your review. At these words, everyone was taken aback. Mr. Yang? The esteemed director of security at Muhua Group was addressing Yang Ling as Mr. Yang. Was this youth truly a high-ranking executive of the group? Manager Sun trembled visibly. He recognized all the high-ranking officials in the group, and the only one he did not know was the newly appointed vice president. Rumored to command respect even from the likes of Old Master Liu and Director Liu. This vice president had yet to set foot in the office since taking the position. Classified as a white-collar salary type, so even those at headquarters had never seen him. All that was known was that this president was a youth younger than Director Liu. Gradually, the image of the rumored vice president merged in Sun's mind with that of Yang Ling, causing him to collapse weakly onto the ground. Yang Ling scoffed. Just hand the video footage directly to Officer D. Understood. Yin Xing handed his phone to Dion Long, saying, Sir, we have thoroughly investigated this matter within our group. We sincerely apologize for the trouble caused by such a disgrace. Dion Long accepted the phone and, along with several colleagues, watched the footage. Confirming that the yellow-haired man had indeed taken advantage of Yang Shue's distraction to stuff a cosmetics box into her bag. His expression darkened as he coldly stated, falsifying evidence against a minor and deceiving the police. Take him away. Yes. Several officers swiftly hoisted the incapacitated manager's son to his feet, ready to escort him to the police vehicle. At that moment, he suddenly found an unexpected surge of strength, broke free from the officers, and fell to his knees before Yang Ling. Weeping, Mr. Yang, I was momentarily bewitched. Considering my years of hard work for the company, could you let me off this time? Yang Ling looked down at him, a cold smile on his lips as he replied, I have no authority to pardon you. Individuals like you have undoubtedly committed numerous wrongs against the company in secrecy. I am now explicitly informing you that you are terminated. Manager's son collapsed like a heap of mud onto the ground. Yang Ling continued, Yin Xing, conduct a thorough investigation into this individual's work. Should any illegal activities come to light, report them directly to the relevant authorities. Additionally, inform the finance department to withhold his salary and bonuses until the investigation concludes. Chapter 113. I shall accompany the president brother to avenge them, by the way. Dismiss those 2 employees who provided false testimonies and escort them to the police station. Notify the Group's lawyer. This individual's surnamed Sun has severely tarnished the company's reputation, and I demand a lawsuit against him. Yang Ling recounted verbatim the words spoken to him by this person, albeit with a stark difference. While Manager Sun's remarks were uttered in anger, Yang Ling's were commands. A series of commands were issued with precision and without hesitation, showcasing Yang Ling's exemplary leadership skills. Yin Xing, genuinely impressed, responded respectfully, Rest assured, President Yang. I will ensure the message is conveyed. Nodding in approval, Yang Ling was about to speak when suddenly the room erupted in enthusiastic applause. The onlookers had witnessed the entire ordeal and were now in awe of the young man named Yang Ling. Look, this is what a true leader looks like. What an impressive young man. Auntie will be shopping here from now on. President Yang, you are the best. President, I wish to marry you. Accustomed to such accolades, Yang Ling remained unfazed, yet Yang Shui clapped her hands joyfully, tightly embracing Yang Ling's arm, her face radiating pride. Whoever said my brother was useless? I shall accompany my president brother to slap their faces. He he he. Meanwhile, Chun-E's eyes sparkled with admiration, her face filled with adoration. Seeing the fervor of the crowd, Yang Ling felt a surge of inspiration and proclaimed with a smile, Today, the mall has made a mockery of itself. To express my sincerest apologies, I hereby announce a 40% discount throughout the venue. We shall bear the losses to the very end. I hope all our esteemed customers, both old and new, will continue to patronize us. This is indeed a high-end mall selling only premium authentic products. The crowd was momentarily taken aback, then erupted in cheers, rushing towards the mall in droves. Simultaneously, a series of system prompts echoed in Yang Ling's mind. Ding. You have fulfilled Yang Shui and Chun-E's wish for justice. 1 wish value. Ding. You have satisfied the officer's desire to solve the case. 1 wish value. Ding. You have met the onlooker's wish to uncover the truth. 1 wish value. Ding. You have thwarted Manager Sunday. After the flurry of notifications ceased, Yang Ling discovered he had accumulated 4 wish values and 3 attribute points. A considerable gain. His current wish points stood at 710, while his attribute points had reached 5. At that moment, Dian Long approached, patting Yang Ling on the shoulder with a smile. I heard from Xiao Su that you've risen to a higher position. Who would have thought you'd become an executive at Muhua Group? Well done, young man. Yang Ling chuckled. Oh, leader, please don't tease me. Dian Long chuckled in return, then turned serious. I will take this person away. Once the interrogation results are in, I will notify you. All right, I'm off. Yang Ling smiled. Safe travels, leader, and please send my regards to Sister Qiuxia. Sister Qiuxia? Dian Long paused slightly, then broke into a knowing smile. I see you have your charms as well. I wish you great success. Clearly, the leader misunderstood Yang Ling's intent. As he watched the police car speed away, Yang Ling turned to Yin Xing, call Han Yakin from HR, and explain the situation. Ask her to send some sales personnel to assist here. Understood. Yin Xing was about to make the call when Yang Ling placed a hand on his shoulder. Smiling, Director Yin, you've been doing an excellent job lately. When I visit the company next, let us discuss personnel appointments in the executive office. Chapter 114, The Bodyguard Female President. How could Yin Xing fail to perceive the underlying meaning in Yang Ling's words? His eyes, filled with excitement, turned red, rendering him momentarily speechless. Yang Ling smiled faintly, tossing the bag of money into his embrace, saying, deposit this back into my account later. This promotional event is also an opportunity for you to shine, so don't linger here. Off you go. All right. Yin Xing nodded, casting a grateful glance at Yang Ling before hastily making his way towards the shopping mall. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yang Shui threw her arms around Yang Ling, giggling. Brother, you are amazing. By the way, are you wealthy now? I want to buy clothes and bags. I also want to travel. Hearing this, Yang Ling chuckled as he affectionately ruffled her hair. All right, I'll buy them for you. However, we'll have to postpone the travel plans until after your exams. Hooray! You're the best, brother. Yang Shui exclaimed, gleefully clinging to him. Ding! You have fulfilled Yang Shui's shopping wish. Wish value 1, current progress, 810. Yang Ling cheerfully waved to Chen Yi. Shall we go together? Initially lost in thought, Chen Yi's face lit up with a smile. Yes. Let us go. As they walked, Yang Ling called his father, informing the elders that his sister would be staying with him for a while, and directly transferred 300,000 to them for their use. This news brought immense joy to his parents, who had toiled for most of their lives and could finally enjoy the fruits of their son's success. At the headquarters of Muhua Group, in the 28th floor presidential office, a man in his 30s, looking handsome and wearing glasses, stood before Lu Muhan's desk, respectfully stating, Director Lu, here is the video recording from the entrance of the building that you requested. Lu Muhan shifted her gaze from the document in front of her to the tablet the man handed over. Although her expression was calm, there was a hint of delight in her eyes. Noticing her reaction, the man furrowed his brow slightly, softly saying, Director Lu, I have also learned that President Yang announced the discount directly. Isn't this approach somewhat inappropriate? Preliminary financial estimates indicate a potential loss of nearly $1 million in just one day. Lu Muhan did not respond to him. Instead, she observed Yang Ling on the tablet, a subtle smile gracing her lips. After a moment, she slowly placed the tablet into her drawer and said to the man with an air of indifference, President Yang handled this matter excellently. Though we may incur some losses, he has salvaged the brand's image and gained customer loyalty. In the long run, this will yield greater profits for us. The man's brow furrowed again, hesitating as he replied. While that may be true, President Yang's actions seemed to be for his sister. Before he could finish, Lu Muhan interrupted him. What? Are you questioning President Yang? Her voice carried a hint of coldness, causing the man's heart to sink. He shook his head. That's not what I meant. Lu Muhan regarded him calmly, stating, I am aware of what those in the general management are thinking. President Yang may have faltered in his college entrance exam, but none of you possess his capabilities. Leave now, and inform the general management that the group has its own regulations. Here, aside from me, no one is permitted to question President Yang. This, Lu Muhan's clear defense of Yang Ling, left the man gritting his teeth. Director Lu, we have no issues here, but I have heard that a few members of the board, Then let them come speak with me. With a resigned sigh, the man understood the female president's stance and nodded before exiting the office. Chapter 1:15 Yanggu, we wish to accompany you. After the individual departed, Lumuhan retrieved the tablet from her drawer once more. Gazing at Yongling's visage on the screen, she murmured softly, "When will you come to work?" Upon uttering those words, she realized their peculiarity, her cheeks flushing crimson. Hastily, she stowed the tablet away and began to absently peruse the documents before her. In the general office, several senior executives encircled a bespectacled man. A middle-aged balding gentleman inquired, "How is it?" The man shook his head and replied, "Director Lu's stance is quite clear. We cannot act on Yongling for the time being." The group exchanged glances, and the balding man scoffed, "My dear brother, Wang Chao brought this upon himself. I initially thought this position would be yours, yet it has been claimed by another." The others also displayed indignation. The vice presidential position is crucial, capable of stifling the general office's authority, thereby jeopardizing the interests of this assembly. The bespectacled man, his expression darkened, stated, "Yongling has tarnished the group's reputation before the media, provoking discontent among several board members. Just wait. Once the college entrance examination results are released, he shall face the consequences." Meanwhile, on the commercial street, Yongling cast an irritated glance at the group of black snake trailing behind him, opting to halt his steps. These ruffians had followed him the entire way. After all, he had merely given them 20,000 yuan. Was it necessary for them to shadow him like this? With such a cadre of societal misfits in tow, how could one enjoy a leisurely stroll? Yang Shui, undeterred by their presence, placed her hands on her hips and chided, "Baldy, why are you following us?" Black Snake chuckled as he approached Yongling, exclaiming, "Yanggu, I wish to accompany you." "Huh." The trio was taken aback, and Yongling retorted, "I am not a member of the underworld. Why would you want to follow me?" Black Snake responded earnestly, "I've thought it over. The brothers have no future in this way, and you, Yanggu, are a capable benefactor. Everyone wishes to follow you and earn a living." Yongling fell silent for a moment, contemplating the pros and cons. Sensing the tension, Black Snake grew anxious until, after a brief pause, Yongling declared, "First, disperse your underlings, then come take a walk with me." Upon hearing this, Black Snake's face lit up with joy as he waved his hand behind him. The younger members understood immediately and scattered like birds. As they walked, Yongling spoke, "If you wish to follow me, there is one thing you must remember: no bullying or harassment. Conduct yourselves with integrity. Should I discover any unlawful activities on your part, I shall be the first to hold you accountable." Black Snake, elated by these words, patted his chest and assured, "Rest easy, Yanggu. I will certainly keep my subordinates in line." "Very well," Yongling nodded. "I shall give you an additional 30,000 to have the brothers revamp their appearances and tidy up their styles." Black Snake hurriedly replied, "No need for that, Yanggu. I have sufficient funds. I will take care of their looks myself." Yongling replied nonchalantly, "No, this money is on me." His voice was authoritative and irresistible. Black Snake, momentarily stunned, expressed heartfelt gratitude. "Yanggu, we haven't done anything yet. We've received 50,000 from you. I feel quite. Rest assured, my brothers are sensible. Henceforth, at your command, we shall brave any storm without a second thought." As Yongling added him on WeChat, he chuckled. "Who said anything about you plunging into danger? All right, I shall provide you with a phone number for a friend of mine. You all can assist me in the meantime." Chapter 116. Why don't you buy an excavator? He directly handed Jiang Hua's phone number to Black Snake and sent a brief message via WeChat, summarizing the situation before waving Black Snake off. "Ding. You have fulfilled Black Snake's desire to follow you. Wish value 1. Current progress 910. Yongling smirked, noticing the two girls chattering animatedly. He decided to focus and digest the recent gains. With 5 attribute points at his disposal, he unhesitatingly allocated them to agility, raising it to 30 points. Ding. Detection shows the host's agility attribute has reached an integer value, proceeding to extract a random reward for you. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Mastery of Singing. Mastery of Singing. You have proficiently mastered various singing techniques that have developed throughout human history. Yongling was overjoyed upon hearing this. Finally, he had drawn a skill again. Although it wasn't a formidable combat skill, excelling in singing was still a worthwhile asset. With this, he now possessed expertise in musical instruments, dance, and singing. If he could also acquire acting proficiency, combined with his gradually increasing charm, he would become quite the formidable young talent. As he reveled in his thoughts, Yang Shui suddenly tugged at his sleeve, her sparkling eyes filled with anticipation as she said, "Brother, I want to buy a car." "A car?" Yang Ling blinked in surprise, turning to see a BMW dealership not far off. Since he owned a helicopter and his agility would only increase, the necessity of a car had never crossed his mind. After a moment's hesitation, he asked incredulously, "Little sister, you're still a student. What do you need a car for?" Yang Shui giggled. "If I have a car, just in case Xiao Yi and I are followed by bad people, we can escape quickly. Look at us, we're so adorable. Someone might have ulterior motives, right, Xiao Yi?" Chen Yi, upon hearing this, swiftly turned her head, pretending not to know her. "Just because you look cute. Others might have ulterior motives, so you want to buy a car? By that logic, every adorable girl on the street should own a car." Yang Ling regarded his sister with a hint of disdain, but suddenly realized a troubling thought. He had undoubtedly offended quite a few people, both openly and covertly plotting against him. If someone were to target his sister, having a car could indeed offer her some safety. Thinking this, he chuckled. "All right, safety first. I will buy you a car. Long live brother. Let's go quickly," Yang Shui exclaimed joyfully. While Chen Yi and the passers-by who had inadvertently overheard their conversation stood in speechless astonishment. It was one thing for the little sister to sweetly request a car. But what kind of unique thought process did the brother possess? Safety first? Why not wear a helmet when going out? Shouldn't he just buy an excavator for even greater safety? Seeing the bewildered crowd around them, Chen Yi felt a bit embarrassed and blushed as she hurried to catch up. The BMW dealership was indeed a rather upscale establishment. Upon entering, a staff member warmly greeted them. "Welcome." The saleswoman, wearing a professional smile, asked, "How may I assist you today?" Yang Shui giggled. "Of course, we are here to buy a car." "Buy a car? Has the little sister outgrown her childhood? Are you sure you're not just here for some complimentary water?" The saleswoman thought to herself, but maintained her smile as she inquired, "Little sister, have your parents come with you?" "Huh." Yang Shui was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a playful grin, she clung to Yang Ling's arm and said, "Look, this is my guardian." Chapter 117. Young man. Even pretentiousness must consider the wallet, ah? Your parents? The saleswoman glanced at Yang Ling, her heart racing. Oh my, this young man is quite handsome. Noticing that the woman was staring at him in a daze, Yang Ling assumed his charm was at play, and he casually rubbed his nose, saying, "I'm her brother. Do you have any cars suitable for girls? Show me." "Ah, sure." The saleswoman quickly diverted her gaze and led them to a striking red BMW, smiling as she introduced. This BMW 1 Series is vibrant in color and reasonably priced, making it one of our best sellers. It's very suitable for girls. Yang Ling, lacking expertise in automobiles, glanced at the price 200,000. He shook his head slightly, remarking, "Too cheap. It may not be fast enough in case of danger. Do you have something more expensive?" You want a car that can speed away in case of danger?" The saleswoman's mouth fell open in her time selling cars. It was the first time someone had chosen a vehicle based on such criteria. Many patrons in the store turned to look at the pair of siblings. Chen Yi, feeling embarrassed, quickly walked away, pretending not to know them. The saleswoman, thinking Yang Ling was jesting, guided them to another vehicle, saying, "Sir, this BMW 5 Series accelerates faster than standard models, and the driving experience is notably superior. If your sister drives, we can customize a red one. It would suit her well." Yang Shui, upon seeing the price of 500,000, gasped, "Brother, isn't this price a bit?" Before she could finish, Yang Ling muttered to himself, The price seems a tad low. Do you have something even pricier?" Stunned into silence, not only was the saleswoman taken aback, but so was his sister. "Oni-chan, I never said the price was low. What are you imagining?" All eyes turned towards them, and many wore expressions of amusement. This young man, dressed in clothes worth a mere 100, was dismissing a 500,000 yuan car as too cheap. Was he joking? Or simply causing a ruckus? Had it been anyone else, the saleswoman might have shown her displeasure, but there was no denying Yang Ling's charm. His allure was undeniable. The saleswoman then led them to another BMW, stating, "Sir, this BMW X6 in its highest configuration is priced at $825,000. It offers a spacious body, ensuring greater stability and safety while driving. Its acceleration and handling are exceptional, and we also have a specially designed Red Series for women. Would you like to take it for a test drive?" Yang Ling surveyed the two SUVs before him, a faint smile gracing his lips. "Little sister, what do you think?" At that moment, Yang Shui found herself at a loss for words. She murmured, "Brother, the price of this car is just too." Realizing she was on the verge of admitting it was too expensive, which would be embarrassing, she pouted and added, "The car is too large. I don't like it." Upon hearing this, Yang Ling turned to the saleswoman with a grin. "My sister says the price is too cheap and the car is too big." Yang Shui's face flushed with embarrassment as she inwardly lamented, "When did I ever say it was too cheap? Please don't misinterpret my words." Everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. "Look at this guy. He is quite handsome, yet so shameless. Even when pretending, one must consider their finances. A car deemed too cheap? Wouldn't he that make my car a mere tractor?" Even the saleswoman felt a twinge of annoyance. Is this charming young man playing with me? However, at that moment, Yang Ling approached a convertible sports car, smiling as he inquired, "What are the specifications of this vehicle? Please enlighten me." Gasp. All gazes turned toward him, collectively inhaling sharply, as Yang Ling had set his sights on the new BMW i8. Chapter 118. Is this amount of money substantial? The saleswoman exclaimed in astonishment. "Sir, the price of this car starts at a minimum of 1.8 million. You." Yang Ling understood her implication and smiled faintly before turning to Yang Shui. "Little sister, do you like this car? Who wouldn't adore such a beautiful sports car?" Yang Shui nodded vacantly, stammering, "Brother, did you see the price tag? 1.8 million. At that moment, some onlookers could no longer contain themselves. One jeered, "Young man, there's a limit to pretentiousness. You hardly appear to be wealthy. Why put on a facade?" Another fashionably dressed woman giggled, "Little brother, are you even of age? Let me advise you to act within your means. If you truly have that kind of money, buy me a car worth 500,000, and I would gladly be your mistress." Yang Ling cast a calm glance at the spectators before refocusing on the saleswoman, smiling slightly. 1.8 million is for the mid-range model, right? How about this? I will give you 2 million to upgrade all the configurations. The crowd was left speechless, astonished at how convincingly he played the role. Had this young man developed a case of delusions? The saleswoman furrowed her brow, slightly annoyed. "Sir, even jokes have their limits. You can see for yourself. I have work to do." She turned to leave but suddenly caught sight of Yang Ling's phone. The balance displayed 6.5 million. She gasped in disbelief, exclaiming, You truly are that wealthy." Yang Ling responded, perplexed, "Is this amount considerable? By the way, do you sell cars here? If not, I shall go elsewhere." "Ah, yes. Of course we do." The saleswoman's demeanor shifted dramatically. Manager, we have a significant sale here." The onlookers gaped, their jaws nearly dropping in astonishment. "If you have money, please don't dress like that. It easily leads to misunderstandings. Perhaps you should use a portion of the car's cost to buy a proper outfit." Behind him, Chun Yi's mouth formed an A shape, while Yang Shui's face radiated disbelief. Stammering, she asked, "Brother, are you really buying me this car?" Yang Ling quizzically replied, "Did you not express your fondness for it? What is the matter? Do you no longer wish to purchase it?" After taking a deep breath, Yang Shui suddenly leaped onto the BMW's chassis, exclaiming, "I want to buy it. It's mine." Seeing her excitement, Yang Ling shook his head, smiling. A moment later, the 4S store employee drove out a red BMW i8, fully equipped, priced at exactly 2 million after discounts. Once the paperwork was completed, the saleswoman nearly lunged at Yang Ling, wanting to shower him with gratitude. She would earn a hefty commission from this sale, and typically, such a large transaction would require some unsavory arrangements. Yet this young man secured the deal effortlessly, paying in full without any interest. With his striking looks, she even found herself secretly hoping he would make a request. Yang Ling seemed to perceive her thoughts and smiled while shaking his head, indicating his lack of interest. The saleswoman, struck by his smile, stood frozen, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Oh, young sir, I would love your WeChat." Chapter 119. Could it be that you've hit the jackpot? Ding. You have fulfilled Yang Shue's wish to buy a car. Wish value 1, current progress, 1010. Ding. You have satisfied the saleswoman's desire to sell a car. Wish value 1, current progress, 1110. Ding. You have shattered the onlooker's wish to see you make a fool of yourself. Attribute points 1. Yang Ling smiled faintly, preparing to drive away when suddenly a fragrant breeze swept past him and a young lady appeared at his side. With a flirtatious gaze, she said, "Hey there, little brother. What is the fun in bringing 2 girls along? How about joining me for a drink?" Yang Ling glanced at her and replied with a mild smile. "Didn't you say I'm underage? Minors can't drink, so you might want to find someone else." The young woman giggled, slipped a business card into Yang Ling's pocket, and whispered playfully, "Little brother, I'll be waiting for you tonight." With that, she laughed and turned away. Yang Ling paid her no mind and settled into the driver's seat, departing from the S4 dealership. Driving the BMW i8, he garnered many admiring glances on the street, while Yang Shui, seated beside him, felt invigorated. The cool breeze tousled her long hair as she basked in the envious stares from passers-by, feeling both proud and delighted. "Brother, how did you suddenly become so impressive? Did you hit the jackpot?" Yang Ling chuckled. "I've always been impressive. So, where do you wish to go next?" Yang Shui glanced back at Chun Yi in the rear seat, who simply shrugged, indicating indifference. After a moment's hesitation, she said, "I want to buy cosmetics, clothes, and handbags. I have so many things I'd like to purchase." Yang Ling shook his head, amused. Money was of no concern to him. He had plenty of ways to acquire more. Moments later, they arrived at the shopping mall, but with no parking spots available, Yang Ling inquired with the parking attendant. To his surprise, the attendant, impressed by the car, offered him a VIP spot right at the entrance. Expressing his gratitude, Yang Ling, along with the 2 girls, leisurely walked through the entrance under the astonished gazes of onlookers. At the Borlamii counter, Yang Shui and Chun Yi were animatedly selecting cosmetics when a voice from behind interrupted them. "Hey, Yang Shui, Chun Yi, what are you doing here?" The 2 girls turned to see a boy and girl. The girl appeared to be around 17 or 18, similar in age to them, while the man appeared to be in his 30s, refined in demeanor. "Teacher Song, Huang Lei." Yang Shui frowned, retorting, "If you can come, why can't we?" The man glanced at Yang Shui, but his gaze lingered awkwardly on Chun Yi, while Huang Lei let out a mocking laugh. "Of course you can come. Just because you can't afford it, doesn't mean you can't enjoy the view, right? Even the free samples at Borlamii are worth more than what you typically use. Why not take advantage of it?" Her words dripped with sarcasm, causing Chun Yi to shyly retreat behind Yang Shui. However, Yang Shui was not one to back down easily. She scoffed, "Huang Lei, we both know your family's situation. Teacher Song was clearly interested in Chun Yi before. You meddled in that, and now you flaunt your teacher's money in front of us? Aren't you afraid of being ridiculed?" It turned out that Huang Lei and Teacher Song were entangled in a student-teacher romance, and that Song had previously shown interest in Chun Yi. This had led Huang Lei to frequently trouble Chun Yi during their school days, causing a rift between the 2 girls, who were close friends. Chapter 120 here, each of you a new iPhone 10. Upon hearing this, Huang Lei's expression darkened, as if struck at a vulnerable spot. She scoffed, "My family may lack wealth, but I refuse to wallow in degradation like you. Moreover, my relationship with the teacher is mutual. What does Chun Yi have to do with it?" Yang Shui, look at your shabby attire. Worth no more than 200 yuan, I presume? What face do you have to criticize me? Pretending to buy cosmetics, have you even seen the price tags? Do you think you belong here? Her words were spoken with such volume that many turned their attention towards them, shaking their heads at the sight of Yang Shui and Chun Yi's attire. Even the sales staff at the counter couldn't help but chuckle derisively. Yang Shui's face flushed with indignation as she retorted, "I lack qualifications? And what about you? A student who neglects her studies, fixated on seducing men. You're nothing but a vixen. Anyone who fancies you must be blind." Known for her fierce demeanor, Yang Shue's outburst left Huang Lei's face pale with rage, and even the teacher's expression soured. Huang Lei gritted her teeth, laughing coldly. And what of it? Your grades may be stellar, but what does that amount to? I possess greater wealth, superior cosmetics, finer clothes, a better phone, and a far more appealing boyfriend. That is true power. That is the essence of a woman's worth. When we step out together, it is I who will attract the men's gaze, not you. I am 100 times more popular than you two impoverished girls, preaching morality to me? Step aside. My boyfriend is about to buy me cosmetics. Yang Shue's face turned crimson with fury, while Chun-Yi clenched her fists tightly, lowering her head, evidently shaken by Huang Lei's tirade. Observing this, the teacher quickly interjected. Xiao-Yi, I may be closer to Huang Lei, but it is not as you think. You are all my students. Grant me a chance to explain, will you? I can buy you cosmetics too. How about we share some juice later? Before he could finish, Yang Shui forcefully pushed him away. Scoundrel! Do not lay a hand on Xiao-Yi. Chun-Yi looked up at him, her eyes brimming with tears, and said softly, Teacher Song. You always kept me back for tutoring, messaging me each night, and I thought it was for my studies. But after hearing about your affair with Huang Lei, I realize you must have ulterior motives. I have never held any affection for you. Please refrain from harassing me in the future. At her words, Teacher Song's expression shifted, leaving him momentarily speechless. Just then, Yang Ling appeared, carrying two neatly packaged iPhone XS. Spotting the crowd ahead, he hurried over. As he pushed through the throng and saw his sister and Chun-Yi were unharmed, he let out a breath of relief, oblivious to the tension. With a smile, he handed the phones to the two girls, saying, Here, each of you an iPhone 10, and I've loaded 1,000 yuan for your calls. Are you satisfied now? The previously awkward atmosphere shattered instantly, as all eyes widened in astonishment. Where did this young man emerge from? An iPhone 10 for each? Was that not a tad excessive? Yang Shui, fuming, snatched the phone and shoved the other into Chun-Yi's arms, her gaze still filled with fury directed at the two before her. Yang Ling furrowed his brow, but before he could inquire, Huang Lei sneered. Oh, just moments ago, you claimed to be a good student. Yet it appears you already have an admirer? Each of you an iPhone 10, splendid indeed. You are both out to ensnare men. And yet you still have the audacity to retain some dignity? Chapter 121. Excuse me, could you move your sports car? What a couple. Yang Ling glanced at the woman, furrowing his brow as he replied, I am Yang Shue's brother. Chun-Yi has grown up with us. Is there any issue with buying her a phone? Is that so? Huang Lei scoffed. So you are the little Ling that Chun-Yi often mentions. I heard you're some kind of auxiliary police. Do you really have the means to purchase an iPhone 10? Surely those two devices in your hand are not knockoffs. The crowd fell silent momentarily, then exchanged skeptical glances. After all, Yang Ling's attire was exceedingly mundane, hardly befitting someone who could afford 2 iPhone XS. Yang Ling regarded the woman with an air of indifference, as if observing an ant. Could one really respond to an ant chattering away? Calmly averting his gaze, he smiled at Yang Shui. Weren't we supposed to buy cosmetics? Have you made your choice? Yang Shui huffed. Seeing this pair of shameless individuals irritates me. Brother, let us leave and shop elsewhere. Are we the ones being bothersome? Or is it that you lack the funds to purchase anything? Wang Lei persisted with her mocking tone. Being poor is being poor. Thinking you can flaunt a counterfeit phone makes you delusional. Let us hurry and leave before you embarrass yourselves. Yang Shui, irked and stomping her foot, tugged at Yang Ling to depart, but he stood his ground. As an elder brother, how could he allow his sister to be bullied in such a manner? He cast a cold glance at Huang Lei and said, Since we are already here, isn't it a waste of time to change locations? This statement momentarily stunned everyone. Yang Ling scanned the cosmetic boxes on the counter and casually inquired, How much for this Sky Blue Heart Deluxe Edition? His tone, calm yet authoritative, prompted the sales assistant to respond instinctively, T2001 set. The crowd gasped, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. Yang Ling nodded and turned to Yang Shui, asking, How long do you use a set of masks and serums? Yang Shui counted on her fingers, if used daily. We would need a new set in just over 2 months. Yang Ling nodded again, looking at the sales assistant with a serene demeanor. I will take 10 sets of this Sky Blue Heart. 10 sets? Everyone felt a jolt of disbelief, struggling to process their ears' reception. 10 sets amounted to 200,000. Such a sum could purchase a vehicle. Was this man truly out of his mind? The sales assistant stood frozen, mouth agape, seemingly forgetting to breathe. Wang Lei and the teacher, surnamed Song, were equally taken aback, their faces etched with incredulity. Suddenly, a figure rushed in from a distance. It was the parking lot attendant. Upon seeing Yang Ling, he exhaled in relief, saying, "Sir, could you please move your BMW sports car? A delivery truck has arrived." A BMW sports car. The entire assembly was left speechless, with Wang Lei's eyes nearly popping from their sockets. She stammered, "You mean to say this man owns a BMW sports car?" The parking attendant nodded in confusion. "Yes, he arrived today in a sports car. I cannot mistake him." A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Had they truly been blind to his status? Surely someone who could drive a BMW would not lack the means to buy cosmetics. He could easily purchase the entire counter without a second thought. Chapter 122. The school is not a shield for scoundrels. Yang Shui cast a triumphant glance at Wang Lei and scoffed. "What are you staring at? Dumbfounded? My family's BMW is also a counterfeit. Are you satisfied now?" This girl was quick-witted and certainly not one to suffer in silence. She retorted effortlessly. Yang Ling, indifferent to Wang Lei's expression, turned to the attendant and inquired, "Miss, do you sell cosmetics? If not, I can take my leave." The sales assistant, startled, quickly replied, "Sir, please hold on. I will fetch the items right away." As she departed, the crowd regained their composure, casting envious and spiteful glances at the trio. While Wang Lei's face turned pale, her gaze towards Yang Ling filled with complexity. Ding. You have shattered Wang Lei's wish to mock Yang Shui. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have fulfilled Yang Shui's desire for Chun Yi to purchase cosmetics. Wish value 1. Ding. You have satisfied the sales assistant's hope for a substantial sale. Wish value 1. Current progress, 1310. Yang Ling smirked at this, but then noticed Chen Yi, who had remained silent with reddened eyes. He inquired in surprise, "Shui, what's wrong?" Chen Yi wiped away her tears and gently shook her head. Yang Shui pulled her behind, glaring fiercely at the teacher surnamed Song. "Scoundrel, I warn you. If you dare to harass Shui again, I will publish the messages you sent her online. You will regret it." The teacher's expression darkened at her words. He contemplated saying something, but upon meeting Yang Ling's gaze, he felt a weight in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, he coldly replied, "Yang Shui, both you and Chen Yi are my students. It is my duty to care for my students. Remember, you have one more semester to spend in this school. And I believe you understand my implication." "You," Yang Shui retorted angrily, "are you threatening me?" The teacher sneered, looking towards Chun Yi, "Shao Yi, I did indeed express some concern for you earlier, but that was merely out of camaraderie between teacher and student. I hope you do not misunderstand, nor let it spread. Otherwise, even if this Mr. Yang is wealthy, the school will not be afraid of anything." With that, he grabbed the still-dazed Wang Lei and attempted to leave, but a calm voice interrupted from behind. "Excuse me, teacher, please wait," Yang Ling said coolly, "from what you just implied. Are you planning to target my two sisters within the school?" The teacher scoffed, "I never said such a thing. However, the school is a sacred place. Your wealth may not hold sway here." "Oh," Yang Ling replied with a mocking tone. "Indeed, the school is a sacred place, but it is not a sanctuary for scoundrels." He then pulled out his phone and calmly dialed a number. The crowd widened their eyes, anticipating what astonishing act Yang Ling would perform next. Soon, a commanding voice answered on the other end. "Hello, this is Xiao Wenyou. Who is calling?" The sound from the phone was not loud, yet in that moment, the room was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Everyone heard it clearly. Xiao Wenyou. The crowd could scarcely believe their ears. This was the highest-ranking official in City S. On that day, the esteemed leader had visited Yang Ling's home alongside Song Baoi, and at their farewell, the leader's secretary had given him a business card, which Yang Ling had stored in his phone. Now, he was making a call directly to the leader's mobile. Chapter 123. Who needs to mind their own affairs now? With a faint smile, Yang Ling spoke. "Leader, it's me, Xiao Yang." "Oh, it's Yang Ling? You dare to call me? How did you fare in the exam?" "Old song, and I went out of our way to support you. Now, where am I supposed to hide my face? Come to my office immediately after the results are out. I must give you a proper lecture, you little rascal." At first glance, this sounded like a reprimand aimed at Yang Ling, but to the onlookers, it was akin to a thunderclap in clear skies. The highest authority in S City was lamenting to this young man in a tone reminiscent of a concerned elder, exuding disappointment. What kind of relationship could they possibly share? Could this youth be a relative of the leader? Yang Ling was caught off guard by the admonition, offering a wry smile as he replied, "Leader, I'll explain this to you later. I called today to discuss something important." "Oh," a curious voice came through the line. "What trouble have you gotten into this time?" Casting a glance at the pale-faced teacher Song, Yang Ling replied with a calm smile, "Well, my sister's school has a teacher." He succinctly narrated the situation, only to be met with a loud thud as the leader slammed a fist on the table. "Is this true?" "Shaoling, your response is commendable. A single rotten apple must not spoil the whole barrel. We cannot allow such scoundrels within our teaching ranks." The high-ranking official seemed so incensed that he forgot to hang up, his booming voice resonating through the phone. "Secretary Dong, investigate teacher Song from number 13 middle school." Yang Ling calmly ended the call and, casting a cool glance at teacher Song, remarked with a cold smile, "I told you, the school is not a shield for the scum of society. It seems this time, it's not about me minding my own affairs, but rather you should." With the leader's directive to investigate, it seemed that teacher Song would no longer be able to fulfill his role as an educator, and perhaps even face graver consequences. The bystanders cast sympathetic glances in his direction. Teacher Song appeared utterly pallid, and beside him, Wang Lei was equally ashen. "Ding! You have thwarted teacher Song's intentions to threaten your sister and Chun Yi, earning 1 wish value. Current progress, 1410. After settling the bill, Yang Ling strolled out with the 2 young ladies, casually driving away in his sports car, leaving behind a crowd of envious onlookers. "Brother, you're truly amazing." In the car, Yang Shui affectionately hugged Yang Ling's waist. Throughout the day, she had experienced the transformation from an ordinary girl to a stunning beauty. Her admiration for Yang Ling was boundless. Yang Ling patted her head and cautioned, "Don't get too cocky. If you fail your exams, don't expect me to buy you anything in the future. Hee. Then I'll cling to you, and once he let go." She tightened her embrace even more. Yang Ling chuckled helplessly when suddenly, a timid voice came from behind. Shaoling Gu, thank you so much for today." Yang Ling paused at Chun Yi's words and reached out to gently ruffle her hair, smiling softly. "We grew up together. My sister has a wild personality, so you must keep an eye on her." "Ah." Chun Yi blushed deeply from the unexpected gesture, stammering, "Okay, I'll definitely take good care of Xiao Shui." When had this girl become so shy? Yang Ling pondered but dismissed the thought, instead asking, "We still have some time after dinner. Is there anywhere else you'd like to go?" Upon hearing this, Yang Shui perked up, giggling, "Big brother, I want to go to the beauty center." Chapter 124, Annie. My brother is not a mature woman enthusiast. It is a natural inclination for young women to cherish beauty. Since my sister has expressed her desire, it seems only fitting to indulge her wish. Moments later, we arrived at the elegant underground parking lot of a high-end beauty center, the most prestigious in the city. The parking area was filled with luxury vehicles, and a dedicated receptionist was stationed at the entrance to welcome guests. Upon seeing Yang Ling and his companions arriving in a sports car, the receptionist hurriedly approached them. This time, there were no complications. Yang Ling promptly spent 200,000 to secure VIP annual memberships for the 2 charming ladies, much to the delight of the beaming manager, who insisted on personally providing Yang Ling with a full-body spa massage. Naturally, Yang Ling was not averse to such a request, though the timing was somewhat inconvenient. "Ding! You have fulfilled Yang Shui's wish. Wish value 1, current progress, 1510. "Ding! You have shattered the manager's desire to massage you. Attribute points 1. Just as he was about to depart, a young woman emerged from the spa room. "Ah, Mr. Yang?" Han Yakin was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Yang Ling, who reciprocated her surprise with a puzzled gaze. After a brief, enigmatic silence, Yang Ling chuckled, "Manager Han, isn't today a workday? Shouldn't you be at the office for your beauty treatments? It seems you've completed your tasks." Hearing his half-joking remark, Han Yakin playfully stuck out her tongue. "I didn't expect Mr. Yang to catch me slacking off. Are you following me secretly? Yang Ling laughed. There are plenty of male colleagues of Manager Han that I could follow. I wouldn't dare to be the one to stand out. Ha ha ha. Mr. Yang is quite amusing. Han Yakin chuckled lightly before turning her attention to the two young ladies behind Yang Ling, curious to inquire. And who might these two young ladies be? Yang Shui stepped protectively in front of Yang Ling, huffing, I am her sister. And this auntie. My brother is not a mature woman enthusiast. If there is nothing else, we shall take our leave. Auntie. Han Yakin's brows arched in surprise, followed by a burst of laughter. Little sister, are you a brother enthusiast? Be brother enthusiast. Yang Shui's face flushed crimson, stammering. How could that be possible? You are the brother enthusiast. Ha ha ha. Han Yakin found the little girl's expression utterly delightful, laughing uncontrollably. Yang Ling, slightly exasperated, ruffled his sister's hair and addressed Han Yakin, Manager Han. If there is nothing pressing, we would like to take our leave. We shall see you at the company next time. As he turned to lead the two ladies away, they had not gone far when Han Yakin suddenly called out, Mr. Yang, there have been some developments at the company recently. Would it be convenient for us to have a meal together? Taken aback by her serious tone, Yang Ling noticed it was indeed mealtime. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Inside a Western restaurant, Yang Shui and Chun Yi excitedly devoured a steak while Han Yakin waved her juice, saying, Mr. Yang, as you know, the group has been striving to expand into various sectors. A few years ago, we established a market project development center specifically to oversee business expansion. The former general manager of the development center was concurrently held by Wang Chao, but aside from purchasing a website, he achieved little else and incurred substantial losses amounting to nearly 100 million. With Wang Chao's mishap, the general manager position is now vacant, and various projects have come to a standstill. Curious, Yang Ling inquired, are you suggesting that the headquarters intends to restart this project? Chapter 125. You are the second person today to wish to speak with me. Han Yakin nodded and remarked, only Chairman Liu and a few executives from the General Management Office are privy to this matter. As I oversee personnel appointments, I have picked up on some whispers. She then gazed earnestly at Yang Ling and continued, Mr. Yang, I wonder if you have heard the news. Due to the recent college entrance examination issues, the General Management Office and several board members harbor some dissatisfaction towards you. The position of General Manager of the Project Center is exceedingly significant. Should it be occupied by another, it may adversely affect your standing within the company. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling responded with a faint smile. Are you implying that I might be sidelined? After a moment of silence, Han Yakin slightly nodded. Yang Ling remained silent, calmly observing the beautiful woman before him. Time seemed to have left little trace on her, yet at this moment, she furrowed her finely embroidered brows, revealing a semblance of worry. Sensing the shift in atmosphere, Chun Yi gently tugged at Yang Shui's sleeve, and the sounds of their eating grew markedly softer. After a brief pause, Yang Ling suddenly laughed. He raised his glass and took a sip of cola, smiling lightly as he said, Manager Han, I suspect that your intentions in sharing this with me are not merely out of concern for my well-being. I believe I am beginning to grasp your meaning. It appears that the waters of Mu Hua Group run quite deep. Han Yakin looked at the young man before her in astonishment. Having worked in human resources for many years, she had encountered countless individuals and had developed a keen eye. Even with Chairman Lu Muhan, she was confident in her ability to decipher some of his thoughts. Yet this young man, who perpetually wore a gentle smile, seemed to be enveloped in an aura of mystery, leaving her utterly perplexed. However, she was astute, as was Yang Ling. While she possessed admirable assets that allowed her to indulge in cleverness and whim, it was the height of folly to play such games when faced with serious matters. Suddenly, she set down her glass and fixed a serious gaze on Yang Ling, stating earnestly, Mr. Yang, I would like to collaborate with you moving forward. Both Yang Shui and Chun Yi nearly sprayed their juice, with Yang Shui hastily exclaiming, Auntie, my brother truly does not prefer mature women. You should just, before she could finish her sentence, Yang Ling stuffed a piece of steak into her mouth. He smiled slightly and remarked, This is the second time today someone has expressed such sentiments to me. Now, tell me, what is the current situation at headquarters? Han Yakin's heart leaped at his words. Yang Ling's statement was, in essence, an agreement. The clouds of concern dissipated from her face as she chuckled lightly. Mr. Yang, this requires a discussion on the structure of our group. 10 minutes later, Yang Ling managed to piece together the entire narrative. Muhua Group was founded by Lu Muhan's father and has grown to a market value exceeding 100 billion. Within the group, Lu Muhan currently holds an absolute 51 of the shares, while the remaining 49 is distributed among various shareholders. 3 of these shareholders possess stakes exceeding 15, qualifying them as major shareholders of Muhua Group. The company requires balance. Decisions cannot rest solely with Lu Muhan, necessitating representatives for these 3 shareholders. Previously, their spokesperson was Wang Chao. This individual lacked both capability and integrity, yet due to his father's past service in shielding Lu's father from harm, the Lu family turned a blind eye to his nepotism and embezzlement. The 3 major shareholders were more than willing to overlook his transgressions. Over time, nearly half of the company's management had been directly or indirectly promoted by him, including 4 of the 5 executives from the General Management Office. Chapter 126. What I mean is that they are all worthless individuals. The most severe issue arising from this is that truly talented individuals like Yin Xing and Han Yakin are unable to ascend, while those who do are merely Wang Chao's loyal subordinates. Now that Wang Chao has been directly eliminated by Yang Ling, the 3 directors are eager to promote a new agent, and the management team elevated by Wang Chao fears for their positions. Most critically, Lu Muhan appears to be intent on restructuring the organization. She knows that if this continues, the group will inevitably fall into ruin at the hands of these people. This has now devolved into a confrontation between 2 factions. At this juncture, Yang Ling, representing the Lu family connections, has taken on the role of vice president. Akin to dropping a heavy bomb into a turbulent lake, it could either annihilate others or lead to his own downfall. Listening to Han Yakin's account, Yang Ling felt a sense of resignation. The old man is indeed astute. By pushing me forward to draw fire, his granddaughter can then control the situation from behind the scenes, strategizing in the shadows. Noticing the look of helplessness on Yang Ling's face, Han Yakin was momentarily startled, fearing that this young man might waver. She quickly reassured him, General Manager Yang, although the situation is rather complex, overall, it is not as bleak as it seems. With Director Lu around, we can sufficiently counterbalance the pressure from the 3 directors and the executive office. We just need to proceed cautiously. As for your safety, there's no need for concern. This afternoon, I spoke with Yin Xing and we plan to arrange for 2 bodyguards for you. Her voice trailed off as she noticed Yang Ling looking at her with surprise. Is there something on my face? Han Yakin instinctively touched her face, finding nothing amiss aside from her smooth skin. A bit unsettled, she inquired, General Manager Yang, do you have any other thoughts? Yang Ling replied curiously, Manager Han, do you perhaps misunderstand something? What? Han Yakin was perplexed, yet Yang Ling calmly stated, do you think I would regard this group of worthless individuals with any seriousness? Huh. She suddenly came to a realization and hurriedly said, right. With your abilities, ordinary people cannot harm you. It is I and Yin Xing who have been overly concerned. No, you misunderstood. Yang Ling smiled gently. I am referring to those 3 directors and the people in the executive office. They are all worthless. Han Yakin was utterly baffled. Was this gentleman making a jest? How could 3 directors worth billions and the powerful head of the executive office be deemed worthless? What would she and Yin Xing be considered then? Rotten tomatoes or spoiled eggs? However, observing Yang Ling's demeanor, it seemed he spoke these words with utmost conviction. There was an enigmatic emotion lurking in the depths of his eyes, and a woman's intuition told her that Yang Ling was not jesting. He genuinely perceived these individuals as worthless. In his composed expression, there resided a sense of superiority, as if he looked down upon all beings from an exalted height. What extraordinary confidence that is! Seeing Han Yakin rooted in place, Yang Ling seemed to realize he had perhaps gone too far. He chuckled softly, all right, I understand the situation now. When I have the time, I will assist Director Lu with this matter. As for what you mentioned earlier, I agree. You can follow me like Yin Xing from now on. Though his words appeared to be an ostentatious display of bravado, Han Yakin felt a great weight lift from her heart. A sense of security washed over her, and she suddenly beamed. General Manager Yang. I believe I have chosen the right person to follow. Chapter 127. Is this child from your relative's family? Yang Ling shook the cola in his hand and smiled faintly. It should be. The atmosphere lightened considerably, and both Yang Shui and Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Now that Han Yakin was aligned with her brother, the so-called love for the house extends to the crow. Yang Shui's attitude immediately transformed. She giggled. Auntie, my brother is quite impressive. You must be with the right person. By the way, it's quite late. Won't your husband misunderstand if you have dinner with us? Girls tend to be fond of gossip, and Yang Shui's indirect approach proved effective. Han Yakin sighed lightly. Actually, I have been divorced for quite some time. Ah. Yang Shui and Chen Yi exchanged glances, sticking out their tongues slightly. Chen Yi whispered, Sister, you must have many admirers, right? Finally, someone referred to her as sister, and Han Yakin's smile blossomed. Hee. This little sister has quite a sweet tongue. Naturally, I have a plethora of undesirable men pursuing me. Today, I lured your brother out just to use him as a shield. A shield? Yang Ling and the two girls were momentarily taken aback. However, as if to validate her words, a dashing middle-aged man in a white suit, approximately in his 40s, strode over. He effortlessly seated himself beside Han Yakin and, with a gentlemanly smile, said, Yakin, we agreed on 8 o'clock. Why are you here so early? At that moment, Han Yakin regained her goddess-like demeanor and replied nonchalantly. I had nothing else to do, so I came early. The man nodded with a smile and then looked at Yang Ling and the others, inquiring curiously, are these three your relatives' children? Visiting for summer vacation? What? Relatives' children? Han Yakin let out a laugh, noticing Yang Ling rolling his eyes. She covered her mouth and chuckled, Mr. Feng. Allow me to introduce you. This is the newly appointed vice president from headquarters, Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang? The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed in surprise. It was rumored that the new vice president was quite young, but encountering him in person, he appeared astonishingly youthful, almost like a high school student. Han Yakin continued, Mr. Yang. This is the head of the M-City subsidiary, Mr. Feng Gang. Yang Ling smiled slightly. Hello, Mr. Feng. Feng Gang cast a scrutinizing glance at Yang Ling, his eyes betraying evident hostility. After sizing him up, he scoffed. Hello, Mr. Yang. They say you are quite young. It seems the rumors hold true. However, Mr. Yang, I have a small opinion that I wonder if I should share. Upon hearing this, Han Yakin frowned, her displeasure evident. The position of the subsidiary head was roughly equivalent to that of a department head or director under the group's general office, on par with Yin Xing and Han Yakin. However, due to his autonomy in the field, his status was slightly elevated. This was also the reason Yin Xing was so keen on managing a region. Nonetheless, despite this, Yang Ling's rank was still 2 tiers above Feng Gang's. Without even addressing the opinion itself, it was clear that this man's attitude indicated an alliance with the 3 directors. Yang Ling, seemingly unconcerned, replied nonchalantly, Since Mr. Feng has an opinion, please share it. Feng Gang, with a hint of derision, remarked, As one of the faces of the company, the president's image is crucial. In such a high-end setting, Mr. Yang, wearing a t-shirt and jeans may be somewhat inappropriate. Chapter 128. No need for such complications. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback by the words he heard. Today had indeed presented him with numerous events, and he had yet to find the time to purchase new attire. He chuckled lightly, remarking that the nature of one's clothing was inconsequential. What truly mattered was the individual wearing it. Mr. Feng, are you and Manager Han here for a rendezvous today? With unwavering confidence, Feng Gang replied, Indeed, but alas. A group of unwelcome guests seems to have arrived. Oh dear, Yang, I nearly forgot to inform you. I am acquainted with a few formidable gentlemen in M-City, and they shall be bringing their partners here for a simple meal shortly. You understand, these gentlemen possess a rather intimidating demeanor. It would be unfortunate if they frightened you and the 2 lovely ladies. He continued with a sly suggestion. Perhaps you ought to leave for the time being? This was an unmistakable threat directed at Yang Ling. Implicitly, he even jeopardized the safety of the young ladies. After delivering his remark, Feng Gang nonchalantly poured himself a glass of red wine, observing Yang Ling with a sense of amusement. Yang Ling regarded this man with a mixture of curiosity and incredulity. then turned to Manager Han. Manager Han, you mentioned that you needed me to serve as a shield against this individual, correct? Han Yakin opened her mouth in surprise. She had indeed detected the veiled threat in Feng Gang's words, and had hoped for Yang Ling to act as a barrier against some unsavory men. However, she had not anticipated Yang Ling's forthrightness. She glanced at Yang Ling, then at the smirking Feng Gang, unable to fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. Rising abruptly, she exclaimed, Feng Gang, do you realize what you are saying? Feng Gang chuckled. I merely wish to remind Mr. Yang that children ought to be home resting. I meant no harm. Pale with fear, Han Yakin genuinely dreaded the arrival of those so-called gentlemen. If they harmed Yang Ling or the two young ladies, the consequences would be dire. She hastily implored, Mr. Yang, please disregard my earlier words. Could you leave for now? I promise to explain everything tomorrow. Yang Ling regarded her with a quizzical expression, then smiled gently. There is no need for such complications. In that instant, the glass of wine he held met Feng Gang's face with a resounding crash. A dull thud echoed through the room, and Feng Gang collapsed to the ground, blood streaming from his visage, unable to utter even a scream. The atmosphere fell into a stunned silence, with all present rendered speechless by the sudden eruption of violence from the young man. Wiping his hands with a napkin, Yang Ling approached Feng Gang. Then, with the nonchalance of stepping on an insect, he brought his foot down with force. With a sickening crunch, the sound of shattering bone resonated through the restaurant, followed by a piercing scream that reverberated throughout the hall. It hurts. Yang Ling looked down upon Feng Gang, his tone icy as he said, Mr. Feng, threatening me alone might have sufficed, but why must you intimidate my sisters as well? I detest when others threaten my family. Fear flickered in Feng Gang's eyes as he recalled the rumors of Yang Ling's formidable nature, known to compel even esteemed guests to kneel at family gatherings. Realizing his grave error, Feng Gang cried out in anguish, I won't do it again. Mr. Yang, please spare me this time. Spare you? Yang Ling retorted coldly. If I and my family were at your mercy, would you show them leniency? Feng Gang fell silent, at a loss for words. And before he could comprehend the gravity of the situation, Yang Ling delivered another crushing blow. With a sickening crack, a second leg was shattered, and a harrowing wail filled the hall, abruptly ceasing as Feng Gang lost consciousness once more. All present looked on in terror at the young man, too afraid to utter a single breath. Chapter 129. I will give you an explanation. I am a person of fairness. You threaten my two sisters, and I shall break your two legs. Yang Ling let out a cold laugh, then turned to Han Yakin and said, Manager Han, I believe this individual will not trouble you any longer. Han Yakin was taken aback. She had indeed hoped that Yang Ling would serve as her shield. But this was rather too direct, wasn't it? With both legs broken, it would be difficult for him to harass her again. This was not merely retreating in the face of difficulty. This was a decisive end. Ding. You have fulfilled Han Yakin's wish for you to act as her shield. Wish value 1, current progress 1610. At this moment, a group of men wearing sunglasses and exuding a fierce demeanor entered through the main door. Some were bald, others tattooed, clearly individuals from the underworld. They were accompanied by a stylishly dressed young woman, presumably the group of powerful figures that Feng Gang had mentioned. Upon witnessing the scene, the group was initially stunned, but the leader soon bellowed, Who dares to harm my friend? Brother Leopard. Han Yakin felt her legs weaken at the sight of the newcomers. She had encountered this man during a business trip to M City. He was known to have contracted several construction sites and owned multiple entertainment venues. He was no mere thug. This was a true big shot in the underworld. Although Brother Leopard had a significant reputation, he was not reckless. Individuals like him, who thrived on the edge of danger, possessed keen instincts. His intuition warned him that the youth before him was not to be trifled with. Yang Ling regarded the group calmly and stated, So, Brother Leopard, since President Feng is your friend, I shall return him to you. With that, he lifted his foot and kicked Feng Gang squarely in the rear, sending him crashing in front of Brother Leopard with a resounding thud. Gasp! Brother Leopard's heart raced. Just this one move indicated that the youth was no ordinary individual. However, being a renowned figure in the underworld, he could not show fear now, lest he be ridiculed by his peers. He glanced at Phone Gang on the ground and said sternly, "Kid, I don't know what background you come from, but you have injured my friend. If you do not provide an explanation today, this matter will not be easily dismissed." "An explanation?" Yang Ling sneered. "Very well, I shall provide you with an explanation." At this moment, the woman beside Brother Leopard giggled and said, "Brother Leopard, the two girls accompanying this kid are quite lovely. Our establishment is in need of student girls. Why not take them and earn some money for Brother Feng's medical expenses?" As soon as she spoke, the other alluring women burst into laughter, while Yang Shui and Chun Yi, feeling frightened, instinctively hid behind Yang Ling, their eyes betraying their terror. Brother Leopard's heart skipped a beat, and he frowned, about to respond, when suddenly a gust of wind rushed past him, followed by 4 piercing screams. The women were struck in the face by trays, collapsing to the ground, bloodied and wailing. "What?" Everyone was taken aback, especially Brother Leopard and his companions. They were skilled fighters, yet none had perceived how Yang Ling had executed his attack. At this moment, Yang Ling's expression darkened as he clenched a coin in his hand, advancing step by step towards Brother Leopard and his group. A chilling aura emanated from him, instilling fear in those nearby. Killing intent. Brother Leopard was alarmed. While others may not recognize it, he immediately understood. This was a presence that could only emanate from a true powerhouse. Chapter 130. This is my explanation to you. He realized that today he had encountered an insurmountable obstacle. Quietly grasping the grip of the gun at his waist, he shouted, "Brother, I am unaware of which path you tread, but I advise you not to proceed any further. Otherwise, there will be no mercy." Upon hearing this, Yang Ling indeed paused in his tracks and coldly retorted, "The last person who pointed a gun at me is already dead. I do not wish to engage in further trivialities with you. The woman beside you, break her 2 legs. And the one who laughed just now, 1 leg for her as well. You may act at your discretion." "What?" The burly men behind Leopard Brother glared angrily, ready to strike, but were halted by Leopard Brother's firm command. He spoke in a low voice, "Young brother, you should know who I am. If I heed your words, I may as well abandon my career. I recognize your formidable reputation, yet we are 4 men with 4 guns. No matter your prowess, you shall not emerge unscathed. Today, simply provide some medical expenses, and we can resolve this matter amicably. Otherwise, I fear your skills may be buried here." At this juncture, the situation had escalated to an astonishing degree, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Each person held their breath, paralyzed by fear, too intimidated to even consider fleeing. Suddenly, Yang Ling burst into laughter. "Leopard Brother, your underworld tactics hold no sway here. I will count to 3. If you fail to break their legs, I shall shatter all of yours." At that moment, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. "Ding! The area perception skill has been activated. For threatening enemies are preparing to attack you. Please prepare yourself." 3, 2. Leopard Brother inhaled deeply, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes as he bellowed, "Move!" But before he could finish, an arc of electricity crackled through the air. Crack! With a thunderous sound, all the lights in the Western restaurant extinguished instantaneously. In the pitch-black surroundings, a bolt of lightning illuminated a corner. In the next moment, Leopard Brother witnessed an unforgettable scene. The young man before him was enveloped in swirling thunder, arcs of electricity flickering in his eyes, resembling a deity of thunder descending to cleanse all evil. "Ah!" The sound of wailing erupted simultaneously, followed by a surge of electricity coursing through his body, rendering him convulsing and frothing at the mouth as he collapsed to the ground. Zzz. As the electric crackles faded, the lights in the hall flickered back to life, revealing that no one remained standing before Yang Ling. Leopard Brother and the other 8 lay sprawled on the ground, all convulsing and foaming at the mouth. This transpired in the blink of an eye. The spectators felt as though their vision had darkened and then brightened again, and the battle was over. No, this could hardly be termed a battle. It was a unilateral obliteration. Everyone stood in stunned silence, the events that had unfolded far exceeding their comprehension, frozen in place, immobile. As the lightning in Yang Ling's eyes gradually dissipated, he sneered and approached Leopard Brother, saying indifferently, "Everyone must pay the price for their words and choices. This is my explanation to you." With that, he brought his foot down. Leopard Brother let out a piercing scream as his leg was crushed beneath Yang Ling's weight. Yang Ling then walked over to the woman who had spoken earlier, and in her terrified gaze, he delivered 2 swift kicks. Crack! Both of her shins shattered instantly, and she fainted without uttering a single scream. Chapter 131. The crushing of life levels. Following this, Yang Ling unleashed a series of swift kicks, sending several handguns skittering across the ground. Under the immense force, the firearms struck the shins of the remaining individuals like hammers. A cacophony of bone-cracking sounds ensued, and the once arrogant so-called leaders now found themselves with shattered legs. The relentless wails of agony jolted everyone awake, and in their eyes, a profound fear emerged as they gazed upon Yang Ling. Deep within, they felt an almost reverent inclination to worship the young man. This was a manifestation of the crushing disparity in life levels. From the moment Yang Ling attained mastery over thunder, his own life level had transcended to new heights. Once this skill was unleashed, all who experienced it were enveloped in a sense of reverence. Ding! You have shattered the desires of Brother Leopard and his companions to eliminate you. Attribute point 1. Ding! You have fulfilled the wish of Han Yakin and others who wished for no incidents. Wish value 1. Current progress, 1710. Having accomplished all this, Yang Ling turned to face Han Yakin and the 2 other women with an air of nonchalance, a slight smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "It seems this meal will not come to pass. Let us depart." Brother, Shaoling. The 2 girls, overwhelmed with fright, leaped into Yang Ling's embrace, wiping their tears on his clothing. Yang Ling smiled gently and glanced at Han Yakin, saying, "Manager Han, let us go." Taking a deep breath to steady herself, Han Yakin looked at the calm young man before her, and a wave of security washed over her. Nodding softly, she tossed a few bills onto the table and hurriedly followed suit. Time was already late, and after the tumultuous events of the day, the 2 young girls were indeed fatigued. Yang Ling bid farewell to Han Yakin and drove his BMW towards Tian Garden. On the way, Chenyi, gripped by fear, insisted on sitting in the passenger seat, clinging tightly to Yang Ling's waist. Meanwhile, Yang Shui, with her carefree disposition, seemed to recover after a moment and curiously inquired, "Brother, when did you become so formidable?" Yang Ling had already devised a plausible explanation and chuckled in response. "Do you remember that old man with the white beard we encountered in the countryside when we were young?" Yang Shui paused in surprise and replied, "No way. Didn't T-Mom say he was a charlatan? Did he really teach you something?" Yang Ling replied, "I learned a few things from him. I just hadn't grasped them until recently." "Really?" Yang Shui pouted, "I always thought that old man was extraordinary. Mom didn't believe me." "Brother, you went off to learn without taking me along. How unfair. I'm not talking to you anymore." Yang Ling shook his head with a smile and affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. "With your intelligence, even if you learned, you wouldn't be able to comprehend it. It would just be a waste of time. Am I really that foolish?" Yang Shui, momentarily disheartened, quickly rebounded and wrapped her arms around Yang Ling's neck from behind, playfully declaring, "No matter what, you didn't take me to learn. You must protect me and buy me lots of things." Yang Ling rolled his eyes and replied with mock annoyance, "Fine, but can you let go of me? Do you understand the concept of dangerous driving?" "Driving? Oh dear," Yang Shui exclaimed. "Brother, we don't even have a license." "Huh." Yang Ling slapped his forehead, inadvertently striking his sister's head instead, and burst into laughter. "It seems you're right. It appears we can't drive this car after all. Once you finish your finals, we shall all go learn to drive together." Chapter 132. She is willingly cohabiting. The 2 siblings engaged in cheerful banter, and amidst such a light-hearted atmosphere, Chun-Yi gradually regained her composure. However, the thought of having clung to her brother without letting go made her face flush with embarrassment under Yang Shui's amused gaze, causing her to lower her head in silence. A short while later, the trio arrived at Tian Garden, only to be halted by the security guard. Despite the impressive nature of their vehicle, non-resident cars were prohibited from entering the premises. Yang Ling, seeing this, chuckled, "Old he, it's me. I've bought a car. Let me in, will you?" Yang Ling frequently visited the community, and due to his charismatic nature, the guards enjoyed engaging in light conversation with him, leading to a sense of familiarity over time. Guard Old he paused momentarily, then glanced at the two beautiful young women in the BMW, bursting into laughter. Ah, it's Young Yang. You're quite the catch, aren't you? Just the other day you were flying in a helicopter, and now you're driving a BMW. Have you struck up a relationship with a wealthy lady? Yang Shui chimed in with a giggle. That's right, uncle. The wealthy lady is me. Old He laughed heartily. Come on now. Have you even reached the age of maturity? You. Yang Shui huffed, feeling slightly deflated by the guard's teasing. Speaking of which, Young Yang, don't you already have a girlfriend? Why are you bringing other women home? Are you not entangled in some romantic chaos? Girlfriend? Yang Shui and Chun Yi perked up their ears, while Yang Ling quickly interjected, Don't spout nonsense. These two are my sisters. Well then, I'm off. We'll talk tomorrow. Old He watched them leave with envy. Suddenly recalling something, he called out, Young Yang, the Muhua property staff will be coming in a few days. Don't forget what we discussed. Got it. As they walked home, an odd tension hung in the air. Yang Shui wore a half-smile, while Chun Yi pouted, clearly miffed. Yang Ling sighed inwardly, predicting that things would soon become lively. Sure enough, as soon as they entered the house, Yang Shui rushed in, colliding directly with Chu Xian. Ouch! Both girls tumbled to the ground, and Chu Xian exclaimed, A Ling, you. But before she could finish, she froze, as did Yang Shui. Both were struck by a singular thought. What a beautiful girl. After a moment of shock, Yang Shui angrily declared, Brother, you really do have a girlfriend. No way. I want to acknowledge it without my approval. Chun Yi gazed at the stunning sister before her eyes glistening with unshed tears, wearing a face of grievance. Chu Xian blinked and turned to Yang Ling. Xiao Ling, who are they? Moments later, Yang Shui scoffed from the sofa. No wonder you don't come home every day. You have such a beautiful big sister to keep you company. I bet if it weren't for my little incident today, you would have forgotten about both me and Xiao Yi. Chu Xian chuckled. Xiao Shui, your brother is just a normal guy. Of course, he enjoys living with a pretty sister. You, Yang Shui retorted. Xiao Yi is 100 times more beautiful than you. Chu Xian laughed, but she is still a minor. According to the law, cohabiting with a minor is a crime. Isn't it, Xiao Ling? Yang Ling could only smile wryly, realizing it was best to refrain from interjecting in such a quarrel between girls, lest he inadvertently add fuel to the fire. You. Yang Shui huffed. Xiao Yi is willingly cohabiting. It's not a crime. Xiao Yi, what do you say? I. Chen Yi's face burned, her hand covering her face as she struggled to find the right words. Chapter 133. All talents acquired. Chu Xin chuckled. Now that you're settled in, where will Xiaoling sleep? Are you really going to make him sleep on the couch? Yang Shui and Chen Yi were rendered speechless. Chu Xin turned to Yang Ling and, half-jokingly, suggested, Xiaoling, if you don't mind, why not squeeze in with your sister? Squeeze in? The two girls seemed to conjure up a rather vivid scene, causing even Yang Shui's cheeks to flush. As if proclaiming some sort of authority, Chu Xin continued. You can sleep in my room. That way, I won't have to climb into your bed every morning to wake you up. Doesn't that sound better? Climb into the bed. Chun Yi felt her ears burning with embarrassment, while Yang Shui took a deep breath and turned to Yang Ling, saying, Brother, perhaps you should just go home to sleep. What? Yang Ling was taken aback. Excuse me, this is my house. If anyone should go home, it should be you. He sighed. I can sleep on the couch, right? Absolutely not. This woman will climb onto the couch too. What if you can't resist? That seems to have some merit. Yang Ling glanced at the innocent-looking Chu Xin, then at the fuming Yang Shui and the blushing Chen Yi, realizing that any further discussion would be futile. He concluded that once the girls had spent more time together and became familiar with each other, things would likely settle down. Ultimately, they came to a consensus under normal circumstances. Yang Ling was to return home to sleep by 11 p.m. each night and come back before noon the next day to tutor the two girls. Yang Shui gleefully hugged Yang Ling, saying, Brother, you can take my BMW i8 for now. Hurry and buy a new house, and we can all live together. As if. Yang Ling rolled his eyes, reminding them to sleep early, and after a brief conversation with Chu Xin, he left the rental apartment alone. Ding. You have fulfilled Yang Shui and Chun Yi's wish for you not to cohabit with Chu Xin. Wish value 1, current progress, 1810. Ding. You have shattered Chu Xian's desire to live with you. Attribute points 1. Realizing he didn't have a driver's license and wouldn't be driving, he strolled through the quiet streets, reflecting on his gains. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke solemnly. System, I wish to possess the ability to perceive the loyalty of my subordinates. Ding. Wish successful, your eye of insight has been enhanced. You can now check the loyalty values of your subordinates at any time. Note, loyalty of 100 is full value. Above 80 is excellent. 60 to 80 is acceptable. Below 60 indicates decreasing loyalty and increasing chances of rebellion. Ding. Your charm value 1. Yang Ling directly used his eye of insight on a passerby, but the result indicated that he could not check since they were not a subordinate. This was inconsequential, having grasped the skill's usage and characteristics. He smiled slightly and began to allocate his attribute points. Now possessing 5 free attribute points, he immediately allocated them to strength without a second thought. Strength, 30 agility, 30 stamina, 25 mental power, 24 charm, 8 ding. Your strength attribute has reached a whole number. Random rewards are being drawn for you. Ding. You have acquired the skill, Mastery of Acting. How splendid. Yang Ling laughed heartily. Today was indeed fortuitous, as he had drawn another skill. Having acquired the ability to sing, dance, act, and play various musical instruments, wouldn't it be a waste of talent not to venture into the entertainment industry? Chapter 134. The Path of Terror. Having transformed all acquired power into his own strength, Yang Ling exhaled deeply, casting his gaze toward the horizon. He was acutely aware that as his abilities grew, he would inevitably offend more individuals. Thus, he must persistently advance until he stood at the pinnacle of success. He eagerly anticipated the view from that summit, a perspective that would allow him to see all mountains reduced to mere hills. However, such aspirations belonged to a distant future. The pressing question at hand was where to sleep that night. Returning home posed no issue, yet earlier in the day, he had vowed to care for his sister, only to find himself cast out by nightfall. Should his parents inquire, it would indeed be rather embarrassing. Suddenly, a thought sparked in his mind, leading him to a potential refuge. In the dimly lit Dragon Emperor Mountain Villa district, Yang Ling ambled along a narrow path when 2 young men clad in black and wearing hats approached briskly. Were it not for Yang Ling's extraordinary eyesight, he might not have noticed them at all. The pair, engrossed in hushed discussion, abruptly halted upon catching sight of Yang Ling, their eyes betraying a flicker of panic. Yang Ling furrowed his brow, but as he did not recognize these individuals, he deemed it inappropriate to confront them directly. The two exchanged a glance, hastening their descent, and as they brushed past him, Yang Ling noticed something. A petal of peony clung to one of their pant legs. He had seen this particular hue of peony before, prominently displayed in the living room of Lu Muhan's home. Stop! Yang Ling's voice rang out sharply. The 2 young men froze, and without a backward glance, fled down the slope. Fleeing? Yang Ling scoffed, unleashing 2 silver projectiles with a swift motion. The coins struck accurately at the back of their knees, propelled by a force of 30 points that could nearly pierce through flesh. They cried out in agony, tumbling down the hill. Ding! The skill Lingbo Weibo activated. In an instant, Yang Ling vanished from his previous position, reappearing before the 2 young men in mere moments. Horror filled their eyes, and simultaneously, the system's voice chimed. Ding! Range perception skill activated. The 2 adversaries pose a threat to you. In the next heartbeat, the young men attempted to retrieve something from their pockets, but Yang Ling, seemingly foreseeing their move, delivered 2 precise kicks. Crack! The sound of shattering bones echoed as their hands were broken, their concealed firearms clattering to the ground. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, the duo remained silent, even attempting to seize the fallen weapons. Seeking death, were they? Yang Ling flicked his fingers, sending forth 2 more coins that struck their thumbs. A crisp snap resonated as their grips shattered, rendering them incapable of holding anything. Yang Ling advanced a step, placing a foot on one young man's chest, demanding, "Who sent you? Are you here to harm Lu Muhan?" Fear glimmered in their eyes, yet at that moment, the system's alert sounded once more. Ding! Range perception skill activated. A distant enemy poses a threat to you. Yang Ling's heart raced with alarm, and without hesitation, he leaped away. In the next instant, a gunshot rang out from afar, striking the very spot where he had been standing moments before. A sniper. Cold light flashed in Yang Ling's eyes, and with a flick of his fingertip, the tranquil night sky erupted with a thunderous crack. Chapter 135. The Might of Thunder Crack. A distant grove ignited in flames. Unfortunately, Yang Ling lacked the keen eyesight of a hawk or the ability to retaliate in kind, and the absence of any screams suggested that the lightning strike had missed its mark. The brief delay allowed a black SUV to burst forth from the trees. Its doors flung open as a burly man dragged two young men into the vehicle before it sped away. Could they escape? Yang Ling's entire being crackled with electricity, and two bolts of thunder erupted from his eyes. With a resounding explosion, the SUV was hurled into the air. The out-of-control vehicle tumbled down the narrow path, crashing into a boulder by the roadside, where it detonated in a fiery explosion. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback. His intention had merely been to propel the SUV away, compelling it to halt, but he had not anticipated the collision with the stone and subsequent explosion. Ding! You have shattered the opponent's desire to flee. Attribute points 1. In the wake of such a catastrophic incident, survival seemed implausible. Without hesitation, he became engulfed in arcs of electricity, sending a torrent of currents cascading around him. After a series of crackling sounds, all nearby streetlights and surveillance cameras were obliterated. The terrifying arcs surged through the weak electrical lines into the monitoring room. And with a resounding bang, every terminal's hard drive was incinerated, leaving the startled night shift worker utterly dumbfounded. Ding! You have thwarted the night shift worker's desire for a lazy slumber. Attribute points 1. This thunderous strike eradicated all evidence. Yang Ling intended to employ his swift movement technique to pursue the sniper, but as he leaped forward, he felt a sudden sway, nearly losing his balance. The events of the day had taken their toll, and the repeated use of his thunder control skill had drained both his mental and physical energies. He quickly steadied himself, allocating the 2 attribute points he had just acquired to his stamina and mental fortitude, which alleviated his fatigue somewhat. Observing the approaching security personnel, evidently en route to extinguish the fire, he furrowed his brow and discreetly slipped into a nearby grove. After a brief moment, he unlocked the villa's grand door. Inside, the silence was palpable. It appeared devoid of life. Concerned for Lu Muhuan's safety, he meticulously searched each room of the 3-story villa. Finding no signs of struggle or presence of anyone, he exhaled a sigh of relief and, selecting a random room, discarded his clothes and collapsed onto the bed, tossing aside a space-consuming pillow. In the depths of the night, Lu Muhuan concluded her exhausting day, utterly drained and desiring nothing more than to rest. Upon returning to her room, she carelessly shed her garments and sank onto the soft bed. In a state of drowsiness, she seemed to be searching for something. Upon grasping what she sought, a faint smile of contentment graced her lips as she drifted into slumber. The following morning, Yang Ling awoke to the soreness in his arms and the weight of something pressing against his abdomen. As he slowly opened his eyes, he was nearly startled into a panic. Lu Muhuan lay beside him, her head resting on his arm, breathing evenly in a deep and peaceful slumber. Before him was the enchanting visage of the female CEO, her alabaster neck adorned with a delicate fragrance unique to her, causing his cheeks to flush and heart to race. Chapter 136. What have you done to me? As I cautiously lifted the covers, I was nearly overwhelmed by a rush of blood to my face. Aside from a few essential pieces of fabric, the female so was nearly devoid of clothing, her delicate arms resting upon my chest, while her thighs were comfortably draped across my abdomen. Who could withstand such a sight? My heart raced as I contemplated an escape, yet I feared waking Lu Muhuan, leaving me frozen in place on the bed. It seemed that my subtle movements had stirred her, for Lu Muhuan groggily opened her eyes. The first thing she saw was my youthful, albeit somewhat awkward, visage. Xiaoling. In her hazy state, Lu Muhuan instinctively called out, only to find herself suddenly paralyzed. She realized her current predicament, her lovely eyes widening in shock. Though she dared not move, her delicate frame trembled noticeably. I understood that there was no escaping this moment. Rubbing my nose, I chuckled awkwardly. Good morning, Director Lu. Ah, A piercing scream erupted as Lu Muhan bolted upright, clutching the blanket and pointing at me with a quivering finger. You. What are you doing here? With a wry smile, I replied, you may not believe me, but I came to spend the night with you. No. I came to your home for a sleepover. To borrow a place to stay for the night. My words only seemed to complicate matters further. Lu Muhan's cheeks flushed crimson, her eyes glistening with tears as she stammered. You shameless person. What exactly did you do to me? What could I have possibly done? I glanced at the bedsheets, letting out a sigh of relief. See, nothing extraordinary happened, right? Upon hearing this, Lu Muhan's heart raced even faster. She understood the implications of my words. Seeing that there were no signs of wrongdoing, she felt a slight easing of tension, yet her entire body felt weak and feverish. She gazed at me through misty eyes, at a loss for words. Ding. You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's wish of not having been wronged. Wish value 1. Current progress 1010. Ding. You and Lu Muhan have shared a bed. Intimacy 20. Current intimacy 70. I was taken aback by the system's notifications. What sort of bizarre situation was this? Just as the air grew thick with awkwardness, Lu Muhan's startled exclamation was followed by the hurried entrance of her grandfather, who was calling for breakfast. He flung open the door, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. Well, you two seem rather engrossed this early in the morning. It seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. I'll take my leave, he said, and as he was exiting, he called out, Xiaoling, don't forget to eat breakfast. Old Huang. What a joyous occasion. Your granddaughter is out of the running. At the sound of her grandfather's shout, Lu Muhan's face darkened with annoyance. Did this old man not care at all for his granddaughter's feelings? She turned to me, huffing, I need to change my clothes. A moment later, in the villa's living room, Lu Muhan had donned a beautiful long dress, her demeanor finally settling into calmness. The housekeeper had brought out breakfast, and as I took a bite of my sandwich, curiosity got the better of me. Director Lu, I distinctly remember seeking out an empty room to sleep in last night. How is it that you found yourself beside me this morning? Upon hearing my question, Lu Muhan's cheeks flushed again, though she was reluctant to admit it. Her memories from the previous night were crystal clear. She had been the one to embrace me first. Chapter 137. She would take the initiative to call him husband, of course. She would not voice this thought, merely letting out a soft hum. How dare you say that? That is my room. Well, Yongling did not intend to dwell on the matter. Casting a glance at the orchid pot nestled in the corner of the living room, he curiously inquired, have you felt like someone has been following you lately? Following me? Lu Muhan retorted irritably. Who would follow me? You're not suggesting that you slept in my room last night to protect me, are you? Yongling chuckled awkwardly, suddenly rising to stride towards the corner of the living room, circling around the orchid pot as if searching for something. Lu Muhan, sharp-witted as ever, seemed to anticipate his intentions and muttered under her breath, this bastard is making excuses. He dares to act but not to admit it. What a coward. At that moment, Yongling appeared to have discovered something and beckoned. Director Lu, come take a look. With a dismissive huff, Lu Muhan approached. Upon closer inspection, her expression darkened. A miniature camera. Yongling stated gravely, last night, I spotted 2 suspicious individuals, their shoes smeared with leaves from your orchids. I had my suspicions right then. It truly is directed at you. Lu Muhan furrowed her delicate brows, suddenly retrieving her phone. After a flurry of taps, the internal surveillance footage from the villa appeared. As she fast-forwarded through the footage, she explained, this is a military-grade concealed thermal camera installed by my second uncle. It will reveal if anyone has intruded. Such advanced technology? Yongling was momentarily taken aback, leaning in to watch alongside her. Sure enough, around 9 o'clock last night, 2 young men clad in black infiltrated the villa, installing miniature cameras in various corners. Lu Muhan gasped lightly. The footage was unmistakable. This little man had not deceived her. There truly were individuals plotting against her. She glanced at Yongling, who was munching on a sandwich, a look of gratitude gracing her face. Were it not for his keen observation, her every move would have been under their surveillance. Ding. Lu Muhan felt grateful for the issue he uncovered. Affinity 10, current affinity 80. Yongling smiled faintly, taking another bite of his sandwich, and asked, Director Lu, what do you plan to do? Should we inform the elder? Lu Muhuan gently shook her head. I will handle it myself. Grandfather is old. I prefer not to worry him further. By the way, Xiaoling, you have helped me again. Thank you. Yang Ling chuckled. Director Lu, when you call me Xiaoling, I feel as though I am a generation younger than you. From now on, call me Aling. That is what my friends call me. Is there a difference? Lu Muhuan blinked her beautiful eyes and chuckled lightly. Shouldn't it be husband instead? Huh? The words hung in the air, leaving both momentarily stunned. Lu Muhuan's cheeks flushed, while Yang Ling, biting into his sandwich, felt a warmth creeping to his face. Indeed, an affinity of 80 was quite potent, prompting her to call him husband. However, Yang Ling, being somewhat thick-skinned, smiled gently. Director Lu, are you working today? I have some matters to attend to and will be leaving soon. Upon hearing this, Lu Muhuan's expression dimmed slightly. Shall I see you off? No need. Yang Ling replied with a smile, shaking his head. Suddenly, his demeanor turned serious. I have heard from Han Yakin about the company's situation. We are in a critical period, so you must exercise caution. If you notice anything unusual, inform me immediately. Lu Muhuan sensed the concern in Yang Ling's words. The fleeting shadow on her face was replaced by a look of delight as she nodded gently. You are in a precarious position. Take care of yourself as well. Then, she regained the composed aura of a strikingly beautiful CEO, a faint glimmer of determination sparkling in her enchanting eyes. In the past, I was too naive. Since they have resorted to such tactics, I shall not hold back. Chapter 138. Vast as the Sea. Mastery of Traditional Chinese Medicine. After departing from the villa, Yang Ling purposefully retraced the small path from the previous night, only to find that the location of the off-road vehicle accident had been cordoned off by the police. Hesitating for a moment, he proceeded onward. Since it was the traffic police handling the matter, he did not recognize anyone present. However, upon inquiring, he learned that only the driver had perished in the vehicle. This revelation caused him to frown slightly. There had been at least 4 individuals inside the car, and it was inconceivable that anyone could have survived the explosion. Yet, only one fatality? There was certainly something amiss. It appeared that the mastermind had tampered with the scene before the authorities arrived. Yet, he distinctly recalled that several security personnel were the first to reach the site. Could it be? Casting a glance back at the Longwan Villa area, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in his eyes. Although the road was sealed off, how could it possibly contain him? Disregarding the detour, Yang Ling made his way directly into the dense woods on either side. Moments later, within the park beneath the Longwan Villa area, after receiving his daily welfare, Yang Ling spoke in a hushed tone. System, I wish to make a request. Grant me exceptional medical skills. Ding. Please specify if you desire traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine. Yang Ling paused momentarily before responding. Traditional Chinese medicine. Ding. Wish granted. The host has acquired the skill, Mastery of Traditional Chinese Medicine. Mastery of Traditional Chinese Medicine. The host has grasped the essence of Huaxia medicine, proficient in acupuncture, pulse diagnosis, and other traditional techniques. The accuracy rate for diagnosing conditions is 100, and the treatment capability is also 100. Ding. Host charm value increased by 1. As the system's voice faded, a torrent of profound knowledge surged into Yang Ling's mind, leaving him astonished. The civilization of Huaxia boasts a rich and ancient heritage, with traditional Chinese medicine encompassing a vast ocean of wisdom. Thus, the skills he had just acquired were but a mere surface compared to the true depth of authentic Huaxia medicine. Taking a deep breath, a smile crept across his lips. Given the intricate nature of the current situation, this newfound skill would equip him to face any challenge. Subsequently, he allocated the 2 newly acquired attribute points to enhance his strength, thereby augmenting his prowess even further. His attributes now read: Strength 32, Agility 30, Stamina 26, Mental Power 25, Charm 9. Just as he reveled in his accomplishments, a voice of surprise broke the air nearby. Yang Ling? Turning around, he recognized a familiar girl. Zhang Yuru? With her hair cascading and dressed in a flowing light blue gown, Zhang Yuru appeared exceptionally radiant as she approached him with a gentle smile. Long time no see. What have you been busy with since your discharge? Yang Ling replied with a smile, just dealing with a myriad of trivial matters. At that moment, a middle-aged man, slightly portly, emerged behind Zhang Yuru, regarding Yang Ling with a curious expression. Xiao, who is this? Father, this is Yang Ling, the one I mentioned to you last time. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow slightly, scrutinizing Yang Ling's attire, and a hint of displeasure flickered in his gaze. So you are Xiaoyang? He asked mildly. I am Xiao's father. I often hear her speak of you at home. Are you still working as a community officer? Yang Ling replied with a smile. I resigned a few days ago. Oh, Zheng's father continued. Then, Xiaoyang, where do your parents work? Yang Ling answered honestly. My father is an ordinary worker, and my mother has always stayed home to take care of us. I see. The displeasure in Zheng's father's eyes deepened as he replied coolly, in that case, you should find a job to help alleviate some of the family's burden. Xiao and I have some matters to attend to, so we will take our leave. Chapter 139. Why is it that when I speak the truth, no one believes me? As she was about to leave, Zhang Yuro interjected, Dad, wait a moment. She approached Yang Ling with a light chuckle and said, You promised me last time that we would watch a movie together. I have been waiting. Yang Ling, with a wry smile, replied, Sure, I will definitely accompany you next time. Don't you have something to do? You should go ahead, she responded, pouting slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuro's expression turned inquisitive. By the way, Xiao Ling, I live not far from here in Longquan community. How come you are here? You aren't from our neighborhood, are you? Me? Yang Ling answered honestly. I reside in Longwan Villa District. I encountered some issues last night and ended up staying here. What? Zheng's father displayed a hint of disdain, while Zhang Yuro's eyes widened in surprise. Xiaoling, are you saying you live here? Longwan Villa District. Sort of why? Yang Ling inquired. Oh my, Zhang Yuro exclaimed, covering her mouth in astonishment, while her father muttered disapprovingly. Young man, I understand that you youngsters value face, but why lie? Yang Ling, perplexed, replied, I'm not lying. I really stayed here last night. Still making excuses. Zheng's father sneered, his voice cold. It's not shameful to be poor, but one must have integrity. Young man, if you don't change your disposition, I fear your future may be bleak. As for the movie you mentioned, I believe it's best to forego it. My daughter probably won't be in touch with you again. Yang Ling was taken aback, wondering why this old man seemed to suspect he would lead his daughter astray. In this day and age, why is it that speaking the truth garners no belief? Zhang Yuro appeared embarrassed. Noticing Yang Ling's furrowed brow, she hurriedly said, Xiao Ling, I apologize. My dad is rather blunt. Please don't take it to heart. Yang Ling chuckled softly, shaking his head. It's all right. It's natural for parents to be concerned for their daughters. I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. As he turned to depart, a Mercedes suddenly pulled up, blocking the exit from the park. The door swung open, and a young man clad in designer attire and sunglasses stepped out. Upon spotting Zhang Yuro, he hurried over, completely disregarding Yang Ling, and warmly inquired, Yuro, have you been waiting long? Zhang Yuro glanced at Yang Ling, who was now sidelined, and with an apologetic smile, replied, We just arrived. The young man nodded, cheerfully addressing Zhang's father. Uncle, I've already had my dad speak with the folks at the mall. You can take on the role of logistics coordinator. It's quite an easy job. Let us go. I'll take you there. Zhang's father beamed with gratitude, saying, Xiao Zhang, thank you. Your kindness is greatly appreciated. We'll have Euro treat you to a movie tomorrow. The young man laughed heartily. How can Euro treat? I'll cover it. As Zhang's father walked past Yang Ling, he remarked coolly, You see the difference here. I hope you remember what I just said. Zhang Yuro heard this clearly and, feeling angered, exclaimed, Dad, why do you speak like that? Xiao Ling may be younger, but he is quite remarkable. He is not as unworthy as you suggest. Turning to Yang Ling, she added, Xiao Ling, I'm sorry. I'll treat you to a meal to apologize. I have to go now. Take care. Chapter 140. Young master is here. Yang Ling nodded in silence, bewildered by the mockery he had just endured while strolling peacefully in the park. He felt no desire to engage with these individuals and turned to leave. However, his conversation with Zhang Yuro caused the expression of the wealthy young man to darken. He called out, Wait a moment. Yang Ling paused, looking at him in surprise. Is there something you need? The young man replied coolly. May I inquire about your relationship with Xiao? Yang Ling glanced at Zhang Yuro, who wore a bitter smile, and responded, "We are merely friends." "Why do you ask?" "Oh, just friends?" The young man continued, "Might I ask where you are currently employed?" Before Yang Ling could respond, Zhang's father scoffed. Yang was once an auxiliary police officer, but has since resigned. "I see." The young man smirked, masking his derision with a facade of concern. "Since you are a friend of Xiao's, I shall extend my assistance. How about this? You can work as a vehicle manager at my father's shopping mall. The salary may be modest, but it is indeed a position. Rest assured, I will ensure you are well taken care of." This remark was clearly intended to humiliate Yang Ling, showcasing his own influence while making Yang Ling appear foolish before Zhang Yuro. Yang Ling narrowed his eyes and replied nonchalantly, "Which shopping mall are you referring to?" The young man adjusted his sunglasses and smiled lightly. "Sunshine Commercial Plaza. My father is the general manager there." "Oh," Yang Ling chuckled. "So it is Sunshine Commercial Plaza. I have heard that it belongs to the Mu Hua Group. No wonder you carry yourself with such arrogance. By the way, don't you need to pass an interview to work for your father? Is it acceptable to appoint someone directly?" The young man grew even prouder, declaring, "My father is the CEO. He is the overarching authority at Sunshine Plaza. He can hire whomever he desires. Who needs an interview? It is merely a matter of a single word." Noticing Yang Ling's faint smile, the young man shifted his tone, saying, "If you choose not to accept the position of vehicle manager, that is fine. However, understand that Yuro is my friend, and you are not on the same level as her. I hope you have the self-awareness to refrain from pursuing her in the future." Yang Ling chuckled softly and turned to Zhang Yuro, asking, "Are we not allowed to be friends anymore?" Zhang Yuro, taken aback by the turn of events, felt tears welling in her eyes. She shook her head repeatedly, but found herself unable to voice a single word under her father's stern gaze. Seeing this, Yang Ling sighed gently and addressed Zhang Yuro, "I understand your sentiment. The movie I owe you will have to wait for another opportunity." With that, he smiled and shook his head, preparing to depart. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce descended from above, halting due to the obstruction caused by the young man's vehicle. A woman dressed in a suit exited the driver's seat and, upon seeing Yang Ling, paused in surprise, inquiring curiously, "Young master, did you not leave earlier?" This woman was Lu Lan, the housekeeper of the Lu family, appearing to be around 35 years of age. She was an orphan rescued by the elder during wartime, raised by him, and kept close ever since. It was said that her skills surpassed those of several guards, and as she resided in the elder's household, she was one of the few privy to Yang Ling's true identity. "Young master?" Zhang's father and the others stared wide-eyed. Who was this female driver addressing? Yang Ling smiled gently. "I ran into a friend on the road and chatted for a while." "I see." Lu Lan suddenly turned back, announcing, "Miss, the young master is here." Chapter 141. This is quite exaggerated. While perusing documents inside the car, Lu Muhan was momentarily taken aback by the news. Upon disembarking, she indeed encountered Yang Ling, and with a hint of reproach, she remarked, "Ling, would you rather meander about than attend work? Do you have any idea how many people are vying for the position of vice president?" Yang Ling rubbed his nose and turned to Zhang Yuro, saying, "I merely stumbled upon a friend." "Friend?" Lu Muhan echoed, casting a glance at Zhang Yuro. Upon seeing the young woman, she couldn't help but smile and comment, "Your friend is exceptionally beautiful. You mentioned having something to attend to. It wouldn't be a date, would it?" "Director Lu, you jest," Yang Ling replied with a chuckle. "I'm off to buy groceries and then return home to tutor my sister." "Buying groceries? Tutoring? Is that truly your excuse for skipping work? Are you a housewife now?" Lu Muhan rolled her eyes at him. However, upon hearing Yang Ling's explanation, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. "Ding. You have shattered Lu Muhan's hope that you would attend work today. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's wish for you not to be frivolous. Wish value 1, current progress 210. As the two engaged in conversation, Zhang's father and the wealthy young man were left astounded. Who wouldn't recognize a figure as renowned as Lu Muhan? Unquestionably, the vice president she mentioned must belong to Mu Hua Group. Heavens, what a jest! This disheveled young man is a vice president? This is beyond absurd. Furthermore, why does a maid from the Lu family address him as young master? Why is Lu Muhan so familiar with him, chatting as if they were old friends? Could this fellow truly be a scion of the Lu family? Zhang's father wore an expression of shock, quickly followed by one of regret, and he regarded Yang Ling with a hint of trepidation. Meanwhile, the wealthy young man trembled, realizing that his earlier bravado could lead to dire consequences. If Yang Ling took offense, a mere word could cost his father his job. Zhang Yiru, her bright eyes wide with astonishment, sensed that the connection between Yang Ling and Lu Muhan was anything but ordinary. Suddenly, summoning her courage, she asked, Director Lu, may I inquire what your relationship with Xiaoling is? Xiaoling. Such a familiar address. Lu Muhan shot Yang Ling an exasperated glance before responding coolly. A Ling is my family. Family. Zhang's father and the young man turned pale. It was indeed true that this fellow was a member of the Lu family. Zhang Yiru, however, felt a slight sense of relief. Lu Muhan sensed something was amiss as she scrutinized Zhang's father and the young man, frowning slightly. A Ling, have you gotten yourself into trouble again? What? Trouble? Yang Ling retorted, clearly annoyed. He then turned to the wealthy young man, chuckling. It's merely this friend suggesting a job for me as a vehicle administrator. I plan to accompany him to take a look shortly. At this, the young man nearly faltered, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his lips paling slightly. Before him stood the chairperson. Should she discover his earlier words, a single phone call would spell disaster for his father. Fortunately, Lu Muhan was pressed for time and paid little mind, simply huffing. You spend all your time spouting nonsense without a shred of seriousness. Once you've wrapped up your errands, do remember to report to the company. At the very least, make an appearance. As she spoke, she climbed into the Rolls-Royce. Lu Lan, having observed the entire exchange, discerned the underlying dynamics at play, having already pieced together the situation. Chapter 142. Indeed, there is a disparity. As she passed by Yang Ling, she chuckled softly. Young master, you truly are an amusing person. Yang Ling raised an eyebrow with a smirk, replying lightly, Lan Jie, your tie is askew. Lu Lan looked down and indeed noticed her tie was crooked. With a gentle laugh, she said, let's chat another time, goodbye. She then glanced at the wealthy young man, impatiently gesturing for him to move his car. A moment later, the Rolls-Royce drove away, leaving only the few individuals who had been present. Yang Ling turned to the wealthy young man, a teasing smile on his lips. Did you not say you would introduce a job opportunity? Why are you still here? The young man's face turned pale, trembling as he stammered, Mr. Yang. I didn't realize it was you. I'm truly sorry, I won't dare again. Yang Ling chuckled, I meant. Were you not going to introduce this uncle to a job? The young man, fearing Yang Ling's seriousness, nearly lost his balance. If his father were to be dismissed, he would be ruined as well. Observing his terror, Yang Ling let out a cold laugh and turned to Zhang's father. Uncle, you mentioned a disparity. There is indeed a gap between me and this young Master Zhang. I shall not intrude on your backdoor dealings. Farewell. For the sake of Zhang Yiru. He could not be bothered to pursue the matter further, and with that, he turned to leave, swaying slightly as he headed down the hill. Ding. You have thwarted the wealthy young man's desire to undermine you. Attribute point 1. Ding. You have thwarted Zhang Yiru's father's ambition to climb the social ladder. Attribute point 1. Upon hearing this, Zhang's father could only smile bitterly, rendered speechless by Yang Ling's retort. He lamented how he had failed to see clearly, in comparison to Yang Ling. The trembling young man beside him was insignificant. Even his father paled in comparison to merely a hair on Yang Ling's leg. How had he become so blind? Zhang Yiru felt aggrieved. After casting a frustrated glance at her father, she hesitated before hastily pursuing Yang Ling. Beneath the shade of the trees, her eyes glistening with tears, she looked at Yang Ling and said, Xiaoling, are we still friends? Yang Ling smiled faintly. Your father doesn't want us to be friends. Zhang Yiru's eyes reddened instantly. You are still angry, aren't you? My father is so superficial. But I don't want to lose you as a friend. Yang Ling gazed earnestly at her and suddenly asked, what if I were still that poor boy? Would you still chase after me? Of course. I don't care about your money. Seeing the girl before him, though her eyes were red, wore a serious expression, Yang Ling knew she was speaking the truth. With a slight smile, he said, didn't you mention treating me to a meal and watching a movie? I await your call. With a hearty laugh, he walked ahead. Watching his retreating figure, Zhang Yuru wiped her tears vigorously, a smile finally gracing her face. Ding! You have fulfilled Zhang Yuru's desire to continue being friends with you. Wish value 1, current progress, 310. As Yang Ling strolled along the path, he felt a delightful sense of satisfaction, having earned 3 attribute points once more. Without hesitation, he allocated them to stamina, bringing it to 29 points. Just one more point, and he could draw a prize again. As he reveled in his good fortune, a loud shout suddenly came from behind, startling Yang Ling. He turned slightly to see a small boy, no larger than a radish head, scampering across the road. Chapter 143. Acquiring a key figure in the system, he effortlessly lifted the little boy and handed him over to the middle-aged woman who had hurried over. The woman expressed her gratitude profusely, while Yang Ling's mind resonated with the system's voice. Ding! You have shattered the little boy's wish to cross the road. Attribute point 1. Nice. Yang Ling chuckled heartily, nodded at the woman, and briskly walked away, subsequently allocating that attribute point directly to his stamina. Ding! One of your attributes has reached an integer. A random reward is being drawn for you. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn a hidden reward with a 1 in 1,000 chance. You have acquired a system-associated character. Selecting the candidate for you, please hold on. Yang Ling was taken aback. Initially, he believed he would be fortunate to draw a skill, yet he unexpectedly drew a system-associated character. Once the intimacy level was maxed out, it would allow him to draw treasure chests. He suddenly snapped back to reality and entered a fervent mode of wishful thinking. Draw my mother, draw my mother. Draw my mother. His mother, Wang Yueju, would likely have a full intimacy level right from the start, which explained his eagerness. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have drawn the system-associated character, Zhang Yuro. Zhang Yuro's current intimacy level towards you, 50. Why her? While a starting intimacy of 50 was significantly better than Lu Muhan's -70, he was not particularly familiar with this girl, and their encounters would be infrequent, making it challenging to increase intimacy. Speaking of which, with 50 points of intimacy, could it be that she has a secret crush on me? Yang Ling smiled faintly and strolled towards the nearby vegetable market. After casually purchasing some ingredients, he returned to his rented apartment, only to pause slightly upon entering. The room was eerily quiet, yet faint snoring emanated from within. Peeking through the door, he found his sister and Chun-Yi fast asleep. The room filled with a delicate fragrance and clothes strewn about the floor. Yang Ling rolled his eyes, shook Yang Shui awake, and reproached, "Little sister, it's already 10 o'clock. Are you still planning to skip your tutoring?" Yang Shui groggily turned over, her fair thigh draped over Chun-Yi, mumbling, "Brother, I played duo games with Sister Chu for the entire night. Let me sleep a bit longer." Duo game? Yang Ling stared at his sister in disbelief. This girl had gamed the whole night. Wouldn't she need a day to recover? When did she start calling Chu-Xin Sister Chu? Has their relationship grown so close in just one night? He then glanced at Chun-Yi, noticing that her phone was still plugged in with headphones, streaming a drama. It was evident she had binge-watched a series all night. With a soft sigh, Yang Ling covered the two girls with a blanket and Riley headed to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. In the following days, he began each morning by going to the park to collect his welfare, followed by buying breakfast and groceries. During the day, he tutored his two sisters. And in the evenings, he played duo games with Chu-Xin while live-streaming, garnering a few fans along the way. Life was quite fulfilling. During this time, he accumulated his wish points to 2310, as leveling up the Thunder Control skill from LV3 to LV4 required a whopping 40 wish points, necessitating a lengthy wait. Aside from raising his mental power to 30, he also accumulated 8 attribute points. He planned to save these for future needs. Although he drew a skill from the integer lottery, it was unfortunately a make-up proficiency of no use to him, as Yang Ling had no peculiar hobbies. So he disregarded the skill entirely. Chapter 144. A clear scheme to deceive. It is noteworthy that the violin piece he previously performed, along with the duet of the Wizard of Oz with Lu Muhan, has been drawing substantial traffic to the website daily. Many have become almost addicted, feeling uneasy if they go a day without listening. In this digital age where traffic equates to wealth, Yang Ling's account sees a steady influx of funds. now stabilizing around 200,000 daily. Currently, the balance has returned to 6 million, and the money seems to flow in effortlessly, which is quite troubling. Simultaneously, propelled by the two viral videos, TC Network has suddenly risen to prominence. Under Yang Ling's guidance, the information department has begun acquiring copyrights for various television dramas and animations, steering the website towards a promising trajectory. A single day's absence from work has ignited a website's popularity, leaving many at headquarters speechless. In Lu Muhan's words, "If you have the capability, why don't you ignite another website for me to see?" Moreover, the incident regarding the college entrance examination and sleeping has reignited discussions as the results approach. Many are eagerly awaiting to see Yang Ling's scores, curious to know how this audacious brother will perform. Today marks the day Yang Ling is scheduled to watch a movie with Zhang Yuru. After preparing dinner, he advises his two younger sisters to retire early before he plans to leave. However, upon reaching the window, he notices a dense line of cars below, all caught in an inexplicable traffic jam. He considers taking a taxi, but given the situation, by the time he manages to hail one, the movie might very well be over. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Ling smiles faintly and gazes towards the rooftop. Outside the Silver Rue shopping center, Zhang Yuru is driving the family's Skoda, inching forward as she prepares to queue for the parking lot. A subtle smile graces her lips, revealing her anticipation for today's date. Suddenly, a motorcycle zooms past her, and instinctively, Zhang Yuru swerves the steering wheel, causing her vehicle to collide gently with a Maserati parked nearby. She hurriedly exits the car, relieved to find that both vehicles have only sustained minor scratches. At that moment, four flamboyantly dressed men emerge from the Maserati, one of whom, wearing glasses, is none other than Dr. Wang, who has persistently pursued Zhang Yuru. However, following his previous confrontation with Yang Ling, he has become the subject of ridicule. Having learned of another wealthy suitor ardently courting Zhang Yuru, he has refrained from showing up, knowing he had little chance. Now, observing Zhang Yuru, even more radiant than usual, and the damage to the cars, a flicker of malice flashes in his eyes as he grimaces and says, "Yuru, what a surprise to find you here." Wang Doctor. Zhang Yuru instinctively takes a step back, fear evident in her gaze. Wang Quan, noticing her reaction, lets out a cold laugh and gestures to his companions, who close in on her. One of the men, a rotund fellow, feigns surprise, exclaiming, "Oh, Wang Gu, your Maserati is worth over 1 million. How could it be damaged like this?" Another chimes in with a sinister chuckle, repairing the paintwork, bodywork, and damages will cost at least 100,000. By the way, I think I heard the engine roar. It's not broken, is it? Altogether, it will take no less than 300,000 to fix. Their intentions are unmistakably nefarious, aimed at exploiting Zhang Yuru. Tears well up in her eyes as she trembles, reaching for her phone to call the insurance company, but before she can dial, Wang Quan forcefully knocks it from her grasp. With a crash, the phone shatters on the ground. Wang Quan sneers, "Didn't you find yourself a wealthy boyfriend? Why are you still using such a worthless phone?" Chapter 145. Where did the helicopter come from? The unfolding events had attracted quite a crowd of onlookers. Zhang Yuru, with reddened eyes, insisted, "No, I am not in a relationship with him." "Not in a relationship?" Wang Quan retorted with fury. "Then why did you reject me?" Zhang Yuru shook her head, her emotions flaring. "Because I do not like you. We are simply not compatible. Why do you continue to pursue me?" Her words were clear. Yet Wang Quan gritted his teeth and replied, "I have treated you well, even healed your father. And all I receive in return is that we are not suited for each other?" "Very well," Zhang Yuru shouted in agitation. "Isn't it the duty of a doctor to heal and save lives? I am grateful for your help with my father, but we have paid the medical fees in full. All your excuses are mere pretexts. You just want to sleep with me." "You," Wang Quan bellowed. "Yes, you are right. I do want to sleep with you. You little vixen." His declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The doctor's own admission was undeniable. What else could he be but a scoundrel? As the spectators whispered and pointed, Wang Quan frowned and turned to his Maserati, coolly stating, "All right, I want to discuss anything else. You've damaged my car, 30,000. And I'll let you go. Otherwise, you want to be returning home today." Zhang Yuro's bravado waned instantly. As a mere nurse, how could she possibly afford 30,000? As Wang Quan and his three companions advanced, she stumbled back, her voice trembling. What do you want from me? Yang Ling is coming soon. Please don't do anything rash. Yang Ling. Wang Quan laughed heartily. You mean that penniless loser? So this is your type? What will he do when he arrives? I've never liked him. It would be perfect if he shows up. I'll teach him a lesson. In her fear, Zhang Yuro continued to retreat until she spotted the young man who had just ridden in on a motorcycle, wearing a chilling smile. A jolt of realization struck her. She understood she had been ensnared, that this was all orchestrated. Panic surged within her, and she yearned to flee, only to find that the four men had encircled her completely. Wang Quan, eyes gleaming with malice, coldly declared, I offer you two choices. Either pay me immediately, or come with us in the car. I want to know why you would choose that worthless Yang Ling over me. Zhang Yuro's face drained of color. As a girl, she felt utterly helpless in this situation. Yet, she could not bring herself to get in the car. Standing her ground, she scanned the crowd, hoping to catch a glimpse of the young man. Seeing her resistance only fueled Wang Quan's rage, and he roared, Wait. You wretched girl are still waiting for Yang Ling. Drag her to the car. His three friends immediately lunged forward to seize Zhang Yuro. Despite the multitude of spectators, none dared intervene against the intimidating group. Zhang Yuro cried out in desperation, struggling fiercely, Shaoling, where are you? Please come save me. Wang Quan, losing his temper, shouted. That useless fool wouldn't dare show himself. Drag her away. With tears streaming down her face, Zhang Yuro felt a sense of despair. She knew not what fate awaited her should they succeed in abducting her. Just as hopelessness enveloped her, a sudden gust of wind swept through the air, accompanied by the distinct sound of whirring helicopter blades. Everyone instinctively looked up, momentarily stunned. Where had the helicopter come from? Following a period of aerial circling, a helicopter gracefully descended onto a verdant lawn. The hatch opened, and a young man emerged, his face adorned with a serene smile. Ling. Zhang Yuro murmured, her gaze fixed on the approaching Yang Ling, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. In that instant, a line from a film resonated in the hearts of many. My dream paramour is an unparalleled hero who will one day arrive on auspicious clouds to claim me. Yang Ling's entrance left everyone utterly astonished, and the onlookers immediately began to whisper among themselves. Wasn't it said that this person was an impoverished young man? This entrance is far too ostentatious. Are you daft? Have you ever encountered an impoverished young man arriving in a helicopter? Heavens! Have you noticed how handsome this young man is? I'll take a dozen of such impoverished boyfriends, please. Upon disembarking, Yang Ling swiftly assessed the situation. Without hesitation, he launched 3 coins with remarkable speed, each striking one of the individuals restraining Zhang Yuro. The trio cried out in agony as the coins embedded themselves directly into their hand bones. Released from her captors, Zhang Yuro rushed into Yang Ling's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Yang Ling gently patted her delicate shoulders, murmuring, It's all right now. I'm here. Those few words conveyed more than 1,000 others. Zhang Yuro felt a torrent of emotions surge within her, and she clutched Yang Ling even tighter, her tears flowing like a breached dam. Ding. You have fulfilled Zhang Yuro's desire for you to protect her, wish value 1. Ding. You have appeared in time to protect Zhang Yuro, intimacy value 30. Current intimacy, 80. Yang Ling's expression turned icily cold. From the chattering of the onlookers, he had gleaned a general understanding of the situation. In a frigid tone, he stated, I showed you leniency once, assuming you would possess the self-awareness to disappear from then on. It seems I was mistaken. Where did you find the audacity to engage in such behavior in broad daylight? Yang Ling's sudden appearance and swift resolution of the situation with his 3 friends had completely overwhelmed Wang Quan's confidence. Upon hearing Yang Ling's words, he trembled violently. But he feigned composure and retorted, What have I done? Zhang Yuro damaged my car, and it's only right that she compensates me. I dare say the same even to the police. Is that so? Yang Ling cast a glance at the Maserati and sneered, This car belongs to you? Upon hearing this, Wang Quan outwardly appeared fierce, but inwardly apprehensive as he replied, Yes, what about it? Is that so? Yang Ling scoffed. And how much compensation do you intend for Yuro to pay? Wang Quan snorted. The engine is damaged. 300,000. At this moment, Zhang Yuro, who had been nestled in Yang Ling's embrace, choked out, No, I only grazed it. The engine couldn't possibly be damaged. Wang Quan snapped, You wench. You think it's not damaged just because you say so? As Zhang Yuro attempted to speak further, Yang Ling patted her shoulder, signaling her to remain calm. He then approached the Maserati, turned to Wang Quan, and inquired, Is 300,000 perhaps too little? With that, he unleashed a devastating kick. Ding! Herculean strength activated. Current strength 60. As the system's notification sounded, a dull thud reverberated, and the Maserati's front invisibly cracked. Under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Yang Ling roared. Tell me, how much is this kick worth? Wang Quan was dumbfounded. A single kick had shattered the car's front end. Such terrifying power. Faced with such a Yang Ling, he trembled uncontrollably, utterly incapable of uttering a single word. You won't say? Yang Ling seemed to have truly lost his temper, and he unleashed another ferocious kick. Bang! A deafening sound echoed as the car's front end, under the force of the blow, was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily into a nearby wall. Chapter 147. The president merely destroyed your tools of crime with a resounding crash. A cloud of dust was stirred up, causing a tremor in the hearts of all present. Was this truly a human being? This was nothing short of a beast in human form. Yang Ling cast a cold glance at the trembling Wang Quan and retrieved his phone to make a call. Manager Han, it's me. Bring the company's legal team to the Inrue shopping center immediately. On the other end, Han Yakin paused momentarily, but being astute, she refrained from asking further questions and complied without hesitation. Yang Ling, looking at Wang Quan with indifference, stated, I have smashed your car. Now this matter has nothing to do with Yuro. It is solely between us. Zhang Yuro gazed at Yang Ling with admiration, his figure occupying her entire heart. In that moment, she yearned to be by Yang Ling's side forever, for all eternity. Ding, you have shattered Wang Quan's scheme against Zhang Yuro. Attribute point 1. Ding, you have resolved Zhang Yuro's crisis. Intimacy 10, current intimacy 90. Wang Quan, filled with both fear and resentment, glared at Yang Ling and gritted his teeth. Yang Ling, you have willfully damaged someone else's property. This car is worth 1.2 million. If a single penny is missing, I will hire a lawyer to sue you. Is that so? Yang Ling replied nonchalantly. Do not speak to me about this. Address it with our company's legal team. Indeed, within 10 minutes, Han Yakin arrived with company lawyer He Qiaoyan. In her early 30s, He Qiaoyan was quite attractive, and her glasses added an air of maturity to her charm. They parted the crowd and approached Yang Ling without delay. Mr. Yang, I have brought lawyer He, she announced. Yang Ling nodded, leaving everyone else in a state of shock. This was Han Yakin from the Muhua group. She addressed this young man as Mr. Yang. Was he not a poor boy? Are you foolish? Have you ever seen a poor boy arrive by helicopter? After grasping the situation, He Qiaoyan promptly made a call. After a brief conversation, she turned to the still dumbfounded Wang Quan and said, Dr. Wang, to my knowledge, this car does not belong to you. It was merely rented from Xiang car dealership. At this revelation, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Rented. This doctor had pretended to be wealthy, renting a car to show off, only to be exposed by a true affluent individual. Moreover, anyone with a modicum of sense could deduce that this person had rented an extravagant vehicle to set up a scam against the young lady. Instantly, the crowd's gazes towards Wang Quan turned to disdain, with many openly denouncing him as a scoundrel among scoundrels. Wang Quan's countenance darkened as if he had swallowed a fly. He retorted fiercely, So what if I rented it? Yang Ling smashed my car. He must compensate me. He Qiaoyan replied calmly, Legally, we are indeed liable for the damage to your vehicle. However, you are suspected of attempting to defraud Miss Zhang and have allegations of public harm and kidnapping against you. Our president merely came to rescue her. The destruction of the vehicle was to eliminate your tools of crime. What? Everyone, including Yang Ling, was left speechless. Lawyers are indeed quick-witted and eloquent. He Qiaoyan's words redefined the situation as an act of kidnapping, while Yang Ling's actions transformed him into a hero. Yet, if one were to scrutinize the matter, It undeniably aligned with the truth. Chapter 148. The lawyer's sister wishes to meet me. Wang Quan's mouth gaped wide enough to swallow an egg. Struck down by He Xiaoyun's lethal blow. I will retrieve the surveillance footage from the shopping center and make a relevant statement to the court, awaiting their final verdict. However, prior to that, I believe the car rental personnel will likely approach you first, Dr. Wang, since the vehicle was rented in your name, not ours. Gasp. Everyone inhaled sharply. After retrieving the footage, we would have to wait for the court proceedings, which could stretch for a year and a half. It's uncertain whether this Wang would be able to compensate for the damages, and should he lose, not only would he receive no monetary restitution, but he might also face imprisonment. The crux of the matter is that in this waiting period, I fear the rental agency will relentlessly knock on his door every day. Furthermore, in light of this incident, his career as a doctor seems to be at an end. Wang Quan crumpled to the ground, his face ashen. He had thoroughly fallen from grace. Ding. You have fulfilled Zhang Yuru's wish to quell the incident. Wish value 1, current progress, 2510. Ding. You have shattered Wang Quan's desire for immediate compensation, attribute point 1. At that moment, the traffic police finally arrived, and the subsequent handling of the matter would naturally not require Yang Ling's concern. As the crowd dispersed, Yang Ling smiled and said, "Thank you, lawyer He." He Xiaoyan replied with a slight smile, "You're too kind, Mr. Yang. Sister Yakin and I are good friends, so your matter is naturally my responsibility." Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback by her words and turned to Han Yakin, who nodded with a smile. He returned the smile, saying, "Understood. From now on, let us support one another." Upon hearing this, He Xiaoyan's face lit up with delight, and she quickly nodded. "Thank you, Mr. Yang. I want to let you down." Ding. You have satisfied He Xiaoyun's wish to lean on you. Wish value 1, current progress, 2610. Does this lawyer's sister also wish to be close to me? Yang Ling chuckled heartily, while Han Yakin turned to the petite beauty hiding behind him and asked, "Mr. Yang, may I inquire about this lady?" "Just a friend. We plan to watch a movie together today." "A friend?" Han Yakin giggled. "Your friends are all exceptionally beautiful. Since you're going to the movies, we want tea intrude." Yang Ling was surprised. "Aren't we watching together?" "This." Han Yakin seemed somewhat tempted, glancing at He Xiaoyun, only to find a bitter smile gracing her lips. Seeing this, Han Yakin sighed. "Mr. Yang, Xiaoyun's husband. Well, never mind. It's getting late. We certainly don't want to be a third wheel." Yang Ling, being astute, immediately sensed something amiss. He glanced at He Xiaoyun and noticed faint bruises on her arms and calves, well concealed yet impossible to escape his keen perception. Domestic violence? Yang Ling furrowed his brow. However, this was ultimately her personal affair. After a moment of silence, he addressed He Xiaoyun, "Lawyer He. Every family has its own struggles. You are the Group S lawyer. Should you truly face any difficulties, feel free to speak up. If I can assist, I shall." He Xiaoyun gazed at Yang Ling with gratitude, seemingly on the verge of speaking, but her words dissolved into a bitter smile. She shook her head. "I apologize for troubling Mr. Yang. I will handle my family matters. Please rest assured. Then I shall take my leave." Yang Ling nodded, and as he departed, he instructed Han Yakin, "Manager Han, please notify Yin Xing to have someone move the helicopter and also to swing by my home to retrieve my car." Chapter 149. Intimacy 100. "I shall protect you forever." Han Yakin nodded in agreement, then suddenly leaned closer to Yang Ling and whispered, "Mr. Yang, today Lu Dong seemed a bit off. When I visited her office this morning, it appeared she had been crying. Should you go check on her?" "Is that so? She seemed fine when I returned home last night." Yang Ling furrowed his brow, then nodded. "I understand. You all may go." Once everyone had departed, Zhang Yuru let out a gentle sigh of relief, gazing at Yang Ling with admiration and reverence. "Xiaoling, I truly thank you. Without you, I would not know what to do." Yang Ling chuckled lightly. It was but a trifling matter. "By the way, do you wish to retouch your makeup? You've turned into quite the raccoon." "Oh." Zhang Yuru's face flushed, and she quickly wiped her tears. "Wait for me a moment. I will be right back." As the two had arrived early, the movie had just begun. They were watching a tragic love story, and Zhang Yuru wept profusely, tightly clutching Yang Ling's hand, fearing that this young man beside her might suddenly vanish. By the time the film concluded, the moon hung high in the sky, As they walked along the softly illuminated path, Zhang Yuru clung to Yang Ling's arm, still sighing deeply, lamenting the fate of the lead characters who could not be together. As they walked, Zhang Yuru's demeanor shifted. She seemed to grow increasingly tense. After a brief moment, she took a deep breath, stepped forward, and earnestly gazed at Yang Ling. "Xiao Ling, would you allow me to remain by your side forever?" Upon hearing this, Yang Ling halted, silently observing her. A gentle breeze ruffled his hair and played with her dark tresses. The flickering lights and twinkling stars made Zhang Yuru appear like a delicate white flower amidst the darkness, beautiful and pure. The girl, blushing, looked at Yang Ling with hopeful eyes, awaiting his response. Would he agree? Would he decline? What would the silence yield? After an indeterminate period, seemingly lacking the courage to hear his reply, she suddenly embraced Yang Ling, her voice quivering. "I know. I understand. A man like you must have many admirers. I lack confidence and do not dare to wish for your affection. I merely desire to be by your side, to watch over you, and that would suffice." What a pure and beautiful girl she was. Yang Ling sighed deeply within, wrapping his arms around her waist, and tenderly whispered in her ear, "Do not cry. Do not fear. I shall protect you forever." In that single sentence lay a multitude of unspoken words. Zhang Yuru could no longer contain her tears. She clung tightly to Yang Ling, choking back her sobs. "From this day forth, regardless of whether you love me or marry me, I shall be your woman. I will follow you for a lifetime." Ding! Under the moonlight, a promise was made, and Zhang Yuru's intimacy with you reached a perfect score of 100, ensuring she would remain by your side forever, unwavering through life and death. Ding! You have obtained a wish treasure box. Upon opening it, you shall receive a top-tier reward. Yang Ling chose not to open the treasure box immediately, instead holding Zhang Yuru, allowing her to weep freely in his embrace. After a considerable time, Zhang Yuru, with a flushed face, wiped her tears and cast an embarrassed glance at Yang Ling. Yang Ling chuckled. "It is getting late. I shall escort you home." "Home?" Zhang Yuru lowered her head, grasping Yang Ling's hand, her face reddening further. Chapter 150. The Wish Chest, Telekinesis Euro? Yang Ling was somewhat taken aback, realizing that the simpleton had not grasped his meaning. Zhang Yuru bit her lip, suddenly pointing at a nearby building. "Is there a hotel?" Yang Ling's expression shifted, and a blush crept onto his face as he pondered whether this girl intended to share a bed with him. Zhang Yuru's hand felt warm in his grasp, yet she awaited a response that did not come. Pouting, she murmured, "This is my first time. I don't want it to be too rushed. If you're busy tonight, we can postpone." Yang Ling's heart raced at her words. This was a golden opportunity to shed his virginity. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, his face aflame, "I actually do have something to attend to, so let's save it for next time. Let me take you home." "All right." Zhang Yuru's voice was as faint as a whisper, yet she clung to Yang Ling's hand, unwilling to let go. Ding! You have shattered Zhang Yuru's wish to offer her first night, attribute points 1. Shortly thereafter, a BMW i8 came to a gentle stop in a residential area not far from the Longwan Villa district. Zhang Yuru, seated in the passenger seat, stole a glance at Yang Ling before leaning in to plant a soft kiss on his cheek, whispering, "Whenever you have time, I am ready." With that, she shyly covered her face and dashed up the stairs. Yang Ling touched his cheek, feeling a twinge of regret. But the thought of the treasure chest he had just acquired brought a smile to his face. He then drove back to the Tian garden, finding Chu Xin live streaming while Yang Shui was already asleep. Not wishing to disturb them, he descended the stairs and headed toward the Longwan Villa. It was now midnight, and the quiet path was devoid of company. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ling declared, "System, open the treasure chest." Ding! The host has chosen to open the treasure chest. Extracting rewards, please hold on. Uncertain of the so-called top-tier reward, Yang Ling focused intently, awaiting the outcome. Moments later, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the extroverted skill, telekinesis. Description: upon activation, the host can manipulate ambient airflow to lift objects. Current level, LV1, current weight capacity, 1 kilogram. Note: each level increase allows for tenfold weight capacity. Each use consumes a certain amount of stamina. Yang Ling was momentarily stunned before elation surged within him. He had obtained a power straight out of television and novels. Eagerly, he gestured towards a nearby brick, and indeed, a current of air responded to his command, causing the brick to levitate and then land gently in his palm. Nice, Yang Ling exclaimed, overwhelmed by the strength of this newfound ability. Without hesitation, he upgraded the skill with the wish points he had accumulated over the past few days. Ding! Telekinesis skill upgraded to LV3. Current weight capacity, 100 kilograms. With a determined shout, Yang Ling activated the skill, watching as a vortex of air began to swirl around him. In the next instant, he clenched his right fist with force. Boom! A muffled thud echoed as a distinct palm print appeared on a nearby sapling. The power of 100 kilograms was not to be underestimated. With just a thought, he could even asphyxiate a person from a distance. With the command of lightning and telekinesis at his disposal, he had transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. Suddenly, a thought struck him. If he could control the airflow, could he not also use it to lift himself into the air? Chapter 151. Astonishingly, I can fly upon a sudden inspiration. Yang Ling took a deep breath and once again invoked the art of telekinesis. As the skill activated, a gust of energy enveloped his entire being, allowing him to ascend gracefully into the air. Incredible! I can fly? He exclaimed in exhilaration, momentarily disregarding the possibility of being observed, and unleashed his full potential. With a swift whoosh, he shot upwards like a cannonball, his speed breathtakingly astonishing. After an initial moment of panic, he quickly regained his composure. Finding himself high above the ground, with clouds above and towering skyscrapers below, the sensation of surveying the world from such heights filled him with an overwhelming urge to shout in delight. However, before he could fully revel in his triumph, he abruptly realized that he had only 10 points of stamina left, sending chills down his spine as he hastily descended. Fortunately, he landed safely, letting out a long sigh of relief, only to be met with a wave of cold sweat and a profound sense of exhaustion. Stamina and mental fortitude are fundamental to the execution of skills, no matter how formidable one's strength. Without stamina, one cannot deliver a single blow. Similarly, even the most potent mastery of thunder is rendered ineffective without a robust mental capacity to support it. He calculated that each full application of the LV3 telekinesis consumed 5 points of stamina. With his current stamina at 30 points, he could perform the skill 6 times. If he were to maintain continuous use, he would exhaust his stamina in a mere 3 minutes. The LV4 mastery of thunder was even more demanding, requiring almost double the mental energy of LV3, consuming 10 points per use, swiftly depleting his 26 points of mental capacity with a few strikes. To continue his path of growth, it was imperative to enhance his attributes across the board. Presently, he had 11 free attribute points. After some contemplation, he allocated 5 points to mental capacity, 2 to strength and agility, and 1 to stamina. His updated attributes were as follows: strength, 32 agility, 32 stamina, 31 mental capacity, 30 charm, 9 ding. Your mental capacity has reached an integer, and a random reward is being drawn for you. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, 5 points in charm. Charm. Yang Ling sighed softly upon hearing this. While 5 points in charm was not an insignificant amount and would enhance his attractiveness, he was not particularly invested in this aspect. No amount of charm could rival the benefits of a system-related individual. As the system's voice faded, he felt a warm current surge through him, his skin becoming more supple, his complexion radiant and smooth, and a hint of depth gracing his eyes, elevating his overall demeanor. Acknowledging this transformation with a faint smile, Yang Ling set his course towards the Long Bay Villa. Moments later, upon opening the villa door, he was momentarily taken aback to find Lu Muhan, who should have been resting, seated in the living room, seemingly lost in thought. Curiously, he inquired, "Director Lu, were you waiting for me?" "Ah, you're back," Lu Muhan replied, snapping out of her reverie, a hint of playful reproach in her tone. "Why are you so late today?" Yang Ling candidly responded, "I went to the movies with a friend." "A friend? Is it that girl?" Upon noticing Yang Ling's sheepish gesture, she realized her assumption was correct. With a slight huff, Tinged with jealousy, she cast him a complex glance and asked, "Are you hungry?" Huh. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Having just exerted his telekinesis, he indeed felt a pang of hunger, but he was puzzled by the sudden inquiry from the female executive. After a brief hesitation, he understood. "Director Liu, are you unable to sleep because you're hungry? All right, I'll go prepare something for you." Chapter 152, The Strange Female CEO. Wait a moment. Lu Muhan said earnestly. "You sit there, and I shall prepare a bowl of noodles for you. You will cook noodles for me?" Even the female CEO engages in such tasks? Yang Ling gazed at her in astonishment. Observing her serious demeanor, he suddenly chuckled. "Well then, I am most grateful." Lu Muhan nodded and headed towards the kitchen. Yet, as Yang Ling watched her retreating figure, a slight frown creased his brow. Her eyes appeared somewhat reddened, clearly indicative of recent tears. Given his understanding of this CEO, it was improbable that she would cry over trivial matters. Could it be that the old gentleman's health has deteriorated? Yang Ling pondered silently, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards Villa Number 1. After a brief interval, the noodles were ready. Yang Ling glanced at the bowl before him, unsure of what it contained, and couldn't help but chuckle at Lu Muhan. A hint of crimson tinged her cheeks as she averted her gaze and huffed. "If you don't wish to eat, then forget it. I won't force you." "Sister, it's not merely a matter of desire, is it? Can this unrecognizable mass before me even be consumed? Will I be poisoned if I attempt to eat it?" Yang Ling mumbled to himself. Nevertheless, considering it was prepared by the female CEO herself, and seeing Lu Muhan's expectant look, he braced himself and took a cautious bite of a noodle that was half black and half red. The moment it touched his palate, he paused, only to soon reveal a look of satisfaction. Not bad at all. Lu Dong, you should try some." "Really?" A faint smile graced Lu Muhan's face. "Ding. You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's wish for you to eat her cooked noodles. Wish value 1, current progress 410. Yang Ling chuckled, using his chopsticks to lift a noodle. "Here, you should have a taste too." Lu Muhan felt her cheeks flush. After all, these chopsticks had just been in Yang Ling's hands, which felt akin to an indirect kiss. However, after a moment of hesitation, she opened her mouth and gently took the noodle. Puff! Almost instantly upon tasting, she felt a wave of dizziness and hastily spat the noodle out. Yang Ling couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Lu Dong, your noodles possess quite the lethal quality. You tricked me." Lu Muhan shot him an indignant glare, but soon appeared to recollect something, leading her to chuckle softly in return. This fellow must have discerned something and employed this method to amuse her. With a light sigh, she remarked with a bittersweet smile, "Am I truly that incompetent? Unable to even cook noodles properly?" Yang Ling replied with a gentle smile, "Not at all. The noodles simply lacked seasoning." Just a moment. With that, he turned and entered the kitchen, emerging shortly with various condiments such as chili, vinegar, and sugar. He casually sprinkled some of each into the bowl and, after stirring them together, smiled. "Shall you try it again?" Though Lu Muhan's thoughts were elsewhere, she noticed Yang Ling's seriousness and nodded slightly, picking up a noodle to taste. Upon entry, it bore a hint of bitterness, yet it swiftly transformed into a sweet flavor that spread across her taste buds. This sweetness was remarkably unique, as though it seeped into her heart, melting it away. She stared at Yang Ling in astonishment, exclaiming, "How did you manage to do that?" Yang Ling smiled slightly and replied, "What appears to be a chaotic mass of noodles can be transformed into something delightful with just a dash of seasoning. The noodles embody both bitterness and sweetness, much like life itself. Wouldn't you agree?" Lu Muhan discerned the deeper meaning in his words, and her eyes grew moist. She looked at Yang Ling, her voice trembling slightly. Life is indeed different. Often, circumstances alter a person, while it is exceedingly challenging for a person to change circumstances. Ling, let us divorce. Chapter 153, Triggering the Quest. Lu Muchan's intense wish. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback upon hearing her words, yet he remained silent, captivated by the beauty of the woman before him. In the past, he had believed that he had encountered the most stunning girl in Fengyue. But upon meeting this magnificent female CEO, he realized that such exquisite beauty truly existed in the world. He understood that having such a remarkable partner was indeed a privilege and a blessing. However, at that moment, two tear streaks silently coursed down Lu Muchan's almost flawless face, her desolate expression evoking a breathtaking sorrow. Yang Ling gazed at her, while Lu Muchan, with tear-filled eyes, looked back at him, her gaze conveying reluctance, helplessness, and a glimmer of despair. With a gentle sigh, Yang Ling managed a faint smile and remarked, "Seeing you in such tears suggests that I hold some significance in your heart after all." Lu Muchan felt an even deeper desolation upon hearing this. Shaking her head vigorously as she replied, "Do not inquire. I shall not reveal the reason. Parting is for the best for both of us. You remain my vice president, but from now on, we. As she reached a sorrowful realization, her voice trembled, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Yang Ling offered her several tissues, smiling softly. "In truth, I could surmise your feelings even without your words. You wish to relinquish him to another, do you not? The one who causes you such heartache must be of great importance to you." With a heart torn asunder, Lu Muchan could not find the words to express her anguish, biting her lip tightly to stave off the flood of tears. Yang Ling's intuition was astute. Lu Muchan's affection for him had reached an intensity of 80, bordering on love. The fact that she spoke of divorce spoke volumes of the weight he held in her heart. With a deep sigh, Yang Ling stepped closer to her and gazed earnestly into Lu Muchan's eyes. "Do you trust me? If you do, share your troubles with me. There is no obstacle insurmountable. I will resolve everything." Through her misty tears, Lu Muchan beheld the unwavering determination in his eyes. Indeed, he was the remarkable young man capable of conjuring miracles. The steadfast man who remained unflinching in the face of adversity. He was still her husband. "Aling." Lu Muchan cried out in despair, relinquishing all her reservations and holding Yang Ling tightly in her embrace. Through her sobs, she confessed, "Mother mentioned traveling this morning. But I know that from the day you saved her, she has taken a liking to you. She does not wish to confront me, nor our situation. I do not want to cause her pain, yet I cannot bear to lose you. What should I do? How do I resolve this?" Lu Muchan's cries were nearly incoherent, while Yang Ling let out a long sigh. Indeed, as he had surmised, the only ones capable of leaving Lu Muchan in such turmoil were her mother, Xiaofian, and the old Master Lu. "Ding system detected a strong wish from Lu Muchan. She desires for you to bring back Xiaofian. Ding wish quest officially issued. Persuade Xiaofian to return within 3 days. Successful completion reward. All attributes 10. The Lu family's favor towards you will increase, and you will officially become one of the core figures in the Lu family. Xiaofian will become a system-related character." Chapter 154. Take care on your journey. My love task failure penalty. Lu Muhan's intimacy level decreases by 50. Her association with the system is revoked, and one of the host's skills will be randomly deducted. Please choose whether to accept this task. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling gasped in shock. The task's rewards and penalties were remarkably enticing, presenting a stark contrast between heaven and hell. Holding the slightly trembling girl in his arms, Yang Ling took a deep breath and whispered softly in her ear, "This is not like you." Gathering her spirit, he resolved to bring her back with him. Lu Muhan trembled at his words, looking up at Yang Ling, whose eyes radiated confidence and tenderness, seemingly melting her heart. "Ding. The host has chosen to accept this task. Ding. You have made a promise to Lu Muhan. Intimacy 10. Current intimacy 90. Yang Ling smiled as he patted her shoulder, saying, "It's getting late. Don't you have work tomorrow? Hurry and wash up, then get some rest." Lu Muhan was not an ordinary girl. She stood up, wiping her tears, and said, "Mom should be going to M City soon. She has an old classmate there. Aling, you know my father passed away long ago. My mother has never remarried for my sake and for the family's honor. I just hope she can come back. As for everything else, I want mine." Yang Ling looked at her in surprise, then smiled gently. "You are truly a wonderful girl. Don't you have anything else to say to me before I leave?" "Anything else?" Lu Muhan, with tearful eyes, gazed at Yang Ling in confusion. Noticing the peculiar smile on his face, she blushed, and after a moment of hesitation, she murmured, "Take care on your journey, my love." Yang Ling couldn't help but chuckle at her words. Had he really made her call him that? With a score of 90 in intimacy, Even the aloof and dignified female CEO would shyly refer to him as her husband. Nonetheless, her soft utterance of my love was music to his ears, making his heart race. Rising, Yongling laughed heartily as he ruffled Lu Muhan's hair, saying, "All right, take care of yourself. I'm off." With only 3 days to spare, he wasted no time and turned to leave the villa. As he departed, Lu Muhan suddenly recalled something and called out, "Aling, my mother loves to soak in hot springs when she's feeling down." Waving his hand, Yongling's figure vanished into the darkness. In the late hours of the night, Chu Xin was still live-streaming when the door was suddenly flung open. A man. Such a handsome man. The comments section erupted in a frenzy. Chu Xin quickly regained her composure, exclaiming, "Aling, why are you back?" This was Yongling's first appearance on camera, and the barrage of comments exploded. "Oh my, Aling is so good-looking. Wow, Aling is so exquisite. Oh my goodness, I think I'm in love. If Aling wore women's clothing, I would immediately send 10 rockets." One devoted fan, under the ID Aling, wasted no time and began showering him with rockets, sending 30 without a second thought, as if money held no value. "Aling, I want to marry you." Chu Xin beamed with delight, while Yongling paid little heed to the flurry of comments and asked her, "Xin, could you take me to M-City?" Surprised, Chu Xin inquired, "M-City? Right now?" "Yes, I have a matter to attend to, and I need to catch some sleep in the car." Chapter 155. A rendezvous with a beauty. Seeing Yongling's earnest expression, Chu Xin nodded and replied, "All right, let me tidy up a bit." After apologizing to the audience, she promptly began changing her clothes in preparation for departure. Meanwhile, Yongling gently roused his sister, saying, "Xiaoxue, I'm heading out for a while. I've transferred you 10,000 yuan. Take good care of yourself and Xiaoi." Half asleep, Yang Shui waved her hand dismissively, murmuring, "Got it. Close the door. I'm going back to sleep. This little rascal, I care for you so much." Yongling rolled his eyes and chuckled, shaking his head. Moments later, Chu Xin excitedly drove the BMW i8, giggling, "It's quite late to be heading to M-City. Could it be a rendezvous with a beauty?" To be fair, the girl had guessed quite accurately. Yongling smiled slightly and replied, "You could say that. But this beauty is not the one you think." "Humph, what nonsense." Chu Xin pouted and suddenly asked curiously, "Between me and that beauty, who is more beautiful?" Yongling paused at her words, glanced at Chu Xin, and replied earnestly, "About the same. But if she were 10 years younger, she might surpass you in beauty." "Wow, is she really that stunning?" Chu Xin huffed in dissatisfaction, yet her curiosity about this beauty's appearance was piqued. "Ding, you have shattered Chu Xin's wish to be more beautiful." Attribute value 1. Yongling chuckled and said, "All right, focus on driving. I'll rest for a bit." Chu Xin giggled. "I'm driving you all the way at this late hour. When you return, you must team up with me for a match. You won't believe it. That little fan of yours just sent you another rocket." "Fine," Yongling responded, gradually closing his eyes. The distance from S-City to M-City takes roughly 2 hours by car, but due to Chu Xin's less than stellar driving skills, they arrived after 3 hours, wasting such a fine sports car. By this time, the sky was beginning to brighten. Yongling stretched and awoke, feeling rejuvenated, fully replenished from yesterday's exertions. Chu Xin smiled, saying, "I'll drop you off here. Good luck. By the way, this car will be mine for the next few days." Yongling nodded with a smile. "This car belongs to Xiaoxue. You'll need to discuss it with her. Drive safely on your way back." Chu Xin, being a night owl, was not prone to fatigue while driving. She nodded and, before leaving, suddenly said, "Aling, if that beauty doesn't fancy you, come back and date me. I'll comfort you." Yongling laughed. "Sure, but you mustn't climb on top of me again." "Ah, you naughty boy." Chu Xin's cheeks flushed, and after a light giggle, she turned the car around and headed back. M-City Hot Spring Resort Center, nestled in the mountains. This resort boasts a pleasant climate and expansive grounds, ranking among the most renowned vacation spots in Jiangnan. Of course, the prices are steep, making it unaffordable for the average person. At the hotel front desk, Yongling cheerfully inquired, "Excuse me, is there a Ms. Xiaofian checked in here?" The charming receptionist smiled and replied, "I'm sorry, sir, but that information is considered personal privacy, and we cannot disclose it." Is that so? Yang Ling smiled slightly and said, I'd like to check in. Please provide me with a single room. Chapter 156. The young gentleman smiled at me. How handsome. Certainly. The waitress said warmly, Sir, may I kindly ask you to present your ID for registration? Yang Ling promptly handed over his identification, and the waitress began inputting the information into her computer, unaware that a palm-sized mirror was subtly floating in a discreet corner behind her. Room 3773, the VIP suite? Yang Ling acquired the information he sought, a faint smile gracing his lips. After securing the room, he did not rush to check in. Instead, he summoned a car to visit the shopping center. Since Xia Fian had deliberately avoided both him and Lu Muhan, should they encounter one another, she would likely leave immediately. To successfully escort her home, he needed to devise a thoughtful plan. After a successful shopping spree at the center, he returned to his vacation room, settled before the mirror, sighed softly, and opened the cosmetics box before him. Ding! The skill of makeup proficiency activated. The system's voice echoed as Yang Ling began to adeptly apply cosmetics. Moments later, a handsome young lad appeared in the mirror, though still slightly different in appearance compared to his former self. Yang Ling initially intended to make himself appear more ordinary. But frustratingly, with a charm value of 14, he looked appealing no matter how he styled himself, which was rather vexing. However, this would suffice, as long as Xia Fian could not recognize him. This hot spring resort was renowned for its thermal baths, although not as liberally as those in certain islands. While both genders shared the baths, women typically wore swimsuits and men donned shorts. The bathing areas featured various types of baths, including medicinal, milk, and rose baths. After a moment's hesitation, Yang Ling proceeded toward the milk bath. Upon arriving at this particular small pool, he was surprised to find it crowded with people of both genders. And there was Xia Fian among them. At that moment, she was alone, leaning against a corner, a hint of sorrow etched upon her delicate features. Although she was in her late 30s, her skin was fair and smooth, and her figure was impeccably maintained, making her no less appealing than younger women. Her beauty radiated a refined elegance that distinctly set her apart from the ordinary. This aura of sophistication could intimidate most men, evoking a sense of inadequacy. It was no wonder that she could give birth to a striking beauty like Lu Muhan. Yang Ling suspected that in her youth, she must have been equally captivating. Of course, this charm would have no effect on him. Having located his target, he felt a wave of relief and was about to approach Xia Fian when he suddenly noticed that all eyes in the vicinity were upon him. How peculiar. Did I make a mistake with my makeup? Instinctively, he touched his face, finding nothing amiss. Lowering his gaze, he began to comprehend why everyone was staring. Yang Ling's complexion was exceptionally flawless, almost surpassing that of a 16 or 17-year-old girl, and his physique was well-proportioned, with muscle definition nearing perfection. No wonder he had captured everyone's attention so effortlessly. Before he even entered the pool, a few young ladies eagerly exclaimed, "Young man, come sit here." Yang Ling frowned inwardly, yet maintained a polite smile as he made his way towards Xia Fian. "Ah," the young gentleman smiled at me. "How handsome." One exclaimed, "What nonsense." He was clearly smiling at me. Another retorted, "Do you think he has a girlfriend? Why not go ask him?" Chapter 157. Be my girlfriend for 3 days. Ignoring the murmurs around him, Yang Ling settled down near Xia Fian, gazing at the sorrowful beauty before him. With a smile, he remarked, "Your melancholy is practically spilling from your visage." This statement seemed to pull Xia Fian from her reverie. She trembled slightly and turned her attention to the youth beside her. Shaoling. "Oh, wait, I'm sorry, I mistook you for someone else." Yang Ling responded with a gentle smile. "My mother once told me that when one is feeling down, confiding in someone might clear the clouds and reveal the blue sky. Keeping it all bottled up only deepens the heartache, don't you think?" Xia Fian regarded him with surprise and then, with a subtle smile, said, "Are you trying to console me, little rascal?" Yang Ling chuckled. "Do you look down upon younger men?" As if recalling someone from her past. Xia Fian shook her head slightly, yet her gaze towards Yang Ling held an undercurrent of newfound emotion. While they conversed, the other young women nearby were left disillusioned. "What's this? Turns out the handsome lad prefers mature women. Humph, just being good-looking is not impressive. I must become even more beautiful. Ding. You have shattered the hopes of the young women approaching. Attribute points 1. Upon hearing the system's notification, Yang Ling shook his head in amusement and turned back to Xia Fian, stating earnestly, since we are both traveling alone, why not be my girlfriend for a few days? In less than 3 sentences, Yang Ling boldly initiated, subtly enhancing his charm in the process. Huh. Xia Fian was momentarily taken aback, observing Yang Ling for a moment before softly laughing. I could be your mother. How could I be your girlfriend? I understand. Yang Ling replied with a smile. I might need to address you that way, but you are so youthful. How could others perceive it otherwise? Xia Fian did not catch his insinuation and, unable to suppress her laughter, remarked, You're quite the young rascal, seeking to be my boyfriend? Perhaps you should dine a few more years first. Yang Ling glanced at the overcast sky, speaking softly. If there are unresolved feelings, it's likely that even a decade of dining together wouldn't grant such a privilege. Would it? The judgments of outsiders can wound oneself and those nearby, but ultimately, they remain outsiders, don't you agree? His words carried a deeper meaning, stirring Xia Fian's thoughts, and she felt a pang of emotion. You resemble a friend of mine. Oh, Yang Ling smiled. In what way? Is it my manner of speaking or my aura? Xia Fian chuckled lightly. Both are rather conceited, pretending to know everything while still being a child. Yang Ling replied, The thoughts of a young child are often more innocent, and thus, they tend to be happier. So, do you agree to what I proposed? Xia Fian blushed slightly and, after a moment's hesitation, shook her head with a soft laugh. You, with your good looks, could easily have girls lining up to be your girlfriend. An aunt like me is too old to qualify. As she spoke, a fleeting shadow of sadness passed through her eyes. Yang Ling sighed internally. After their exchange, he had come to realize that mere words would not suffice to win over this noble lady. However, since they were here, perhaps engaging her in further conversation might alleviate her melancholy. He smiled softly. How could a woman, burdened by love and traveling alone, ever be considered old? The body may age, but the heart remains ever youthful. Chapter 158. The man's way of duel. Xia Fian stared blankly at Yang Ling, as if the young man before her could perceive every secret dwelling in her heart. Each of his words, though subtly articulated, struck with piercing clarity. Fixating on Yang Ling, she suddenly chuckled. You truly resemble him. Perhaps recalling certain past memories, Xia Fian smiled again, adding, However, I prefer men who are a bit more formidable. More formidable men? Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback when a voice suddenly rang out. Well said. Young man, women always favor the more powerful. A middle-aged man, who had been submerged in the water and unnoticed until now, stood up, startling everyone. His physique was overwhelmingly muscular, with arms as thick as the thighs of an ordinary person, leaving onlookers astounded. He laughed heartily. Young man, with your fair complexion, you would be well suited to wear tank tops and skirts. I shall buy you a lovely outfit one day. He continued, but if we're talking about what women truly desire, it's definitely someone like me. As he approached, he courteously asked, Miss, may I invite you for a cup of coffee later? Xia Fian frowned slightly. The sight of his imposing muscles was genuinely intimidating, causing her to instinctively lean closer to Yang Ling. This gesture appeared remarkably affectionate, inciting displeasure in the muscular man, who scoffed, Miss, why would you choose a pretty boy who can't even lift a woman? Choose me, and I assure you an unforgettable holiday. His words were rather blunt, causing the girls to blush slightly. Uncle, how shameless of you. One exclaimed, Your muscular physique is far too frightening. The young man's physique is much more appealing. Another chimed in, Indeed, being held by you would feel like my bones might shatter. The muscular man, angered by their remarks, retorted, You know nothing. This is called strength. Do you comprehend a man's strength? Xia Fian was evidently intimidated by this hulking figure, not due to cowardice, but because anyone would feel apprehensive when such a giant offered to take them for coffee. Yang Ling stepped forward, shielding Xia Fian behind him, and humorously addressed the muscular man. Uncle, strength is indeed essential for a man. However, it seems you've overdone it. Your muscles are as large as heads. You must be a bodybuilding champion, right? The muscular man laughed heartily. You have keen eyes. I indeed am a bodybuilding champion. Young man, let us settle this in the manner of men. I shan't bully you. I will stand still and allow you to push me 3 times. If you can move me even a fraction, I shall concede that you have the right to pursue this beautiful lady. However, if I remain unmoved, you must relinquish your spot and let me sit beside her. What say you?" Upon hearing this, several onlookers in the pool cheered, while the girls unanimously sided with Yongling, playfully accusing the muscular man of bullying the weaker. Xiaofian was taken aback by how events had unfolded. She wished to leave, only to find the path blocked by a crowd of spectators. Yongling, observing the foolish giant before him, understood that he would not be able to leave without earning the man's respect. He nodded. "Very well. I shall see whether your muscles are genuine or merely for show." Ding. You have fulfilled the muscular man's desire for a contest, granting 1 wish value. Current progress, 510. Ding. You have shattered the girl's wish for your protection, granting 1 attribute point. Chapter 159. Master, do you accept disciples? Yongling smiled slightly and rose, inquiring, "Are you steady?" The muscular man chuckled heartily. "What has the need to be steady? With your slender arms and legs, even if I exert all my strength, I—" Before he could finish, Yongling swiftly extended his leg and tripped him. The muscular man felt a tremendous force beneath him, causing him to topple backward uncontrollably. Splash! His hefty frame plunged into the water, creating a significant splash. As everyone looked on in astonishment, Yongling seized his ankle and pulled upwards, lifting the muscular man effortlessly by his leg. Gasp! A collective intake of breath echoed through the crowd as they witnessed a robust man being hoisted single-handedly by a mere youth. The scene was nothing short of astonishing. Is he even human? What kind of strength must one possess to accomplish such a feat? Yongling had grown accustomed to such gazes. He smiled gently and asked, "So, do you yield?" The muscular man's strength was indeed formidable, as he managed to raise his upper body above the water with sheer abdominal force, sputtering out water before bellowing. "You cheated. I refuse to yield." "Still refusing to concede? Do you have muscles in your brain as well?" Yongling chuckled, exerting his grip once more. He flung the man skyward. The muscular man soared 2 to 3 meters into the air, then screamed in terror as he plummeted back down. Just as he was about to plunge into the water, he suddenly halted midair. Yongling had caught his calf once again, smiling serenely as he queried, "Do you yield now?" All right. Just don't throw me. I truly yield." Yongling smiled faintly and turned him over, setting him safely on the water's surface. A profound silence enveloped the scene, as the onlookers collectively pondered. This young man possesses extraordinary strength. Once the young ladies regained their composure, they beamed with delight. "Wow, he is incredibly impressive. What a sense of security." Xiaofei Yin stared in a daze at Yongling's silhouette, seemingly seeing the reflection of another person within this youth. Ding. You have shattered the muscular man's desire to flirt with Xiaofei Yin. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have fulfilled the girl's hope for your victory. Wish value 1. The burly man gasped for breath, suddenly serious. He asked, "Master, may I inquire what martial arts technique you employed to flip me just now?" Yongling responded with surprise. "What do you mean? This is promising." The muscular man perked up at his words, respectfully stating, "I am Su Dazhuang, the owner of the Dazhuang Gym. May I boldly ask, Master, do you accept disciples?" Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief before they quickly realized. Dazhuang Gym. This is the largest chain of fitness centers in Jiangnan, boasting at least 30 branches. Who would have thought this muscular figure was the legendary Su Dazhuang? At this realization, they gazed at Yongling, their expressions filled with incredulity. This delicate and handsome young man had effortlessly subdued Su Dazhuang in mere moments. Could he truly be an extraordinary martial arts prodigy? Chapter 160. What kind of existence is this young handsome man? Yongling had heard of the Dazhuang Fitness Center and looked at the muscular man before him with surprise. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "Please leave me your number. I will call you when I have the time." Hearing this, Su Dazhuang was overjoyed. While others might not comprehend Yongling's strength, he was fully aware that even a national Sanda champion could not defeat him with a single move. He had been fortunate enough to meet a few masters, individuals who existed on an entirely different plane. No matter how much money he had, he would be nothing in their eyes. The strength and pressure exuded by this youth before him were undoubtedly comparable to those masters. This young man must have received the true teachings from some master. A rare talent indeed. With this thought, Su Dazhuang grew even more respectful. "Excuse me, what is your room number, young master? It is a great fortune for me, Dazhuang, to encounter someone of your caliber. I will cover all your expenses during your stay in M City." Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. How could Su Dazhuang's attitude change so rapidly? This prominent businessman was exhibiting the utmost deference, behaving like a mere servant, addressing him with such exaggerated respect. Yang Ling frowned slightly and replied, "No need. I said I would contact you if necessary." Ding. You have shattered Su Dazhuang's current desire to ingratiate himself with you. Attribute point 1. Su Dazhuang, feeling somewhat embarrassed, chuckled awkwardly. "All right then, I will take my leave. Young master, please be sure to reach out to me." The onlookers were astonished. This young man was clearly ungrateful, yet Su Dazhuang continued to be more respectful. What kind of being was this young handsome man? They say that having more friends opens up more paths. It would be fine to have a casual meal or conversation with this person under normal circumstances. But now, pressing matters were at hand. As he watched the stout figure depart, he turned his gaze towards Xiaofian, only to be momentarily taken aback. The young woman's face was flushed, her eyes clouded with a dreamy haze, her soft body leaning against the edge of the stone pool. "You." Before Yang Ling could speak, Xiaofian's entire being seemed to go limp. He was startled and hurried over to support her, discovering that she was utterly devoid of strength. Being well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine, Yang Ling discreetly checked her pulse, only to furrow his brow in concern. Xiaofian had soaked in the hot spring for too long. Her qi and blood were surging dangerously to her head, and if not addressed promptly, she could be in peril. In a moment of urgency, Yang Ling acted without hesitation, pressing on several of her acupoints. After a gentle sigh escaped Xiaofian's lips, her breathing began to stabilize. Upon witnessing this, Yang Ling felt a slight sense of relief. The onlookers were awestruck. This young man could even heal. Ignoring their gazes, Yang Ling effortlessly lifted Xiaofian in a princess carry, and amidst their astonished looks, he gradually vanished down the path. However, as he passed by a flower bed, he suddenly sensed something amiss. He turned his gaze and noticed two men peering in his direction. Upon realizing Yang Ling was looking at them, the two quickly feigned a conversation and walked away. A hint of confusion flickered in Yang Ling's eyes. Shortly thereafter, a female attendant hurried over to assist. After Yang Ling had returned Xiaofian to her room, he departed on his own. Moments later, while lost in thought in the elevator, a middle-aged man beside him spoke up. "Young man, everyone loves a beauty, but some women are not meant for you to approach. Getting involved in matters that do not concern you may lead to unwelcome trouble." Chapter 161. What pretense are you putting on before me? Upon hearing the words, Yang Ling turned to look at the speaker, a casually dressed man whose strikingly handsome visage exuded the allure of a mature man in his 30s. With an air of nonchalance, he inquired, "What? It seems you have something to imply, my good sir?" The handsome man smiled faintly and replied, "If words are too explicit, they may come across as foolish. You appear to be an astute individual, so I need not elaborate further. With that said, take care of yourself." With a calm glance at Yang Ling, he exited the elevator. However, just a few steps away, an immense force suddenly pulled him back into the elevator, crashing him against the wall with a resounding thud. Yang Ling, with a cool demeanor, stated, "If you have something to say, be clear about it. What pretense are you putting on before me?" "You." The handsome man, feeling the ache spread through his body, retorted angrily, "Do you dare lay a hand on me?" Yang Ling replied coolly, "If I intended to strike you, you would already be dead. Speak plainly before you depart." The handsome man could scarcely fathom the audacity of the youth before him. He scoffed, "Since you inquire, I shall inform you. The woman you were just holding is one of the true executives of the Mu Hua Group, a member of the Liu family. If you wish to avoid playing with fire, do not approach her again." "Oh, you seem to know quite a bit," Yang Ling remarked indifferently. "Pray tell, who might you be?" The handsome man sneered, "I am her classmate, her closest friend, and the owner of both our companies. You, relying on mere brute strength, are on an entirely different level than we are. Yang Ling responded, Indeed, I am not on the same level as you. I am accustomed to a carefree lifestyle, doing as I please and approaching whomever I wish. You would do well to silence yourself. Furthermore, I advise you not to provoke me, for you cannot afford to do so. As he spoke, a chilling aura emanated from him. Under Yang Ling's penetrating gaze, the handsome man felt as if he were ensnared in an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. Seeing this, Yang Ling chuckled. You were quite the pretender just now. I almost thought you were someone of significance. But it appears you are nothing more than this. After leaving those words, the elevator came to a halt. He dismissed the man's expression with indifference and stepped outside. Ding. You have shattered Xia Fian's desire to put on airs before you. Attribute points 1. Inside the elevator, the handsome man's expression darkened significantly. With a venomous glare at Yang Ling's retreating figure, he gritted his teeth and dialed a number on his phone. A moment later, Yang Ling returned to his room. After gathering his thoughts, he realized the situation was becoming increasingly intricate. Xia Fian's constitution was robust, even after a prolonged soak in a hot spring. She should not have fainted to such an extent, her vitality seemingly disrupted. Could it be that she had been drugged? He furrowed his brow, a sense of alertness creeping in. After pondering for a moment, a detail struck him, and he felt a flicker of understanding. Yet, he remained uncertain, knowing he could only proceed cautiously. He sensed that someone was awaiting this lady's emergence, and recalling the group of young men in black on the previous path. It seemed as if an unseen hand was reaching towards the Liu family. Chapter 162. The class reunion of Xia Fian. There is a saying, when soldiers come, generals block. When water comes, earth covers. Yang Ling smiled faintly, allocating his newly acquired 3 attribute points to strength before departing from the room. Having scarcely eaten anything since last night, he set out in search of sustenance. As night descended, Xia Fian stirred awake in the VIP room, her cheeks flushing as she recalled the events that had transpired earlier. In a somewhat dazed state, she remembered the young boy who had carried her back to her room. It had been over a decade since her husband's passing, and this was the first time she had been held by a man. If only it had been him sighing. She chided herself for such errant thoughts. Reflecting on the young man who had gracefully played a beautiful melody in her moment of peril and saved her, her heart swirled with shyness, bitterness, and a hint of sweetness. With a gentle sigh, she shook her head and began to change her clothes. As the lights illuminated the streets, Xia Fian drove her crimson Mercedes-Benz CL to a quaint restaurant. The vehicle, valued at $3 million, drew numerous admiring glances. At the restaurant entrance, a handsome middle-aged man greeted her with a warm smile, saying, Xiaoyan, I'm surprised you still remember this place. Everyone is waiting for you. This dashing gentleman, named Shinji, was the close friend of Xia Fian mentioned by Lu Muhan, and the same man who had nearly been startled by Yang Ling in the elevator. He had organized this class reunion, choosing this restaurant, a familiar gathering spot from their school days. Upon arriving, Xia Fian's spirits appeared lifted, and she smiled gently. You're thoughtful. Let us go? At a distance, around a corner, Yang Ling watched as the two entered the restaurant, his apprehension rising at the thought of Shinji concocting some scheme. Hesitant, he decided to make a phone call. In a luxurious room at a hot spring hotel, Su Dazhuang beamed at the alluring woman before him, chuckling. Come here, darling. Let me hold you. Oh, Su boss, you're so strong. Will you be gentle with me? With his heart aflame, Su Dazhuang drew the woman into his embrace, just as his phone unexpectedly rang. Answering with annoyance, he said, Who is it? What is the matter? It's me, came a calm, steady voice from the other end. Su Dazhuang's body tensed, recognizing the voice of the young master. Oh, little master, he exclaimed, abruptly pushing the seductive woman away and responding respectfully. Little master, this is Su Dazhuang. What an honor for you to call me. Are you free now? I would like to invite you to dinner. Yang Ling chuckled. I think I just heard something strange. Are you truly available? Of course. I can always make time to treat you to a meal. Su Dazhuang laughed heartily. Very well, Yang Ling replied. Meet me at Lujiao Restaurant. I'll be there. Lujiao Restaurant? What kind of place is that? Su Dazhuang exclaimed, thumping his chest. A person of your stature shouldn't go to such a place. I'll send someone to pick you up, and we can dine at the International Grand Hotel instead. That won't be necessary, Yang Ling said with a calm smile. This will suffice. I'll wait for you. With that, he hung up the phone. Chapter 163. Hardcore Parking. Su Dazhuang paused momentarily, only to erupt in excitement with a cheer, hastily pulling up his trousers as he prepared to depart. The alluring lady looked on in astonishment. Su boss, what about you? What about me? Stay put. I have significant matters to attend to. Amidst the lady's bewildered gaze, Su Dazhuang eagerly began making phone calls. It wasn't long before two Mercedes-Benz vehicles pulled up outside the restaurant, from which emerged four burly men. Spotting Yang Ling, Su Dazhuang quickly approached with the others. A broad smile on his face. Young master, I apologize for the wait. These three brothers insisted on meeting you after hearing about your exploits. I hope you don't mind. The three men behind him were similarly muscular, one towering close to 2 meters and as robust as an ox. They gazed at Yang Ling with admiration, genuinely impressed that he could toss Su Dazhuang around effortlessly and even command respect from the notoriously temperamental boss. Yang Ling glanced at the trio and, with a frown of displeasure, remarked, Since you're here, let us proceed together. Park the cars and follow me. A sense of dread washed over the four men. It appeared the young master was upset, and if he decided to toss them around as well, it would be quite a disaster. However, it was mealtime, and although there were 2 parking spaces available, their vehicles were custom, quite large, and maneuvering them into the spots would likely take considerable effort. Su Dazhuang cautiously suggested, Young master, parking might be a challenge. We could end up with a few tickets. Shall I go in and order first? Yang Ling frowned at this. Are you not making things difficult for the traffic police? With that, he approached one of the Mercedes and, in a swift motion, delivered a powerful kick. With a resounding thud, the immense vehicle lifted off the ground and slid effortlessly into the parking space. Before anyone could comprehend what had transpired, he executed another kick, sending the second Mercedes into the parking spot in the same manner. Hardcore Parking left everyone dumbfounded. The 4 muscular men and bystanders were wide-eyed. One of the muscle-bound individuals nearly dislocating his jaw in shock. Was this even human? Surely, it couldn't be a dinosaur in disguise. What kind of immense strength was required for such feats? Wow, that guy is incredibly strong. Is this a movie scene? It must be a film, right? Are current technologies so advanced that we can't even see the wires? While onlookers speculated about a film shoot, the 4 muscular men knew all too well what had just occurred, their bodies trembling in awe. Ding! You have fulfilled the muscular men's south desire to park the car successfully. Wish value 1, current progress, 710. Noticing the dazed expressions, with one man still in shock, Yang Ling rolled his eyes. After casually resetting the dislocated jaw, he scolded, What are you all standing around for? Let us go? The 4 men snapped back to reality, their admiration for the young master flowing like an unending river, and hurriedly followed after him. Ding! You have fulfilled Su Dazhuang's wish to treat you to a meal. Wish value 1. Ding! You have fulfilled the muscular men's wish for their jaw to be reset. Wish value 1. Current progress, 910. Chapter 164. Are you trying to scare the young lady to death? As a group entered the modest restaurant, everyone was momentarily taken aback. A young man led the way, followed closely by 4 burly men who trailed behind like quails, creating a scene that was both striking and comical. The individuals at Xia Fian's table were equally astonished as they gazed at Yang Ling, who returned their glance with a hint of recognition. It's Xia Fian's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes revealing a glimmer of complexity. Yang Ling smiled gently and remarked, What a coincidence, we meet again. Indeed. Such a coincidence. Xia Fian rose, her face tinged with crimson as she expressed, Thank you for your assistance earlier. It was merely a trifling matter, Yang Ling replied casually before diverting his gaze and taking a seat at a table adjacent to theirs. Initially, 2 young ladies occupied that table, their faces brightening at the sight of the handsome Yang Ling. However, their smiles quickly faded as the quartet of imposing figures followed suit. Su Dazhuang, ever polite, inquired, Ladies, would you mind relocating to another table? His smile was strained and somewhat grotesque, prompting the 2 young women to leave without a word. On the verge of tears, Yang Ling frowned, exasperated. Su, have you ever looked in the mirror when you smile? Exactly. Su, don't you understand? The young master has a penchant for lovely ladies. A towering muscle-bound figure grinned broadly. Rest assured, young master, I shall bring them back. Are you trying to scare them to death? Sit down. Yes, yes. The muscle-bound giant chuckled nervously and quickly took his seat. Yang Ling, with a furrowed brow, noticed the entire restaurant was stifling laughter, and he began to regret inviting Su Dazhuang to dine with him. Ding! You have thwarted the muscle-bound giant's desire to assist you in courting, gaining 1 attribute point. At that moment, the owner approached, offering a sheepish smile. Gentlemen, what would you like to order? Su Dazhuang turned to Yang Ling. Young master, what would you like to eat? Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, anything will do. Anything. Su Dazhuang felt that the time had come to impress. After much deliberation, he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, Owner, bring out your finest dishes. And 2 bottles of Maotai as well. His statement elicited gasps from the patrons in the restaurant. Such is the nature of the affluent, who order extravagant delicacies without a second thought regarding the price. Yang Ling, however, was indifferent. His purpose for being there was merely to ensure Xiaofian's safety, and he had no particular culinary preferences. At another table, a fashionably dressed lady beside Xiaofian whispered disdainfully, that young man is quite handsome. But the other 4 are hardly human. She then continued, by the way, Fian, you've been alone for years. With your excellent qualities, have you considered finding a partner? Upon hearing this topic, everyone at the table perked up their ears. Xiaofian's expression dimmed slightly as she sighed and shook her head. The others were momentarily taken aback. And the fashionable woman, quite surprised, asked, Surely not. You're surrounded by elite figures and distinguished gentlemen. Is there truly no one who catches your eye? Xiaofian instinctively wished to respond, but the words faltered at her lips, and she could only smile bitterly. Xiaofan, you jest. At my age? Who could possibly be interested in me? Giggling, Xiaofan replied, You must speak with confidence. I wager those vying for your affection could line up from here to your company's headquarters. By the way, there are still several single old classmates at this table. Would you consider them? Chapter 165. The boy Muhan likes what a serendipitous moment. The eyes of the 3 single gentlemen at the table sparkled with interest. Yet their spirits dampened upon catching sight of the aloof Shinji. One of them sighed. Everyone knows that Shinji has harbored feelings for Fei Yin since high school. Naturally, he would be the one she chooses. It seems we stand no chance. Shinji offered a faint smile and turned to Xiao Fei Yin, inquiring, Xiao Yin, you seem rather down today. Is there something troubling you? Xiao Fei Yin instinctively glanced towards a distant young man, as if seeking a familiar figure within him. How strikingly similar. Why is it not him who has come to find me? A bittersweet smile graced her lips before she composed herself and replied with a light chuckle, What could possibly perplex me? Her confident words caught everyone off guard, and they erupted into laughter. Xiaofan, beaming, exclaimed, That's our goddess. By the way, where's Xiaohan? She has grown up now. Surely she has many exceptional young men around her? Xiao Fei Yin smiled gently. Her personality is quite peculiar, which has always worried me. However, she has someone special in her life now. Oh, the revelation stunned everyone. The chairwoman of Mu Hua Group has a romantic interest. What sensational news. Meanwhile, Shinji frowned slightly, a chill etched across his face. Xiaofan giggled. Oh my, the boy who has captured Mu Han's heart must be remarkable. Tell us about him. Xiao Fei Yin's thoughts drifted to a certain young man, a soft smile illuminating her face as she fondly recounted, He is handsome and dashing, always carrying himself with an air of superiority as if he believes he is the best in the world. At this, she chuckled lightly before her tone softened. Yet, he is confident and intelligent, adept at playing various musical instruments, and possesses remarkable martial arts skills, often surprising us with his unexpected talents. Upon hearing this, Xiaofan inquired curiously, From your description, he sounds almost perfect. Perfect? Xiao Fei Yin appeared to recall an amusing incident, laughing softly. However, this boy can be quite mischievous. During the college entrance examination, she chuckled again. At times, he does raise concerns. The others exchanged puzzled glances. despite her referring to him as a boy. The sweet smile on her face resembled that of someone introducing a boyfriend rather than a son-in-law. Xiao Xiaofan teased, "You must be quite fond of this prospective son-in-law. But I must see him to believe in such a flawless individual." In an instant, everyone expressed their eagerness to visit S City and meet this young man, invigorating the atmosphere once more. Although Shenji maintained a smile, a glimmer of coldness lingered in his eyes as he signaled to a companion beside him and rose, saying, "I'm off to the restroom." At another table, Su Dazhuang scoffed, "A jack of all trades, excelling in instruments and martial arts? That's quite the tall tale. Such well-rounded individuals are rare, wouldn't you agree, master?" Yongling chuckled lightly. "Perhaps there truly is one," he responded casually. Yet his gaze followed Shinji and his companion as they headed to the restroom. Within the men's restroom, the companion who had followed Shinji frowned. "Boss, I never expected her daughter to have a boyfriend. If they were to marry, wouldn't our plans?" Chapter 166. The show begins, Shinji coldly snorted. "This opportunity is rare. We must seize her here. Let us proceed according to plan." The man furrowed his brow and said, "Do we really need to call Brother Bao and the others?" Although he suffered a setback in M City and now sits in a wheelchair, his subordinates are all reckless men. They are difficult to control. Upon hearing this, Shinji fell silent. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Have you taken care of everything I instructed you to do?" The man chuckled. "Rest assured, I handle matters efficiently. Just like last time, 3 pieces. If tonight's plan succeeds, Xia Fian will surely be yours." "Humph," Shinji scoffed. "If it weren't for that meddling brat at the hot spring center during the day, Xia Yan would already be in my arms. Make the call to Brother Bao shortly. Once the plan is successful, you will certainly reap the rewards," Shinji instructed. The man laughed gleefully. "Thank you, boss. However, there is a bit of a complication with that lad and Su Dazhuang at another table. We need to find a way to get rid of them first." Shinji sneered. "No worries. Su Dazhuang is a clever man. He wouldn't offend these reckless men. As for that lad, can a mere 17 or 18-year-old really stir up trouble?" The man suddenly realized, if that is the case, then tonight you will undoubtedly get your wish. Once the deed is done, and you join the Mu Hua group. Heh. Shinji also began to smile. Unbeknownst to them, in a concealed corner atop the restroom, an iPhone 10 was quietly floating, capturing every word of their conversation without missing a syllable. Before long, Shinji and his companion exited, while Yongling discreetly retrieved the phone from beneath the table, lowered the volume, and listened for a moment, a cold smile creeping across his lips. Su Dazhuang, curious, asked, "Little master, are you listening to music? There's a concert by King Wu coming up. Should I book a few tickets?" Yongling shook his head with a smile. "I appreciate the thought, but I suspect a splendid performance is about to unfold. Perhaps even more thrilling than a concert. Just watch." The 4 burly men exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of confusion and understanding, as if to validate Yongling's words. Moments later, 4 black sedans suddenly arrived at the restaurant's entrance. A dozen thugs jumped out and brazenly stormed into the establishment. One of the lead thugs, sporting a nonconformist hairstyle, shouted, "Boss, bring the dishes for my brothers." Each thug carried a long, wrapped object in newspaper, clearly weapons intended for a brawl. Upon witnessing this, the restaurant's patrons were paralyzed with fear, fleeing without even settling their bills. Except for Xia Fian's and Yongling's tables, every other guest vanished without a trace. The owner, alarmed, did not dare to delay, forcing a smile as he approached the table of Xia Fian. "Esteemed guests, you have seen the situation. I sincerely apologize. This meal is on the house. It would be best for you to leave quickly." Chapter 167. The show begins. 2. Xia Fian furrowed her brows, letting out a soft sigh. She retrieved several hundred-yuan bills from her bag and placed them on the table, then turned to Shinji Dao and said, "Let us just go." Shinji smiled confidently at her, rising to address the group of unruly individuals. "Excuse me, brothers, may I ask which esteemed leader you are following? I am a friend of Brother Qinglong from Nandan. Today is a rare reunion of classmates. Could you possibly grant me the courtesy of vacating this space to dine at the restaurant next door?" "Grant you courtesy?" The unruly individual slammed his weapon onto the table and retorted, "You think just because you claim to know Qi Long, it means anything? So what if you do? Qi Long is nothing." At that moment, another ruffian beside him pointed at Xia Fian and said, "Hey, look at her. This woman is stunning and decked out in designer brands. Her outfit alone must be worth at least 500,000. That 3 million Mercedes at the entrance must belong to her, right?" This remark captured the attention of all the petty thugs, and the original speaker chuckled, "A wealthy woman. Listen, kid, it's not that I can't give you face, but our brothers are a bit short on cash lately. If you could kindly have that beautiful lady support us with 100 or 80,000. I'll walk out of here without a second thought." Extortion. Brazen extortion. The faces of those at the table paled slightly. Xia Fian's brows knitted tighter, while Shinji maintained a calm smile. "Brother, you jest. How about this? Leave me your number, and I'll invite Brother Qi Long to arrange a few tables at the International Hotel for us to enjoy ourselves. Just grant me this favor, and we can have our meal in peace, all right?" Upon hearing this, the unruly thug chuckled. "Well, you seem to understand the rules. Here's the deal. If you truly know Brother Qi Long, call him now and say that Lu has something to discuss. But if you can't make that call, then you're just trying to fool me, and you want to be leaving here on your own 2 feet." At this declaration, everyone turned their gaze to Shinji. Qiu Xiufan nervously exclaimed, "Shinji, you're not just boasting, are you? This is no joking matter." Xia Fian watched him intently, a glimmer of hope in her eyes. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Shinji straightened up, smiling gently. "You all can sit back and relax. I will handle this." His words instilled a sense of calm among his classmates. Sure enough, Shinji made a phone call to Brother Qi Long, and the unruly thug appeared to be well acquainted with him, addressing him as brother with familiarity. After ending the call, he turned to Shinji with a grin. "You've got quite the connections. Originally, I would have said you couldn't leave here without 100,000. But I'll give Qi Long face this time and want to make things difficult for you. However, moving to a different venue is out of the question. You should go somewhere else to eat." With this statement, everyone at the table breathed a sigh of relief. Although they had to change locations, it meant they wouldn't face any serious danger. Xia Fian regarded Shinji with newfound respect, while Qiu Xiufan chuckled, "I didn't realize you had such skills. Old classmate, tell us, who else do you know that's important? We'd love to broaden our horizons." Shinji wore a confident smile on his face, laughing heartily, eager to respond when he noticed the unruly thug approaching Yang Ling's table. Chapter 168, The Hidden Dagger. He coldly remarked, "You all seem quite at ease. Are you looking down on us or what? That kid just now knows Brother Qi Long. You can't possibly know him too?" The 4 muscular men's expressions darkened, and Su Dazhuang suddenly stood up, shouting, "How dare you speak to the young master like that? You think brandishing a knife will scare us? Do you believe I want to put an end to you?" We've encountered a more ruthless one. Yang Ling, however, rose and gently patted his shoulder, signaling him to remain calm, then calmly said, "I have a particular disdain for gangsters. But I must admit, your little act was quite impressive, though it ends here." As he spoke, he calmly took out his phone, turned the volume to the maximum, and began to play a recording. "Boss, I didn't expect her daughter to have a boyfriend. If they really marry, our plan will. Such a rare opportunity. We must seize her here." As the recording played, disbelief washed over everyone as they gazed at Shinji and the man beside him. Qiu Xiufan's eyes widened as she trembled. "Shun, Shinji. You." She found herself at a loss for words. Xia Fian covered her mouth, her face a mask of incredulity. This former classmate, a man she had thought well of, had been scheming against her all along and had even drugged her. Shinji's face turned a ghastly shade, and he bellowed, "You're lying." That's a synthesized voice. "Why are you plotting against me? What benefit do you gain from this?" The moment those words escaped his lips, all eyes turned back to Yang Ling. Human nature is inherently selfish. After all, Shinji was an old classmate of many years, whereas Yang Ling was merely a stranger. Yang Ling, seeing their expressions, smiled faintly. Synthesized voice? You should engage your brain before speaking. With such limited time, can you synthesize one for me? Am I a prophet? Foreseeing your class reunion and knowing you both would head to the restroom together? His words shattered all arguments. No one in attendance was a fool. Even the world's top experts couldn't synthesize a voice in such a short time. They all looked at Shinji with growing fear. Ding. You have thwarted Shinji's scheme. Attribute points 1. Shinji's face was extremely ugly. He hurriedly turned to Xia Fian, saying, Xia Yan, you have to believe me, I really silence. Xia Fian interjected sharply, Shinji, I know your business has failed. If you speak again, I will lend you money. But I never expected you to resort to such despicable tactics. Our friendship ends here. Xiofan, let us go? With that, she grabbed the still-dazed Xiofan and headed for the exit. At that moment, Shinji suddenly erupted into laughter. Leave? You think you can come and go as you please? Block their way. The thugs Shinji had hired immediately surged forward, blocking the entrance. Xia Fian turned pale, and Shinji laughed maniacally. Xia Fian, do you think you're still the school beauty of 17 or 18? You're just an old hag now. The effort I put into you could easily have won me 10 younger women. I'm telling you, I owe a lot of money outside. It's only a matter of time before I'm finished. Today, you're mine. Boys, kindly toss these 2 women into the car. Do as you please with the others. Chapter 169. Do you think you can fight me? The non-mainstream thug let out a cold laugh and said, all right, but since this woman is so beautiful, you must make sure your brothers have some fun after you're done. Shinji laughed heartily. Excellent. We are all in the same boat tonight. Let us enjoy ourselves. Just as he finished speaking, a chilling voice pierced through the air. Where did all this nonsense come from? Shinji felt a dark shadow sweep over him, and in the next instant, an overwhelming force sent him flying backward. With a sharp crack, he was sent crashing to the ground by Yang Ling's slap. His teeth scattered and half his face swollen grotesquely. Yang Ling looked down upon him as if he were mere refuse. Seeing you so joyful, I shall allow you to revel a little longer. With that, he stamped down, shattering the man's leg bone, accompanied by a heart-wrenching scream. Shinji's neck fell limp as he fainted from the pain. This sudden display of ferocity silenced the crowd momentarily, but these thugs, accustomed to living on the edge, quickly rallied. The non-mainstream thug bellowed, that hurts. Grab your weapons. A dozen thugs brandished their machetes, causing several women in the crowd to scream and retreat. Su Dazhuang and his companions shouted in unison, seizing tables and chairs, positioning themselves behind Yang Ling. Yang Ling cast a surprised glance at them, astonished by their camaraderie despite their recent acquaintance. However, they were merely ordinary individuals with more muscle than skill. A single blow could prove fatal. He gestured for them to step back, stating, I will handle this. Without sparing a look at their expressions, he calmly approached the thugs. An icy aura emanated from him, causing the thugs to freeze in place, instinctively stepping back. One attempted to reach for the nearby Xia Fian and Xiofan, but as he moved, a chair flew through the air, knocking him to the ground and causing him to spit blood. Yang Ling's strength was overwhelming. These ordinary men were no match for it. Had he not held back slightly, he might have crushed the man's life away. He clapped his hands together, nonchalantly stating, Fight me? Do you think you are worthy? The thugs exchanged glances, and under intense pressure, someone shouted, Brothers, what is there to fear? Let us take him on. With that, he charged forward, swinging his machete straight at Yang Ling's heart, eliciting screams from the crowd. But at that moment, Yang Ling lifted his leg, and with a sickening crack, the thug's hand shattered upon impact. The force propelled him against the wall, leaving his fate uncertain. The atmosphere grew tense as Yang Ling had already made his move. Ding. Tai Chi Mastery activated. Ding. Lingbo Weibo skill activated. Ding. Range perception skill activated. Ding. Deduction mastery skill activated. With 2 combat skills and 2 auxiliary skills activated simultaneously, he needed no elaborate maneuvers. Simply dodging the incoming blades and delivering a punch sufficed. No one could withstand his blows. Each strike resulted in either a shattered hand or foot. In the span of 7 or 8 breaths, the battle concluded. The once arrogant thugs, brandishing their knives, now lay scattered on the ground, moaning in defeat. Chapter 170. Brother, what brings you here? At that moment, everyone was rendered speechless. A dozen thugs had been subdued in mere seconds, with the astonishing feat of 2 men incapacitated in a single second. Who exactly is this young man? Xia Fian gazed incredulously at the figure of the boy before her, a flicker of excitement glimmering in her eyes. Could it be him? Has he arrived? The four muscular men exchanged bewildered glances, while Su Dazhuang's eyes sparkled with realization. He was nearly convinced that Yang Ling was indeed the legendary figure of unparalleled prowess. Otherwise, the extraordinary scene unfolding before them could not be explained. Were it not for the crowd, he might have knelt in reverence. Ding. You have shattered the thug's desire to harm you. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have fulfilled the wish of Xia Fian and others to avoid being attacked. Wish points 1. Current progress. 10-10. Yang Ling flexed his wrist and addressed the four muscular men behind him. Collect their weapons. Understood. The four men eagerly rushed to demonstrate their loyalty to Yang Ling. Just then, the roar of engines echoed from the entrance. A few luxury vehicles came to a halt, and a man in sunglasses, his leg in a cast, emerged from a wheelchair, flanked by a swarm of thugs. There were around 14 or 15 of them, and the bulging shapes at their waists suggested they were likely armed. Su Dazhuang was taken aback and hastily retreated, exclaiming, "It's a Bao. Could this gang be his subordinates?" Upon entering the restaurant, the newcomers were astonished by the scene that greeted them. At that moment, Shinji, who had been unconscious, suddenly awakened and shouted, "A Bao! Kill him!" A Bao glanced at the severely wounded Shinji and turned his attention to Yang Ling, his expression darkening as he inquired, "Did you do all this?" Yang Ling replied coolly, "What? Are you willing to sacrifice your other leg as well?" A Bao was taken aback by the response, but one of his subordinates yelled, "Since it was you, then die." Ding. Area perception skill activated. As the man reached for his gun, a glint of cold steel flashed before him, and a thumb shot forth, blood gushing as the thug clutched his injured hand and howled in agony. What just happened? Everyone was stunned by the unfolding drama. A Bao observed Yang Ling, who was casually playing with a coin, emanating the same chilling aura as the boy from that fateful day. A coin? Could it be mere coincidence? You come all the way to M City in disguise. Are you here to eliminate me? A Bao was a shrewd individual. After being taught a lesson by Yang Ling previously, he had come to understand a crucial truth. The two were not of the same caliber. To Yang Ling, extinguishing his life was akin to crushing an ant. Taking a deep breath, a Bao suddenly remarked, "Brother, what a coincidence. What brings you here?" The atmosphere turned bizarre at his words. Xia Fian and the others were bewildered. Shinji was stunned. The muscular men were perplexed. And even a Bao's subordinates were taken aback. Brother? The notorious A Bao, feared in the underworld of M City, is addressing this young man as brother? Is my hearing failing me? Could this boy be an extraordinary figure of immense significance? Chapter 171. Kneel and wait. Yang Ling spoke calmly. Brother? I am not your brother. With so many of you, how could I dare to assume that role? Upon hearing this, Brother Leopard's expression turned sour, and he gravely commanded, "Put away all your weapons and hand them over to this young man." What? Hand over our weapons? The gangsters were utterly stunned, fully aware of the implications of such an act. It signified surrender, a last resort in the face of overwhelming power. One of the younger members trembled and said, "Big brother, shouldn't we reconsider?" Brother Leopard roared, "Are you deaf? I said to immediately hand over your weapons to the young brother. Do you understand?" Ah, yes, yes. What followed was nothing short of astonishing. The fierce gangsters grabbed a plastic bag and began depositing their weapons into it, akin to children surrendering their toys after mischief. It was utterly unbelievable. Yang Ling nonchalantly accepted the plastic bag and handed it to Su Dazhuang, saying, "Turn this over to the police." Su Dazhuang, feeling a mix of fear and awe, carefully cradled the deadly items, gazing at Yang Ling as if he were a deity. Brother Leopard quietly remarked, "Brother, we were unaware of your presence here, and we apologize for any offenses. Could you perhaps overlook this incident and grant us mercy?" Yang Ling replied with a cold smile, "Spare you? Just a moment ago, these ruffians were intent on my demise. And you think I would let it slide with just a word?" Ah. Brother Leopard felt a chill run down his spine at the tone of Yang Ling's voice. Gritting his teeth, he commanded, "Slap them across the face." Yes. Several underlings prepared to strike, but Yang Ling interjected, "Did I instruct you to punish these ruffians? There is a principle of retribution, Brother Leopard. Surely you understand that?" Brother Leopard, suddenly alert, barked, grab Shinji and hold him up. I will deal with this scoundrel. The gangsters surged forward, seizing the petrified Shinji. Without hesitation, Brother Leopard delivered 2 resounding slaps. Shinji, already with half a swollen face from Yang Ling's previous blow, now appeared in a pitiful state. Although his actions were despicable, Shinji was a classmate of Xiaofian and others, and the young woman's compassion stirred within her as she softly implored, "Perhaps we should let this go? Continuing like this could lead to serious consequences." Having recognized Yang Ling, Brother Leopard and the others dismissed the possibility of him being anyone other than a man of considerable skill, mistaking him for a rival. They did not perceive the truth of his identity. Hearing the beautiful woman address him so tenderly, Yang Ling found it amusing. He waved his hand and said, "Let it be. I suspect the police will arrive soon. You all should kneel patiently and await their arrival." At this pronouncement, the perplexed gangsters seethed with frustration. Yet Brother Leopard breathed a sigh of relief. Since the young master had spoken, it seemed they had passed this hurdle, and he had managed to save his own skin. As for facing the police, Brother Leopard was no stranger to such encounters. He had not participated in the brawl and could easily shift the blame onto others. Ding. You have fulfilled Brother Leopard's wish for a safe passage. Wish value 1, current progress, 1110. Contemplating this, Brother Leopard shouted, "What are you all standing there for? Kneel." Chapter 172. The spring poison erupts at this moment. The sound of police sirens echoed at the entrance. The commotion had already prompted someone to call for help. Fully armed officers burst into the scene, momentarily taken aback by the sight before them. Leading the group was a middle-aged officer, who widened his eyes as he surveyed the kneeling ruffians, before his gaze settled upon Brother Leopard in the wheelchair. "Ah, Bao, are you all putting on a show?" Brother Leopard managed a wry smile. "Some of my younger brothers acted foolishly and got into a scuffle. I had them kneel here to apologize." "Are you truly so benevolent?" The middle-aged captain sneered. "You are suspected of creating a disturbance. You are all under arrest. Take them away." The officers immediately sprang into action. Apprehending the thugs, some were led away, while others were carried to the police vehicles. The captain approached Su Dazhuang, inquiring, "Boss Su, what exactly transpired?" Su Dazhuang handed over a bag filled with firearms. "Captain Hao, we are law-abiding citizens." Captain Hao furrowed his brow as he glanced at the individuals before him. They were dressed ordinarily. Some were women, others mere children, including Yang Ling, and did not appear to be criminals. However, duty called, and he sternly stated, "Regardless, you must accompany me to the station to clarify matters." Su Dazhuang, displaying remarkable understanding, replied, "Captain Hao, we will accompany you. But my younger brothers and the ladies have been startled. It would be best for them to rest early." Captain Hao nodded in agreement. After casting a glance at Yang Ling, he commanded, "Fall in." Everyone exhaled in relief. Su Dazhuang turned to Yang Ling and said, "Young master, I shall treat you to a meal another time." As he prepared to leave, Yang Ling gently patted his shoulder and smiled. "You've worked hard. Thank you. Next time, it will be my treat." Su Dazhuang gasped involuntarily, his heart racing with excitement. He realized that he had finally earned a place in the esteem of this extraordinary individual. He yearned to voice his thoughts, but met with Yang Ling's calm, smiling gaze. He found himself at a loss for words. Was there anything more to say? The mere affirmation from him sufficed. He nodded vigorously and called out to his 3 muscular companions, "Let us go clear things up at the station, and afterward, I'll take you all for some fun." "All right." The 3 muscle-bound men, lacking in intellect, eagerly followed suit. Ding. You have fulfilled Su Dazhuang's wish for another meal. Wish value 1, current progress 1210. Yang Ling offered a faint smile. Once the crowd had dispersed, he turned his attention to Xiaofian beside him, only to be taken aback. The young woman had been drugged. Earlier, the heightened tension had suppressed the effects of the drug, but now, in this moment of relaxation, the potency surged forth. She trembled slightly, a sheen of perspiration glistening on her forehead, her cheeks flushed like a ripe apple. Xiaofian, noticing the young man's gaze upon her, blushed even deeper. Overwhelmed by the drug's effects, she succumbed and fainted. Yang Ling reacted swiftly, catching her in his arms. Qiu Shufan exclaimed, "Fian, what is wrong with you?" Yang Ling grasped her wrist, feeling the heat radiating from her skin. Frowning, he stated, "She has consumed spring poison. The effects are severe, and she requires immediate treatment." Treatment, treatment. Qiu Shufan's thoughts evidently wandered elsewhere. Her face flushing as she looked at Yang Ling and asked, "Brother, should we take her to the hospital?" Chapter 173, Detoxification. Yang Ling shook her head and said, "The effects of the poison have already permeated her bloodstream. Taking her to the hospital may be too late." After a moment's hesitation, she lifted Xia Fei Yin from the small restaurant and retrieved the keys to her sports car from her handbag, unceremoniously placing the young woman in the passenger seat before starting the engine. Behind them, Xia Fei Yin's classmates rushed out, with Qiu Shufan calling out, "Where are you taking her?" Yang Ling glanced back at them, her expression earnest, and replied, "To receive treatment. Do not worry." With that, the sports car shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, vanishing into the night in the blink of an eye. Ding! The driving mastery skill activated. Under the enhancement of this skill, the car's speed soared to a terrifying 240 horsepower, reducing the usual half-hour drive to the hot spring hotel to a mere 10 minutes. However, at that moment, Xia Fei Yin was completely lost in her own turmoil. Her body burned with heat, her clothing disheveled. Her soft arms entwined around Yang Ling as she nuzzled his neck with her delicate nose. Yang Ling felt his face flush, his heart racing relentlessly. Any man would find it difficult to remain composed in the presence of such a stunning beauty. Yet, he was not an ordinary man. Despite the tumult of desire, he managed to keep his wits about him. With one hand, he pressed Xia Fei Yan's supple body back against the seat while steering the car with the other. Unexpectedly, she clasped his hand, gently rubbing her cheek against it. Just bear with it a little longer, he thought, choosing to ignore her. Her affectionate gesture toward his hand was preferable to her nuzzling his neck. A short while later, at the hot spring hotel, Yang Ling carried Xia Fei Yin into the elevator, drawing astonished gazes from the staff. Once inside their room, he unceremoniously placed her on the bed. As soon as she landed on the bed, the flames of desire within Xia Fei Yin erupted completely. She nearly leapt into Yang Ling's arms, writhing and murmuring, "It's so hot. Hold me, please hold me." Ding! The traditional medicine mastery skill activated. Without hesitation, Yang Ling pressed her down once more, swiftly removing her garments, revealing her nearly perfect form before him. His intentions were not driven by lust, but rather by the necessity for her body to dissipate heat and sweat effectively. With a sudden rush of stimulation, the inexperienced Yang Ling found himself unexpectedly bleeding from his nose. Ding! The injury mastery skill activated, halting the flow of blood. It was ironic that this skill, typically unneeded, proved useful now. Taking a deep breath, he forced himself to regain his composure. He then pinned Xia Fei Yin firmly to the bed, rendering her struggles futile, while his other hand expertly pressed on a pressure point at her waist. A soft moan escaped her lips, and her body writhed even more intensely. Ding! The injury mastery skill activated. Yang Ling wiped the blood from his face and muttered, "Strange, why am I not sweating?" After a moment of contemplation, a look of realization crossed his features. The aphrodisiacs produced by modern medicine differed from those of the past, and thus required a different approach for resolution. Unaware of the specific type of drug that the scoundrel Shinji had administered, he could only search for the corresponding pressure points one by one. Observing Xia Fei Yin, who was softly squirming, appearing almost as if she would melt away, Yang Ling rubbed his nose and said, "I apologize for the offense." Chapter 174, Detoxification 2. Next came the search for an acupoint, which inevitably led to contact with Xia Fei's body. Although the acupoint for detoxification had yet to be located, it was clear that this woman could not withstand such teasing. Soft moans began to escape her lips as her thighs wrapped around Yang Ling's waist. Her small hands unconsciously caressing his arms, her body temperature rising steadily. Yang Ling furrowed his brow, realizing that if this continued, the flames of passion would only intensify, and his mind might very well be consumed. Reluctantly, he shed his own garments, freeing Xia Fei from her binds. With her restraints removed, Xia Fei immediately lunged towards him, exhaling a heavy breath as she embraced him. In contrast to her feverish body, Ling felt as cool as an ice block, providing a soothing effect. As she nestled against him, she began to writhe gently, emitting contented sighs. It was not Ling's intention to take advantage of her. Rather, he sought to help her release some of her pent-up desire. Otherwise, her mind might truly be overwhelmed. Ding! The injury recovery skill has been activated. Feeling the warmth enveloping him, Ling shook his head vigorously. Having already pressed all the accessible acupoints in front, he figured he might as well embrace her. It would not hinder his search for the acupoints on her back. His fingers glided over Xia Fian's scorching, delicate skin, seeking out the acupoints one by one. Suddenly, upon pressing a specific point on her lower back, Xia Fian stiffened, a fine sheen of fragrant sweat breaking out across her skin. Success! Ling let out a heavy sigh of relief, but the detoxification process through perspiration required time, during which he had no choice but to allow Xia Fian to cling to him. Uncertain how much time had passed, both Xia Fian and Ling were drenched in sweat, even soaking the sheets beneath them. Abruptly, the woman in his arms became still. Ling grasped her wrist and checked her pulse, a faint smile gracing his lips. Her pulse was steady now, and her temperature had dropped. The terrifying spring toxin had been completely resolved. Ding! You have thwarted Xia Fian's desire for you to hold her. Attribute point 1. What a nonsensical notification. Ling gently laid the woman on the bed, covered her with a blanket, and exited the room. In the dead of night, a gentle rain began to fall outside, and Xia Fian slowly awakened in bed. She stared at the ceiling, tears streaming down her cheeks. Despite being drugged and losing her rationality, her memories remained intact. She vividly recalled her actions. Just moments ago, on this very bed, she had clung to the young man, desperately yearning for primal desire. How could this happen? How could it come to this? Xia Fian wept inconsolably, suddenly donning her clothes and hastily exiting the room. The night was deep, and the rain fell increasingly heavy. At the fountain in the hotel garden, drenched in rainwater, Xia Fian gazed up at the boundless sky, sobbing silently. The tears mingled with the rain cascading down her cheeks, as if only this downpour could wash away her unbearable memories. Thunder rumbled, illuminating the corner where she stood. With her eyes closed, she allowed the rain to pelt her face, the anguish, confusion, shame, and despair in her heart nearly suffocating her. Why isn't it him? If it were him, I wouldn't be in such pain. Ling, where are you? Why don't you come find me? She murmured incessantly, like a flower swaying in the storm, at risk of being torn apart at any moment. Yet, in the next instant, an umbrella appeared, shielding her from the relentless downpour. Chapter 175. Embrace amidst the storm under the dim light. A delicate young man gazed at her with calmness, causing Xia Fian to instinctively lift her head. It's you. A trace of despair flickered across her lips as she murmured, You must look down on me, right? I apologize. I am a shameless woman. The young man regarded her and replied softly with a gentle smile, You have just recovered from a serious illness. Being caught in the rain is not good for you. Please go back. Xia Fian stared at him, her emotions surging like a tidal wave. She suddenly flung herself into his arms, crying out in anguish, Why aren't you him? Why are you so kind to me? A woman like me does not deserve it. He cast aside the umbrella, embracing her with a faint smile. Then who would you like me to be? His voice was melodious and familiar, rendering Xia Fian momentarily speechless as she slowly raised her gaze. The rain had washed away the makeup from his face, revealing that this gentle smile belonged to none other than Ling. Trembling, she looked at him, and then, as if struck by a realization, she abruptly pushed him away. Ailing, No, this cannot be. I was confused earlier. I do not like you. Truly I don't. Her voice dwindled to a whisper as she noticed Ling merely smiling at her, his eyes brimming with warmth, as if he could melt her heart. Clutching her chest, she retreated amidst the downpour, choking back her words, I really. Her voice quivered, as though an unseen weight pressed upon her heart, robbing her of the strength to speak. Ling extended his hand, smiling gently, I understand. Come back with me. In the rain. The boy's smile was so tender, and his outstretched hand resembled the last beam of light in a fathomless abyss, illuminating her path. I understand. Come back with me. Those few words shattered the walls around Xiaofian's heart, and she rushed forward, pouring all her strength into embracing Yang Ling, weeping loudly. I truly, truly like you. Ever since the day you saved me, I have liked you so much. Is it possible? Can I really go home? Will Muhan not hate me? Yang Ling gently enveloped her in his arms, whispering softly in her ear, She will not. It was she who sent me to you. You are her most revered mother. No matter what happens, regardless of the future, both she and I will always love and protect you. You are our most cherished family. Xiaofian's heart trembled, and tears streamed down her face, rendering words unnecessary. What could be more important than family? She clung tightly to Yang Ling in that moment, relinquishing all her reservations. Amidst the storm, only the embrace of family offered the warmest refuge. She whispered in a voice only she could hear, Ling, thank you. Let us go home. Ding. Xiaofian has expressed her willingness to return home with you. You have completed the task. Ding. All of your attribute values have increased by 10 points. Upon your return, the Liu family's affection for you will significantly rise. Ding. Xiaofian has officially become a system-associated character. In the embrace amidst the storm, Xiaofian has achieved a closeness of 100 points with you, binding your fates together, never to part. Chapter 176, A Sudden Surge in Strength. Ding. 4 of your attributes have reached whole numbers. Would you like to draw random rewards now? Ding. You have received a wish chest. Would you like to open it now? Unexpectedly, Xiaofian's intimacy level has reached its maximum. How much does she like me? Yang Ling pondered, rubbing his nose, intending to return home to bathe and change before opening the chest. A moment later, in the luxurious Suite 3773, Xiaofian emerged, fresh from her bath. Her face flushed as she looked at Yang Ling and asked, Ling, would you like to take a shower first? Uft. Yang Ling found the dialogue somewhat peculiar and blushed as he replied, It's too late. I'll head back to my room. See you tomorrow. Ah, is he leaving already? Xiaofian's face turned crimson, her eyes reflecting evident anticipation and reluctance. I must say, her allure and charm surpassed that of Zhang Yuru by several levels. Yang Ling's mind drifted to some bizarre scenarios, nearly causing a nosebleed. He hastily stood up and said, It's a queue system. Let us discuss it later. As soon as he spoke, he dared not look at Xiaofian and left the room directly. Q. Xiaofian stared blankly at the youth's retreating figure before suddenly bursting into laughter. Ding. You have shattered Xiaofian's desire for intimacy. Gaining 1 attribute point. Upon returning to his room, Yang Ling took a shower, lay upon his bed, and began to process his gains. Due to completing the task, all his attributes increased by 10, resulting in the following panel: Strength 45, Agility 42, Stamina 41, Mental Power 40. He spoke solemnly, Draw integer rewards for me. Ding. Drawing 4 integer rewards for you. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired the skill Mastery of Mechanical Repair, gaining 2 attribute points, 2 charm points, and 3 attribute points. Having completed the 4 draws, it was unfortunate that he only received 1 skill, yet the Mastery of Mechanical Repair proved to be exceedingly practical and quite a valuable skill. Yang Ling nodded in satisfaction and began to allocate his newly acquired attribute points. He currently had 10 free attribute points. After some hesitation, he allocated 5 points to strength and 5 points to mental power. His attributes changed once again: strength, 50 agility, 42 stamina, 46 mental power, 45 charm, 16 free attribute points, 0 wish value. 1310. This panel's statistics had nearly transcended human limits. For instance, each point in strength equated to roughly an additional 20 kilograms of force. Thus, 50 points of strength meant an impressive 1,000 kilograms of power. Upon activating the Mighty Force technique, his strength surged to 1,800 kilograms, capable of delivering a slap that could potentially shatter a bull's skull. Moreover, with 46 points in stamina, Yang Ling could sustain continuous outbursts, and most crucially, his agility at 42 points rendered his speed astonishing. When combined with the wave-skimming steps, his sprinting could likely surpass that of a sports car. Now, relying solely on his innate strength, he was nearly invincible. Presently, he possessed 13 wish points. After some contemplation, he chose not to make a wish, as his skills were sufficient for the moment, opting instead to conserve them for enhancing his superpowers. The moment of truth arrived. Taking a deep breath, Yang Ling spoke with resolve. Open the wish chest for me. Ding. The host has chosen to unlock the chest, randomly drawing a top-tier reward for you. Please hold on. Chapter 177. The mother-child dragon soul soared. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling felt an instant surge of anxiety. Zhang Yuru had granted him the extraordinary ability of telekinesis, leaving him curious about what treasures Xia Fian might bestow upon him. External skills, external skills. His mind raced as he pondered, and after a prolonged wait, the system's voice finally resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained one of the supreme artifacts from the myriad realms, the Mother-Child Dragon Soul Sword. The Mother-Child Dragon Soul Sword, forged from the bones of 81 celestial dragons. Its blade is imbued with the spirit of the dragon itself, capable of cleaving stars with its immeasurable might. This sword can split into up to 81 forms, allowing the host to change its shape at will, with each transformation consuming 1 point of mental energy. Current level of the Mother-Child Dragon Soul Sword, LV1. With the ability to split into 9 blades. Each level increase enhances the split count by 9, and the host may expend wish points for upgrades. As the system concluded its announcement, a brilliant light suddenly shimmered before Yang Ling, and a golden long sword gently materialized. The sword's blade was intricately engraved with the images of 81 fierce dragons, each uniquely shaped, a true masterpiece of craftsmanship. Yang Ling was left utterly astonished. The Mother-Child Dragon Soul Sword? The pinnacle artifact of the myriad realms? Could it truly be so extravagant? After taking a deep breath, he grasped the hilt, and an immediate sensation of bloodline connection surged within him. With a mere thought, the sword quivered slightly and transformed into 9 floating golden mini-swords surrounding him. As the master of the Dragon Soul Sword, Yang Ling instinctively understood how to wield this divine artifact. With another thought, the 9 golden mini-swords morphed into 9 small shields that spun around him, enveloping him in a protective embrace. Let me try another transformation. With a twist of will, the Dragon Soul Sword transformed once more, this time into 9 distinct golden mini-dragons. It seemed this form was its true essence. As the golden dragons affectionately circled around Yang Ling, goodness, could these actually be real dragons? His inner query was swiftly answered by the system. Ding. The spirit of the Dragon Soul Sword is forged from the essence of a divine dragon. In a certain sense, they are indeed true dragons. Yang Ling was left speechless. With a delicate flick of his finger, the 9 mini-dragons converged into a single magnificent golden dragon, measuring 3 to 4 meters in length, soaring and spiraling around him in a breathtaking display. Oh my! While others walk their dogs, I can walk a dragon. Even with Yang Ling's composure, he couldn't resist the urge to exclaim thrice in astonishment. Suddenly, a whimsical thought crossed his mind. With a mere thought, the golden dragon began to twist, and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman with golden skin, completely unclothed. Wow, this truly is a remarkable ability. Yang Ling nearly lost his composure, his eyes widening as he examined the golden beauty before him, who stood with her eyes closed. He reached out to touch her, discovering she was as solid as stone. Curiously, he inquired, "System, can I change her color? Perhaps her gender?" Ding. As the level of the Mother-Child Dragon Soul Sword increases, its quality will also enhance, improving both the sword's power and the realism of its transformed forms. Since the Mother-Child Dragon Soul Sword is primarily based on the Mother Sword, it will only manifest in a female form when taking on biological shapes. I see. Yang Ling nodded in understanding, and without hesitation, he decided to expend his accumulated wish points to upgrade the sword. Ding. Consuming 10 wish points, the Mother-Child Dragon Soul Sword has been upgraded to LV2. The next level will require 20 wish points. With the successful upgrade, the golden beauty before him underwent slight changes, becoming a tad softer. Yet no matter how one looked at her, she still resembled a golden statue of a woman. Chapter 178. The change in the Xia family. He attempted to transform into various forms, and had essentially mastered all the functions of the Dragon Soul Sword. This blade was extraordinarily sharp, capable of slicing through iron as if it were mere clay. However, wielding it recklessly in a fit of fury was clearly not the correct method of utilization. It was imperative to synchronize its use with the ability to manipulate objects from a distance, akin to a sword immortal guiding his blade across 1,000 miles. Which was the proper approach? With a mere thought, the Dragon Soul sword swiftly diminished in size, ultimately transforming into a golden bracelet adorned with the etchings of 81 miniature dragons, which he donned upon his wrist. As night deepened, the day had been eventful, and his mental energy was rapidly depleting. Thus, he decided against further contemplation and extinguished the lights to retire for the night. The following day, at noon, Yang Ling awoke and immediately dialed Su Dazhuang. The sound of heavy breathing on the other end indicated that the muscular fellows were enjoying themselves. Su Dazhuang extended a heartfelt invitation for Yang Ling to join them, but it was met with a direct refusal. Since they had begun their revelries, it signified that all was well. Yang Ling agreed to reconnect later and ended the call. A short while later, having completed his morning routine, he intended to venture downstairs in search of sustenance. Just as he exited his room, he encountered Xia Fian approaching. Today, she was clad in a light blue dress, her previously pinned-up hair cascading down, with a hint of delicate makeup, making her appear even younger. To outsiders, she looked no more than a 23 or 24-year-old young lady. Upon seeing Yang Ling, Xia Fian blushed slightly and said, "I was just about to call you for lunch." Yang Ling smiled gently and inquired, "Are you feeling better?" Xia Fian nodded slightly, gazing at him. "Ling, you have saved me once again. I truly thank you." Yang Ling shook his head with a smile. "Let us go eat together." In the dining hall, the two sat across from one another, and Xia Fian appeared transformed, her mood evidently elevated. Yang Ling's charm rating of 16 enhanced his already handsome demeanor, exuding a subtle elegance that caught the attention of several young women nearby. Xia Fian's beauty was beyond question. Together, they made a striking pair, drawing envious glances from those around them. In 3 days, the results of the college entrance examination would be announced. Yang Ling had the desire to return home, but he waited for Xia Fian to voice it first. As if sensing his thoughts, she smiled softly and said, "Ling, after lunch, let us depart. Honor is likely anxious." Yang Ling nodded, intending to respond, when suddenly his phone rang. It was Lu Muhan calling. A concerned voice came through the line. "Ling, have you found my mother?" Yang Ling glanced at the slightly flushed Xia Fian and replied with a gentle smile, "She is with me. She is fine now." With a sigh of relief, Lu Muhan continued with urgency, "My mother's phone is off. Please let her answer the call. Something has happened." Puzzled, Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback and handed the phone to Xia Fian, saying, "Director Lu mentioned that something has happened." A wave of unease washed over Xia Fian as she felt a foreboding sense of dread. After a brief conversation, she hung up, her expression grave. "Ling, could you accompany me to H City? It seems my father is not well." "What?" Yang Ling exclaimed in surprise, aware of Xia Fian's background. Before marrying Lu Muhan's father, she was the most beloved daughter of the Xia family patriarch from Jiangnan province. Chapter 179. He is my son-in-law. Speaking of the Xia family, it is indeed a distinguished lineage. The patriarch, Xia Hongda, is a prominent figure who has retired from the capital, on par with the esteemed Lu family elder. However, there has always been a rift between the two venerable families. Despite both residing in Jiangnan province, they have never mingled. Years ago, the union between Xia Fian and Lu Muhan's father was met with vehement opposition from the entire Xia clan. In a fit of anger, Xia Fian left her home, and her name was subsequently expunged from the family register, effectively disowning her from the Xia family. Xia Hongda is known for his obstinate nature. He has never reached out to Xia Fian over the years. Yet, upon falling gravely ill, it seems he wishes to see his estranged daughter one last time before his time runs out. Unable to contact her directly, the Xia family reached out to the Lu patriarch. He did not elaborate, allowing his daughter-in-law to make the decision. Yang Ling initially intended to return home and focus on his work, but seeing Xia Fian's anxious demeanor, he sighed inwardly and concurred. "Very well. I shall accompany you on this journey." Upon hearing this, Xia Fian smiled, though she soon blushed and remarked, "You must be aware of my strained relationship with my family. Ever since my late husband passed, My relatives have urged me to sever ties with the Liu family and remarry. When we return, please simply state that I have a boyfriend." With that, Muhan prepared to depart, prompting Yang Ling to wear a bittersweet smile. Noticing Xia Fian already on her feet, he quickly grabbed a piece of bread and followed her. M City and H City are not far apart. Xia Fian's sports car made the round trip in just half a day. With great speed, they arrived at the grand entrance of the Xia family villa. This mansion, nestled in the mountains, sprawls over a vast area and resembles a miniature palace. Unlike the Liu family, the Xia household is bustling and lively, with nearly the entire family residing within the villa, not to mention the 50 or so staff members, including servants and chefs. As they stepped out of the car, a middle-aged man resembling a butler hurried towards them. Upon seeing Xia Fian, he immediately bowed and exclaimed, "Miss Six, you have finally returned. The elder is nearing his end. You must hurry to see him." Xia Fian's face reflected urgency as she handed the car keys to the butler and pulled Yang Ling towards the villa. The butler, puzzled, inquired, "Miss, who is this young man? You know the elder's temperament. I fear he may not welcome outsiders." "He is my son-in-law," Xia Fian declared, leaving the butler momentarily bewildered in her wake. "Son-in-law?" Miss Muhan is married. The elder's room was adorned in an antique style, but it was filled with people. Indicating the gravity of the situation, it appeared the elder was indeed nearing his last moments. Yet, Xia Fian found herself barred from entering. A middle-aged man coldly remarked, "How dare you show your face here? The elder does not wish to see you. Leave at once." Xia Fian pleaded desperately, "Fifth brother, please let me see father one last time." The man scoffed, "Let you in? Are you here to stake a claim to the inheritance? I'll remind you. Once you married that Liu, you were no longer a member of the Xia family. Leave now, or I will have the bodyguards remove you." Chapter 180. Your words are excessive. Xia Fian's eyes brimmed with tears as she anxiously scanned the crowd, her gaze straining to locate the figure of old Master Xia amidst the throng. The middle-aged man, observing her distress, scoffed, "Enough of this pretense. You surely lack for nothing at the Liu family. Why must you return to your natal home for a share? Let us depart." The commotion drew the attention of nearby onlookers, their gazes directed at Xia Fian, tinged with a subtle chill. Typically, these individuals held esteemed positions, exchanging courteous nods in passing. However, the matter at hand involved the division of an inheritance worth billions. Who would bestow her a kind expression in such circumstances? Under the weight of their scrutiny, Xia Fian felt a wave of despondency wash over her. These relatives, when faced with monumental greed, had ultimately transformed. With a rueful smile, she shook her head and turned to Yang Ling. "Perhaps I truly should not have come here. A Ling, let us return." Yang Ling, maintaining a gentle smile, replied, "Having come this far, how can we simply turn back?" He stepped forward, fixing his gaze upon the middle-aged man, calmly stating, "On the count of 3. Should you not yield, you may find yourself in dire straits. 1, 2. The middle-aged man's expression faltered momentarily before he retorted angrily, "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a manner? Sister, you have become quite bold, replacing your deceased husband with a young man. Not only that, but you dare to bring him here to spout nonsense? Your father must have truly wasted his affection on you." 3. Yang Ling's voice remained steady, while Xia Fian, her demeanor cold, interjected, "Fifth brother, he is my son-in-law." "Son-in-law? Then he belongs to the Liu family, and I shall not allow him to enter." Yang Ling, unfazed, declared, "Time's up. Your verbosity is excessive." In the next instant, a sharp crack echoed as Yang Ling delivered a resounding slap, sending the man sprawling against a pillar with a thud. Unsurprisingly, his head tilted awkwardly, and he promptly lost consciousness. A profound silence enveloped the room. All eyes turned towards the unfolding scene, and in the next moment, the bodyguards reacted with alacrity, their hands instinctively reaching for their weapons. Yang Ling, his eyes gleaming with intensity, stamped his foot upon the ground, and a net of electricity spread beneath him. A cacophony of crackling sounds ensued as all 10 bodyguards convulsed and collapsed to the floor, motionless. The events transpired with such swiftness that by the time the onlookers comprehended the situation, the bodyguards lay incapacitated. "What has occurred?" Everyone stood aghast, their expressions a mixture of shock and fear directed at Yongling. The Xia family, a unique lineage with an ancient martial arts tradition, had once seen old Master Xia wield this extraordinary skill on the battlefield, earning accolades for his contributions to the nation. Those present in the room were core members of the Xia family, well-versed in such matters. While the ordinary folk might not grasp the significance, they were utterly astonished. This young man is a master, an unparalleled expert, transcending realms of comprehension. Yongling surveyed the assembly with a calm yet chilling gaze, causing even the prominent figures of the Xia clan to feel a shiver, instinctively lowering their heads. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something. Turning his attention towards a corner where a young woman clad in red stood, her face adorned with a gentle smile, offering him a delicate, knowing glance. Chapter 181. Turning the tables, the woman possessed an unparalleled beauty, her delicate features radiating a subtle charm. With a playful smile, she gazed at Yongling, her eyes reflecting a blend of astonishment and delight. At the moment he laid eyes upon her, Yongling was struck by an overwhelming sense of awe, a feeling that sent shivers down his spine. It is noteworthy that his life had transcended to a higher realm, unless one were as breathtaking as Lu Muhan. No ordinary woman could evoke such a sensation within him. Yet, as he observed her closely, that feeling dissipated as if it had never existed. The woman in red transformed into a mere ordinary girl, who, like others, lowered her head, hesitant to meet his gaze. His extraordinary memory would not allow him to forget that fleeting moment of brilliance. Was it an illusion? No, he pondered in shock. Yet his visage remained composed as he suppressed his doubts. He spoke with a calm yet undeniable authority. My father's life hangs by a thread, as his children. We naturally possess the right to visit him. A family as grand as the Xia clan surely understands such basic decorum. Although his tone was unembellished, it carried an air of unassailable command, leading the crowd to part willingly, creating a path before him. Ding! You have shattered the collective desire of the onlookers to prevent Xia Fian from visiting the old master. Ability points 1. What does it mean to turn the tables? This is the essence of turning the tables. Under the overwhelming pressure of absolute power, what can even the most prominent families achieve? A single individual can dominate the scene, rendering those lofty figures utterly speechless. Yongling smiled serenely and proceeded forward. Xia Fian recognized Yongling's capabilities and knew that, with their close bond, he harbored no ulterior motives towards her. Previously, due to her estrangement from her family, she felt inferior to the Xia clan, often passing by them in haste. However, with Yongling leading the way, she lifted her head and followed him step by step, her heart swelling with sweetness and pride. Ding! You have fulfilled Xia Fian's wish to visit the old master. Wish points 1, current progress 410. As they approached, Xia Fian beheld her frail, dazed father, tears streaming down her face. An elderly woman beside her sighed. Fian, you have finally arrived in time to see him one last time. But he has been unconscious since last night. I fear he may not recognize you. Her voice faltered, and Xia Fian's eyes glistened with unshed tears. She had once harbored resentment towards her father, questioning why he could not support her and why he had cast her out of the Xia family. Yet, witnessing his current state, all past grievances faded into oblivion. She knelt beside the bed, her delicate hand grasping his with tenderness, choking back her emotions. Father, I'm here. As if sensing his daughter's presence, the old man's fingers trembled slightly, hinting at a glimmer of consciousness, yet his eyes remained shut. Old man, the elderly woman wept, and Xia Fian silently shed tears alongside her. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She turned to Yongling, gripping his hand tightly. Ling, if you can heal me, perhaps you can also save my father. At her words, a collective gasp echoed through the room. Everyone was aware that this young man was an extraordinary master. If he truly restored the old man's health, many would see their hopes of inheriting the estate dashed. Chapter 182. Success or failure lies in fate. A middle-aged man by the bedside spoke. Fei Yan, your elder brother is pleased you could come. However, the renowned physicians of the capital have all examined the old man, and in his current state, there is little hope for recovery. It would be best not to prolong his suffering any further. Let him depart in peace. Xia Fei Yan shook her head vigorously. No, elder brother. Please let Ling have a try. He is incredibly capable. Surely he must have a solution. As she spoke, her gaze turned towards Ling. Her eyes brimming with anticipation. Ling furrowed his brow, knowing that even with his mastery of traditional Chinese medicine, he held little confidence in improving the old man's condition. Just as he was about to voice his thoughts, another middle-aged man beside the elder brother interjected. We all recognize this young brother's talents, but at this juncture, it is truly unwise to subject the old gentleman to further turmoil. Indeed, remarked a noblewoman beside the second elder brother with a derisive laugh. Why put on such airs? Is it merely to claim a portion of the inheritance? The wealth of the Liu family would last you several lifetimes. What more do you desire? Xia Fei Yin vehemently shook her head. No, second sister-in-law, I do not wish for a single cent. But what if father could indeed awaken? Should we not at least attempt it? Awaken? What good is an inheritance then? The coldness in the gazes of the others was palpable. The third sister chuckled mockingly. All right, little sister, if so many esteemed physicians across the nation have been unable to cure this ailment, what makes you think this young man can succeed? By the way, who is this young man? We are all from the Xia family. What right does he have to be here? Xia Fei Yin replied. His name is Ling. He is my daughter's boyfriend. So, he is your son-in-law. The third sister scoffed again. Quite impressive. Lu Muhan has found herself a handsome and capable man. Enough already. We all acknowledge his prowess. You've brought him here to flaunt it. Must he not stand quietly at the side? Do you wish for father to leave this world in unrest? Xia Fei Yin smiled bitterly, fully aware of the underlying motives of this crowd. Inheritance. These individuals were merely driven by greed. While the elders might not care about Ling's status, the younger generation, particularly the young men, were now gazing at him with sharp intensity. Lu Muhan's boyfriend? This was intolerable. Lu Muhan was a stunning beauty. Who wouldn't be enamored by her? There were certainly many here who would wish to marry her. Immediately, a young man sneered. Aunt, Muhan's marriage is not solely a matter for the Liu family. It concerns the Xia family as well. This young man, while commendable, ultimately does not belong to our circle. Perhaps you should reconsider? Indeed, chimed another. He merely dispatched a few bodyguards. Our Xia family men have trained in martial arts since childhood. I could handle 20 such bodyguards with one hand. Ling, was it? You seemed quite formidable earlier. How about a friendly spar? The young men of the Xia family were riled up, but at that moment, a stern voice rang out. Silence. The speaker was an elderly matron, the head of the household, whose words carried significant weight. Upon hearing her command, all chatter ceased immediately. The matron turned to Ling and said, Ling, you are Muhan's boyfriend, and soon to be her husband, by extension. You are half a member of the Xia family. Do not take to heart the words of those just now. They are blinded by greed. If you truly possess a solution, please do give it a try. Regardless of the outcome, I shall reward you with a token of appreciation. Chapter 183. Do you think you are Zhang Tianshi? Hearing this, Ling chuckled lightly. Grandmother, you jest. I am merely an ordinary citizen and would never presume to be a part of the Xia family. With so many distinguished figures here vying for inheritance, I cannot be an exception. Here is what I propose. If I cannot cure the old gentleman, then I shall forego any monetary compensation and take my leave without a dime. However, should I succeed, I kindly request that my wife's share be granted to her. What say you? Upon hearing these words, everyone was rendered speechless. His reference to my wife was undoubtedly to Xia Fian, and with 6 children in total. Her share represented 1/6 of the entire family fortune. The Xia family had accumulated countless assets over the years, and 1/6 would amount to no less than $1 billion. Gasps of astonishment filled the room. The second son immediately interjected, Impossible. You must be dreaming. Indeed, my sister has long been expelled from the family. How could she possibly receive a share? Mother, please do not agree to this. Ling maintained a serene smile, while the elderly matriarch responded with a grave tone. Have you all lost your minds? Is the old man's life not worth 10 billion? Little Ling, I shall consent to this, if you are truly confident. Proceed as you wish. With that, she instructed the eldest son, go prepare a check for 10 billion. If the old man truly awakens, immediately transfer the funds to Fian. The eldest, a man of integrity, nodded and promptly left to carry out her orders. Ling smiled softly and began his work. He extended a finger to press against the old man's wrist, and his expression turned solemn. The onlookers held their breath, their anxiety palpable. After a moment of silence, Yang Ling expertly lifted the old man's eyelid, seemingly grasping an insight, and suddenly inquired, "How was the old gentleman's health prior to this? When did he fall ill?" The elderly woman hastily replied, "My husband has always been robust, but 10 days ago, he suddenly fell victim to a peculiar ailment, and despite consulting numerous renowned doctors, none could provide a remedy." Yang Ling frowned. Was there anything unusual that occurred 10 days ago? What could it have been? The elderly woman's face showed hesitation, until suddenly she recalled something. Everything had been peaceful until about a month ago when a number of our livestock inexplicably died, and we could not determine the cause. The old man suspected some malevolent force in the house and summoned a Taoist priest to perform a ritual. Since then, the remaining livestock have been fine, but my husband— Her voice trembled with emotion. Yang Ling sighed softly. "I am not well versed in matters of the supernatural, but according to traditional Chinese medicine, it appears the old gentleman has indeed been afflicted by some malign influence." Afflicted by malign influence. Gasps of shock erupted from the crowd. The second son snickered derisively. "Kid, you take a pulse and claim my father is possessed? Do you fancy yourself a Zhang Tianshi from Longhu Mountain? Such supernatural occurrences are mere fabrications." Yang Ling, uninterested in engaging with him, turned to the elderly woman and asked, "Is there a silver needle available? It can confirm the presence of malign influence." The elderly woman promptly replied, "Yes, I will fetch one at once." Moments later, a set of silver needles was laid before Yang Ling. Taking a deep breath, he made a small incision on the old man's fingertip, and to everyone's astonishment, not a single drop of blood emerged, as if the old man's blood had congealed within him. All eyes widened in disbelief, and at that moment, Yang Ling precisely positioned 3 silver needles and swiftly inserted them into 3 acupoints. Chapter 184. Dispelling evil. An eerie and chilling occurrence unfolded as the elder suddenly let out a piercing scream. A dark mist erupted from his mouth, coalescing into a sinister black visage. What was this? The ghastly figure bared its teeth, instilling terror in the hearts of many, and even Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Yet, being no ordinary individual, he swiftly proclaimed, "Perish, demon!" With a crackle, a bolt of lightning flashed from his brow, instantly striking the ghostly head, which dissipated into nothingness amidst its wretched wails. The elder collapsed heavily onto the bed, a trickle of dark blood seeping from his fingertips. The scene left everyone dumbfounded, their eyes wide with disbelief. Yang Ling spoke no falsehood. The elder had indeed been possessed. Yet, the most alarming revelation was that Yang Ling had conjured a lightning bolt to obliterate the ghostly visage. Could it be that this man was truly the legendary reclusive sage, endowed with extraordinary powers? All gazes turned towards Yang Ling, their expressions transformed. Most revealed admiration, while those who had previously mocked him now trembled in apprehension. "Ding! You have shattered the mockery aimed at you by the second brother and others, gaining 1 attribute point." The elderly woman suddenly awakened, springing to her feet, intent on kneeling before Yang Ling, only to be swiftly supported by him. With genuine sincerity, she implored, "Master, I beseech you to save my husband. We shall comply with any request you make. Please, I beg you." Yang Ling sighed softly. "I merely expelled a trace of malevolent energy from the elder's body using traditional Chinese medicine. However, his condition is frail. Should I employ this method again to dispel the curse, he may not endure it. To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it. To eradicate this curse entirely, we must identify the sorcerer responsible." The elderly woman choked on her words. "We are ignorant of such arts and do not know who cast the spell." Yang Ling responded with a gentle smile. From a traditional Chinese medicine perspective, the elder's health has been gradually deteriorating, indicating that the curse has been in place for at least a month. "Did you not mention that a Taoist priest performed a ritual a month ago? Summoning him to inquire would surely provide clarity." Upon hearing this, realization dawned upon all present. The Taoist priest indeed bore the greatest suspicion. The elderly woman directed her second son, "Go. Gather all the bodyguards in the house and fetch Master Wang from the mountain temple. Tell him I urgently need his assistance." The second son nodded and prepared to depart when his wife interjected, "I shall accompany you." As she moved to follow, a sudden flash of cold light startled her. Instinctively, she recoiled, narrowly avoiding a coin that whizzed past her head, shattering a crystal lamp. A shocking turn of events left everyone momentarily paralyzed. Yang Ling stepped forward with a calm demeanor, smiling softly. "Well done. To evade my coin indicates you are not a mere ordinary individual." The second sister-in-law froze, her face contorting with fear as she stammered, "What are you doing?" Yang Ling replied with a serene smile. "According to criminal psychology, a perpetrator often returns to the scene of the crime, ensuring everything has settled before departing. In traditional Chinese medicine, we possess a technique of observing qi, enabling us to discern a person's health condition at a glance. Your breath deviates from the norm, and there is a faint malevolent energy swirling about you. I have long harbored suspicions. Your quick reflexes and light-footedness in evading just now are not traits of an ordinary person." Chapter 185. Vendetta. This statement nearly elucidated that the second sister-in-law was undoubtedly extraordinary. Everyone's eyes widened in astonishment, and the second son, filled with dread, exclaimed, "Master, my wife has always been by my side. It is impossible for her to possess such prowess." "Are you mistaken?" The second sister-in-law, equally flustered, stammered. "What can a mere woman like me do? You must not wrong the innocent." Her demeanor was no different from that of an ordinary woman, leaving the crowd momentarily dumbfounded. Yet, Yang Ling let out a cold chuckle and, without a second thought, delivered a powerful kick. Bang! A tremendous force erupted. Had that kick connected, it could have led to an explosive outcome. A flicker of menace flashed in the second sister-in-law's eyes, and in the next moment, she deftly sidestepped the blow, transforming her palm into a blade as she struck at Yang Ling. Ding! The mastery of Tai Chi activated. Ding! The skill of spatial awareness engaged. In mere breaths, the two exchanged over 10 blows. However, due to Yang Ling's superior foundational attributes, he overwhelmed the second sister-in-law, sending her crashing to the ground with a heavy palm strike. A piercing scream ensued as a plume of black smoke enveloped her, and in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a middle-aged man clad in a Taoist robe. From the moment Yang Ling launched his attack to the revelation of the demon blade, all transpired in a flash, leaving everyone dumbstruck by the unfolding spectacle. "Master Wang." The crowd instinctively recoiled, their faces filled with terror as they gazed upon the fallen Taoist. Yang Ling remarked with a calm smile, "You have committed such heinous crimes. Instead of retreating to the mountains, you have the audacity to come here to watch the old man take his last breath. How overconfident can one be?" A malevolent glint appeared in Master Wang's eyes. At that moment, the second son of the Xia family suddenly recalled something. "Where is my wife? Where has she gone?" "Your wife?" Master Wang scoffed. "She was secretly meeting someone behind your back, and upon my discovery, I took the liberty of dispatching this pair of adulterers." "What? You killed her?" The second son's eyes turned crimson with rage. He seized a bodyguard's gun, intent on retaliating, but was struck by a coin that sent the gun flying from his grasp. Yang Ling gestured for him to remain calm, and then turned his gaze towards Master Wang on the ground, stating, "Given the circumstances, there is no need for futile resistance. I am curious, for someone like you, earning money should be easy. Why resort to cursing the old man?" Master Wang sneered, "The Xia family has blood on their hands. If it weren't for them, my parents would not have met such a tragic end. So, it was vengeance that drove him." Yang Ling retorted with a cold laugh. "Your dark sorcery requires living sacrifices to manifest its effects. Even if your parents perished at the hands of old Master Xia, they deserve their fate. Enough with the idle chatter. Quickly lift the curse, and perhaps there will be a chance for survival." Instinctively, Master Wang glanced around before coldly replying, "You seem to be unaware of a crucial fact. If I die, this old man shall accompany me to the grave. I advise you to allow me to leave peacefully. Otherwise, I will make him perish right now." This blatant threat elicited looks of distress from all present. The old man had become Master Wang's hostage. Should he die, the old man would surely follow suit. Yet, if they allowed him to escape, it would be akin to setting a tiger free. This individual could cast a curse again as easily as the first. In that instant, all eyes turned to the elderly woman, awaiting her final decision. Chapter 186. You overestimate yourself. After a prolonged silence, the old woman finally spoke. I can ensure your safe departure, but we must wait for the old man to awaken. Wang Daozhong scoffed. If he wakes up, I will be doomed. Let me go first, and afterwards, I will inform you how to dispel the malevolent poison within him. Pointing at Yongling, he continued, remove this person from the Xia family. As long as he is here, I shall not lift the spell. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze toward Yongling, who calmly replied, Wang Daozhong, you truly overestimate your own importance. My previous remarks were merely intended to prompt you into revealing the solution yourself. I did not anticipate your foolishness would lead you to comply. With that, he approached a jade toad placed upon a desk in the room. Although the others were somewhat perplexed, fear glimmered in Wang Daozhong's eyes. Had his instinctive glance caught such a trivial detail? The thought sent a shiver down his spine. What manner of being was this young man? Capable not only of subduing him, but also possessing such acute observational prowess? Under the watchful eyes of all present, Yongling examined the jade toad and then flicked his fingers. A sharp crack resonated as a coin shattered the toad into fragments, and an ominous wind swept through the room, accompanied by eerie laughter. Humph! Yongling scoffed, his body crackling with electric energy as he obliterated the dark mist before him, causing the old man to violently expel a mouthful of black blood, a truly harrowing sight. Wang Daozhong stared at Yongling in disbelief, stammering, who are you? Yongling replied nonchalantly, someone you cannot contend with. With another flick of his fingers, a full-length mirror on the opposite side of the room shattered into debris, releasing terrifying sounds and ghastly visages. Yet, under Yongling's tempestuous onslaught, these monstrosities disintegrated without resistance. Next, relying on his impeccable memory and mastery of deduction, Yongling shattered all items harboring malevolent forces in the room, guided solely by Wang Daozhong's earlier glance. The old man coughed up black blood repeatedly, and upon the destruction of the last flower pot, he exhaled a deep, murky breath, his complexion instantly brightening. Saved, revived? Everyone stood in stunned silence. They were not fools. The old man's breathing, once faint, had now steadied, indicating a significant improvement. At that moment, Wang Daozhong on the ground suddenly erupted in blue smoke, shrieking a few times before vanishing entirely. Even Yongling was taken aback, unable to comprehend this bizarre turn of events. Yet, as if drawn by an unseen force, he instinctively glanced toward a corner of the room. There stood the enchanting woman in red, smiling gently at him. But in the blink of an eye, she transformed back into an ordinary young girl. Everything felt surreal, as if he were lost in a dream. What on earth was happening? His brow furrowed in confusion. But at that moment, the old man stirred awake. Though conscious, he remained unable to speak. After taking his pulse, Yongling smiled softly. Fear not. I shall prescribe a remedy. You need only brew the medicine at the designated times. With a robust constitution, the old man would surely recover within a month. Chapter 187. A billion earned. Upon hearing this statement, both Xiaofian and the elderly matron breathed a sigh of relief, yet the others present exhibited varying degrees of disappointment. Ding. You have fulfilled the wish of Xiaofian and others for the old gentleman's recovery. Wish value 1. Ding. You have shattered the collective desire for inheritance. Ability value 1. Moments later, in the Xia family's living room, the elderly woman cheerfully extended a check to Yongling, saying, Shaoling. This is the amount we previously agreed upon. Yongling was momentarily taken aback, not expecting the money to actually be given. The matron chuckled. In fact, this sum was prepared by the old man long ago for his daughter. Presenting it now is simply the same. She then turned to Xiaofian, stating, Fian, although it may be a bit late to say this, consider this billion as your dowry from your father. Xiaofian shook her head with a hint of envy, saying, Mother, I have money. I still. Before she could finish, Yongling interjected with a smile. This is merely a token of goodwill from the two elders. If you refuse, it will weigh on their hearts. At this moment, Xiaofian had completely acquiesced to Yongling's words. Hearing this, she accepted the check he handed her, nodded, and placed it into her bag. The elderly matron observed this with a slight smile, nodding at her eldest son, who then retrieved a red envelope from his bag and handed it to her. Xiaoling. Within this envelope is a check for 30 million. Consider it a welcoming gift from the Xia family. Do not think to refuse. 30 million? Refusing would be absurd. Yang Ling graciously accepted the red envelope, slipping it into his pocket with a hearty laugh. Then thank you very much. Xia Fian shot him a mock glare and playfully chided, Ling, can you not be a bit more courteous? Yang Ling smiled slightly, replying, I am but a simple man, no need for such pretense. Such a lack of decorum. Xia Fian lightly chuckled, shaking her head. Mother, this child can be rather mischievous at times. Please do not take offense. The elderly woman laughed heartily. Young people should be like this. Xiaoling, next time come with Muhan. It has been many years since our families have mingled, and it is time to rekindle our bond. Yang Ling offered a faint smile. But Xia Fian's eyes sparkled at the prospect of renewed familial connections, which would indeed be mutually beneficial. Ding. You have fulfilled the elderly woman's wish for you to accept the red envelope. Wish value 1, current progress, 510. With 30 million now in hand, the journey proved to be worthwhile. As night fell, seated on a park bench in the villa grounds, Xia Fian retrieved the 10 billion check from her bag. Handing it to Yang Ling with utmost seriousness, Ling, after everything that has transpired, I am at a loss as to how to thank you. I do not need this money. I give it all to you, hoping it will assist you in your future endeavors. 10 billion, just like that, placed in his hands? Yang Ling opened his mouth. Had it been anyone else, he would have undoubtedly declined without hesitation, but Xia Fian was different. She was a system-associated individual with whom he had reached maximum intimacy. According to the system's explanation, she was inextricably bound to him, her entire being belonging to him. The difference between having this 10 billion with Xia Fian or with himself was negligible. After a moment of contemplation, he accepted the check, smiling, very well. I shall hold on to this for now. Should you wish to use it, feel free to retrieve it at any time. Chapter 188. The girl in red. Xia Fian chuckled softly, shaking her head, and suddenly blushed as she said, Our rooms are right next door. If you have nothing to do tonight, you could come to my room. The implication was rather evident. According to the system's description, once intimacy reached its peak, the other party would take the initiative to seek closeness. Indeed, such a stunning beauty as Xia Fian had taken the initiative to broach this topic. Yang Ling rubbed his nose and suddenly leaned close to her ear, whispering, By the way, there are still a few acupoints I haven't pressed last time. Since we are alone now, how about we give it a try? Xia Fian's face flushed crimson in an instant, and she shyly retorted, You're awful. I'm ignoring you. Covering her slightly heated cheeks, she hurried toward the villa. Ding. You have thwarted Xia Fian's desire for intimacy tonight. Attribute points 1. Yang Ling chuckled, taking a stroll around the park. After collecting today's meager rewards, he returned to his room to rest. In the dead of night, with silence enveloping the surroundings, Yang Ling, deep in slumber, seemed to sense something, abruptly awakening. He glimpsed a flash of red outside the window, vanishing into the darkness in the blink of an eye. Furrowing his brow, he donned his clothes and leaped out the window, disappearing into the night with a few agile movements. A moment later, in a clearing deep within the mountains, Yang Ling squinted, surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, the system's voice resonated within him. Ding. Range perception skill activated. Without a moment's hesitation, he retreated swiftly. Just as he moved, a red figure materialized at his previous location. Indeed, it was the enchanting girl in red who had captivated him during the day. With her first strike missing, the girl in red let out a soft laugh, her form blurring before vanishing once more. In the next instant, 3 sharp flying daggers shot towards him, their angles masterfully designed to block all his escape routes. Ding! The skill Lingbo Weibo activated. In that instant, Yang Ling moved as if teleporting, narrowly evading the deadly assault of the daggers. However, at that moment, the eerie girl in red reappeared behind him, lunging with a fierce grasp aimed at his back. Ding! The mastery of Tai Chi activated. As if he were a weeble, Yang Ling shifted his weight and swiftly turned to deliver a rapid punch. The girl's strike missed once again, and with a cry, she engaged Yang Ling in close combat. In the blink of an eye, Their fists clashed nearly 100 times, neither gaining the upper hand. Bang! Their fists collided, both staggering back a few steps, disbelief evident in their eyes. The girl in red spoke first. "What are you?" Yang Ling coldly replied. "And you, what are you?" "I." The girl in red giggled. "I am merely the so-called monster in your tales." As she spoke, her eyes transformed into a crimson hue, a mesmerizing light swirling within them. Her demeanor shifting dramatically as a terrifying aura surged forth. Yang Ling clearly discerned a fluffy tail behind her, a pink fox tail, a fox demon. Yang Ling was taken aback. Stepping back once more, "Is it true that monsters really exist in this world?" The girl in red paused, a hint of surprise crossing her features. "You don't know about us. Your kind?" Chapter 189. The King of Strategies. A look of perplexity crossed Yang Ling's face, which did not go unnoticed by the fox spirit opposite him. She paused for a moment, then burst into a peal of laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, so you are utterly oblivious. A man of the same life tier as myself, yet completely uninformed. How delightful. How very delightful." Ha ha ha. Her laughter was like a flurry of petals, and seeing Yang Ling still in confusion only made her giggle more. "I had thought that besides myself and that woman, no one else could reach such a realm. Who would have imagined there exists a little man like you?" Yang Ling frowned. "You brought me out here not just to say these things, did you? That Taoist who vanished in broad daylight, was it your doing?" "Vanished?" The girl in red chuckled lightly. "You misunderstand. He did not vanish. I killed him." "Killed him?" Yang Ling's brow furrowed deeper. "Aren't you all part of the same group? Why would you slay him?" "I can eliminate whomever I desire. What business is it of yours?" The girl in red cackled. "You exist on the same level as us, so why dwell among these mortals? Why not join me and indulge in the pleasures of this world?" Yang Ling responded with a cold smile. "You jest, my lady. I am but an ordinary man, utterly unqualified to frolic with a creature like you." "Oh." The expression of the girl in red suddenly turned icy. "Are you rejecting me?" Unfazed, Yang Ling replied indifferently, "Indeed. I reject you. What will you do about it?" Ding. You have shattered the wishes of the girl in red. Attribute point 1. The atmosphere between the two grew tense once more, with arcs of electricity subtly dancing around Yang Ling, poised for a lethal strike. After an indeterminate time, the girl in red suddenly withdrew her aura, laughing softly. "How amusing, truly amusing. After sleeping for 3,800 years, I awaken only to encounter a lad like you. How fascinating." As she spoke, her form began to blur, yet her enchanting voice lingered in the air. "Your name is Yang Ling, correct? Do not think you can best me. We shall meet again." Her voice gradually faded into nothingness, leaving Yang Ling gazing at the horizon, his brow slightly furrowed. The events of the day unfolded in increasingly bizarre ways, and he came to a profound realization. This world was far more complex than it appeared. It seemed that the enchantress intended to seek him out again, and it was imperative that he focus on enhancing his strength. Upon stealthily returning to his room, Yang Ling began allocating the 5 attribute points he had acquired that day, distributing them between strength and agility, thus elevating his strength to 47 and agility to 45. The night passed without incident. On the following morning, although the old man had not yet awakened, his condition had stabilized completely. Several renowned doctors from H City declared it a miracle. Within a fortnight, the elderly gentleman should be able to walk again. With nothing further to attend to, Yang Ling and Xia Fian took their leave, heading back to S City. At Lu Muhan's villa, upon seeing her mother, the young CEO disregarded everything else and dashed into her mother's embrace, weeping softly like a little girl. Ding. You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's wish to welcome her mother back. Wish value 1, current progress 910. The promise between spouses has been completed. You have honored your commitment to Lu Muhan. Intimacy 20. Current intimacy has reached maximum value. Ding. The system has detected that the host has consecutively elevated the intimacy of 3 associated characters to maximum value within a week, achieving a special accomplishment. King of Strategies. Chapter 190. How thrilling. What? An achievement? Yang Ling was taken aback upon hearing this and hurriedly checked the attributes of the achievement. King of Strategy. Upon achieving this milestone, All system-related individuals with maximum intimacy will not oppose the approach of other suitors. Moreover, unless unforeseen circumstances arise, their mutual affection will gradually increase over time. Upon observing the attributes of this achievement, Yang Ling felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. What a peculiar maneuver. He certainly lacked the energy to pursue romantic interests. The system's voice chimed in once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a wish treasure chest. Would you like to open it now? Now. This was the crux of the matter. Yang Ling, suppressing his excitement, decided to wait until he had bathed and changed in the evening before opening the treasure chest. After reuniting, the mother and daughter duo would surely have much to discuss, and Yang Ling, being perceptive, discreetly left the villa. He was now in possession of a substantial sum of money. Transferring the colossal amount of 1,300,000,000 into his account was no trivial task. Fortunately, the check bore the esteemed name of Old Master Xia, allowing the bank manager to facilitate an expedited process. Nonetheless, he had remained there from noon until dusk. Gazing at the string of numbers in his account, Yang Ling felt as though he were in a dream. Life's ups and downs had transpired too swiftly. Just a month ago, he had been impoverished, and now he found himself a millionaire with assets worth $1 billion. Merely allowing this wealth to sit idly and accrue interest seemed wasteful. He had to make his money work for him. With a faint smile, Yang Ling made his way towards the Long Bay Villa under the reverent gazes of the bank staff. As soon as he entered, he found Lu Muhan and Xia Fian blushing as they looked at him. He touched his nose and asked, "Is there something on my face?" Xia Fian chuckled lightly. "Ailing. Come and sit." Once Yang Ling settled onto the sofa, Xia Fian spoke earnestly. "Ailing, starting today, I will be moving in to live with Muhan. If you wish to do anything with us, one of us must not be home or must already be asleep. We cannot be together." Yang Ling felt as if he might have a nosebleed, while Lu Muhan's face was flushed enough to boil water. Could it be that after reaching full intimacy, they would be free to express themselves? Did these two women realize the implications of their discussion? This was utterly thrilling. Xia Fian, though slightly flushed, maintained a more composed demeanor and gazed at Yang Ling. "What is your response?" Taking a deep breath to regain his composure, Yang Ling replied with a smile, "Let us proceed as you have discussed." Upon hearing this, Xia Fian chuckled softly and turned to her daughter. "Muhan, didn't you mention you had something to discuss with him?" As soon as the matter was broached, Lu Muhan became serious. She handed Yang Ling a document from the table, saying, "Ling, take a look." Yang Ling took the document and glanced over it, stating coolly, "So they are finally making their move?" Lu Muhan nodded. "Tomorrow is the day the examination results are released. They have been waiting for this opportunity for quite some time. The position of vice president is crucial. Do you have any strategies?" Yang Ling chuckled. "They merely believe I will fail all my subjects, using that as a reason to expel me. However, I suspect they will be sorely disappointed." Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Lu Muhan frowned. "Ailing, tomorrow is our monthly board meeting. I hope you will accompany me." Yang Ling looked at the beautiful female president and nodded slightly. "Very well. I shall attend tomorrow and see what tricks these people have up their sleeves." Chapter 191. Absolute Control. I am God as night fell. Yang Ling, having finished his bath and changed his clothes, lay on his bed and spoke in a low voice. "System, please allow me to draw from the wish treasure chest." Ding. The host has chosen to draw from the treasure chest. Please wait a moment. After yet another round of murmurs and a lengthy wait, the system's voice finally resonated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a special item, the portable wish space. Portable wish space. In this absolute domain that leaps through multiple dimensions, the host possesses complete control, enabling him to alter the internal structure and gravity of the space at will. This space can store items, and the host can enter and exit freely. Moreover, system-associated individuals whose intimacy levels have reached maximum can also enter this space with the host's consent. Current level of portable wish space. LV1, current area, 10 cubic meters. With each level increase, the area expands tenfold. Yang Ling felt somewhat bewildered. This wish space seemed extraordinarily powerful. Not only could it store items, but he could also enter it himself. If he encountered an attack, he could simply hide within this space, impervious even to atomic bombs. With a thought, he vanished from his bed, only to reappear in the wish space moments later. The cubic space was small, surrounded by an aura of chaos. Yang Ling pointed with his fingertip, envisioning the shape of a house, and instantly, a miniature villa materialized before him. Indeed, thoughts manifested into reality within this space. He was a true deity. He then whimsically rearranged the small space to his liking. The entire area was filled with the fragrance of flowers. And leaning against a large tree, Yang Ling gazed at the square blue sky adorned with white clouds, a faint smile gracing his lips. Truly. This treasure emerged from Lu Muhan's box. This wish space surpassed even the Dragon Soul Sword. The only drawback was its size. He would need to level it up gradually. However, given time, once the space expanded to 100,000 cubic meters, he could create a grand palace and invite the girls from the outside world to reside within, transforming it into a harem. How delightful that would be. Regrettably, his current wish points were severely insufficient. Thunder Control, Telekinesis, Dragon Soul Sword, and Wish Space. Each was a treasure in its own right. Rome wasn't he built in a day. It seemed he could only proceed slowly. After exiting the wish space, perhaps due to overwhelming excitement, Yang Ling tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He decided to rise and take a shower before attempting to rest again. However, upon entering the bathroom, he unexpectedly collided with Lu Muhan, who was stepping out. Her alabaster form was devoid of any covering. The perfect curves a veritable masterpiece of divinity. Yang Ling stood frozen, taken aback by the sight of Lu Muhan, entirely unclothed before him. Lu Muhan, equally stunned, had forgotten to cover herself, allowing Yang Ling's gaze to linger upon her. Time seemed to freeze, but in the next instant, both reacted sharply. Lu Muhan hastily wrapped herself in a towel. Her eyes misty as she stammered, "What are you doing?" Yang Ling chuckled awkwardly. "It's just a coincidence. I merely intended to take a shower." Lu Muhan, flustered, stuttered, "Didn't my mother inform you? The third floor is the ladies' bathroom. Your bathroom is on the second floor." "Ah, right," Yang Ling replied, though his eyes betrayed his honesty. Lu Muhan felt her heart racing under his gaze, her face and even her skin flushing crimson. Suddenly, she shyly stepped back, only to inadvertently slip, falling directly into Yang Ling's embrace. Chapter 192. The reality of marriage. The bath towel leisurely cascaded to the ground, revealing the soft jade-like warmth in Yang Ling's embrace, leaving him momentarily speechless. Lowering his gaze to the enchanting Lu Muhan, he noticed her eyes tightly shut, her lashes fluttering gently, and a captivating blush gracing her cheeks, rendering her utterly beautiful. Who could withstand such allure? With a sudden burst of impulse, Yang Ling swept Lu Muhan into a princess carry, and amidst her astonished gaze, he made his way back to his room. Lu Muhan seemed to sense something amiss, tears welling up in her eyes as she timidly spoke. Wait a moment. We haven't discussed our relationship before she could finish." Yang Ling had already pressed her onto the bed. "Ding. You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's desire to offer you her first night. Wish value 1. Current progress 1010. The following morning, Yang Ling awoke and attempted to stretch, only to find his arm immobilized. Lu Muhan had used it as her pillow. As he gazed at the peacefully sleeping beauty beside him, memories of the previous night sent a faint blush across his cheeks. They had both relinquished their virginity to each other, truly embodying the essence of a married couple. Noticing the time, he realized it was nearly 8 o'clock, and gently shook Lu Muhan, saying, "It's time to rise." Lu Muhan murmured softly, turning over to continue her slumber. However, it wasn't long before she seemed to awaken to the reality of the situation, sitting up suddenly with a mix of shyness and sweetness in her eyes, tinged with a hint of reluctance. With no barriers between them, Yang Ling found it hard to avert his gaze from her flawless form. "What are you looking at?" Lu Muhan huffed playfully. "There won't be a repeat performance this morning, so hurry up and get dressed." Yang Ling chuckled and proceeded to put on his clothes. It is often said that women are peculiar creatures. They may be cautious and guarded before anything transpires, yet once something does happen, all defenses dissolve. Lu Muhan perfectly illustrated this, as the breathtaking beauty stood before him, entirely devoid of reservation, donning her attire piece by piece without a hint of modesty. Fearing that he might succumb to temptation if he continued to gaze, Yang Ling hastily dressed and went to freshen up. A short while later, Xia Fian, slightly blushing, looked at her daughter and son-in-law and cleared her throat. Mu Huan, your voice was rather loud yesterday. Lu Muhan nearly spat out the milk she was drinking, her face instantly blooming with a rosy hue. She kicked Yang Ling under the table, huffing, "It's all your fault." Yang Ling grinned, "Oh, is it really my fault?" I wonder who was rolling over before he could finish. A piece of bread was shoved into his mouth. Lu Muhan shot him a fierce glare, but upon catching a glimpse of her mother's amused expression, she lowered her head in embarrassment, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. Xiaofian chuckled softly and shook her head. "Hurry, indeed. The board meeting is about to start." Moments later, at the entrance of the villa, Yang Ling gazed in awe at the Rolls-Royce Phantom before him. He marveled at its staggering value of over 20 million. In his previous life, he might have toiled for 10 lifetimes to afford such luxury. Beside him, Lu Muhan inquired with curiosity, "Do you like this car? Shall I let you drive it?" "Really? You'd let me drive?" Yang Ling replied, surprised. Lu Muhan, slightly blushing, responded, "If you want to drive, then go ahead. What's mine is yours, after all." Chapter 193. The charismatic explosion of Yang Ling. Upon hearing those words, Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, but a smile soon graced his face. "In a marriage, there is no distinction between yours and mine." He chuckled, "I don't even have a driver's license yet. I can't drive this car." Lu Muhuan shot him a disapproving glance, but at that moment, Lu Lan interjected, "Son-in-law, miss, could you refrain from flirting? We have a meeting to attend." Realizing the situation, Lu Muhuan's cheeks flushed slightly as she pulled Yang Ling to sit in the back seat. Lu Lan shook her head with a smile, starting the car and driving smoothly forward. Inside the vehicle, a piano piece played softly, and no one spoke. Lu Muhuan gently clasped Yang Ling's hand, gazing out the window with a faint smile, seemingly savoring the tranquility of the moment. After a brief while, they arrived at the headquarters of Muhua Group. Lu Muhuan and Yang Ling disembarked sequentially, catching the attention of Han Yakin and Yen Xing, who were stationed at the entrance. They were taken aback, not expecting these two prominent figures to arrive together. After exchanging greetings, Lu Muhuan furrowed her brow and inquired, "Manager Han, what is the current situation upstairs?" Han Yakin replied with a wry smile, "The 3 directors have persuaded some of the minor shareholders, and the outlook appears rather bleak." Lu Muhuan nodded, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Meanwhile, within the building, the staff regarded Yang Ling with astonished expressions. The legendary, seemingly omnipotent vice president had finally made an appearance, but they were utterly unprepared for his youth and striking handsomeness. A receptionist, eager to greet him, stood up but faltered upon meeting Yang Ling's gentle gaze, losing her balance and sitting back down. "Good heavens, he is too handsome. Mom, I'm in love. The president seems so approachable. Should I dare to invite him for a meal?" The young ladies were starry-eyed, while the male employees also regarded Yang Ling with admiration. Charisma is not merely about attracting the opposite sex. It encompasses charm, demeanor, and approachability, all of which Yang Ling possessed in abundance. With a charisma score of 16, he was not only good-looking and affable, but also exceptionally capable, resulting in an overwhelming aura of charm. The male employees could only feel envy. They took the elevator directly to the 27th floor, where Yang Ling and Lu Muhuan entered the spacious conference room. All the expected attendees had already arrived. As soon as the two entered, someone remarked, "Director Lu, everyone here is a board member of the group. Is it proper to bring along someone unrelated?" The speaker, a portly man, was none other than Director Li, one of the 3 major shareholders besides Lu Muhuan. Lu Muhuan frowned, preparing to respond, but Yang Ling gestured for her to remain calm. To everyone's surprise, the usually assertive Lu Muhuan fell silent, nodding and taking her seat at the head of the conference table. 20 shareholders occupied the room, each holding at least one of Muhua Group's shares, meaning they were all billionaires. Yet, they gazed at Yang Ling in astonishment. Everyone knew of the close relationship between Lu Muhuan and Yang Ling, but the current dynamic suggested a level of deference previously unseen. Many furrowed their brows, while Yang Ling remained composed, casually pulling out his phone and fiddling with it. The previously irritated, portly man exclaimed, "Yang, as the vice president of the group, can you not conduct yourself with a bit more decorum? If you wish to play with your phone, please do so outside." Chapter 194, My Apologies. I am also a shareholder. Yang Ling cast a fleeting glance at him and remarked, "Pongzi, do you truly wish for me to leave?" Director Li scoffed. "I am unaware of your connection to the Liu family, but rules are rules. Only the Group's directors may enter this meeting. If you possess any semblance of professional integrity, I implore you to exit." "Oh," Yang Ling replied with a subtle smile, "what if I also hold shares?" "You?" Laughter erupted among the attendees, and another director, Huang, interjected, "General Manager Yang, there are countless retail investors holding shares in our Muhua group, yet they are merely speculators. Do you truly believe they are qualified to attend this meeting?" The crowd chuckled at this, but to their surprise, Yang Ling joined in the mirth. He then calmly stated, "I must apologize, everyone. Just moments ago, I purchased a substantial number of shares from the retail investors at a high price, approximately 10 billion worth. I believe that amounts to around 3 of the shares." At this revelation, everyone was momentarily stunned. They hurriedly checked their phones, and disbelief washed over their faces. Indeed, someone had just acquired a massive quantity of Muhua Group shares, spending a staggering 10 billion. The account holder was none other than Yang Ling. Director Li stammered, "Impossible. Even if Liu Muhan intended to give you 10 billion, it would require extensive procedures and approvals. There's simply no time. How could you possibly possess such wealth?" It was true that transferring such a colossal sum was a daunting task for a corporation. However, for Yang Ling, who received a check issued under the name of the Venerable Elder Xia, it was a different matter entirely. Who would dare to obstruct such a figure? The transaction was executed smoothly. As the astonishment spread across the faces of those present, Liu Muhan bore a proud smile, a touch of feminine satisfaction gracing her features. She tugged at Yang Ling's sleeve and said, "Ah Ling, why are you carelessly spending the money for mother?" Yang Ling replied with a faint smile, "This money was intended for purchasing shares. It is not frivolous spending. Fear not. This 10 billion will soon transform into 100 billion. Upon hearing his words, Liu Muhan felt a surge of sweetness within her heart. Regardless of whether it was mere boasting, what woman does not desire her man to possess ambition? She nodded gently, choosing to remain silent, while Yang Ling addressed the assembly with calm confidence. "So, do I now have the right to be seated here?" "Humph," Director Li huffed, and the animosity in the gazes of the 3 senior directors intensified. Yang Ling's 3 stake had elevated him to the position of the 5th director of the group, clearly aligning him with Liu Muhan's faction. It was no wonder they regarded him with disdain. Seeing no objections, Liu Muhan calmly stated, "Let us commence the meeting. The first agenda item concerns personnel appointments within the various management levels." She referred to Yang Ling, who had recently conducted an inspection and discovered several troubling issues. Liu Muhan continued, "I propose the establishment of a grassroots research team to evaluate the management at headquarters and across our branches nationwide, and subsequently reassign positions as needed." As soon as she finished speaking, Director Li interjected with a sarcastic tone, "I wholeheartedly endorse Liu's proposal, but this investigation should commence from the top down. Within this very conference room, some individuals' capabilities do not align with their positions." Indeed, another director chimed in with a sneer, "Director Yang, surely you are aware that you have made headlines? The entire nation views you as a cautionary tale regarding the college entrance examination. If the group were to appoint you as vice president, wouldn't that be a source of ridicule for all?" Chapter 195. The Irreconcilable bet. Upon hearing these words, the assembly erupted into laughter. Liu Muhan furrowed her brows and lightly snorted, stating, "The company has always valued both capability and education in its talent selection process. Although Director Yang's achievements may not be particularly impressive, during his tenure, he has generated a net profit of millions for the TC website under the group's umbrella, a testament to his competence." In response, Director Li scoffed, "I am aware of this matter, but it merely served as fodder for hype during the recent banquet. Once the fervor dissipates, the reality will resurface. Furthermore, Director Yang has not set foot in the office since assuming the role of vice president. Such a lack of professional integrity does not qualify him for the position." Lu Muhan's expression darkened at his words, and she retorted coldly. Are you questioning the selection criteria of my grandfather and me, directorly? Directorly, still smirking, replied, I would not dare. I am merely offering a suggestion. He then turned to the other board members, where the small shareholder, Director Zhang, with his two prominent whiskers, interjected, Directorly, I tend to be quite straightforward. I hope you won't take offense. Although your family holds 51 of the group's shares, it does not grant you absolute authority. Just look around this room. Who here supports Director Yang for the role of vice president? At this declaration, the board members unequivocally expressed their opposition, leaving only Yang Ling standing beside Lu Muhan. Lu Muhan's cold gaze swept across the room as she remarked icily, I am the chairperson of the group. The decision of who becomes vice president is not solely yours to make. I understand your discontent towards me and the Lu family, but what does that matter? The Muhua group was founded by my father. If you find it unsatisfactory, you are welcome to sell your shares and leave. I assure you, I will buy back as many as you wish to sell. If you still desire a share of the dividends, I suggest you remain silent. Her words were undeniably domineering, leaving the board members momentarily speechless. Yang Ling stroked his chin, gaining insight into the true nature of the Muhua group's controlling figures. Henceforth, he would leverage the Muhua group as a fulcrum, systematically advancing to dominate various fields, leading to an unprecedented expansion of the group. This board indeed presented a considerable challenge. They could not simply reap rewards without contribution. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he smiled faintly. Ladies and gentlemen, let us speak candidly. I know you harbor disdain for me. The position of vice president is in my hands, which obstructs your financial gains. I will be transparent with you. As long as I remain, I will not allow you to profit through unethical means. He rose, hands clasped behind his back, and began to leisurely pace around the circular conference table, casually continuing, Since we are at an impasse, let us proceed as follows. I will wager my 3 shareholding against my examination results. With less than an hour until the results are announced, he proposed. If I do not place in the top 3 nationally, my shares will belong to you. However, should I achieve a top 3 ranking, you must also relinquish 3 of your shares to me. What do you say? This declaration sent shockwaves through the room. Top 3 nationally? Are you dreaming? Came the incredulous response. Director Li chuckled derisively. With your current standing, top 3 is a laughable notion. If you truly attain that, I shall broadcast myself eating excrement. Another director joined in the laughter, Director Yang. The results are imminent. Why must you put on such a fade? That 3 stake could sustain you for a lifetime. Why wade into these murky waters? Perhaps it would be best to return home. Chapter 196. Young people shouldn't be arrogant. Yang Ling's gaze swept across the crowd, and he chuckled lightly. You all speak so confidently. Do you believe I cannot achieve results? At this juncture, are you not willing to take a gamble? 3% equity. 10 billion. Do you not desire it? His words were exceedingly enticing, causing the board members to stir restlessly. The 3 major directors exchanged glances, their eyes betraying hesitation. The corpulent Director Wang contemplated rising, but was startled to see the expression on Director Li's face. Li subtly shook his head, a look of gravity etched upon his features, signaling Wang not to act rashly. As old friends for decades, Wang naturally understood the implication of such a demeanor. Yang Ling observed this exchange, a flicker of intrigue passing through his eyes, accompanied by a hint of a mocking smile. Human nature is inherently greedy. How many can resist when faced with immense profit? While the 3 major directors remained stoic, others could scarcely contain themselves. Suddenly, General Zhang leapt to his feet, sneering, Young man, do not be overly presumptuous. The cost of arrogance is often total ruin. I will wager 1, and I challenge you on this. Who else is willing to join in? With Zhang leading the charge, several middle-aged individuals stood up, exclaiming, I'll go in for 0. 5. I'll contribute 1. I'll stake 1. 5. Yang Ling laughed heartily at this. Excellent. Directors Zhang, He, Fei, and Chun, you truly possess courage. He called out, Where is Han Yakin? The executive office and department heads had been awaiting at the meeting room's entrance. Upon hearing her name, Han Yakin promptly entered. Mr. Yang, I'm here. Yang Ling gestured for her to come closer, and then whispered into her ear. As she listened, Han's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. It was indeed a gamble of 10 billion, and from all perspectives, Yang Ling seemed destined for defeat. She felt a twinge of fear, glancing urgently at Lu Muhan, seemingly seeking the opinion of this senior director. Even someone as formidable as Lu Muhan was taken aback. She asked softly, Ling, this is a significant matter. Should you not reconsider? Yang Ling smiled gently. If we concede, they will only demand more. Trust me, from the perspective of a group leader. Lu Muhan did not endorse such reckless gambling, especially when the odds were non-existent. Yet, as a wife, gazing into Yang Ling's resolute eyes, she felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. After Lu Muhan slightly nodded, Han Yakin inhaled sharply. Internally lamenting, she acquiesced. Mr. Yang, please wait. I shall prepare the contract immediately. Yang Ling smiled faintly and activated the enormous television in the conference room. Some platforms were live-streaming the examination results, and the screen displayed the renowned reporter Luo Shan, who had sensationalized Yang Ling's slumber the previous day. The scene was set in a grand square in the capital, with 3 gigantic screens connected to the internet, eagerly awaiting the moment of revelation. Luo Shan, microphone in hand, spoke fervently. Dear viewers, in 10 minutes, the results of this year's college entrance examination will be unveiled. Major enterprises and prestigious institutions are keenly interested in which prodigies will rise to prominence. Yet we believe that those watching from home are equally invested in one individual. Chapter 197. Are you so eager to part with your money? Soon, the footage of Yang Ling being interviewed that day appeared on the television. Laughter erupted from everyone in the square, as the interview video had been humorously edited by various internet celebrities, propelling Yang Ling into the ranks of this year's online sensations. The atmosphere grew lively, as onlookers eagerly anticipated how many points this pretentious fellow could score. Many began recording videos, signaling the impending arrival of a new wave of comic frenzy. In the conference room, Lu Muhan gently rubbed her temples, feeling a headache coming on as her eyelids twitched. The comedic figure on screen was none other than her husband, which filled her with a sense of embarrassment. The board members watched Yang Ling with bemused expressions, and one of the major shareholders, Director Wang, chuckled, Yang, why put yourself through this? Wouldn't it be better to keep that 10 billion for yourself? What else with the pretentiousness? Once the scores are out tonight, I'll book a few private rooms for you to unwind and have some fun. Ha ha ha. Laughter filled the room, particularly from those shareholders who had wagered shares with Yang Ling, one of whom loudly inquired, Where's Han Yakin? Is the contract ready? Han Yakin, efficient in her work, quickly presented the contract with a wry smile. She quietly advised, Director Yang, the contract won't take effect without your signature. Perhaps you should reconsider? Before she could finish, a middle-aged man with a beard snatched the contract from her hands. After a cursory glance, he swiftly signed his name. Yang Ling smiled gently. Director Zhang, are you truly that eager to part with your money? As Director Zhang handed the contract to another board member, he retorted with a sneer. Even at death's door, you're still putting on a show? Upon seeing that the others had signed, Director Zhang slammed the contract onto Yang Ling's table and coldly remarked, A man must take responsibility for his words. You won't back out, will you, Director Yang? Yang Ling replied with a calm smile, If I sign this, the contract becomes effective. Are you sure you won't regret wagering your entire fortune against me? Laughter erupted again, and Director Zhang scoffed. Do you think I would regret making 10 billion just by signing? Enough with the chatter, sign it. Everyone's gaze fixated on Yang Ling, while Lu Muhan instinctively grasped his hand, her fingers trembling slightly, revealing her nervousness. Director Li, another major shareholder, sneered, Isn't it too late for regrets now, Director Lu? Yang Ling gently patted Lu Muhan's hand, and amidst her wry smile, he signed his name. Ding. You have fulfilled the wish of Director Zhang and others for you to sign. Wish value 1. Ding. You have shattered the wishes of Lu Muhan and Han Yakin for you not to sign. Attribute points 1. After handing the contract to the equally resigned-looking Han Yakin, Yang Ling stated, Now that we've all signed, let us deposit our respective shares in the company's confidential account. If anyone loses, they can simply leave the conference room without any further procedures. With the signing of this contract, it now held legal weight, making the submission of shares irrelevant. Director Zhang and the others were confident in Yang Ling, immediately transferring their shares, while Yang Ling likewise moved his shares into the company's top-secret account. The conference room fell into silence. Only the voice of Luo Shan on the television continued to chatter away. Chapter 198. High scores unveiled as time ticked away. Lu Muhan and Han Yakin, who stood beside her, began to perspire with tension. The board members participating in the wager also started to fidget, while Yang Ling remained unfazed, as if the outcome held no relevance for him. Moments later, Luo Shan on the television exclaimed, "The results can now be checked. Please direct your attention to the big screen, where the names of the top 10 in the National College entrance examination will be revealed, starting from the 10th place." Instantly, everyone's spirits heightened. The first name appeared on the screen, Zhuang Xinrong, examination number 1234, with a score of 730. Luo Shan laughed heartily. In 10th place, we have Zhuang Xinrong. What a splendid number. Congratulations to this student. A bright future surely awaits her. A cheer erupted in the square, and one could imagine Zhuang Xinrong herself celebrating joyfully. As each name flashed across the screen, the applause did not cease. In the meeting room, Director Li leisurely remarked, "Director Yang, I wonder what your examination number is? Aren't you curious about your score? Or have you given up on hope?" Yang Ling pulled his examination number from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. The onlookers leaned in, and the number 9,527 caught their attention. They were momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. 9,527? Are you joking? Director Yang, did you get that number from Stephen Chow? Truly befitting a net celebrity from P Station. Yang Ling replied coolly, "I believe whether I check my score or not is inconsequential to you. Watching the television suffices." Indeed, this held true. They were indifferent to Yang Ling's score, as long as he did not make it into the top 3. Upon hearing this, the crowd turned their gaze back to the big screen. Luo Shan, still smiling, announced, "The top 3 will soon be unveiled. Everyone, keep an eye on the talented Guoqianxi from Jiangnan province. I wonder how many points this beauty and brain will achieve." As he spoke, a name appeared on the screen, Guoqianxi, examination number 6217, with a score of 747. Gasps filled the room, with a perfect score of 750. This stunning young lady had achieved an impressive 747. Truly remarkable. However, they simultaneously noted a troubling revelation. The highly anticipated Guoqianxi, with 747 points, had only secured 3rd place. How formidable must the top 2 be? Could there possibly be a perfect score? Swiftly, another name emerged on the screen, Su Qiling, with a score of 749. Those following the examination results gaped in astonishment, nearly popping their eyes out. Another girl's name, and her score was 749, just a point shy of perfection. She was indeed a genius among geniuses. With the 2nd place at 749, the 1st place must be a perfect score. Everyone widened their eyes, awaiting the appearance of the true prodigy. Yet Yang Ling was equally taken aback. Su Qiling. He recognized that name, the very name of the mysterious girl in red from the previous night, the fox demon. Yang Ling's expression darkened, while laughter erupted in the meeting room. By this point, any rational person would realize that a student who had slept through the exam could not possibly achieve full marks across the board. Director Zhang laughed heartily. "Director Yang, hold on a moment. You no longer have shares, so I should refer to you as Little Yang now. Little Yang, you've splurged. Tonight, my treat, let us dine well." Before he could finish, his words faltered abruptly, as if a hand had seized his throat. Chapter 199. Perfect scores in the college entrance examination. Dream Crusher. The conference room was enveloped in an eerie silence. The entire plaza felt as though a pin could be heard dropping. The nation seemed to be in shock, as a name appeared on the giant screen. Yang Ling, male, examination number 9527, score 750. Time seemed to freeze, and in the next moment, the crowd erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. Impossible. How could this be? The student who had infamously dozed off during the exam had achieved perfect scores across all subjects and ascended to the top of the national rankings. Everyone was left dumbfounded, and major comment platforms exploded with activity. The host, Luo Shan, was left gaping, momentarily speechless. He was the second person to be rendered speechless by Yang Ling's astonishing feat. While Yang Ling's earlier interviews might have seemed like mere bravado, with the revelation of his scores, it transformed into the pinnacle of subtlety, an unspoken display of arrogance. Ding. The system detected that the host simultaneously shattered the dreams of countless individuals who wished to see you fail. Although these individuals are unknown to you and cannot directly reward you with attribute points, you have nonetheless triggered a hidden bonus. Ding! Congratulations, host, on achieving the title, Dream Crusher. Dream Crusher, when you crush someone's aspirations, there is a 3 chance of casting them into a state of misfortune that lasts for 3 days. You may opt to lift this state at the cost of 1 wish point. Yang Ling found himself at a loss for words. Realizing that both the title of King of Strategies and Dream Crusher possessed peculiar attributes. At that moment, the conference room was steeped in silence, with all the board members drenched in cold sweat. How could someone who had slept through the exam still achieve perfect scores? Was this even humanly possible? Could he be a reincarnation of the celestial literary star? Yang Ling's gaze swept across the room, taking in the expressions of those present. And he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. His gaze finally settled on Zhang and the others, and he remarked nonchalantly, "Gentlemen, since you are so eager to part with your money, I can only graciously accept. Ding, you have shattered the hopes of several board members wishing to win the wager." Attribute points 1. Yang Ling turned to the stunned Lu Muhan and said, "Director Lu, please transfer the shares." Lu Muhan snapped back to reality, her eyes reflecting a hint of admiration for Yang Ling. Instinctively, she grasped his hand, her beautiful eyes seemingly saying, "My husband is amazing." To elicit such admiration from a goddess filled Yang Ling with immense pride. He gently squeezed her hand, reminding her that there were others present. Ding. You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's wish for you to win the wager. Wish points 1. Lu Muhan's cheeks flushed slightly, and without further ado, she accessed the company's confidential account on her computer and directly transferred the shares of several individuals into Yang Ling's name. His stakes surged from 3 to 6, instantly transforming 10 billion into 20 billion. The expressions of Zhang and the others turned a sickly shade, and suddenly, Zhang seemed to lose control, standing up and roaring. "Yang Ling, how dare you deceive me? I will kill you." With that, he lunged at Yang Ling, seeking death. A glint of determination flashed in Yang Ling's eyes as he rose and delivered a swift slap. Without any contest, Zhang was sent flying, blood spilling as he collapsed unconscious. Hearing the commotion, Yan Xing and the others rushed in, only to hear Yang Ling calmly state, "Throw this person out. He no longer has any ties to the company." This was no idle threat. Zhang held a mere 1 of the shares, which had now been entirely stripped away. Chapter 200. A stroke of misfortune. The news of Yang Ling's college entrance examination results had spread outside, and the gaze of the general office staff towards him was tinged with fear. Yan Xing cast a respectful glance at Yang Ling before exclaiming, "Yes, Chairman Yang." 2 security guards entered and carried Zhang Dong away. Yang Ling's eyes fell upon the remaining individuals, and he spoke coolly. "You few no longer qualify to attend the board meeting. If you possess even a shred of integrity, leave on your own accord. Do not compel our security to intervene." Yang Ling had returned the very words spoken upon their entry. The expressions of several board members turned as grim as if they had ingested a dead fly. Aware of Yang Ling's indifference and Yan Xing's restless demeanor, they understood that remaining here would yield no favorable outcome. A corpulent board member scoffed, "Yang Ling, obstructing someone's financial path is akin to murdering their parents. This matter is far from over." He spat this bitterly as he made his way toward the door. Yet Yang Ling interjected with a cold snort, "Wait a moment." He approached the portly figure and inquired in a deep voice, "Are you threatening me?" The hefty man, ensnared by Yang Ling's icy gaze, felt as though he were plummeting into an abyss. He stammered, "This is not a threat, merely a warning. Be cautious as you exit." "Oh, is that so?" Yang Ling replied with a derisive laugh. Without any visible action, the portly man suddenly felt a gust of wind by his ear, and in the next instant, the hair at his temples was severed to the roots. A coin spun in the distance as Yang Ling remarked nonchalantly, "This is my method of warning. Remember, do not provoke me, for you cannot afford the consequences. Get out." The fat man trembled uncontrollably, and with the assistance of 2 security guards, he managed to stagger away. Ding. You have shattered the fat man's attempt to intimidate you. Attribute point 1. Ding. The dream shatterer has been triggered. This individual has entered a state of misfortune. As expected, just as he reached the doorway, he stepped on the coin Yang Ling had tossed, lost his footing, and collided with a nearby coffee table. Fatefully, the table, which had been carelessly left with an ashtray, tipped over and struck him on the head, causing it to bleed profusely as he fainted. In a chaotic flurry, a security guard rushing to assist slipped on the coin as well, landing directly atop the fat man, who let out a howl of pain. Amidst the turmoil, Yang Ling's eyes widened. The passive attribute of this achievement was, perhaps, a bit too insidious, yet he found it amusing. Once the 4 financially devastated board members had departed, Yang Ling refocused his thoughts and smiled slightly. Manager Han, please notify the information department to announce on TCNet that we have invited the top scorer of the college entrance examination for an exclusive interview, scheduled for 7 o'clock in 3 days. This proclamation left everyone momentarily stunned, followed by looks of admiration directed at Yang Ling. With such a sensational hook, it was likely that TCNet's traffic would surge dramatically in the coming days, undoubtedly leading to substantial profits. Han Yakin chuckled. Rest assured, Chairman Yang, I will ensure the message is conveyed effectively. Very well, Yang Ling nodded in agreement, then turned to Yen Xing and instructed, the security department must maintain confidentiality. My affairs should remain undisclosed to the outside world. Yen Xing responded respectfully, understood, I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. As the two departed, the remaining individuals in the meeting regarded Yang Ling with a blend of reluctance and respect. His ability to keenly identify business opportunities and swiftly organize everything was more than sufficient to merit the position of vice president. Chapter 201, The Display of Power. Unassailable after Yen Xing and Han Yakin departed, Yang Ling turned to Lu Muhan with a smile and said, Director Lu, let us continue our meeting. Lu Muhan, regaining her composure, nodded with a smile and stated earnestly, esteemed colleagues, over the years, the top scorers of the college entrance examinations have always been the coveted talents of major corporations. Not to mention, General Manager Yang has achieved a perfect score, setting a national record. I believe that with his capabilities, he is more than qualified to serve as the vice president of our group. Does anyone have any objections? In this scenario, Lu Muhan and Yang Ling had already secured an overwhelming advantage. Raising dissent now would only lead to unnecessary discomfort. Ding. You have shattered the board members' desire to oppose your appointment as vice president. Attribute points 1. A silence enveloped the room. Observing this, Lu Muhan smiled slightly and continued, now, onto the second agenda item, concerning the future direction of the group's development. It is widely known that our group intended to venture into various fields several years ago, yet we have made little progress. Several large enterprises in competition with us have already begun to take action, and we cannot afford to remain stagnant. I propose that Director Yang can currently assume the role of General Manager of the Project Development Center, with full authority over the investment and construction of new projects. Moving forward, our group's focus will gradually shift towards various industries, and I urge everyone to prepare accordingly. Upon hearing this, Director Li immediately scoffed. Director Lu, regardless of connections or achievements, whether Yang holds the position of vice president is irrelevant to us. That is a matter for your presidential office. However, the general manager of the project center reports directly to the general management office. Once our industries expand, the workload will undoubtedly be immense. ISNT Director Yang still a university student? Wouldn't this role be inappropriate for him? Though his words were veiled in politeness, they incisively pinpointed Yang Ling's most vulnerable aspect. He had to return to school after the summer break. It dawned on the others that this young man was primarily a student, and his roles as director and president were merely extracurricular endeavors. Had it not been for the undeniable reality before them, they would never have believed such a thing could exist. Lu Muhan, too, realized that her husband was merely a freshman, yet to begin his first year of college. As everyone regarded him with curiosity, Yang Ling, touching his nose, calmly remarked, Do you think it makes any difference whether I attend classes? Similarly, does it matter whether I come to work or not? Such confidence was unparalleled. When he previously uttered these words, everyone perceived them as mere bravado. Yet now, a vivid image flashed through their minds. I find exams quite easy. Oh, I finished in half an hour and fell asleep. And yet, I achieved a perfect score, ranking first in the nation. The display of prowess rendered them speechless. Lu Muhan's eyes sparkled with a subtle smile as she decisively declared, "Since there are no objections, it is settled." Director Wang, wishing to voice his thoughts, was restrained by Director Li beside him, who subtly shook his head, signaling him to remain silent. Thus, Yang Ling's appointment as general manager was established. Lu Muhan then said, "Now, for the third agenda item, concerning personnel appointments within the headquarters management. As you are all aware, the ramifications of Wang Chao's situation have significantly affected our group. To this day, much remains undisclosed, and many of the management were appointed by him. I believe that the majority of them are ill-suited for their current positions." Chapter 202. I mean, everyone present here is worthless. Lu Muhan's bright eyes swept over the crowd as she reiterated, "Let us commence our discussion with the General Management Office. I propose that the current director, He Xingping, be transferred to the National Store Preparation Center. His present position will be assumed by Human Resources General Manager Han Yakin. Furthermore, I have sent the preliminary plans for the remaining personnel adjustments to your email. Please review them at your convenience." Upon hearing this, the directors opened their phones to examine the list. Director Li scoffed, "Director Lu, such a massive personnel reshuffle may very well plunge headquarters into operational paralysis. I find your approach quite inappropriate." The other directors nodded in agreement, voicing their concerns. No, this would be akin to self-sabotage. The ensuing discussion devolved into a protracted stalemate, with these directors refusing to yield. Yang Ling, unfamiliar with most of the names on the list aside from Han Yakin and Yin Xing, understood that if Lu Muhan succeeded in this endeavor, the director's lower-tier representatives would be swept away. She intended to eradicate all malignant elements. It was no wonder the directors were resisting so vehemently. The current obstacle was that while Lu Muhan recognized these individuals as toxins and parasites within the company, she lacked the evidence to substantiate her claims. As the impasse persisted, Yang Ling furrowed her brow in contemplation before gently squeezing Lu Muhan's hand, signaling her to refrain from further discourse with these individuals. Yang Ling spoke with a measured tone, "Since the directors are opposed to the appointments on the list, we shall temporarily set this matter aside. However, both Han Yakin and Yin Xing will continue to serve as managers of their respective departments, and I will also assign them to the development center as my deputy general managers. This is our bottom line. Should you persist in your objections, the president's office will enforce the decisions on the list, and I would advise you not to say, 'I did not forewarn you.'" At this declaration, everyone fell silent, taken aback by Yang Ling's firm stance. Director Li responded with a sardonic smile, "Director Yang, allow me to remind you that not everyone shares your insatiable ambition for multiple positions. Is your decision truly well considered?" Yang Ling replied coolly, "And I would remind you that not everyone is like you, idly passing their days." Director Li retorted, "Are you insinuating that I am useless? That I am worthless?" Yang Ling chuckled softly, No, you misunderstand. I am not referring to you. I assert that everyone present here, aside from myself and Director Lu, is indeed worthless." The room fell into stunned silence. Director Wang abruptly stood, exclaiming, "Yang Ling, what do you mean by that?" Yang Ling replied with a mocking smile, "What do I mean? A group of directors who neglect the interests of the group, endlessly vying for power and profit, siphoning funds from the company, and promoting a cadre of parasites to high positions. What else could such individuals be but worthless?" The assembly was left speechless by his words. Lu Muhan then rose and stated, "Director Yang's sentiments align with my own. Let us adjourn." She took Yang Ling's hand and exited the conference room. At the entrance, leaders from the General Management Office and various departments awaited them. Upon seeing the two emerge, they greeted them warmly. Lu Muhan, feeling a strong aversion towards most of them, walked forward in silence, while Yang Ling nodded amicably and said, "Managers Han and Director Yin, please accompany me." The two exchanged glances before hastily following suit. Chapter 203. Haste makes waste. A moment later, on the path of the group's greenbelt, for individuals walked side by side. A spark of brilliance flashed in Yang Ling's eyes as he contemplated the loyalty levels of Yin Xing and Han Yakin. Yin Xing's loyalty stood at 98, while Han Yakin's was at 97, nearly reaching the maximum threshold, indicating that he had not misjudged their characters and could entrust them with significant responsibilities. He chuckled softly. I am aware that you both aspire to join the General Management Office or to be appointed as regional executives. However, as you can see, the current situation necessitates your presence at headquarters. Upon your return, I need you to focus primarily on the development center. As for the tasks within your department, delegate them to individuals you trust. Both of them beamed with joy. They had been promoted from department managers to deputy general managers. Although not in the General Management Office, it was still a step forward, especially with the ambitious vision of the two chairpersons. Perhaps the development center would prove to be just as vital as the General Management Office. Han Yakin responded with a smile. Understood, we know what to do. Yang Ling smiled faintly, but at that moment, Lu Muhan, appearing somewhat perplexed, inquired, Ling, I intended to forcefully execute the task earlier. Why did you stop me? Yang Ling replied, one must plan before acting. Haste makes waste. If we were to proceed forcefully, it would undoubtedly provoke a strong backlash. Should individuals with ulterior motives embellish the situation, the outside world may perceive us as eliminating dissent, causing unrest throughout the company and hindering our operations. Moreover, if the opposing party employed ruthless tactics and framed Wang Chao's incident as our coercion, it could lead to a societal uproar, especially if the relevant authorities intervened. Yin Xing and Han Yakin shivered at the thought. If that were to happen, the ramifications would be dire. Lu Muhan sighed, her gaze towards Yang Ling now tinged with admiration. Ding, you have shattered Lu Muhan's desire to forcefully reshuffle the internal structure. Attribute point 1. Lu Muhan nodded in agreement with Yang Ling's approach, yet she furrowed her brow slightly, stating, the group's afflictions have persisted for a long time. If not eradicated soon, we risk losing our competitive edge within a few years. Ling, do you have any plans? Yang Ling smiled gently. These pests are but a mere annoyance. The real threat lies in the talents present in the conference room today. To apprehend a thief, one must first capture the leader. If we can expel this group from the board, everything will fall into place. The three were momentarily taken aback. Lu Muhan exclaimed, while that may be true, we cannot reclaim the shares they hold. Yang Ling smiled reassuringly. No need for haste. When the time is right, I will have my methods. He then remarked, having spent the entire morning in meetings, I find myself rather hungry. Shall we go for lunch? While discussing serious matters, he suddenly shifted the conversation to food, prompting Lu Muhan to shoot him a disapproving glance, though she nodded in agreement. Just then, her phone rang. On the other end, Lin Xiaoshuang's voice chimed in. Oh my dear chairman, weren't we supposed to celebrate Chun-Shi's college entrance examination results today? Have you forgotten? Lu Muhan paused, momentarily taken aback before recalling the arrangement. After hanging up, she turned to Yang Ling and asked, Ling, Xiaoshuang mentioned the celebration. Will you be attending? Yang Ling, possessing keen hearing, recognized that the celebration was indeed for Guan Qinxi, who had ranked third nationally. Going would only overshadow the occasion. Chapter 204. 10,000 units of thunder. He smiled and shook his head, saying, you go ahead. I'll just grab a bite in the cafeteria. Lu Muhan looked at Yang Ling with an apologetic gaze, and then turned to Han Yakin, saying, Morning Sun admires you the most, Yakin Jia. Would you like to join us? Han Yakin chuckled softly and nodded. It has been a while since I last saw that little girl. Well then, Mr. Yang, I shall take my leave. Yang Ling smiled and nodded, watching the two women depart. He turned to Yin Xing and said, given the current situation, dispatch a few trustworthy colleagues to discreetly follow Lu Dong and Manager Han to ensure the girl's safety. Yin Xing nodded gravely. The best from the security department have already been sent out. I will personally take charge of this. Yang Ling raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Yin Xing hesitated and replied, I feel somewhat awkward about having you go alone. Yang Ling was taken aback, but then burst into laughter. Not at all. I am used to going solo. There is no need to send anyone to follow me, nor to arrange for bodyguards. Off you go. Yanxing nodded and quickly followed suit. Yang Ling smiled faintly and strolled beneath the verdant canopy, collecting today's benefits and beginning to allocate his attribute points. He had earned a total of 7 free attribute points today. After a moment of contemplation, he allocated 5 to mental strength and 2 to strength. Consequently, his attributes underwent a transformation. Strength, 49 agility, 45 stamina, 46 mental strength, 50 charm, 16 wish points, 13 tending. The system detected that the host's mental strength had reached a whole number and is now drawing a random reward. Ding. Congratulations, host, strength 1. How unfortunate. Yang Ling sighed wryly, but the system chimed in again. Ding. The system detected that the host's strength had reached a whole number and is now drawing a random reward. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a special reward with a 0. 1 chance. Thunder Control Skill LV1. Current Thunder Control level increased to LV5, locked, allowing control of 10,000 units of thunder. Yang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. Is there such a mechanism? To reach LV5 from LV4 of Thunder Control required 80 wish points. Yet he had spontaneously drawn it. Ensuring no one was around and that there were no cameras, he took a deep breath and began his experiment on the spot. Suddenly, his body crackled with electric light. A bolt shot from his brow and expanded in the wind, growing as thick as a thigh before piercing the sky. Boom. It was as if a thunderclap struck, cleaving the clouds above in two, creating a spectacular scene. Thankfully, no aircraft were passing by. Otherwise, they might have been obliterated. My goodness, this power could sink a battleship. Yang Ling thought, astonished. However, this display consumed 10 points of mental strength, meaning he could unleash a maximum of 5 strikes of such formidable lightning before fainting. Of course, as long as he was directly facing an army, he believed nothing could prevent him from unleashing 5 strikes. Laughing heartily 3 times, he made his way towards the cafeteria. Suddenly recalling something, he asked in his mind, System, does reaching LV5 for outward skills mean it's maxed out? Ding. The host must upgrade the system to unlock the corresponding functions to continue enhancing outward skill levels. Well then, Yang Ling sighed in resignation. The system upgrade required energy crystals. He wondered if the old man had managed to procure any. Chapter 205. A flurry of congratulations at the same time, in a restaurant in S City. A group of young men and women were celebrating a girl clad in a flowing red dress. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed through the sky, causing them all to instinctively duck their heads. What is happening? Thunder during the day? Hee. Qi Ling, the talented scholar, surely knows the reason. Please enlighten us. However, the girl in red seemed oblivious to their words, her gaze enchantedly fixed on the horizon, her complexion growing pallid. Qi Ling, are you all right? Someone called out in surprise. Qi Ling snapped back to reality, withdrawing her gaze and exhaling a long, heavy sigh. Then, with a faint smile, she remarked, perhaps someone is practicing their skills? Huh. The crowd paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Su Qi Ling joined in the mirth, her eyes turning to another beautiful girl who wore a perpetual smile. Curiously, she asked, Sister Yue, I heard that the prodigy Yang Ling is your ex-boyfriend. Do you know where he plans to enroll? Fang Yue hesitated for a moment, then replied, he should be attending Donghua University, just like me, right? Su Qi Ling nodded, a glimmer of light sparkling in her eyes. In the depths of a mountain in H City, a girl dressed in white stood by a lake, gazing at the clouds sliced through the sky for a long while before turning towards S City. She was enveloped in a mist of white, devoid of any ghostly aura, resembling a celestial being that one could hardly dare to stare at. At the cafeteria of the headquarters of Muhua Group, the expansive dining area was nearly empty, with only Yang Ling present, aside from the cooking auntie, since it was still prior to lunchtime. However, his phone had been incessantly ringing since a short while ago. A few close friends, including Jiang Hua, called in to offer their congratulations, insisting that they would not return home until they were thoroughly intoxicated that evening. His parents were equally overjoyed, with relatives gathering at home to extend their well wishes to Yang Ling. Additionally, his younger sister insisted on accompanying him to a dessert shop. which Yang Ling flatly declined with, "I'm the top scholar. Why should I take you for sweets?" Ding. You have thwarted Yang Shui's desire for dessert, 1 attribute point. Yang Ling chuckled, yet his phone rang once more. Upon answering, he was surprised to find it was a call from a high-ranking official. "Xiao Yang, it's me." Lao Sunday. Yang Ling responded with a cheerful tone, "Leader, what brings you to call me?" The leader laughed heartily. "You're quite the hidden gem, causing me to fret for several days unnecessarily. I've discussed with Lao Song, and we'll treat you to a meal next week. Let us catch up and talk about your future." Yang Ling opened his mouth, hesitating for a moment before speaking truthfully. "Leader, I'm already employed at Muhua Group." The leader chuckled. "We are aware of that. Old Lu informed me not to poach anyone from his side, huh? However, young people must maintain a proper mindset. In revolution, there are merely different roles. There is no distinction of status. It is all the same, regardless of where one works. Wouldn't you agree? So it's settled then. We'll be in touch next Wednesday." Yang Ling sighed in resignation. "All right, I'll be there. Now that's more like it." The leader laughed contentedly and hung up. Before Yang Ling could catch his breath, he received another call from Zhang Yuro. He had something to discuss with her. So they arranged to go to the movies that weekend. Yang Ling felt it was time to turn off his phone. Otherwise, it might explode from the incessant ringing. However, shutting it down required time, and just then, another call came in. Seeing the caller ID, he found himself too intimidated to silence his phone. Chapter 206. If there are under-the-table rules, they shouldn't involve you. A melodious voice resonated from the other end of the phone. "Yang Ling, congratulations." Yang Ling chuckled. "Isn't this rather normal for me?" With a light laugh, Su Qiuxiao responded, "You truly have no sense of shame. By the way, are you familiar with the Nanhu basketball team?" Yang Ling paused for a moment before replying. "Yes, it's our local team in H City, but their performance in the Premier League has been rather disappointing." "Why do you bring this up?" Su Qiuxiao sighed softly. "My brother is one of the key players on the team, but due to their lackluster performance, the sponsors are considering withdrawing their support. This weekend, the team will meet with a representative from Muhua Group to discuss investment, and since I know you have a good rapport with their executives, could you accompany me?" While Su Qiuxiao was aware of Yang Ling's connection to the Lu family, she remained oblivious to the fact that he was already one of the primary executives of the group. Yang Ling was taken aback. "What? The representative from Muhua Group? Isn't that me? How did I not know about this?" Curiously, he inquired, "Which executive are you meeting with?" Su Qiuxiao replied, "I heard it's a general manager from the executive office, apparently with the surname He." A smile crept onto Yang Ling's lips, though he did not immediately acquiesce. He was intrigued. For someone like Su Qiuxiao to take the initiative must imply that there was more to this than merely securing sponsorship. Seemingly sensing his thoughts, Su Qiuxiao paused before continuing. "Mr. He has agreed to the team's request for investment, but he wishes to have a private dinner with the team manager. This manager is a close friend of mine and is already in a relationship, so I hope you can step in to mediate." Understanding dawned on Yang Ling. This was clearly an attempt to manipulate the situation, which was not uncommon. Such matters occurred frequently as long as they remained unspoken. However, He was a key player among the board directors, and persuading him would certainly ease the process. It was essential to note that the group had laid down strict regulations prohibiting employees from exploiting their positions for personal gain. Furthermore, Yang Ling felt a twinge of annoyance at the thought that the project center managed this affair, and it was his responsibility to handle such matters, not someone else. With a chuckle, he assured, "Su team, rest easy. I will definitely be there this weekend." Su Qiuxiao sighed in relief and cheerfully replied, "Thank you in advance. I'll treat you to a movie this weekend." Yang Ling grinned. "Do you mind if I bring an extra guest?" Surprised, Su Qiuxiao blinked and playfully remarked, "Since leaving the police force, you've become quite the rascal. See you this weekend." After hanging up, Yang Ling smiled faintly and looked up at a beautiful woman standing before him. She was dressed in professional attire and frowned. "Which department are you from? Why are you in the cafeteria before lunch break?" Yang Ling regarded her with mild surprise, then replied with a chuckle, "I'm new here, part of the Project Development Center." "And you are?" The woman frowned further. "Please refrain from such frivolous banter in the workplace." At that moment, a cafeteria staff member interjected, "Young man, this is Secretary Wang of Director Lu, just back from a business trip." "Oh, Secretary Wang of Director Liu? Yang Ling stood up. I apologize, Secretary Wang. I must have arrived too early. You won't be imposing a fine on me, will you? Chapter 207. You might not believe it. But I am Mr. Yang, the beautiful secretary, clearly in no mood for jest, glanced around with a document in hand and inquired, Have you seen Mr. Yang? Mr. Yang? Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, responding with surprise, Which Mr. Yang? The newly appointed vice president of the group, the secretary clarified. Do you know what he looks like? Yang Ling chuckled, scratching his nose. You might not believe it, but the Mr. Yang you're referring to is actually me. You? The secretary scrutinized Yang Ling with skepticism. Although the young man was undeniably handsome, clad in a t-shirt, jeans, and sneakers, he certainly did not fit the image of a dignified vice president. Rolling her eyes, she retorted, I don't have time for your jokes. Just go find Supervisor Tang for your penalty notice. Supervisor Tang was a minor leader within the project center, indicating that the secretary genuinely mistook Yang Ling for a mere employee. Yang Ling shook his head with a smile, yet noticing her apparent urgency, he playfully suggested, If you don't believe me, there is not much I can do. By the way, what do you need Mr. Yang for? Perhaps I could assist you. The secretary gazed at the diminutive man with exasperation. There were many who sought to ingratiate themselves or flaunt their status in front of her. But this young man had audaciously impersonated a senior executive. Was he truly taking her for a fool? I just returned from a business trip and need the president's signature to approve my leave, she stated curtly. Mr. Liu is out of the office, and he instructed me to seek Mr. Yang's signature. Yang Ling cheerfully replied, Why not let me give it a try? Perhaps my signature will be effective. The secretary was taken aback, then burst into laughter, shaking her head. Are all young men today this persistent? She chose to ignore Yang Ling, muttering to herself, Strange. Mr. Liu said he might be dining in the cafeteria. Could he be eating out instead? As she pondered this, the lunch hour commenced, and a throng of female employees chattered as they entered. Upon seeing the secretary, they paused in surprise. Say Secretary Wang MM. Wang Jingshu nodded and asked, Have any of you seen the new Mr. Yang? Mr. Yang? The employees were momentarily stunned, then abruptly noticed the young man standing behind the secretary. ISNT Mr. Yang right behind you? Was this some kind of riddle? They froze in place, and more individuals rushed in, momentarily taken aback upon spotting Yang Ling and Wang Jingshu. Before collectively greeting, Hello, Mr. Yang. Hello, Secretary Wang. Huh. As all eyes turned toward her, Wang Jingshu's heart skipped a beat. Slowly, she turned to see the smiling Yang Ling. He waved, saying, Hello, everyone. No need to be so formal. Please, enjoy your meal. Thank you, Mr. Yang. The employees politely acknowledged before laughing and beginning to serve themselves. Wang Jingshu's mouth fell slightly open. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at Yang Ling. Realizing the truth, she blushed and stammered, Mr. Yang. Yang Ling laughed heartily. No harm done. Ignorance is no sin. However, it appears I must seek Mr. Liu for that penalty notice. Ha ha ha. Ding. You have fulfilled Wang Jingshu's wish to find Mr. Yang, granting one wish value. The beautiful secretary, equally flustered, chuckled shyly and apologized, Mr. Yang. I truly did not realize you were so young. Chapter 208. The intention to purchase a villa. Yang Ling smiled faintly. Please hand it over. Didn't you mention the need for a signature? Flushing with embarrassment, Wang Jingshu presented the document. Yang Ling casually glanced over it before inscribing his name and returning it to her. With a gentle smile, he suggested, Let us proceed to queue for a meal. Certainly. Wang Jingshu's face brightened with a smile. Although they referred to it as queuing, Wang Jingshu held a rank equivalent to that of a department manager at the headquarters. And Yang Ling's status was even more elevated. Who would dare to make them wait in line? The crowd instinctively parted to create a passage, and Yang Ling, without a hint of pretense, cheerfully moved ahead to procure their meal. The cafeteria staff, attuned to the situation, generously added an extra chicken leg for both Yang Ling and Wang Jingshu. With nearly 5,000 employees at the headquarters, it was unprecedented for such high-ranking officials to dine in the cafeteria, had the individual before them been a board member instead of a vice president. One could only imagine the astonishment. Ding. You have fulfilled the cafeteria staff's desire for a prominent leader to sample her culinary skills. Wish value 1. Moments later, Aside from Yang Ling and Wang Jingshu, a few audacious young ladies approached their table. Blushing, they stole glances at Yang Ling, clearly enamored by the president's charm. While a charisma value of May 16th not holds significant sway over exceptionally beautiful women, it was undeniably potent among these ordinary girls. Occasionally, Yang Ling would engage them in light conversation, utterly captivating their hearts. Ding! You have satisfied the female employee's wish to dine at the same table. Wish value 1. Current progress, 1610. After a few bites of his meal, Yang Ling inquired, Secretary Wang, which residential properties are under our group? Wang Jingshu replied, when it comes to luxury developments, the Longwan villas stand out. Additionally, the Nanhahu and King Fengju villa districts by the lakeside are also part of our holdings. The subsequent developments, Yulon Bay, Nanhua Mansion, and Peacock City, are situated further from the city center and can be considered ordinary residential areas. I shall send you a detailed list shortly for your reference. Yang Ling nodded in satisfaction, contemplating whether he should also appoint a secretary for himself. His inquiry about the properties stemmed from his newfound wealth. In addition to $2 billion in real estate shares, he possessed $37 million in liquid assets. It was time to purchase a home and relocate his parents from the slums. He intended to invest in one of the grand villas under the Group S banner, employing a few caretakers and bodyguards to ensure his parents lived comfortably. The Longwan villas had long been sold out. He would need to visit the remaining 2 villa districts in person to make a decision. Noticing Yang Ling deep in thought, Wang Jingshu tentatively asked, Mr. Yang, would you like me to arrange for the heads of several developments to meet with you? Yang Ling paused, then chuckled lightly, no need. I was merely asking out of curiosity. By the way, apart from you, are there any other secretaries in the president's office? Upon hearing this, Wang Jingshu wore a bittersweet smile and replied quietly, Mr. Yang, there were originally 8 secretaries. Aside from myself, the other 7 were Wang Chao's personal assistants. Since his incident, Director Liu has reassigned those 7 to local branches. Yang Ling laughed heartily. 7 little assistants? No wonder I sensed something amiss with Wang Chao the other day. Puff. The young ladies at the table couldn't help but giggle, their cheeks flushed with mirth. Chapter 209, A Ling. My live stream has exploded. Yang Ling cast a cheerful glance at several female employees, whose faces flushed deeper red as they hurriedly lowered their heads. Yet their eyes continued to dart towards him. Amused, he withdrew his gaze and curiously inquired of Wang Jingshu, are you managing all alone as my secretary? Is it too taxing? He suggested, let us notify HR to recruit 2 additional secretaries to assist you. Competence is paramount, regardless of gender. Initially, Wang Jingshu felt a slight pang of disappointment at the mention of hiring secretaries, fearing they would be mere personal aides. However, upon hearing the latter part of his statement, a smile adorned her face. All right, Yang Zong, I will discuss this with Sister Yakin shortly. Precisely, Yang Ling replied with a gentle smile. You look quite lovely when you smile. Do not emulate our esteemed president, perpetually wearing a stern expression. It is exhausting. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingshu's cheeks reddened. But Yang Ling had already picked up his food tray and headed back for more. Having playfully teased this beautiful secretary, Yang Ling felt a sense of delight, relishing the opportunity to counter her bias against his youth. Dinner lasted for half an hour, during which all eyes were upon him as he ambled out of the cafeteria. Too lazy to linger at headquarters any longer and decided to head home directly. Upon entering the rental apartment at Tian Garden, his younger sister rushed towards him and clung to him, rubbing her small head against him. Brother, you're incredible. I adore you. Please teach me how to achieve top marks in the college entrance examination. Yang Ling chuckled heartily. We share the same parents. If you study earnestly, you will surely succeed. I'd be more inclined to believe in ghosts. Yang Shui giggled. Brother, many relatives and friends are at home. They used to look down on us. Shall we return and show them? Show them? This little girl was becoming ever more playful, and he found it quite endearing. Yang Ling laughed and said, I plan to make a trip back. This afternoon, I will go house hunting with our parents. He then turned his attention to Chu Xin and Chun Yi, asking, if you have no other engagements, why not join us? Chun Yi's eyes sparkled with admiration, and she would not oppose anything Yang Ling suggested. while Chu Xin gazed at him with equal reverence. Having experienced the college entrance examination herself, she understood its weight. Who else could she admire if not Yang Ling, who could effortlessly secure a score of 750 while asleep? Suddenly, Chu Xin recalled something. Ling, the PT club called. They wish to meet with us tomorrow. Are you available? Yang Ling, being a somewhat hands-off manager, did not have much on his plate. He nodded. All right, let us meet them tomorrow. Great. A joyful smile illuminated Chu Xin's face as she stepped closer, linking her arm with his. Oh, talented one. My live stream has been buzzing since the exam results were released. I am too intimidated to go live now. We need your presence to calm the atmosphere. When can we duo again? Reflecting on it, Yang Ling realized he had been staying at the Longwan Villa lately and had not teamed up with this charming streamer for quite some time. After a moment of thought, he replied, I've been quite busy lately, perhaps in a few days. With a playful pout, Chu Xin said, let us go. You're off to see the house, and I must accompany you. When you move, you must take me along. Though their meeting had been serendipitous, over time, Yang Ling had come to regard her as a friend. Furthermore, her talents in both conversation and singing, coupled with her striking beauty, made her a rare gem worth keeping close. Chapter 210. The top scholar is returning. Yang Ling chuckled. All right, you can stay as long as you like. Just remember, you'll have to be the chauffeur later. Hearing this, Chu Xin laughed lightly and replied, you should hurry and obtain your driver's license. It's not proper to have a girl serve as the driver. With a hearty laugh, Yang Ling waved his hand dismissively. The car can only accommodate 4 people. You all head off first. I shall take the helicopter. Half an hour later, a stunning red BMW i8 rolled into the old neighborhood, drawing attention as 3 beautiful women occupied the vehicle. Wow, a BMW i8. Who struck it rich? Isn't that the daughter from the Yang family? Could it be that the top scholar is returning? The news spread rapidly. The community was abuzz with the return of a national top scorer from the college entrance examination, an event of great significance that attracted throngs of onlookers. The crowd was practically surrounding the BMW i8 as Yang Shui, beaming with joy, exuded the aura of a little princess. In the past, she had endured the disdain of her peers, especially from a few girls who resented her beauty. Her return was a moment of vindication. As her gaze swept through the crowd, she noticed those who had once looked down on her quickly lowering their heads upon making eye contact. Ah, Li Ping, long time no see. Why the downcast eyes? Come over for tea at my place later, all right? Oh, is that Shi Yuan? I know you adore singing. Tonight, my sister will host a gathering at Jean Di Hao for everyone to sing together. With her name mentioned, the girls she called out all averted their gazes. Once the car had passed, the girl referred to as Li Ping huffed. What is she so proud of? Isn't it just thanks to her brother? Acting as if she earned the top score all on her own. Exactly. Borrowing someone else's BMW to show off. If I score first next year, I'll borrow 10 Mercedes to flaunt. The girls chattered animatedly, while the boys gazed at Yang Shui with a glint of desire. Yang Ling's future seemed exceedingly bright. If he could become Yang Shui's boyfriend, securing such a brother would surely ease their career prospects. Wealth seemed within reach. With this thought, their enthusiasm grew, and they hurriedly followed along. The crowd swelled, and the car began to crawl. Even Yang Shui, usually so fiery, found it hard to manage. Fortunately, Yang Jianjun and his wife arrived just in time. Yang Shui waved as if she had found a lifeline, calling out, Dad, Mom, hurry and get in. Brother is taking us to buy a house. Buy a house. The crowd erupted in excitement. For the residents of this old neighborhood, purchasing a home was a lifelong aspiration. I always said that Xiao Ling would achieve great things. Look at this, he has struck gold. Not just that, he has the top scorer. Once he graduates from university, major corporations will be clamoring for him. Old man, wasn't our daughter quite close to Xiao Ling? Shouldn't we rekindle that friendship? Have you lost your mind? Back then, she was still in short pants. Old Yang, you're in for a treat. Which house are you buying? Don't forget to throw a housewarming party. No one knew where Yang Ling intended to purchase a house, but that did not deter Yang Jianjun from grinning broadly, his joy evident. Relatives and friends showered him with compliments, making him feel elated and almost euphoric. All right, let us plan for Xiao Ling to host a grand feast with dozens of tables. And we can all celebrate together. Chapter 211. The aura of the entire venue erupted in cheers, yet a few faces displayed unmistakable expressions of discontent. Among them were the girls who had mocked Yang Shui, as well as her cousin Lin Dong, once regarded as the pride of their family. Lin Dong had exerted considerable effort to achieve a respectable score, and indeed, he attained 590 points, a commendable achievement. However, compared to Yang Ling's remarkable 750 points, it paled in comparison. Reluctantly accompanied by his mother, Lin Dong now found himself in a precarious situation. Maintaining appearances had become irrelevant. His family had to mend ties with Yang Ling immediately, for if they did not, their prospects for a comfortable future would be bleak. Given Yang Ling's extensive network and capabilities, the crowd's enthusiasm surged, eager to curry favor with the Yang family. And even the relatives who had hurried to the scene felt a sense of pride, each attempting to present themselves as elder statesmen in relation to Yang Ling. Yet, a dilemma arose. They could not leave. Chu Xin, glancing at the throngs of people, turned to the exuberant Yang Shui and said, "Shuier, your brother sent us to fetch the elders. We cannot leave just yet." Yang Shui giggled in response, "Fear not, Sister Xin. Once my brother arrives, all our problems will be effortlessly resolved." Taken aback for a moment, Chu Xin then burst into laughter. Such blind faith in her brother was amusing. Yet she knew that Yang Ling was indeed the kind of person who could be relied upon. Nodding, she replied, "Handle things here. I'll step away for a moment." Not having ventured far, Chu Xin soon found Yang Shui's words substantiated. The sound of thumping resonated from above, prompting the crowd to instinctively look up, where they beheld a helicopter descending. For many in the crowd, this was a sight they had never encountered before, and the atmosphere fell silent in astonishment. The helicopter landed gracefully on the lawn, and as the doors swung open, a strikingly handsome young man, clad in simple attire, emerged. With a vigorous wave, Yang Shui called out, "Brother, over here." Yang Ling smiled gently as he approached. In stark contrast to Yang Shui and the others, he exuded an enigmatic aura that rendered the onlookers speechless. The crowd instinctively parted to form a pathway, and Yang Ling, with a warm demeanor, nodded at the neighbors around him. Those fortunate enough to meet his gaze felt a mixture of surprise and admiration. This was the essence of presence, the charisma of a leader. As he drew near, he greeted, "Father, Mother, I have returned." "Wonderful, wonderful." His parents' eyes glistened with tears as they beheld the seemingly transformed Yang Ling. To have raised such a son was a blessing earned over lifetimes. Yang Ling affectionately ruffled the hair of his younger sister Yang Shui and Chun Yi, surveying the surroundings with mild surprise. "Ah, all the relatives have gathered." He greeted each of them politely, devoid of any arrogance, stirring emotions of excitement and guilt among those who had once looked down upon his family. Yang Ling observed their expressions keenly, his gaze landing on the family of his third aunt. In a moment of realization, the third aunt jolted and urgently urged Lin Dong. "Dong, greet your brother." Lin Dong stood frozen, contemplating the scene he had envisioned for their reunion, even fantasizing about putting Yang Ling in his place once more. Yet, as he faced his cousin now, he recognized that in every regard, presence, appearance, academic achievement, and wealth, he was utterly eclipsed. The stark contrast was akin to a crow compared to a phoenix, or a plodding horse against a chelan. Chapter 212. The scholar's grace almost instinctively. He lowered his head and murmured, "Brother." Yang Ling nodded with a smile. At his current level of maturity, past grievances held little significance. Moreover, they were family after all. He inquired with a smile, "Dong, how did you fare this year?" Lin Dong forced a wry smile and replied, 590 points. "I can't compare to you." "Oh, that's still commendable." Noticing his cousin's downcast expression, as if his confidence had been utterly shattered, Yang Ling gently smiled and patted his shoulder, saying, "Keep going. As long as you strive diligently, you will inevitably realize your life's value. You are an exceptional young man. Adjust your mindset and move forward step by step." There were no biting sarcasm or ridicule from Yang Ling. He merely encouraged his younger brother as an elder, as if the past had been erased from his memory. In that moment, Lin Dong felt like a complete scoundrel, a worthless individual. His eyes welled with tears, and his body trembled slightly. After gazing at Yang Ling for a while, he finally nodded earnestly, Brother, I understand. Though family shame should not be aired in public. The neighbors were all too eager to gossip, well aware of the discord between the two families. Yet at this moment, Yang Ling's demeanor completely captivated Lin Dong and all present. Ding. You have fulfilled Lin Dong's wish to avoid embarrassment. Wish points 1. Ding. You have shattered Lin Dong's desire to one day stand over you. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have satisfied the onlooker's wish for entertainment. Wish points 1. The system's notifications echoed in his mind, yet the air was filled with enthusiastic applause. The scholar possesses such grace. I am truly impressed. Oh, Xiao Ling has really grown up. Well done. How I wish Xiao Ling would pat my shoulder and encourage me. Indeed, if only Xiao Ling would ruffle my hair, I would surely go a week without washing. As the crowd chimed in, a discordant voice broke through. Of course, the scholar enjoys great privilege. Even helicopters and BMWs are at his disposal. Before he even begins working, his ego is already soaring. If he earns money in the future, won't he be insufferable? The voice was jarring, drawing the attention of everyone present. It belonged to one of the girls who had long been at odds with Yang Shui. Named Gao Shiyuan, a rather attractive young woman. Coming from a relatively affluent family in this old neighborhood, she was both beautiful and academically accomplished, a princess among her peers. However, now overshadowed by the Yang siblings, she felt resentful and spoke out in frustration. Yet, she did not anticipate that all eyes would turn toward her, causing her confidence to wane. Yang Shui, hands on her hips, scoffed, "What nonsense are you spouting? The car was bought for me by my brother, and the helicopter was gifted to him by Mu Hua Group. That was before the college entrance examination." Her words left everyone momentarily stunned. While it was believable that the Yang family could purchase a house, given that Yang Jianjun and his wife had saved for most of their lives, the idea that Yang Ling had bought a BMW for his sister was hard for many to accept. As for the helicopter, claiming it was a gift from Mu Hua Group seemed utterly preposterous. Who in their right mind would gift a helicopter worth millions to someone? Chapter 213, Young Master. Is this a party? Upon witnessing the skeptical expressions of the crowd, Gao Shiyuan's courage surged, and she scoffed. Yang Shui, keep boasting. That BMW must belong to that young lady who just went to the restroom. You start bragging the moment she steps away? If it's truly yours, why aren't you driving it? Yang Shui retorted, I don't have a driver's license, but it genuinely is mine. My brother is a top executive at Mu Hua Group. What does one car matter? Keep on boasting. Another girl sneered. I believe your brother will indeed become a top executive at Mu Hua Group someday, but right now, you're just pulling our leg, treating us like fools. With that, she turned to Yang Ling and remarked, Xiao Ling, if you don't rein in your sister, her tail will be soaring to the heavens. Yang Shui, infuriated, pouted and clutched Yang Ling's arm tightly, her expression a mix of anger and defiance. Yang Ling chuckled, gently ruffling her hair, and addressed the girls. Though my sister can be mischievous, she does not lie. The car is hers, and the helicopter was indeed a gift from old Master Lu to me. This statement left everyone momentarily stunned. Gao Shiyuan scoffed. Xiaoling, everyone knows you've made a name for yourself, but the neighbors are well aware of your circumstances. There is no need for such exaggeration. You're not about to tell me your family has several hundred million in assets and is looking to purchase a grand villa, are you? Yang Ling replied nonchalantly. I have indeed made some money recently, and I do intend to look at a few villa neighborhoods. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. This top scholar was boasting quite extravagantly. Gao Shiyuan and the other girls found the situation amusing, just as they were about to speak. The sound of a car horn echoed from a distance. They turned to see a Rolls-Royce slowly approaching, and the crowd instinctively parted to create a path. A striking woman in her 30s, clad in a tailored suit, stepped out of the vehicle. She gazed around, surprised, and curiously asked Yang Ling, Young Master, is this a party? The newcomer was Lu Lan, the Lu family's maid, driver, and bodyguard. Young Master. The beautiful woman driving a Rolls-Royce addressed Yang Ling as Young Master, causing the crowd to widen their eyes in astonishment. Yang Ling smiled lightly, Sister Lan. What brings you here? Lu Lan approached a few steps, greeting Yang Ling's parents and sister before saying, the old master sent me to escort your uncle and aunt to the villa. He mentioned you topped the national exams and wanted to celebrate with them over dinner. Yang Ling nodded. All right, but I need to check out some villas first. I plan to buy one. I can take my parents later this evening. Lu Lan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. Indeed, young master, as one of the major shareholders of our group now, it is only fitting you acquire a suitable villa. If you're free this afternoon, shall I accompany you? Yang Ling gently shook his head and whispered in her ear. This is a particularly sensitive time. If Director Lu goes out, please ensure her safety. Upon hearing this, Lu Lan furrowed her brow, seemingly recalling something, and nodded. You're right. I'll return to make arrangements. You must also take care. Yang Ling smiled. I'll be fine. You go ahead. Lu Lan appeared somewhat flustered, driving away in the Rolls-Royce while honking the horn, leaving everyone present, except Yang Ling, utterly dumbfounded. Chapter 214. Who is more beautiful, me or your wife? Could it be that the esteemed elder is none other than the legendary Lu Laoi? Has he sent someone in a Rolls-Royce to invite Yang Jianjun and his spouse to dinner? How much more extravagant could this be? And to top it off, Yang Ling is a major shareholder of the Muhua Group? What does that imply? The Muhua Group boasts a market value exceeding 100 billion. How immense must the wealth of its major shareholders be? The crowd felt as if they were seeing stars, their vision filled with fluttering banknotes. After a brief silence, the scene erupted into a clamor. I told you, how could the top scholar ever be exaggerating? Indeed, little Ling is a child of destiny. What is wrong with purchasing luxury cars and villas? Acquiring a cruise ship is merely par for the course. I've always found little Shui to be well-behaved. How could such a child ever lie? The Yang family is destined for greatness. In that moment, all the onlookers experienced a complete turnaround in their perceptions. While Gao Shiyuan and the other women wore expressions of profound displeasure, their gazes toward Yang Shui a mixture of jealousy and envy. Ding. You have shattered the hopes of Gao Shiyuan and others for you to be boasting. Attribute point 1. Unfazed by the opinions of these individuals, Yang Ling offered a faint smile before addressing the recently arrived Chu Xiyin. The car can only accommodate 4 people. You take my parents and little E to the South Lake Villa area first. My sister and I will take the helicopter. Chu Xiyin pouted slightly and remarked, I want to ride in the helicopter too. Can you take me for a spin next time? Yang Ling chuckled. Sure. Anywhere you wish to go. Let us be off. Chu Xiyin nodded sweetly, starting the car's engine. Moments later, under the azure sky, Yang Shui huffed. Brother, why did you leave? I still wanted to tease those women a bit. Yang Ling chuckled. Little Shui, we are not the same as we once were. You are now also a young lady of considerable means. Remember to carry yourself with grace. Which esteemed young lady behaves as mischievously as you do? Yang Shui, taken aback by his words, felt her mood brighten instantly. She giggled. Oh, I never imagined that I, Yang Shui, would experience such a day. Speaking of which, big brother, I have no pocket money left. You are so wealthy. Could you lend me 100,000 for a while? 100,000, will that suffice? Yang Ling, steering with one hand, retrieved his phone and promptly transferred 200,000 to her, saying, use this for now. Little E has grown up alongside us. You must take good care of her, treating her as family. Yang Shui, surprised by her brother's generosity, beamed. You don't even need to mention it. Little E is my best friend. We promise to never part ways. Yang Ling nodded with a smile. Those girls we just met also grew up with us. Let us be magnanimous. We can take them out for karaoke tonight and continue to foster our friendships. Yang Shui looked at Yang Ling curiously. Brother, I can't shake the feeling that you are becoming more and more like a leader, and your tone is increasingly reminiscent of Dada's. Noticing Yang Ling's calm smile, Yang Shui blushed. Well, if you insist, I'll have Xin and Little E accompany me tonight. Treating those few girls one tea cost much, after all. Yang Ling laughed heartily, but then Yang Shui suddenly recalled something and asked earnestly, by the way, big brother, Mom and Dad said you are already married, but when I asked them who it is, they wouldn't tell me. Yang Ling smiled slightly in response. It's a long story. You will understand in due time. But tell me, who do you think is more beautiful? Your wife or me? Chapter 215. Respect for the BMW i8. Yang Ling glanced at Yang Shui and candidly remarked, she is rather beautiful. Humph. Yang Shui turned her head in a huff. Catching sight of Yang Ling's amused expression from the corner of her eye, Her cheeks flushed, and she pouted. What about Xiaoyi? She adores you. Yang Ling replied with a faint smile. Many people admire me, and there may be even more in the future. This is something I believe those close to me are aware of. The bonds of fate in this world are dictated by serendipity. When the time is right, everything will fall into place naturally. Yang Shui blinked, half understanding, and then leaned in to gently embrace Yang Ling's waist, whispering, I won't concern myself with anything else. As your sister, I intend to stay by your side for life. You mustn't urge me to marry. Yang Ling affectionately ruffled her hair, a gentle smile adorning his face. The South Lake Villa area, nestled by the lakeside, boasts picturesque views and fresh air. There are a total of 81 villas in the estate, developed by the Mu Hua Group 2 years prior. At the entrance of the sales center, a BMW i8 came to a halt, and several attractive saleswomen promptly emerged to greet the arriving guests. 4 individuals alighted from the vehicle, Yang Jianjun and his wife, along with Chu Xin and Chen Yi. As they disembarked, the 4 elegant hostesses simultaneously bowed and welcomed them. One particularly charming saleswoman, with a professional smile, inquired, Good day. Are you here to view the properties? Regrettably, her question was met with silence. The saleswoman discreetly scrutinized the 4 before her. The middle-aged couple appeared casually dressed, clearly of modest means, while the 2 young ladies beside them were cute, yet also attired simply, lacking the air of affluence. Having spent considerable time in such settings, she could easily discern the nuances of social standing. With a hint of disdain, she asked, May I inquire what brings you here? Yang Jianjun, unaccustomed to such circumstances after a lifetime of modest living, felt somewhat embarrassed and replied, We are waiting for my son. Waiting for your son? The saleswoman's expression soured. This was a prestigious villa area. Who was their son that warranted such waiting? Had they arrived in a vehicle other than the BMW i8, she would likely have dismissed them outright. Out of respect for the luxury vehicle, she maintained her politeness, stating, If you are waiting for someone, please ensure that your car is parked in a designated space. Peering through the glass at the opulent interior of the sales hall, Yang Jianjun felt a twinge of intimidation from the tall and graceful hostesses within. He quickly urged, Seeing, let's heed this young lady's advice and park the car properly. Throughout their journey, the elders were well aware of the relationship between Chu Xin and Yang Ling, and naturally, they held a fondness for the charming girl with her sweet demeanor. Chu Xin, with her straightforward personality, paid little mind to the situation and nodded, Uncle, Auntie, it's quite warm outside. Please take Xiaoyi inside to cool off while I fetch you some water. With that, she started the car and drove away slowly. Now left in the somewhat bemused gaze of the saleswoman, Yang Jianjun and the others felt at a loss. The saleswoman's eyes reflected a trace of contempt as she coolly remarked, If you wish to view the properties, please step inside. If you are merely waiting, kindly do so outside. Chapter 216. Your employees lack hospitality, Chen Yi timidly remarked. We are here to view the property, but we must wait for my brother to arrive first. The saleswoman, upon hearing this, cast a dismissive glance in her direction and asked, Are you certain you have not come to the wrong place? This is a villa district. Feeling even more intimidated by the inquiry, Chen Yi lowered her head. Observing this, the saleswoman's lips curled into a slight smirk as she turned and strode towards the lobby. Immediately, several other saleswomen gathered around, with one addressing the woman known as Supervisor Ren, saying, They appear to be dressed like farmers. Surely, they cannot be here to buy a property? The saleswoman, referred to as Supervisor Ren, replied with a hint of amusement, They claim to be waiting for someone, but I suspect they are merely individuals displaced by demolition, flaunting their son's luxury vehicle here. Flaunting? What a jest! The women erupted in laughter, one of them quipping, Which of the luxury cars here is subpar? Besides, these are all genuine successful individuals. I doubt the funds from a demolition payout would last beyond a couple of years of property fees. So they are demolition beneficiaries, parading around in a BMW i8. I thought our manager had arrived, another chimed in. Indeed, hasn't the manager been absent for 2 to 3 months now? Off on holiday abroad, perhaps? Why concern ourselves with him? The manager is the son of Li Dong. He merely holds a nominal position here, and whether he chooses to show up at work is entirely his prerogative. Listening to their chatter, Supervisor Ren calmly stated, "The manager will be here this afternoon. You all should remain vigilant." "Oh dear, I almost forgot that our supervisor is one of his girlfriends," one of the women remarked. "Ah," with the manager backing her. "It's no wonder she's so bold in turning away customers," they giggled. Supervisor Ren, unperturbed, regarded the trio outside once more with disdain, quietly chuckling. The impoverished still attempt to act grand. The others joined in their laughter. Throughout this, one saleswoman remained silent, appearing somewhat out of place. She observed Yang Jianjun with a hint of suspicion in her eyes. After landing the helicopter on a lawn by the lake, Yang Shui pouted and said, "Brother, why didn't you just fly directly to the sales office? That would have been quite impressive." Yang Ling replied brusquely, "Do you understand the concept of discretion? Moreover, that location is owned by the corporation. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to be so ostentatious." Ding. You have thwarted Yang Shui's desire for grandeur, gaining 1 attribute point. Moments later, outside the sales hall of Nanhu Villa District, Chu Xin returned with water, expressing her surprise. "Uncle, why are you all still outside? It's so hot out here." Yang Jianjun chuckled. "No worries, waiting outside is just as fine." Hearing this, Chu Xin slightly furrowed her brows. After distributing the drinks to several individuals, she glanced at the cluster of chatty saleswomen in the sales office. While she was indeed carefree, she was far from foolish and could deduce the situation with ease. Such arrogance. She huffed under her breath, clenching her small fist. Just as she was about to enter, she caught sight of 2 familiar figures approaching, none other than the Yang siblings. As they drew nearer, Yang Ling curiously inquired, "Why is everyone standing around? Enjoying a sunbath?" Upon seeing his son, Yang Jianjun breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, as Chu Xin handed over the remaining 2 bottles of drink, she pointed towards the group of saleswomen in the lobby, a wry smile playing on her lips as she remarked, "Illing, are these your employees? They don't seem particularly welcoming." Chapter 217. An unexpected encounter with a former classmate. Yang Ling cast his gaze over, only to furrow his brow soon after. A hint of a cold smile graced his lips as he confidently pushed open the glass door, accompanied by a few others. The 4 receptionists, exhibiting professionalism, immediately greeted. "Welcome to the Nan Lake Villa District." Yang Ling nodded with a smile, yet the saleswomen were taken aback upon seeing him. This young man's aura was anything but ordinary, and his strikingly handsome features were hard to overlook. "Wait, isn't he somewhat familiar? Have I seen him somewhere before?" One pondered. No way, someone this handsome is unforgettable. During his high school examinations, Yang Ling's charm was merely a few points, but now it had surged to 16. His features more refined and his skin exuding a youthful elasticity, making it difficult to associate him with his past self. Manager Rin scoffed, "What good is being handsome? The gap between a nouveau riche and true high society is vast. They are probably here just to flaunt themselves. One of you should attend to them." The women hesitated. Accompanying such a handsome man was indeed a delightful prospect, yet the young master manager was soon to arrive, and they needed to present themselves beautifully in case they caught his eye, perhaps even becoming a mistress to a wealthy man. Seemingly discerning the women's thoughts, Manager Rin chuckled lightly and directed his gaze at a somewhat out-of-place girl nearby, saying, "Xiaoqi, you go." "Ah, all right." The girl referred to as Xiaoqi stepped forward with warmth. "Hello there. Are you here to view the properties? Allow me to show you around." Yang Ling smiled gently at her. "Ranqi, do you not remember me? We were desk mates in middle school." "Wait, you are really young." Ranqi began, but was interrupted by Yang Ling's jovial laughter. "Let us go. It's time to tour the houses." With that, he led the way, and Ranqi, filled with surprise, hurried to catch up with her old classmate and the others. Moments later, amidst the picturesque villa district, Ranqi exclaimed, "Yang Ling, you truly are remarkable. Achieving first place nationally. How come I never noticed how clever you were back in middle school?" Yang Ling laughed heartily. "What can I say? One is influenced by their company. Being your desk mate, how could my grades not improve?" "Huh, what are you saying?" Ranqi's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "You were the one who cut my hair while I was sleeping, leaving me in tears all night. I still remember that." Yang Ling chuckled. "And you think you can sleep in class and not face consequences? I was merely trying to teach you a lesson for your own good, you know?" cutting my hair was justified? Their conversation flowed naturally, with Yang Jianjun and the others also admiring the properties, expressing their awe at the beauty of the villa district. Suddenly, Yang Shui exclaimed, "Brother, I want one with a swimming pool. Mom and Dad want one with a garden. Sister Xiyin and Xiao Yi want one with a large balcony." Ranchi laughed, "Little sister, there is only one villa in the entire district that meets all those criteria, and the price is quite." Before she could finish, Yang Ling interjected with a grin, "And ideally, there should be a lawn in front. I need a place to land my helicopter." Ranchi opened her mouth in disbelief. With a swimming pool, a garden, a large balcony, and a spot to land a helicopter, was this family engaging in a comedic act? Chapter 218, Is it truly that inexpensive? I would like 2 sets. Upon witnessing her expression, Yang Ling inquired in astonishment, "Xiao Qi, does such a villa exist?" Ranchi, both amused and exasperated, replied, "There is indeed one, but it is the most expensive in the estate, priced at 60,000 per square meter." 60,000. Yang Ling asked curiously, "What is the area?" Ranchi responded, "Xiao Ling, you can't be serious about having struck it rich, can you? That villa spans 400 square meters, costing 24 million. Yang Ling gasped in shock. Seeing his reaction, Ranchi chuckled lightly, thinking he was merely startled, but then Yang Ling burst into laughter, exclaiming, "There really is such a villa? 24 million? Is it that cheap? I'll take 2. Ranchi's mouth fell open in disbelief, her expression a mix of astonishment. 24 million is cheap? 2 sets? Brother, what do you consider expensive? Yang Shui giggled. Big brother, she only mentioned 1 set. Don't frighten the young lady. Yang Ling laughed heartily. Oh, in that case, how about this, Xiao Qi? I'll give you an additional 3 million. Could you reserve 6 parking spaces for me? Ranchi felt a buzzing in her ears, utterly dumbfounded by his words. Is there truly someone who purchases houses like this? Does it not warrant further exaggeration? Regaining her composure, she retorted, Xiao Ling, you cannot be jesting with me. Yang Ling paused, taken aback by her expression, and suddenly recalled their middle school days. With a mischievous grin, he draped an arm around her shoulder and whispered playfully in her ear, Xiao Qi, logically speaking, for such a substantial transaction, you ought to indulge me a few times. However, given our close relationship, I'll offer you a discount. How about a haircut? During middle school, they shared an incredibly close bond, always inseparable, though not in a romantic sense, more akin to brothers. Ranchi, back then, had been quite the tomboy, and now, after years apart, she had blossomed into a beautiful young lady. Allowing him to embrace her shoulder, she turned to glare at Yang Ling, saying with exasperation, if you truly buy it, I could earn over 100,000 in commission, so I'd even let you shave my head. But if you dare to tease me, I'll poke your waist with a ruler. At her words, Yang Ling froze momentarily, recalling how she used to delight in poking her own waist with a ruler. He chuckled, and Ranchi seemed to share the same nostalgic thought, both of them breaking into gentle laughter. Yang Ling stifled his laughter and stated earnestly, I am not joking. I genuinely intend to buy. Please fetch the contract. I have matters to discuss with you once the house is secured. Knowing Yang Ling well, Ranchi saw that he was not jesting, and her heart brimmed with joy. She patted him on the back enthusiastically, saying, all right, old classmate. Not only did you excel academically, but you've also struck it rich. I'll fetch the contract immediately. Just as she was about to move, a mocking voice interrupted from a distance. Who dares to purchase the villa that I, the young master, have set my sights on? Turning towards the voice, they saw a flamboyantly dressed, wealthy young man, followed by a group of saleswomen, presumably the manager he had just mentioned. Ranchi hurried forward. Hello, manager. This gentleman, Mr. Yang, wishes to purchase the largest villa in the estate. I was just about to report this to you and Supervisor Ren. Chapter 219. The CEO's office has decided. You are terminated. Is that so? The wealthy young man scoffed, while Supervisor Ren sneered. Xiao Qi, although we sell houses, not everyone can trample over us. Do you really think these nouveau riches can afford a villa priced at 28 million? Even if they could, have you ever seen anyone hand over money without even stepping inside the house? Especially for a sum as staggering as 28 million. They are clearly mocking us. And you still defend them? Where's your head? Ranshi quickly shook her head. No. Supervisor, this gentleman is my middle school classmate. He would never engage in such antics. Middle school classmate? One of the saleswomen laughed derisively. Xiaoqi, didn't you attend Shenzhou? That place is filled with old neighborhoods. What wealth could someone emerge from there possibly possess? I reckon he is here to buy a house under the pretense of flirting with you. Hearing this, the wealthy young man chuckled. So you came here to show off while trying to impress the ladies, huh? All right then, kid. Stop making a scene and scram while I'm still in a good mood. He then turned to Ranshi. You're quite attractive. But how can you be so foolish as to let yourself be fooled by someone like him? Clearly, you don't deserve to work with us. Don't bother showing up tomorrow. Ranshi's eyes reddened instantly at his words. She wanted to argue, but a large hand rested on her shoulder. Yang Ling stepped forward, shielding her behind him, and calmly said, What's this? You openly conduct business yet refuse to sell? Oh, the wealthy young man laughed. You dare speak to me like that? I'll be blunt. In my eyes, you're nothing but a poor wretch, unworthy of even standing here, let alone purchasing a house. I remind you, this is my family's property. I can sell it to whomever I please, while I still have a good mood. Take your people and leave. Yang Ling remained unfazed, retorting, ISN Timu Hua Group owned by the Liu family? When did it become yours? The wealthy young man impatiently replied, You little brat, do you want a beating? My father is a board member of the group. What I say goes. You keep talking, and I'll have security throw you out. Yang Ling cast a glance at the bulge around his waist, a cold smile creeping onto his lips as he replied, All right, let us see who gets thrown out first. With that, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Secretary Wang, it's me. I need you to issue a notice in the name of the CEO's office that the manager of the South Lake Villa District has displayed a rude attitude towards customers and intends to use violence to drive them away. After deliberation in the CEO's office, we have decided to terminate this individual's employment. On the other end, Secretary Wang paused momentarily before quickly reacting and, without hesitation, began to execute the order. She was a loyal employee of Director Liu and had long disapproved of this group of parasites. With Yang Dong coming to the forefront, how could she not act? Yang Ling's voice was neither loud nor soft, yet it reached everyone's ears. Yang Shui and the others, aware of Yang Ling's capabilities, wore expressions of amusement, while the rest of those present stared at him in disbelief. Supervisor Rin sneered, Sir, you think you can just make a call and claim to be the CEO? There's a limit to pretending. If you continue this nonsense, we will have no choice but to alert the authorities. Chapter 220. Immediate dismissal. Yang Ling cast a fleeting glance at her, showing no interest in engaging with the woman. Instead, he turned to the affluent young man and remarked, With Secretary Wang's efficiency, you can only remain in your managerial position for a maximum of 5 more minutes. So, what will it be? Shall I summon security to escort me out? The young man burst into laughter, exclaiming, You certainly play the part well. One might actually believe you are the president of our corporation. Very well, I shall wait here for 5 minutes. Once that time elapses, be prepared for a beating. But fret not, I shall not spare you a single penny for hospital expenses. With that, he gestured to a nearby saleswoman, instructing her to fetch security. The saleswoman chuckled mischievously and hurried off. The young man grew increasingly arrogant, yet the manager beside him, Rin, furrowed her brow, sensing an ominous foreboding. If this brash individual were alone, she would have dismissed him as a mere pretender. However, she was unnerved to observe that both Yang Ling and his entourage exuded an unsettling calmness, so composed it sent shivers down her spine. The young girl regarded the wealthy heir with an expression akin to watching a farcical spectacle. One might feign bravado alone, but when a group collectively engages in such posturing, it becomes apparent that they may not be merely pretending. Contemplating this, she subtly stepped back, contemplating a retreat. Yet, just as she turned, Yang Ling's dispassionate voice reached her ears. Manager, didn't you mention calling the police? Why the sudden desire to leave? Rin halted abruptly, cold sweat trickling down her forehead, as if ensnared by an invisible, formidable presence. She could barely maintain her composure. Yang Shui giggled. Brother, do you wish for her to call the police? That way, we could meet Officer Su Qiuxia. Wouldn't that be delightful? At this, Yang Ling smiled lightly, while the affluent young man found it increasingly amusing. Oh, now you're invoking Suchoxia as a shield. Who in S City doesn't know that stunning beauty? He glanced at the arriving security personnel, smirking. Just one more minute. Consider which hospital you'll be visiting shortly. However, before he could finish his sentence, his phone rang unexpectedly. To his astonishment, it was an internal line. The call came from the office of the corporation's president. Instantly, beads of sweat formed on his brow as disbelief washed over him. He glanced at Yang Ling, his hands trembling as he answered the call. Hello, is this Li Li? A calm voice inquired. Yes, this is Li Li, he responded hastily. On the other end, Wang Jingshu's composed voice continued. Li Li, I want to waste time with pleasantries. You know exactly what you've done. As of this moment, you are dismissed. A formal notification with the company seal will be sent to you shortly. Proceed with your resignation. With that, she hung up abruptly. Li Li stood frozen in shock, incredulously whispering, How is this possible? Have I truly been dismissed? Upon hearing this, the saleswomen gaped in disbelief, while Run, having already surmised Yang Ling's true identity, collapsed in terror onto the ground. With a serene smile, Yang Ling inquired, So, what shall it be? Will you leave voluntarily? Or shall I have security remove you from the premises? Chapter 221. Ladies, you are all dismissed. Ding. You have thwarted Li Li's desire to expel you. Attribute point 1. Ding. You have crushed the salesgirl's wish to ridicule you. Attribute point 1. Ding. You have shattered Li Li's intention to dismiss Ran Shi. Attribute point 1. A series of system notifications resounded. At that moment, Li Li regained his composure and fixed a fierce gaze upon Yang Ling, gritting his teeth as he demanded, Who exactly are you? After whispering a few words to his sister, Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, Who am I? Just call your father, and you'll find out. Call my dad. Yes, I will call my dad. Just wait, I will make you pay. At that moment, Manager Ren suddenly realized, trembling as he spoke, Mr. Yang. You must be Mr. Yang. I apologize, I truly did not know it was you. Whatever you ask of me, I am willing to do. Please, I beg you to forgive me this once. This woman was somewhat cunning. She had heard rumors of a vice president from the group, the young master of the Liu family, and had long sought an opportunity to ingratiate herself, but had never found one. She never expected to encounter him here in such a manner. Mr. Yang? All the salesgirls finally comprehended. Could he be the vice president of the group? The legendary Mr. Yang, whom both the old man and director Liu dared not offend. They gazed at Yang Ling with expressions of sheer terror, while Ran Shi stood utterly dumbfounded. Yang Ling smiled faintly, pulling his bewildered middle school deskmate behind him, and addressed the group of women. Since you were silent, I almost forgot. I apologize, ladies, but the company does not harbor pests. You are all dismissed. Please take the time to complete your resignation procedures. Upon hearing this, the women felt their legs weaken. This young man, whom they had perceived as a nouveau riche, had just rendered them collectively unemployed with a single phrase. What stung the most was that Yang Ling had likened them to pests. These self-proclaimed beauties, who aspired to cling to wealthy second-generation heirs, were, in the eyes of true elites, mere parasites, trash. Ding. You have fulfilled Ran Shi's wish not to be dismissed, wishing value 1. Ding. You have crushed the salesgirl's desire not to be dismissed, attribute point 1. Just as despair enveloped the salesgirls, Li Li roared, So you're Mr. Yang, huh? Don't think you're so impressive. These are all my women. You can't touch them. With that, he abruptly placed a call, nearly shouting into the phone. Get to the Nanhu Villa area immediately. I'm going to kill someone today. After hanging up, he bellowed at Yang Ling. So what if you're the president? You're still just working for my father. Let me tell you, you've offended me today, and you're as good as dead. Soon, you'll understand what real pain feels like. Yang Ling, with a smile that danced on the edge of mockery, regarded the somewhat deranged rich heir and replied coolly, All right, I shall await that moment. He then turned to his father, Yang Jianjun, saying, Dad, please take them to the villa to relax. Don't let them suffer from the heat. I'll handle things here. Yang Jianjun understood that his son's capabilities surpassed his imagination. Although he wished to stay, he realized he would only complicate matters. Nodding, he said, Xiaoling, be careful. With that, He gestured for the others to follow him and led the way toward the grand villa. Chapter 222. In a moment the divine presence descended upon them, and the women held unwavering trust in Yongling. Only Ranchi expressed some unease, saying, "Shaoling, are you truly all right?" Yongling replied with a gentle smile. "Have I ever deceived you in our 3 years as classmates?" At his words, Ranchi managed a forced smile. Despite her anxiety, she stepped into the villa. Lily laughed boisterously. "Does hiding in the villa help? If you dare to offend, your entire family will suffer. Just wait and see." Yongling regarded him with a calm demeanor, though a glint of brilliance flickered in his eyes. Moments later, 2 off-road vehicles charged into the villa area. Coming to a sudden halt behind Lily, 7 robust men leaped from the vehicles, and Lily bellowed, "Yang, your doom has arrived. Attack. Leave him crippled for life." Without hesitation, the 7 men surged forward. From the 3rd-floor balcony of the villa, gasps of astonishment echoed, yet Yongling remained motionless. With a flick of his wrist, air in his palm swirled, and 3 coins appeared mysteriously in his hand. This was the effect of his spatial storage ability, allowing him to store items at any time and place. Previously, his coins had been inconveniently tucked away in his pocket, clanging uncomfortably and limited in quantity. But now, he faced no such constraints. He would not show mercy to those intent on maiming him. With a swift flick, the 3 coins shot forth like arrows, striking the knees of 3 burly men with a series of sharp cracks. The sound of shattering bones filled the air as the 3 men collapsed, their knees obliterated, doomed to a life of limping. The remaining assailants were taken aback, yet before they could react, Yongling was already in motion again. Another trio of coins was dispatched, sending 3 more tumbling to the ground. In the meantime, Yongling had appeared behind one of the remaining hulks, delivering a kick that shattered the man's leg bone into 2 segments. This entire spectacle unfolded in the blink of an eye. Within mere breaths, the once menacing 7 were left incapacitated, each with a broken limb, entirely stripped of their combat effectiveness. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Everyone present stood in stunned silence, incredulous as they regarded Yongling. In their hearts, for words emerged simultaneously, a deity has descended. Unbeknownst to them, Yongling had subtly launched a coin into the off-road vehicle, where it began to emit a fine, hair-like arc of electricity. Lily gazed at Yongling with palpable fear, his body trembling uncontrollably. Ding. You have shattered Lily's desire to cripple you. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have fulfilled the hopes of your parents and others who wish for your safety. Wish points 1. Yongling advanced step by step toward Lily, who was paralyzed with fear. With a cold smirk, he taunted, "Weren't you just saying you wanted to leave me disabled? What do you say now? Given your father's status, I won't strike you. But kneel, bow 3 times, and call me grandfather, and I shall pretend nothing has occurred. Should you utter a single negative word, you shall never stand again." Lily retreated continuously, his legs growing weak. The fate of his subordinates was clear. Their shattered knees were beyond repair, rendering them permanently incapacitated. The more he contemplated, the more terror gripped him, and with a thud, he fell to the ground, instinctively reaching for his waist and tremblingly uttering, "Don't come any closer. Do not force my hand." Chapter 223. Awaiting the retrieval of your son's corpse, Yongling was acutely aware of the firearm concealed at the man's waist. However, rather than halting his advance, he pressed forward with a derisive sneer, taunting, "What life-preserving tactics do you possess? Show me your capabilities." "What is this? A grown man yielding without resistance? Are you not merely a waste of space?" His words were laced with a menacing allure, as if he were beckoning the man to retaliate. Under the looming threat of incapacitation, overwhelmed by an oppressive force and the devilish temptation of Yongling's words, Lily teetered on the brink of mental collapse. In a sudden frenzy, he drew his pistol and bellowed, "Damn you, die!" With a swift motion, Yongling evaded, and in the next heartbeat, the air erupted with the sound of gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if Li were venting his fury, unleashing 17 rounds, only pausing to catch his breath once the magazine was emptied. During this chaos, onlookers instinctively shrank back, oblivious to the faint arcs of electricity flickering in the sky, intercepting every bullet mid-flight. rendering them utterly harmless. As the echoes of gunfire faded, Yang Ling approached Li Li, whose eyes were now bloodshot and face marked with disbelief. Nonchalantly, Yang Ling kicked the firearm away. Ding! You have thwarted Li Li's intention to kill you. Wish value 1. Having toppled Li Li to the ground and standing over him, Yang Ling turned to his sister, Yang Shui, and called out, "Little sister, how are things on your end?" In the face of such a scene, Yang Shui exhibited no fear whatsoever. From the 3rd floor, she waved her hand and replied, "Brother, all is well. Look." With that, she tossed her phone down to him. Catching it with ease, Yang Ling glanced at the screen, a smile creeping onto his lips. The video clearly depicted Li Li firing 17 shots in his direction. In the Celestial Empire, possessing a firearm is strictly prohibited. Discharging it against someone is a grave offense, and if evidence is irrefutable, incarceration would be inevitable. Furthermore, should Yang Ling choose to eliminate him now, it would be deemed justifiable self-defense. Triumphant, Yang Ling retrieved his own phone and dialed a number. "Mr. Li, this is Xiao Yang. Your son is currently discharging a firearm at me in Nanhua Garden. I have him subdued underfoot. You might want to come over, or I might just end his life." Although the words seemed casual, Mr. Li was jolted into seriousness. Yang Ling was not the type to make such remarks lightly. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Mr. Li inquired with a grave tone, "What do you want?" Yang Ling replied coolly, "It's a bit inconvenient to discuss over the phone. It would be best if you came here. I'll give you 10 minutes. If you're not here by then, prepare to collect your son's corpse." With that, he abruptly ended the call. The gravity of his statement drew gasps from the onlookers. This young man was indeed a formidable character. Moments later, 3 SUVs raced onto the scene, and Mr. Li Weiping emerged with an air of calm, flanked by 10 burly men. His gaze fell upon his son, pale and in pain beneath Yang Ling's foot, before shifting to the fallen bodies surrounding them and finally resting on the discarded firearm on the ground. Yang Ling, unfazed, remarked, "Enough of this idle staring. I've sent you the video. Shall we discuss our terms?" Chapter 224. Just a bunch of trash in the face of such circumstances, the director remained remarkably composed. Far more than one might expect. After taking a deep breath, he solemnly remarked, "Director Yang, you truly are astute. You've been plotting against me all along, haven't you?" Yang Ling chuckled lightly. "It seems we are both playing the same game. Alas, Director Li, despite your intricate schemes, you ultimately fell to your own son." Li Weiping retorted with a cold sneer, "Enough of the pleasantries. Name your price." "How refreshing." Yang Ling replied with an amused laugh. "You must understand, I have always relished in breaking others' limbs. Since young Master Li has drawn his weapon, it is only fitting that I shatter a few bones. Let us say, for 1 arm, I require 2 of your shares. We shall exchange cash for goods." Gasp. Upon hearing this, the crowd collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions mirroring sheer terror as they gazed at Yang Ling. This little man was deliberate. Ever since Li Li's arrival, everything had been orchestrated by him. They even suspected his presence was intended to ensnare Director Li. Now, 2 of shares for 1 arm amounted to a staggering 700 million. With all 4 limbs valued at 2.8 billion, that 28 million villa was trivial in comparison. The atmosphere was suffused with dread. Supervisor Ren stared at Yang Ling, feeling an unsettling chill creep up his spine. Li Li, not oblivious to the situation, connected the dots and, his face flushed with rage, shouted, "Dad, have him killed. Kill him." Crack. A sharp sound pierced the air, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. The onlookers recoiled in horror as they beheld Li Li's leg twisted at an unnatural angle. Completely shattered, Yang Ling coldly chuckled, directing his gaze toward Li Weiping, and nonchalantly stated, "In comparison to money, I derive greater satisfaction from crushing bones. I shall not waste further words. I will count to 3. Either you relinquish the shares, or I will incapacitate him and send the footage to the police. Choose wisely." 3, 2. Just as he counted down to 2, Li Weiping barked, "Wait. Yang Ling, I will never give you the shares. But I can offer you cash. How about 10 billion? 1. With a faint smile, Yang Ling unleashed a flurry of kicks, shattering Li Li's remaining leg and both arms. The agonizing wails that ensued were unbearable, and Li Li's head lolled to the side, rendering him unconscious from the pain. Yang Ling, as if kicking a dead dog, sent the wretched figure sprawling before Li Weiping, coolly stating, "This was your choice." At this moment, the entire assembly stood in stunned silence. No one anticipated Yang Ling would act so decisively, forsaking 10 billion without a hint of negotiation. It was evident his penchant for shattering bones surpassed his desire for wealth. Ding. You have shattered Li Weiping's wish for his son to remain unscathed. Attribute point 1. At this juncture, Li Weiping cradled his son, his face contorted with anguish, gritting his teeth as he declared, "Yang Ling, I had intended to negotiate with you, since you were determined to eliminate me. Do not expect mercy." "Oh," Yang Ling retorted with a cold laugh. "Do you take me for a fool? I am no stranger to these SUVs." Gasp. Others may have been oblivious, but Li Weiping recoiled in horror. Trembling, he stammered, "It's you. It truly is you. Who are you exactly?" "I," Yang Ling replied nonchalantly. "It is of little consequence who I am. However, as I mentioned this morning, in my eyes, you are all merely a bunch of trash." Chapter 225. Did I tell you to leave? Li Weiping gritted his teeth, feeling utterly powerless. He was acutely aware of Yang Ling's formidable capabilities. Even if he brought 10 more burly men, they would likely be annihilated in an instant. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed his fury and spoke solemnly, "Yang Ling, do not celebrate too soon. This debt will eventually be settled with you. Take the injured brothers. We are leaving." As he attempted to depart, Yang Ling's indifferent voice pierced through the air. "Did I say you could leave?" A gasp echoed throughout the space at his words. Li Weiping, gritting his teeth, retorted, "What more do you want?" Yang Ling sneered, "The 7 lying on the ground, 1 million each. Your son fired a total of 17 shots, 1 million per shot, totaling 24 million. I pride myself on fair business practices. Either you pay and leave, or without payment, you shall depart with but one arm." After the recent events, no one dared to think Yang Ling was jesting. If Li Weiping dared to utter a single word of dissent, it was feared that Yang Ling would take action on the spot. Li Weiping was genuinely frightened. He glanced at Yang Ling's cold gaze, retrieved his phone, and after a few operations, said frostily, 24 million has been transferred to your account through internal channels. Can we leave now? As he stated, Yang Ling received a text notification. With a faint smile, he waved dismissively. Safe travels, no need for formalities. With a cold snort, Li Weiping climbed into the vehicle with his subordinates, speeding away. Watching the retreating SUV, Yang Ling sensed the charged coin left behind in one of the cars, a cold smile playing on his lips. Once this group departed, Yang Zhanjun and the others rushed out. Yang Shui threw herself into her brother's embrace, her face alight with admiration. "Brother, you are truly amazing. Will you teach me martial arts? I will learn even if I can't sleep." Ding. You have fulfilled your parents' wish for you to remain safe. Wish value 1. Yang Ling chuckled, ruffling her hair, and replied playfully, "All right, if you can stick with it, I will teach you." Ding. You have fulfilled Yang Shui's desire to learn martial arts. Wish value 1. Current progress, 2310. He did not dismiss the young girl lightly. While the situation appeared to be entirely under his control, the people around him remained his Achilles heel. Observing his concerned parents and Chu Xin, he smiled gently. "Do not worry. I will handle everything." He then turned to Ran Shi, smiling. "From today onward, you shall be the manager of the Nanhu Villa area." "Ah." Ran Shi hurriedly shook her head. "Xiaoling, I cannot be a manager. I would not do well." Yang Ling chuckled. "I know you are inexperienced, but no one is proficient from the start. Just take your time to learn." He glanced at the saleswomen sprawled on the ground and nodded. "Your immediate task is to recruit personnel, and I will have Han Yakin assign you some capable assistants. Work hard. I believe in you." This truly was a meteoric rise. Under Yang Ling's encouraging gaze, Ran Shi took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. "Understood. Thank you, President Yang." Ding. You have fulfilled Ran Shi's wish to advance further. Wish value 1. President Yang? Yang Ling chuckled. "During work hours, you may call me President Yang. Outside of work, just call me Xiao Ling, all right. I will take this villa. Let us proceed with the paperwork." Chapter 226. Acquired 2 estates. Indulging at will as the words fell, Yang Shui let out a cheer, and smiles spread across the faces of the crowd. The formalities were swiftly completed, and after some deliberation, it was decided that the property deed would bear Yang Shue's name, much to the delight of the young girl, who clung to her parents and brother in affectionate exuberance. Meanwhile, Yang Ling, undeterred, proceeded to acquire a medium-sized villa adjacent to the grand estate. This one registered under his parents' names. Of course, Yang Jianjun and his wife continued to reside in the larger villa, while the newly acquired residence was designated for the entertainment of Yang Shui, Chen Yi, and Chu Xian. Chu Xian often streamed late into the night, inevitably causing some commotion, while Yang Shui and Chen Yi expressed a desire for a yoga room and gym, among other amenities. Thus, acquiring two villas seemed a practical solution to satisfy their numerous requests. The total cost for both villas amounted to 37 million, precisely depleting the funds Yang Ling had initially brought. However, having recently received 24 million, he found himself comfortably solvent. Both villas, upon inspection, showcased impeccable interior design, complete with all necessary features, justifying their steep price. Each floor comprised 4 rooms, with the first level housing the living room and kitchen, while the second and third floors were designated for bedrooms and guest accommodations. Additionally, the basement was transformed into a modest entertainment venue, equipped with a bar and billiard table. Room assignments were casually arranged. The master bedroom on the 3rd floor belonged to Yang Ling, while the remaining 3 rooms accommodated the 3 girls perfectly. The master suite on the 2nd floor was allocated for his parents, with 3 additional rooms reserved for guests. The medium-sized villa was entirely at the disposal of the 3 young ladies, allowing them the freedom to indulge as they pleased, as Yang Ling had resolved to remain blissfully unaware of their escapades. Once the paperwork was finalized, the 3 girls eagerly rushed out to purchase swimsuits, their excitement palpable, given the expansive swimming pool in the backyard that had long beckoned to them. Having provided his sister with 200,000 in pocket money, he felt at ease with their expenditures. In addition, Yang Ling transferred 10 million to his father, instructing him to purchase whatever they desired and to enjoy their meals without concern for frugality, assuring them that should they require more, he would willingly provide. With tearful eyes, his parents expressed their gratitude, feeling immensely blessed to have such a son. Ding. You have fulfilled your parents' and sisters' wish to purchase a house. Wish value 1. Ding. You have satisfied Chu Xian and Chun Yi's desire for everyone to live together. Wish value 1. Current progress 2610. Having accomplished all this, Yang Ling declined his sister's request to accompany her in shopping for swimsuits, gaining an attribute point in the process. Just as he intended to return to his room to allocate his points, Yanxing rushed over in haste. Upon seeing Yang Ling unharmed, he exhaled in relief, saying, "Director Yang, I received a report from security indicating that there was an incident here, so I hurried over to check on you. I'm glad to see you are well." Yang Ling smiled. "It's merely a trifle. By the way, is Director Liu still at the gathering?" Yanxing replied. "Aside from Manager Han and Miss Lin Xiaoshuang, there are 3 men and 6 women, all associated with Director Liu's circle. No abnormalities have been detected thus far." "Very well," Yang Ling acknowledged, but Yanxing sighed. "I never imagined that Director Li would forsake his own son for the sake of shares. Director Yang, do you require any assistance from our security department?" With a cold smile, Yang Ling responded, "This old dog values money over life, which complicates matters. I was just about to seek your help. Immediately commence discreetly hiring capable individuals at a premium to protect my parents and sister in secret. Their names will remain under your security department's records, with salaries paid at the standard rate. I will provide an additional monthly stipend for them personally. Once you have assembled the team, let me review them before they begin their duties." Chapter 227, The Ultimate Educational Skill, Teaching by Example. Yanxing hesitated slightly and said, "Mr. Yang, it seems inappropriate for you to personally cover the expenses. If you simply discuss it with Manager Han, we could just increase the salary a bit." Yang Ling chuckled and shook his head, replying, "There's no need. My intentions are my own. Go now and keep an eye on Director Liu. She is the heart of the group." Yanxing nodded earnestly. "Rest assured, I understand." After a moment of hesitation, he glanced at Yang Ling and whispered, "Leader, I've heard that you recorded a video of Li Li's actions. Should we report this to the relevant authorities?" Yang Ling smiled lightly. If the video were to leak, It would cause a great uproar, but now is not the right time. You may leave. I have my own plans. Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, Mr. Yang. After sending Yin Xing away, Yang Ling returned to his room, lying on the large bed to reflect on what he had learned. He spoke in a low voice, System. I wish to possess formidable teaching and educational abilities. Ding. Wish granted. You have acquired the skill. Teaching by example. Teaching by example. The host has perfectly mastered the essence of instruction. When teaching disciples, their learning ability and comprehension ability both increase by 100. Wonderful. Yang Ling laughed heartily, thoroughly pleased with this skill. From now on, if he dedicated just a little time each day to tutor his sister and Xiaoyi, it would be nearly impossible for them to perform poorly in their college entrance exams. Additionally, he could teach them some martial arts for self-defense, with perseverance. They might even become experts. After all, it would provide them with a measure of self-protection. Ding. Wish granted. Charm value 1. With this skill in hand, Yang Ling pressed on, stating earnestly, I wish to possess the ability to concoct elixirs. Yang Ling had long coveted the art of alchemy. Being well-versed in traditional Chinese medicine, he knew that ancient China boasted remarkable alchemical techniques, with recorded recipes for elixirs such as the Shisui pill, Peiyuan pill, and Yanyan pill, each serving unique purposes, far surpassing modern kinesiology. If he could simply concoct any elixir and package it with contemporary methods, selling it with a little embellishment, wealth would surely flow in like snowflakes. Just as he was brimming with ambition, the system's voice interrupted. Ding. Wish failed. Alchemy transcends the realm of contemporary science and is classified as an external skill, which cannot be acquired through ordinary wishing opportunities. What? Yang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. He had not anticipated that alchemy was an external skill. He quickly inquired, System. How can I obtain unlimited wishing opportunities? Ding. Unlimited wishing opportunities can only be obtained by completing system tasks or drawing from the wish treasure box. They cannot be acquired through normal means. Then please issue a task. Ding. Tasks that provide unlimited wishing opportunities can only be released once a month. And you have already completed one of this kind this month. Very well. Yang Ling felt defeated by the numerous restrictions imposed by the system. Since he could not obtain alchemy for the time being, he decided to upgrade his wishing space, enlarging its dimensions. Ding. Space upgrade successful. Current wishing space volume, 100 cubic units. With a slight smile, Yang Ling nodded in satisfaction. Unfortunately, the space contained nothing but a pile of coins at present. Having sorted out his wishing value, he began to allocate his attribute points. Chapter 228. Is sorcery your only skill? At present, he possesses 11 free attribute points. After a moment of contemplation, he allocated 5 points to agility, 4 to stamina, and 2 to spirit, resulting in a transformation of his attribute panel. Strength, 50 agility, 50 stamina, 50 spirit, 52 charm, 17 wishing points, 16 tending. The system has detected that the host's agility attribute has reached an integer and is now drawing a random reward for you. Ding. Congratulations, the host has gained 5 wishing points. Ding. The system has detected that the host's stamina attribute has reached an integer and is now drawing a reward for you. Ding. Congratulations, the host has gained 6 wishing points. Yang Ling rolled his eyes at this. The 2 integer draws had granted him a total of 11 wishing points, yet not a single skill. It appears that fortune does not always favor him. With nothing pressing to attend to, he decided to take a brief afternoon nap. Upon waking, he found that it was already dinner time. From downstairs, the sounds of laughter and splashing water reached his ears. Peering out the window, he saw Yang Shui, Chu Xian, and Chun Yi enjoying a swim. The 3 girls were undeniably beautiful, their figures graceful and skin fair, creating a picturesque scene in the backyard. Dinner was prepared, but the 3 girls seemed disinterested in eating. After a casual meal with his parents, Yang Ling departed the Nanhu Villa area to explore the shopping mall. He needed to procure items to enrich his personal space. Fresh clothing was essential, and medical supplies were also necessary for unforeseen circumstances. Now that he had mastered several skills, it was prudent to equip himself accordingly. After all, his personal space was available for use. By the time he finished shopping, it was nearly 10 o'clock at night. Yang Ling received a call from Yin Xing, informing him that Lu Lan and Lu Muhan had returned safely. It was indeed the best outcome. After expressing his gratitude, he ended the call. Under a starry sky, outside a warehouse in the outskirts of S City, Yang Ling gazed at a row of SUVs parked in the grain yard, a cold smile gracing his lips. During the day, he had tossed a coin inside one of the SUVs, which had been charged with a faint arc of electricity. Since upgrading his thunder control skill to LV5, his mastery of lightning had become exceedingly refined. It was this subtle current that led him to this location. The group that had intended harm upon Lu Muhan had been dealt with by Yang Ling, save for one sniper who had escaped. If this sniper were to witness him wielding lightning, it could spell trouble, albeit he was not afraid. Contemplating the warehouse before him, he smirked and forcefully kicked the door open. As he stepped inside, he was taken aback by the silence that greeted him. Frowning slightly, he advanced cautiously. Before he had ventured too far, the sound of applause echoed around him, and suddenly, all the lights in the warehouse illuminated. At that moment, 3 to 4 dozen individuals emerged from the second floor, all armed with submachine guns, their dark muzzles aimed squarely at Yang Ling. At the forefront on the second floor, Li Weiping stepped forward, his voice cold as he remarked, "I knew you would come, but I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." Yang Ling surveyed the scene with surprise, his gaze settling on Li Weiping. He replied calmly, "You're not at the hospital with your son, yet you're here orchestrating an ambush against me. That truly caught me off guard." Li Weiping sneered, "Yang Ling, you remain remarkably composed even when death is imminent. You have indeed acted ruthlessly, but do you really think you are the only one adept in sorcery?" Chapter 229. The demon monk dares to speak recklessly as he spoke. He clapped his hands, and a robust man emerged, pushing a wheelchair upon which sat none other than Li Li. At that moment, he was clad in ordinary attire. And remarkably, the limbs that Yang Ling had previously crushed seemed to have nearly healed. Yang Ling, taken aback, exclaimed, "Is this truly possible?" Li glared at Yang Ling with a mix of fury and trepidation, declaring, "You, Yang, today I shall witness your demise. Master, please take care of him." With these words, a monk clad in a robe, his face adorned with flesh, slowly emerged from the shadows. He regarded Yang Ling with a calm demeanor and said, "Amitba, Yang benefactor, I am the monk Kong Tian. I extend my regards." Yang Ling furrowed his brows at the monk. Having already encountered a demon practitioner and clashed with a fox spirit at the Xia family estate, he found little surprise in this sudden appearance. Noting the youth's silence, the monk Kong Tian remarked, "Yang benefactor, as practitioners, we strive for transcendence, yet you exhibit arrogance and malice in this world. Today, I must test your Taoist Heavenly Gang 5 Thunder spell." It seemed this monk regarded Yang Ling as a master of the Tao. Yang Ling, gazing at the monk, suddenly burst into laughter, saying, "Your words are more melodious than a song. I have perused ancient medical texts that describe a blood sacrifice method, wherein the vitality of a living person's blood is refined into blood pills. Consuming these can replenish one's vitality, even reviving the dead." Upon entering, I detected the scent of blood. If I am not mistaken, Lili's swift recovery must be due to such a blood pill, correct? A demon monk dares to boast in this manner? Kong Tian was taken aback, exclaiming, "You are quite young, yet you possess knowledge of such matters? Pray tell, who is your master?" Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, "I am unbound by sect or teacher, having grasped this knowledge on my own." He then turned to Li Weiping, asking, "Mr. Li, where are your 7 subordinates? Your son's blood pills surely must have come at the cost of their lives, yes? No wonder you preferred money over your son during the day. It seems you had a contingency plan." Li Weiping responded calmly, "Yang Ling, I truly cannot fathom how a mere child could force me into such a corner. Alas, with 30 submachine guns and Master Kong Tian present, your demise is inevitable. However, before you meet your end, I would like to propose a deal. Are you interested in hearing it?" Yang Ling chuckled, "By all means, do share. You are remarkably composed." Li Weiping coldly remarked, "Delete the video you recorded during the day, and I assure you that your family will remain unharmed after your death. Should you refuse, I can unequivocally state that they will suffer a dreadful fate." Yang Ling, with a sardonic smile, replied, "That deal is utterly unnegotiable, for I shall not perish. Instead, let us discuss a business proposition of my own. Surrender all your shares and exit Huaxia, and I may grant you and your associates safe passage." Ha ha! Li Weiping erupted into laughter, nearly shedding tears. He bellowed, "Yang Ling, how can you still feign bravado in such dire circumstances? Although the video is troublesome, it is merely a nuisance. I shall first eliminate you and then deal with your family at my leisure. What are you waiting for? Attack." Chapter 230. An opportunity previously offered. As the words fell, a volley of submachine gun fire erupted towards Yang Ling below, stirring up a cloud of dust. Amidst the chaos, 9 shimmering golden shields enveloped Yang Ling, the bullets merely producing a clinking sound upon impact, inflicting not a scratch upon the shield conjured by the dragon soul sword. "Ha ha!" Li Li exclaimed in exhilaration, a faint smile gracing the lips of the sky monk. In such a torrential barrage of gunfire, survival seemed impossible. The submachine guns emptied their magazines, and after a brief moment, silence descended as the smoke began to clear. "Let me see how this kid fared." Li Li's laughter abruptly ceased, as if his throat were constricted, rendering him speechless. On the first floor of the warehouse, Yang Ling gazed calmly at Li Li, flanked by 9 golden dragons swirling around him. "Ding! You have shattered the collective desire to gun you down. Attribute point 1. Dragons. They are dragons. Who on earth is this young man?" The sight sent shivers through everyone present, some gunmen discarding their weapons in a panic to flee. Yet, as if in response, golden flashes erupted around Yang Ling, and the dragons roared forth, colliding with them head-on. Blood spattered, and those men were beyond saving. A calm voice resonated in the arena. "Those who kill shall be killed." With a silent roar, the dragons took flight, and in the blink of an eye, the previously frantic gunmen were all pierced through, none surviving. With a cold smirk, Yang Ling leaped up to the second floor, where he observed the utterly dumbfounded Li Weiping and his son, remarking, "I have long regarded you as mere refuse. Why can you not learn?" Li Weiping trembled violently, grasping the sleeve of the sky monk as if clutching at the last straw of hope. "Master, save me." Yet the monk dissipated in a cloud of smoke, vanishing without a trace. The escape was akin to a golden cicada shedding its shell. Yang Ling furrowed his brow slightly, while Li Weiping's son was left utterly dazed. Li Weiping fell to his knees, pleading, "Please don't kill me. I will give you all my shares. I will leave Huaxia at once. Please spare my life." Yang Ling replied coolly, "Money is easily acquired. I am indifferent to it. I offered you a chance, yet you rejected it, even plotting against my family. Do you truly believe I would let you live?" Fear gripped Li Weiping's eyes as Yang Ling grew weary of his pleas. A flash of electricity surged from his forehead, and Li Weiping was instantly reduced to a charred heap. Turning his gaze to Li Li, Yang Ling stated, "Your father is dead. Your existence is meaningless. Join him on his journey." Overcome with terror, Li Li convulsed, frothing at the mouth, and soon succumbed to fear itself. Yang Ling chuckled coldly, surveying the warehouse in disarray. Without hesitation, he unleashed a bolt of electricity upon a pile of fabric, igniting a fierce blaze that engulfed the entire warehouse, before vanishing from sight. Chapter 231. I had long desired someone to eliminate him in the secluded hills of the suburbs. Yang Ling furrowed his brow slightly. The tracks left by the fleeing monk had vanished at this point, and there was not a single clue in sight. Could it be that this person had the ability to fly? Just as he contemplated turning back, a seductive laugh echoed from the dense forest. Suddenly, an object was tossed his way. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a bald head. It was none other than the monk's severed head. Yet apart from the laughter, Yang Ling discerned nothing else. Could it be her? After unleashing a bolt of lightning that shattered the head, Yang Ling leapt lightly on his toes and vanished without a trace. Upon returning to the villa, it was already midnight. Lu Muhan and Xia Fian had gone to bed. After taking a refreshing shower, Yang Ling retired to his own room to sleep. The following morning, the family gathered for breakfast. Lu Muhan, with concern, inquired, "Ailing, I learned about yesterday's events. Are you all right?" "Naturally, I am fine." Yang Ling smiled faintly, and then calmly stated, "Li Weiping and his son are dead." Gasp. Both Lu Muhan and Xia Fian inhaled sharply. Fian hurriedly sat beside Yang Ling, saying urgently, "We have long known that the Li family kept dozens of thugs. Ailing, are you truly unharmed? Let me see." Amused by her words, Yang Ling replied, "Here? Right now?" Oh. Fian realized her indiscretion, her cheeks flushing slightly. While Lu Muhan, with a hint of annoyance, remarked, "Mother, if he still has the energy to tease you, he must be fine." With that, she regarded Yang Ling earnestly and said, "Thank you." Yang Ling looked at her in surprise. "You are aware?" "Not just her, I am aware too." A robust voice boomed from outside the door. It was old Master Lu, accompanied by Lu Lan, who entered with a hearty laugh. He patted Yang Ling's shoulder vigorously and said, "Good lad, I knew my judgment was sound. That Li Weiping secretly arranged for assassins, always intending harm towards me and Muhan. I had long wished to find someone to eliminate him, yet he brought his downfall upon himself by crossing you." Ha! Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized. The Lu family's influence was substantial. What he knew, the old master undoubtedly knew as well. It seemed his intervention was unnecessary. "Ding! You have fulfilled the wishes of old Master Lu, Lu Muhan, and Fian to eliminate the Li father and son. Wish value 1. Seeing Yang Ling shake his head with a smile, old Master Lu chuckled. "Ling, I shall handle the aftermath. There is another matter I need to discuss with you." Yang Ling nodded, listening as the old master continued. "We are all family here. Let us dispense with pretenses. When will I be able to hold my great-grandchild?" The others were momentarily taken aback. Lu Muhan's face turned crimson as she playfully chided, "Grandfather, what nonsense are you talking about?" "Nonsense." The old master laughed. "As one ages, one's health deteriorates year by year. Before I pass, I still hope to embrace a chubby little one." At this, the expressions of the others darkened. The old master was 85 this year. Perhaps his time was indeed limited. At that moment, Yang Ling suddenly smiled and said, "Old master, if I am not mistaken, there seems to be an issue with your liver?" Old Master Lu was taken aback. "I just had an examination a few days ago, and the doctor mentioned the same thing. I had not yet informed anyone." "How did you know?" With a gentle smile, Yang Ling replied, "I have studied a bit of traditional Chinese medicine. I can discern certain conditions." Saying this, he turned to Lu Lan and requested, "Sister Lan, could you please fetch me some paper and a pen?" Chapter 232. Forming a professional esports team. Lu Lan cast a curious glance at him, nodded, and then fetched paper and pen to hand over to Yang Ling. Yang Ling swiftly began to write on the paper, and after a brief moment, he presented it to the old gentleman, saying, "Old sir, this is the prescription I've prepared along with the method for brewing the medicine. If you have someone follow this precisely, I assure you that within a month, the ailment will be cured." Truly, old Master Lu was overjoyed. He held Yang Ling's abilities in high esteem and harbored no doubt, treating the prescription like a precious treasure as he carefully stored it away. The women present all wore smiles, feeling a profound sense of reassurance with a capable man in the household. After conversing for a while, old Master Lu remarked, "Xiaohan, since the 2 scoundrels from the Li family have perished, I suspect the remaining members will liquidate their shares to sever ties with the company entirely. If other board members choose to follow suit, the group's market value will plummet significantly, so prepare yourself mentally." Lu Muhan nodded and replied, "I will begin preparing countermeasures at work to minimize the losses." At that moment, Yang Ling interjected, "The sharper the decline in stock prices, the more restless those holding shares will become. We should seize this opportunity to reclaim all the shares and achieve total control." Lu Muhan frowned slightly at his words. Theoretically, that is feasible, but doing so would cause the company's stock to suffer greatly, leading to substantial losses that could hinder future development. Yang Ling smiled reassuringly. "You need not worry about that. I have my own methods." The others exchanged glances. And after a moment of silence, old Master Lu declared, "Only with the resolve to burn bridges can one be reborn from the ashes. Let us proceed as Ling suggests." Lu Muhan nodded slightly and turned to Yang Ling. "Ling, are you working today?" Yang Ling chuckled. "I have a meeting scheduled with a professional team this afternoon, so I won't be going to the office today." Lu Muhan shot him a playful glare. "You mentioned venturing into various fields. You're not planning to start with a gaming team, are you?" Yang Ling grinned. As long as it's profitable, there's nothing that can't be done. You all take your time. I shall take my leave." With that, he stood and walked out. Lu Muhan hastily asked, "Will you be back to sleep tonight?" "I will," came his voice from a distance, prompting Lu Muhan to breathe a sigh of relief. However, she soon noticed that the gazes of the others were fixed upon her, their expressions a mix of amusement and curiosity, causing her cheeks to flush slightly as she hurriedly said, "Sister Lan, I've finished eating. I should get to work." At noon, in a CAF along the pedestrian street, Miao Cheng, the owner of the PT team, and Huang Zhuang, the team leader, were engaged in conversation when suddenly a BMW i8 pulled up at the entrance. Huang Zhuang sighed, "Boss, your car has already been sold. If we fail to deliver results soon, our club." Miao Cheng interjected resolutely, "That is why we must secure Yang Ling. He is the top scorer of the new year. If he joins our team, I believe advertisers and investors will come knocking at our door." Huang Zhuang nodded in agreement, sighing, "Let us hope so." However, as he observed further, he realized something was amiss. Descending from the BMW i8 were none other than Chu Xin and Yang Ling. The two were driving such a luxury vehicle. The salary offered by the club must be. Miao Cheng also noticed, and exchanging glances with Huang Zhuang, they both smiled wryly. Moments later, in the CAF, Chu Xin smiled and said, "Boss Miao, team leader Huang, this is my duo partner, Xiaoling." Miao Cheng extended his hand, chuckling. "Seeing you in person is far better than hearing about you. The top scorer indeed possesses an admirable demeanor." Chapter 233. Is your team for sale? After shaking hands with them, Yang Ling smiled slightly and said, "Boss Miao, let us get straight to the point. I understand that you wish for me to join your team, but I am curious about the terms you're offering." The two were taken aback by Yang Ling's straightforwardness. After exchanging glances, Miao Cheng gritted his teeth and declared, 100,000. If you are willing to join the team, I will pay you a monthly salary of 100,000, bonuses excluded." "Oh," Yang Ling regarded him with surprise. A monthly salary of 100,000 translates to an annual income of 1.2 million. In his role as vice president, he earned merely 1.5 million. However, noticing the pained expression on the boss's face, Yang Ling smiled gently and replied, "Boss Miao, as far as I know, the club's performance has been subpar, and you have yet to secure sponsorship this year. Are you truly willing to offer such a high salary to hire me?" Miao Cheng nodded earnestly, saying, "I see great commercial potential in you. So what do you say? Would you consider joining our team? We assure you that your studies will not be affected." Although this was already quite sincere, Yang Ling shook his head slightly and replied, "I'm sorry, but I cannot join your team." At these words, the others were momentarily stunned. Chu Xin asked in confusion, "Ailing, didn't you say you wanted to join a team to play?" Yang Ling glanced at her, smiled faintly, and then turned to Miao Cheng. His expression bore a bitter smile, and the team leader beside him appeared dejected. Shaking his head with a smile, Yang Ling suddenly asked earnestly, "Boss Miao, is your team for sale?" "What?" The other three widened their eyes in disbelief as Yang Ling continued, "I will not join your team, but I am interested in purchasing it." He then produced a business card from his pocket and handed it over, stating, "Our group is expanding into various sectors and is quite interested in the field of electronic sports." Miao Cheng's eyes widened upon receiving the card and glancing at it. He gasped, "Vice President and General Manager of the Project Development Center of Mu Hua Group, Yang Ling." He looked at the young man before him in disbelief, unable to fathom how the situation had escalated to this point. The team leader, Huang Zhuang, trembled as he spoke, "Mr. Yang, is your group planning to enter the electronic sports industry?" Yang Ling smiled and nodded, "Indeed, otherwise I wouldn't be here discussing this with you." He turned to Miao Cheng and continued, "I am aware that your club has faced financial difficulties due to poor performance in recent years. At this juncture, even if you wish to sell, you might find it challenging to find a buyer. So what do you say, Boss Miao? Would you consider it?" After a prolonged silence, Miao Cheng sighed and shook his head. "I'm sorry, Mr. Yang, but I cannot sell the club." "Oh?" Yang Ling replied with a smile. "Are you not even interested in hearing my offer?" Miao Cheng calmly stated, "I have a passion for this industry, and those young individuals are good kids. I cannot bear to abandon them. Mr. Yang, I apologize, but we must take our leave." As they began to rise, Yang Ling smiled gently and said, What if I proposed a different approach? A different approach? Miao Cheng exclaimed. Mr. Yang, do you mean? Yang Ling chuckled and called out, Waiter, please bring us 4 more cups of coffee. He turned to Miao Cheng and added, selling the club to our group does not mean you would be leaving the electronic sports field. Our group is not deeply versed in this area, and I plan to offer you and your team a 10% equity stake. Our group will not excessively interfere with your daily management. Chapter 234. PT Club. Upon witnessing a glimmer of interest in Miao Cheng's eyes, Yang Ling continued, of course, matters pertaining to the club's name, the players' uniforms, and the negotiations for advertisements will be determined by our group. Additionally, we shall dispatch a dedicated financial officer to oversee the club's expenditures. In summary, your responsibility is to achieve results on the field, while I shall occasionally participate in matches to bolster the club's popularity. What do you think, Boss Miao? I believe this offer is exceedingly generous. A smile of delight spread across Huang Zhuang's face as he glanced at Miao Cheng, offering a subtle nod. After a moment of hesitation, Miao Cheng affirmed with a firm nod, very well, since you, General Manager Yang, have said so, I, Miao, am not one to be unreasonable. Let us finalize this matter. When shall we sign the contract? Yang Ling chuckled. I shall have a contract drafted shortly, and it will be completed within 3 days at the latest. Excellent. A great weight lifted from Miao Cheng's heart, and he exhaled deeply. Ding. You have fulfilled Miao Cheng's wish to prevent the club from going bankrupt. Wish value 1. Miao Cheng turned to the young man before him. General Manager Yang, Xiaoyin, since we have some time left, would you care to tour the club? Chu Xin exclaimed with excitement. Oh my, I've been eager to see what the club looks like. Let's go, Ah Ling. Yang Ling nodded. Very well, I would appreciate your guidance. Ding. You have fulfilled Chu Xin's wish to visit the club. Wish value 1. Current progress, 3010. The PT Club is also situated in City S, which is one of the primary reasons Yang Ling wishes to acquire it. Half an hour later, at Tian Wei Garden Community. Upon entering a unit, Miao Cheng opened the door, revealing the club's premises. The so-called club was essentially a standard 2-story residence, with the upper level serving as the players' living quarters, while the lower level was cluttered with a dozen computers and tangled network cables. Yang Ling frowned slightly. The environment was not particularly poor, yet it certainly left much to be desired. At that moment, all 5 players of the PT Club were engrossed in their games, oblivious to anyone's return. Miao Cheng offered a wry smile. It's a bit messy. I apologize for the disarray. Chu Xin, however, was undeterred and excitedly remarked. I've only seen professional players at competitions before. I can't believe I'm actually seeing them today. Yang Ling chuckled. Boss Miao, did you purchase these 2 units? Miao Cheng nodded. I bought them 2 years ago, but unfortunately, my capabilities are limited, and this is all I could provide for them. Yang Ling acknowledged this with a nod. Just as the team leader, Huang Zhuang, began removing the players' headphones, calling them over. Upon seeing Yang Ling, their expressions shifted to one of astonishment. The top scorer, the master of absurdity. Boss, you really brought Yang Ling here. This is wonderful. Oh, isn't that Xiaoyin? She is even more beautiful in person than on the stream. The players chattered excitedly, while Miao Cheng interjected sternly, enough of that nonsense. This is General Manager Yang from Muhua Group. Our club will henceforth be under the auspices of Muhua Group. Gasp. The 5 players collectively inhaled sharply. Muhua Group. General Manager Yang. How could the top scorer, not yet 20, already be a general manager? They widened their eyes, staring incredulously at Yang Ling. Chapter 235. By chance, I became a director. Chu Xin chuckled. Ah Ling, please refrain from using your title as a director to intimidate others. Look how frightened they are. Yang Ling, upon hearing this, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. Did I ever claim to be a director? That was you who mentioned it. At that moment, not only the 5 team members, but also Miao Cheng and Huang Zhuang were nearly left aghast. A director? Was this a jest? What does it even mean to be a director of the Muhua Group? Seeing their astonished expressions, Yang Ling waved his hand and chuckled. I merely happened to assume this role. Were you all engaged in training just now? Please, carry on. Upon hearing Yang Ling's words, the individuals before him felt a sudden urge to faint. Brother, do you even know how to comfort someone? You just happened to become a director? Why not happen to become a president instead? However, as Yang Ling mentioned training, Huang Zhuang interjected, "By the way, aren't we scheduled for a practice match against the South Bank team tonight? How prepared are you all?" The team members snapped back to reality, their faces betraying a semblance of embarrassment. AD player Wan Lang managed a wry smile. "Captain, we've already had 3 practice matches. Are we really going to play again? We can't win." Support player A Gua also wore a pained expression. The UG team from South Bang reached the top 4 in last year's competition. Are you trying to induce a state of despair in us by pitting us against such formidable opponents? Huang Zhuang replied tersely, "Look at your lack of ambition. Only by practicing against strong teams can you progress. Get your act together. We must secure at least 1 victory today." The players displayed faces of utter despondency. But Yang Ling merely smiled calmly. "All right, it's almost dinner time. Let us go eat." With that, he turned and led the way. The team members cheered and eagerly followed, while Miao Cheng and Huang Zhuang exchanged glances, each reflecting a hint of amusement. As night fell, within the PT club, the 5 players were busy fine-tuning their machines, preparing for the imminent practice match against the UG team. Chu Xin, with a cheerful demeanor, occupied one of the computers. Leveraging her connection with Yang Ling, she initiated a live broadcast within the club, ready to observe the match. As soon as her stream began, a massive influx of online viewers surged in, and the audience count soared to 2 million in an instant. "Oh my, the big shot has finally started a live stream. Where's Ling? Hurry, bring him out. I want to see the top scorer. Let Ling stream." The barrage of comments was overwhelmingly focused on Yang Ling, with not a single mention of Chu Xin's change of scenery for the broadcast. In a sweet tone, Chu Xin announced, "I am currently live from the PT club, while Ling is discussing matters with the club management. He'll be out shortly." The moment her words were spoken, the comments section erupted. "Stop talking. Just bring him out already. If Ling comes out, I'll send 10 rockets." The chat was filled with fervor. But Chu Xin had grown accustomed to such situations, softly laughing. "Don't worry. He will be here soon. Let me show you the practice match between PT and UG." With a few deft maneuvers, she transitioned into the observation interface. As the match commenced, the opposing South Bang UG team began to engage in banter. "Does this pathetic team still intend to play? The duo in the bottom lane has the audacity to face us. We admire your courage. If you manage to win even 1 game in this BO3, I'll stream myself washing my hair upside down." Chapter 236, The Appearance of the Top Scholar. The bullet screen erupts. The members of the PT team were relatively unfazed. They had endured ridicule from this group countless times over the past few days. In the realm of esports, inadequacy is a cardinal sin, and there is little to be said about it. However, the bullet screen erupted with fervor. "Wow, these South Koreans are mocking our professional players? Why don't they just eat dirt? Come on, hit them hard." The emotions of the viewers were ignited, with even a sponsor promising rockets for a victory, bringing a smile to Chu Xin's face. Unfortunately, aspirations were grand, yet reality was stark. The PT team was no match for UC, especially their bottom lane duo, renowned as one of the best in the world. Within 15 minutes, the bottom lane was nearly overwhelmed. The jungle and mid lane were also devastated, and by the 23rd minute, the UC team secured an effortless victory. The bullet screen was filled with lamentations, and the trolls began to unleash their scorn, leaving the PT players utterly humiliated. Chu Xin did not anticipate such a crushing defeat. She glanced at her teammates, a faint bitter smile gracing her lips. However, now was not the time to retreat. She had to soldier on with the live stream, hoping the next match would not be so disastrous. As both teams prepared for the next round, Yang Ling and Miao Cheng descended from the upper floor. They had just concluded discussions regarding the details of an acquisition and were now assessing the situation. The moment Yang Ling appeared on camera, the bullet screen went into a frenzy. "Ah, it's Ling. Ling, I love you. Oh my, he truly is the nation's #1, looking exactly the same. A top scholar is a top scholar. He even walks with such grace." Rockets began to explode in the live stream. As a fan of Ling unleashed 30 rockets in quick succession, seemingly attempting to blow Yang Ling away. Chu Xin felt her scalp tingle. Knowing it was impossible to prevent Yang Ling from speaking, she hurriedly stood up, grasping Yang Ling's arm and pulling him into the camera frame. Although Yang Ling appeared somewhat helpless, his stunning looks left him with no choice. "Oh, I'm dying. Ailing, let me be your girlfriend," sob. "Have you all noticed? Ailing seems to have become even more handsome. This is too good looking." The moment Yang Ling sat down, the number of comments doubled compared to before. Seeing the audience's enthusiasm, he smiled and said, "Hello everyone, long time no see. Have you missed me?" With a subtle smile and a seemingly teasing greeting, he instantly captured the hearts of countless young admirers. The bullet screen unanimously declared, "Missed." Yang Ling chuckled, entering into a light-hearted banter with the viewers. His witty remarks and charming presence naturally fostered an air of affinity. Merely sitting there and casually chatting with the bullet screen made for an explosive live-streaming effect, as if listening to him speak was a pleasure in itself. That fan of Ailing went into a frenzy, sending rockets like a madwoman. In just 5 minutes since Yang Ling's appearance, she had already dispatched 50 rockets. Combined with the previous 30, she had spent a total of 80,000. Yang Ling shook his head, laughing, "Little fan, I just checked your profile, and you're only 17. Have you told your parents about this rocket spree? Neither Scene nor I are lacking in funds, so please stop. I'll have Scene refund your gift money later." The bullet screen was momentarily speechless, unable to produce a single word for a long while. They had witnessed streamers shamelessly begging for rockets, yet never had they seen one asking viewers to refrain from gifting. Moreover, Yang Ling was actually offering to refund the gift money. Who could withstand such generosity? Chapter 237, The Repayment Streamer. A lesson learned as the barrage of comments began to resonate. The screen was flooded with 666 in admiration. "The repayment streamer has enlightened us." At that moment, the bottom lane duo, Wanlang and Agu, suddenly suggested, "Brother Yang, why don't you and Xiaoying take the lead this time?" The statement took everyone by surprise. And soon the barrage exploded, clamoring for Yang Ling and Chu Xin to step up and dismantle their opponent's arrogance. Faced with the overwhelming demand, Yang Ling and Chu Xin exchanged a glance and reluctantly agreed. After a brief familiarization with the mouse and keyboard, they swiftly entered the champion selection interface. Ding! The game mastery skill activated. Chu Xin decisively picked her favored champion, the Sheriff of Piltover, while Yang Ling, as support, hesitated momentarily before surprisingly opting for the ADC champion. Jin. Eyes widened in disbelief, the screen filled with questions. Wanlang and Agu exchanged glances, each reflecting confusion. The game commenced promptly, and as per tradition, their opponents initiated communication in English. "Our bottom lane will take down at least 3 of you within 10 minutes. Chu Xin pouted and retaliated with a flurry of English messages, essentially sending a rather colorful greeting to the opposing duo. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense as Chu Xin, likely accustomed to the aggressive banter typical in high-stakes matches, unleashed a barrage that left their opponent speechless. The barrage erupted with 666 as the team leader, Huang Zhuang, sighed, realizing that this level of interaction might jeopardize future practice matches. Before long, both teams took to their lanes. The opposing bottom duo comprised Vayne and Lulu, a quite standard lane composition. However, Yuji's bottom lane was renowned as one of the best in the world. Despite Chu Xin's initial enthusiasm, she quickly discovered that her long-range sheriff was unexpectedly harassed by Vayne's basic attacks. Feeling the pressure, Yang Ling calmly advised, "Relax, follow my lead. When I say to farm, you farm. When I say to retreat, you retreat." Chu Xin glanced at Yang Ling in surprise, but trusting the young man completely, she nodded in agreement. Ding! The mentorship skill activated, enhancing Chu Xin's learning and comprehension abilities by 100. "Be cautious. Their ADC is approaching to poke you." Chu Xin swiftly retreated, causing Vayne, who had just rolled forward, to miss her opportunity. Yang Ling continued, "Her skill is on cooldown. Now hit her with your Q." Instinctively, Chu Xin followed his instructions, executing her Q skill and basic attack perfectly on Vayne, while Yang Ling's Jin also landed a Q. Bang, 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 bang. Under this relentless assault, Vayne was forced to use her flash in sheer panic. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye in this initial skirmish. Yang Ling's team achieved a resounding victory, leaving even Lulu, their support, in shock. The audience erupted in astonishment, the screen awash with 666, a truly spectacular sight. Yet this was merely the beginning. As time progressed, all viewers were left in awe. Every move made by the opposing duo seemed meticulously calculated by Yang Ling, whose Jin, having reached his fourth shot, pressured the enemy to the point where they could barely secure any last hits. Even more astonishing was the fact that Lulu, despite unleashing countless Q spells against this unconventional support, had yet to land a single hit since the match began. Chapter 238. A perfect finale. Upon witnessing such a scene, it became abundantly clear to all present that the strength of the opposing bottom lane duo paled in comparison to Yang Ling's prowess. This was indeed alarming, as they were facing one of the world's elite bottom lane pairings, now seemingly driven out of the experience zone. Just how elevated was Yang Ling's skill level? Was he a celestial being? Under Yang Ling's tutelage, Chu Xian felt an unparalleled clarity in her mind, her awareness sharply heightened, and she could distinctly sense her own improvement. Were it not for the ongoing match, she would have impulsively embraced Yang Ling and planted a kiss on him. Ding! You have fulfilled Chu Xian's desire to enhance her gaming skills. Wish value 1. Yang Ling effortlessly maneuvered Jin, demonstrating mastery in both calculation and gameplay, coupled with formidable mental acuity and reflexes, rendering him almost superhuman. The operational capabilities of an ordinary player could not possibly match his, which is why he casually selected a support character, intending to test whether he could eliminate a child with a single shot. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and he smiled slightly, saying, "Xian, Vayne is about to rely on Lulu's shield to secure the cannon minion. Just follow my lead." Upon hearing this, Chu Xian felt a wave of nerves wash over her. Vayne had no flash available, and Yang Ling was clearly aiming for a kill. As predicted, Vayne appeared to nonchalantly reposition herself when she suddenly executed her Q ability to dodge, simultaneously receiving Lulu's shield. Her objective was, as Yang Ling indicated, to secure the cannon minion. Yet in that fleeting moment of her role, Yang Ling commanded, "Trap." With her mind primed, Chu Xian reacted swiftly, placing a trap behind Vayne just as Jin dropped a cunningly positioned snare. The angle of the snare was particularly devious. Retreating would either lead Vayne to trigger the snare or step into the trap. At that moment, Vayne unleashed her crossbow bolt, striking the cannon minion, only to be met with a tempest of retaliation. Caitlin unleashed a rapid sequence of attacks, while Jin followed suit, launching his own barrage. Vayne hastily retreated but inadvertently stepped into the trap, succumbing to a slow effect. At that instant, Yang Ling unleashed his W ability. A radiant light surged forth, pinning Vayne in place. Even with a heal, she succumbed to Jin's third bullet. In the very moment of Vayne's demise, both Caitlin and Jin reached level 6. Yang Ling quickly instructed, "Lulu." Understanding his intent, Chu Xian immediately cast her ultimate ability. Simultaneously, Yang Ling flashed forward, delivering his fourth shot, which struck Lulu, taking away a third of her health. With a resounding crack, Caitlin's ultimate followed suit, inflicting another third of Lulu's health. In a state of panic, Lulu hastily used her flash to escape toward the turret, but alas, Yang Ling had anticipated this very move. Jin's ultimate unfolded in a breathtaking finale, the bullets resembling guided missiles, evading Lulu's every attempt to evade. Before the fourth bullet could be fired, Lulu had already fallen. Yet the spectacle did not end there. Yang Ling directed the fourth bullet of his ultimate towards the enemy jungle. As is well known, Jin's ultimate bullets grant vision, and this shot revealed the approaching Kazakhs in the jungle. The opposing team rejoiced at the sight of their jungler, while the UG team fell into a grave silence. From Vayne's last breath to Lulu's demise, Kazakhs had become exposed within their vision. Though this sequence felt prolonged, it transpired in but a mere 10 seconds. Chapter 239. Remarkable Performance. Yang Ling single-handedly secured 2 kills against a world-class bottom lane duo. The barrage of comments flooded the screen, an avalanche of 666 expressions erupted, along with a flurry of gifs like rockets and glow sticks. The viewership in the live stream skyrocketed to 3.5 million. Chu Xian's face glowed with excitement. Her cheeks flushed as she typed rapidly, engaging with the audience, while the opponents, stunned and speechless, could barely respond. Ding. You have fulfilled Chu Xian's desire to eliminate the opposing duo, wish value 1. Ding. You have satisfied the PT team's wish for revenge, wish value 1. Current progress, 3310. Yang Ling smiled slightly, speaking into his headset. The enemy mantis is in the bottom lane. Xiao, PT team's jungler. Head to the top lane and clear the upper jungle. I will guard the lower jungle for you. Understood. Xiao beamed, feeling fortunate to have such a strong ally. Ding. Mentor's skill activated. Xiao's learning ability 100, comprehension ability 100. In the ensuing 10 minutes of landing phase, the enemy's bottom lane and jungler felt utterly miserable. The Piltover Enforcer exerted overwhelming pressure in lane, combined with the long-range support of Jin, forcing the opponents out of the experience zone. Indeed, the Enforcer showed no intention of pushing the minion wave, while Jin frequently vanished mysteriously. The vision in the river was completely suppressed, and in such a disadvantageous position, Vayne dared not approach to last hit, suffering a devastating lack of farm. Even worse was the enemy jungler. Once his position was revealed, the upper jungle was thoroughly cleared by Xiao. In a fit of rage, he sought to invade PT's lower jungle for recovery, only to horrifyingly discover that it was devoid of any monsters. At this moment, everyone realized something crucial. Yang Ling's summoner spell was indeed Smite, and his starting item was a jungler's knife. It turned out this was not a double AD composition, but rather a double jungler strategy. They were intent on annihilating the enemy jungler. What made the Mantis even more disheartened was that these two players, opting for a double jungler's setup, were not interested in ganking. One cleared the upper jungle, while the other worked the lower jungle, leaving him with not a single monster to farm. And he was already 2 levels behind. Seeing the infuriating Jin appear in the bottom lane, he steeled himself and decided to take action against PT's top lane. He called upon the mid laner to push the minion wave, and the 3 of them surged towards the top tower. Xiao, realizing the enemy's 3-man gank under the tower, set up an ambush near the second tower, and an intense 3v2 battle was about to unfold. The confrontation was swift, and the outcome even swifter. What began as a 2v3 evolved into a 3v3 under the tower. As Jin unleashed his ultimate, all 3 UG team members were left in astonishment. Wasn't he in the bottom lane? How did he make it to the top lane? He had opted for Boots of Swiftness. He actually purchased Boots of Swiftness. 0 trades for 3 kills. Yang Ling effortlessly claimed all 3 heads, returning home to upgrade his equipment. The barrage of comments went utterly berserk. Ling is so handsome. Goodness, what judgment. Buying Boots of Swiftness was truly a brilliant decision. My word, what a genius. This is simply incredible. The comments were in a frenzy. And within the club, the 5 professional players were left in awe of Yang Ling's prowess. Were it not for the ongoing match, they would have surely sought to apprentice under him on the spot. Chapter 240. Father, please don't kill. After Yang Ling claimed 3 more heads, the situation had decisively tilted in favor of PT. Relying on his swift boots, he darted into the enemy jungle, mercilessly hunting the mantis. Bang, bang, bang. With remarkable precision, 3 bullets struck, and the mantis fell lifelessly. The opposing mid laner, LeBlanc, who rushed to assist, was forced to retreat in haste after being struck by Jin's deadly shot, leaving without a backward glance. PT's jungler, Xiao, endowed with extraordinary talent, had fully comprehended Yang Ling's 6-word essence. I kill, you collect. After dispatching the mantis, Yang Ling swiftly proceeded to the bottom lane to claim more victims, while Xiao plunged into the enemy jungle, leaving no trace behind. Thus, the scenario evolved into Yang Ling, the support, slaying foes left and right, while Xiao systematically cleared the enemy jungle. Their top laner, the Blade Mistress, farmed her own frogs. The AD farmed his golems, and the mid lane reaped the most rewards, directly farming the 3 wolves and F6. The entire jungle resources were thoroughly depleted, and UG felt as though their jungle was riddled with wards, with Jin's presence looming everywhere. This strategy offered no respite. Having been caught and slain by Jin 3 times consecutively, The final incident saw the mantis, after being obliterated in full health, displaying a message, "Father, please don't kill." Laughter erupted as everyone in the club burst into hearty guffaws. The barrage of comments went wild. How could these self-proclaimed champions of the South be brought to their knees? Calling him father? The live broadcast was a resounding success, with gifts pouring in like snowflakes. At this point, the opposing team had virtually no chance left. The bottom lane duo, the headstrong Vayne and Lulu, encountered Yongling's Jean in the jungle and attempted to initiate with their ultimate abilities. Unfortunately, Vayne was swiftly headshot, and while Lulu used Flash to escape, she was caught by Jean's follow-up shot, meeting her demise. GG, unable to endure such inhumane torment any longer. The opposing team surrendered without waiting for PT to demolish their base. After removing her headset, Xuxin excitedly embraced Yongling, exclaiming, "Ling, you are truly incredible. If you were to pursue a professional career seriously, you would undoubtedly become the strongest player in the world." Yongling chuckled, "I can perform just as well casually." Simultaneously, the comments transformed into, "Bragging like the wind, ever by my side." The 5 professional players gazed at Yongling as if he were a deity. While others might overlook the nuances of Yongling's gameplay, as part of the elite tier of players, they were keenly aware. Xiaowei, who had played jungle his entire life, had never experienced such a lavish match. He earnestly remarked, "Brother Yang, would you consider taking me as your apprentice?" Yongling smiled gently, "There's no need for that. I will offer you guidance whenever I think of something." The 5 were elated, for Yongling's casual remarks and directions had proven immensely beneficial. The prospect of frequently following such a master was tantalizing. Ding! You have fulfilled the wishes of 5 professional players who hope for your guidance. Wish value 1. As this training match was a best-of-3 series, with the score now tied at 1 apiece, Yongling had initially planned not to play again. However, upon the requests of all and the barrage of gifts flooding the comments, he ultimately sighed and reluctantly took to the field once more. This time, Xuxin intuitively selected the cat support, while Yongling directly chose Vayne. Let us hunt those who dwell in darkness. For the next 30 minutes, the opposing team profoundly experienced the weight of those words. Chapter 241. Help me register. Just say it's a substitute. Yongling's Vayne, akin to a harbinger of death, penetrated the enemy's south bottom lane within 10 minutes, securing the first turret. The opposing jungler attempted to ambush but fell victim to a counterattack, resulting in 3 deaths. From this point forth, the stage belonged to Vayne. At the 15-minute mark, she claimed the enemy jungler's life twice, and by the 20th minute, she had accumulated 11 kills. With her build of Infinity Edge, Blade of the Ruined King, and Gale Force, Vayne soared to unparalleled heights, dispatching foes with mere 3 strikes. By the 28th minute, the PT team had taken a commanding lead of 20 kills, with an economic advantage soaring to 15,000. Yet, they exhibited no intentions of demolishing the enemy's base. In a display devoid of sportsmanship, they awaited the opponent's surrender, opting instead to slay enemies atop their high ground, venting all the frustrations they had previously endured. The chat erupted in a frenzy, with an unending stream of accolades flooding the screen, and gifts pouring in as if they bore no cost. Even several prominent streamers joined in to spectate, further amplifying the excitement. Ultimately, at the 32nd minute, the UG team could no longer endure such relentless torment and decisively chose to surrender. With a final score of 2-1, the PT team triumphed over the UG team from South Korea for the first time in a training match. This victory undeniably bolstered the club's fan base, and Yongling, without a doubt, captured the hearts of the youth in the livestream. It was evident that in the future, Xuxian's livestream would undoubtedly attract immense popularity, poised to become the leading figure in the League of Legends community. As the stream concluded, Yongling chuckled, "I will be guesting on TC Network the night after tomorrow. Remember to come and support me." "Absolutely, we will be there, even if we have to skip work." "Ling, what is your relationship with Xiaowei? Are you two dating?" Ignoring the myriad of comments, Yongling rose, while Xuxian giggled, saying, "All right, everyone. This concludes tonight's stream. See you tomorrow." With that, she swiftly closed the streaming software. In an instant, She leaped into Yang Ling's embrace, exclaiming with excitement. Ling, I roughly calculated. Tonight we received at least 200,000 in gifts. You are truly amazing. Why not stop being the president and join me in streaming instead? Ding. You have fulfilled Chu Xian's wish to earn a fortune. Wish value 1. Yang Ling patted her back, chuckling. All right, enough of that. Everyone is watching. Oh. Chu Xian's face flushed, reluctantly stepping back a few paces. Yet she still gleefully held onto Yang Ling's hand, as if declaring something. Yang Ling shook his head with a smile, allowing her to lead him, before turning to Miao Cheng, stating, Boss Miao, regarding the club's base and team uniforms, I will have someone address that shortly. For now, you all make do. Also, with the Summer League approaching, please register both Cyan and me as substitutes for your team. Before Boss Miao could respond, Wan Lang interjected hastily, Brother Yang. With your and Miss Cyan's prowess, how could you possibly be substitutes? You should be the main players while we take the substitutes. Yang Ling paused in surprise, then retorted, Do you think I have the time to participate in matches every day with the club? Call me when you can no longer hold your ground. That is settled. The group exchanged glances, a realization dawning upon them. He was the director and vice president of Muhua Group, earning substantial income simply by being present at the office. To him, professional competitions were trivial matters. Ding. You have shattered Wan Lang and Agua's wish for you to be a main player. Wish value 1. Chapter 242. Would you mind having another wife? As the crowd expressed their astonishment, Chu Xin curiously inquired. Ling, you mentioned that you would tutor Xiaoxue and Xiaoyi, but don't you usually skip work? Yang Ling, with a furrowed brow, suddenly contemplated how to silence this woman. Observing their departing figures, Huang Zhuang remarked, Great figures are truly remarkable. Even their excuses are uniquely crafted. He then turned to the younger members of the club and commanded, Take note, everyone. We will watch the recordings 10 times. Grasp the essence of what President Yang has directed you today. Aga laughed heartily. Do we even need you to say that? I'll stay up all night learning. At the foot of Longwan Villa, Chu Xin held Yang Ling's hand, gazing at the sprawling villas on the hill, and asked curiously, Ling, what exactly is your relationship with the Liu family? Why do you also stay there at night? After a moment of silence, Yang Ling fixed his gaze on Chu Xin and earnestly replied, Xin, I have been wanting to tell you this. Liu Muhan is my wife, so you cannot harbor feelings for me. At his words, Chu Xin trembled slightly, lowering her head in silence. Yang Ling smiled gently at her as he felt her grip on his hand tighten. Just as he prepared to withdraw, Chu Xin suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck and embraced him tightly. She whispered with a playful chuckle in his ear, I had already guessed it. Dear Xiaoling, would you mind having another wife? Yang Ling nearly bit his tongue in surprise, exclaiming, Xin, do you understand what you are saying? I do. Chu Xin stepped back a few paces, took a deep breath, and gazed at Yang Ling, as if speaking to her own heart. She slowly confessed. I know I cannot compare to Director Liu, but there is one thing I believe we share in common. We are both aware that a man as exceptional as you will inevitably attract many women. I do not aspire to be your only one. I only wish to be by your side, to have a place beside you. Ding. The system detected Chu Xin's profound affection towards you. If the host fulfills her desire, she will become a system-associated character. Yang Ling chose to disregard the system's notification and sighed softly, Xin, with your qualities. I cannot fathom how many young masters would line up to be your boyfriend. Why put yourself through this? Chu Xin shook her head vigorously, embracing Yang Ling once more, her voice trembling softly, truthfully. From the moment you took me in, I began to have feelings for you. You cooked for me, indulged my whims, and accompanied me during live streams. At that time, my feelings for you were a mixture of affection and gratitude. Later, you rescued me from those people and remained steadfast by my side. Even after moving to a new home, you continued to include me. At that moment, I realized I could not be without you for the rest of my life. A few tears slipped from the corners of her eyes as she nuzzled against Yang Ling's chest, whispering, Ling, I truly like you so much. Please allow me to accompany you. No matter what happens in the future, I wish to be by your side. Her heartfelt words, coupled with the sight of the young girl's tears, were utterly heart-wrenching. Yang Ling exhaled deeply, slowly raising one hand to wrap around Chu Xin's waist and the other to embrace her delicate shoulder. With a gentle smile, he replied, "Thank you for loving me so deeply. Then let us walk this journey together for the rest of our lives." Chapter 243. Should we engage in some activity? Upon hearing these words, Chu Xin raised her head and gazed at Yang Ling, as if a heavy stone in her heart had finally been lifted, and tears could no longer be contained, cascading forth. "Well, let's walk through the rest of our lives together." As Yang Ling watched Chu Xin drive away in her BMW i8, a gentle smile graced his lips as he made his way back to the villa. When he returned home, it was already 11 o'clock. According to Lu Muhan's previous habit, she usually retired to bed by 10, but to his surprise, she was still working in the living room, causing Yang Ling to pause momentarily. Curiously, he inquired, "Director Lu, are you not going to sleep?" Lu Muhan's cheeks flushed slightly as she replied, "I'm hungry. Could you cook some noodles for me?" Yang Ling cast a puzzled glance at the stunning beauty before nodding with a smile. "All right, I will cook for you." Ding. You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's desire for noodles. Wish value 1. A moment later, Yang Ling chuckled, "Director Lu, you've eaten your fill. I think I shall wash up and retire for the night. You should rest early too." Just as he was about to ascend the stairs, Lu Muhan's voice called out from behind, "Wait a moment." He turned to see her face flushed. Curiously, he asked, "Is there something else?" Her face reddened further as she whispered, "Aren't you going to engage in some activity tonight?" "Activity? What sort of activity?" Yang Ling blinked in surprise, and after a moment's contemplation, he seemed to grasp her meaning, his own face growing warm. Approaching Lu Muhan, he leaned in and chuckled softly, "Director Lu, how about we merge our bedrooms from now on?" At this, Lu Muhan's ears turned crimson, and she stammered, "Suit yourself. I'm going to bed." With that, she hurriedly dashed upstairs, clearly flustered. Since his wife had broached the subject, Yang Ling could hardly allow her to sleep alone. After a refreshing shower, he entered Lu Muhan's room, which was shrouded in darkness. Yet, he could distinctly hear the sound of her slightly rapid breaths. Ding. You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's wish to share the same room. Wish value 1, current progress, 3810. The moonlight timidly filtered through the window, casting shadows as the clouds shyly peered in. Yang Ling, with remarkable stamina, continued until the early hours before they finally succumbed to slumber. The following day was a weekend, and Yang Ling did not awaken until midday. Lu Muhan lay curled up in his embrace like a small cat, a satisfied smile gracing her sleeping visage. Sensing some movement beside her, Lu Muhan stirred and, upon seeing Yang Ling awake, blushed as she said, "Aren't you getting up? You won't have the chance to later." Yang Ling couldn't help but mentally scoff, recalling her earlier suggestion about engaging in some activity. After sharing a smile, they each got up to freshen themselves. As they descended the stairs, Xia Fian smiled and remarked, "You too should retire early tonight." Uffed. Lu Muhan's face turned beet red while Yang Ling laughed heartily. "We're all hungry. Let us eat." At the dining table, Lu Muhan inquired, "Ling, you have a program to attend tomorrow night. Have you prepared your material?" Yang Ling nodded, "Just half an hour. I'll speak casually to boost the website's traffic." Upon hearing this, Lu Muhan nodded, regarding the addition of a new secretary to the president's office. Secretary Wang has already identified candidates, and interviews are scheduled for this afternoon. Would you like to join? Yang Ling was taken aback. He had not anticipated such efficiency from the secretary, with arrangements made so swiftly. Chapter 244. An unexpected encounter with a teacher in the afternoon. With nothing pressing on his agenda, he nodded and said, "All right, let us hold the interview at the Cat's ICAF. Would you like to accompany me?" Lu Muhan hesitated for a moment before replying, "I need to stop by the company first, but I'll come to pick you up later. In the evening, I would like you to join me at a certain place." Curious, Yang Ling inquired, "Where to?" Lu Muhan smiled gently and replied, "You'll find out when we get there." After a brief exchange, the three of them chatted a bit longer, and once they finished their meal, Yang Ling staggered out of the villa. After casually collecting his meager allowance for the day, he checked the time and made his way directly to the Cat's ICAF. The Cat's ICAF is one of the more upscale coffee shops in S City. Upon entering, he received a message from Wang Jingshu. which contained photographs and A are some of the interviewee. Upon seeing the personal information, Yang Ling's eyes widened in disbelief. What a coincidence, it can't possibly be her. Scanning the CAF, he soon spotted a girl in a corner, anxiously awaiting her turn. The girl appeared to be around 23 or 24. With long hair and a graceful appearance, exuding a classic and refined aura. Yang Ling rubbed his forehead in realization. He recognized this girl as Zhang Wenqi, a former intern teacher from his middle school days. He recalled that she was a junior at the time, and he, along with a few mischievous boys, would occasionally tease her, even causing her to cry on one occasion. Little did he expect that 4 years later, they would reunite in such an unexpected manner. After a brief moment of hesitation, he chuckled softly and prepared to approach her when suddenly, the CAF's door swung open, and a middle-aged man rushed in. After a quick glance around, he headed straight for Zhang Wenqi. Before she could react, he exclaimed loudly, "Wenqi, have you really decided not to teach anymore?" Startled, Zhang Wenqi looked at him with trepidation and said, "Director Fei, I want to agree to it. Please stop bothering me." The man scoffed, "Why are you being so foolish? He is the son of the CEO of Fima Group. What if he is a few years younger than you? Does that make him unworthy of you?" Zhang Wenqi vigorously shook her head, asserting, "It's not about who he is. I simply do not like him, and I have a boyfriend." "Your boyfriend?" The middle-aged man sneered. "He has already taken 20,000 from the young master and is now merely his lackey. Why would he still want you?" At his words, Zhang Wenqi was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across her face as she retorted, "That's impossible. You're lying. He wouldn't do that." "Impossible?" The man took out his phone and dialed a number. Moments later, he smirked, "Your boyfriend will be arriving with the young master shortly. Let them explain it to you themselves." With that, he settled into a chair, watching Zhang Wenqi with a leisurely demeanor. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Yang Ling's eyes widened. Given the circumstances, it seemed impossible to proceed with the interview. He was not one to meddle in others' affairs, yet leaving now felt equally inappropriate. After a moment of contemplation, he found a spot to sit and decided to observe how the situation would unfold. Before long, a Land Rover pulled up outside, and 2 young men stepped out of the vehicle. One appeared to be around 25 or 26, while the other was quite young, likely around Yang Ling's age. Chapter 245. With a single word from me, no one dares to claim you. Upon entering the establishment, the 2 individuals made a beeline for Zhang Wenqi. As they approached, a flicker of realization washed over her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. The young man furrowed his brow and remarked, "Sister Qi, have you forsaken your teaching just to evade me? You ought to be aware that with my family's influence in S City, with a mere utterance from me, no enterprise would dare to employ you." Zhang Wenqi clutched her coffee cup tightly, her voice trembling as she replied, "I understand that scions like you merely toy with us. I am not a woman to be trifled with so easily. I implore you, do not pursue me any further." As her words hung in the air, the older young man interjected, "Shaoqi, I must say, what kind of society are we living in? Why do you cling to such antiquated notions? After all this time we've spent together, I have only held your hand. How can you expect to retain a man's affection in such a manner?" Zhang Wenqi cast a cold gaze upon him and retorted, "Ning Guoping, you would sever ties with me for a trifling amount of money, and yet you still have the audacity to speak to me? I have never encountered someone as shameless as you." "You?" Ning Guoping exclaimed, "Indeed. I now associate with young Master Zhong. What woman could I not have? In this day and age, being a young master's mistress is an honor. Countless women line up for the chance to share his bed. How can you be so ungrateful?" Zhang Wenqi's face paled with indignation, her voice a fierce whisper, "Disgusting, shameless." The commotion had already captured the attention of the entire CAF, yet regrettably, young Master Zhong was a minor celebrity in S City, and no one dared to stand up for Zhang Wenqi. With a nonchalant tone, young Master Zhong stated, "Let me put it this way. I have taken a liking to you. But you are correct, I cannot marry you. If you choose not to teach, so be it. How about this? If you agree to be my mistress, I shall grant you a villa and an annual allowance of 1 million. This is the most generous offer among all my women. Will you consider it?" Zhang Wenqi vehemently shook her head, declaring, "Is wealth all that matters? I will not become your mistress. Keep your money for another woman." I have an interview scheduled with a company here, so please leave, or I shall call the authorities. Humph, you choose to refuse my hospitality and invite punishment instead. Young Master Zhong sneered. I shall remain right here and see which company would dare to employ you. Do you not wish to make your mark in S City? You. Zhang Wenqi's face blanched with fury. The interview is with someone from Muhua Group. I refuse to believe that they would be intimidated by you. Muhua Group. The others gasped in surprise, while young Master Zhong erupted in laughter. Ah, so it's Muhua Group. My apologies. The daughter of Director Wang from Muhua Group is a dear friend of mine. With that, he produced his phone and dialed. Sister CC, it's me. Care to join me for a cup of coffee? After a brief conversation, he ended the call, casting a mocking glance at Zhang Wenqi. A glimmer of despair flickered in her eyes as the reality of the situation set in. Sure enough, shortly thereafter, a BMW sports car came to a halt outside the CAF, and a stylish young woman, adorned in designer labels and sporting sunglasses, strode in. Upon their meeting, Wang Cici remarked with irritation, Young Master Zhong, you summoned me merely to chase after girls? I am not your maid. Now tell me, how shall I be compensated? Chapter 246. Do you wish to be dismissed? Young Master Zhong chuckled. I assure you, you shall not be wronged. Aren't you planning a vacation to Bali soon? I possess a VIP card there, which I shall present to you shortly. Now that sounds more agreeable. Wang Cici replied with a light laugh, then turned her attention to Zhang Wenqi. What position did you interview for? Zhang Wenqi, having relinquished her hopes, responded with a wry smile, secretary to the executive. Secretary? Wang Cici replied nonchalantly. There is no executive greater than my father. Well then, if you fail the interview, you might as well return home. Upon hearing this, Zhang Wenqi's eyes brimmed with tears. Ning Guoping, however, interjected with a grin. Wenqi, your family is facing hardships. Since you are no longer a teacher and the interview did not go well, why not follow young master? He will not treat you poorly. Zhang Wenqi shot him a glance, rising defiantly. If I cannot find work in S City, I shall seek it in M City. I refuse to believe you can manipulate everything. As she turned to leave, young Master Zhang seized her arm, his voice cold. You can go to M City. But can your parents? Can your younger brother, who is still in school? He continued, no woman has ever dared to reject me. I warn you, my patience is finite. Tears welled in Zhang Wenqi's eyes, and just as she was about to speak, a delicate laughter echoed from a distance. Wang Cici was seated beside Yang Ling, giggling, hello? Handsome, would you be my boyfriend? Yang Ling, amused, replied, with such dominance, how could I dare to be your boyfriend? Wang Cici paused momentarily, then laughed again. If you acknowledge my assertiveness, are you not afraid of ending up like that woman over there? Yang Ling replied coolly, as far as I know. You are not an employee of Muhua Group. Even if your father is Chairman Wang, you have no right to directly reject candidates in their interviews, do you? Oh, Wang Cici inquired curiously. From your tone, are you perhaps an employee of Muhua Group? Yang Ling glanced at her, smiled faintly, and walked over to Zhang Wenqi. In her puzzled gaze, he remarked, Teacher Zhang, it has been 4 years. Do you still remember me? Teacher Zhang? Everyone was taken aback. Zhang Wenqi seemed to recall something, exclaiming, you are. Yang Ling. Yang Ling nodded with a smile. What a coincidence. I did not expect to be interviewing my own teacher. What? You are the interviewer. Zhang Wenqi exclaimed. Upon seeing Yang Ling nod, astonishment spread among the crowd. They had not anticipated the arrival of such a young and attractive interviewer. Young Master Zhong's expression darkened. Having always prided himself on his looks, he found himself overshadowed by this peer. Moreover, this individual had the audacity to remain unperturbed, clearly disregarding him. He coldly interjected, this interviewer. Did you not hear what was just said? The young lady from your group has declared she will not be hired. Yang Ling calmly responded, is that so? However, even if her father were present, he has no authority to interfere with our interview process. What did you say? Wang Cici snapped from behind. You are an employee of Muhua Group. Do you not recognize me? Are you unaware of who my father is? Or are you seeking dismissal? At this declaration, everyone regarded Yang Ling with mocking gazes, while Zhang Wenqi shook her head with a wry smile. Thank you, Shaoling, for speaking up for me, but I would prefer not to involve you in my troubles. Perhaps I shall treat you to coffee next time. Chapter 247. You are no longer fit for a leadership position. You have already implicated him, said young Master Zhong, casting a glance at Wang Cece. Sister Cece, if you dismiss him, the cherished Chanel handbag my mother has will be yours. Wang Cece's face brightened at his words, and she turned directly to Yang Ling. You're the interviewer, right? What was your name again? Ah, no matter. Let me be clear. You are fired. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, then erupted into hearty laughter. His mirth uncontrollable. You intend to dismiss me? This is something your father has longed for, and you voiced it for him. After laughing for a moment, Yang Ling composed himself and said, how about this? I will wait right here and see how you plan to fire me. Typically, the offspring of the wealthy are keen on preserving their dignity, and Wang Cece was no exception. Yang Ling's laughter had clearly unsettled her composure. With a cold smirk, she retorted, fine, just wait. She promptly dialed a number. Hello, President Zhu? This is Wang Cece. Yes, there's an interviewer named Yang something who is quite arrogant. Please come over immediately and dismiss him. Right now? Otherwise, prepare for a call from my father. With that, she hung up the phone. She looked at Yang Ling with nonchalance. Being my boyfriend wouldn't be so bad, would it? Look, now you've even lost your job. Young Master Zhong sneered. To pretend to be something you're not without any real capability is the most foolish course of action. Today, we are in a good mood. We've merely taken your meal ticket, which serves as a small warning. In the future, keep your eyes peeled. There are people you cannot afford to offend. Ning Guoping chimed in. Do you think just because your name is Yang Ling, you are the top scorer from the college entrance examination? Even if you are that perfect student, standing before young Master Zhong and Lady Wang, you ought to behave yourself. A mere worker dares to challenge the children of the bosses? This flattery was exceedingly well placed, bringing smug expressions to the faces of young Master Zhong and Wang Cece. Meanwhile, Yang Ling remained calm, observing Zhang Wenqi's worried expression. He offered her a reassuring smile, signaling her not to fret. Before long, President Zhu rushed in, exclaiming, who is so audacious as to not recognize Lady Wang? Hearing this, Wang Cece and the others exchanged knowing smirks. She pointed at Yang Ling and declared, there he is. Fire him, and ensure that he is never to be re-employed. President Zhu followed her, his voice growing cold as he addressed Yang Ling. You from this moment on are dismissed. His voice trailed off, astonishment widening his eyes. You are Mr. Yang? Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, President Zhu. Do you have nothing better to do in the office? Is there time for coffee? Did you follow the proper procedures for leaving the office during work hours? Or do you have a leave request approved by our president? President Zhu was visibly shaken, stammering, that is not how it is, Mr. Yang. After a moment of silence, Yang Ling interjected with a cold smile, enough of the excuses. I see you have none to offer. President Zhu. You cannot leave the office during work hours and recklessly dismiss employees without due process. I believe you are unfit for a leadership role in the executive office. Here's what you should do. Return to your department and report back there tomorrow. Upon hearing this, President Zhu collapsed to the floor, utterly defeated. Chapter 248. Weren't you just so impressive? Ding. You have shattered President Zhu's desire for a peaceful resolution. Attribute point 1. Ding. You have crushed Wang Xi's wish to dismiss you. Attribute point 1. Under normal circumstances, the General Affairs Office would dare to confront the Vice President, but only if they had no incriminating evidence against them. Now, having been caught red-handed by Yang Ling, according to company policy, his dismissal would be an act of leniency on Yang Ling's part. Meanwhile, the others were left wide-eyed and speechless. Chairman Yang, this young man is the director of the group. Wang Xi suddenly realized, incredulously exclaiming, Could it be that you are the young director and vice president my father mentioned? Yang Ling regarded her calmly, responding, I am unsure of your assumptions, but your father does not dare to speak to me in such a manner. Are you wealthy heirs now so bold as to disregard decorum? Wang Xi, realizing she had encountered a formidable opponent, nonetheless relied on her father's influence and defiantly retorted, Even if you are a director or president, what does it matter? My father is one of the largest shareholders in the company. If he wishes, President Zhu could regain his position by tomorrow. Is that so? Yang Ling replied nonchalantly. As long as I am here, that may prove difficult. There exists a company regulation stipulating that relatives of group directors cannot interfere in the operations, especially in high-level decision-making. Violators may face a deduction of 10-80 of their annual dividends, depending on the severity of the infraction. This Ms. Zhang Wenqi is a secretary we intend to hire for the president's office, one of the company's key figures. I believe you have significantly interfered with our office's daily operations. Following a unanimous decision between myself and Director Liu, we shall deduct all of Director Wang's dividends for this year. Discuss? Are you consulting with Director Liu through telepathy? The onlookers were dumbfounded, unable to believe Yang Ling was audacious enough to speak such fabrications, and his actions were exceedingly ruthless. The dividends for the year could amount to hundreds of millions. Yet with a mere statement from Yang Ling, they were wiped away. Wang Si could scarcely believe her ears, trembling as she said, "Yang Ling, do you even realize what you are saying? Have you lost your mind? If you dare to do this, my father will not let you off." Yang Ling smiled lightly. "You are not mistaken about that. Your father indeed will not spare me. However, I shall not spare him either. If by the end of this year you receive even a single penny in dividends, I, Yang Ling, will resign from the board." His tone was calm yet imbued with an undeniable authority, causing Wang Si to regard the young man before her with a sense of fear. Realizing for the first time how childish and absurd she appeared in the presence of her peers. Casting a glance at the astonished Wang Si, Yang Ling turned his gaze to the middle-aged man who had initially spoken. He sneered, "You are the principal, are you not? It is unbecoming for someone in your position to engage in such dealings. I believe you are unworthy to continue as an educator." With that, he directly dialed the higher-ups. After a brief report, the superior immediately erupted in fury. Moments later, the principal's phone rang. Upon hearing the news, he collapsed into his chair, his complexion turning a ghastly shade of green. Needless to say, this man's teaching career had come to an end. Yang Ling chuckled at the sight and turned to the pale-faced Master Zhong, stating coolly, "You are that so-called young master, correct? Just now, you were quite impressive." Declaring that no business in S City would dare to employ Miss Zhang. "I now make it explicitly clear, our group wishes to hire Miss Zhang Wenqi as a secretary in the president's office. So what will it be? Do you wish to leverage your connections to overturn my decision?" Chapter 249. You are my personal assistant. Upon hearing this, young Master Zhong's face turned a shade reminiscent of liver, as the Mu Hua Group's scale dwarfed that of the Fima Group by more than fivefold. The revelation that Yang Ling held a directorial position within the conglomerate suggested that his net worth might surpass that of the entire Fima Group. He was acutely aware that, in the eyes of such high-caliber affluent individuals, he, a mere second-generation rich heir, was considered nothing more than refuse. Faced with Yang Ling's inquiry, his face flushed crimson, yet he found himself rendered speechless. Observing this, Yang Ling scoffed coldly, stating, "I have no desire to engage in trivial banter with you. From this day forth, should you dare to harass our secretary, Zhang Wenqi, I will ensure that both you and your father face dire consequences." There was no attempt to conceal his intent. It was a blatant threat backed by wealth and power. All patrons in the CAF turned their attention to the young master, who had previously exuded arrogance, now gnashing his teeth, suppressing his entitled temper in fear of retaliation. Ding. You have shattered young Master Zhong's desire to pursue Zhang Wenqi. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have fulfilled Zhang Wenqi's wish to avoid harassment. Wish value 1. The expressions of the two affluent heirs turned ashen, while Yang Ling cast a detached glance their way before addressing the astonished Zhang Wenqi beside him. "Miss Zhang, there are far too many scoundrels here. Shall we find a more suitable venue for our discussion?" With that, he took the lead, striding forward. Zhang Wenqi, regaining her composure, glanced at the visibly distressed young Master Zhong, and then at the astonished Ning Guoping, huffed softly, and hurried to catch up with Yang Ling. The scene left behind two pallid heirs and their sycophant. In a quaint little park, beneath the verdant canopy, Yang Ling smiled gently. "Miss Zhang, it has been quite some time. You appear to have changed little." Zhang Wenqi seemed somewhat flustered, unsure whether to address him as Director Yang or classmate Yang Ling. Sensing her dilemma, Yang Ling offered a reassuring smile. "Just call me A Ling. That's what everyone else does." "All right. with Yang Ling exhibiting no airs of superiority. She exhaled softly, murmuring, "Ling, thank you for today. Without your intervention, I truly wouldn't have known how to cope. There's no need for gratitude." Yang Ling replied with a faint smile. "In the past, Jiang Hua and I often played pranks on you. Consider this a form of repayment. Shall we call it even?" "Huh?" Zhang Wenqi retorted playfully. "You have the audacity to say that. Back then, when you and Jiang Hua threw a toy snake at me, I nearly suffered a heart attack." Yang Ling, feeling slightly embarrassed, rubbed his nose and deftly shifted the conversation. "By the way, are you truly not returning to teaching?" Zhang Wenqi gently shook her head. "No, I have no desire to return to that environment. Now, I simply wish to live a quiet life." Yang Ling smiled knowingly. Zhang Wenqi was remarkably beautiful, and without a supportive background or a nurturing environment, she would undoubtedly face frequent harassment. He nodded affirmatively. "That's understandable. Being alongside me and Director Liu will undoubtedly ensure your safety. Henceforth, Miss Zhang Wenqi, you shall serve as the secretary in the office of the president of Muhua Group, and my personal assistant as well. Report to Wang Jingshu tomorrow. She will brief you on your duties." "Really?" Zhang Wenqi's face lit up with excitement, and she quickly added, "Thank you, and greetings to Director Yang." "Ha ha." Yang Ling burst into laughter. The transformation of a former teacher into his personal assistant evoked a unique sentiment within him. "Ding. You have fulfilled Zhang Wenqi's aspiration for successful employment. Wish value 1. Current progress, 4010. Chapter 250. The swim trunks have been prepared. With a discreet glance through the eye of insight, Yang Ling observed Zhang Wenqi's loyalty rating, which stood at an impressive 89 points, a commendable level indeed. Although Yang Ling was aware that she might not be entirely capable, the current complexities of the company necessitated a high degree of loyalty, making her an optimal choice alongside Lu Muhan. As the two conversed, Yang Ling's phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, he heard Lu Muhan's somewhat irritable voice. "Ling, how is the interview progressing?" Yang Ling chuckled lightly. "Some events unfolded just now. I'm currently at the park next door. Would you like to join me?" "All right, just wait for me," she replied. A moment later, a Rolls-Royce glided into view, and Lu Muhan stepped out, her gaze immediately fixating on Zhang Wenqi after briefly assessing Yang Ling. Under the scrutiny of the female CEO's gaze, Zhang Wenqi felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. Noticing this, Yang Ling smiled gently and introduced, "Director Liu, this is my middle school internship teacher, Zhang Wenqi. I have appointed her as the secretary for our CEO's office." Lu Muhan nodded slightly in acknowledgement and addressed Zhang Wenqi. "I trust Ling's judgment. Since you already know each other, you may follow his lead." Zhang Wenqi promptly agreed. "Understood, Director Liu. I will do my utmost to perform well." In the presence of outsiders, Lu Muhan exuded the aura of an icy, authoritative CEO. Though Zhang Wenqi was also beautiful, she appeared somewhat intimidated. Observing this, Lu Muhan softened her expression, saying, "As Ling's teacher, there's no need for you to be so formal with me. Feel free to relax. I have some matters to discuss with Ling, so you may return now." Zhang Wenqi glanced at Yang Ling, who gave a slight nod, before she said softly, "Then I shall take my leave. Goodbye, directors." Watching her retreating figure, Lu Muhan remarked with a hint of annoyance, "Ling, I've reviewed her information as well. She's a language teacher. Her scholarly demeanor may not suit the role of a secretary. Are you perhaps attracted to her?" Her words carried a note of jealousy. Yang Ling laughed, shaking his head. "She cannot compare to your beauty. Besides, I lack the energy to pursue anyone right now. By the way, didn't you mention taking me somewhere? Shall we go?" Lu Muhan was about to respond, but found Yang Ling already heading toward the car, prompting her to pout and hasten to catch up. This time, Lu Muhan drove alone without Lu Lan accompanying her. In the passenger seat, Yang Ling gazed out at the swiftly passing scenery, curiosity piqued. "Where are we headed?" he inquired. Lu Muhan replied with a light laugh, "To the seaside." "The seaside?" Yang Ling echoed in surprise. "Are we going swimming? I didn't bring my swim trunks." Lu Muhan chuckled. "I knew you wouldn't have them, so I took the liberty of preparing some for you." Yang Ling responded with amusement. "True, you must be aware of my size by now. What nonsense are you spouting?" Lu Muhan's cheeks flushed crimson. yet she displayed no signs of anger. Although S City is not far from the ocean, it requires a 2-hour drive. As they sped along, their conversation made the time pass swiftly. Moments later, they arrived at the beach, and as they stood before the azure sea, Lu Muhan inhaled deeply, saying, "I've longed for a vacation here. I've already arranged with my mother for us to stay overnight before returning tomorrow." Yang Ling chuckled. "Director Lu, does this count as our honeymoon?" "Of course not," she retorted. Chapter 251. Mastery of Aquatics. Lu Muhan retorted with annoyance, "You cannot simply dismiss me like that. Furthermore, if I am not working, refrain from calling me Director Lu." Yang Ling, intrigued, inquired, "All right, shall I call you Muhan from now on?" "Muhan." A faint smile graced Lu Muhan's lips, yet she feigned displeasure as she replied, "How impolite. I am 4 years your senior. You should refer to me as Sister Muhan." "Oh," Yang Ling chuckled. "If I were to call you that tonight, wouldn't it feel awkward? Or perhaps I should just call you wife?" With a gentle laugh, Lu Muhan grasped Yang Ling's hand and said, "You always lack seriousness. Call me whatever you like. Now hurry and get in the car. We need to change our clothes at the hotel." Ding. You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's wish for you to call her wife. Wish value 1. Hearing the system's notification, Yang Ling couldn't help but smile. Just before getting into the car, he solemnly declared in his heart, "System, I wish to possess the ability to move freely in water." Ding. Wish granted. Congratulations, host, for acquiring the skill, Mastery of Aquatics. Mastery of Aquatics. The host has mastered all swimming techniques, allowing for unrestricted movement underwater without the need for breath. Activating the skill consumes 1 stamina point per minute. Ding. Host charm value 1. Yang Ling was astounded by the potency of this skill. With a stamina of 50 points, he could hold his breath for an astonishing 50 minutes underwater. Even with an oxygen tank, one might not achieve such prowess. He was exceedingly pleased with this newfound ability. At the seaside hotel, all eyes were drawn to Lu Muhan and Yang Ling. Their striking appearance and charisma were impossible to overlook, especially as they arrived in a Rolls-Royce. They epitomized the true essence of high society. To his surprise, someone awaited their arrival within the hotel. A middle-aged man accompanied by a stylishly dressed young woman approached them. The middle-aged man extended his hand with a slight smile, saying, "Director Lu, you have finally arrived." Lu Muhan did not reciprocate the handshake, but nodded slightly, replying, "Mr. Fei, I apologize for keeping you waiting." With that, she turned to Yang Ling and said, Ling, this is Mr. Fei, the chairman and general manager of Xinhua Decoration Group." Yang Ling nodded slightly, but directed his gaze towards the fashionable young woman beside Mr. Fei. Mr. Fei awkwardly withdrew his hand, glancing at Yang Ling with curiosity. "And who might this young man be?" Lu Muhan introduced. "He is our group's director and vice president, Director Yang." "Director?" Mr. Fei's brows furrowed slightly, clearly taken aback. And as he regarded Yang Ling, a flicker of chill passed through his gaze. He chuckled. "Talent emerges from generation to generation. May I inquire how much equity Director Yang holds?" Yang Ling perceptively detected the subtle chill in the man's eyes and replied nonchalantly, 6. Hiss. Both Mr. Fei and his female companion were once again astonished. 6% equated to 2 billion. This young man's worth had already surpassed the market value of Mr. Fei's own company. Mr. Fei's demeanor displayed even greater wariness, yet he maintained a facade of joviality, saying, "Director Yang, you are indeed talented. I, Old Fei, commend you. As a host here, I shall treat everyone tonight. Let us not leave until we are all thoroughly intoxicated." Yang Ling nodded in acknowledgement and turned to Mr. Fei's female companion. "May I inquire how to address this esteemed lady?" Chapter 252. I only need to squeeze with Director Lu. Director Fei chuckled. "This is my wife, Xiao Huiying, who has just recently graduated from Donghua University. In the circles of the affluent, it is not uncommon for older men to pursue younger women. Bringing his wife along signifies the importance of this meeting and lends an air of seriousness." Lu Muhan nodded slightly. Her gaze towards Director Fei softened. However, Yang Ling remarked with a faint smile, "Is that so? That's good." Possessing a photographic memory, he recognized her instantly despite her transformed appearance. This woman was indeed the youthful lady from the agency who had invited him for a drink and mentioned waiting for him at the hotel that evening. Yang Ling distinctly remembered her slipping a business card into his pocket, bearing the name Xiao Huiying. How could the wife of a chairman be so frivolous? And how could she possibly invite him to a hotel over a mere few $100,000? There was certainly something amiss. Meanwhile, Lu Muhan frowned slightly and chided, Ling, be polite and don't stare at someone else's wife. Upon hearing this, Yang Ling diverted his gaze from her and turned to Lu Muhan, inquiring curiously, Director Lu, aren't we here for a vacation? Lu Muhan's face flushed at his words as she whispered in his ear, we are here for a vacation. But have you noticed how beautiful the scenery is, yet the hotel lacks elegance? Yang Ling, taken aback, responded, are you suggesting? Lu Muhan gently squeezed his hand and continued softly, we can discuss business while enjoying our holiday. This gesture was undeniably intimate, causing Director Fei's expression to darken momentarily before he quickly regained his composure. He smiled and said, time is precious. Shall we reserve a few rooms, directors? Lu Muhan nodded and led Yang Ling towards the bar. At the bar, Director Fei cheerfully requested, 3 VIP rooms, please. Lu Muhan curiously asked, Director Fei, are you and your wife going to sleep in separate rooms? Taken aback, Director Fei replied, no, we will share one room, and you two will each have your own. Oh? Lu Muhan's face turned crimson. Instinctively, she did not want to sleep separately from Yang Ling, and she inadvertently voiced her thoughts. The onlookers, including Director Fei, Xiao Huiying, and others, widened their eyes in disbelief. Could it be that this stunning beauty had already succumbed to this young man? As if to confirm their suspicions, Yang Ling casually remarked, no need to trouble yourselves, just 2 rooms will suffice. I can squeeze in with Director Lu. Squeeze? What do you mean by that? Everyone's eyes nearly popped out. It was easy for him to say, but to share a room with such a beautiful woman? They would gladly accept any fate just to be in that position. However, what shocked them even more was Lu Muhan, blushing, retorting shyly. What nonsense are you spouting in front of so many people? I won't share with you. You can sleep on the floor. The crowd gaped in astonishment. If she didn't want to share, couldn't they simply book 2 rooms? Surely a director wouldn't lack the means to pay for a room? If not, they would gladly cover the cost. Sleeping on the floor could easily lead to a bed. Was this not a playful flirtation? The surrounding young men and women felt as if they had received a 1,000-point blow to their expectations. Ding! You have shattered the audience's desire to see their ideal couple remain pure. Attribute points 1. Director Fei's expression darkened, though he seemed to be suppressing something, chuckling. May I inquire about the nature of your relationship? Lu Muhan, shyly grasping Yang Ling's hand, resembled a bashful girl, remaining silent. Yang Ling, however, smiled slightly and replied, we are relatives. Relatives? Upon hearing this, everyone was momentarily taken aback, and Lu Muhan quickly realized. A marital relationship indeed falls under the category of familial ties. She tightened her grip on Yang Ling's hand and smiled. Yes, the closest of relatives. Chapter 253 with the lights on. The sight of the two holding hands as they ascended the elevator caused a sinister expression to darken Mr. Fei's countenance. Beside him, Xiao Huiying furrowed her brow and remarked, Boss, I feel like I've seen this Mr. Yang somewhere, but I can't quite place it. What? Mr. Fei exclaimed in astonishment. Did you reveal your identity at that time? Xiao Huiying shook her head. I'm not certain, but rest assured, even if we've met, it must have been a fleeting encounter. It won't jeopardize your affairs. Mr. Fei's voice turned cold. It better be so. I care not about the relationship between that young man and Lu Muhan, but I must have that woman. Proceed according to the plan, and by any means necessary, keep that young man occupied. Xiao Huiying nodded confidently, understood. I have never failed to deal with a man. So leave it to me. Moments later, on the sandy beach by the sea, as Yang Ling and Lu Muhan walked, all eyes were drawn toward them. Their beauty was remarkable, and their skin was almost excessively flawless, akin to pure white jade, devoid of any blemish. Lu Muhan, somewhat surprised, remarked, I never noticed before. Ling, how's your skin so perfect? You're not secretly using my mother's body wash, are you? Yang Ling chuckled, I assure you, I haven't tea. Speaking of which, shall we keep the lights on from now on? Huh. Lu Muhan playfully pinched his waist. Her cheeks flushed as she giggled. If you can keep up with me, I might just let you. With that, she dove into the water, resembling a graceful and swift mermaid as she swam ahead. One must admit, Lu Muhan's swimming style and speed were unparalleled. Yang Ling gazed at her as she swam farther away, a gentle smile gracing his features. At that moment, Mr. Fei, with a faint smile, inquired, "What's the matter, Director Yang? Aren't you going for a swim?" Yang Ling glanced at the corpulent figure beside him and replied calmly, "Mr. Fei, it seems you harbor some discontent toward me?" "Discontent?" Mr. Fei scoffed. "Who wouldn't feel aggrieved seeing a flower like Director Lu in your grasp? Is that so?" Yang Ling replied placidly, "If that is the case, then it is indeed for the best. Allow me to remind you, do not entertain thoughts that ought not to be entertained, lest you find yourself in a dire predicament." Mr. Fei's anger flared. "What sort of predicament are you alluding to? I'm quite curious." "Oh, so you wish to know?" Yang Ling said with a hint of indifference. "Very well, you shall find out." "Hey, why are you two suddenly quarreling?" Xiao Huiying interjected, approaching them. "Director Yang, don't you know how to swim? I could teach you. Or perhaps we could enjoy some barbecue at our little shop." Her tone was somewhat coy, and her alluring figure rendered the men somewhat unable to resist. Yang Ling cast her a cool glance and replied, "Are we heading back to the hotel after eating? I didn't bring $4 million with me today." Ignoring her astonished expression, he executed a powerful dive into the water, swimming towards Lu Muhan. $4 million? Could it truly be him? Xiao Huiying muttered to herself. But when she looked for Yang Ling again, he had already vanished. "Ding. You have shattered Xiao Huiying's desire to invite you for barbecue. Attribute points 1. A short while later, at a small convenience store on a nearby island, Lu Muhan handed a bottle of water to Yang Ling and said, "I didn't expect you to be such a proficient swimmer. Shall we have another race? I may not excel in music, but I surely want to lose to you in swimming." Chapter 254. Do you think you are worthy to compete with him? Upon hearing this, Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback as he observed the serious expression on the female CEO's face, and he chuckled while shaking his head. He had long since discerned that his wife possessed an indomitable spirit, always harboring a competitive streak and eager to measure herself against him, even going so far as to take charge in their intimate moments at night. With a gentle smile, he conceded, "In this regard, I truly cannot compare. I admit defeat. Shall I?" "Humph. You are merely being dismissive," Lu Muhan retorted with a light scoff. Just then, an abrasive voice pierced the air from a distance. "How can a man swim slower than a woman? Aren't you embarrassing us men?" A group of robust individuals approached, their sun-kissed skin indicating frequent visits to the beach. The speaker was a muscular man with a decent appearance and short hair, who, upon nearing, regarded Lu Muhan with a glimmer of avarice before bursting into a hearty laugh. "Beauty, a man like him is hardly worth your time. Why not join us for a drink instead?" Lu Muhan furrowed her brows and coldly replied, "Do you truly believe you are worthy to compete with him?" At that, the group's demeanor shifted, their expressions darkening. A man with dyed blonde hair smirked and remarked, "Oh, we have ourselves a feisty little lady here. But I must confess, I am particularly fond of your type." He then turned his gaze to Yang Ling and continued, "Listen here, we won't be unfair. Among the 8 of us, you may choose anyone for a swimming contest. If you win, we will leave without a word. However, should we prevail, your lovely girlfriend must accompany us for a drink. What do you say?" Before Yang Ling could respond, Lu Muhan grasped his hand firmly and urged, Ling, let us disregard these scoundrels and leave." "Leave?" The 8 men encircled them, and given the sparsely populated island, they felt emboldened. Lu Muhan's delicate brows knitted in concern as she leaned slightly against Yang Ling's arm, whispering, "Ling, what shall we do?" Yang Ling smiled gently, enveloping her protectively within his embrace, and calmly suggested, "Since we are to compete, why not raise the stakes a bit?" "Oh, you possess quite the audacity." The short-haired man scoffed. "Do enlighten us." Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, "How about this? My girlfriend and I will compete against 2 of you. The original wager remains. But let us play for a smaller sum of 30,000. How does that sound?" 30,000. The group gasped in disbelief. These were merely young men mingling by the seaside. Such a sum was beyond their means. If they had that kind of money, they certainly would not be here. Yang Ling then produced his phone, displaying a banking app that revealed a balance of 600,000. "Do you dare accept this wager? What's the matter?" Can't you even muster such a small amount? His words were a blatant display of wealth and a sharp rebuke, causing Lu Muhan to chuckle lightly, while the men's faces turned a shade of pale. The short-haired man seethed. I never expected you to be a rich second generation. No wonder you have such a stunning girlfriend. We shall accept your challenge. Aussie. You are with me. Victory is assured. The one referred to as Aussie, the earlier blonde-haired man, grinned wickedly and stepped forward. Since someone is offering money, we shall gladly accept. Brother Lu, this girl is a gem. Allow me some enjoyment as well. Chapter 255. Is he some kind of water monster? All right, let us have some fun together. The short-haired man, known as Lu Gu, laughed heartily before turning to Lu Muhan and saying, Little girl, your boyfriend is courting death. You have no one to blame but yourselves. Lu Muhan coldly regarded the group, remaining silent, while Yang Ling retorted with a sneer, Enough with the nonsense. Let us get started. Good. Lu Gu replied sternly. We'll swim around this island. The first group to return here wins. Begin. Before he even finished speaking, he leaped into the water, swiftly propelling himself forward. Lu Muhan scoffed, shameless. Ling, let us jump in too. As she spoke, she prepared to dive into the sea, but to her surprise, she found herself slowly lifting off the ground, cradled in Yang Ling's arms. Yang Ling smiled casually. I'll carry you to victory. With that, he jumped into the sea. Held in his strong embrace, Lu Muhan felt the familiar masculine scent enveloping her, making her feel weak at the knees. After a gentle squirm in the water, she blushed and protested. Ling, how can we win like this? Let me go. I can manage on my own. Yang Ling simply chuckled. Hold on tight. With a swift motion, he surged forward. What followed was an unforgettable spectacle for all onlookers. On the azure waves, a small splash moved forward with astonishing speed, as if the water offered no resistance whatsoever. At first glance, one might assume it was a dolphin. But upon closer inspection, it became evident that it was two individuals. A young man held a girl in one arm while skillfully maneuvering through the water with the other. The boy's form was nearly flawless. For him, swimming transcended mere sport, becoming a true art form. With each stroke, he propelled himself forward with remarkable grace, splitting the waves effortlessly. The spectators on the shore were left in awe. Is this some kind of kayak? How can he be so fast? One exclaimed. Good heavens. This pretty boy can swim faster while carrying a woman. Is he some sort of aquatic creature? This speed surpasses even national champions. As the crowd watched Yang Ling glide through the water like a dolphin, he quickly outpaced Lu Gu and his companion, leaving them far behind in mere moments. Lu Ji's friends exchanged worried glances, and one remarked gravely, At this rate, Lu Gu is destined to lose. Let us prepare the gear. The others grinned wickedly and hastened towards a small wooden cabin, while to others, the circuit around the island seemed lengthy for Yang Ling. It was a mere 10 minutes. Moments later, Yang Ling emerged from the water, holding Lu Muhan in his arms. Her soft form nestled against him, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, her skin faintly glowing with a rosy hue. Being cradled in the arms of the boy she admired, dressed in a swimsuit, would make any normal girl's heart race with bashfulness. The sight of Lu Muhan, a goddess in such a state, was undeniably lethal to any man. The crowd stood frozen in astonishment. As Lu Muhan felt their intense gazes upon her, her cheeks burned even more. With a soft whimper, she buried her face in Yang Ling's embrace, refusing to look up. Yang Ling smiled gently, glancing at Lu Gu and his companion, who had given up midway and were now trudging ashore. You've lost. Now fork over the money. Ding. You have shattered Lu Gu and his companion's hopes of winning the wager. Attribute points 1. Chapter 256. Is it too late to leave now? Lu Ji's expression was exceedingly grim as he cast a glance at the woman cradled in Yang Ling's arms like a princess. Anger and impulsiveness nearly robbed him of his rationality. With a sinister grin, he sneered, Money? Boy, have you never visited this beach before? Asking me, Lu. For money, do you have a death wish? Yang Ling replied calmly. So, you are unwilling to pay. At these words, the other 7 bare-chested men revealed malicious grins, brandishing various steel pipes and tools. The blonde-haired man chuckled menacingly. You want money? Let us first see if our weapons agree. Lu Gu laughed heartily. What? You won't let go of the beauty in your arms to flee? You can't seriously believe we are merely bluffing? Yang Ling replied indifferently to me. You are no different from ants. I advise you to hand over the money quietly. I have no desire to sully my hands. You're courting death, roared the blond man in fury, but before he could finish his sentence, a foot was thrust before him. Bang! With a dull thud, he was sent crashing onto the sand. The assailant was none other than Yang Ling. No one had seen him move, and the golden-haired man was already on the ground. You were a bit too brazen with your words. Let us see how you like losing your teeth. As he spoke, Yang Ling raised his foot again and delivered a fierce kick to the man's mouth, eliciting a shriek as blood gushed forth, his teeth flying in all directions. A cacophony of screams echoed along the beach as Yang Ling lifted his foot once more, accurately striking the steel pipe on the ground. Clang! The mastery of deduction activated. Bang! The pipe spun through the air, crashing into Lu Ji's calf with tremendous force. Crack! A chilling sound of bone shattering resonated as Lu Ji's leg bent at a grotesque angle, broken by the impact of the pipe. My leg! Lu Gu howled in agony, collapsing to the ground as the pipe, seemingly guided by fate, flew back to Yang Ling's feet. With a cold snort, Yang Ling kicked the pipe again, sending it spiraling down onto Lu Gu's head, splitting it open. Lu Gu merely grunted, falling stiffly to the ground, while the pipe rebounded after striking his head, landing fortuitously at Yang Ling's feet. This series of maneuvers was utterly astonishing, surpassing the comprehension of all present. The other 6 men stood agape, and one suddenly regained his senses, screeching, "Sorcery! Run!" They flung their weapons aside, fleeing without a backward glance, the others quickly following suit in their panicked escape. Is it too late to run now? Yang Ling delivered a powerful kick, sending the pipe that had shattered Lu Gu's leg skimming swiftly along the ground toward another discarded pipe. Clang! With a crisp sound, the 2 pipes collided, spinning off in different directions toward 2 of the fleeing thugs. Bang! Bang! Without a shadow of a doubt, the legs of the 2 thugs were shattered by the pipes. Yet, more terrifyingly, the 2 pipes, propelled by the recoil, hurtled back toward Yang Ling, who unleashed 2 swift kicks. The pipes zipped along the ground again, precisely striking 2 more pipes. In that moment, all 4 pipes soared into the air, each at a different angle, pursuing the hapless thugs as they fled in disarray. Chapter 257, A Trivial Skill Bang. Bang! Bang! For consecutive dull thuds echoed, as the quartet of ruffians had their calves shattered without a hint of suspense. Collapsing to the ground, howling in agony, while the 4 steel pipes soared back once more. On the beach of this small island, the air was filled with cries of despair. What a racket! Yang Ling scoffed, and with a swift series of kicks, 8 steel pipes danced through the air, instantly dispatching all 8 brutish men with a muffled groan, plunging the world into an abrupt silence. Thud, thud, thud. The 8 steel pipes twirled back, neatly embedding themselves before Yang Ling, gleaming in the sunlight like 8 unparalleled lethal weapons. Silence reigned, and eerie stillness enveloped the scene. The onlookers were so astounded that their jaws seemed ready to dislocate. Before them stood a striking youth, cradling a beautiful maiden, having merely shifted his feet to annihilate 8 hulking figures in less than a minute. What kind of terrifying being was this? Surely, even superheroes could not rival such prowess. Was he the fabled master of legend, or perhaps a celestial being descended from the heavens? Ding! You have shattered the aspirations of Lu Gu and his cohorts to eliminate you. Attribute point 1. Not only the onlookers, but even Lu Muhan was left in a state of shock. She stammered, "Ailing you." Yang Ling set her down, offering a gentle smile. Just a trivial skill, hardly worth mentioning. A trivial skill? The words were spoken with such nonchalance, yet the crowd was left utterly speechless. Brother, how can such extraordinary feats be merely trivial skills? What then constitutes your true mastery? Flying through the skies, or plucking stars from the heavens? Ding! You have fulfilled the onlooker's desire to witness a superhero. Wish value 1. Current progress. 3210. Casting a glance at the astonished crowd around him, Yang Ling smiled faintly. Let us return. With that, he grasped Lu Muhan's small hand and prepared to wade back into the water. As they walked, Lu Muhan gazed at Yang Ling, and after a moment's reflection, a faint smile graced her lips. Previously, She had considered challenging him to a swimming contest, but now it was clear that he had merely been toying with her. This remarkable young man was so exceptional that she yearned to remain by his side forever. Meanwhile, on another stretch of the island's beach, Mr. Fei wore a grim expression. Beside him, Xiao Huiying spoke in a tremulous voice, "Boss, Alu and his gang are already the fiercest in this area. This Mr. Yang is simply extraordinary. With him by Lu Muhan's side, I fear for our safety." Mr. Fei gritted his teeth. "What are you trying to say?" Xiao Huiying replied, her voice quaking. "I have an ominous premonition. Perhaps we should let this go. Once Mr. Yang is no longer present, we can devise another plan." "Humph," Mr. Fei retorted coldly. "Do you think Lu Muhan can be seen whenever she wishes? They are returning now. Call on Mao. Let him proceed." "Ah," Xiao Huiying exclaimed in terror, "Boss, there are other tourists here, and those brutes do not discriminate. If anything were to happen to Lu Dong, that would be an accident." Mr. Fei barked angrily. "Just give the order." Taking a deep breath, Xiao Huiying retrieved her phone and dialed a number. On the Azure Sea, Yang Ling and Lu Muhan floated serenely on the water's surface in a backstroke position. Both were excellent swimmers under such circumstances. A mere flick of their limbs would keep them afloat. Lu Muhan held Yang Ling's hand, eyes closed, seemingly savoring the moment. Chapter 258, The All-Seeing Eye. Vision multiplied by 50 beneath the azure sky adorned with fluffy clouds, the sea breeze gently alleviated the summer's heat, floating on the surface of the water. Enveloped by a sense of bliss alongside her beloved, Lu Muhan softly spoke. "Aling, upon our return, I wish to formally introduce you to my friends. Is that agreeable?" Yang Ling responded with a slight smile, "Of course, but considering your popularity, I fear I might become the object of envy." In response, Lu Muhan chuckled lightly. "Exceptional individuals often attract jealousy. You aren't contemplating retreat, are you?" "Retreat?" Yang Ling laughed heartily. "Then would I also shy away from meeting other girls?" "You dare." Lu Muhan huffed playfully. "I am aware that a man of your caliber has many admirers, yet only those of virtuous character may remain by your side. Should I discover you associating with ill-reputed girls, do not expect my company again." Yang Ling was taken aback, finding humor in her words. "Do I truly resemble such a person? By the way, is there a hint of jealousy in your tone?" In this secluded haven, where the world seemed to shrink to just the two of them, Lu Muhan surprisingly displayed a hint of girlishness. Yang Ling, intent on teasing her, feigned realization. "Oh, earlier I mentioned that if I emerged victorious, the lights would remain on. Miss Lu, it appears I have won this time." Lu Muhan's face flushed as she suddenly turned to lie atop Yang Ling, giggling, "Then let the lights stay on. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" With a beautiful woman resting upon him, Yang Ling remained unperturbed. Noticing Lu Muhan's head resting against his chest and her breath quickening, he realized the so was feeling emotional. Just as he prepared to speak, his brow furrowed at the sight of two sharks approaching in the distance. How could there be sharks in these coastal waters? Yang Ling mused, scanning the sea. Aside from a few scattered tourists swimming in the area, a large ship floated farther out. Strange. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ling spoke solemnly. "System, I wish to make a request. Grant me unparalleled vision." Ding. Wish granted. The Eye of Insight has been upgraded. Now featuring the ability of the All-Seeing Eye. All-Seeing Eye, upon activation, the host's vision increases by a multiple of their maximum mental capacity, costing 1 point of mental energy for every minute of use. Ding. Host charm value increased by 1. Current value, 18. Yang Ling narrowed his eyes and activated the skill. Ding. All-Seeing Eye activated. Current mental energy, 52. Host's vision enhanced by 52 times. A beam of light flickered within Yang Ling's pupils, rapidly clarifying the distant scene. Every object on the ship became vividly apparent. Indeed, it was them. Yang Ling let out a cold smirk as he observed the figures on the deck of the ship, 2 men and 1 woman. Among them stood General Fei and Xiao Huiying. With a sardonic smile, General Fei raised a pair of binoculars, peering in Yang Ling's direction. "Are you watching me?" Yang Ling's pupils emitted a flash of lightning, shooting directly toward General Fei. Crack. The binoculars exploded on the spot. "Ah!" General Fei screamed, his hands reduced to a bloody mess. "Where did the lightning come from?" "Boss, are you all right?" The two companions hurriedly supported General Fei, but his face had turned ashen, unable to utter a single word due to the pain. Chapter 259. Crushing the great shark. Ling observed everything with keen eyes, a cold smile escaping his lips before he diverted his gaze. At that moment, terrified cries echoed across the sea. Shark! A shark! The panicked tourists in the water hurriedly swam towards the shore, but the beach was at least a kilometer away. How could they possibly outswim a shark? Suddenly, a shark measuring 3 to 4 meters surged towards a young man, its massive jaws poised to snap down upon him. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, an invisible, colossal hand seemed to materialize, seizing the shark's head with an iron grip. An eerie spectacle unfolded as the enormous creature thrashed desperately. Yet it could not bite down. The young man, paralyzed by fear, stood frozen in place, mere inches away from those gaping jaws. Move! Hurry! A booming voice echoed from afar. The man's body jolted, and with a terrified scream, he propelled himself forward with great urgency. Ding! You have fulfilled the young man's wish for salvation. Wish value 1. The commanding voice belonged to none other than Ling, who, with one arm cradling the pale-faced and tightly closed-eyed Lu Muhan, extended his other arm slightly, trembling as if grasping something intangible. It was none other than Ling himself who had saved the man in the nick of time. Utilizing his skill of remote object manipulation, he concentrated a mass of air into a gigantic hand that gripped the shark tightly from hundreds of meters away. The shark's strength was beyond that of any human. Even with Ling's 50 points of power, he could barely restrain the beast. He sensed that, despite his ability to crush the shark, he would exhaust his own strength in the process. Heaven only knew how many more ferocious creatures lurked in these waters. When severing a connection, one invites chaos. A glimmer of determination flashed in Ling's eyes. Ding! The power technique is activated. Current strength increased to 100 points. Die! He commanded softly, his slightly open palm transforming into a clenched fist with sudden ferocity. Boom! A thunderous sound resonated in the distance, under the immense force. The struggling shark was instantly reduced to a mist of blood. The sea turned crimson as the blood attracted other sharks and fish, all of them frantically converging to feast, creating a gruesome scene. The ocean roared with towering waves as the sharks were drawn away. Ling sighed softly in relief, intending to lead Lu Muhan to safety, when his peripheral vision caught sight of a middle-aged couple being swept toward the scene of carnage by the waves. What? He gasped, realizing that if those two were carried away, they would undoubtedly meet a bloody end. The man among them seemed to recognize Ling, his eyes filled with unmistakable despair. Ling, look! Those two people! Lu Muhan exclaimed, but before she could finish, Ling pressed her head against his chest. In the next moment, a golden small sword shot forth from his brow. The sword expanded in the wind, instantly splitting into 9, each adorned with the carving of a divine dragon, transforming into 9 streaks of golden light that raced toward the couple. Thud! 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 The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed as several sharks in the vicinity were cleaved into pieces, meeting their demise on the spot. What is this? The man watched in utter astonishment, completely dumbfounded by the extraordinary events unfolding before his eyes. Chapter 260. The concept of innate masters and a swift transformation. The 9 golden swords morphed into a golden hand, seizing the 2 individuals and dragging them forcefully towards safety. A notification chimed. You have fulfilled the wish of the middle-aged couple to be rescued. Wish value 1. All 3 sharks were vanquished by Ling, leaving the surrounding waters saturated with the scent of blood. In the distance, more sharks were rapidly approaching, but this was of little consequence, as the nearby tourists had successfully escaped with their lives. Moments later, on the beach, the shaken crowd gasped for breath while rescuers arrived to assist in evacuating the tourists. The recent ordeal had been nothing short of harrowing. Lu Muhan, pale-faced, clung to Ling's arm and urged, Ling, let us return quickly. Ling gently patted her head, his gaze shifting to the approaching middle-aged couple. The man took a deep breath and politely expressed, Senior, I sincerely thank you for your assistance just now. Thank me? Ling replied with a bemused smile. What reason do you have to thank me? The middle-aged man, understanding the implication behind Ling's words, hesitated briefly before firmly stating, "Senior, I am truly grateful for your timely intervention. My name is Fong Jingye, and I hail from the Fong family of Qingfeng Mountain." "The Fong family?" Yang Ling remarked. Astonished, shaking his head, "I am unfamiliar with such a family. What is it you wish to convey?" Fong Jingye was taken aback. How could a master of such caliber be unaware of the Fong family? Could he be one of those legendary figures? After a moment's pause, he inquired, "Master, might I have the honor of inviting you to a meal?" Yang Ling frowned, contemplating before responding, "There is no need for a meal. Let us converse here." Upon hearing this, Fong Jingye nodded to the woman beside him, who discreetly distanced herself. Though Lu Muhuan could not fully comprehend their dialogue, she understood the situation and smiled, saying, "Ling, I will wait for you over here." Yang Ling nodded with a smile, "Do not stray from my sight." With no one nearby, Fong Jingye spoke earnestly, "Senior, I must confess, I witnessed your swordsmanship in dispatching those sharks. Individuals of your caliber, innate masters, number fewer than 10 across all of Huaxia. If I may be so bold, which sect do you belong to?" Curiosity sparked in Yang Ling's eyes. Although he had encountered various supernatural beings before, the concept of such realms was new to him. He shook his head, saying, "I belong to no sect. I have merely encountered certain fortuitous opportunities." "Pray tell, what do you mean by innate master?" Fong Jingye opened his mouth, sensing Yang Ling's genuine curiosity rather than mockery. He answered honestly, "To respond to your question, since ancient times, the cultivation realm has been distinctly categorized into 5 major stages: postnatal, transcendence, innate, entry into sagehood, and celestial platform. However, with the passage of time, many ancestral skills have been lost. Currently, very few can achieve transcendence, and innate masters are exceedingly rare." Yang Ling, intrigued, inquired further, "If you consider me an innate master, then what of those who have reached entry into sagehood? What level of power do they possess?" Fong Jingye sighed, "Master, you jest. In this era of upheaval, it has been a century since a being of entry into sagehood has emerged." Chapter 261, Mastery of Hypnosis, Is There Such a Notion? Upon hearing this, Yang Ling nodded and inquired, "In your esteemed lineage, how many such cultivation families exist in Huaxia?" Fong Jingye chuckled and replied, "Esteemed one, you may not be aware that to be acknowledged as a cultivation family, there must be an elder within who has attained the innate realm. In all of Huaxia, only 5 clans or sects resemble our Fong family." "5, you say?" Yang Ling mused to himself. The Xia family also practiced cultivation. Yet during his recent visit to M-City, he found no formidable figures among them, suggesting they might not qualify as a true cultivation family. After a moment of silence, Yang Ling spoke calmly, "You did not seek me merely to express gratitude, did you? Pray, what is it that you require?" Fong Jingye respectfully replied, "Esteemed one, the entire realm is beginning to stir. Various ancient demons long in slumber are gradually awakening and threatening to wreak havoc upon the world. Recently, our cultivation community has reached a consensus to unite and discreetly eliminate these malevolent entities. Your remarkable prowess is commendable, if you would not mind. I would like to invite you to Qingfeng Mountain to discuss our grand strategy against these fiends." Taken aback, Yang Ling chuckled, "Brother Fong, you jest. My cultivation is modest. I can only ensure my own safety, let alone slay demons. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." With that, he turned to depart, heading towards Lu Muhan. "Ding. You have shattered Fong Jingye's hope of inviting you to vanquish demons. Attribute point 1. Observing Yang Ling's retreating figure, Fong Jingye hesitated briefly before hastily pursuing him. "Since you put it that way, I would not dare to impose. However, you have saved both my life and that of my wife. Surely, I must express my gratitude. If it is convenient, may I have your telephone number? I must thank you properly." Yang Ling glanced at him in surprise, then smiled and shook his head. He took Lu Muhan's hand, and together they strolled towards the hotel. The beautiful woman who had accompanied Fong Jingye curiously remarked, "Darling, this esteemed one is so powerful. How regrettable it would be to miss such an opportunity." Fong Jingye nodded in agreement. A tumultuous era is about to begin. If we can cultivate a good rapport with him, we shall have an added layer of security. After a moment of silence, he leaned in and whispered to the woman. It was already 4 in the afternoon. After bathing, Lu Muhan felt fatigued and fell asleep. Yang Ling lay beside her, and upon seeing her peacefully slumbering, he began to allocate his attribute points. Currently, he possessed 9 free attribute points. After a moment's contemplation, he allocated them all to his mental power. His attributes now stood as follows: Strength, 50 Agility, 50 Stamina, 50 Mental Power, 61 Charm, 18 Ding. Your mental power has reached an integer. A random reward is being drawn for you. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the skill, Mastery of Hypnosis. Mastery of Hypnosis. This skill resides within the host's gaze. Upon activation, it can instantly hypnotize any entity with mental power less than 1/4 of the host's. Each activation consumes 1 point of mental power per minute. Yang Ling was taken aback, his mouth agape. He had not anticipated that this integer reward would yield a skill, and a remarkably potent one at that. Instantly hypnotizing beings with mental power less than 1/4 of his own was extraordinary. With his mental power at 61 points. This meant that any being with less than 15 points of mental power would be utterly defenseless before him. As long as their gazes met, they would succumb to hypnosis. Such an impressive skill categorized as ordinary, surely, there must be a glitch in this system. Chapter 262. The sharks in the sea were released by Yang Ling. Filled with eagerness, hurried to the balcony, where a sparrow was flitting about on a branch. With a gentle call, the bird instinctively turned its gaze toward him. Ding! The sound of the system indicated the activation of his hypnosis skill. In that instant, the sparrow seemed to freeze, toppling down stiffly. Marvelous! Yang Ling chuckled heartily, flicking a coin that lightly struck the sparrow's head, causing the little creature to awaken just before it hit the ground and hastily take flight. With a satisfied smile curving his lips, Yang Ling returned indoors. As night descended, in the hotel dining area, Yang Ling, Lu Muhan, President Fei, and Xiao Huiying gathered around the table for a meal. Observing President Fei's arm, swathed in layers of gauze, Yang Ling remarked with a hint of amusement, "President Fei, you weren't bitten by a shark, were you? How did you end up like this?" President Fei chuckled. "I had a little accident and fell." "Is that so? You seem rather clumsy," Yang Ling replied lightly. Lu Muhan, unaware of the underlying circumstances, calmly interjected, "President Fei, we have collaborated before during the establishment of the Wanlong shopping mall. I shall dispense with the pleasantries. Our group intends to construct a 5-star luxury hotel in this vicinity. The site has already been selected, and I hope your company can handle the renovation once the hotel structure is completed." Upon hearing this, President Fei's face brightened, and he responded jovially, "Rest assured, Director Lu. We possess the requisite professional qualifications and have experience in renovating 5-star hotels. I assure you it will be splendid." "Very well," Lu Muhan replied, maintaining her composure, betraying no emotional fluctuations. "Let us finalize our initial intentions." She produced a USB drive and handed it to Xiao Huiying, saying, "This contains the preliminary engineering sketches for the hotel, totaling an area of 200,000 square feet. I hope your esteemed company can provide a detailed quotation by noon tomorrow, after which Mr. Yang and I will conduct our assessment." President Fei nodded. "You can count on that. I'll have them work overtime. By the way, Director Lu, since you're here for a rare visit, if you and Director Yang have the time, would you be inclined to grace us with your presence at a ball?" "A ball?" Lu Muhan furrowed her brow and turned to Yang Ling, asking, "Are you going, Ling?" Yang Ling smiled faintly. "I do not agree to entrust the renovation project to President Fei's company." At this declaration, the others paused in surprise, and President Fei frowned. "Director Yang, what do you mean by that?" "What do I mean?" Yang Ling replied coolly. "You were the one who released the sharks into the sea, weren't you?" "What?" Lu Muhan gasped, while President Fei and Xiao Huiying stared wide-eyed. Yang Ling sneered, "There's no need to look at me like that. The thugs on the island and the sharks in the sea are all you're doing, President Fei. I suspect your intent was to target Director Lu." "You're talking nonsense," President Fei retorted angrily. "One may speak carelessly, but not without reason. Why would I do such a thing?" "Why?" Yang Ling scoffed. "I too wish to know why. Perhaps you could enlighten us." As he spoke, a glimmer ignited in his eyes. Ding! The hypnosis skill activated once more. At the moment the system's voice faded, confusion washed over President Fei and Xiao Huiying's faces. Chapter 263. A fortune of 100 million. Observing the dazed expressions of the two, Lu Muhan exclaimed, "Aling, what has happened to them? What is going on?" Yang Ling gestured for her to remain silent, and then turned his gaze toward Mr. Fei, calmly stating, "Please, begin from the start. Why did you target Director Lu? And what tactics did you employ?" Mr. Fei, in a state of numbness, replied, "It was Director Wang from Muhua Group who instructed me to take action. If the plan succeeded, he promised to grant me 10 of the shares once he took over Muhua Group." "What?" Lu Muhan gasped, her face reflecting disbelief, while Yang Ling activated his phone to record Mr. Fei's words. For the next half hour, Mr. Fei divulged his entire scheme. It turned out that in addition to hiring thugs and releasing sharks, tonight's ball was also a trap. Ultimately, Mr. Fei's true objective was Lu Muhan's body and her life. Lu Muhan's countenance darkened like a stormy sea as she coldly remarked, "Aling, we must call the police." Yang Ling shook his head and replied, "He has not succeeded. Even if we report him, he would only serve a few years. Such a malicious individual cannot simply go unpunished." With a snap of his fingers, both of them jolted back to reality, their faces now filled with terror as they looked at Yang Ling and said, "What have you done to us? What do you intend to do?" Yang Ling replied coolly, "I have no desire for further discourse. If you wish to avoid prison, bring me money. 100 million. And this matter will be settled. Should you dare utter a single word of dissent, this video will headline every major website by tomorrow." "You, Mr. Fei," was utterly stunned, gazing at Yang Ling in disbelief. "This is impossible. How can this be happening?" "Nothing is impossible," Yang Ling sneered. "Let us keep our conversation succinct. Transfer the funds publicly." Mr. Fei's face was a mask of horror. He began to grasp the nature of Yang Ling. In the presence of such a person, not only was he insignificant, but even Director Wang would be merely a pawn. "Ding. You have shattered Mr. Fei's scheme to deceive Lu Muhan, earning 1 attribute point." After retrieving his phone, he hastily called the company's finance department, urgently instructing, "Quickly, transfer 100 million to Muhua Group's public account." Immediately, the finance officer was taken aback. But as an employee, he could only follow the orders of his superior. Moments later, Lu Muhan glanced at her phone. The public account displayed an influx of 100 million. She gasped, her eyes now filled with admiration as she looked at Yang Ling. Yang Ling stated nonchalantly, "I will keep the video for now. If you behave well, I may consider deleting it. However, should you attempt any underhanded actions, you know the consequences. Now, take this woman and leave." Mr. Fei was drenched in cold sweat, terrified of revealing anything further under Yang Ling's hypnosis. Without looking back, he fled in a panic. Watching their retreating figures, Lu Muhan sighed softly. "Aling, you have saved me once again." Yang Ling smiled gently. "Do we need to exchange such sentiments? This money is our private stash. Transfer it out promptly." "Private stash." Upon hearing this, Lu Muhan initially paused before bursting into laughter. "All right, I will give it all to you, you greedy soul." She chuckled, shaking her head as she began to operate her phone. Chapter 264. Yang Ling's nepotism under ordinary circumstances. Not to mention a billion. Even a million would not be casually transferred. However, large enterprises like Muhua Group possess unique financial channels. And as an employee of the group, Yang Ling faced no such difficulties. Observing the sudden influx of a billion into his account, Yang Ling chuckled. "Thank you, Director Lu. Goodness, you truly are something." Lu Muhan laughed lightly, and Yang Ling joined in the amusement. "Ding. You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's wish to establish a private fund with you. Wish value 1. Yang Ling cast a playful glance at Lu Muhan, suddenly recalling something. "Muhan, what are your plans moving forward? Will you continue constructing the hotel here?" Lu Muhan nodded. "There are plenty of qualified decoration companies. I will have Secretary Wang do some research later. By the way, the total investment for this project may exceed 10 billion. Who do you think would be best suited to take charge of it?" After a moment of hesitation, Yang Ling replied, "Given the current chaotic state within the group, and considering the significance of this project, I believe it is prudent to appoint someone we trust." Lu Muhan nodded in agreement. "That is my thought as well." He gazed intently at Yang Ling. "Why not you take the lead? I would feel more at ease." Yang Ling chuckled, shaking his head. I cannot leave headquarters for the time being. How about this? The hotel project will be assigned to our development center, and I will nominally take the lead. But the actual responsibilities will be entrusted to Yanxing. Yanxing? Lu Muhan replied, somewhat exasperated. He is not capable of handling this. That would be nepotism. Yang Ling laughed heartily. But you are asking me to take the lead, which is also a form of favoritism. I believe Yanxing is quite capable. Let us settle on that. Lu Muhan rolled her eyes, but still chuckled. Understood, Mr. President. As for funding, I will have the finance department transfer it to the development center, and then I will await the results. Yang Ling smiled slightly. After a brief conversation, Lu Muhan appeared somewhat bashful, whispering, I'll head back to take a shower now. You. Make sure to go to bed early. With that, her cheeks flushed as she hurried into the elevator. The female CEO was subtly hinting at something. Yang Ling mused, touching his nose. He decided not to rush after her, instead pulling out his phone to make a call. 2 hours later, a weary Yanxing arrived on the company bus, accompanied by Jiang Hua and several others. Seeing everyone gathered, Yang Ling smiled faintly. The group intends to establish a 5-star hotel here, and the project has been assigned to our development center. Yanxing, I hereby appoint you as the general manager of the hotel preparation, fully responsible for the development and operation of this project. Yanxing trembled with excitement at the announcement. As the director of security, he had never dreamt of such an opportunity in business operations, let alone overseeing a project of this magnitude. He stuttered, Why Yang? Director Yang, I will not let you down. Ding. You have fulfilled Yanxing's wish value 1. Yang Ling smiled gently. The beginning is always the hardest. I trust you. He then turned to Jiang Hua. To Jiang. You should also register with the group as an assistant to the general manager to assist Yanxing in getting this done. Jiang Hua was left dumbfounded. With a single sentence from Yang Ling, this impoverished young man, who had never even attended university, was suddenly elevated to a leadership position within Mu Hua Group, handed a golden opportunity on a silver platter. Chapter 265. Mr. Yang, someone has delivered a truckload of money to you. He nodded vigorously, saying, Brother Yang. I won't say much else. From now on, Jiang Hua, my life is yours. Ding. You have fulfilled Jiang Hua's wish to achieve prominence. Wish value 1. Yang Ling chuckled. Don't be too hasty with your gratitude. Although you hold the title of assistant, your primary responsibility will be daily procurement. Additionally, you must keep an eye on the people below. If anyone engages in dishonest practices or seeks personal gain, report it to Yanxing immediately. And one more thing. You must keep your connections discreet. If I find out that you are abusing your influence, you'll be relegated to cleaning the toilets. His words were half joking, prompting laughter from the group. Yang Ling patted Jiang Hua on the shoulder and then turned his gaze to Brother Shi. Brother Shi grew anxious. Yanxing was a trusted confidant of Yang Ling, while Jiang Hua was both a classmate and a close friend of Yang Ling. He was merely a newcomer seeking to ally himself, and he had previously offended Yang Ling. This thought made him uneasy. Yang Ling noticed his expression and smiled lightly. Ah Shi, since you have chosen to follow me, I assure you that I will not treat you unjustly. How about this? Gather your group and assist Jiang Hua for now. As for your position, consider yourself the captain of security. You all will start as security personnel, and after you demonstrate a complete transformation, I will consider adjusting your roles. Brother Shi replied joyfully. Thank you, Brother Yang. I will ensure my brothers conduct themselves properly and walk the righteous path from now on. Ding. You have fulfilled Brother Shi's wish to engage in honest work. Wish value 1. Very well. Yang Ling nodded with a smile. He transferred 100,000 yuan to Jiang Hua via his phone, saying, Everyone has worked hard during this time. Take some time to relax by the seaside. We will resume work once Director Liu gives the official orders. All right. The group beamed with joy. Yang Ling smiled faintly, waved them off, and returned to the VIP room. As he had mentioned earlier, Lu Muhan had not turned off the lights and was, as usual, pretending to be asleep. Yang Ling chuckled heartily, approached her, and whispered in her ear, I'm going to take a shower. The female CEO's eyelashes fluttered slightly, and her face flushed, yet she refused to open her eyes. The following morning, just as Yang Ling awoke, Lu Muhan rolled over and positioned herself atop him, chuckling softly. Shall we sleep a little longer before heading back this afternoon? Yang Ling laughed. My dear, are you hinting at something? Ah, how annoying. Lu Muhan's cheeks flushed, yet she remained steadfastly on top of Yang Ling. Who could withstand such a temptation? Just as Yang Ling was about to make a move, the phone in the room rang suddenly. An excited voice from the receiver exclaimed, Sir, a gentleman named Fang Jingye has delivered a truckload of money for you. You must come down and see. What? A truckload of money? Yang Ling and Lu Muhan exchanged astonished glances. Moments later, the hotel entrance was swarmed with curious onlookers, and police were present to maintain order. In the center of the crowd stood a Bentley, its windows clearly filled with money, as a middle-aged man dressed as a butler anxiously awaited. Upon seeing Yang Ling and Lu Muhan emerge, the hotel manager promptly called out, Director Yang and Director Lu have arrived. Everyone, please make way. Standing before the business vehicle, Yang Ling estimated that the truck contained at least 30 million. He turned to the butler beside the vehicle, frowning. What is going on here? Chapter 266, Money, to me, is merely a string of numbers. The steward respectfully addressed. Hello, Mr. Yang. Our young master, in gratitude for your life-saving assistance, has prepared a sum of 30 million to present to you. This humble gift is but a token of our appreciation. 30 million. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The young master of the Fang family was indeed extraordinarily wealthy, casually offering such a staggering amount. After a moment of contemplation, Yang Ling shook his head and replied, I do not lack for money. Please take it back. Gasp. At this proclamation, all were left speechless. Such a powerful figure. And he dismissed 30 million without a second thought. The mere assertion of not needing the money was enough to leave others dumbfounded. The steward, with a wry smile, reassured. Rest assured, Mr. Yang, my young master insists this sum is purely a gesture of gratitude, with no ulterior motives. Furthermore, he instructed me that if you refuse, he will send 60 million tomorrow. Stunned silence enveloped the room. Was this not an exaggeration? 30 million today, 60 million tomorrow, and what would it be the day after? 90 million? Must it escalate to such absurdity? Yang Ling furrowed his brow and declared, To me, money is merely a collection of numbers, and counting them is quite bothersome. What exactly does your young master intend? If he persists in this unwelcome pursuit, I shall not hesitate to respond unfavorably. Encountering a more formidable individual. To dismiss such monumental figures as trivial is indeed irksome. Ding. The system detected your vehement remarks, shattering the dreams of onlookers. Attribute points 1. The steward, seemingly aware of Yang Ling's true identity, trembled slightly and hurriedly responded, Mr. Yang, please do not misunderstand. My young master learned of your collaboration with Mr. Lu in this development project. He possesses a decoration company and simply wishes to explore a partnership. Partnership? Yang Ling replied with a wry smile. Do not present me with such pretenses. I am well aware of your intentions. Tell him, if he truly desires to collaborate, he need not seek me out. He may approach Mr. Yanxing directly at our group. Very well, you may leave now. The steward, drenched in sweat, nodded eagerly. Understood, Mr. Yang. I will certainly convey your message. I shall take my leave now. With that, he swiftly retreated. Hey, have the car ready. Yet, before he could finish, the steward had vanished from sight. Yang Ling opened his mouth, realizing this man was quite adept, his agility presumably exceeding 20 points. Noticing everyone's wide-eyed gaze upon him, Yang Ling managed a wry smile, retrieved a stack of cash from the car, and handed it to the manager, saying, Thank you for your hard work. Please disperse the crowd. The manager shook with excitement, regarding Yang Ling as if he were a long-lost father, and flatteringly replied, Absolutely, Mr. Yang. You can count on me. He immediately directed the security personnel to clear the area. A nearby officer approached with a slight frown, saying, Mr. Yang, this is a considerable sum. I advise you to deposit it in the bank promptly to avoid any unnecessary complications. Yang Ling smiled gently. Of course, I appreciate your diligence, officers. I will have someone drive the car away. He made a quick call to Yanxing, leaving the subsequent matters to be handled by others. Seated in the passenger seat of the Rolls-Royce, Yang Ling gazed dreamily out the window. Lu Muhan, intrigued, remarked, Ling. The Fang family is the largest shareholder of Dongxing Group, headquartered in New York, with assets conservatively estimated at 300 billion. Yet, I sense they seem somewhat apprehensive of you. Chapter 267. The sharper the blade, the better. Yang Ling smiled faintly and remarked, "You may find it hard to believe, but the more one comprehends this world, the more one tends to fear me." Lu Han was momentarily taken aback by his words, then chuckled lightly. "You are quite vain." "Ha ha." Yang Ling laughed heartily and gazed towards the horizon. Lu Han, observing this, assumed he was troubled by the evening's interview, and with a gentle shake of her head, she resumed her silence while driving. Upon returning to S City, Lu Han headed directly to the headquarters, while Yang Ling had his own plans. Inside a hardware store, the proprietor was idly perusing a newspaper when Yang Ling approached with a subtle smile, addressing him, "Uncle Bao." The middle-aged man looked up, initially startled, but soon his face broke into a smile. "Ling, what brings you, the top scholar, to my humble shop?" Yang Ling responded with a mild smile. "One does not visit the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Uncle Bao, take a look at this." Uncle Bao accepted the small booklet Yang Ling handed him, and, upon opening it, his eyes widened in astonishment. The booklet illustrated an array of weaponry, long swords, flying daggers, meteor hammers, and even long halberds. He exclaimed, "Ling, are you suggesting?" Yang Ling replied calmly, "After all these years, I wonder if your blacksmithing skills remain intact." Taking a deep breath, Uncle Bao furrowed his brow and inquired, "Having watched you grow up, I must ask, with your current status, what need do you have for such items?" "For self-defense," Yang Ling answered candidly. "Self-defense?" Uncle Bao laughed heartily. "Little Ling, you've watched too much television. In today's society, no amount of cold weapons can compare to a mobile phone. If you truly wish to play, I have a peachwood sword hanging at home that I could give you." Yang Ling shook his head with a smile. "Oh, Uncle Bao, please don't ask so many questions. Let us just conduct business. Each of these items must be crafted from the finest iron. Can you estimate the cost?" Uncle Bao regarded Yang Ling with surprise, realizing he was not jesting. After a moment of contemplation, he asked seriously, "Would you like them sharpened?" Yang Ling nodded and replied calmly, "The sharper, the better." Uncle Bao inhaled deeply. Every trade has its own rules, and he knew better than to pry into matters that were not his concern. After much hesitation, he stated solemnly, "These are all contraband, and I won't deceive you. Including labor, the total comes to 500,000, with delivery within 10 days. "Very well." Yang Ling smiled. "I will give you 990,000, and ensure it is done meticulously." As he spoke, he promptly transferred the funds via payment app. Uncle Bao was taken aback by the straightforwardness and generosity of the transaction. He realized that he could not afford to be negligent. As Yang Ling turned to leave, he called out, "Little Ling, you know the rules, right?" Yang Ling waved his hand dismissively, his voice gently echoing, "Rest assured, I will not disclose that you forged these." As his words faded, his figure vanished into the crowd. Yang Ling had his reasons for such actions. He had heard Fang Jingye mention a shift in the world, with demons and monsters emerging. Who could know when trouble might arise? Although the Dragon Soul sword was formidable, it was also conspicuous. He understood the wisdom of keeping wealth concealed. Unless absolutely necessary, it was best not to wield such a lethal weapon. Thus, he discreetly sought out Uncle Bao, the skilled blacksmith, to forge flying daggers and long swords, which, combined with his ability to manipulate objects from a distance, would yield significant destructive power. Ding. You have fulfilled Uncle Bao's desire to secure a substantial business deal. Wish value 1, current progress, 3810. Chapter 268. Mr. Yang, you are remarkably candid. In a secluded park, after ensuring there was no one around, he spoke in a hushed tone. System, upgrade the Mother-Child Dragon Soul Sword. Ding. Consumed 10 wish points. The current level of the Mother-Child Dragon Soul Sword has been upgraded to LV2, quality enhanced, capable of splitting into 18 subsorts. Yang Ling nodded in satisfaction. And after confirming the absence of onlookers once more, a brilliant golden light enveloped him. The golden bracelet on his wrist shot forth and swiftly transformed. In an instant, a golden statue of a woman clad in form-fitting armor materialized before him. Compared to the last time, although it remained a statue, the woman's complexion appeared more natural and rounded, and her features became distinctly defined. Yang Ling nodded approvingly, and with a flick of his fingertip, The statue morphed into a golden beam of light, swirling around his wrist before reverting to the golden bracelet. Now that the Mother-Child Dragon Soul Sword was at LV2, an upgrade to the next level required 20 wish points. Though Yongling possessed ample wish points, his current mental capacity was insufficient to simultaneously control 36 flying swords. Upgrading would merely be a waste. After a moment's hesitation, he spoke again. System, upgrade the wish space. Ding. You have consumed 20 wish points. The current level of the wish space has been upgraded to LV3, quality enhanced, and the space capacity increased to 1,000 cubic units. With a slight smile, Yongling vanished from the park in a few swift movements. At 7:30 p.m., the number of users on TC Network had surged to 50 million, all eagerly awaiting the special interview with the internet sensation, the top scholar. Had it not been for prior predictions, leading the information department to add 10 additional servers, the website would have surely crashed. After a tense half-hour wait, viewers in the live stream finally beheld Yongling, casually dressed. Wow, the top scholar is so handsome. Ling, we love you. A top scholar is still a top scholar. He looks amazing even in casual clothes. As Yongling made his entrance, the barrage of comments exploded, gifts raining down like snowflakes. The purpose of this interview was to elevate TC Network's popularity, a goal that had already been achieved. The host was a budding newcomer intended to be promoted by TC Network, named Mu Bailan. Aware of Yongling's presidential status, she had long been an admirer and gazed at the young man before her with stars in her eyes. What is happening with the host? Oh no. She is completely smitten by Ling. How will she conduct the interview? Protest. Ling belongs to everyone. She mustn't get preferential treatment. The comments erupted, and Yongling shot a disapproving glance at the infatuated admirer beside him, clearing his throat to remind her. Haha, this little host. Ling is so gentle. Even reminding the lady. Before the interview had even begun, memes were already emerging. Mu Bailan blushed, and as she regained her composure, a sweet smile spread across her face. Welcome, Yongling, to TC Network. Hello, Yongling. I've heard from my colleagues that you tend to be quite low-key. Now that you're in the spotlight, do you have any words for everyone? Yongling smiled lightly. Hello to all the viewers in the live stream. I am Yongling recently. You have turned me into a meme celebrity, and today I have two main purposes. The first is to slap your faces, and the second is to boost the website's popularity. At these words, everyone was rendered speechless, the host's eyes widening in disbelief. Mr. Yang, you are remarkably candid. Chapter 269. The one playing the violin is me. In a fleeting moment, the barrage of comments fell silent, only to erupt explosively the next second. Oh dear, Ailing. I'm truly sorry for the times I've disparaged you. Feel free to hit me. Ailing, please strike me. I promise I won't wash my face again. Ailing is still the same familiar presence. A myriad of bizarre comments flooded the screen, and these two lines alone are likely to go viral online. Mu Bailan regained her composure, letting out a dry laugh before addressing the audience. Well, haha, Yongling's words are certainly direct. By the way, everyone is curious. When you were interviewed after your college entrance examination, did you say that on purpose? Did you really sleep at the examination venue? Yongling responded with a calm smile. I didn't say that on purpose. I merely spoke the truth. The exam was indeed quite easy. And since we had to stay for 2 hours before leaving, I dozed off for a bit. Mu Bailan opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, while the comments section was filled with lamentations. Please, don't say any more. Ailing, grant me a chance to live. Mom, don't hit me. It's not that I didn't study hard. This person has gone mad. Yongling cast a glance at the comments, secretly amused, a faint smile gracing his lips. With an allure of 18 charm points, this smile was captivating, rendering not only the young lady smitten, but also causing the young men's hearts to race. Beside him, Mu Bailan gazed at Yongling with starry eyes, seemingly on the verge of leaping towards him. Yongling smiled gently. I see your comments. What is the matter? Are you feeling defiant? Indeed, I shall retaliate against you. Who told you to disparage me so harshly before? Now you know who is the elder brother and who is the little brother. His words carried a hint of arrogance, and the comments exploded once more. According to incomplete statistics, Over 50,000 netizens recharged to send gifts simultaneously, with the total amount reaching millions. Indeed, we are all your little brothers. Brother Ling, I think I'm falling in love with you. Oh dear A Ling, I realize my mistakes. Could you smile once more? Yang Ling glanced at the comments, chuckling as he shook his head. He turned to Mu Bailan and asked, "Do you have any more questions? If not, I shall take my leave." Oh, Mu Bailan suddenly came to her senses, her face flushing as she exclaimed, "I apologize for the embarrassment, everyone." The next question, A Ling. There's a rather popular blurry music video on TC Online. Some say the person playing the violin resembles you. Do you play the violin? Yang Ling replied, astonished. Of course I can play. The one playing the violin is indeed me. As soon as these words escaped his lips, the entire world fell into silence. The next moment, everything erupted. No way. Is this for real? Oh my goodness. That musical genius surpassing even Beethoven is A Ling. No, no. I refuse to believe it. You must be kidding me. A Ling, please don't exaggerate. A myriad of comments flooded in, with flowers and gifts seemingly threatening to overload the server. Yang Ling surveyed the barrage and chuckled. What is the matter? You don't think I'm boasting again, do you? All right. I relish the opportunity to slap your faces. I have a high-definition version right here. Let me show it to you. With that, he tossed his phone to the director, who hurriedly reattached his dislocated jaw before quickly playing the video. Chapter 270. The president and the director are my side jobs. This is a momentous revelation, causing the website's traffic to surge exponentially. Not only did domestic netizens flock in droves, but numerous foreign friends, upon hearing the news, attempted to breach the Great Firewall through various software. Alas, the formidable gold shield thwarted their efforts, leaving them in a state of distress. Some ardent music enthusiasts from abroad, frustrated by their inability to access TC network, were even sent to the emergency room in an ambulance. Moments later, the high-definition, lossless version of the dance piece The Dance of the Fairies performed by Yang Ling was finally unveiled. As the music played, it was as if the entire world fell silent, with everyone becoming enraptured and unable to extricate themselves from its allure. Yang Ling's serene expression and gentle smile delivered a profound impact on the young women, leaving many in tears, as if he were their Prince Charming. Upon the conclusion of the piece, the barrage of comments became utterly frenzied, the screen inundated with accolades, while the gifts sent to the server nearly caused it to collapse. Yang Ling jested, "How was that? Did I deliver a satisfying slap in the face? Delightful. It was exhilarating. I want you to do this for a lifetime." After glancing at the comments, Yang Ling chuckled. "All right, given your earnestness, I shall grant you a little more pleasure." He then instructed the director, "I have another music video on my phone. Let us share that too." As the duet Somewhere Over the Rainbow with Lu Muhan played, once again the world was enveloped in tranquility, transporting all listeners to an ethereal realm. Once the piece concluded, the influx of comments and gifts overwhelmed the server, resulting in a 3-minute interruption of the live broadcast until the information department hastily added 3 server groups to restore normalcy. Observing the nearly frenzied commentary, Yang Ling envisioned that after this night, TC Network would likely ascend to the ranks of the nation's premier websites, and describing himself as thriving in popularity would not be an exaggeration. "Ling, I want to be your fan for life. Oh my God, how can there be such a perfect man in this world? I'll offer 100 million, just hoping Ling will spend a night with me. Is this the charm of Eastern men? I have fallen for a Huaxia boy. I shall marry no one but a Huaxia. Is that Lu Muhan? Wow, a match made in heaven." The comments were utterly chaotic, prompting Yang Ling to temporarily disable the comment function to prevent the server from crashing again. However, the gift function remained operational. Mu Bailan exhaled deeply, filled with pride, for she was now the woman closest to Ling in the world. She smiled and inquired, "Yang Ling, I noticed some comments asking why you appeared at Director Lu's family banquet. Could you enlighten us?" Yang Ling replied with a smile, "That's quite normal. I share a close relationship with the Lu family and currently serve as both a director and executive vice president of the Muhua Group. Consider it an extracurricular job." The viewers, unable to send comments due to the restrictions, felt a sense of dissatisfaction and resorted to showering gifts in frenzy. A few creative souls changed their IDs to mimic comment formats, flooding the screen with their expressions of excitement while gifting. Some IDs were evidently newly registered, displaying a distinct tendency. Long live the president. President Yang's little darling. President's personal mail secretary. Chapter 271. National Traffic Leader Yang Ling glanced at these usernames and couldn't help but roll his eyes, yet even this gesture exuded an immense allure. Instantly, a new ID appeared, President Yang's eyelashes. Ding. You have shattered the aspirations of countless individuals wishing to send comments. And your title of Dream Crusher has been upgraded. When you thwart someone's desire, there is a certain probability of obtaining double attribute points. Yang Ling felt a surge of delight in his heart. This rhetoric had been meticulously planned by him to bolster the popularity of Muhua Group, thereby benefiting the group's development. Since the conversation had already commenced, he boldly ventured into advertising. Our group is currently aiming to expand its business. I have recently acquired the PT Club and registered as a professional player. When I have the time, I will participate in matches. If you enjoy my presence, please lend your support to the PT team. Upon uttering these words, the official website of the PT Club crashed instantaneously. Yang Ling continued. Furthermore, I will occasionally host live streams with Xiao Yin. If you find yourself with free time, do visit Xiao Yin's live broadcast. However, obedient children should finish their tasks before watching the stream. A plethora of bizarre usernames emerged once more, including phrases like "listen to brother," "I am brother's child," and "a Ling" and Xiao Yin's offspring. Observing the creativity of these netizens, Yang Ling laughed heartily. All right, that's enough for today. I will intermittently release some music videos or perhaps be a guest on TC Network in the future. Now, everyone, disperse and attend to your own matters. With that, he offered a slight smile to the camera, nodded, and stepped away. That night, TC Network topped the national traffic rankings, surpassing the second-place site by threefold. After concluding his broadcast, a tidal wave of online refugees flooded into Chu Xiyin's live stream, where she had astonishingly become a leading figure in the streaming industry. Simultaneously, Yang Ling's phone was inundated with calls from his sister, relatives, and friends, all eager to express their sentiments. Without hesitation, he switched off his phone. Upon returning home, Lu Muhan was still awake. In her bedroom, she remarked with a gentle smile, "Tonight's results were remarkable. Conservatively estimating, TC Network's gift revenue tonight is approximately 20 million. Yang Ling replied with a calm smile. Such opportunities may be rare in the future. Speaking of which, tonight was indeed your moment in the spotlight. I hope you aren't too upset with me?" Chuckling, Lu Muhan responded, "I've long been in the limelight. There is nothing to be angry about. By the way, some individuals have now become national idols. Have you considered debuting? How about I become your manager?" Yang Ling laughed heartily. "You, a goddess, as my manager? Wouldn't that terrify everyone? Enough of this. Let us retire for the night." Lu Muhan chuckled softly. "If you wish to tease me, go take a shower first." In the dead of night, in a secluded alley of S City, two delinquents brandished their daggers, cornering a young woman in red. One of them sneered, "Little beauty, you are the most exquisite woman I have ever seen. Come play with us tonight, or else our knives will show no mercy." This young woman in red was none other than Su Qiling, who had previously crossed paths with Yang Ling. With a tinkling laugh, she replied, "Sure. I'll play with you." As she spoke, her eyes suddenly glowed red, and a wave of pink energy emanated from her body. The two ruffians instantly became entranced, stumbling forward towards her with dazed expressions. Chapter 272. Autumn Frost and Winter Snow, like shadows following the wind moments later. The two ruffians lay motionless on the ground as if their life force had been drained. Su Qiling let out a cold chuckle, licked her lips, and was about to depart when she seemingly stumbled upon something. She approached one of the ruffians and picked up a phone. The screen displayed a live recording of Yang Ling and Lu Muhan performing a piece from The Wizard of Oz. This individual was indeed talented. Su Qiling chuckled softly, her gaze shifting towards Lu Muhan. However, the instant she beheld the woman's countenance, her pupils constricted, transforming into mesmerizing, fox-like eyes. Instinctively, she flung the phone to the ground and retreated 3 steps, her voice trembling slightly as she murmured, "Autumn frost and winter snow, like shadows following the wind. After standing in a daze for a considerable time, Su Qiling suddenly burst into a fit of laughter. It is the will of heaven, the will of heaven. This is becoming ever more amusing. As she spoke, her figure gradually dissipated, leaving behind only a wisp of pink fragrance in the air. The following morning, Lu Muhan leaned against Yang Ling's shoulder and whispered, Ling, please spend some time with Mom. She has been in much better spirits lately and even mentioned going shopping for clothes with me. Why don't you take us? Yang Ling rubbed his nose and replied, In a few days, I will accompany you both. I have some matters to attend to today. You have matters again. Lu Muhan retorted playfully. You're not working. Are you off to meet some woman? Yang Ling laughed. Look at you. I'm meeting with Old Song and the big boss today. Lu Muhan paused for a moment, then nodded. They treat you well. It's good to check in on them. By the way, is that little nurse you met the other day someone you're close with? Yang Ling affirmed. Her name is Zhang Yuro, and we indeed have a good rapport. Lu Muhan smiled lightly. She seems like a nice girl. When you have time, bring her home for dinner. Huh, why did you suddenly mention Zhang Yuro? But it doesn't seem like the CEO is jealous. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, recalling one of his achievements, King of Strategies. This peculiar achievement caused the intimacy between system-related characters to heighten over time. No wonder Lu Muhan brought up Zhang Yuro out of the blue. It appeared that their affinity had increased. With this thought, Yang Ling smiled gently. All right, we shall meet eventually. I will arrange for everyone to get together another day. Ding. You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's wish to meet Zhang Yuro, wish value 1. After freshening up, Yang Ling accompanied the mother and daughter for breakfast before departing the villa. He casually found a place to collect today's basic living allowance and proceeded directly to the office of the big boss. 2 hours later, in the leader's office, the big boss laughed heartily. Little Yang, we have finally awaited the arrival of this renowned figure. Come, let us head to the guest house. Old Song is already waiting. Yang Ling chuckled. You are too kind, leader, but I must state up front that I shall not be footing the bill. The big boss was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter again. You, with a fortune in the billions, still so frugal? Very well, let us allow Old Song to treat us. As he spoke, he grasped Yang Ling's hand and led him out. Ding. You have fulfilled the big boss's wish to dine together. Wish value 1. Current progress, 1210. Chapter 273, Film Discussion, 1. In a spacious private room of a guest house, Song Baoi and Su Qiuxiao were present, along with the charming videographer Li Xiyao and a handsome young man. Upon seeing the senior leader and Yang Ling arrive, Song Baoi exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Our top scholar has arrived. Come, take a seat. Yang Ling chuckled softly and naturally settled beside Su Qiuxiao, who responded with a gentle nod and a lovely smile gracing her lips. She playfully remarked, Ling, yesterday's live stream was quite spectacular. You truly are something else. Recalling Yang Ling's candid demeanor from the previous day, Su Qiuxiao couldn't help but giggle lightly. The senior leader, observing this, chuckled, Little Ling, you indeed have a way. Expressions like that from Xiao Su are rarely seen by us old fellows. Yang Ling grinned. Of course. Would Sister Qiuxiao ever smile like that at you old uncles? Both the leader and Song Baoi were taken aback for a moment, exchanging glances before bursting into laughter. While Li Xiao covered her mouth, chuckling incessantly, Su Qiuxiao's cheeks flushed slightly as she playfully pinched Yang Ling's waist, huffing, What nonsense are you spouting? This gesture further emphasized their closeness, causing a flicker of displeasure to cross the face of the young man sitting beside Su Qiuxiao. After the laughter subsided, Song Baoi recalled something, saying, By the way, Little Ling, allow me to introduce you to Yu Bo, who has just returned from studying abroad. He is quite the cinematic talent and is currently employed by a multinational film corporation. Yang Ling smiled and nodded. Nice to meet you. Yu Bo replied coolly. I have heard much about you. Brother Yang, your performance yesterday was truly impressive. His words carried an undertone that made Yang Ling furrow his brow slightly, though he chose not to pursue it further. After exchanging pleasantries, dishes and drinks were served. The senior leader reminisced. I truly missed the tofu you made, Little Ling. I told my wife about it the other day, and she didn't believe me. How about coming over to my place for a meal sometime? Li Xiao chimed in with a smile. Leader, Aunt Wang didn't say no. She must be tempted by the tofu you make. After not seeing each other for a while, the charming girl had become increasingly fluent in Mandarin. This comment elicited another round of hearty laughter, and Yongling, in high spirits, replied, "Sure. Next time, I'll prepare some stinky tofu. I just hope you all are brave enough to try it." The girls erupted in laughter, while the senior leader and Song Baoi laughed even more heartily. "Ding! You have fulfilled the senior leader's wish for you to visit his home, one wish value." Current progress, 1310. Su Qiuxia continued to chat playfully beside Yongling, while Yu Bo's expression grew increasingly unfriendly. Suddenly, a news segment interrupted the gathering on the television, discussing the recent uproar over a film adaptation of a popular novel, which had been heavily criticized by purists. After watching for a moment, the senior leader sighed. "The development of the cultural industry is commendable, yet some films are merely deceiving the audience. By the way, Yu Bo, as a film student, what are your thoughts on this?" Yu Bo perked up at the question, realizing it was his moment to shine. After glancing at Yongling, he suddenly remarked, "Yongling is a top scorer in the college entrance examination and a well-known figure. He must have his own insights. Why don't we let Yongling share his thoughts? I'm all ears." His words dripped with sarcasm, although Yongling was indeed popular. It was unlikely he could provide a profound analysis on a subject outside his expertise. The sharp minds in attendance quickly grasped Yu Bo's intent, which was blatantly aimed at setting Yongling up for embarrassment. Chapter 274. Movie Discussion 2. Yongling, upon hearing this, remained unperturbed, merely offering a faint smile as he remarked, "I am but an ordinary student. Such matters are beyond my purview." "Is that so?" Yu Bo replied with a sardonic smile. "I had presumed the top scholar to be omnipotent. It seems experience is still requisite. It is not entirely accurate to claim that everyone here is exceptionally astute. Li Siyu, having grown up abroad, is not particularly versed in the subtleties of such matters." She chuckled lightly. "Ling is still young. Naturally, there are things he does not comprehend. By the way, Sister Qiuxia, you mentioned previously that you admire talented young men, and Yu Bo happens to be an outstanding student, perfectly aligning with your criteria for a partner. Foreigners certainly possess a forthright manner of speaking." Upon these words, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Su Qiuxia shot a discontented glance at Li Siyu and then subtly shook her head at Yongling, signaling him to disregard the comment. Yongling responded with a gentle smile, showing no signs of distress, yet Yu Bo seemed to revel in the moment. Talent is the foundation of a man's stature. One must possess their own opinions on all matters, for conformist thinking is detrimental. "Qiuxia, would you not agree?" Su Qiuxia offered a forced smile, clearly reluctant to engage. Noticing this, Yu Bo furrowed his brow slightly and turned his gaze toward Yongling. With a wry smile he remarked, "To be candid, there is nothing wrong with internet celebrities or trending stars participating in films. Brother Yang, given your current fame, you could easily venture into this industry for profit. What do you think?" This statement was clearly directed at Yongling, as he was unceremoniously labeled an internet celebrity. The leaders and Song Baoi exchanged concerned glances, intent on dissipating the peculiar tension, but Yongling had already interjected. "From your words, it appears you possess considerable insight. Why not share your thoughts with us for mutual enlightenment?" With an air of arrogance, Yu Bo replied, "While I wouldn't dare claim to be exceptionally knowledgeable, I do have some perspectives. They should be a notch above those of internet celebrities, wouldn't you agree?" At this, Su Qiuxia's expression darkened, and she retorted, "I am unaware of the internet celebrity you refer to. Perhaps you could introduce me?" Yu Bo, turning his gaze toward Yongling, replied nonchalantly, "Qiuxia, there is no need for feigned ignorance. By the way, my father and uncle went out for drinks a few days ago. I heard they wish for us to become more acquainted. How about we share afternoon tea after dinner?" Su Qiuxia was momentarily taken aback, as she was aware that their parents sought to matchmake her with Yu Bo. Her father had broached this topic on multiple occasions, and now being confronted with it directly, she found it challenging to counter. Seeing this, Yu Bo's lips curled into a smile. After glancing at Yongling, he turned his attention to the television, where a youthful star was being interviewed, and remarked, "The most crucial aspect of a film is its box office performance, as this serves as the foundation for the industry's growth. Trending stars inherently provide a degree of box office assurance, establishing a trend. Regarding this film adapted from an IP, there is fundamentally nothing amiss. It caters to public taste and has achieved commendable box office results, which is an accomplishment. One cannot allow investors to incur losses. Nor can one forsake a broader audience merely to appease original fans. A senior leader inquired, "So, does this imply such films can be regarded as relatively exceptional?" Yubo laughed. "Not exceptional, but rather a reflection of the prevailing trend. After all, truly outstanding films are exceedingly rare. It takes considerable time and refinement across all aspects, script, actors, and so forth to yield a film that excels both in reputation and box office. However, we cannot restrict ourselves to releasing merely 1 or 2 films a year, as this would hinder the progress of our film industry." Chapter 275, Film Discussion 3. Upon hearing this, Song Baoi furrowed his brow and remarked, "If that is the case, must we continue to spend money on films that rely on gimmicks?" Yubo replied with a subtle smile, "It is not entirely accurate to say that. After all, the allure of these films is not without foundation. The initial production, promotion, and other aspects all require scrutiny from the higher-ups, which cannot be deemed as deceiving the audience. In my view, the emergence of such films is a positive development, a manifestation of diversity in cinema." He continued with a grin, "There is a saying, different strokes for different folks. Children enjoy watching cheerful animations, teenagers are drawn to anime, and adults have varied tastes as well. My father has a particular fondness for war films. Take, for instance, the recent blockbuster that depicted the plight of patients. Some found it profoundly moving and artistically rich, while others dismissed it as utter nonsense. Similarly, the current film adapted from a popular IP has its critics among the original fans. Yet a greater number of casual viewers support it." His words resonated with the audience, who nodded in agreement. The high-ranking official displayed a neutral expression and simply stated, "Indeed. What you say is quite realistic. A flourishing diversity is undoubtedly a good thing." Encouraged by the praise, Yubo became even more animated, exclaiming, "Leader, considering our vast population base, I believe the film industry will thrive even more in the future. As for the appeal of fresh faces, everyone has their preferences." The leader and Song Baoi both nodded slightly, while Li Siyao gently applauded, and even Su Chioxia offered a subtle nod, indicating her agreement with his sentiments. Yubo, brimming with enthusiasm, turned to Yang Ling and said, "Scholar, why don't you share your thoughts with us? We would love to hear your insights." Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, "I haven't delved into this area, so perhaps I should refrain from commenting." "Is that so? I thought you would have much to say." Yubo retorted coldly, "After all, an internet celebrity remains just that. Even if they achieve high scores, in terms of personal opinions, there is still much room for growth. How about this? Call me teacher, and I shall enlighten you, lest you be caught unaware in elite circles." Yang Ling regarded him with mild amusement, saying, "I prefer to maintain my independence, and I did not intend to elaborate on such matters. However, your previous statements, while seemingly insightful, strike me as nothing but a heap of nonsense. The current state of the fresh face industry is already somewhat distorted, a fact widely recognized. Are you attempting to showcase your unique perspective or to position yourself as superior?" With this remark, the room fell silent for a moment as everyone pondered Yubo's earlier comments, furrowing their brows in contemplation. They collectively deemed the film subpar. Yet Yubo had clung to a rather tenuous rationale, seemingly attempting to elevate his own status. Yang Ling, by choosing to speak, had effectively positioned Yubo in opposition. Observing Yubo's expression darken, he chuckled softly. "Indeed, a flourishing diversity is commendable, but flowers may be fragrant or foul, no? Do you truly believe this modified drama is worthy of admiration?" This statement appeared to strike a nerve, prompting Yubo to retort, "We are currently analyzing the film industry, not debating the quality of individual films." "Very well, then allow me to provide you with an analysis," Yang Ling responded. Chapter 276. What does it mean to be milked? Yang Ling stood up and remarked, "You make a valid point. However, to an ordinary audience member like myself, such a film is simply laughable. Frankly speaking, I am not surprised by its box office success. It is not that the film is poor, but rather that it is exceedingly mundane." His words lacked any lofty pretensions and resonated deeply with the crowd. Initially taken aback, They soon erupted into laughter. Song Bowie chuckled, "Little Ling, your observation resonates with me as well. Certain plot elements that were amusing 2 decades ago now seem hilarious." Yang Ling laughed and said, "The old leader has articulated it well. In simpler terms, it's all about cashing in." Su Qiuxia inquired curiously, "Ling, do share your insights." Yang Ling glanced at the rather displeased Yu Bo and replied lightly, "If I were the producer, my first step would undoubtedly be to engage a renowned director. The director of this production, Xiao Shi, is a notable figure from HK. Back when our film industry was still in its infancy, we were all captivated by HK cinema. Next, I would capitalize on the nostalgia for HK's past glory. I heard that the actors' costumes for this film cost a staggering 100,000 each. Can you believe it?" "I certainly do." Laughter erupted once more, with the senior leader chuckling. "Those costumes don't appear particularly challenging to create, if they truly cost that much. It could be a lucrative business venture." Su Qiuxia looked at Yang Ling with a smile, her eyes sparkling with amusement. "Ding. You have fulfilled the crowd's desire to critique the costumes. Wish value 1. Yu Bo, however, interjected with a dismissive scoff. "The costumes and props are custom-made. One must account for labor and other expenses." Yang Ling replied, "All right, if you say so, I shall defer to your expertise. After all, I am no connoisseur." A soft giggle escaped Li Xiao, and the others struggled to contain their laughter, while the senior leader cast a disapproving glance at Yu Bo, sensing a hint of unreasonable argumentation in his tone. Yang Ling continued, "Once the director is in place, the next step is to secure the actors. Hire a star idol, fresh from debut, to reel in the initial wave of fans, followed by a young heartthrob known for romantic dramas. We all know that this appeals to female audiences. This way, we gain traction, and the investors are guaranteed not to suffer losses. Wouldn't you agree, oh great scholar you?" Yu Bo huffed in response, but had no retort to offer. Yang Ling gave him a sidelong glance, half smiling, and continued, "Then, acquire the film adaptation rights for a best-selling novel, slightly alter the title, and the nostalgic fans of the original will flock in. Prior to release, invest in marketing, showcasing the film's most captivating scenes in the trailers, and voila." The crowd erupted in laughter again, and the senior leader took a sip of his drink, beaming. "Ling, you've elucidated our previously vague notions. You've truly clarified matters for us. Ding. You have satisfied the crowd's desire for enlightenment. Wish value 1. Yang Ling added, "But that's not all. A film cannot stand solely on the shoulders of fresh faces. With the remaining budget, hiring a few seasoned actors with commendable skills would lend the film the authenticity it deserves. Given the current audience base, breaking 1 billion in a day poses no challenge. With such an extended release period, wouldn't that lead to overflowing profits? Hence, I have consistently told Director Liu that the film industry is quite lucrative." "Oh, great scholar you. You have indeed chosen the right field." Chapter 277. Joyful laughter. Song Bowie chuckled heartily and said, "Ling, when you make a film, I'd be delighted to play a minor role, as long as I get a meal. But it must be prepared by your own hands. Ha ha ha." This fellow was in high spirits. Yang Ling responded with amusement, "That sounds great, but I fear the big boss won't let you off the hook." The big boss paused at this remark, chuckling. "I never would have guessed that old Song possesses an artistic heart. Very well, but we shall discuss this only after your retirement." At this, everyone burst into laughter, truly embodying the essence of a delightful gathering. Ding. You have fulfilled everyone's wish for a joyous banquet. Wish value 1. Yang Ling, having gained wish value, was equally elated, yet Yu Bo wore a sullen expression, appearing as an outsider in that moment. After a fit of laughter, the big boss remarked, "Ling is now Yang's boss. He certainly understands the intricacies of this industry." Yang Ling replied, "Leader, I merely shared my perspective. Please don't spread it around. Otherwise, those online critics will tear me apart." Song Bowie laughed. "Ling, if you have something to say, do share more. Let us all enjoy ourselves." Yang Ling continued, "I've seen the film, and honestly, it's rife with flaws. Much of it is merely a repackaging of 20-year-old Hong Kong jokes, simply fitting them into a template. Who could possibly read such a lengthy original text? They just shoved the emotional arcs of the original characters into it. Regardless of the quality, There are always diehard fans to defend the film. As long as the money rolls in, who cares about anything else? Su Qiuxia inquired curiously, you watched this film? Alone? At first glance, this question seemed innocuous. But upon deeper reflection, it hinted at a touch of jealousy. Song Baoi and the big boss exchanged knowing glances, laughing even more heartily, while Yu Bo's expression darkened. Though Li Siyao, in her innocence, remained oblivious. Ding! You have shattered Yu Bo's wish for Su Qiuxia not to feel jealous. Attribute points 1. At this juncture, further discussion seemed unnecessary. In contrast to Yang Ling's candid critique of the underlying flaws in such films, Yu Bo's arguments appeared to be mere sophistry. This was akin to whitewashing, desperately attempting to adorn the plethora of lackluster films saturating the market. Yang Ling, with a wry smile, turned to Yu Bo and asked, so, esteemed scholar Yu, do you find my points to be valid? Surely, as a luminary in the film industry, you must recognize that this movie is simply a martial arts drama masquerading under the guise of fantasy, following the same tired formulas from 2 decades ago. For a moment, Yu Bo found himself at a loss for words. He understood the truth of Yang Ling's assertions. Yet being publicly confronted by Yang made it difficult for him to concede without admitting inferiority. To acknowledge Yang's insights would validate his prior claims of being nothing but a collection of empty words. Yang Ling, harboring a poor opinion of this man, pressed on relentlessly, allow me to clarify. This film is wholly irresponsible towards the original fanbase. It exists solely to exploit the wallets of its audience. It is nothing short of a pedestrian creation. Song Baoi chuckled, you don't know until you hear it. Once you do, it's shocking. Upon reflection, he agreed wholeheartedly. The big boss nodded. The flourishing of the cultural industry is indeed accompanied by the growth of capital. However, I believe such blatant money-grabbing products are rather detrimental. If the opportunity arises, I shall certainly bring this issue to light. He then turned to Yu Bo, saying, Young Yu, as a talented figure in the film industry, you must dedicate yourself to creating meaningful cinema that elevates our film industry to new heights. Chapter 278. A fatal blow. Yu Bo's expression was exceedingly grim. He understood that in the eyes of this leader, he had been utterly vanquished by Yang Ling. What could be more humiliating than being defeated in a field where one prides oneself? Noticing that Su Qiuxia's gaze remained fixated on Yang Ling, his resentment intensified. Yang Ling, observing the man's countenance, responded with a mild smile. Ah, talented scholar, it seems you are destined to carve out a career in film. Why not address me as teacher? I shall impart further knowledge to you, lest you find yourself cornered by superiors and uttering peculiar statements. What a blatant slap in the face. He had returned Yu Bo's previous words without alteration. Yu Bo's face flushed a deep crimson, realizing that if he continued to linger, he would be utterly shameless. He hastily rose and declared, esteemed leaders, I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Please enjoy your meal. The high-ranking officials and Song Baoi had initially regarded him favorably, but the stark contrast with Yang Ling diminished their esteem, and they merely nodded in response. At that moment, the innocently oblivious Li Xiao inquired, Oh, Yu Bo, are you leaving already? Did you not promise to treat Sister Qiuxia to afternoon tea? This was indeed a lethal blow. Upon hearing her words, Yu Bo hastily made his escape, appearing even more disheveled. The remaining individuals gazed at the charming girl in astonishment. Seeing her blink in confusion, Su Qiuxia chuckled. Xiao, are you trying to drive him to his grave? Yang Ling chuckled softly, not likely. A talented scholar like him must be accustomed to being challenged frequently. His words, laced with jest, elicited hearty laughter from the group, while Li Xiao's innocent blinking with her beautiful eyes only added to the amusement. The meal extended for several hours, a true celebration of camaraderie. Although the senior leader insisted that Old Song foot the bill, when the moment arrived, he eagerly seized the opportunity to pay, an exemplary trait of the Chinese people. After bidding farewell to the two leaders and Li Xiao, Yang Ling and Su Qiuxia strolled along a wooded path. Yang Ling, intrigued, asked, Sister Qiuxia, I overheard the leaders mention that your relationship with your family seems strained. Is it because your brother chose to pursue a career as a basketball player rather than in politics? Su Qiuxia sighed softly. My brother has harbored dreams of becoming a basketball player since childhood, while I aspired to be a police officer. However, regarding my family, have you heard of the Su family in the capital? Yang Ling shook his head, genuinely unaware. Su Qiuxiao paused momentarily, then chuckled lightly. Well, even if you are a CEO, it's understandable that you wouldn't know them, as they belong to that particular realm. To be frank, my father is merely a branch of the family, and my brother and I, well, we might as well have been cast out. I see. Yang Ling regarded Su Qiuxiao with surprise. The realm she referred to must be the esteemed families mentioned by Fang Jingye. He had not anticipated that this brother-sister duo possessed such a background. He nodded slightly. Every situation has its duality. Leaving may not necessarily be a misfortune. By the way, could you share your Alipay account with me? I would like to transfer some money to support the team to prevent discontent from brewing. Su Qiuxiao exclaimed. How can that be? No, my brother and I cannot accept your money. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, but, observing Su Qiuxiao's expression, he discerned that she would undoubtedly refuse his offer. Chapter 279. The turmoil at the gym. After a moment of silence, Yang Ling smiled gently and suggested, How about this? I have no plans this afternoon. Shall we visit the team together? Hearing this, Su Qiuxiao let out a slight sigh of relief and nodded with a smile. That sounds great. Let me call my brother. A moment later, within the confines of the Nanhu Club basketball gym, three tall and youthful men were engaging in a casual shooting practice, while another tall figure was being reprimanded by a short and portly man. The overweight man scolded. Su Qiuning, your club's owner has already fled. What are you still holding on for? Hurry up and settle the gym fees and get lost. Or don't blame me for being rude. The man referred to as Su Qiuning forced a smile and replied, Bossy, could you please give us a few more days? We are about to find an investor. Just a little longer. Wait for what? The portly man scoffed. Mister, he from the Muhua group has made it clear that he has his eyes set on your girlfriend. Are you willing? If not, what is there to discuss? Let me be frank. I've already sold the gym, and a new team will be arriving shortly. You have one day. If you're not out by tomorrow, I will call the police. Despite his bitter smile, Su Qiuning felt utterly helpless. He had been expelled from home for aspiring to become a professional basketball player, defying his family's wishes. This predicament had also dragged down his parents and sister. In this situation, the prospect of proving himself seemed distant. He feared he might never play basketball again. Just then, the gym's door swung open, and in walked a man and a woman, Yang Ling and Su Qiuxiao. They had arrived earlier, but held back upon hearing the portly man berating someone, concerned for Su Qiuning's dignity. However, Su Qiuxiao could no longer restrain herself and boldly pushed the door wide open. Approaching the scene, she exclaimed, Brother, there will always be a way. We don't need to beg him. The portly man sneered, Officer Su, even if you are in a position of authority, you cannot interfere with our legitimate business dealings. I tell you, I have already sold this gym to young Master Gao Xiaohao. Most of your team members have already sided with him. What are you still tangled up in? What's so special about Gao Xiaohao? Don't think I'm unaware of the dirty deeds he does behind the scenes. If I find the evidence, I will personally take him down. Su Qiuxiao retorted angrily. Is that so? A cold laugh suddenly echoed from the entrance. Officer Su, I would indeed like to have a word with you, but do you think you have the qualifications to apprehend me? At this declaration, everyone was taken aback and turned to see a group standing at the gym's entrance. The leading man, clad in designer wear and sporting sunglasses, exuded an air of privilege. Behind him stood several tall young men dressed in sports attire. As they approached, the rich young master, Gao Xiaohao, glanced at Su Qiuning before fixing his gaze on Su Qiuxiao. He spoke nonchalantly. Officer Su, you must know that ever since I laid eyes on you at the expo, I have been unable to forget you. But why do you dismiss me so disdainfully and seek to investigate me? What purpose does that serve? To be honest, it was I who orchestrated the downfall of your Nanhu basketball team and forced your brother into this predicament, and all of this is thanks to you. I senti it? Chapter 280. I just enjoy crushing pests, how dare you? Su Qiuxiao glared furiously, momentarily at a loss for words. Are you angry? Gao Xiaohai replied with a nonchalant smile. This is merely a business tactic, quite normal, wouldn't you agree? After all, I am wealthy. Indeed, it was a commercial maneuver, and Su Qiuxiao seethed with resentment, yet found herself powerless. Su Qiuning stepped forward protectively, placing herself between her sister and Gao Xiaohai, demanding angrily, "What do you want, Gao Xiaohai?" Gao Xiaohai coldly sneered, "It's quite simple. I want Su Qiuxiao to be my mistress. If you disagree, your manager girlfriend can always spend a night with someone from the Muhua group. Who knows, it might secure some investment. But someone like you, lacking power and influence, I fear that even if they do sleep with your girlfriend, it would be in vain." What did you say? The humiliation was unbearable for any man. Su Qiuning lunged forward in a fit of rage. But the two bodyguards beside Gao Xiaohai were quicker, forcefully pushing him back. He stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. "Brother!" Su Qiuxiao gasped, rushing to help him, but Gao Xiaohai sneered. "Everyone saw it. It was Su Qiuning who attacked me first. I was merely defending myself. Go on, beat him." The two bodyguards grinned menacingly, but before they could act, a sharp sound rang out. Smack! A resounding slap echoed as Gao Xiaohai was sent sprawling to the ground, struck by none other than Yongling. The suddenness of the slap left everyone in shock. Yongling looked down at Gao Xiaohai with an indifferent expression and remarked, "My apologies, but I have a penchant for exterminating pests. There was a mosquito buzzing near my ear, and I couldn't help but take action. Are you all right, young master?" Gao Xiaohai, jolted back to reality, roared, "How dare you hit me? Get me!" Smack! Another slap sent him crashing back to the ground. Goodness! The cleanliness of this venue is questionable. Why are there so many mosquitoes? It seems a renovation is in order. By the way, young Master Gao, does swatting mosquitoes count as an assault on you? Everyone stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Yongling's two slaps had left them utterly bewildered. The two bodyguards, finally regaining their senses, attempted to retaliate, but were met with two sharp sounds. Smack! Smack! Each bodyguard was swiftly knocked to the ground, left without a chance to resist. The venue fell into a hushed stillness, with all eyes fixated on Yongling, their minds struggling to process the scene before them. Did he just swat those burly bodyguards like they were mosquitoes? This was beyond fierce. Although the slaps lacked excessive force, they were filled with palpable humiliation. At that moment, Gao Xiaohai finally reacted, staring at the young man who looked down upon him in disbelief. "Yongling, you are Yongling. How did you end up here?" Yongling smiled lightly and replied, "Indeed, you remember me. Is there an issue with my presence here?" Gao Xiaohai and his bodyguards stood abruptly, the latter eager to attack. But Gao Xiaohai restrained them. He touched his reddened face and coldly stated, "Yongling, I know you are skilled in combat, but I will remember these two slaps. When the time comes, I will settle accounts with you, alongside the matter concerning Chu Suyin." Yongling paused, looking at him incredulously. "Do you dare to boast so brazenly in my presence? Do you not wish to leave this place alive?" Chapter 281. Do you consider yourself worthless? Upon hearing those words, Gao Xiaohao gasped in shock. Whether it was the incident involving Chu Suyin or the first-hand experience of Tian Juyen, he understood that Yongling was an exceedingly formidable adversary. Slapping him would merely be a courteous gesture. If angered, physical harm was a commonplace occurrence. He spoke with a facade of bravado. "Yongling, Officer Su Qiuxia is present. Do you dare to act recklessly, fearing imprisonment?" Yongling responded with a sardonic smile. "Weren't you quite arrogant just a moment ago? Now you remember she is a police officer? Let me tell you, if it weren't for Sister Qiuxia being here, do you think you would still be standing and conversing with me? Now get lost." Gao Xiaohao's heart raced, but in front of so many onlookers, retreating would surely invite ridicule from his peers. He retorted angrily, "Yongling, I am here to discuss business. Do not complicate matters. Is that so?" Yongling sneered, turning his gaze to the terrified, pallid-faced obese man. "Your boss he, right? How much did you sell this venue to Gao Xiaohao for?" The overweight man broke into a cold sweat at the mention of Gao Xiaohao's name. He could not afford to offend him. And Yongling was a director of the Muhua group. He dared not cross him either. Trembling, he stammered, unable to articulate a single coherent sentence. Yongling frowned, his voice deepening. "I asked you how much it was sold for. Are your ears deaf?" "Ah." The man recoiled, stepping back 3 paces and stuttered. 1,000, 800,000. Yang Ling snapped. Is it 1 million or 1,800,000? With a loud thud, the man fell to the ground in fright, struggling to say, it's 1,800,000. The once arrogant bossier, who had previously intimidated even Officer Su Qiuxia, now cowered before Yang Ling. Indeed, it echoed the adage, every creature has its master. 1,800,000, is it? Yang Ling replied with a calm smile. Our group will offer 2 million. I will take this place. The obese man was at a loss, while Gao Xiaohao fumed. Yang Ling, we have already signed a contract with Bossy. If you wish to negotiate, it must be with me. Contract? Yang Ling glanced at the document bag in the man's hand, approached, seized it, and upon opening it, discovered it was indeed a contract for the venue's sale. With a cold laugh, he tore the document to shreds and tossed it aside, stating nonchalantly, how about now? Do I still need to negotiate with you? You. Gao Xiaohao glared furiously, shouting, Yang Ling, do not overstep your bounds. What? Is it only permissible for you, young Master Gao, to bully others, while they cannot retaliate? Yang Ling sneered. I have yet to settle the score regarding Xian's incident, and you dare to flaunt yourself before me. Do you consider yourself worthless? I intend to bully you, what of it? Gao Xiaohao was seething, struggling to catch his breath, his fists clenched tightly as he trembled. Yang Ling, you are something else. I will have my father intervene. Just wait. Yang Ling paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. What is your father? Are you suggesting that your Feiyang group wishes to challenge our Muhua group directly? Do you possess the capability for such a confrontation? When you utter those words, do you not feel a sense of embarrassment? Gao Xiaohao trembled with rage, a privileged heir publicly humiliated, a blatant slap to his face. Chapter 282. A bet of 100 million. This was no mere rambling. Every word uttered by Yang Ling was steeped in truth. A revelation that nearly drove Gao Xiaohai to the brink of exasperation. The young man felt as though he might collapse at any moment, were it not for the supportive grip of his bodyguards. Gao Xiaohai gritted his teeth and declared, I will not let this go. I will absolutely not let this go. I challenge you to a wager. A bet of 100 million. A wager? Yang Ling replied with a cold smirk. Very well, I find myself with little to do, so I shall entertain your request. What shall we wager upon? Gao Xiaohai pointed emphatically towards the basketball hoop and shouted, This. Basketball. Right here, with the people present. We shall play a match next Monday. The loser pays 100 million. What? Su Qiuning exclaimed in disbelief. We can hardly muster 5 players, and our mainstays have all gone to you. How can we possibly play? Mr. Yang, do not accept. Yang Ling waved his hand dismissively, signaling for calm, then turned his attention back to Gao Xiaohai. Since you are so eager to part with your money, I shan't mind. I will prepare 100 million in cash to be delivered by vehicle next Monday. You may leave now. Gao Xiaohai laughed heartily. Yang Ling, you truly have guts. I will inform all major media outlets. Be prepared for public humiliation tomorrow. Yang Ling replied coldly. Why do you babble so? You have 3 seconds to vanish from my sight. Otherwise, be ready to leave on a stretcher. As his words echoed, a faint aura of menace enveloped Yang Ling, startling Gao Xiaohai and his companions, who felt an overwhelming sense of intimidation. In that moment, without a second thought, Gao Xiaohai scrambled towards the exit in a hasty retreat. Ding! You have shattered Gao Xiaohai's ambition to acquire the stadium. Attribute points 1. Ding! You have crushed Gao Xiaohai's desire to show off. Attribute points 1. Ding! The Dream Crusher achievement is triggered. Gao Xiaohai is now in a state of ill fortune. Ding! You have fulfilled Su Qiuxia and others' wish to avert a crisis. Wish value 1. A series of system notifications resounded as Yang Ling observed the frantic escape of the group, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Su Qiuxiao expressed her gratitude. Ling, had it not been for you, our basketball team would likely have disbanded today. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. To hear a police officer utter words of thanks and apology was almost surreal. Yang Ling suspected his ears were deceiving him. He widened his eyes in astonishment at the slightly flushed Su Qiuxia, instinctively reaching out to touch her forehead, exclaiming, Strange, you have no fever. Why the sudden politeness? Old leader, perhaps you have consumed something peculiar? Su Qiuxia was taken aback by his unexpected remark, Feeling both exasperated and amused, her cheeks tinged with shyness as she retorted, "You are the one who must have eaten something strange." Yang Ling let out a hearty laugh. "Fear not, I will handle everything." He then turned to Su Qiuning and said, "Ninggu, this weekend you and your girlfriend must still meet with General He. After all, this matter has been taken over by the General Affairs Office. However, rest assured, both Sister Qiuxia and I will be present to ensure no complications arise." Su Qiuning expressed his heartfelt appreciation. "Mr. Yang, I cannot thank you enough for your assistance, especially for the 100 million. I truly do not know how to express my gratitude." Yang Ling smiled gently. "It is nothing, merely a small sum. We are all in this together. There is no need for thanks. By the way, how many players do you still have? Can you assemble a complete team?" Chapter 283. "I want to learn your show-off posture." Su Qiuning chuckled bitterly and said, "To be honest, Director Yang, our entire team, including myself, consists of only 4 individuals. Apart from my previous role as captain, the other 3 are young players who recently joined the team." Upon hearing this, Yang Ling glanced at the 3 young men behind Su Qiuning and quickly noticed their youthful demeanor. None appeared to be older than 22. "How disheartening." Yang Ling sighed lightly and inquired, "What position are we still missing?" Su Qiuning replied candidly, "I play as a power forward. Feng Zai is our point guard, while a Dong and a Can are both small forwards. Thus, it seems we still require a center and a shooting guard." Observing the group of young players before him, Yang Ling smiled gently. "How about this? Brother Qiuning, you take the center position for now, and let a Dong play as a small forward. I will take on the shooting guard role." The others widened their eyes in surprise, and Su Qiuxia curiously asked, "Ling, do you know how to play?" Yang Ling replied with a faint smile, "I know a little." "No worries, it's settled then." Though the group remained skeptical, they were not foolish enough to press further after Yang Ling's declaration. After this amusing episode, dinner time approached. The Su siblings had intended to invite Yang Ling home for a meal, but as Yang Shui insisted on seeing her brother, they had to abandon the idea. Upon returning to their villa, Yang Shui, like a little whirlwind, leaped into her brother's embrace, giggling, "Big brother, I watched your live stream yesterday. You looked so full of yourself." Yang Ling rolled his eyes in response. "Is that how you speak to your brother? They were complimenting you." After nuzzling against her brother's chest, Yang Shui exclaimed, "You were so handsome yesterday. Sister Yin and Xiao Yi were utterly smitten. You must teach me your show-off posture. Next year when I become the top student, I want to do the same." Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. "How do you even speak like that? Just because I stated the truth. Does that mean I'm showing off? However, if you want to learn, you must call me something sweet, and I might consider it." "Something sweet?" Yang Shui immediately adopted a sickly sweet tone. "Dear big brother, please teach me." The sheer cuteness was almost unbearable. Yang Ling affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. "You're going to make my teeth rot. Of course, I can teach you." "Ah, big brother, I love you." Yang Shui cheerfully pecked her brother's cheek and clung to his neck, clearly unwilling to let go. Ding. You have fulfilled Yang Shui's wish to learn the show-off posture. Wish value 1, current progress, 1710. Yang Jianjun, approaching from behind, chuckled, "Ah Shui, at your age, still clinging to your brother. Aren't you ashamed? Go call Yin and Xiao Yi for dinner." "No." Yang Shui blushed and declared, "I just like sticking close to my brother." She leaped off Yang Ling, spun around, and then playfully hopped onto his back, giggling, "Big brother, carry me." Yang Ling, being very indulgent of his sister, laughed heartily, "Be careful, or you might never get married." Despite saying this, he hoisted her onto his back and addressed Yang Jianjun, "Dad, I'm heading next door." Yang Jianjun shook his head with a smile. "You spoil her too much. The neighbors will surely have a laugh." Chapter 284. Not at all the so-called neighboring villa was another property purchased by Yang Ling. A grand estate registered under Yang Shui's name, while this medium-sized villa bore their parents' names. Strolling through the picturesque villa area with Yang Shui on his back, Yang Ling appeared to be in good spirits. He cheerfully inquired, "Little sister, have you been diligently studying during my absence?" "Of course. You need not worry." Yang Shui affectionately whispered in his ear, "Brother, I've noticed you smell delightful. Surely, you haven't been wearing any perfume, have you?" rolling his eyes in response. Yang Ling retorted, "Do you think I would engage in such trivial pursuits? That's called natural fragrance, you know?" Yang Shui burst into laughter, inhaling deeply before teasing. "Considering how handsome you are, with that lovely scent, why not borrow some clothes from Sister Cien and try them on? Maybe a wig too. I guarantee you'll look absolutely stunning, outshining all beauties." Annoyed, Yang Ling replied, "I have no peculiar inclinations." He then added, "By the way, little Shui, there is something I've been meaning to ask you. Have you truly turned 17? Yang Shui pouted in response. "I'm about to celebrate my 18th birthday. How can you be the elder sister?" Yang Ling chuckled. "Indeed, you're turning 18, yet it seems you're lacking in substance on both your hands and back." "Substance? What do you mean?" Yang Shui blinked, then suddenly realized. Her face flushed crimson as she indignantly exclaimed, "What? I'm already a young lady. You're insufferable." Ding. You have shattered Yang Shui's aspiration of becoming a sultry lady. Attribute points 1. Sultry lady? Does this girl harbor such a desire? Yang Ling laughed heartily. "Who told you to wish for me to don women's attire? Alas, do not squeeze my neck." Amidst their playful banter, they entered the villa, where Xiaoyi was diligently completing her homework in the living room. Upon seeing Yang Ling, she quickly rose, her cheeks flushed, and exclaimed, "Little Ling, brother." Yang Ling smiled and nodded, turning to Yang Shui, who was still clinging to his back, and said, "Look at Xiaoyi. Do you now perceive the disparity?" Yang Shui instinctively glanced at Chun Yi's chest, seemingly disheartened, muttering softly, "Could it be that drinking milk every day truly makes a difference?" Curious, Chun Yi asked, "Milk? Little Shui, do you want to drink milk?" Yang Shui giggled. "No, brother was just complimenting your, well." Before she could finish her sentence, she let out a soft gasp as Yang Ling playfully pinched her waist. "Little Shui?" Noticing Chun Yi's curiosity, Yang Shui pouted and said, "It's nothing. I just came to call you all for dinner." On the 3rd floor was Chu Si Yin's streaming room, where she was currently live. As Yang Ling and the others unexpectedly entered, Yang Shui called out, "Sister Cien, dinner time." With the camera still rolling, the viewers in the live stream erupted upon seeing Yang Ling. "Ah Ling. It's Ah Ling, ah. Oh my, is he carrying his sister? She's so pretty. By the way, who is that girl beside Ah Ling? She's incredibly adorable." At that moment, Chu Si Yin, who was not streaming a game but rather engaged in casual chatting, smiled upon seeing Yang Ling and the others. She said, "I'll be right there." Turning back to the camera, she waved and announced, "I'm off to dinner now. I'll continue later tonight." Chapter 285. Approaching the treasure of Chu Xin as Yang Ling descended the stairs, Chu Xin suddenly stepped forward, whispering, "Ah Ling, I have something to discuss with you." Taken aback, Yang Ling gently set Yang Shui down and said, "You two go ahead. I need to have a word with your sister Cien." Despite the earlier commotion, Yang Shui was quite understanding and nodded, "Don't take too long." She then took Chun Yi's hand and hurried down the stairs. Under the shade of the trees outside the villa, Chu Xin expressed, "Ah Ling, I wish to purchase that apartment." The apartment? Yang Ling realized that she was referring to the one they had previously shared. It was originally her family's property, so her desire to buy it back was only natural. He chuckled lightly. "Sure. Haven't you yet received the gift money from the website?" Chu Xin nodded softly. Yang Ling, seeing this, smiled slightly and directly transferred 990,000 to her via his phone, saying with a calm demeanor, "The daily limit is 990,000. I will transfer the remaining amount tomorrow." "Ah." Chu Xin leaped into Yang Ling's embrace, her voice filled with emotion. "Ah Ling, meeting you has been such a blessing." Ding. Chu Xin is very grateful to you. Intimacy increased by 5 points. Current intimacy, 95. Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback by the system notification, suddenly recalling that she was also a character associated with the system, and her intimacy had already reached 95 points. This meant that with a little more effort, he could reach the next level of closeness with Chu Xin. A wave of joy surged within him as he gently patted her shoulder, saying, "We have made a pact to walk through life together. That apartment is half mine as well." You are teasing me." Chu Xin, touched, nuzzled her head against Yang Ling's chest, clearly moved. Ding. You have fulfilled Chu Xi's desire for intimacy. Wish value 1. Current progress, 1810. This public display of affection was not ideal. Yang Ling laughed heartily. What if someone sees us? Wouldn't you be embarrassed? Come, let's go eat. After their meal, beneath the setting sun, Yang Ling stood alone by the small lake in the villa area and dialed a number. On the other end, Lu Muhan's melodious voice greeted him. Ling. I was just about to contact you. Did you gamble 1 billion with Gao Xiaohua this afternoon? Yang Ling chuckled. I was actually reaching out to you regarding that. We have 1 billion in private funds, right? Please arrange for it to be withdrawn in cash. Lu Muhan responded with a soft but her tone turned slightly anxious. I will handle the money, but I've heard that Gao Xiaohua is quite cunning. You need to be cautious. Don't worry, he can't harm me, Yang Ling reassured her. By the way, I want to be returning home tonight. Make sure to sleep early. Humph. Lu Muhan replied playfully. You mustn't flirt with anyone. If you dare to engage with women I don't know, I shall turn off the lights for you in the future. Taken aback by her words, Yang Ling burst into laughter. Who was it that said they liked watching me in the light that night? Am I really that kind of person? You are bullying me. Lu Muhan protested with a playful huff, and one could easily imagine her face flushed with indignation on the other end of the line. After chatting for a while longer, Yang Ling hung up the phone, ensuring no one was around, and said solemnly, System, I wish to allocate my attributes. Now possessing 7 free attribute points, he hesitated briefly before deciding to invest them all into his stamina. Chapter 286. Inducing Presence. Unfazed by onlookers presently. His panel attributes have transformed as follows. Strength, 50 agility, 50 stamina, 57 mental power, 61 charisma, 18 gazing contentedly at his panel. A smirk graced his lips as a thought suddenly struck him. System, I wish to lower my presence a tad. Ding. Please elaborate. Host, otherwise. The system cannot make an accurate judgment. Now, Yang Ling had become a super celebrity. If he were to stroll down the street, he would undoubtedly attract a throng of onlookers, which would greatly disrupt his daily life. He had no desire to don sunglasses or masks like a celebrity, nor could he consider the prospect of makeup. Thus, he decided to wish for a trial. Hesitating, Yang Ling articulated, I wish to walk down the street without anyone asking for my autograph, to avoid being forcibly kissed by a lady, and to blend into the crowd without drawing too much attention. Ding. Wish granted. The host has acquired the skill, Inducing Presence. Inducing Presence. The host can freely augment or diminish their own presence at will. This skill incurs no consumption and remains effective for 24 hours. Note, this skill is ineffective on system-related individuals. The closer and more favorable the relationship, the less impact it has. Ding. Host Charisma 1. Marvelous. Yang Ling laughed heartily, astonished that such a skill truly existed. This made things significantly more convenient. For once, the system was not a source of mischief. Naturally, he had to test the new skill. Coincidentally, 2 patrolling security guards approached him, and he intoned, minimize my presence to the lowest. A mist swirled around him rapidly before Yang Ling approached the 2 guards. As they brushed past each other, the guards seemed oblivious to his presence, walking straight ahead. Moments later, one of them curiously remarked, Did Director Yang just walk by? Huh? Really? The other guard quickly turned to look, only to catch a glimpse of Yang Ling's retreating figure. Wow, it truly was Director Yang. Oh no, we forgot to greet him. Ding. You have thwarted the guard's desire to greet you. Attribute point 1. Listening to the conversation behind him, Yang Ling chuckled inwardly, thoroughly satisfied with this skill. Upon returning home, he accompanied Chu Xiyin for a live stream, garnering a plethora of gifts and an attribute point. Afterward, they signed off and retired for the night. A night devoid of conversation passed, and the next morning, he directly transferred 990,000 to Chu Xiyin, who, touched, embraced him and planted 2 grateful kisses on his cheeks. After breakfast, Yang Ling strolled through the small grove in the villa area, sipping from a bag of milk while collecting today's welfare. Currently, his attribute points stood at 3, and his wish points at 10. He allocated all 3 points to stamina, elevating the attribute to 60 points. Ding. Detecting that the host's stamina has reached an integer value, a random reward is being extracted for you. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill, Invisible cuteness. Invisible cuteness. Certain words or actions of yours will trigger the cuteness skill. Upon activation, your charisma increases by 500, with a chance of enchanting the target or causing a bleeding state. Note, this skill is passive, consuming no mental power, and upon activation, the inducing presence skill will become ineffective. Yang Ling spat out the milk he had been drinking. Chapter 287. The Potent Power of Invisible Cuteness. Invisible cuteness? As a grown man, how could I be bestowed with such a ridiculous skill? I refuse to be shameless. Without hesitation, he declared, "System, eliminate this." Ding. The host cannot cancel an acquired skill. I cannot remove it. The slight fondness I had just developed for the system evaporated in an instant. In a fit of rage, Yang Ling kicked a small tree, chopping it down in frustration. This was the time of morning when residents of the Villa district often took their walks, and two young women happened to pass by, witnessing Yang Ling's furious stomping. Ding. The invisible cuteness skill is activated, boosting current charm to 95 points. The two affluent ladies, spotting the national idol Ling throwing a tantrum, were instantly struck by his overwhelming charm. Ling is so adorable, so cute. I just want to hug him. With no surprise, both women immediately started to bleed from their noses. Ding. The invisible cuteness skill has caused the two ladies to enter a bleeding state. Yang Ling was left speechless. If they bled excessively and needed to be hospitalized, would it not be his fault? He hurriedly grabbed a milk carton, rushing over to assist them. But what did 95 points of charm even mean? It was akin to divine beauty. Even holding a milk carton, he could enchant them beyond measure. Ding. The effects of the invisible cuteness skill have stacked, causing the two ladies to enter a state of enchantment. Their gazes towards Yang Ling grew fervent. Startled, he realized it was unwise to linger, and he fled without a backward glance. It was only 3 minutes later that the system notified him the effects of the invisible cuteness skill had worn off, and he exhaled a sigh of relief. To be honest, this skill was incredibly powerful, akin to an area of effect spell. Its impact seemed even greater than telekinesis. If he were to display cuteness during a live stream, the consequences would surely be unimaginable. Reflecting on the incident, he resolved to be more cautious in the future to avoid triggering any mass bleeding incidents. Upon returning home, he began tutoring his two younger sisters. With the enhancement of his teaching skills, Yang Shui and Chun Yi's learning abilities improved significantly. If he continued this for a year or so, they might genuinely rank among the top 10 nationally. After lunch, Yang Shui, for reasons unknown, expressed a desire to adopt a small pet, preferably a kitten. Girls naturally adore small animals, and upon seeing Chen Yi's eager expression, Yang Ling smiled gently. "All right. I'll accompany you both." Unfortunately, none of the three possessed a driver's license, and none dared to drive. Fortunately, Yang Jianjun was off work that day and joined them. The BMW i8 drew considerable attention on the streets, and Yang Shui and Chen Yi's beauty captivated many men, though Yang Ling remained unnoticed. This was undoubtedly due to the charm of low-key presence, which he relished. As the four entered the pet store, Yang Jianjun suddenly paused, noticing a short, middle-aged man ahead, his brow furrowing slightly. "Ling, shall we find another place to buy pets?" Curiously, Yang Ling asked. "Dad, isn't this the only pet store around here? What's wrong?" With a sigh, Yang Jianjun was about to speak when a sharp voice rang out from within the store. "Oh, if it isn't old Yang. Why do you walk away as soon as you see me after all these years?" Chapter 288. Why don't you go eat shit? Upon hearing this, Yang Jianjun smiled bitterly and said, "Director Gu, you've returned." Yang Ling, recalling her father's words, recognized that this man was Gu Chengfu, the factory director during her father's tenure, who had immigrated abroad when she was very young. It was this individual who had once kept a vicious dog at the factory, nearly injuring Yang Shui while she played. In a fit of rage, Yang Jianjun had summoned several colleagues to put the dog down. Consequently, he had been demoted from his position as director, and to this day, he remained an ordinary employee. A hint of coldness flickered in Yang Ling's eyes as Gu Chengfu approached, leading a giant German shepherd. He chuckled. "Old Yang, what a coincidence to run into you right after my return. Is this fate? By the way, you promised to compensate me for that bulldog back then. The IOU is still in my possession. Surely you haven't forgotten?" Yang Jianjun frowned and replied, "You left the country after I gathered the money. Where was I supposed to find you to repay?" He continued, "Since we've met now, I will give you the money, and we can consider it settled." Settled? Guqingfu scoffed. Back then, 1,000 yuan could buy a house. Now it takes 4 million. Prices have skyrocketed by at least 400 times. That IOU states 500, doesn't it? On my calculations, you owe me 2 million now. 2 million? Yang Shui interjected, "Go fatty. Is that how you do your accounting? When we were kids, a flask cost a dime. Now it's 5 yuan. It's only increased 50-fold at most. Offering you 20,000 is already generous. 2 million is absurd. Have you lost your mind?" Guqingfu's expression darkened as he glanced at Yang Shui and coldly remarked to Yang Jianjun, "Your daughter may not know who I am, but you certainly do. If she continues to speak to me in that manner, do not expect me to uphold our past friendship." Yang Jianjun's face paled as he shielded Yang Shui behind him. Gritting his teeth, "If 2 million is what you demand, I will find a way to gather it. But I hope we can put this past feud to rest." "Oh," Guqingfu replied with curiosity, "it seems you are doing quite well. You've actually agreed to the 2 million. However, you are mistaken about one thing. That 2 million is for the dog. What of my emotional distress after all these years? That dog was raised by me since childhood. I am still heartbroken over it. How about this? 5 million, and we consider it settled." "What?" The onlookers gasped in shock. To think a mere dog could incur such a hefty sum. Was this canine made of gold? This man was exceedingly greedy. The incident had originated from Yang Shui, who was not easily intimidated. Furious, she declared, "I won't give you a single penny. Go ahead, call the police or file a lawsuit. Do as you please." Woof, woof. The massive German shepherd beside Guqingfu barked ferociously, its growl laced with an unmistakable aura of menace, causing everyone to recoil in fear. Truly, what a formidable beast. Yang Shui turned pale with fright, while Guqingfu laughed heartily. "Yang Jianjun, you should know who I am. If you provoke me, my dogs will not be pleased. How about this? Since you clearly cannot produce 5 million, why not marry your daughter to me? We'll become in-laws, and I'll protect you in the future." Yang Shui, incensed, retorted, "Marry you? Why don't you go eat shit? Dare you insult me?" Guqingfu raised his hand, ready to strike. Smack! A sharp sound echoed through the crowd, but it was not Yang Shui who fell. It was Guqingfu himself. Chapter 289. You must recognize whom you have provoked. Ding. The effect of the presence-inducing skill has vanished. The one who struck was naturally Yang Ling, who had long held disdain for this rotund individual. With a swift motion, he delivered a resounding slap that sent the man sprawling, searching for his teeth. As the skill's effect dissipated, the crowd suddenly came to their senses. Ailing. Is that you, Ailing? How did he end up here? I didn't notice before. Wow, Ailing's stance is so impressive." The audience was in an uproar. Yet Yang Ling paid no heed to the onlookers. He looked down at Guqingfu and said coolly, "What did you just say? Speak again. I wish to hear it." "Why you must be seeking death. How dare you strike me? Do you know who I am?" Crack. Before Guqingfu could finish his sentence, Yang Ling crushed his calf underfoot. "Aya!" His piercing screams resonated, and Yang Ling coldly remarked, "Your identity is irrelevant. What matters is that you must comprehend whom you have offended." With that, he stomped again, shattering Guqingfu's other hand beneath his foot. Amidst the agonizing cries, Yang Ling stated icily, "Today, I shall sever your limbs to make you realize that not everyone can be trifled with." Guqingfu wailed, "Dehei, attack. Kill him. Annihilate his entire family." The massive German shepherd, eyes ablaze with fury, lunged towards Yang Ling with a fierce roar. The size of such a shepherd was beyond what any man could withstand, and instinctively, everyone shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending carnage. However, in the next instant, the growling of the vicious dog ceased abruptly. When the crowd opened their eyes, they beheld an astonishing sight. Yang Ling's hand gripped the dog's throat like a vice, and the canine's expression twisted in excruciation. Despite its massive body thrashing violently, it could not break free. "How dare a mere dog bark at me?" Yang Ling declared. As he spoke, he tightened his grasp, and with a chilling crack, the sound sent shivers down everyone's spines. The German shepherd fell limp, its head lolling to one side. lifeless, having been crushed by Yang Ling's hand. The entire pet shop, along with the surrounding spectators, stood in stunned silence, marveling at the sheer force required to extinguish a creature the size of a small tiger. Yet, for someone like Yang Ling, who could crush a shark, such an act was trivial. Ding. You have fulfilled the crowd's desire for you not to be bitten to death by the German Shepherd. Wish value 1. Nonchalantly, he tossed the enormous corpse aside like refuse and addressed Gu Qingfu with a detached demeanor. Everyone must take responsibility for their words. Since you have spoken so boldly, do not blame me. With that, he unleashed 2 swift kicks, directly breaking the remaining limbs of the terrified man. Ding. You have shattered Gu Qingfu's wish to annihilate your entire family. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have obliterated Gu Qingfu's desire to marry Yang Shui. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have satisfied the wishes of Yang Jianjun, Yang Shui, and Chun Yi to thrash this individual. Wish value 1. Despite the intense pain, Gu Qingfu did not succumb to unconsciousness. Instead, he howled in a frenzied rage. Yang Ling, may you meet a dreadful end. My senior brother will kill you. Eradicate your entire family. Just wait. Wait. Chapter 290. What is an idol? This is it. Upon hearing those words, Yang Ling gazed at the individual with a hint of surprise. He had previously sensed something amiss about this rotund man, based on his extensive experience in breaking others' bones. He noted that this person's bone density was unusually high, suggesting he was not an ordinary individual. Furthermore, the large German shepherd accompanying him was rather extraordinary as well. The man's repeated references to being a senior brother indicated a strong likelihood that he belonged to the cultivation realm. Nevertheless, even if he were from that world, Yang Ling felt no fear. At that moment, police sirens wailed outside, and as the leading officer entered, his eyes immediately fell upon Yang Ling. Oh, Xiaoling, what brings you here? Yang Ling smiled slightly and replied, Captain Chung, long time no see. I was out with my family to buy a pet, but we encountered some trouble. Oh, Captain Chung observed the hefty man lying on the ground, still wailing and cursing. He furrowed his brow and instructed his colleagues. Call an ambulance. Turning back to Yang Ling, he inquired, what exactly happened? With a calm smile, Yang Ling explained, this man attempted to forcibly marry my sister and unleashed his vicious dog to threaten my family. Fortunately, I managed to resolve the situation. By coincidence. Captain Chung glanced at the dismembered figure on the ground, rolling his eyes. The police had heard of Yang Ling's exploits, whether it was rogue elements or arrogant rich youths. He had incapacitated them all, yet astonishingly, none dared to report him. Most of these individuals were criminals or bullies, and Yang Ling's reputation for ridding the world of such scum earned him the respect of the police force, leading them to take this incident lightly. With preconceived notions, Captain Chung immediately assumed that this rotund man had engaged in illicit activities. However, being a police officer, he required verification. Unfortunately, after questioning, the pet shop owner firmly stated that the surveillance cameras were broken, and the onlookers all supported Yang Ling's account. According to the crowd, this hefty man was more vile than a serial killer. After assessing the situation, Captain Chung decisively declared, Gu Qingfu released a vicious dog without a license, injuring others, and harassed a minor. Take him away. What constitutes popularity? What defines an idol? This is the answer. In the eyes of his fans, everything a Ling does is justified. Dare to claim he is wrong. Apologies, but I must strike you. It was evident that everyone in the room, including Captain Chung, were all admirers of Yang Ling Ding. You have fulfilled the crowd's desire to speak on your behalf. Wish value 1. The charges of unleashing a dog to harm others and harassing a minor are serious. It seems this rotund man is destined for several years behind bars. Watching Gu Qingfu being loaded onto the ambulance, Yang Ling snorted coldly. Just as he was about to divert his gaze, he suddenly noticed an anomaly. A glimmer of white light erupted from Gu Qingfu's chest, leaping a few times before vanishing down the street, unnoticed by anyone present. A keen eye. Yang Ling activated his skill, enhancing his vision by 61 times. As the scene shifted before him, he was taken aback upon recognizing the white light. A little white fox. White foxes are exceedingly rare creatures, and this one moved with astonishing speed. Could it be a spirit fox? A thought struck Yang Ling, and he urgently turned to his father, Yang Jianjun. Dad, stay with them. I shall return shortly. With that, he dashed out of the pet shop, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Ding! The skill Lingbo Wei Bu has been activated, increasing current movement speed by 300 and evasion rate by 100. Chapter 291. This little creature is incredibly adorable. Yang Ling's agility had reached an astonishing 50 points, and with the enhancement from the Lingbo Weibu technique, it soared to a terrifying 200 points. His speed had become so impressive that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. He pursued the little white fox, racing with the swiftness of the wind, and within 7 or 8 minutes, he had burst out of S City and into the outskirts. He believed his speed was exceptional, yet to his astonishment, the distance between him and the little white fox not only remained unchanged, but seemed to increase. Had it not been for his 61-fold vision, fixated on the distant white light, he would have surely lost sight of it. The Lingbo Weibu technique continuously drained his stamina, and if this continued for another 10 minutes, he would be too fatigued to continue the chase. The area was a hilly landscape, devoid of any human presence. After a brief hesitation, a flash of golden light enveloped him, and the golden bracelet on his wrist transformed swiftly into a golden longsword. Ride the sword, he commanded, stepping onto the gleaming blade. Instantly, his velocity surged, and he transformed into a streak of golden light that shot forward. Upon catching a glimpse of him, the little white fox's beautiful eyes nearly bulged from their sockets, its pristine white fur bristling with alarm. It emitted a couple of sharp cries, accelerating even further. Still trying to escape? Halt! Yang Ling shouted, a bolt of electric light shooting forth from his brow. Crack! The forest echoed with the sound of thunder as a lightning bolt, as thick as a thumb, struck the ground before the little white fox. This frightened the creature to its core, causing it to come to an abrupt halt, its chin scraping against the muddy ground, transforming its once immaculate fur into a muddy gray. Thud! With a muffled sound, the little fox collided with a boulder, the tremendous force shattering the stone. Its small head bore the brunt of the impact, resulting in a bleeding wound and a large bump, rendering its appearance both tragic and comical. Yang Ling leaped down from the flying sword, catching his breath as he observed the little fox, now wobbling to its feet. Frowning, he inquired, "What are you?" The little fox shook off the yellow mud, its beautiful eyes filled with terror, particularly at the recollection of the earlier lightning and the now hovering golden sword, robbing it of any courage to flee. Yang Ling gazed in surprise at the adorable creature. It was no larger than a palm, yet its speed rivaled that of a speeding arrow. What kind of terrifying physical strength allowed it to shatter a boulder? Inherently cautious, Yang Ling refrained from making any rash movements, while the little fox trembled, evidently too frightened to run. The two stared at each other, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Ling pointed his fingertip, and a gust of air coalesced into a hand that gently lifted the little fox, drawing it closer. The little fox struggled with surprising strength, but upon noticing the flickering electric light in Yang Ling's eyes, it shuddered and became completely still. Yang Ling smiled faintly at the sight, approaching the levitating little fox. Curiously, he asked in his mind, "System, what is this creature?" "Unknown," the system replied succinctly. "What use are you to me?" Yang Ling pondered, then extended a finger to gently stroke the little fox's belly. Inging. The little fox unexpectedly closed its eyes shyly, its face even flushing with color. This little creature is undeniably adorable. Chapter 292. So it turns out to be a female suddenly. He seemed to have discovered something, parting a tuft of white fur on the little fox's belly, revealing a peculiar black symbol that was slowly swirling. This is a soul control talisman? With his profound knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, Yang Ling recognized this malevolent charm at a glance. It was an evil talisman forged from the essence of malevolent spirits, specifically designed to control living beings. If the controlled entity attempted to rebel, the talisman would unleash excruciating pain. In a moment of realization, Yang Ling deduced the circumstances. That rotund man must have been a tamer of beasts. For some unknown reason, he had captured this fox and forcibly imposed the soul control talisman upon it. Unfortunately for him, upon encountering Yang Ling, he had his limbs broken and was rendered incapable of activating the talisman. thus allowing the little fox the opportunity to escape. Having pieced together this connection, and sensing no trace of malevolence emanating from the little white fox, Yang Ling smiled gently and said, "Fate has brought us together. Allow me to assist you." With that, he extended his electrified fingertip towards the fox's belly. The little fox's face turned pale, and tears the size of beans fell freely from its eyes. With a soft whimper, as Yang Ling's fingertip made contact with its belly, the fox closed its eyes in apparent bliss. Evil entities tremble before the might of thunder, and this was no exception for the soul control talisman forged from wicked spirits. As the charm met the electric spark, it instantly dissipated into nothingness. Ding! You have fulfilled the little white fox's wish to eliminate the talisman. Wish value 1. Yang Ling was taken aback and inquired, "Wait a moment, wasn't it stated that one can only earn 2 points of wish value from non-sentient beings each day? I have already received today's quota." Ding! Detection indicates that the little white fox can continue to provide wish value to the host. Yang Ling opened his mouth, refusing to give up, and asked why. The system promptly replied with 3 words, "Unknown." With a vein throbbing on his forehead, he exited the system. Looking at the little white fox, who wore a look of contentment, a smile crept across his lips. He could not help but acknowledge how utterly adorable the creature was, prompting an irresistible urge to play with it. Indeed, he proceeded to do just that, gently parting one of the fox's hind legs and playfully ruffling the soft white fur of its lower body, laughing. "So, it turns out you are a female." The little fox was taken aback by Yang Ling's actions, its body frozen as if turned to stone. In the next moment, it blushed so intensely that its fur seemed to radiate a crimson hue. It began to struggle violently, its eyes directed at Yang Ling, filled with a mix of embarrassment and indignation. "Oh ho, are you shy?" Yang Ling chuckled, but that laughter led to unforeseen consequences. Ding! The invisible cuteness skill has activated. Current charm value, 95 points. The 95 points of charm overwhelmed the little fox, rendering it dazed, as stars sparkled in its eyes while gazing at Yang Ling. Ding! The invisible cuteness skill has caused the little white fox to enter a state of emotional overflow. Drip! A drop of crimson blood fell from the tip of the little fox's nose, landing precisely on Yang Ling's finger, which was still playfully teasing it. In that moment, time seemed to freeze. A blinding white light illuminated the dense forest of the outskirts, and a mystical chant resonated in the surrounding space. Ding! The effects of the invisible cuteness skill have dissipated. As everything faded away, Yang Ling looked at the little white fox standing in his palm, staring at him with wide eyes filled with disbelief. Chapter 293. My pet is a 9-tailed celestial fox. Ding! A life contract has been detected between the host and the little white fox, which has now become your spirit beast and is automatically associated with the system. Ding! The current affinity level of the little white fox towards you is -100. At this moment, Yang Ling has discovered the true name of the little white fox. It is the legendary ancient divine beast, the 9-tailed celestial fox, on par with the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. My spirit pet is a 9-tailed celestial fox. However, it is a 9-tailed celestial fox with an affinity of -100. Yang Ling felt a surge of frustration, pondering what he had done to incur such animosity from the 9-tailed celestial fox. Gazing at the little fox, which remained dazed in his palm, Yang Ling smiled gently and asked, "Can you understand human speech? From now on, I shall be your master." A sharp yelp was the only response. As the little fox bit down hard on Yang Ling's finger, tears glistening in its eyes, resembling a humiliated maiden. The expression of indignation was truly heart-wrenching. Due to the life contract, despite its formidable bite, the little fox posed no harm to Yang Ling. Instead, the sensation was oddly pleasant. With a chuckle, Yang Ling grasped the nape of the little fox's neck and lifted it up, laughing heartily. "Since you are so adorable, shall I call you Ming Ming from now on?" The little fox protested vigorously, but it was evident that its dissent was futile. Yang Ling effortlessly tucked it into his pocket and remarked with a smile, "Stay put. I shall fetch you an adhesive bandage for your forehead." He then strolled leisurely towards the city. Though the little white fox was reluctant to admit it, Yang Ling was indeed its master, a truth that was undeniable. Along the way, Yang Ling conversed with the system and learned that once a spirit beast signs a life contract, it must not only be fed regularly, but also accompany its master daily to balance its life force, especially for a young fox like Meng Meng, which needed to stay close at all times. If the master fails to provide life force, the contract would be compromised, endangering the little fox's life. Upon relaying this information to Meng Meng, it yelped twice in vehement protest. The more Yang Ling observed this little creature, the more he found it endearing, prompting him to let it perch upon his head. Ding! You have fulfilled Meng Meng's desire not to stay in your pocket. Wish value 1. Ding! Meng Meng's affinity towards you has increased by 5. Current affinity level -95. Yang Ling smiled faintly, and with a few agile movements, he disappeared into the forest. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the pet shop, where Yang Shui was cradling an orange cat and laughing. Brother, I want this one. Then Xiaoyi expressed her desire for a teddy. Yang Ling chuckled heartily. All right, I shall buy them for you. Yang Shui cheered. Brother is so nice. Chun Yi added sweetly. Thank you, Xiao Ling Ji. Ding. You have fulfilled Yang Shui and Chun Yi's wishes for pets. Wish value 1. Suddenly, Yang Jianjun looked at Yang Ling's head in astonishment and asked, Xiao Ling, what is that white thing on your head? On my head. Oh, it's bird droppings. I accidentally got it on my way out, he replied nonchalantly. At that moment, the little fox sprang out in indignation, biting Yang Ling's finger in a fit of fury. Yang Ling laughed heartily, while Yang Shui and Chun Yi were utterly captivated by the little fox the moment they laid eyes on it. Wow, is this a white fox? It's too adorable. Oh, I think I'm going to die from the cuteness. Chapter 294. A sister's bond. The two young girls appeared enchanted, eager to touch the little white fox, causing it to swiftly retreat to Yang Ling's head. Brother, let me pet the little fox. Brother Xiaoling, I want to pet it too. Yang Ling rolled his eyes and replied, this little creature may look adorable, but it is not to be trifled with. Let it become more accustomed before you play with it. Why not? It's just so cute. Yang Shui pouted. Yet she understood that Yang Ling cherished her dearly and would not deceive her. Thus, she ceased her insistence. Ding! You have shattered Yang Shui and Chun Yi's wish to pet the adorable creature. Achievement Dream Shatterer triggered. Attribute points 2. Yang Ling delighted inwardly. A sister remains a sister. Even if her dreams are crushed, she still contributes to his attribute points. After purchasing a plethora of cat and dog food and other supplies at the pet store, the two girls expressed their desire to return home to play with the animals, while Yang Ling chose to head towards the Dragon Bay Villa instead. On the way, he gently lifted the little fox from his head and cradled it in his palm, earnestly stating, Meng Meng, I know you are formidable, but you must not harm those around me, understood? Though the little fox's affection level was a staggering -95, it sensed Yang Ling's seriousness and, in a remarkably human-like manner, nodded, only to turn its head away in a huff, appearing quite petulant. Ding! The little fox acknowledges your concern for friends and family. Affection level 10. Current affection level -85. Yang Ling chuckled softly, tucking it back into his hair. Upon returning to the villa, he found the house empty. Having expended considerable energy, he collapsed onto his bed and fell into a deep slumber. The little fox, seemingly fatigued as well, nestled upon his chest and joined him in the realm of dreams. In the evening, Lu Muhan and Xia Fian returned in succession. At the dining table, the moment they laid eyes on the little fox, they were instantly captivated. Oh my, what a beautiful little white fox. Ling, let me hold it. Before Yang Ling could respond, the little fox leapt onto the table, affectionately nuzzling Lu Muhan's palm with its head. The female CEO was utterly enchanted, giggling as she cradled it in her arms, while Xia Fian beamed with delight, clearly enamored with the charming little creature. Huh, isn't it supposed to be averse to being touched? Yang Ling scratched his nose, suddenly recalling something, his mind clearing in realization. Among system-associated characters, there exists an innate fondness for one another. No wonder the little fox was so affectionate towards the mother and daughter. He smiled faintly, offering a piece of meat to the little fox, saying, Meng Meng, eat up. Ow! The little white fox turned its head away, prompting Lu Muhan to chuckle. Let me handle it. As she took the meat piece, she gently coaxed, Come on, you must eat. To their delight, The little fox obediently took the meat and began munching away. Oh, how adorable. The mother and daughter were instantly smitten. Ding. The little fox appreciates your offering. Affection level 10. Current affection level -80. Upon hearing the system notification, Yang Ling chuckled softly. This little creature was quite the proud one. After dinner, the three of them strolled by the small lake in the villa area with the little white fox nestled in Lu Muhan's arms. She affectionately inquired, Ling, have you named the little fox? Yang Ling responded with a smile. I've named it Meng Meng, though it seems reluctant to accept the name. Chapter 295. The six-tailed demon fox. Lu Muhan chuckled softly. Meng Meng? Little Meng Meng? The little fox affectionately nuzzled the hand of the female CEO, enjoying a treatment that was indeed worlds apart from that afforded by Yang Ling Xiaofian. Witnessing this scene, chuckled lightly before suddenly recalling something. Xiaoling. Is this an Arctic fox? Yang Ling replied with a smile. You may find it hard to believe, but this is a spiritual fox, quite formidable. Yet it has already become our pet. Spiritual fox? The mother and daughter exchanged glances, both surprised by the revelation. However, they were aware of Yang Ling's capabilities. Lu Muhan gently stroked the little fox's head, seemingly growing fonder of it. That evening, Lu Muhan took a bath with the little fox, and upon returning to the room, she leaned against Yang Ling's chest, her cheeks tinged with shyness as she murmured, Ling, with Meng Meng here, I can't help but feel strange. Yang Ling laughed heartily. Let us hide under the covers. Just don't make any noise, will you? Are you not ashamed? Lu Muhan's face blushed as red as an apple, yet her body obediently nestled under the blanket. The little fox watched them curiously, and suddenly, as if it understood something, it whimpered a couple of times and hurriedly covered its eyes with its tail. In the deep of night, as the wind and rain raged outside, at S City First Hospital, a drowsy nurse was fighting to stay awake when a pink glow floated down the corridor and slipped into a patient room. This room belonged to Gu Qingfu, who lay in agony, his limbs severed. With a sharp clap, Gu Qingfu was jolted awake. Upon looking up, he saw a young girl dressed in red, with striking red hair and an enchanting visage. It was the fox demon, Su Qiling. She was enveloped in a swirl of pink energy and coldly inquired, Where is the nine-tailed celestial fox? What celestial fox? I don't know. Crack. The leg that had just been reattached was brutally shattered by the girl's hand, and before Gu Qingfu could even scream, his own sock was stuffed into his mouth. Su Qiling's voice turned icy as she said, I will give you one more chance. Speak or perish. Fear gripped Gu Qingfu's face. Su Qiling swatted the sock from his mouth and demanded, Speak. I was attacked by someone named Yang Ling, and then the nine-tailed celestial fox disappeared. If you want to inquire, go ask Yang Ling. Yang Ling. Su Qiling's delicate brows furrowed slightly. After a moment of silence, she looked at Gu Qingfu, who was desperately suppressing his agony, and laughed teasingly, Is it hard to endure? Allow me to liberate you. No need for thanks. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes began to transform into a pair of mesmerizing demonic fox eyes. Gu Qingfu, entranced by her gaze, was left speechless. You are the six-tailed demon fox. Before he could finish his sentence, his head tilted to the side, and he succumbed to death under her hypnotic gaze. Su Qiling smirked, her gaze drifting towards the Longwan Villa area, her figure gradually dissipating into the night. Outside, the wind and rain intensified. The next morning, as the storm subsided, Yang Ling, having finished his breakfast, intended to enroll in driving school. Suddenly, he remembered something and retrieved his phone to dial Chu Xian's number. Beep, beep, beep. The line emitted a garbled tone. Her phone was off. Yesterday, Chu Xian mentioned she was going to purchase a house, but since then, he had received no word. And now her phone was off, stirring an ominous premonition in his heart. He made another call home, only to learn that Chu Xian was not there and had likely spent the night away. Chapter 296. Have you washed your hair? That's His Highness. Yang Ling sensed that something must have gone awry and promptly called Su Qiuxia, requesting her assistance in checking the surveillance footage. Moments later, a frantic Yang Ling received a call from Su Qiuxia, informing him that Chu Suyin had entered the agency but had not emerged since. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the agency, though a question lingered in his mind. as a character linked to the system. Chu Suyin should have triggered her perceptive abilities if she were in danger. Yet, he had received no alerts last night. Within a few minutes, Yang Ling stood at the agency's entrance, which was part of the Tian family's holdings. He suspected that Chu Suyin's disappearance might be an act of vengeance from the Tian family. Given the early hour, the agency had yet to open its doors. But he paid no heed to this and forcefully kicked the door open. The sight that greeted him left him dumbfounded. In the lobby of the agency lay 7 or 8 corpses, while Chu Suyin sat at a computer, seemingly entranced, playing a game with fervor. Beside her was Zhang Chuanxia, tightly bound and filled with terror. With a thunderous crash, the rolling shutter at the entrance fell, plunging the entire hall into darkness. However, a faint pink glow swirled and coalesced into a humanoid form, none other than Su Qiling. Yang Ling cast a glance at the lifeless bodies on the floor. Recognizing 2 of them as the father and son, Tian Mingji and Tian Ming. Aside from a few bodyguards, there were also 2 individuals dressed in the garb of Western monks. Yang Ling regarded Su Qiling coldly, and in a swift motion, akin to teleportation, he appeared behind Chu Suyin and gently tapped her. A jolt of electricity shattered the pink aura enveloping her, and in the next instant, Chu Suyin collapsed into Yang Ling's arms, peacefully asleep due to exhaustion. Su Qiling giggled, "Don't worry, she's fine." Yang Ling sighed with relief, stepping in front of Zhang Chuanxia. Frowning, "You brought me here for what purpose?" In a playful tone, Su Qiling replied, "I saved your little girlfriend. Is this how you repay me?" Noticing Yang Ling's confusion, she chuckled. "This father-son duo had summoned a group of monks to control your girlfriend using a soul-binding technique. If I hadn't happened to seek her out for something, you all might have been in peril. Shouldn't you be thanking me?" Yang Ling's brow furrowed as he surveyed the corpses and the various clues left behind, ultimately fixing his gaze on Zhang Chuanxia. Ding! The mastery of deduction skill activated. Scenes replayed rapidly in his mind, leading him to the conclusion that the fox demon had not lied. He sighed softly. "So, these individuals were all killed by you?" Su Qiling chuckled. "You're welcome." She continued, "By the way, Yang Ling, isn't it time you repaid this favor?" Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, "Though I fear no monk, it wouldn't hurt to hear you out." Su Qiling glanced at the little white fox, Meng Meng, nestled in his hair, and huffed. "The 9-tailed celestial fox is a sacred maiden of my clan. By the way, have you washed your hair? You are disrespecting the maiden, you know. Return his highness to me." Yang Ling paused slightly, lifting Meng Meng from his head. Noticing the little fox's puzzled expression, he calmly stated, "If you wish for it to perish, then take it with you." Chapter 297. Either surrender to me or perish. Su Qiling was momentarily taken aback by the words, her eyes transforming into those of a cunning fox as she scrutinized Meng Meng for a brief moment. Disbelief etched on her delicate features. "Blood, oath of mastery. How could that be? How could the prince willingly acknowledge you as his master? What have you done to her?" Yang Ling forced a bitter smile. The previous day, his unintentional cuteness had caused the little white fox to nosebleed in a moment of overwhelming adorability. Naturally, he could not divulge this to Su Qiling. After tossing the adorable creature aside, he scoffed, "Originally, for your crime of murder, I, as a law-abiding citizen, should bring you to justice. However, considering that you resolved my troubles, we shall consider this matter settled, and we part ways in peace. Take care of yourself." With that, he lifted the unconscious Chu Si and the terrified Zhang Chuanxia, leaping through the window and vanishing into the streets in a matter of moments. "Part ways in peace. What a clever calculation you have made." Su Qiling sneered, stamping her foot, causing a fiery lotus to bloom beneath her, engulfing the entire agency in flames. In the next instant, her form transformed into a swirl of pink light, swiftly pursuing him. Yang Ling, who was preparing to return home, turned around to see a flash of pink light chasing after him, instantly recognizing it under the veil of his keen vision. Frowning, he summoned a golden sword beneath his feet, changing direction and darting towards the mountains outside the city. Sword technique. The pink light behind him paused, revealing Su Qiling's astonished visage, a hint of wariness flickering in her eyes. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and continued her pursuit. A moment later, in a clearing amidst the mountains, A confrontation unfolded between a man and a woman. Su Qiling chuckled. Why are you not running? If you abandon these two lovely ladies, you might truly escape. Yang Ling snorted lightly. Fox spirit, do you intend to engage me in combat? Flames erupted from Su Qiling's body, her pink fox tail unfurling slowly. With a laugh, she remarked, last time was merely a game. You don't genuinely believe I fear you, do you? Either hand over the prince, or face death. Yang Ling felt a tremendous aura locking onto him, instilling a sense of trepidation. This fox spirit's power was undeniably formidable. Taking a deep breath, he gently pushed the two women from his arms, and they floated gracefully to a large stone nearby. Telekinesis? Innate realm? A faint smirk appeared on Su Qiling's lips, and in the next moment, she flicked her fox tail, summoning a massive fireball that plummeted from the sky, hurtling towards Yang Ling with ferocity. Thundernet. Electricity crackled around Yang Ling, a terrifying web of lightning materializing above his head. The two forces collided mid-air with a thunderous explosion, sending sparks flying and creating a scene of utter grandeur. Simultaneously, Yang Ling and Su Qiling vanished from their positions, only to reappear as they engaged in rapid combat. Ding. Range awareness skill activated. Ding. Mastery of Tai Chi skill activated. Ding. Strength technique skill activated. A series of system prompts echoed as, within mere moments, the two had exchanged blows hundreds of times. This was no ordinary skirmish. Flames danced upon Su Qiling's claws, while Yang Ling's fists crackled with piercing lightning. Chapter 298. Without sect or faction, I am who I am. Bang. 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 A series of explosive sounds startled the creatures of the dense forest, causing chaos all around. After 100 exchanges, both combatants retreated 3 steps, resulting in a stalemate. Taiji. Su Qiling let out a cold laugh, having fully transformed into her fox demon form. Adorned with a pair of fluffy pink ears atop her head and a large pink tail trailing behind her. Her body was enveloped in flames and pink aura, resembling a legendary magical fairy, exuding an extraordinary and enchanting beauty. Noticing Yang Ling's indifferent gaze upon her, she huffed, I care not who you are. If you do not return the celestial fox to me, you shall perish. Is that so? Yang Ling's voice was frigid as he activated the golden bracelet on his wrist. In the next moment, the sound of a dragon's roar echoed, and 36 golden swords spiraled through the air before launching fiercely at the fox demon. Treasured artifact. Su Qiling was taken aback, unleashing a blazing fireball from her mouth to counter the attack. Yet, the quality of the Zimu Dragon Soul Sword was astounding. The fireball was effortlessly dispersed by the 36 golden swords. As it seemed she was on the brink of death from the barrage of swords, a sudden shift occurred. The pink aura surrounding Su Qiling vanished, replaced by a surging black energy. With a swift motion of her delicate hand, a massive black hand formed from the energy struck down upon the golden swords. A cacophony of explosions ensued as the black hand was obliterated, sending the 36 golden swords hurtling back. Yang Ling staggered back 4 or 5 steps, gazing at Su Qiling, now shrouded in black mist, disbelief etched on his face. Corrupted? He exclaimed, What manner of creature are you? With a pained expression, the corrupted Su Qiling coldly replied, I should be asking you, what foul Taoist are you to possess such a treasure? Yang Ling retorted with a scoff, without sect or faction, I am who I am. As he spoke, his aura intensified, the surrounding elements of thunder converging towards him, a terrifying ball of lightning brewing at his brow. Still intent on fighting. A bloodthirsty smile spread across Su Qiling's beautiful face, her eyes turning a vibrant crimson as black energy rapidly coalesced around her. In the next instant, the formidable lightning ball at Yang Ling's brow erupted forth, while a perfectly condensed black orb spewed forth from Su Qiling's lips. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, a powerful shockwave engulfed everything around them. Yang Ling struggled to maintain his footing, crashing through 7 or 8 large trees before crashing to the ground. While Su Qiling was similarly blown away, though her black fox tail enveloped her entirely. Ding! Healing skills activated. Moments later, a warm stream surged through his limbs, and Yang Ling slowly rose, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He glanced at the unscathed Zhang Chuanxia and Chu Xiyin, hidden behind the green stone, and then patted the terrified little white fox on his head, letting out a faint sigh of relief. As the black fox tail receded, Su Qiling gazed in astonishment at Yang Ling, whose expression remained unfazed. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Very well, very good. Few in this world can match me in this state. I will ask you once more, will you return the saintess to me?" Yang Ling chuckled coldly. "Fox demon, do you truly think me a fool?" Chapter 299. You have seen it too. She is not human. Yang Ling scoffed coldly. "You are well aware that your highness has entered into a pact with me, yet you still demand that I surrender her. Are you not plainly wishing for her demise? I suspect your intentions are far from benign. Perhaps you aim to consume her." Su Qiling, taken aback by his words, soon burst into a melodious giggle. "Since you have deduced my intentions, I shall not conceal them any longer. I intend to devour her essence. Our strengths are closely matched. Prolonging this conflict would only result in mutual destruction. Hand her over to me, and I shall teach you a sorcery." The little white fox atop Yang Ling's head widened her eyes in disbelief. Initially, she thought she had encountered a kin and yearned to draw near, only to discover that this woman intended to feast upon her. Had it not been for Yang Ling, she might have already met her end. Instinctively, she clutched Yang Ling's hair tightly and let out a couple of adorable growls in Su Qiling's direction. "Ding! You have rescued and protected the little white fox from harm. Affection level 100, current affection level 20. Yang Ling said coldly, "Your sorcery seems rather unimpressive. If you desire the little fox, you must first contend with my sword." Ding! You have shattered Su Qiling's wish to negotiate. Due to her superior strength, the Dreambreaker achievement is triggered automatically. Attribute points 2. Su Qiling laughed giddily. "Is that so? Then you may as well perish." With a deep breath, her aura began to swell rapidly, causing the very ground to tremble beneath her. "What?" Yang Ling was taken aback. Just then, a radiant white light surged from the horizon, its might truly earth-shattering. She has indeed arrived. Su Qiling glared at Yang Ling with gritted teeth before her form shimmered with black light, vanishing into thin air. The radiant light seemed to sense something, shifting direction and soaring toward the eastern sea. Ding! You have thwarted Su Qiling's desire to seize the little white fox. Attribute points 2. In the wake of this sudden turn of events, without a moment's hesitation, Yang Ling scooped up the two women and vanished into the dense forest with a few agile leaps. In a rental unit within Tian Garden, Chu Xian, previously roused by the violent commotion, succumbed once more to her exhaustion and fell into a deep slumber. In the living room, Yang Ling regarded the tear-streaked face of Zhang Chuanxia and sighed softly. "Zhang, given the circumstances, you must find solace in your grief." Zhang Chuanxia wept inconsolably, her voice trembling as she implored, "Director Yang, who is that woman? How could she commit such an atrocity?" Wailing, Yang Ling sighed gently. "You have seen it. She is not human. In her presence, even I might not escape unscathed, let alone you." Noticing a flicker of hatred in her eyes, he lamented, "Zhang, consider yourself fortunate to have retained your life. Thoughts of vengeance are futile. Focus on living well." Zhang Chuanxia gazed at Yang Ling through misty eyes, and after a prolonged moment of despair, she nodded and expressed her gratitude before departing the rental unit alone. On this day, a significant incident transpired in S City. The renowned entrepreneur Tian Mingxi and his son Tian Zhuoyan perished in a conflagration, leaving no trace of their remains. However, the police appeared to have uncovered little in the way of investigation. According to Zhang Chuanxia's testimony, the father and son had been drinking with friends that night, and she remained unaware of how they ended up at their own intermediary agency. The agency had been consumed by flames, and all surveillance footage had turned to ash, leaving the police at a loss, compelled to suspend their inquiries for the time being. Chapter 300. When intimacy reaches its peak. It's time to wake you up in the confines of the rented room. Yang Ling nestled beside Chu Xiyin and commenced enhancing his attributes. He currently possessed 10 free attribute points, and after a moment's contemplation, he allocated them all to strength. Consequently, his status panel underwent yet another transformation. Strength, 60 agility, 50 stamina, 60 mental power, 61 charm, 19 wish points, 1810. The reason for his immediate investment of 10 points into strength stemmed from his earlier encounter, where he discovered that his strength paled in comparison to that of the demon fox. Had it not been for the support of the great strength technique, he would have likely been unable to withstand the confrontation. Of course, he hadn't exerted his full power. The Dragon Soul Sword was merely a trial, and he had not utilized the wish space. Nonetheless, he speculated that the demon fox had also refrained from unleashing its full potential, as the astonishing final strike still lingered vividly in his memory. Overall, their strengths indeed seemed closely matched. Ding. Detecting that a specific attribute of the host has reached an integer value, rewards are being drawn for you. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a random reward, Charm 6. With the sudden increase of 6 points in charm, Yang Ling could distinctly sense the improvement of his skin, the enhancement of his features, and the luster of his dark hair, as a subtle transformation enveloped his entire being. He opened his mouth in astonishment. With this boost, his charm had reached 25 points. If he were to suddenly act cute, he might inadvertently cause a stir. Ling, you smell wonderful. Chu Xin murmured in a dreamy state, turning over to embrace Yang Ling, wrapping her long legs around his waist and gently nuzzling her head against him before drifting back to sleep. Well then, even without acting cutely, the impact was quite substantial. Yang Ling allowed her to hold him, a wave of fatigue washing over him. Unlike true cultivators like the demon fox, his combat power was solely sustained by basic attributes, explosive yet lacking in endurance. The discrepancy lay in the fact that he had yet to genuinely cultivate his realm. This required 10 energy crystals to upgrade the system, for only through elevation in realm could true life transcendence be achieved. The more he pondered, the sleepier he felt, and soon he succumbed to a deep slumber. As evening approached, Yang Ling was awakened by the weight of Chu Xin, who had sprawled across him. Indeed, it was impossible to remain asleep. Sensing the movement beneath her, Chu Xin stirred awake, her first sight being Yang Ling. A relieved sigh escaped her lips as she tightly embraced his neck, her voice thick with emotion. Ling, I knew you would come to save me. Ding. You have fulfilled Chu Xi's wish for you to rescue her. Wish points 1. Yang Ling smiled and patted her shoulder, reassuringly saying, It's all over now. By the way, Xin, could you please get off me? Don't. Chu Xin nuzzled closer to Yang Ling's neck. Her cheeks flushed as she replied, Why? Don't you like being woken up this way? Ding. Chu Xin is grateful for your assistance in reclaiming her old home. Intimacy 10. Chu Xin's current intimacy towards you has reached its maximum value. From henceforth, life and death will be intertwined, never to part. Ding. You have received a wish treasure chest. Would you like to draw it now? Of course, it was not the right time to draw it. As Chu Xin was currently atop him, could he really initiate a lottery? Suddenly, the girl seemed to have made a resolution. Her face flushed as she whispered in Yang Ling's ear, Should we eat first or? Who could withstand that? The adorable creature hidden in Yang Ling's hair quickly scurried out, curling into a ball, its entire body blushing as it covered its eyes with its tail. Chapter 301. Who granted you permission to go on vacation? Ding. You have fulfilled Chu Xin's wish value 1. In the dead of night, after bathing and changing, Yang Ling stood on the balcony, taking a deep breath as he spoke. System, open the wish treasure chest for me. Ding. The host has chosen to open the wish treasure chest. Rewards are being drawn for you. Please wait a moment. Although this was not his first experience, Yang Ling felt an involuntary surge of tension. It felt as though a fleeting moment stretched into an eternity before the system's notification finally chimed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the extroverted skill, Mastery of Alchemy. Current recipes mastered, all complete. Current alchemy level, LV1. Nice, splendid. Yang Ling cheered excitedly, as the long-awaited mastery of alchemy had finally arrived. A mysterious force swept through his mind, but the next moment, his smile faded. This skill was indeed powerful. Yet the materials. Take the most fundamental Peiyuan pill, for instance. Its effects were to solidify the foundation and enhance vitality. But the required materials included a century-old ginseng and Hisho Wu. What an exorbitant cost. As for the more advanced Qi blood pill, Shisui pill, beautifying pill, and even the Yuaning pill and Dingyan pill, The materials demanded were utterly terrifying. The pearls from the springs of the South Sea and the inner core of the Para beast. Yang Ling began to suspect that some materials had permanently vanished from Earth. After exhaling deeply, he realized that to enhance his own strength and that of those around him through pills, he first needed money, an immense amount of it. The more, the better. There was no upper limit. At present, everything was in dire need of improvement. Until everything was in order, this skill was merely a useless trinket. Fortunately, he had finally drawn this skill, fulfilling a wish. With a smirk, Yang Ling returned to his slumber. The following morning, after informing Lu Muhan of last night's events, he escorted Chu Xian back to the villa before heading to the Cat's ICAF. It was the weekend, the day he had arranged to assist Su Qiuxia with negotiations. At the Cat's ICAF, Su Qianing and his girlfriend Min Fei sat upright, while across from them sat a haughty young man, He Sheng, the principal figure from Mu Hua Group's general office. Glancing at the beautiful Min Fei, he spoke nonchalantly. You should be aware of my terms. As long as manager Min agrees to accompany me on a short vacation, our group will provide funding upon our return. If you are unwilling, I will not force you. We can part ways amicably. Su Qianing's teeth clenched in anger, while tears welled up in Min Fei's eyes. Observing their expressions, He Sheng smiled lightly. Reality is often so cruel. To gain, one must pay a price. How about it? Accompany me on vacation, and the basketball team will be revived. I cannot imagine a more advantageous deal. At his words, Su Qianing leaped to his feet, shouting, He Sheng, Fei is my girlfriend. Do not overstep your bounds. Faced with the tall Su Qianing, He Sheng showed no fear, sneering, We are discussing a transaction. If you resort to violence, your sister would likely be the first to have you imprisoned, wouldn't she? You. Su Qianing's face turned a shade of green with fury. But no man could endure such humiliation. Just as he was about to disregard everything and strike the insolent youth before him, a calm voice echoed from the entrance. Who granted you permission to go on vacation? At this utterance, everyone was taken aback, turning toward the door. Su Qianing and Min Fei instantly broke into smiles, while He Sheng's expression shifted dramatically, his face paling. Chapter 302. But I have the right to dismiss you. The person who entered was none other than Yang Ling. Accompanied by the enchanting beauty, Su Qiuxia, he walked in leisurely, pressing Su Qianing down before taking a seat beside Su Qiuxia. Ding. You have fulfilled Su Qiuxia and others' desire for you to participate in the negotiation, wish value 1. He Sheng, witnessing this, scoffed coldly, Director Yang. I have a statutory annual leave. Surely you do not possess the authority to strip that away from me? Yang Ling replied with a faint smile, Indeed. I lack that authority, but I do possess the right to dismiss you. He Sheng, have you reported the basketball team's matters to the group? Have you obtained the necessary signatures from our president's office? Enraged, He Sheng retorted, I discussed this with Director Wang. You may inquire at the board yourself. Director Wang? Yang Ling chuckled. To be frank, I consider Director Wang nothing but refuse. What use is his name to you? I hereby formally inform you of your dismissal. Pack your belongings tomorrow and enjoy your annual leave. At this proclamation, everyone present was rendered speechless. Yang Ling's audacity was astonishing. A CEO could dismiss someone without so much as a blink. You, He Sheng stammered, his face paling. I was appointed by the board collectively. On what grounds do you dismiss me? I shall call Director Wang and seek justice. As he spoke, he dialed Director Wang's number. A languid voice answered. What is it? Ah, Director Wang. Yang Ling intends to dismiss me. You must help me. Yang Ling. Upon hearing that name, Director Wang gasped and bellowed. You have been dismissed. Pack your things and get out immediately. If you dare to whine further, I will arrange for someone to break your legs. With that, he hung up the phone abruptly. He Sheng was left in shock, as were Su Qiuxia and the others. The mere mention of Yang Ling's name had caused even the esteemed director to turn against him. What immense power did Yang Ling wield within the Mu Hua Group? This Director Wang was the one who had plotted against Lu Muhan by the seaside. After his scheme was uncovered, he must have learned of Yang Ling's capabilities from General Fei. Unless he sought his own demise, how could he dare to oppose Yang Ling at such a critical juncture? Ding, you have shattered He Sheng's desire not to be dismissed. Attribute points 1. Yang Ling chuckled. He Sheng, reality is often quite harsh. Over the years, You have engaged in numerous illegal activities within the group. Before I send someone to investigate you, it would be wise to depart. He Sheng's face turned a deep shade of purple, fear evident in his eyes as he cast a glance at Yang Ling before fleeing in a panic. Ding! You have fulfilled Su Qianing's wish to teach He Sheng a lesson. Wish value 1. Ding! You have satisfied Su Qiuxiao and others' hope for a victorious negotiation. Wish value 1. Ding! You have nullified He Sheng's desire to vacation with Min Fei. Attribute points 1. Hearing a series of system prompts, Yang Ling smirked and addressed Su Qianing, Brother Qianing. Manager Min, from today onward, our group will officially invest in the Nanhu basketball team. Extending his hand, he added, shall we enjoy a fruitful collaboration? Min Fei was the first to react, hastily shaking his hand. Thank you. Ling Su Qianing was both excited and grateful, momentarily stunned as he gazed at Yang Ling. Unsure of how to respond. What is he doing? Yang Ling, sensing his overwhelming excitement, discreetly blinked to give a hint. But his simple gesture led to an unexpected outcome. Ding! Invisible charm skill activated. Current charm value, 125 points. Chapter 303. A preference for military attire over femininity with a series of 3 explosive sounds. It was evident that Yang Ling's charisma was so overwhelming that it rendered Su Qianing and the 2 attentive shop assistants utterly starstruck. The system chimed, indicating that an invisible charm skill had caused 3 individuals to enter a state of bloodshed. Qianing, brother, are you all right? Min Fei and Su Qiuxiao flustered in response. The system announced, you have shattered Su Qianing's desire to be a staunch heterosexual man. Attribute point 1. Yang Ling, upon hearing the system's notification, found himself at a loss. Torn between laughter and tears. Having resolved the negotiation issue, he had also made plans to accompany Su Qiuxiao and Zhang Yuro to the movies. After dining together, Su Qianing and Min Fei gracefully excused themselves, opting to avoid being a third wheel. Strolling down the street with the beautiful policewoman, Yang Ling curiously inquired. The movie starts later tonight. Qiuxiao, is there anywhere you wish to go? A slight blush crept onto Su Qiuxiao's cheeks as she glanced at Yang Ling and timidly asked, Ling, does this count as a date? A date? Yang Ling smiled gently, ready to respond, but Su Qiuxiao, blushing, quickly waved her hand. Oh, I'm just joking. I want you to accompany me somewhere. Moments later, at the City National Fitness Center's arena, Yang Ling stood before a martial arts gym, amusedly remarking, Qiuxiao, aren't we supposed to be on a date? This looks like a fight? You seem to have a preference for military attire over feminine garb, he teased. Su Qiuxiao chuckled lightly. What do you think? Would you like to join me for some practice? Yang Ling laughed heartily. I am a top scholar, a serious intellectual. I think I'll just watch from the sidelines. With a burst of laughter, Su Qiuxiao took hold of Yang Ling's hand, saying, All right, Mr. Top Scholar. Let us head inside. The moment they entered the gym, they were taken aback by the scene before them. In the ring stood a blonde woman, while 3 men lay moaning at her feet. Nearby sat a muscular foreign man, appearing stronger than a bull. The blonde woman, with a halting grasp of Mandarin, mocked. Is this the prowess of Chinese men? Even our children surpass you. Utterly pathetic. The onlookers were filled with indignation, yet none dared to confront her. For those sprawled on the ground were the strongest fighters of the gym. Yang Ling exchanged glances with Su Qiuxiao, who then called out, What is going on here? Upon hearing her voice, the crowd erupted. Officer Su, this foreign woman came here to challenge us, and we are no match for her. You must help us reclaim our honor. This woman is a master fighter, incredibly formidable. With a dismissive huff, Su Qiuxiao slowly approached the ring. Qiuxiao, wait. Yang Ling interjected. Su Qiuxiao frowned. Ling, there's no need to stop me. I will face this woman. No, I'm not trying to stop you, Yang Ling said, eyeing her long legs. I just wanted to remind you to take off your high heels. Huh. Su Qiuxiao nearly burst into laughter, exasperatedly removing her shoes and handing them to him. Hold these for me. The system chimed again. You have thwarted Su Qiuxiao's desire for you to offer useful advice. Attribute point 1. Chapter 304. I find you slightly unpleasant. Yang Ling took the high heels with a serious expression, saying, This foreign woman possesses some skills. You should be cautious. Su Qiuxiao nodded slightly, swiftly leaping onto the stage. After stretching her body, she assumed a fighting stance. "Ah, a little beauty," the blonde woman teased. "What? Have all your men in Huaxia perished? You send a woman to face me?" In response, Su Qiuxia huffed, "I am more than enough to handle you." With that, she unleashed a whip kick towards her opponent. Looking for a fight? The blonde swiftly blocked the attack. But her expression shifted as she took a few steps back to absorb the force. She sneered, "Not bad. You're far superior to those useless men from before. I shall entertain you properly." The two immediately engaged in a fierce battle, truly a clash of titans. Su Qiuxia practiced free fighting, while the blonde exhibited a mix of techniques, from Muay Thai knee strikes to Taekwondo whip kicks, and even karate chops, each executed with remarkable precision. The commotion had already attracted attention. Spectators from the adjacent swimming pool and gym rushed over, transforming the area into a lively scene. The blonde's earlier arrogant remarks had spread, and naturally, everyone hoped for Su Qiuxia's victory. As the two women exchanged fierce blows, the crowd erupted in cheers every time Su Qiuxia countered. A young man at the front smiled slightly and asked Coach Kong, "Do you think Officer Su can win this match?" Beside him, a middle-aged martial arts coach in a white jacket, sporting a mustache, frowned. That foreign woman likely has been training in various combat techniques since childhood and has specifically practiced her striking power. Even if Qiuxia's techniques are on par, she lacks the strength and bone density. I predict she will succumb within 20 moves. The coach's keen insight proved accurate after exchanging several more blows. Although Su Qiuxia managed to block the blonde's kick, she let out a muffled groan and staggered back several steps. In that moment of retreat, her ankle twisted, rendering her unable to continue fighting. The blonde, sensing an opportunity, charged forward with renewed vigor, seemingly intent on delivering a decisive blow to Su Qiuxia. However, at that instant, a coin flew from the audience, landing perfectly beneath the blonde's heel. She lost her footing and fell to the ground. Ding! You have thwarted the blonde's attempt to strike Su Qiuxia forcefully. Attribute points 1. In the next moment, the blonde sprang back up like a fish leaping from water, glaring at Yang Ling below. "Do you dare to interfere in the match?" Her words drew everyone's gaze to the calm figure of Yang Ling, causing an uproar among the spectators. "Ling, it's Ling. Heavens, how did he get here? Oh, I must ask him for an autograph. Wah, he looks even more handsome than on TV." All eyes were suddenly on Yang Ling, and the system notification chimed. Ding. The presence inducement skill has failed. Ding. You have fulfilled the crowd's desire to see their idol. Wish value 1. With a slight smile, Yang Ling addressed the blonde woman on the stage with an air of indifference. "I find you slightly unpleasant, so I intervened. Is that not permissible?" Chapter 305. Those who challenge me will find themselves crippled upon uttering these words. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd, and the muscular foreign man seated nearby abruptly rose. Casting a frigid glare at Yang Ling undeterred by the multitude of stares, Yang Ling's expression remained unchanged as he steadily approached the arena, crouching beside Su Qiuxia. He observed her delicate, beautiful foot, swollen and bruised, and his brow furrowed slightly. "Ling, this woman is formidable. You should retreat," Su Qiuxia urged, her tone tinged with urgency. Yang Ling responded with a faint smile, placing his hand on her inflamed ankle. Under her slightly flushed gaze, he pressed down firmly. Ding! The skill of traditional Chinese medicine was activated. Su Qiuxia let out a soft whimper, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. "Is it better now?" Yang Ling inquired with a grin. It seems to have subsided indeed." Su Qiuxia blinked in astonishment, realizing the pain had vanished and the swelling had notably reduced. What sorcery is this? The onlookers were nearly wide-eyed with disbelief. It is said that injuries to muscles and bones require 100 days of recovery. Given Su Qiuxia's condition, she ought to rest for at least 2 months. Yet, Yang Ling had casually alleviated the swelling before their very eyes. Surely, such feats surpass even cinematic portrayals. Coach Kong's eyes bulged in astonishment as he stammered. This is the 5 animals 2A Na of traditional Chinese medicine. It was thought to be lost to time. The crowd found this revelation even more astonishing. Ling also possesses knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine. This is worth celebrating. Amidst the clamoring excitement, a girl's voice rang out. Wow, Ling is amazing. Ling, My foot is sprained too. Please help me massage it. If Ah Ling is willing, I'd endure a broken leg for his touch. Ding. You have fulfilled Su Qiuxia's desire for a swift recovery. Wish points 1. Hearing such wild proclamations, Yang Ling could not help but roll his eyes at the few girls making such outlandish comments. Ding. The skill of invisible charm activated. Current charm points, 125. Ding. The invisible charm has caused 3 girls to enter a state of daze. Ding. You have shattered the girls' hopes of you massaging their feet. Attribute points 1. Yang Ling chuckled wryly, turning to Su Qiuxia. Sister Qiuxia, although your injury has improved, please try to refrain from moving too much. Allow me to escort you home. With that, he effortlessly lifted the female officer in a princess carry. Su Qiuxia's face flushed crimson, yet she draped her arm around his neck and gently nodded, whispering, Ah Ling, thank you. Ding. You have fulfilled Su Qiuxia's wish to be embraced. Wish points 1. Ding. Su Qiuxia's intimacy level with you has exceeded 70, qualifying her as a system-related character. The host may accept system tasks. Upon completion, Su Qiuxia can be bound as a system-related character. Yang Ling paused, inquiring within, what task? Ding. Su Qiuxia wishes for you to win the betting match alongside Su Qiuning on Monday. Will you accept the task? Was there ever any doubt? Yang Ling promptly accepted the task and prepared to exit the arena. At that moment, a cold laugh echoed from behind him, belonging to the blonde woman. Pretty boy, my contest with this woman is not yet concluded. If you dare intervene, it signifies your challenge to me. Turning to face her, Yang Ling regarded her with curiosity and remarked, Are you a demon? I caution you, anyone who dares to confront me, apart from demons, finds their legs broken. Have you made your choice? Chapter 306, not only capable of words, but also of action. A monster? What monster? Although Yang Ling's words were not inherently problematic, they were perceived as a blatant insult by the golden-haired woman, a flagrant affront. After staring at Yang Ling for a moment, she burst into laughter, exclaiming, Do Chinese men only know how to talk? They claim to be from a martial arts homeland, yet they are just a bunch of trash. The crowd below was incensed, their anger boiling over. Yang Ling's expression darkened slightly as he replied coolly, If you wish to prove whether I only talk, why not come up and try? Oh, the golden-haired woman sneered. Are you suggesting you wish to fight me while cradling your little beauty? Fight. Yang Ling replied with a sly smile. You think you are worthy to contend with me? I merely intend to teach you a lesson. Fuming with rage, the golden-haired woman charged at him, executing a whirlwind kick aimed at Yang Ling's head. Be careful, A Ling. Su Qiuxia cried out in alarm. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and many young girls instinctively shut their eyes, unwilling to witness the impending brutality. As the whirlwind kick approached Yang Ling's head, a mocking smile danced on his lips. He swiftly executed a kick of his own, which struck the golden-haired woman's supporting leg with lightning speed. With a resounding thud, she lost her balance and fell onto the arena floor. The venue fell silent, a hush enveloping the crowd before erupting into cheers. The golden-haired woman sprang to her feet, roaring, Despicable man, we shall fight again. Before she could finish her sentence, Yang Ling casually kicked again, and with another thud, she fell to the ground once more. With a sardonic grin, he remarked, You can't even stand, yet you wish to fight? Such words cut deeply. Against 60 points of strength, even an elephant would falter, let alone a person. Laughter rippled through the audience, while the golden-haired woman, humiliated yet furious, attempted to rise. However, before she could regain her footing, Yang Ling kicked her down once more, placing his foot firmly on her face. Ah! She howled, but with Yang Ling's immense strength, it was impossible for her to rise. Yang Ling calmly stated, Let me enlighten you. Chinese men not only engage their tongues, but also their feet. If you dare to dispute this, stand up and show me. If you cannot rise, you shall apologize to me. Apologize to everyone here. At that moment, the scene was one of triumph. Yang Ling held Su Qiuxia in his embrace while his foot pinned the once arrogant foreign woman to the ground. The men felt a wave of relief wash over them. Ding! You have fulfilled the crowd's desire for retribution. Wish value 1. Ding! You have shattered the golden-haired woman's aspirations to defeat you and Su Qiuxia. Attribute points 1. The golden-haired woman, immobilized beneath Yang Ling's foot, shouted incoherently in English. Just then, a hulking foreign man leaped onto the arena. It was only at this moment that the crowd noticed his towering height of at least 2 meters, his muscles bulging terrifyingly. He glared at Yang Ling and, in broken Chinese, warned, "Useless Chinese man, let her go, or I will kill you." Yang Ling chuckled coldly. "I shall grant you another opportunity to articulate your thoughts. What do you intend to do?" The muscle-bound man's forehead bulged with veins as he bellowed, "I will kill you." With that, he charged forward like a raging bull. Chapter 307. A reckless challenge. In comparison to the muscular man, Yang Ling appeared somewhat diminutive, and no one anticipated that he could withstand such a brutal and forceful assault. A cacophony of screams erupted from the crowd, and Coach Kong even leaped onto the stage, eager to intervene. Yet, in that fleeting moment, Yang Ling's delicate, fair hand suddenly reached out, firmly grasping the muscular man's descending fist. With a swift twist, a series of chilling cracking sounds echoed, causing the muscular man to collapse to his knees, emitting a harrowing cry of agony. Yang Ling had effortlessly snapped the man's arm. Everyone was rendered speechless, unable to fathom the immense strength that could emanate from Yang Ling's slender frame. With one hand supporting Su Qiuxia, he raised the other and delivered a resounding slap to the muscular man's face, commanding, "Silence. Lie down." The formidable force of the blow sent the massive figure crashing to the ground, making it abundantly clear that this Chinese man possessed the power to easily decapitate him. The muscular man ceased his cries, gripped by fear. Yang Ling placed a foot upon his head and coldly remarked, "I instructed you to reorganize your words. Why do you refuse to listen?" As he applied more pressure, the muscular man whimpered, Sorry. I'm a jerk. I'm a coward." In a blend of Chinese and English, Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, "Well done, quick to admit your faults and quite perceptive. It seems your legs are spared." With that, he delivered a kick to the man's backside, sending him tumbling off the stage to crash heavily onto the ground, where he rolled his eyes back and fainted from the pain. Having concluded this spectacle, Yang Ling turned to the blonde woman, inquiring, "Do you require my assistance in calling an ambulance? Take your companion and leave." The blonde woman gazed at Yang Ling with trepidation, stammering, "You are remarkable. I never imagined a Chinese man could possess such strength. But do not celebrate too soon. Our master, Justin, is soon to arrive in China, and he will undoubtedly challenge you." "Justin, the boxing champion?" Yang Ling replied with a dismissive smile. "Is he a monster? If not, advise your master not to seek his demise. Now be gone." Yang Ling's humor was often perplexing, and after casting a fierce glare at him, the blonde woman hoisted her unconscious companion and departed the martial arts hall step by step. At that moment, the crowd finally regained their composure, erupting into thunderous applause. "I love you, Ailing. What pride! Ailing is our pride. Oh, I have completely fallen for him. I would perish without seeing him." The cheers from the audience were heartfelt, and the system's notifications chimed in. Ding. You have fulfilled Su Qiuxia's wish to protect herself. Wish points 1. Ding. You have satisfied the crowd's desire to express their exhilaration. Wish points 1. Ding. You have thwarted the muscular man's and foreign woman's intent to trample upon a Chinese man. Attribute points 1. Listening to this series of notifications, a faint smile graced Yang Ling's lips. Suddenly, he noticed a throng of people eager to ascend the stage for his autograph. Amid Su Qiuxia's startled exclamations, he quickly scooped her up, chuckling, "As you can see, our beautiful police flower is injured. I must hasten to take her home, so I shall forego signing for you all." Chapter 308. A Ling. "You are truly wonderful." As Yang Ling spoke, he playfully kicked Su Qiuxia's high heels into his pocket and leaped down from the stage, swiftly making his way out of the martial arts hall. Ding. You have shattered the fans' desire for your autograph, triggering the Dream Shatterer achievement, granting 2 attribute points. Observing Yang Ling's retreating figure, Master Kong chuckled wryly. I still wanted to ask him a few questions, but he runs away so quickly. A young man beside him inquired curiously, "Although Yang Ling is impressive, you are a master. Shouldn't he be the one seeking your guidance?" Master Kong shook his head. While this young man didn't showcase much, his techniques bear the essence of Tai Chi, coupled with his remarkable skills in traditional Chinese massage. He is undoubtedly a person of great significance. Oh, the young man exclaimed, Master, with demons rampant, perhaps we should. Silence. Do you not pay attention to your surroundings? Master Kong admonished, and the young man promptly fell silent. After a moment of contemplation, he added, Master, it seems he shares a close bond with Officer Su, who often trains here. We could. That is indeed what you should be saying. Master Kong smiled slightly. All right, let us book a hotel. We shall temporarily reside in S City. At Delhi Garden in S City. Su Qiuxia's residence was an ordinary apartment with 2 bedrooms and a living room, adorned solely with feminine belongings, indicating that she lived alone. Yang Ling gently placed her on the pink bed and, surveying the surroundings, chuckled, Sister Qiuxia, your room is quite cozy. Isn't it? Su Qiuxia's cheeks flushed as she shyly cast a glance at Yang Ling and softly replied, Ling, thank you for today. Yang Ling smiled. There is no need for gratitude between us. Unfortunately, your foot won't be fully recovered until tomorrow. I fear tonight's movie. Perhaps I could carry you? Su Qiuxia asked curiously. Wouldn't you find it tiring to carry me? Yang Ling replied nonchalantly, not at all. His words held a double entendre, causing Su Qiuxia to giggle. Hee, when did you become so honest? Yang Ling laughed heartily, and after a brief conversation, Su Qiuxia suddenly inquired, Ling, if it's convenient for you, could you teach me how to fight? Of course. You agreed? Su Qiuxia gazed at the young man in surprise. Aware that many martial arts are traditionally passed down within a lineage and seldom shared with outsiders. Initially, she had merely asked out of curiosity, never expecting Yang Ling to agree so readily. Yang Ling continued, However, I've been quite busy lately, tutoring my sister, preparing for my driving test, and organizing the basketball team and PT squad. How about this, Sister Qiuxia? You could move in with me, or I could teach you after I get my license. Before he could finish, Su Qiuxia embraced him from behind. The beautiful officer's face flushed slightly as she gently wrapped her arms around Yang Ling, murmuring, Ling, you are truly wonderful. A faint smile graced Yang Ling's lips as he softly replied, Actually, I must thank you as well. If it weren't for your assignment that day to patrol near the bank, I might not be who I am now. He suddenly turned to face Su Qiuxia earnestly and said, Sister Qiuxia, from now on, should you encounter any difficulties, you must tell me. I will do everything in my power to assist you. Su Qiuxia gazed at the young man before her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. After a long moment, a radiant smile broke across her face. All right, this is your promise. Chapter 309. Surrounded by girls, Su Qiuxia had injured her foot. Although she was capable of taking care of herself, she could no longer attend the movie, transforming the evening into a private date between Yang Ling and Zhang Yuro. As dusk fell, at the fountain side of the Muhua Commercial Plaza, Yang Ling quickly spotted Zhang Yuro amidst the crowd but was surprised to see her surrounded by 4 or 5 other girls, all of whom were youthful and radiant. Yang Ling was not particularly fond of having outsiders around, yet having arrived, he could not simply abandon the gathering. Moments later, by the fountain, Zhang Yuro gazed at Yang Ling, who was encircled by several beautiful girls, and a flicker of apology appeared in her eyes. It truly is Ling. He looks even better than on television. I have never seen such an attractive man. Ling's body fragrance is delightful. The girls chattered excitedly, with 2 bold ones even linking arms with Yang Ling. Their cheeks flushed as they giggled incessantly. Yang Ling cast a resigned glance at them before turning to Zhang Yuro, his eyes inquiring. Zhang Yuro smiled wryly. Ling, I'm sorry, I let it slip, and now they all insisted on coming along. Yang Ling chuckled and shook his head. It's not your fault. It must be my irresistible charm. The girls burst into laughter simultaneously, delighted by Ling's approachable demeanor and his playful banter, which only deepened their affection for him. Surrounded by the crowd of stunning girls, Yang Ling was escorted towards the cinema. Ding! You have fulfilled the girl's wish to meet you. Wish value 1. Current progress, 3110. Watching Yang Ling and the others walk away, Zhang Yuro pouted and then chuckled softly, hastening to catch up. In the cinema lobby, This group of girls was undeniably a vibrant spectacle, and as Yang Ling stood among them, his presence, amplified by his charm, paradoxically rendered him less conspicuous. At the front desk, two fashionably dressed young men exchanged astonished glances. One of them, grinning mischievously, approached the girls, saying, "Ladies, may I inquire if any of you have boyfriends? If not, my friend and I would like to invite you to join us for a movie." The girls erupted in laughter. One of them playfully replied, "We all have boyfriends. Look, Ling is our boyfriend." She glanced around, but where was Yang Ling? "Hey, where did Ling go? Just a moment ago, I was holding his arm." The girls exchanged puzzled looks, while the young man laughed heartily. "Ling? Is he the one who shows off during live streams? What is so special about that guy that has you all so enchanted? You're imagining things, haha." Another young man joined in, saying, "Ladies, don't mind that Yang Ling. Come watch a movie with us instead." He pointed at a limited edition Neza figurine priced at 1,000 yuan, chuckling, "If you join us, I'll give each of you one after the movie." The girls displayed disdain, and the slightly older, yet most beautiful among them responded with a light laugh. "Ling is not someone you can compare to. You should leave now, or it might lead to misunderstandings when he arrives." The two young men exchanged glances, sensing a hint of coldness in each other's eyes. Chapter 310. Daring to abduct young girls with hypnosis in the 6th-floor concession stand of the cinema, Yang Ling grasped Zhang Yuru's hand and addressed the clerk. "8 cups of milk tea, please." Zhang Yuru chuckled. "Ling, do you often find yourself in such situations? You seem quite adept at escaping." Yang Ling replied with a grin, "You know how popular I am. Otherwise, I would surely be at a standstill." "Kiki, no matter how popular, you are still my boyfriend." Zhang Yuru sweetly intertwined her arm with Yang Ling's, her face radiating a joyful smile. "Ding, you have fulfilled Zhang Yuru's wish to go on a date with you. Wish value 1. Yang Ling allowed her to cling to him and smiled gently. "By the way, Yuru, Director Lu wishes to see you. Why not accompany me home in a few days?" "Ah, Director Lu." Zhang Yuru immediately tensed, her unease palpable. "Ling, why does Director Lu suddenly want to see me? Is something the matter?" Yang Ling chuckled. "What? Don't you want to meet Director Lu? She hopes you can stay at her place." "Ah." Zhang Yuru's cheeks flushed, a mix of shyness and sweetness enveloping her. Moments later, when the milk tea was ready, the female attendant finally recognized the boy before her as Yang Ling and gasped in surprise, nearly letting out a scream. However, at that instant, Yang Ling blinked. Ding! The invisible charm skill has activated. The attendant, entranced, collapsed into a chair, a blissful smile gracing her lips. Ding! You have thwarted the attendant's desire to scream. Attribute points 1. The invisible charm skill was ineffective on Zhang Yuru, who observed the attendant's expression and exclaimed, "Ling, she seems to be stunned. We should." Before she could finish, Yang Ling grabbed the milk tea, tossed a couple of 100 yuan bills on the table, and, chuckling, took Zhang Yuru's hand. You might not believe it, but she was utterly captivated by my charm. Now, let us proceed to the cinema. Zhang Yuru was momentarily taken aback, but upon realization, she stifled a giggle, shook her head, and hurriedly followed him. In the cinema lobby, observing a group of young women engaging in lively conversation with two handsome young men, Yang Ling laughed. Look, they are quite considerate, not acting as third wheels. Zhang Yuru replied in disbelief. I don't know about other girls, but Sister Xiaojun would never do that. Oh? Yang Ling paused, glancing at the two dashing young men, when suddenly, a system prompt echoed in his mind. Ding. Range perception skill activated. There are currently two adversaries capable of posing a threat to you. In the next moment, one of the young men suddenly fixed his gaze upon Yang Ling mental attack. Yang Ling felt a brief disorientation, yet his formidable mental fortitude quickly restored his clarity. Meanwhile, the young man suffered a backlash from his mental assault, spewing blood and shock. A sudden upheaval ensued. Li Xiaojun and the other four women snapped back to reality, screaming as they sought refuge behind Yang Ling while bystanders gawked in astonishment at the unfolding scene. Ding! You have shattered the young man's desire to control you with hypnosis. Attribute points 1. Ding! You have thwarted the two young men's hopes of subduing Li Xiaojun and the others. Attribute points 1. In a swift motion, Yang Ling shielded Zhang Yuru and the others behind him, his voice cold and commanding. Who are you to dare employ hypnosis to abduct young girls? Chapter 311. Mr. Yang, would you grant me a favor? At the utterance of these words, a collective gasp echoed through the room. The revelation that these two young men possessed the art of hypnosis was nothing short of chilling, a silent, yet lethal skill. The young man clad in a suit wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and scoffed. Young Ling, even if you are the top scholar, you cannot slander us without basis. Which of your eyes witnessed our use of hypnosis? Where is your evidence? In a swift motion, Yang Ling delivered a resounding slap, sending the man crashing to the ground, his foot resting firmly upon the man's face. How dare you abduct a girl in our company's cinema? Showing such blatant disrespect for me, he demanded. Speak. Who are you working for, and how many times have you committed this crime? Despite being firmly pinned down, the suited man defiantly retorted, Yang Ling, you are assaulting me without evidence. I will call the police. Evidence? Yang Ling sneered, bringing his foot down with a bone-chilling crack, followed by a harrowing scream. It was evident that one of the man's hands had been brutally crushed beneath Yang Ling's foot. With a cold voice, he declared, I am not the police. Do not speak of evidence to me. Let me assure you, my fists serve as your evidence. Should you continue your defiance, I shall shatter your bones one by one. A frigid aura enveloped Yang Ling, causing the crowd, who should have been delighted to see this internet celebrity and idol, to feel an unsettling chill run down their spines. Ding. You have shattered the suited man's desire to argue. Attribute points 1. The suited man cried out in agony, while his companion, a young man with yellow hair, gasped in terror and turned to flee. Attempting to escape after committing a crime, Yang Ling seized a toy promotional car from the counter and hurled it with force. Bang! The car struck the back of the young man's head, causing him to crumple to the ground, blood streaming from his wound. Ding! You have thwarted the yellow-haired man's desire to flee. Attribute points 1. With a derisive chuckle, Yang Ling shifted his gaze back to the man beneath his foot and said coldly, I shall grant you one more chance. Speak, and divulge all that you know. I assure you, I possess ample means to extract the truth from you, though your future may be spent confined to a bed. The suited man, undeterred, let out a scoff, maintaining his stubbornness. Yang Ling, unwilling to employ hypnosis before the gathered crowd, raised his foot, prepared to crush the man's other leg. Yet, at that moment, a dispassionate voice resonated from the entrance of the cinema. Mr. Yang, spare him. The voice, though soft, was distinctly heard by all present. Yang Ling turned to see a middle-aged man with a distinct mustache, none other than Sun Yud, the most discreet of the three major shareholders of Muhua Group. Apart from Lu Muhan, legends spoke of this man's vast powers, suggesting that his role as a board member was merely a secondary endeavor, with another identity that remained unknown to all. Furthermore, he seldom engaged in the group's decision-making, not truly aligned with Mr. Li or Mr. Wang. Yang Ling withdrew his foot, narrowing his eyes. Ah, it is an honor to have you here, Mr. Sunday. Does this imply that these two are under your command? Sun Yud chuckled lightly, without evidence. Mr. Yang, it would be prudent to refrain from wild speculation. Let us consider this matter as a favor to me. Allow them to depart, and I assure you, I will not interfere with your decisions alongside Mr. Liu. What do you say? Chapter 312. Do you deserve to show off before me? Upon hearing the words, everyone turned their gaze to Yang Ling. This was a negotiation between titans, and it was uncertain whether A Ling would uphold justice or engage in a transaction of interests. Yang Ling looked at Sun Yud in astonishment and said, Mr. Sun, after all that has transpired, you must have an understanding of who I am, correct? I am genuinely curious, who bestowed upon you the audacity to negotiate with me? Sun Yud, unfazed by Yang Ling's words, stood with his hands clasped behind his back and calmly replied, Mr. Yang, I have no interest in knowing who you are. And I trust you are equally uninformed about my identity. Let us maintain our distance. Is it not better for the world to be at peace? Yang Ling smiled lightly. Your subordinates are engaged in such dealings here. Can peace truly be attained? Would the Muhua Group ever serve as your shield? Sun Yud paused momentarily, then burst into hearty laughter. Mr. Yang, you greatly overestimate both yourself and Lu Muhan. The trifling Muhua Group cannot possibly act as my shield. Here is my advice. Given our previous collaborations, Do not provoke me, for you are not worthy. Yang Ling regarded the man with surprise and laughed in return. Ah, what a bold proclamation of do not provoke me. It has always been I, Yang Ling, who dares to make such declarations. I never anticipated encountering someone so audacious before me. His expression suddenly sharpened, and he extended his hand with great force. In an instant, an unseen hand grasped fiercely, seizing Sun Yud by the throat. A cry of despair escaped Sun Yud as he was drawn towards Yang Ling by an overwhelming force. It was as if he had sprinted into Yang Ling's palm, which now encircled his neck. Yang Ling regarded Sun Yud with icy indifference and stated, "Now, what were your words? Repeat them for my ears." His tone, devoid of emotion, carried an undercurrent of lethal intent, causing Sun Yud to tremble violently. In disbelief, he stammered, "Remote manipulation. You are innate." Before he could finish, Yang Ling hurled him to the ground, looking down at Sun Yud with a disdainful comment. "Does a firefly dare to compete with the brilliance of the full moon? Do you think you are worthy to flaunt before me?" Sun Yud was utterly stunned. The mere fact that he could utter terms like remote manipulation and innate indicated his awareness of the cultivation world, and thus, he comprehended the true implications of being innate. Had he truly been foolish enough to flaunt before such a formidable figure? Was he courting death? At that moment, the onlookers were left speechless, their astonishment rendering them mute. The two titans stood opposed, each more formidable than the other. Yet it was evident that it was Sun Yud who had approached Yang Ling, only to find himself grasped by the throat, unable to muster a response to Yang Ling's inquiry. Indeed, it appeared that Ailing was the more formidable one. "Ding. You have fulfilled the onlooker's wish to see you as the more impressive figure. Wish value 1. After a deep breath, Sun Yud spoke earnestly, "Mr. Yang, I was unaware of your true nature. It seems this was merely a misunderstanding." He glanced at the group of young women behind Yang Ling and continued, "I sincerely apologize for any distress caused to them. I am willing to compensate each of them 1 million as a gesture for their emotional suffering. I wonder how you and your companions would feel about this." Chapter 313. Ailing, is your body carved from gemstones? Upon hearing this, everyone gasped in astonishment. 1 million per person meant a staggering 7 million for those 7 individuals. Such generosity was truly astonishing. Amidst the crowd's shock, Yang Ling, however, let out a cold laugh and remarked, "My friends are all of noble lineage. 1 million each? Mr. Sun, are you dismissing us as beggars?" At this, the onlookers gasped once more. Though the young ladies were indeed beautiful, their attire was that of ordinary families. How could they be deemed of noble birth? Just moments ago, they had been laughing joyfully. Was this the demeanor of someone suffering a mental blow? It was evident that Ailing was outright attempting to swindle them. Mr. Sun, taken aback by Yang Ling's words, managed a bitter smile and inquired, "What does Mr. Yang mean?" Yang Ling simply extended 2 fingers and stated, 2 million each. Furthermore, since you threatened me earlier, I will not demand much from you, just 2 of your shares. In return, I agree to let you take these 2 worthless individuals away. What do you say? Shares. The crowd was nearly rendered speechless. This was a 2 stake in the Muhua Group, which amounted to a staggering 700 million in cash. Yang Ling was not merely asking for a lion's share. He was seeking to undermine Sun Yud entirely. People murmured in disbelief. If merely uttering a few words warranted a 700 million penalty, what would happen if someone accidentally stepped on his foot? Would it cost them 20 billion? Surely, even if one were carved from gemstones, such exaggeration was unnecessary. Due to the immense sum involved in this intimidation case, some individuals had fainted on the spot. Ding. You have crushed the hopes of the crowd in a most avaricious manner. Attribute point 1. Yang Ling opened his mouth, and the gazes of all present instantly shifted to Sun Yud. His face flushed a deep shade, and after a moment of regarding Yang Ling's inscrutable expression, he sighed heavily and conceded, "Mr. Yang, I accept your terms." With that, he took out his phone and began tapping away. Moments later, Yang Ling's shares indeed rose from 6 to 8. After completing the transaction, Sun Yud displayed the phone screen to everyone, proclaiming, "I have upheld my promise. Mr. Yang, may we leave now?" A chorus of gasps echoed as jaws dropped. The crowd stared in disbelief at the transfer amount displayed on the phone, their eyes nearly bloodshot. 700 million had vanished just like that, leaving them on the brink of cardiac arrest. Yang Ling glanced at the phone before fixing his gaze on the calm middle-aged man before him. Sun Yud was adaptable. Knowing that to confront Yang Ling here would be suicidal, he had genuinely accepted such a seemingly harsh condition. Yet, Yang Ling's true intention was for Sun Yud to refuse him, allowing him to take decisive action and detain the man. Leveraging his connections to investigate Sun's life and ensure he spent the rest of his days behind bars. By then, only the incompetent Director Wang would remain among the 3 board members, making his strategy of capturing the leader effectively successful. Now that Sun Yud had indeed completed the transfer and even showcased it for the onlookers, any further action from Yang Ling could lead to backlash, tarnishing both his and Lu Muhan's reputations. Sun Yud anxiously scrutinized the young man before him, aware of Yang Ling's hesitation. All he could do now was wait for Yang Ling's final decision, a choice that might lead him into an abyss from which he could never return. Chapter 314. Everything is calculated after a prolonged silence. Yang Ling finally sighed and remarked, "Mr. Sun, you are 10 times better than Li Weiping. Let us proceed." Upon hearing this, Mr. Sun exhaled deeply, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and swiftly grabbed the 2 men from the ground, preparing to leave. At that moment, Yang Ling's voice resonated once more. "Wait a moment." Startled, Mr. Sun felt a surge of anxiety, his legs trembling slightly. Yang Ling, under the gaze of all present, spoke slowly. "If you are indeed a wise man, you should depart from the Muhua group. We shall not deprive you of a single cent of your shares." Mr. Sun fell silent at these words, and after a brief pause, without uttering a word, he shouldered the 2 men and exited the cinema with remarkable speed. Ding. You have shattered Sun Yud's desire to show off before you. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have extinguished Sun Yud's wish to avoid significant loss. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have fulfilled Sun Yud's desire to escape this place. Wish value 1. Yang Ling paid little heed to these system notifications. His gaze was fixed on the direction in which Sun Yud had departed, a glimmer of keen insight flashing in his eyes. Allowing Sun Yud to leave was not the optimal choice, yet it was not necessarily a misstep either. The events of today would surely reverberate, and the news of discord among the board members of the Muhua group would soon grace the headlines of major media outlets. Should he choose to unveil some startling revelations at that time, it would undoubtedly precipitate a decline in the group's stock price, creating an opportune moment to eradicate the malignant tumor. Everything was within his meticulous calculations. At that moment, Zhang Yuru approached him, anxiously grasping his hand. "Ailing, are you all right?" Yang Ling smiled gently, ruffling her hair, and recalling something, he promptly transferred 14 million to her, chuckling as he said, "This is your compensation for emotional distress. 2 million each." Since Zhang Yuru had reached the maximum intimacy level as a system-associated character, Yang Ling had completely embraced her as one of his own, linking her account with his bank account, making any amount of transfer utterly inconsequential. Furthermore, as this money was pilfered from Sun Yud, he felt no remorse. Zhang Yuru's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. To think Ailing was not jesting. Her friends behind her erupted in jubilant cheers, with Li Shaowan being the first to leap into Yang Ling's embrace, exclaiming, "Ailing, I love you for a lifetime." The other girls followed suit, some even planting enthusiastic kisses on Yang Ling's cheek. Thankfully, he possessed remarkable strength. Otherwise, he might have been overwhelmed by this frenzy of women. Ding. You have gratified the girl's wish for compensation for emotional distress. Wish value 1. After finally calming the exuberant crowd, Yang Ling was astonished to discover that several individuals had dislocated their jaws in the commotion. Ding. You have satisfied the collective wish to avoid dislocating their jaws. Wish value 1. Once he had restored everyone's jaws, he realized the film had long since commenced, and many had missed the beginning due to the upheaval. However, as the president of the group, and with the cinema being a subsidiary of the Muhua group, he simply declared, "Let us start a new screening for everyone." Ding. You have fulfilled the collective desire to watch a movie immediately. Wish value 1. Chapter 315. Telekinesis LV4. Amidst a chorus of cheers, the crowd gathered with Yang Ling to watch a film. However, when the opening advertisement appeared on the large screen, Everyone momentarily froze in surprise. The advertisement prominently featured the upcoming basketball match between Yang Ling and Gao Xiaohao, with a staggering wager of 100 million. Gasps filled the air as all eyes turned to Yang Ling, who was equally taken aback, as he had not authorized any promotion. Upon realizing this, he swiftly contacted Secretary Wang, who informed him that Gao Xiaohao was leveraging his influence across various domains to publicize the match. She speculated that Gao intended to use this opportunity to deliver a significant blow to the Mu Hua group. After exchanging a few words, Yang Ling ended the call with a smirk and immediately dialed Han Yakin, entrusting her with the entire ticket sales operation for the event. As the ownership of the venue lay with Yang Ling, it would be foolish not to capitalize on this unexpected promotion for personal gain. This was merely a minor interlude. The film soon transitioned into its main feature. In the dimly lit environment, Zhang Yuro clung tightly to Yang Ling's arm, her face adorned with a blissful smile. By the time the credits rolled, it was already past 10 in the evening. After bidding farewell to the other women, Yang Ling escorted Zhang Yuro home. On the dimly lit path, Zhang Yuro suddenly embraced Yang Ling from behind. Her cheeks flushed as she shyly inquired, "Ling, are you free tonight?" Taken aback by her question, Yang Ling felt his own face warm, and with a playful grin, he replied, "There's no rush. I'll personally pay a visit soon, and with your parents' consent. We can." Zhang Yuro's face deepened in color, yet her eyes sparkled with a hint of emotion. She took his hand in hers and softly murmured, "You're truly wonderful. Ailing, could you kiss me?" With a beautiful woman initiating a kiss, it would be foolish to refuse. Yang Ling smiled gently, and under the moonlight, the young couple embraced tightly. Ding! You have fulfilled Zhang Yuro's wish for a kiss. Wish value 1. After seeing the nurse home, Yang Ling returned to the Longwan villa. By then, Lu Muhan had already gone to bed. After a refreshing shower, he lay in bed, ignoring Lu's long leg resting on his abdomen, and began to allocate his attribute points. Recently, due to the frequent activation of the Dreamweaver's double attribute point effect, he had accumulated 18 free attribute points. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to allocate 10 points to agility and 8 points to mental strength. Consequently, his attributes underwent a transformation: strength, 60 agility, 60 stamina, 60 mental strength, 69 charm, 25 ding. A property has reached an integer level. A random reward is being drawn. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained 6 wish values. Current progress, 4410. Although he did not acquire a skill, obtaining 6 wish values was quite satisfactory. Without further hesitation, he declared, "System, upgrade my telekinesis to LV4. Ding. This upgrade requires 40 wish values. Do you confirm?" Confirmed. With Yang Ling's affirmation, the skill was successfully upgraded, and the system prompted, "Ding. Telekinesis has advanced to LV4. The current weight you can manipulate is 1,000 kilograms. Ding. Each time you utilize this skill, it will consume 3 points of stamina." Chapter 316. Counting money until cramping upon hearing the news, Yang Ling revealed a satisfied smile. The upgrade of his skills not only enhanced their power, but also correspondingly reduced their consumption. Originally, at LV3, he required 5 points of stamina. Now, it was merely 3 points. By the time he reached LV5, it was likely that only 1 point of stamina would suffice. Thus, his remote grasping ability would be nearly balanced with the 1,200 kilograms of gripping strength derived from his own 60 points of strength. After converting all his reserves into tangible power, Yang Ling smirked and closed his eyes to sleep. The following morning, he shared the news of acquiring a 2 stake with Lu Muhan. The girl, filled with joy, leapt into his arms, disregarding whether it was day or night, insisting on a hug. Ding. You have fulfilled Lu Muhan's wish for intimacy. Wish value 1. Current progress 510. The rest of the day unfolded with him collecting his welfare in the morning, tutoring his sister in the afternoon, and streaming live with Chu Xin in the evening, before returning home to embrace Lu Muhan for a restful slumber. Truly a life of comfort. On this day, he elevated his wish value to 910 and earned 4 attribute points, which he deemed satisfactory. Meanwhile, The conflict between Yang Ling and Gao Xiaohai had completely escalated in public opinion. Gao Xiaohai, originally a well-known rich second generation, appeared somewhat pale in comparison to Yang Ling. The latter was not merely a rich second generation, but a first-generation tycoon. Proficient in chess, qin, calligraphy, and painting, he excelled in both academics and confrontations. Rumors circulated that Yang Ling could single-handedly topple dozens of strong men, though the truth of such claims remained uncertain. Most significantly, he was still under 20 years of age, making the disparity all the more evident. At this moment, Yang Ling's popularity soared, with many fans traveling great distances to support him at the upcoming match. According to Han Yakin's statistics, a total of 17,000 tickets were sold that day, each averaging 800 yuan, resulting in a preliminary profit of over 13 million yuan for the team, even before the league commenced. Such earnings felt like a windfall for the venue. Witnessing the immense profitability of establishing a team, Lu Muhan promptly dispatched a professional advisory team to firmly grasp the administrative and financial reins of the organization. The next day at noon, the South Lake basketball arena, which could accommodate 20,000 spectators, was filled to capacity. To cater to the fans who could not secure tickets yet made the journey, Muhua Group set up a temporary viewing area on the previously barren land outside the arena. The entire venue was teeming with people, and Yang Ling seemed to have anticipated this scenario, instructing Jiang Hua and Shigu, who had hurried back to assist, to erect canopies and sell beverages and benches. The demand was overwhelming, as the number of customers scanning the codes was simply too great. Eventually, they could only accept cash. Jiang Hua's girlfriend, responsible for counting the money, found herself counting until her hands cramped, an experience both exhausting and exhilarating. As Yang Ling ambled over, he received a prompt from the system. Ding. You have fulfilled Jiang Hua and others' wish of counting money until their hands cramp. Wish value 1. Current progress 1210. He chuckled, his steps imbued with an added lightness. In a prominent location within the basketball arena stood 2 luxury vans filled with cash, one belonging to Yang Ling and the other to Gao Xiaohai. Due to the substantial amounts involved, a multitude of security personnel had gathered to ensure safety. Chapter 317. There is nothing that Ailing fears at the South Lake basketball team. A sense of anxiety crept across the faces of the players due to Yang Ling's prolonged absence. Setting aside the question of whether Yang Ling could even play, his absence meant the team was down a member, jeopardizing their chances in the imminent match. Su Qiuning, feeling a twinge of urgency, turned to her sister and said, Qiu Xiao, why don't you give Director Yang a call? The game is about to start. However, Su Qiuxiao remained unfazed, responding with a calm smile. He said he would come, and he will. Have faith. The team members paused momentarily, but her unwavering confidence silenced any further discussion. Suddenly, Gao Xiaohua approached with his entourage, casting a sweeping glance at the South Lake basketball team. With a mocking laugh, he inquired, Where's Yang Ling? Is he backing out at the last minute? Someone chimed in, This kid knows he's bound to lose, so he's avoiding the embarrassment. What a clever scheme. This comment ignited laughter among Gao Xiaohua and his companions, their mockery laced with contempt. With Yang Ling absent and Su Qiuxia not being part of the team, no one among them could confront Gao Xiaohua, who noted their simmering anger but remained unperturbed. Gao Xiaohua sneered, How can a prestigious group like Muhua be without a proper leader? Are you all merely turtles retreating into your shells? I think it's best to disband early. Is that so? Perhaps it is you who should consider disbanding first. A cool voice resonated from afar. It was Lu Muhuan, impeccably dressed in professional attire, accompanied by Wang Jingshu and Zhang Wenqi. Lu Muhuan was the one who spoke, and her entrance immediately captured attention. Her stunning beauty was akin to a national treasure, and as the female CEO, she naturally commanded a significant following. Following her recent duet with Yang Ling in The Wizard of Oz, her popularity soared, rivaling that of the country's top stars. Yet, she was a CEO, not just an entertainer. With her arrival, all eyes converged upon her, erupting in enthusiastic applause. In the face of her overwhelming presence, Gao Xiaohua appeared diminutive, instinctively taking a step back as he stammered, Lu Muhuan, you actually came. Where's Yang Ling? How could he let a woman handle this situation? Is he still a man? Lu Muhuan's icy gaze sent shivers down Gao Xiaohua's spine as her composed voice pierced the air. If he were here, you would hardly have the courage to stand before me. Do you still dare to boast in my presence? Her words struck like a slap, leaving Gao Xiaohua momentarily speechless. The memory of Yang Ling's previous cold demeanor sent a chill through him. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "Fine, I admit Yang Ling is the top player, but so what? Every individual has their strengths. This is a basketball court, not a business arena. His absence is the best proof. He is afraid. He knows he will undoubtedly lose." Afraid? Lu Muhuan regarded him with the disdain reserved for fools, her tone dismissive as she replied, "Let me tell you, there is nothing in this world that Ailing fears." As if to validate her assertion, an uproar of cheers erupted from outside the arena, reminiscent of a roaring tide. Chapter 318. I take delight in slapping your faces. Upon hearing the resounding cheers, a tremor coursed through the hearts of everyone present, their minds echoing a singular thought: Ailing has arrived. The instant Yang Ling's figure emerged from the corridor of the arena, the crowd was overwhelmed with an urge to cheer, yearning to unleash their pent-up excitement. In the next moment, an exhilarating cacophony reverberated through the air. That man had finally made his grand entrance. Lu Muhan and the members of the Muhua group wore smiles, while Gao Xiaohai's countenance darkened considerably. The thunderous applause and explosive popularity indicated that Yang Ling's fan appeal had reached an unfathomable magnitude. Ding! You have fulfilled the wish of Lu Muhan, Su Qiuxia, and others for your timely appearance. Wish points 1. Ding! You have shattered Gao Xiaohai, and others hope for your retreat. Attribute points 1. Ding! You have satisfied the crowd's desire to see their idol. Wish points 1. With an effortless stance, the wish points and attribute points came rolling in. This was the true essence of being the center of attention. Witnessing such a spectacular scene, a faint smile graced Yang Ling's lips as he retrieved the loudspeaker already prepared at his waist, proclaiming, "Ladies and gentlemen, please quiet down for a moment." At his words, the crowd obediently fell silent. Yang Ling continued with a gentle smile, "You should know that I take great pleasure in slapping your faces." He then inquired, "What do you think my chances of victory are today?" The audience erupted into fervent discussion. "Ailing, if you win, I'll let you have your way with me. Ailing, regardless of the outcome, we adore you. That top scholar, say a bit more. I want to create your fan video." Ding! You have fulfilled the fans' desire to communicate with you. Wish points 1. Listening to these exchanges, Yang Ling chuckled heartily and approached Lu Muhan and the others. As he drew near, Lu Muhan remarked with a smile, "Have you warmed up? Be careful not to get injured." Yang Ling returned the smile, saying, "Rest assured. Don't you know me yet?" He then turned to Su Qiuxia, asking, "Sister Qiuxia, has your foot healed?" After glancing at Lu Muhan, Su Qiuxia replied with a slight smile, "It's almost completely better since you helped me massage it that day. It doesn't hurt at all now." Massaged it? Lu Muhan's gaze shifted from Yang Ling to Su Qiuxia, sensing that the beauty before her was nearly her equal, merely lacking in proper adornment. Furthermore, the comment was clearly aimed at her, which stirred a subtle sense of urgency within Lu Muhan. After all, Su Qiuxia was not yet a character linked to the system, and the two women could be considered rivals in a sense. It was quite remarkable for them to maintain any semblance of cordiality. Noticing this, Yang Ling swiftly redirected the conversation towards Gao Xiaohai, stating, "Gao Xiao, I have no desire to engage in idle chatter with you. I hope you compete honorably today. If I discover that you dare to employ any tricks or harm my team members, I assure you, you will not leave this arena on your own 2 feet." Gao Xiaohai's heart raced at these words, yet he had to uphold his pride in front of so many people. He snorted disdainfully, "Yang Ling, your players are nothing but a bunch of rookies, and you can't even play the game. You're nothing but trash. Now, speaking so boldly, are you not afraid that the wind will cause you to trip over your own words?" Chapter 319. Today, let us aim for a playful 100 points. The scene was teeming with media outlets, numerous cameras and photographers directed at the gathering. Gao Xiaohao's words were broadcast live in real time. Instantly, the crowd erupted. While many criticized Gao Xiaohao, a significant number also rallied behind him. The reason was simple. In terms of lineup and player prowess, Yang Ling's Nanhu basketball team was undoubtedly inferior to Gao Xiaohao's squad. The odds posted online stood at 1 to 10, reflecting the public's sentiment. While many cherished Yang Ling, few believed he could clinch victory. As Gao Xiaohao spoke, the internet quickly divided into two fiercely opposing factions. On one side were Yang Ling's fervent supporters, convinced of his inevitable triumph, while on the other were pragmatic viewers who deemed Yang Ling's chances of winning as bleak. Amidst the online clamor, Yang Ling calmly gazed at Gao Xiaohao and stated, "What you see with your eyes may not be the truth. This time, you are destined to lose. I have no desire to engage in further banter. Be gone." Yang Ling directly dismissed him, inciting Gao Xiaohao to grit his teeth in fury. He retorted, "Yang Ling, we shall see who prevails on the court. Let us go." Ding. You have shattered Gao Xiaohao's intention to psychologically dominate the team. Attribute point 1. After a cold smile, Yang Ling turned to the team's point guard, Feng Zai, and gently requested, "Lead me to the locker room to change." What? Ling is changing clothes. This statement was broadcasted on the big screen and live-streamed online, instantly subjecting Feng Zai to countless icy stares, causing him to shiver involuntarily. The importance of basketball faded. All he could think was, "I want to see Ling change. What on earth is that Feng Zai doing? I must knock him out and sneak in, sob sob." Ding. You have crushed the crowd's desire to see you change clothes. Dream Crusher skill activated. Attribute point 2. In the locker room, Feng Zai gazed at Yang Ling's exposed back, feeling an itch in his nose, and hurriedly found it difficult to avert his eyes. Yang Ling turned around, surprised, and asked, "What's wrong? Is there something on my back?" Feng Zai quickly covered his nose with his hand, awkwardly replying, "Director Yang, your skin is simply exquisite, even better than my girlfriend's." Yang Ling rolled his eyes and retorted, "With the game at hand, you're concerned about such trivial matters? You are the team's point guard, right? Regardless of whether I have an exceptional opportunity or not, if you feel you can get the ball to me, just pass it directly." Feng Zai opened his mouth, "Director Yang, passing is no problem, but do you really know how to play basketball?" Yang Ling chuckled, "Basketball isn't solely about skill. Enough with the chatter, just give me the ball." With that, he donned the number 0 jersey and stepped out of the locker room. The waiting reporters were eager, and upon Yang Ling's emergence, a female journalist promptly inquired, "Director Yang, may I ask if you can play basketball? I heard you are positioned as a shooting guard. How many points do you plan to score today?" Yang Ling smiled at the camera and replied, "Actually, I can't play basketball, but I can score. Today, let us aim for a playful 100 points. Upon hearing this, the crowd was in uproar. Can't play basketball, but can score? President, are you engaging in your trademark Yang-style humor again? Aiming for 100 points for fun? Are you certain you're discussing basketball scores and not your exam results? Chapter 320. If this ball goes in, I will eat excrement. Everyone was taken aback by Yang Ling's response, displaying resigned smiles. There was no helping it. Ling simply had a penchant for nonsensical chatter. Immediately, someone inquired, "Mr. Yang, your counterpart is the former ace of the Nanhu basketball team, Yichuan. What are your thoughts on the team's division?" With a gentle smile, Yang Ling replied, "The league is ultimately a commercial entity. If all parties follow the proper procedures, parting amicably should pose no issue. However, when certain players exhibit a lack of professional ethics, I find such acts of betrayal deeply distasteful. Therefore, I plan to restrict Yichuan's score to 0 today, as retribution for the forced dissolution of our team." Upon hearing this, laughter erupted across the nation. Was Ling attempting to be humorous? While the Nanhu basketball team may not be stellar, Yichuan had averaged 22 points per game last season, and rumors suggested he might join an NBA team next year. To assert that one could limit his score to 0? Did he think he was the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year? Ling was merely boasting. Oh dear, little Ling Ling's bravado is so endearing. Woe betide anyone who mocks him. Various comments flooded the internet, while bookmakers swiftly opened betting lines. 1. Will Yang Ling score 100 points? Odds, 1 to 1,002. Can Yang Ling restrict Yichuan's score to 0? Odds, also 1 to 1,000. Despite such enticing odds, no one was willing to gamble on Yang Ling's success. It was as if they were openly offering money to be squandered. Standing beside Yang Ling, Han Yakin grew apprehensive. if this line of questioning continued. Who knew what astonishing statements the president might utter next? She hastily parted the crowd, pulling Yang Ling toward the court. As he departed, reporters rushed to interview Yi Chuan, who responded with a cold smirk. Mr. Yang's head must have been muddled by money. I shall be the one to score 100 points in this match. Furthermore, I will exert my utmost effort to ensure he scores not a single point. Should he manage to land a shot, he may slap himself. Reporters relished such explosive remarks, and the tension between the two players escalated, garnering international attention for the impending match. A moment later, as Su Qiuning valiantly secured the jump ball, the highly anticipated basketball game commenced. Feng Zai retrieved the ball, and without a moment's hesitation, passed it to Yang Ling, who stood at the three-point line. Defending against him was Yi Chuan. Both were shooting guards, facing off from the very start. Not rushing to intercept, Yi Chuan smirked. Mr. Yang, I must commend your audacity. You are the first in this country to declare that I shall score not a single point. Now that you've got the ball, go ahead and take your shot. Yang Ling chuckled at him. All right. With that, he assumed a shooting stance, ready to take his shot. It must be said that Yi Chuan's defensive skills were formidable, and his height advantage allowed him a vast defensive range. As Yang Ling released the ball, Yi Chuan leaped to block the shot, but despite reaching his apex, he failed to touch the ball even slightly. A layup? Yi Chuan scoffed, prompting those watching to shake their heads. Anyone with a modicum of basketball knowledge understood that shooting from beyond the three-point line without any movement rendered even NBA players' shooting percentages alarmingly low, especially with a defender present and Yang Ling being a step and more away from the line. If this ball goes in, I will eat excrement. This was the collective sentiment at that moment. Chapter 321. The enveloping hat, the basketball soared through the air, tracing an exquisite arc, and in an instant, it swished through the net without touching the rim. A moment of stunned silence enveloped the crowd, swiftly followed by an eruption of excitement. It went in. It truly went in. Wow. Ailing is so impressive. How could he make that shot? Goodness, is this skill or mere luck? The arena and the online audience erupted in a frenzy of astonishment, with an array of exclamations and comments flooding the screen. On the sidelines, Lu Muhan and the others wore smiles, while Zhang Wenqi clapped her hands, her delight palpable. In stark contrast, Yi Chuan, who was matched up against Yang Ling, wore an expression of utter disbelief. How could this be? It must be luck. The game had only just begun, and Yang Ling had already executed a remarkably difficult three-pointer, leaving his opponent reeling. Ding. You have shattered Yi Chuan's desire to keep you scoreless, attribute point 1. Ding. You have fulfilled your fans' wish for you to score, wish value 1. Observing Yi Chuan's expression as if he had swallowed a fly, Yang Ling smiled faintly and began to retreat on defense. After the opposing guard crossed half court, he passed the ball to Yi Chuan, who held it and scoffed. Yang, I must commend your luck. Success on the court relies on skill, not fortune. Watch closely. With that, he executed a between-the-legs dribble and surged forward, leaving Yang Ling momentarily behind with a single stride. The commentator marveled. Indeed, Yi Chuan's speed has always been his forte. At this moment, it was too late for Su Qiuning and the others to provide help, and the audience watched with wide eyes. As Yi Chuan approached the basket, ready to leap for a thunderous dunk, an unforgettable scene unfolded. A vast shadow loomed behind Yi Chuan, and suddenly, a colossal hand descended from above. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as Yi Chuan, along with the ball, was sent crashing to the ground. Who else but Yang Ling was responsible for this monumental block? The arena fell into a hushed silence. Time seemed to freeze, with Yang Ling standing as the king of the court, gazing down at Yi Chuan as if he were an insignificant insect. The next moment, an earth-shattering cheer erupted from the crowd. What a magnificent block! Goodness! How high did Ailing jump? Wow, did you see that? Ailing's speed was like lightning. The audience was in awe, while basketball insiders nearly had their eyes popping out at the spectacle. How could someone catch up to block under such circumstances? What kind of speed and vertical leap was this? This talent could surely enter the NBA draft. Having grown accustomed to the crowd's admiration, Yang Ling regarded Yi Chuan with a calm demeanor and stated, I told you, you won't score a single point. With that, he jogged to transition from defense to offense. Ding! You have thwarted Yi Chuan's aspiration to break through for a dunk, attribute point 1. Gritting his teeth, Yi Chuan rose to his feet. Humiliated and furious after being blocked by an amateur. His eyes burned with fury as he glared at Yang Ling ahead. With all his might, he charged forward, shouting, "Yang Ling, I'll tell you this. From this moment on, you won't score a single point either." His voice was loud enough for those nearby to hear. The commentator remarked, "Yi Chuan is fired up. He is serious about guarding Yang now. Let us see." Before the words could finish, the ball was already in Yang Ling's hands, and he once again launched a shot from beyond the three-point line. Chapter 322, A Casual Leap. Nothing to boast about swish. The basketball, akin to a precisely guided missile, arched gracefully through the air, plunging effortlessly into the hoop. A three-pointer. The commentator, about to voice his thoughts, abruptly swallowed his words, leaving an eerie silence to envelop the arena. Once again, it was a long-range shot, taken immediately upon receiving the ball, and utterly unimpeded by any defense. If one instance could be deemed fortuitous, then two would surely be. A stroke of genius. In the next moment, the crowd erupted into thunderous applause, with the commentator exuberantly exclaiming, "A prodigy. This is the mark of a genius shooter." Yang Ling reveled in the ovation, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such a feeling was, at times, quite delightful. Lu Muhuan and the others were overjoyed, while Gao Xiaohua's expression darkened ominously. Why was this happening? How could this lad be so incredibly accurate? This was a wager worth a fortune. The dynamics of the game would not shift due to his frustration. Yi Chuan, with the ball in hand, surged forward, eager to redeem himself. After performing a textbook crossover dribble, he ascended for a mid-range jumper. This was his signature scoring method. Against even the finest perimeter defenders, he could only be minimally disrupted, provided they possessed the requisite height. Yet, Yang Ling's ordinary stature belied his extraordinary capabilities. As Yi Chuan released the ball, Yang Ling leapt. Like a dark cloud obscuring Yi Chuan's line of sight, he snatched the ball from its trajectory. A block and a steal. The spectators were left in stunned silence, the atmosphere thick with disbelief. Time appeared to freeze for several seconds, and when the commentator regained his composure, he exclaimed, "A block coupled with a steal. Good heavens. This is a feat only achievable by the most elite athletes in the NBA." As his words resounded, the crowd's cheers crescendoed, threatening to shatter the very ceiling of the arena, while online comments exploded, overwhelming the TC network servers. A leader from the Huaxia Basketball Center, watching the live broadcast, suddenly sputtered tea from his mouth, shouting, "Quick! Contact old Lu immediately and inquire if Yang Ling is willing to join the national team." Meanwhile, in an NBA president's office across the ocean, a striking blonde, upon witnessing Yang Ling's performance, leaped from her chair in shock. She cried, "Where's David? Tell him I need all the information on this handsome Eastern gentleman within the hour." On the court, Yang Ling tossed the ball to the point guard, Feng Zai, who, caught in a daze, had the ball bounce off his head. Fortunately, Su Qiaoning, nearby, quickly recovered the ball, averting an embarrassing blunder. As he advanced with the ball, he praised, "Mr. Yang, you're astonishing. I swear you leapt at least 1.5 meters just now." Yang Ling smiled nonchalantly, replying, "Just a casual leap. Nothing to boast about." Upon hearing this, both teammates and rivals alike were momentarily speechless. This Mr. Yang, such a casual leap, was rather impressive, to say the least. Chapter 323, The Genius-like Art of Basketball. Su Qiaoning, displaying remarkable composure, recognized that Yang Ling had already positioned himself effectively and promptly passed the ball to him. In that fleeting moment, as Yang Ling received the ball, not only did Yi Chuan rush towards him, but a towering interior player, standing over 2 meters tall, also closed in. The commentators gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "A double-team strategy. This is a tactic aimed at suffocating the opponent's primary scorer." Another commentator remarked, "While this strategy can indeed curtail the scoring opportunities of the adversary, it inevitably leaves one player unguarded. However, accurately identifying this open teammate and delivering the ball to him is a true test for the ball handler. One must ponder whether Yang Dong possesses such court vision and awareness." As the commentators voiced their concerns, the entire arena grew anxious for Yang Ling. despite his extraordinary talent. This was his inaugural appearance on the court, and for newcomers, vision and awareness are often the most lacking attributes. Yang Ling gazed at the two towering defenders who nearly obscured his entire line of sight. But what of it? Ding. The skill of mastery in simulation activated. Ding. The skill of mastery in throwing activated. Empowered by these two skills, Yang Ling executed a stunning pass, sending the ball through the narrow gap between the two defenders. The basketball soared like an arrow released from a bow, spinning gracefully before it made contact with the ground, only to ricochet sharply towards the open South Lake player in the corner. Adong stood transfixed, watching the ball seemingly find its way into his hands as if it had eyes. Suddenly jolted back to reality, he launched a three-pointer from the corner. Swish! The crowd erupted in cheers once more. This jubilation, however, was not merely for the successful open shot, but rather for Yang Ling's exceptional pass. Not only did he manage to navigate the ball through the defensive duo, but he did so with an exquisite ricochet. Truly, the top scorer of the college entrance examination has an impressive grasp of physics. Yet, one might wonder, is this basketball or billiards? Can we not maintain some semblance of normalcy? The commentators found themselves at a loss for words. While the leaders of the basketball center and the blonde CEO from Eagle Sauce Country had eyes brimming with intensity. A prodigy, this is an artistic display of basketball genius. We must recruit this individual. Ding. You have shattered Yi Chuan and others' hopes of forcing you into a mistake through their double team. Attribute points 1. Ding. You have fulfilled Adong's desire to score. Wish points 1. Yang Ling smiled faintly, realizing that this basketball match could indeed yield a significant amount of wish points and attribute points. Yi Chuan, feeling pressured by the double coverage, dared not attempt any flashy maneuvers and simply passed the ball to the interior player. The opposing center towered over 2 meters, substantially taller than Su Qiuning, who was temporarily playing center. In terms of height and weight, they were not in the same league. Even though Su Qiuning was not lacking in strength, it remained a formidable challenge to prevent the opponent from scoring. The towering player dribbled a couple of times, then turned, leveraging his height and wingspan to attempt a close shot. Su Qiuning put forth an earnest defensive effort, yet unfortunately fell short in physicality, helpless against the onslaught. He watched the ball with a heavy heart, as everyone anticipated an inevitable score. However, just then, Yang Ling's silhouette appeared behind the giant. Bang! A resounding thud echoed as the enormous figure fell to the ground, his substantial frame collapsing under Yang Ling's overwhelming force, the basketball slipping from his grasp, only to be seized by Yang Ling with a single hand. Chapter 324. Complete domination on both ends of the court. The commentator trembled as he exclaimed, "His head is as high as the rim. This is truly a flat-rimmed block by Yang Dong." The audience had become numb with shock at Yang Ling's performance. Many young ladies were hoarse from screaming, yet their enthusiasm remained undeterred. Casting a glance at the towering figure below, who was visibly in disbelief, Yang Ling passed the ball to Feng Zai with a slight smile and resumed the game. The ensuing moments transformed into a solo exhibition by Yang Ling. With a casual off-ball movement, he created just enough space to receive the ball and launch a shot, each attempt seemingly defying logic. Remarkably, he scored 10 consecutive baskets, achieving a flawless shooting percentage of 100%. Who could withstand such prowess? Furthermore, Yang Ling possessed an extraordinary passing ability whenever faced with a double team. He effortlessly delivered the ball to an open teammate in the most comfortable manner, allowing them to shoot without pressure. His passing skills were undeniably among the elite for a point guard. When unguarded, he consistently sank three-pointers. When double-teamed, he facilitated scoring for his teammates. Yang Ling had become an unstoppable force on the court. His offensive display was nothing short of invincible, and his defensive prowess was equally formidable. In the first half, every player on the opposing team, including 2 substitutes, fell victim to Yang Ling's swats. Among them, Yi Chuan suffered the most in his futile attempt to score. Every mid-range shot, drive, and elaborate feint was met with Yang Ling's decisive blocks, executed with such precision that drawing a foul was out of the question. In total, Yi Chuan alone contributed 5 blocks in the first half, while Yang Ling amassed 13 blocks overall. Each rejection felt like a slap to Gao Xiaohai's face, whose countenance turned a shade of deep crimson as he gazed at his car filled with cash, his heart bleeding. As the final buzzer echoed, the score settled at 48-18. Yes, it was the Nanhu basketball team that scored 48 points, while Gao Xiaohai's team could only muster 18. Yang Ling concluded the first half with a staggering 30 points, 13 blocks, 10 rebounds, and 7 assists, thoroughly dominating both ends of the court. Had his teammates been more skilled, easily converting open shots, his assists would have surely soared into double digits. Such statistics in a single half transcended the realm of basketball stars. They were the hallmark of a legendary NBA superstar. With only half the game played, the outcome seemed predetermined, and the betting odds had long been set. The Nanhu basketball team was destined for an upset, yielding immense profits for the bookmakers. Naturally, a player of Yang Ling's caliber would not abstain from wagering. Just a casual bet, 1 million, yielding a cool 10 million in pocket money. The suspense of victory had diminished considerably. The lingering intrigue now lay in whether Yang Ling could achieve 100 points and if he could shut out Yi Chuan entirely. Given Yang Ling's first-half performance, anything seemed possible, though the odds had slightly adjusted from their initial exaggeration, still maintaining a 10-to-1 ratio. In the locker room, glancing at the betting lines, Yang Ling smiled at Zhang Wenqi and said, "Sister Wenqi, let's have a little fun and each place a bet of 1 million. The others gasped in astonishment. 1 million was the maximum bet, and this was merely for fun? It seemed he aimed for a lucrative windfall. Chapter 325. Isn't it infuriating? Zhang Hua, quick-witted as ever, chuckled heartily. Brother Yang, I'll match your wager, 1 million. The moment those words left his lips, everyone snapped to attention. Who is Yang Ling? He is an entity akin to a bug in the system. Is there any reason to lose money when betting alongside him? Not seizing the opportunity would be sheer folly. As realization dawned upon them, the crowd hastily retrieved their phones to place their bets. Yang Ling, amused by the scene, called out, "Come, come. If anyone is short on funds, come to me for assistance. Just remember to repay me later." Exchanging glances, Feng Zai grinned. "Brother Yang, could you lend me 1 million? 1 million? Yang Ling shot him a disdainful look. "I don't keep track of anything below 10 million. How about this? Since you all can be considered employees of my Muhua group, I will lend each of you 10 million, lest it tarnish my and Director Lu's reputation." Such a declaration was made with an air of authority, rendering everyone speechless. As he spoke, Yang Ling turned his gaze toward Zhang Wenqi, his astute personal assistant, who promptly initiated the transfer. Ding. Your wish to lend money to Su Qiuning and others has been granted. Wish value 1. Yang Ling's reasoning was sound. What he and Lu Muchan needed most at this juncture was not money, nor even shares, but talent. With the group in a state of transitional uncertainty, the pool of available personnel was scant. He was engaged in the crucial task of winning hearts and minds. Activating the Eye of Insight, he checked the loyalty levels of Su Qiuning and the others, nodding in satisfaction. Following the recent events, Su Qiuning and his girlfriend Min Fei had loyalty ratings exceeding 95, now rising to 98 and 99, nearing maximum capacity. Newcomers like Feng Zai boasted loyalty levels above 80. Regardless of their abilities, at least they would not betray him. As for Zhang Hua and Shi Gu, their loyalty had long surpassed 95, with Zhang Hua now reaching a perfect 100 and Shi Gu at 99. Just as Yang Ling reveled in his good fortune, the system's notification chimed. Ding. Detected that someone's loyalty to the host has reached maximum value. Random rewards are being drawn for you. Please wait. Ding. Congratulations, the host has received a reward. Charm 2. Yang Ling opened his mouth in surprise, quickly inquiring within, "System, is there any distinction between rewards for maximum loyalty and integer ability values?" The system replied succinctly, "No distinction whatsoever." Well then, Yang Ling smiled faintly. A reward, however small, is preferable to none. Thus, his charm value rose to 27. If he were to play the cute card, being too handsome isn't always a blessing. The 15-minute halftime was designed to allow players to recuperate their stamina. Despite Yang Ling's absolute domination of the first half, Su Qiuning and the others were drenched in sweat from the intense competition. After all, This was a wager of 100 million. Anyone not giving their all would be a fool. Yet, as the saying goes, comparison breeds contempt. Ironically, it was Yang Ling who should have been the most exhausted. Sitting calmly as if unbothered, not a drop of sweat on him. He was happily chatting with the beautiful Lu Muchan, Su Qiuxia, Han Yakin, and others, leaving everyone else feeling envious. Ding. You have thwarted Su Qiuning and the others' desire to flirt with beauties during halftime. Attribute points 1. Yang Ling cast an incredulous glance at the group, a mix of amusement and exasperation washing over him. Yet, the most infuriating part was that while he flirted, his attribute points continued to rise. Chapter 326. Can Ailing also formulate strategies? He chuckled lightly, saying, "At present, we are without a coach, so I shall take on the role temporarily. Thus, I will devise a strategy." Upon hearing this, everyone instantly perked up. The top scholar was about to lay out a strategy, and it was imperative to pay attention and learn. A group of individuals gathered around, and Yang Ling, with a gentle smile, declared, "In the second half, I plan to score another 70 points. When we go on the offensive, you all just need to surround me and clear the space for me to shoot." The crowd stared wide-eyed, and upon realizing that Yang Ling seemed to have concluded his briefing, Lu Muhan asked in astonishment, "Is that all?" "Yes, that's all," Yang Ling replied succinctly. At this, the girls simultaneously rolled their eyes. Though they may not have been versed in basketball, they had certainly observed enough to understand the absurdity of such a strategy. Su Qiuning chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Well, Mr. Yang, your strategy is quite unique, huh? Ding. You have dashed the hopes of those wishing to learn your basketball strategy." Attribute points 1. Yang Ling shot a disgruntled glance at the group and remarked, "What's this? Do you all look down on my strategy? Just wait and see." Moments later, the match resumed, and the two commentators jested, "Old Wang, I hear that, Mr. Yang devised an unfathomable strategy during halftime. I'm quite eager to see how it unfolds." The other commentator chuckled. In truth, the outcome of this match seems largely predetermined. What everyone is curious about is whether Mr. Yang can achieve the remarkable feat of scoring 100 points. However, it is evident that Mr. Yang is a rare basketball prodigy, an artist on the court, and as the top scholar, one must admit that his strategy is indeed highly anticipated. Their words immediately captured the audience's attention. Is Ailing a versatile genius? He can even formulate strategies. My goodness, Mr. Yang can moonlight as a coach. How impressive. The crowd began to chatter excitedly. There was no denying it. Yang Ling's extraordinary performance in the first half left them with no grounds to criticize, thus they could only sing his praises. As the second half commenced, the possession belonged to Gao Xiaohao's team. Yi Chuan, feeling immensely frustrated in the first half, had but one desire for the second half, to score, and he did so with utmost sincerity. He swiftly dribbled the ball into the front court, and as he faced Yang Ling's defense, he suddenly accelerated. Just as Yang Ling attempted to catch up, a towering figure emerged from the paint. His massive frame blocked the path entirely. "Oh!" Yang Ling momentarily hesitated, then executed a nimble pivot, maneuvering past amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers. "Brilliant!" The two commentators exclaimed in unison, yet as one wave subsided, another arose, for an opponent approached to set a screen. A double screen. No. More players were advancing. This was a multi-layered screen. The commentators gasped, as everyone understood that Gao Xiaohao was resolutely determined to assist Yi Chuan in scoring. The reasoning was simple. There was a betting line for Yi Chuan, wagering that he would secure over 10 points in the second half, and seeing the match slipping away, Gao Xiaohao sought to reclaim his lost wagers. On the sidelines, Gao Xiaohao sneered, "Yang Ling, oh Yang Ling, you've played your hand well this time. Once I recoup my money, we shall compete again." Before he could finish his sentence, his eyes nearly bulged out. Ding! The skill Lingbo Weibo has been activated. Chapter 327. The legendary blue butterfly's ethereal dance. In a remarkable display of agility, Yang Ling moved with a grace akin to a butterfly flitting among blossoms, effortlessly weaving through the crowd. In the blink of an eye, he caught up with Yi Chuan, who was poised to unleash a powerful dunk in a fit of frustration. With a resounding thud, Yi Chuan was met with a volleyball-sized block, crashing to the ground, his face a canvas of bruises. Yang Ling held the basketball firmly in one hand, the immense force nearly distorting the ball's shape. At that moment, both the spectators present and the online viewers were rendered speechless. What astonishing dexterity! Yang Ling's movements were so ethereal, reminiscent of the fabled blue butterfly's ethereal dance. The next instant, thunderous cheers erupted, while the officials in the basketball center's office roared, their eyes ablaze. "Give me Yang Ling's phone number. Now, immediately." Ding. You have fulfilled the audience's wish to witness the legendary skill. Wish points 1. Yang Ling smiled faintly, turning to the visibly shaken Yi Chuan, and calmly stated, "I am a man of my word. I said you wouldn't score, and I meant it. Should you dare to attempt such antics before me again, I shall send the ball right back to your face." With that, he tossed the ball to Feng Zai and strolled leisurely toward the front court. On the sidelines, Gao Xiaohao's face turned a deep shade of purple. As Yang Ling passed by, he leaned in and hissed, "Yang Ling, let me give you a piece of advice. If you truly dare to behave this way, do not blame me for being ruthless." Yang Ling paused, his gaze turning icy as he replied in a low voice, "I too have a word of caution for you. At present, you are losing money. Should you continue to press the issue, you may very well lose your life." His words were chilling, devoid of any warmth, radiating a palpable aura of menace toward Gao Xiaohao, as if one more utterance from him would send him spiraling into an abyss. Instinctively, Gao Xiaohao stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground, his eyes reflecting sheer terror as they met Yang Ling's. "Ding. You have shattered Gao Xiaohao's intention to intimidate you. Attribute points 1. Yang Ling smirked coldly and continued on his way. Their exchange was captured on camera, prompting a curious commentator to remark, "I wonder what Mr. Yang and young Master Gao discussed, as young Master Gao appears rather unwell." Another chimed in, "It's well known that Mr. Yang and young Master Gao have had their differences. Yet given the current circumstances, Mr. Yang seems to hold the upper hand." The arena was filled with Yang Ling's supporters, who began to jeer loudly at Gao Xiaohao and his team. Online, the outcry against Gao Xiaohao intensified, setting aside Yang Ling's popularity. The adage that in a battle of titans, one emerges victorious while the other is vanquished holds true universally. It seemed Gao Xiaohao was paralyzed by fear. How could he possibly contend with Yang Ling? After a brief discussion among the commentators, one suddenly remarked, "It's said that Mr. Yang devised a strategy during halftime. Let us observe and analyze the surprises this court artist may unveil." Everyone's eyes widened in anticipation, and many basketball professionals, both domestic and international, took out pens and paper, ready to document every player's positioning on the Nanhu basketball team. However, as they watched, something unusual occurred. All the players, including the ball handler Feng Zai, began to converge around Yang Ling. Chapter 328. Unintentionally triggering a group attack spell, the 4 members of the Nanhu team surrounded Yang Ling from all directions, creating an impenetrable barrier. The 5 defensive players instinctively pursued them. In the next moment, the spectators witnessed a rather comical scene. All 10 players on the court were huddled together, and the commentator exclaimed, "Goodness, I have seen such a tactic before." Chairman Yang hopes that all offensive players will simultaneously disperse at a particular moment, each maneuvering to leave the opposing team bewildered. His voice dwindled, while his mouth widened in disbelief as he beheld a basketball soaring from the throng. At that moment, everyone's gaze fixated on the basketball gliding gracefully through the air, tracing a beautiful arc before it seamlessly swished through the net. There was no cheering, no exultation. The entire arena fell into a profound silence. By this point, the audience began to comprehend the so-called advanced strategy the commentator had mentioned. Wasn't it simply encircling the opponent and scoring with precision shooting? I could devise 10 of such tactics in a heartbeat. At that instant, the spectators were engulfed in exasperation, and a few individuals who intended to sketch out strategies rolled their eyes in dismay. One international spectator was so incensed that he smashed his television in frustration. Ah Ling was indeed Ah Ling, that familiar enigma that continually confounded everyone. The commentator awkwardly chuckled, "Well, Chairman Yang's strategy is rather unique. It truly broadens one's horizons. Indeed, Chairman Yang is always full of surprises." Ding. You have shattered the hopes of countless individuals wishing to witness sophisticated basketball tactics, triggering the Dream Shatterer achievement. Attribute points 2. Yang Ling heard the system's notification and the two commentators engaged in their awkward banter, and he couldn't help but turn around and chuckle. Ding. The invisible cuteness skill has activated. Current charm value, 135. In that fleeting moment, those fortunate enough to catch a glimpse of Yang Ling's secret smile felt a collective shock, before slumping back into their seats. Oh my heavens, Ling is simply too stunning. Goodness gracious, what celestial beauty is this? Ding. The invisible cuteness skill has caused 433 individuals to enter a state of dizziness. Yang Ling was left astounded. This uncontrollable area-wide group attack spell had finally been triggered. Fortunately, it was a state of dizziness. Had it been a state of bleeding, it would have been too spectacular. Huh, what happened to that group of people? Why are they suddenly staring at Ling in silence? Could it be that they were entranced by his smile? When reporters inquired after the match about why they had suddenly fainted, the responses from the crowd were astonishingly uniform. Ling is too beautiful. Yet, no one could articulate the essence of that beauty. Thus, this large-scale collective fainting incident became an unsolved mystery, leaving everyone pondering what kind of smile Ling had flashed at that moment. Of course, that is a tale for another time. On the court, from the moment Ling scored a three-pointer with his eccentric tactic, the match had utterly lost its suspense. This is the story of a team creating space for a sharpshooter who rarely misses, and Ling, being an exceptionally unique shooter, required minimal space to shoot. With an incredibly swift release and an exceptionally peculiar trajectory, this was simply indefensible. 3 points. Another. Yet another. And another. Please, for the love of all that is good, do not score again. This was the collective sentiment of all those who had wagered on Ling but failed to achieve a perfect score. Chapter 329. The most lethal form of conceit. Anyone who witnessed this match experienced a tingling sensation on their scalp. Throughout the entire second half, they watched as Ling continuously made three-point shots, never missing a single one. The game concluded with Yang Ling achieving an astounding record of 32 successful three-pointers out of 32 attempts, and 2 successful two-pointers out of 2 attempts, boasting a perfect shooting percentage and amassing exactly 100 points. This transcended the realm of mere basketball prowess. He had become a deity on the court. Ding. You have shattered the hopes of countless individuals who wished for you not to score 100 points, triggering the Dream Crusher achievement, granting you 2 attribute points. Ding. You have crushed the aspirations of Gao Xiaohao and others who sought to win the game, granting you 1 attribute point. Ding. You have fulfilled the desires of Lu Muhan and others wishing for victory, increasing your wish value by 1. Amidst the thunderous cheers, a series of notifications echoed, and Yang Ling wore a contented smile. Observing Su Qiaoning and others rushing toward him for an embrace, he quickly stepped back and addressed Jiang Hua, who had approached. Did Jiang coordinate with the relevant departments and immediately return Gao Xiaohao's money-laden vehicle to the headquarters vault? Turning to Wang Jingshu, he continued, Secretary Wang, you will drive our cash transport vehicle. Remember, no matter what happens on the road, do not stop, and certainly do not turn off the engine. Ashi, you will lead the way in the company vehicle, while the rest of the brothers will follow behind. I entrust all matters of safety to you. It must not go awry, or I will break your legs. Brother, she nodded solemnly, replying, rest assured, brother, if a single dime goes missing, Ashi, will present my head. Ding. You have fulfilled Brother Shi's wish for you to entrust him with an important task, granting you 1 wish value. Yang Ling nodded in acknowledgement and earnestly added, call me Yang Dong, or even Ling or Little Yang. Just do not refer to me as brother. You understand my meaning, right? Now go. Yes, Yang Dong. Brother Shi immediately began to deploy personnel, while Jiang Hua also set about contacting security. After orchestrating all of this, Yang Ling intended to make his escape with Lu Muhan and the others, but was soon besieged by a throng of reporters. One voice rang out loudly, Yang Dong. Your prowess is evident to all. Are you interested in becoming a professional basketball player? Yang Ling chuckled in response. If I played professionally, wouldn't he that leave others without a game to play? I would feel a pang of conscience. Upon hearing this, reporters, spectators, and even those watching on television were collectively taken aback. Yang Ling had audaciously boasted before the nation, yet there seemed to be no fault in his words. The most lethal form of conceit. Many critics nearly choked on their own words. Ding. You have shattered the aspirations of countless individuals wishing to critique your arrogance. Granting you 1 attribute point. The reporters inhaled deeply, forcing themselves to regain composure, and another inquired, Yang Dong, after winning this wager. How do you plan to handle the 100 million in cash? This was a personal matter, and Yang Ling could have chosen not to answer. Yet he smiled and replied, I haven't decided yet. Perhaps I will purchase a private yacht, depending on my mood. A private yacht. Everyone gazed at Yang Ling with a mixture of envy and disdain. How could you, raised under the red flag, not utilize your wealth for something meaningful? Buying a yacht. At such a young age, indulging in luxury. Are you trying to drive us to despair? Ding. You have crushed the hopes of countless individuals wishing for you to use your money for meaningful endeavors, granting you 1 attribute point. Chapter 330. The unique posture of Yang's arrogance. Yang Ling, upon hearing the system's notification, stifled a laugh, fearing that it might inadvertently trigger his cute charm skill, leading to dire consequences. The journalist began to regret interviewing this pretentious individual, as it seemed designed to provoke irritation. Suddenly, a female reporter noticed a small white spot atop Yang Ling's head and curiously inquired, Mr. Yang, might I ask if the white hair at the crown of your head holds any special significance? Yang Ling was momentarily taken aback. Before playfully responding while gently lifting the adorable creature, I apologize, but I do not dye my hair. This little fox is merely my pet. As he made this motion, the eyes of everyone present widened in astonishment. Wow, what breed of fox is this? It is simply too adorable. Oh my, this fox. Am I dreaming? Is this dodgy? Could this be dodgy reincarnated? Amidst the cacophony of voices, the reporters quickly grasped the crux of the matter. One male reporter, trembling with disbelief, stammered, Mr. Yang, are you saying that you were competing while balancing this little fox on your head? Curious, Yang Ling replied. Indeed, is there a problem with that? Another reporter, wide-eyed, exclaimed, you weren't concerned that having a small animal on your head might affect your performance? This is a 100 million wager. Yang Ling, glancing at him, chuckled. You raise a valid point. It indeed could impact performance. During the competition, I was genuinely worried that I might exert too much effort and throw her off. Hence, I only used half of my strength. And thus, the unparalleled Yang-style arrogance was unveiled. Upon hearing this, the venue fell into a profound silence. Even the barrage of comments on various live streams ceased. Everyone was taken aback by this unprecedented display of arrogance. Only half. Huh. If you achieved a score of 100 with half your effort, would that not imply you could attain 200 with full exertion? Along with 30 blocks, 30 rebounds, and 30 assists? The crowd rolled their eyes, but, recalling how the so-called arrogant king had not even broken a sweat moments earlier, coupled with the realization that his seemingly nonsensical boasts had all come to fruition, an unsettling sensation crept over them. Could this individual truly be a reincarnation of a deity? This was astonishingly powerful. Ding. You have fulfilled the audience's desire to witness Yang's unique display of arrogance once more, granting you 1 wish points. In truth, Yang Ling was not speaking fancifully. He had, in fact, held back for fear of overwhelming the audience. He had only utilized a mere tenth of his capability. And that blue butterfly-like maneuver was merely a counterfeit version of the ethereal step. Should he unleash his full potential, it might very well spell the end of the sport of basketball. After addressing the queries, Yang Ling noticed the crowd around him growing larger. With the girls, Lu Muhuan and others, flanked by so many people, it was becoming uncomfortable. He promptly declared, all right, I have a meeting to attend at the company. Let us continue this conversation another time. With that, he grasped Lu Muhuan with one hand and Su Qiuxiao with the other, calling out to them before swiftly making his way towards the players' tunnel. The reporters, now devoid of a target, surged towards Su Qianning and the others, encircling them completely. Cheers, applause, and flowers are always the accolades of victors. Gao Xiaohao, watching Yang Ling disappear into the players' tunnel, felt as if fire were about to erupt from his eyes. Today he had lost 200 million. After a long silence, he gritted his teeth and declared, "A gentleman's revenge is not delayed by 10 years. Mark my words." With that, he barked, "Let us go." Chapter 331. Sometimes life is just so joyful in the evening at the Longwan Villa, home of Lu Muhan. Today, the villa was filled with a gathering of beauty, including Xia Fian, Lu Muhan, and her mother, Yang Ling, as well as Han Yakin, Wang Jingshu, and Zhang Wenqi, creating an atmosphere imbued with the fragrance of elegance. Yang Ling personally prepared a sumptuous feast, delighting the ladies and simultaneously garnering a bit of wish value. At the dining table, Wang Jingshu reported, "Director Lu, Director Yang, Madam, 2 armored vehicles have recently arrived safely at the group's treasury. How shall we proceed with this money?" As she spoke, she directed her gaze towards Yang Ling, clearly awaiting his command. Ultimately, the funds were not corporate assets, but rather Yang Ling's personal wealth. Yang Ling turned to Lu Muhan and inquired, "Director Lu, what is your opinion?" Lu Muhan smiled gently and replied, "Did you not wish to purchase a yacht? I have no objections to your spending." Yang Ling chuckled in response, "I was merely jesting. While I do intend to acquire a yacht, the timing is not yet opportune." He then addressed Wang Jingshu, "Secretary Wang, please arrange for the 200 million to be divided. 100 million should be deposited into my account, and the other 100 million into Director Lu's account." Wang Jingshu nodded, ready to comply, when Lu Muhan's soft voice interjected, "There is no need. I have no use for the money. Please deposit it all into Director Yang's account. Such is the bond of marriage." Yang Ling regarded money as just a string of numbers, while Lu Muhan declared it useless. Should such sentiments circulate, it would surely incite ire. Han Yakin and the others exchanged wry smiles. Had anyone else uttered such words, they would have likely faced backlash. Noticing Yang Ling's surprise, Xia Fian remarked, "Xiaoling, neither Honor nor I require such a sum. Please keep it for your own endeavors." With both mother and daughter expressing this sentiment, Yang Ling had no choice but to acquiesce, saying, "Very well, then I shall hold on to it for now." Ding. You have fulfilled the wishes of Xia Fian and Lu Muhan for you to accept the money. Wish value 1. Sometimes, life is indeed such a joy. With the financial matters settled, Zhang Wenqi glanced at Lu Muhan and Yang Ling before hesitantly stating, "Director Yang, the video of your altercation with Director Sun at the cinema has been circulated online. The information department has inquired whether we should take measures to prevent its spread and contain related information." Upon hearing this, all eyes turned to Yang Ling, while Lu Muhan's delicate brow furrowed slightly. This son Yud has long been involved in dubious enterprises. His position as a director of our group serves merely as a FAAde. A Ling. This man wields considerable influence and has entangled connections with certain forces beyond our province and even internationally. He is not easily dealt with. You must exercise caution." Yang Ling replied with a calm smile, "No need for concern. I am well aware of this matter." He then turned to Zhang Wenqi, instructing, "Sister Qi, please inform the information department that there is no need for action. We shall simply await the situation to develop." Zhang Wenqi nodded, taking note of his directive. After further discussion, Han Yakin interjected, "Director Lu, the aftermath of Li Weiping's death has been concluded. All of his shares have been transferred to his wife's name. Currently, she seems rather unstable. Should we consider visiting her for condolences?" This gesture of condolence was, of course, a guise. Han Yakin sought to reclaim the shares under the pretense of offering sympathy. Chapter 332. The news of energy crystals. Yang Ling cast a curious glance at the woman before responding with a smile. "There is no need to be so hasty. Their husband and son have just passed away. If we rush in to seize shares, we may attract unwanted scrutiny." Wang Jingshu interjected, "Chairman Yang, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield. If we remain passive, we risk allowing others to get ahead of us. We might find ourselves facing even stronger competitors." Yang Ling replied with a calm smile, "While the marketplace resembles a battlefield, it is not a true battleground. Here's what we shall do. Have someone keep a close watch on Mrs. Li and closely monitor the fluctuations in the Group's stock price. As for the 15 shares left by Li Weiping, Director Lu and I have already reached an agreement, and you will be informed in due course." Upon hearing this, the women turned their gazes towards Lu Muhan, who nodded slightly, eliciting a collective sigh of relief. The family gathering had effectively served as a meeting, and after bidding farewell to the guests, Yang Ling followed his usual practice of strolling along the lakeside with Xia Fian and Lu Muhuan, savoring the rare moments of tranquility. Suddenly, Lu Leiazizi and Lu Lan approached briskly. After some time apart, the elder had improved significantly in health due to Yang Ling's herbal treatments, and his steps appeared much lighter. Upon their meeting, the elder chuckled heartily. "Ah Ling, are you considering joining the national team? The old director insists on having you play in this year's World Cup." Yang Ling laughed, "If I recall correctly. The International Basketball Federation requires players to be at least 20 years old, does it not? I am still only 19. At this remark, everyone paused in surprise before realizing that the young man before them had yet to reach 20 and had not even begun university. "Well, it seems that dream is unattainable." Lu Leiazizi chuckled. "All right, I shall inform him shortly. By the way, Ah Ling, regarding that stone you asked me to investigate, it appears to be rather extraordinary." "Oh?" Yang Ling's interest piqued as he inquired eagerly, "In what way is it extraordinary?" This was the first time Yang Ling addressed Lu Leiazizi as grandfather, and the elder's smile spread wide. However, when the conversation turned serious, he adopted a more solemn demeanor. "I have looked into it. The stone is known as Lingjing Stone, and it is exceedingly rare, though its specific properties remain unclear. Lu Feng, who is out in the field, has reported finding 3 pieces, but 3 others were purchased at a high price by a group of foreigners." Yang Ling frowned upon hearing this. The so-called Lingjing Stone was indeed the energy crystal referenced by the system. 10 energy crystals would upgrade the system. Having fortuitously acquired 1 previously, he was left with 9, and with 3 in the elder's possession, 6 remained. This was something Yang Ling was determined to acquire. After a moment of contemplation, he said earnestly, "Grandfather, do we have any specific information about these foreigners?" Lu Leiazizi shook his head. "We do not know. After purchasing the 3 Lingjing stones, they vanished without a trace. However, Lu Feng suspects they are still within G City." "Very well." Yang Ling nodded. "Although I cannot explain the situation at present, the matter of the Lingjing stone is of utmost importance, and we must secure it. Grandfather, please inform Lu Feng to spare no effort or expense in locating this group of foreigners. Once found, do not alarm them. I will handle it personally." Chapter 333. Having dominated 3 realms upon hearing this, everyone looked at Yang Ling with astonishment. Old Master Lu, sensing the gravity of his words, nodded slightly and replied, "Very well, I shall inform him. I will notify you as soon as there is news. Additionally, the 3 spirit crystal stones have been entrusted to reliable individuals for delivery, and I believe they will reach you within 3 days." "Excellent," Yang Ling said with a gentle smile. "Thank you, grandfather." Ding. You have fulfilled Old Master Lu's wish for you to address him as grandfather. Wish value 1, current progress, 2510. As night fell, Yang Ling glanced at Lu Muhan, who was peacefully sleeping beside him, cradling the adorable little white fox. He smiled faintly and began allocating his attribute points. Over the past 2 days, he had accumulated a total of 21 attribute points, especially from today's basketball match, which had significantly enriched him. Following his previous plan, he allocated 11 points to spirit and 10 points to stamina, resulting in the following changes to his attribute panel: strength, 60 agility, 60 stamina, 70 spirit, 70 charm, 27 ding. 2 of your attributes have reached their maximum value. A random reward is being drawn for you. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill, Basketball Mastery. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill, Football Mastery. Yang Ling opened his mouth in surprise. Securing skills from both draws was an unexpected delight, albeit not combat-related skills. Reflecting on the daytime basketball match, he had relied on throwing proficiency and similar skills, seldom employing dribbling or breakthroughs. Such a precious resource as wish value would not be squandered on merely acquiring basketball mastery. Yet he had unexpectedly received it through the evening draw. Now, he was entirely devoid of weaknesses in the realm of basketball. As for football mastery, the reasoning was similar. He could partake in a football match another day and earn more points. With this thought, a subtle smile graced Yang Ling's lips. Moreover, It is worth noting that numerous events had transpired during this period. He had earned $1 billion from Mr. Fei, $30 million from Fang Xingya, another $1 billion from Gao Xiaohua, in addition to a $40 million dividend from various investments and advertising traffic on TC Network, along with a bit of leftover funds in his account. Now, his liquid assets had astonishingly reached $300 million. While money may not be omnipotent, its absence is undeniably detrimental. Henceforth, whether in developing his influence or seeking energy crystals, he would require capital. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke solemnly. System, my task should be complete now, correct? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have completed the task. Su Qiuxia is now officially a system-related character. Current intimacy, 90. Yang Ling chuckled. 90 points of intimacy. Su Qiuxia's treasure chest is nearly within reach. Lost in thought, he glanced at the little fox nestled in Lu Muhan's arms and noticed its affection level had risen to 40. He had a premonition that the treasure bestowed by this nine-tailed celestial fox would be extraordinary. Suddenly, he recalled something and said, System, it appears I have already dominated some realms. Why have you not prompted me? Quickly provide an overview and clarify how the rewards will be distributed. Ding. Prior to the system upgrade, the host must actively check for realms dominated. Ding. Current realms dominated by the host are college entrance examination dominance, live streaming realm dominance, and violin mastery. According to the system reward rules, dominating each realm will enhance your cultivation by a small realm. The 3 realms you have dominated will elevate your cultivation to the latter stage of the acquired realm.